Shi Luo opened her eyes in the last days of the apocalypse, weary of endless slaughter and the constant loss around her. With no decent food to be found and a wave of millions of zombies surging toward her, she chose to sacrifice herself for the greater good. Yet by accident her soul crossed into the interstellar era, becoming a supposedly useless girl cherished by an entire powerful family. Both parents were top figures, her elder sister, a high-level potionist, and domineering head of a trillion-credit biopharmaceutical corporation. Soon after her arrival at the Imperial Military Academy's Star Beast Awakening platform, she awakened only a dull gray Star Beast egg. Countless cadets sneered unanimously, declaring it a dead egg. At the very beginning, the Empire even assigned its strongest war god Marshal to her. The announcement that their genetic compatibility was 100% sent shockwaves through the entire interstellar realm. She accepted this arrangement as a matter of course, so long as it did not interfere with her grand ambition of living health-reclined and at ease. It might even mend the regret of her previous life, in which she had never so much as held a man's hand, and a marriage before love would not be impossible, provided they truly suited each other. She would not become someone who grovels, obsesses blindly over romance, or debases herself. Yet there were always short-sighted fools jumping before her, and one woman after another insisting on competing with her out of petty jealousy. Irritated beyond patience, she finally grew angry. In a universe where only strength commanded respect, she decided that the insect race would become delicacies, purified ingredients could temper spiritual power, planetary expeditions would yield resources, starry battlefields would become places to gather rare foods, and secret realms would be explored for their treasures. With the bearing of a true powerhouse, she intended to show those fools that since they refused to reason, she could only inform them that she too knew a thing or two about using her fists and feet. Where on earth have I ended up? Shi Luo emerged from a splitting headache to find herself in unfamiliar surroundings while torrents of memories that were not her own surged into her mind. Having read countless novels, she clearly understood what had happened to former her, a full-level powerhouse in the apocalypse, mastering both spiritual type and mutated wood-type abilities, and possessing a soul space, had finally grown weary of endless battles, the loneliness of the strong, the stench of decay in the air, and days when even basic food was scarce. When millions of zombies besieged the city, she chose to die for righteousness. Though in truth, she had simply had enough. And alone she carved a path 7 times in and 7 times out through the zombie army, finally dragging the zombie king into self-destruction with her. True to her habit of never suffering a loss in those final moments, she instinctively extracted the zombie king's spiritual core and 3 ability cores, storing them in her space. The crisis instincts forged in the apocalypse made her sweep her surroundings with a cold, impassive gaze. Suddenly, a dazzling beam of light shot into the sky. Her gaze fell upon its source. A woman in a pure white dress stood at the center of the awakening platform, long hair cascading like a waterfall, radiating a goddess-like presence. Wrapped in light, she lightly touched a 7-colored pillar of radiance with her fingertips. Watching this scene, Shi Luo could not help muttering inwardly, the theatrics are really turned up to the maximum. Then an egg-shaped object appeared, its whole shell a clear blue-green like top-grade jade, traced with dark golden flame patterns. Tiny sparks of fire danced over its surface, the lines brightening and dimming with the rhythm of its inner breathing. Its texture was lustrous and smooth, radiating vigorous life, force, gentle, soothing power intertwined with fierce combativeness, all wrapped in a searing, formidable pressure. The hall instantly erupted in uproar. Students cried out that their academy's campus beauty truly deserved her reputation, bringing them an overwhelming surprise. They exclaimed that this was surely a 9th-rank egg destined to become a divine beast in the future. Others shouted that the goddess was incredibly strong, and the pride of the Imperial Military Academy, marveling that the egg's blue hue meant it could advance to the rank of a king beast, a rarity their academy had not seen in 100 years. Some confessed that they had long since exhausted the word envy, lamenting whether they would ever have a chance to become her loyal followers. Someone declared, "Liang Yin, you will forever be my goddess. I am willing to be your guardian knight for life." Shi Luo remained silent. Having fully merged with the original host's memories, she instinctively frowned at that voice and those words as the term sycophant took shape in her mind once more. She had completely absorbed the original host's memories. Hearing that voice and those words made her instinctively frown in distaste, as if the label sycophant had once again taken on solid form before her eyes. Excited whispers spread that the dean and vice dean had arrived. Some students marveled that they had only seen them once at the entrance ceremony, and that usually these figures remained hidden in important departments. Truly worthy of the goddess, they sighed. As soon as Liang Yin stepped down from the central awakening platform, the awestruck students surged forward, only to be blocked by the dean and vice dean's escort, who whisked her away without pause to the dean's office. The remaining students stood where they were, full of envy and curiosity. They wondered what the campus beauty and the dean and vice dean would discuss behind closed doors. Some sighed that from this day on the campus beauty would be like a brilliant nebula in the universe, forever out of reach, fit only to be admired from afar. Others speculated about the unique privileges she might enjoy within the academy. Shi Luo, her posture somewhat languid, paid no attention to these discussions. Instead, she continued to adapt to this body that felt far too weak by her standards. Even fortified by her powerful soul, it still seemed feeble to her, leaving her faintly uncomfortable. Luo, it's almost our turn to stop daydreaming," a gentle voice reminded her. Shi Luo turned her head to see a round-faced adorable girl smiling sweetly at her, eyes sparkling with anticipation. Shi Luo found herself captivated by the two cute dimples at the corners of the girl's cheeks, and unable to resist reached out to poke them. When Ruan's soft, shy little face flushed bright red in an instant. Luo, when will you ever stop doing that?" When Ruan protested softly. "I can't help it, you're just too adorable," Shi Luo replied. Another girl huffed, "Have you forgotten that I'm your good friend too?" Shi Luo lifted her head, and in the eyes of the speaker caught a fleeting flash of jealousy, paired with a face that seemed as delicate and pitiful as a little white flower. Instinctively, she felt a twinge of dislike. In the apocalypse, she had seen too many such soft exteriors hiding malicious scheming, some even directed at her. Having only just crossed over, Shi Luo still had much to sort through and did not intend to address their relationship immediately. In a flat tone, she simply said, "We haven't," and left it at that. When Ruan slipped her arms through those of Shi Luo and Tian Ro on either side, smiling sweetly. "The three of us are best friends," she said cheerfully. Ro, you mustn't overthink things." Shi Luo stepped onto the awakening platform, a stern voice ordered. As the words rang out, the hall erupted in loud, mocking laughter. The students jeered that this was a stark contrast between the campus beauty and the joke of the academy, and that they were eager to see what kind of egg this so-called waste would awaken. One sneered that the academy truly understood them, pairing a campus beauty with a laughingstock. Another said they couldn't wait to see what color of egg this waste would awaken. Yet another remarked that the real question was whether she could awaken an egg at all, and that in any case they expected nothing from someone they saw as a useless vase who had entered the academy only through family connections. Shi Luo merely gave the speaking students a cold glance, unsurprised to find they all belonged to Liang Yin's camp. Through the original host's memories, she already knew from the first day of term her face, more striking even than the campus beauties, had set them in opposition. Coupled with her grade spiritual strength and nothing but looks to her name, this had greatly displeased Liang Yin, whose a grade spiritual power, family background, and overall strength outclassed her in every respect. Often Liang Yin didn't need to do anything at all. A slight frown or an ambiguous remark was enough to spur her followers, lackeys, and sycophants into attacking Shi Luo on her behalf. On such an important day, they naturally would not miss the chance. When Ruan, worried, tried to comfort her, saying, Luo, don't listen to them. I believe you'll awaken a very powerful star beast." Tian Ro added with false sincerity, "Yes, we all believe in you. They only say those things because they're jealous of your background and looks. You're in no way inferior to Liang, the campus beauty." Shi Luo merely gave her a faint glance and walked straight toward the awakening platform, thinking to herself, novels didn't lie to me. 9 out of 10 transmigrators start as trash, and I'm no exception. As for slapping faces, tormenting scum, or dramatic reversals, she felt no particular interest. Her life had already held more than enough glory. Since she had been given a second chance in an entirely new world, she was more intrigued by exploration, on the condition that she could live half-reclined and leisurely. Everything else held no appeal. As she stepped onto the awakening platform, she completely ignored the many gazes cast her way. Contemptuous, mocking, curious, indifferent, even friendly. Her bearing remained leisurely and serene as a soft beam of light enveloped her. Once encircled by the faint light, she released a thread of spiritual power and lightly touched the awakening platform's crystal pillar with the tip of her fingernail, her manner unhurried and relaxed. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A full minute passed, and nothing at all happened. Laughter exploded from the stands once again, followed by a barrage of sharp, mocking voices. Shi Luo had never expected anything in the first place, so she felt no disappointment. She merely raised an eyebrow slightly, and was about to turn and leave. Just then, all of a sudden, suddenly a gray egg-shaped object the size of a goose egg emerged from the awakening platform, without any luster flowing around it, appearing before everyone. Instantly the scene fell into a dead silence. Ha ha ha. The first students to recover burst into even louder laughter than before, looking at each other, all seeing the same contempt in each other's eyes. A waste is a waste. Without a powerful family and parents to pull strings, such a trash wouldn't even be able to touch the gates of the Imperial Academy in a lifetime. Disgrace. To be in the same academy as such a waste is the biggest stain on my glorious life resume. No, don't be so harsh. She's not completely useless. At least she's physically demonstrated to us the difference between a school beauty and a joke. Gray. Ha, what a joke. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. It's not even the lowest red grade star beast egg. Could it be a dead egg? I've never seen anyone more embarrassing. Might as well not have awakened. If she didn't awaken, how could she provide us with material for laughter? Honestly, because of this waste joke, my whole mood has been elevated. Hurry down and don't hold up the excellent female students behind you. As Shi Luo descended from the stage, passing a female student who was about to go up the ladder, lowered her voice and said with sarcastic contempt, "A waste is a waste. You really shame us female guides. I feel humiliated for you." Just as her last foot stepped onto the awakening platform, she suddenly felt something wrap around her, then fell flat on her face. The corners of Shi Luo's mouth twitched almost imperceptibly, and a green light flashed at her fingertips. She was not the worthless original owner of this body. As a top-tier powerhouse from the apocalypse, the word loss had never been in her dictionary. Whether it was a small loss or a big one, she would never take it. She would get revenge on the spot, never allowing even a hint of blockage in her mammary gland. As she thought of this, a flash of displeasure quickly crossed her stunningly beautiful face. This displeasure came from the fact that after transmigrating into this body, her apocalypse-cultivated max-level mental and mutated wood abilities had been reduced to third tier. Her mental ability now equated to this world's A-level mental power, only capable of mental soothing, healing, guidance, and wood-tier tasks. Because the memories she received indicated that the core setting for males and females in this transmigrated world was for male strong. Sentinel's super senses, off the charts, physical stats, mental attacks, piloting mechas. Females corresponded to guides. Mental soothing, mental combing, empathy, purifying, disordered mental power. Ever since the natural environment of the 7-star domains ruled by their empire changed yet again 1,000 years ago, and after repeated major wars with the Alliance and the Zerg race. War broke out again, and again both sides suffered heavy losses. The most direct impacts were the trauma to natural female fertility and mental power, leading to a sharp decline in the number of naturally fertile women. Current empire statistics show that among women aged 18 to 150, the prime reproductive age, the number capable of bearing children, is less than 10 million. Mental power was injured. The ratio of those who awakened mental power to those who didn't in the entire empire was 5,050. Mental ranks F, E, D, C, B, A. Among women, awakened mental power was divided into 3 tiers. F and E were regarded as trash. O, D, and C occupied the largest proportion of awakened, while awakening B and A levels would be sought after by high-level sentinels. Sentinels rarely awakened F, E, D. Their starting point was C, and B and A were very common. As for awakening B and A levels, they would be pursued by countless high-level sentinels. The sentinels themselves rarely had F, E, D levels. They started at C, and B and A were extremely common among them. Powerful sentinels all had mental power starting its level. All military commanders had double S mental power. Higher levels were triple S, and the Empire Marshal had reached an ultra-high 5S. Every sentinel had a sensitivity period once every 36 months, and also a bonding heat triggered by guide pheromone attraction, whose cycle follows the guide's estrus period. Under such circumstances, they needed a high-level female guide. It's okay, Luo. I believe this egg will bring us a surprise. Yellow, even if it's a low-grade star beast egg, or a dead egg, your uncle and aunt are so powerful. They'll definitely find you a suitable high-grade star beast egg. Shi Luo was pulled back to reality by their words. She first smiled warmly at Wen, who was genuinely comforting her, then glanced lightly. Sensing the change in her eyes, Tian Rao's heart tightened. She quickly reached out to take Shi Luo's arm as usual, but Shi Luo skillfully avoided it. Seeing this, Tian Rao's delicate face immediately put on its usual pitiful expression, eyes moist, a crystal-clear tear hanging on her eyelashes, and she said in a timid voice, did I say something wrong? If so, I apologize, okay? Please don't ignore me or be mad at me, okay? If I did, I apologize, okay? Please don't ignore me or be mad at me, okay? Tian Rao, why do you have to put your warm face on her cold ass? She's just from a good family. Laughable. Everyone in the Imperial Academy has a good family. And that pretty face is just proof she's a useless face. You're superior in every way except birth. There's no need to lower yourself to please her. Shi Luo, don't bully Tian Rao just because you have family background and a sister with a level mental power who contracted a purple beast egg. She's willing to be friends with you. You should be grateful. Shi Luo. Oh my, listen to this. What utter nonsense from a fake person. Alright, Tian Rao, you can take their advice and stop being friends with me from now on. I see they all want to be friends with you. No, Loloa, you've always been my good friend. Hey, Shi Luo, you've contracted a dead egg. How can you still have the face to stand here? If I were you, I'd find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. You're a disgrace to your parents and sister. Shi Luo, take out your egg quickly so we can have a good look. Maybe we'll be kind enough to help you open it and determine on the spot whether it stinks. If it doesn't, you've at least got a natural ingredient, so you've made a profit. Shi Luo pulled back when Ruan, who was about to speak up for her, angrily raised a hand to pick her ear, lazily swept a cold gaze over the speakers, and said in an icy tone, "Which madhouse let these dogs out? They've eaten too much fresh shit and come to bark at me. Creatures that pollute the air alive and waste land when dead. It'd be a waste of my energy gun to kill them." Suddenly, the holographic screen in the center of their square lit up, displaying a glaring announcement: serial number SLZX 1314. After comparison by the Imperial Gene Bank, the genetic compatibility test result between Imperial Marshal Zhan Sun and Imperial Academy student Shi Luo is 100 perfect match, the highest match value in a millennium. Their mental power can resonate unconditionally, pheromones are highly compatible, and they are destined to be bound partners. This is hereby announced. Friendly reminder, please log into your light brain within 48 hours to complete marriage registration. If overdue, according to the Imperial matching law, both shall be exiled to a barren star for 20 years and each find 100 million star coins. Friendly reminder, please log into your light brain within 48 hours to complete marriage registration. If overdue, according to the Imperial matching law, both shall be exiled to a barren star for 20 years and each find 100 million star coins. This news was not only immediately announced at the Imperial Military Academy, but also simultaneously released on the official account of the Imperial Genetic Matching. In just a short time, it had stirred up a huge wave across the entire empire. No, this is impossible, absolutely impossible. It must be an error from the Genetic Matching Center. What? If you told me that the Alliance and the Zerg have once again launched a war against our empire on the scale of a millennium ago, I would believe it, but saying that Shi Luo, that good for nothing, matched with the Marshal, I absolutely don't believe it. Is the Genetic Matching Center insane, or am I? How could she be worthy of the Marshal? If I were to accept one person, it would definitely be the school beauty. Oh no, don't mess with our empire's war god, okay? He is the only person with 5S spiritual power. How could Shi Luo, a worthless flevel spiritual powers, soothe him? This is simply destroying our Marshal. 100 genetic matching, does it really exist? How could it be her? Unlike the other students, when Ruan had already excitedly hugged Shi Luo, while Luo, that's great, really great. You are so lucky, I'm so jealous of you. Now that the Marshal backs you up, how dare those people mock or bully you? Tian Rao's downcast eyes flashed with intense jealousy and malice. Her hands hanging by her sides were clenched into fists, the sharp nails embedding into her flesh, as if she felt no pain. Ro, why did you suddenly become dazed? Is it because you're too happy for Luo and haven't reacted yet? Upon hearing this, Tian Rao quickly adjusted her emotions, forcibly suppressing the look in her eyes that wanted to tear Shi Luo apart from jealousy. She lifted her head, forcing a gentle smile at the corners of her mouth. Yes, I'm just too happy for Luo. We are good friends. She was lucky enough to be matched with the Marshal and with 100 compatibility. Finally, she can hold her head high and surpass the school beauty. Those people surely won't dare to mock her anymore. A barely perceptible cold arc curled at the corner of Shi Luo's lips. She was not the original owner, nor was she reclusive in the apocalypse. She had companions who followed her through life and death. As for a fake best friend like Tian Rao, a white lotus, she was unwilling to accept her. In her heart, she had already secretly decided that once she adapted a little, she would find a suitable opportunity to make her spit out everything she had taken and, moreover, to completely break off the friendship. As for Wen Ruan, she reminded her of a friend from the apocalypse who was similarly sweet and cute in appearance, but fought fiercely and ultimately died, saving her from a zombie horde. She decided not to deliberately change anything. She would just let things take their natural course. Shi Luo, if you know what's good for you, I advise you to voluntarily dissolve the match with the Marshal. Only the school beauty Liang Yin is worthy of the Marshal. It's just exile to a garbage planet for 20 years. Your parents and sister love you a good for nothing so much that they certainly won't let you suffer. That's right, Shi Luo. If you do this, we might still think highly of you. I believe the gentle and kind Yin will definitely thank you. Shi Luo only gave them a cold glance. Sorry, I am monolingual and have not yet developed a second language besides the Imperial language. Especially your kind of obscure alien language. I really can't understand a single word. So could someone kindly translate for me? What are you barking about? Shi Luo's one sentence thoroughly infuriated them. The entire square suddenly became somewhat chaotic. She became the target of a group attack and the core focus of the Awakening Star Beast Egg event, but was instantly marginalized. At the same time, the Star Network was also in an uproar. Holy crap! The Marshal and that good for nothing from the Shi family. Unexpectedly, their genetic and spiritual power match is as high as 100. Are my eyes not blind? I would rather believe that the universe annihilates and returns to nothingness than believe that a good for nothing is matched with the Marshal. Leaving aside everything else, am I the only one who thinks that a good for nothing matched with the Marshal is quite thrilling? Moreover, the match is 100. Imperial law, as long as the match is above 70, it is not allowed to dissolve it. Otherwise, you face hefty fines and exile to a barren star for imprisonment. So I've decided to start shipping this CP from today. The official account announced the real hammer so sudden. I just woke up and am dazed again. Ew, I even drank nutrient fluid into my nose. What kind of magical operation is this? Bug, definitely a bug. I'm going to leave a comment under the official account right now to remind them to check. Looking forward to the result. Reincarnation is truly a skill. I now fully believe this phrase. What does it matter if she's a good for nothing? She knows how to be reborn, naturally possessing the excellent genes of the 8 great noble houses. We are ashamed that she has the genes of the 8 great noble houses. Fortunately, she is only a collateral branch of the Shi family, otherwise it would be really enough. Haha, I wonder how many princesses, ladies, and noble girls from the royal family aristocracy and great houses are going crazy. The Marshal is the national idol, the strongest sentinel in the entire empire, and everyone's dream spouse. Unfair too unfair. Besides that pretty face, what else makes her worthy of the Marshal? I trust the Imperial Genetics Center's match. 100. Truly a match made in heaven. I just think it's so sweet, so envious. Has the Marshal returned to the capital star? If the Marshal finds out that his 100 match is a good for nothing, how would he feel? On the other side, aboard the warship Lanke Xingshun, how exclusive to the Empire's Marshal, which was on the star track heading to the capital star and preparing to jump the Empire's Marshal. Zhan Sun, who was enduring a violent spiritual power surge and receiving treatment from his dedicated military doctor and spiritual regulator, heard about this matter as Chief Adjutant Liu Xiao reported it to him without delay. Zhan Sun's deep, cold eyes flickered slightly, and his voice was cold and deep. I will deal with it as soon as I return to the capital star. Chief Commander Qin Chao exclaimed in surprise. No, wait, Marshal, are you sure this isn't those old geezers colluding with the matching center to deliberately mess with you? How could you possibly be a 100 match with that little good for nothing from the Shi family? He paused, his expression suddenly turning cold and serious. Marshal, do you need the military department to intervene and handle this for you? No need. Their hands cannot reach the genetic matching center. I trust the fairness of the matching center. Moreover, I currently need a guide with a 100 match with me. As the Empire's only sentinel with 5S spiritual power, he possessed spiritual power overwhelmingly stronger than other sentinels, but at the same time had to endure mental turbulence 100 times more painful than theirs. This time they went to an outer star domain to confront a large hive of 100 million Zerg beasts, and even encountered 2 mother queens. One engaged them in frontal combat. It was enormous in size, extremely powerful, able to crush a mecha with a single claw, tear apart the hull of a warship, and had venomous fangs. Thus it could instantly knock out ordinary sentinels and beast kings. The other possessed spiritual power, no less than 3S level, was adept at mental pressure and Zerg command, could instantly control tens of thousands of soldier Zergs, initiate hive attacks, and release Zerg mental waves. It could interfere with impact and even crush ordinary sentinel soldiers and spiritually erode sentinels with spiritual power below 2S level, causing their spiritual power to completely lose control and go berserk. In this battle, in order to save more soldiers, the Marshal's spiritual power was also affected. Added to the harsh natural environment of the outer star domain, where the air was floating with up to 80 berserk factors, his faceplate fell off during combat, and both his spiritual power and body suffered heavy contamination. As he had said, he indeed needed a guide who was 100 compatible with him, especially in spiritual power. Because the military doctor's spiritual regulators' custom high-level mental soothing and purifying potions that accompanied the army could only provide him with a certain degree of relief, they were merely palliative and could not fundamentally solve the problem. But Marshal, after arriving at the capital star, I need to visit the matched person's home as soon as possible. Just make the arrangements. Zhan Sun did not let Liu Xiao finish his sentence. He directly cut him off. After a pause, he coldly ordered his chief adjutant Xingshun, give the order to initiate the jump. I need to return to the capital star in the shortest possible time. It was not easy to find a guide that matched him, even if it was not a perfect match of 100. Zhan Sun would absolutely not allow those aristocrats and the old geezers of the council any time to scheme and obstruct. At this moment, Shi Luo of the Imperial Military Academy, with a completely indifferent expression, faced the students who were attacking her in unison, stating, "My compatibility with the Marshal is 100. In 48 hours, I will officially become the Marshal's wife." This completed a total annihilation of all their hopes. Walking along the tree-lined path paved with clear jade stones, when Ruan looked at her with admiration in her sparkling eyes. Luo, you were amazing today. Haha, seeing them each turn furious at your words, their faces full of defeat, brings me such joy. They always like to mock you when they have nothing better to do. Tian Ro, with a subtly probing gaze, was examining her the entire way. Upon noticing Ruan's surprised look, she quickly concealed her expression and smiled gently. Ruan, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? No, I'm just curious why you looked at Luo with that kind of gaze. It's really strange. No, I just suddenly realized that Luo seems different from before. Before Shi Luo could respond, when Ruan waved her hand dismissively, a slight frown on her lips. It hasn't even been a month since school started. They are already mocking her because she is prettier than Liang Yin. Anyone would change under such circumstances, right? Didn't you see that today? Just because Luo awakened a dull egg, they all reacted that way. If it were us, we would have cracked long ago. Luo is just too kind and soft-hearted. As her good friends, we must protect her more in the future. Tian Ro responded with a gentle smile. Okay, I will definitely do that. While her heart was filled with resentment. Pa, why should I protect her? If she is mocked, laughed at, and bullied, I will appear excellent and benefit from her downfall. The useless person has matched with the Marshal. Oh, just wait, I will definitely take that from her. Arriving at the entrance of the Imperial Military Academy, Wan waved and stepped onto her pink, flying vehicle. Congratulations, Luo. I'm really happy for you. I'm heading home now. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll bring you some delicious cookies and juice. Thank you. Okay, see you tomorrow. Shi Luo turned and walked towards her exclusive silver-white, flying vehicle, followed closely by Tian Ro, who had been trying to hitch a ride. Suddenly she stopped and coldly said, I have other matters to attend to. It's not on the way. You can go back in your own vehicle today. Indeed, it was never on the way. Shi Luo's family lived in a mansion in the core area, while Tian Ro was merely an illegitimate daughter, one of many mistresses of Tian's father. As her beauty faded, she lost her competitive edge and was long since neglected. Every month, the mother and daughter relied on the 100 interstellar coins given by Tian's father to live residing in an ordinary civilian area. In the past, when the original body returned with her daily, they had to cross from the core zone through the middle-class residential area to reach the ordinary civilian area. They first had to descend from the high-end flight channel to enter the public middle-class flight channel, where it became noticeably crowded with fewer private flying vehicles and more public shuttles. The buildings transformed from mansions, standalone villas, and high-rise apartments into neatly arranged apartment blocks, small office buildings, and chain stores. The people on the streets were well-dressed, their expressions and behavior reflecting the high pace of life. There were no longer patrol teams, only ordinary security robots. However, to enter the low-altitude public flight, Channel 1 had to go through the regular security check requiring verification of all personal information. The regulations in the civilian area were very strict and often resulted in crowd control. Every time, one had to wait in line for a considerable amount of time. The houses became old and densely packed with very little greenery on the streets. The chaos was overwhelming and pedestrians hurried by, dressed quite ordinarily with expressions mostly numb from suffering. On the main streets, a few security robots could be seen sporadically. The entire atmosphere revealed the myriad conditions of the lower class. As a princess from a top-tier noble family who had been spoiled by her parents and sister, she had to endure this every day. To drop off Tian Ro, she had to make a detour that wasted an inefficient hour and a half to 2 hours. Shi Luo's thoughts only flickered for an instant, touching on Tian Ro's pitiful gaze directed at her and her pitiful words, and she chose to ignore them, pointing instead to the public station not far away. You can take the public shuttle directly from here. Bus 85 will take you right to the community where you live in the civilian area. The original body was pure and kind-hearted, valuing friendship, and easily deceived by her friend's superficial facade. Shi Luo, who had now changed her core, simply wanted to say, we're both cunning foxes. What do you think you're playing at with me? Heh, not only pretending to be sincere every day to mooch off me, but also needing to act as a tool to satisfy her vanity. What a joke. Without giving her a chance to respond, she walked straight towards her hovering vehicle with her slender legs. Just as she was about to get into her hover car, a jet-black vehicle with gold trimmings smoothly descended from the exclusive high-altitude flight path. The vehicle bore the Imperial Royal Dragon emblem, radiating a luxurious glow that exuded its prestige. As the door slowly opened, a tall, regal man with an extraordinary demeanor stepped out. He had long silver hair secured by a jade crown embedded with the finest gems, with a dazzling blue gem dangling from his forehead. His peach blossom eyes were slightly raised, carrying a hint of nonchalance in his smile. With an inherent aura of pride and authority, he strode forward with his long legs, as if time itself had paused, causing those around him to instinctively hold their breath. Of course, among all present, Shi Luo was unaffected in the least, only appreciating the beautiful sight. As he descended from the vehicle, her gaze swept over both his vehicle and him with indifference. Yes, our esteemed second Prince Diju had positioned himself behind her hover vehicle during their first meeting. Shi Luo, wait a moment. Watching her about to completely ignore him and board the vehicle, he felt annoyed that he, the second prince of the empire, who shone everywhere he went and was pursued by countless people, was being utterly disregarded by a useless person. Remembering his friend Zhang Sun, he suppressed his inherent pride and called out to her. Shi Luo paused her actions and slowly turned her head, somewhat surprised as she asked, do we know each other? Is there something you need from me? Her words left the esteemed second prince in a state of shock, and as he processed it, he was both furious and amused. You don't know me. Is it necessary to know you? Are you that important to me? Diju gritted his teeth. Fine, you really are something. He actually had a moment of realization that this useless person before him seemed to match with Zhang Sun after all, though at least they were quite compatible at annoying others. Is there anything else? If not, I'm going home to eat. No, you should go home and have dinner. Shi Luo paid no heed to his ashen face, turning around to board her own aircraft. As the door closed, her cold, aloof voice drifted out. Am I some kind of magnet for inexplicable lunatics? If not for the fact that he had to maintain the image and decorum of a prince in public, Diju would have been so furious that he might have launched a verbal tirade against her. Suddenly he felt that the decision he had just made in his heart was utterly correct. Faced with such an infuriating woman, how could she be his burden alone? She was a good friend of Jean Sun, and they should share both hardships and joys. If someone had to worry, it ought to be the three of them together. He absolutely could not face the storm alone. Shi Luo paid no attention to the sudden minor incident. Seated in her hovercar cruising along the high-end aerial lane, she gazed down through the window at the entire core district, which sprawled like a dazzling starry sky. Towering buildings of various exquisite crystal stones rose from the ground. Elegantly dressed figures moved among them. The streets, paved with clear jade, solemn and orderly patrols marched, and advanced robots performed their duties seamlessly. Every structure along the streets was a collision of ultimate aesthetics and high technology, each unique, yet perfectly integrated to form the beautiful landscape of the entire core district. After about 40 minutes, her aircraft had already returned to her family's manor. As it approached the manor's airspace, the security system automatically initiated identification, letting out a soft ding as it passed verification without hindrance. Then the protective barrier opened, and the aircraft smoothly entered the private aerial lane of the estate. The manor where Shi Luo lived was situated in the outskirts of the core district of the capital star. The main area was occupied by high-ranking military personnel and their families, the main branches of the 8 great noble houses, imperial counselors, political dignitaries, celebrities, top researchers, academic leaders, and the core elite of the empire. Shi Luo's family belonged to a collateral branch of the Shi clan and could not reside in the most central position. Their manor, covering a vast area, featured silver-white as the main tone. All buildings combined the classical elegance of European style with the unique advanced technological sense of the interstellar era. Divided into 7 major zones, the main living area at the heart of the manor, the front hall, with a cherry blossom zone near the entrance square featuring fountains, parking aprons, and a welcoming garden. The rear leisure area with artificial rockeries, flowing water pavilions, and step-by-step scenery. The garden filled with various spiritual plants emitting rich spiritual energy enveloping the entire space in dense chi. There was also a swimming pool in a serene environment, a private training zone with individual spiritual cultivation rocks and training grounds for family members, and a security defense area that served as the core safety hub of the entire estate, including energy barrier detection patrol robot bases and defense weapon consoles guarding the manor. 247. The logistics service area housed a large communal kitchen, storage rooms, servant quarters, and a food preservation warehouse handling daily meals, cleaning, and supplies for the manor. The private parking apron had independent takeoff and landing platforms with exclusive lane interfaces connecting to the parking lots where the family members parked their respective personal vehicles. Throughout the journey, Shi Luo observed everything with an appreciative eye, exploring a world that was relatively unfamiliar to her. Fortunately, her driver was a fully capable robot focused solely on its tasks, oblivious to the occasional expression of a country bumpkin that flickered across her face. As she stepped into the main living room, she habitually scanned the interior. From the entrance hall, she could already see the entire living room, a high ceiling offering a broad view and a chandelier made of top-grade energy crystals casting a dazzling flowing light. The soft furnishings were subtly luxurious, with the dining area set in front of floor-to-ceiling windows. The long table was crafted from a piece of premium mutton fat white jade, and the overall design exuded a comfortable nobility from within. Every minute detail reflected the accumulated heritage and taste of a distinguished family. Shi Luo's mother Yunjia noticed her the moment she entered the main building. Rising quickly with arms wide open and a gentle smile on her face, she rushed over to greet her. Seeing this, Shi Luo felt a momentary pang of guilt and instinctively wanted to turn and leave to give herself some time to adapt and accept. But before she could act, the next second she was enveloped in a warm, fragrant embrace. Having grown up an orphan, she was used to relying on herself for everything, which had cultivated her cold, solitary nature. Even before her transmigration, she had never been this intimate with her comrades who had fought side by side and could trust each other with their lives. Suddenly hugged like this, her body became extremely rigid. Instinctively, she wanted to push the person away, but her outstretched hand froze in midair. Whether it was due to the residual memories of this body or the deepest longing in her own heart for such warmth, she could not tell. Yunjia intimately pulled her to sit on the living room sofa. As soon as they both sat down, Shi Luo's father Shi Xuan had already brought over fresh fruits juice and her favorite snacks. Sweetie, did you have a tiring day at school? Were you nervous about awakening your star beast today? Sorry, Mom and Dad had important work and couldn't accompany you. Yunjia followed up gently. Baby, tell Mom, what color star beast egg did you awaken today? Before Shi Luo could answer, her father said with a proud smile, Our sweetie must be the best. Quick, show your star beast egg to your mom and me. You have no idea how nervous and excited she was today. And weren't you? Hee, of course I was more nervous and excited than you, honey. Under their gentle, expectant gazes, Shi Luo pulled out the gray dull egg from her space container and said calmly, Here. This is the one. They all say it's a dead egg. Here. This is the one. They all say it's a dead egg. Seeing the egg she produced, Shi Luo and Yun's eyes expressions froze for a moment, a fleeting shadow passing through their eyes. But they quickly regained composure, their faces growing even more tender, and their voices brimming with pride. Baby, you're amazing. You actually awakened a gray egg. Mom has never even heard of a gray star beast egg before. Absolutely right. Without level restrictions, when our sweetie hatches this star beast egg, it will start as a king rank, directly outclassing everyone else at the academy. No wonder you're our sweetie. You're truly incredible. Absolutely right. Without level restrictions, when our sweetie hatches this star beast egg, it will start as a king rank, directly outclassing everyone else at the academy. No wonder you're our sweetie. You're truly incredible. Shi Luo. The corners of her mouth twitched, and a telltale blush crept up to her ears. She ranted inwardly, head genetically confirmed. I am definitely their biological child. They can even boast about this. Impressive, truly impressive. At the same time, she felt a strange, yet slightly addictive warmth flowing in her heart. Mom, Dad, who are you calling impressive? Are you praising our little baby? Then you can't leave out me, the one who loves her the most. At the same time, she felt a strange, yet slightly addictive warmth flowing in her heart. Mom, Dad, who are you calling impressive? Are you praising our little baby? Then you can't leave out me, the one who loves her the most. The three members of the Shi family in the living room turned their gaze towards the entrance upon hearing a sound, and they saw Shi Luo dressed in a high-end, dark-patterned silver-blue outfit, her tall figure exuding an impressive aura with her dark purple hair elegantly tied up and her icy purple eyes. She carried an inherent sense of pressure, displaying decisive prowess in her every gesture, a grace that came from her noble upbringing. Her entire being radiated the unique dominance characteristic of a business magnate, her indifferent gaze holding an undeniable aura of intimidation. However, when she looked at the three members of the Shi family, her demeanor instantly softened, like melting snow bringing the warmth of early spring. A faint smile graced her lips as she raised an eyebrow at Shi Luo, saying, "Little sister, it's been tough for me to earn money for you today. Can I have a hug from you?" Shi Luo. Huh. She didn't feel much when accepting the memories, but now that she was in the moment, how could she not grasp the friendly atmosphere of her family? Alright, stop teasing your sister. Today is a very important moment as she awakens her star beast egg. We didn't get to accompany her. Shouldn't you come over and show some concern? Quickly tell your sister what color egg you awakened. Shi Luo smoothly squeezed into the spot beside Shi Luo that had been occupied, effortlessly pulling her from Yunzai's embrace into her own arms, completely ignoring the reproachful gazes from her father and mother, urging with anticipation. Quick, take it out, and let me have a good look. The delightful scent wafting from Shi Luo enveloped Shi Luo, whose beautiful face was pressed firmly against her sister's overly prominent bosom. Suddenly she understood why so many of her little friends liked to be close to sisters with good figures. This feeling was truly, "Sister, can't you see? It's right on the coffee table." "Ah, really? Sorry, it's just that my little sister is too cute. My attention was immediately drawn to you, and I didn't see it at all." As she said this, Shi Luo's gaze turned to the coffee table, searching around, but not finding anything. She turned back with a hint of confusion, saying, "There's nothing. Little sister is getting livelier. She even knows how to joke with her sister. That's great. What is this?" Yunjiha had already placed the grayish egg in front of her, cradled, and upon seeing it, a crack appeared in the usually unyielding expression of the female CEO, and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly as her gaze met the inexplicably proud expressions on Shi Linchuan and Yunzai's faces. And the bright gleam in their eyes seemed to say, "Look how impressive your little sister is." She actually awakened a gray egg. She quickly deduced from her CEO mindset the two words, "praise her." Thus, as Shi Luo listened to Shi Luo's unique praise, she frantically used her toes to scratch out castles on the floor, while a blush spread from her ears until she was completely flushed like a monkey's backside. "Mom and Dad, look at how cute little sister looks when she's shy. It seems she really likes being praised. We should praise her more often from now on." Shi Luo. Really, that's not necessary. I'm not shy at all, but just. Let's not bring it up, it's too embarrassing. I'm hungry, I want to go eat. At that moment, she really wanted to escape, not wanting to stay here and be praised by them. Alright, let's go eat. The family of four sat in a restaurant near the floor-to-ceiling window. Shi Luo glanced at the table set with utensils crafted from various top-tier energy stones, the edges of the bowls inlaid with top-quality gems, and even the chopsticks they used were made from the teeth of 8th-tier star beasts, truly luxurious to an extreme. Looking at the array of dishes on the table, 8 dishes and a soup, 2 desserts, and a delicate fruit platter. Each item emitted a faint glow, creating a stunning, "Baby, try this dish, it's your favorite, and I specially had the kitchen make it for you." Shi Luo, captivated by its smooth texture and the shimmering light on top, didn't even smell the food's aroma, but still held high expectations as she opened her mouth to take a full bite. The moment the food entered her mouth, her face turned green. All the flavors, sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, salty, were mixed together, reacting chemically with her saliva. A tear of physiological response welled at the corner of her eye. If it weren't for her self-control as an absolute powerhouse of the apocalypse, and Yunzai's self-loving gaze, she was sure she would have vomited the moment she sensed the taste. At that moment, she noticed the other two at the table, Shi Linchuan and Shi Luo. were eagerly trying to serve themselves, and she really didn't want to taste anything bizarre anymore. In the apocalyptic world where resources were scarce, having not tasted delicious food for so long didn't mean she would suddenly become indiscriminate in her appetite. Could she just shove anything into her mouth? Cough cough, I suddenly want to change my taste. Shi Luo quickly got up and raced towards the kitchen as if a fierce dog were chasing her. She was their pampered little princess, and upon seeing her head to the kitchen, the three of Shi Luo exchanged glances and quickly followed her. Arriving at the kitchen, they looked through the transparent sliding doors, stunned by the scene unfolding inside. They saw Shi Luo skillfully cracking eggs into a bowl and whisking them. Shi Luo, momentarily doubting reality, turned to confirm with Yunjia, saying, "Mom, you didn't secretly enroll little sister in cooking classes, did you?" "No, how could I bear to? You two sisters are my and your dad's treasures. I'd rather drink nutritional liquid than let you cook." "What on earth is happening? How is she so skilled?" Shi Luo frowned slightly. While they were talking, Shi Luo had already started cooking, and the whole process of frying the egg left the other three members of the Shi family in stunned silence. As the enticing aroma of the frying egg wafted from the kitchen, they seemed to forget their original purpose. Cough, well, what about that? Dad also wants to change his taste. Yunjia shot him a glare for speaking first, and then gently said, "Baby, so do I. Little sister, you and your sister are the best in the world. Don't forget to leave some for your sister." Shi Luo, hearing this, did not pause her stirring and replied, "Do you have any food restrictions?" No, I love everything you make, baby. Dad loves whatever you cook too. Whatever little sister makes, sister will eat too." In such an atmosphere, Shi Luo's previously unsettled heart began to calm down little by little. 10 minutes later, she placed the 4 dishes and a plate of egg pancakes on the dining table. It wasn't that she couldn't make other dishes, but she was still somewhat unfamiliar with the ingredients of the interstellar world, and the ingredients she selected for these dishes were those she recognized from her previous understanding. The memories she had received regarding cooking ingredients were scarce. She was the pampered little princess of the family and had never cooked before. Luckily, she had a little understanding of these few items. Stir-fried red spirit fruit with scrambled eggs. The dish shimmered with a golden red luster. Considering that many seasonings in the interstellar world were synthetic rather than natural, she quietly took out a bit of sugar and salt from her space, and the first bite was the purest natural flavor, accompanied by a sweet and sour taste. It was the kind of taste that anyone who liked sweet and sour would instantly fall in love with. "Delicious, this is really too good. Little sister, when did you learn to cook? Even the top chefs of 8-star hotels can't match this skill." Shi Luo was even more direct. As a dignified S-class mecha master who has attended countless imperial banquets, I've never tasted such delicious food. Comparing it to what I had before, what was I eating? No wonder you're such a good child born to your mother. You have such strong culinary talent. No, I want to try other dishes. The second dish she made was stir-fried moonlight bamboo shoots. She chose this ingredient purely for its translucent white appearance and jade-like leaves that radiated a lustrous glow. Its shape was exactly like the asparagus she knew. After cooking it, would have a layer of milky dew on it, bringing a unique fragrance that was crisp and refreshing. Delicious. I never knew it could taste this good. After Sister Bao's cooking, I suddenly feel like all our top-quality ingredients have been wasted. The class divisions in the empire were very severe, and the privileges enjoyed by different levels of people varied. Although they were collateral branches of the 8 great families, they were still an important core lineage enjoying the same treatment as the family. Each ingredient was also quite expensive and rare. Thinking about how it had been wasted in the past, Shi Luo, as the domineering CEO, felt an unspeakable heartache. I won't waste any more in the future. He'll give the recipes to the kitchen robot later. Good, this is great. Let them cook according to the obedient recipes from now on. If I hadn't tasted her cooking, Shi Luo would still think that the flavors he had eaten before were very good. But after trying this, he never wanted to eat those foods again. You all should try the other 2 dishes as well. With a combination of meat and vegetables, she prepared 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes. With the help of the extremely advanced kitchen equipment, she hardly spent any time. One was braised pork and the other was deep-fried crispy meat. As for what kind of meat it was, she didn't know. She just judged it based on the appearance of the 2 pieces that were suitable for making these dishes. What this? What is this divine flavor? What is this dish called? I have to eat this every day from now on. Braised pork, Shi Luo replied nonchalantly. What about this one? It's fragrant and crispy, simply too good. Crispy meat. Sister Bao, you are truly amazing. I am proud of you. Mom is proud of you too. During this meal, the 4 of them engaged in a clean plate action, which even turned into a bit of a scramble, by the end momentarily shattering the harmony of the family. Looking at the empty plates on the dining table, Shi Luo and the others showed expressions of lingering desire. As for the delicacies they once regarded as delicious, they didn't even spare a glance. Instead, they all looked at Shi Luo with clear eyes that read, "Hungry, hungry, eat, eat." Feeling the subtle hunger in her stomach, Shi Luo resignedly stood up and said, "They'll go make a bit more. Please wait a moment. Be good, make some more braised pork, okay? Sister Bao, also crispy meat. Mom likes sweet and sour red spirit fruit scrambled eggs. I have everything, and this time it will be filling. Shi Luo went to the kitchen, opened the enormous refrigerator, and gazed at the array of vibrant ingredients exuding rich energy, selecting some based on their appearance. As for whether she could cook or if it would turn out edible, she already had successful experience. Used top-quality ingredients and the simplest cooking methods. Definitely no complex techniques. I'll save that for later when I'm more familiar and can play around with fancy tricks. Most importantly, she had overestimated her boda's capabilities. At home, she was truly at the bottom, unable to compete for a dish. If it weren't for their affection for her during the scramble, they occasionally slipped her some food, otherwise her stomach would definitely be grumbling non-stop. Most importantly, she had overestimated her boda's capabilities. At home, she was truly at the bottom, unable to compete for a dish. If it weren't for their affection for her during the scramble, they occasionally slipped her some food, otherwise, once all the ingredients were selected, she energetically got to work. Mainly with the help of the kitchen robot, selecting, washing, and cutting vegetables did not require her at all. As long as they prepared all the ingredients according to her request, she was responsible for frying. While selecting ingredients, she accidentally discovered some flour, and suddenly felt a craving for buns. Taking advantage of their rapid preparation of ingredients, she had already kneaded the dough and set it aside to ferment. Not long after, Shi Luo and the others walked over, looking at her through the transparent kitchen glass door, occasionally asking curious questions. Half an hour later, the second round of cooking, which increased the quantity, featuring 8 dishes along with a large steamer of fragrant meat buns, was served at the table. As soon as they sat down and reached for their chopsticks, the intelligent robot butler in charge of the estate stepped forward to report, "Sir, Madam Marshal Johnson of the Empire has arrived." The robot's words instantly reminded them of the important matter they had previously overlooked, and they exchanged glances of mutual regret before their eyes all focused on Shi Luo. "Why are you all looking at me like that? Baby, what do you think about the fact that you match with the Marshal at 100? If you are unwilling, we can seek the main family's privileges." If they were unwilling, the whole family would accompany her to the Barren Star. It was just a mere 20 years. As long as they were there, she would definitely not. Shi Luo thought to herself, this matter requires both parties' attitudes. Well, see how it goes when we meet. Going to the Barren Star was something I had never considered. I didn't cross over just to suffer. So she said, let's see how it goes first. All right, then we will follow your lead. Shi Luo turned and instructed the butler to allow the hover car carrying the Marshal to pass through according to the normal safety inspection process. 5 minutes later, the intelligent robot butler let a person in. He was tall and straight, estimated to be over 190 centimeters, dressed in a silver-black Marshal uniform, exuding a powerful yet reserved aura. His features were chiseled with deep-set silver-gray eyes that were cold and intimidating, carrying an overwhelming sense of pressure. He exuded a chilling aura that made others keep their distance, and every step he took was filled with the weight of having traversed mountains of corpses and seas of blood, commanding thousands of soldiers with both authority and ferocity. Even Shi Luo, who was accustomed to grand scenes and held a high status in the Empire as a doubles mecha master, instinctively adjusted his posture and expression upon seeing him, not daring to meet his gaze. After all, he was the veritable war god of the Empire, wielding the power of life and death. Not only was he merciless against enemies, but he also showed no leniency against those who posed threats to the Empire and the people's interests, dealing with them under the harshest military law. I apologize for the intrusion. Please forgive me. I received the matching information from the Gene Center and came to visit as soon as I arrived at Capital Star. I wanted to confirm Miss Shi Luo's and your attitudes in person. Haha, it's not intrusive at all. You are welcome at any time. We were also very surprised by the Gene Center's matching notice, and we share the same attitude as the Marshal. Miss Shi Luo, can you accept this matching? I need a guide very much, and if you agree, I am willing to share everything with you, and I will protect you for the rest of your life, just as I do the Empire. Although in her previous life Shi Luo generously went to her death for righteousness, deep down, she still had a slight regret. She had never held a man's hand. Seeing the Marshal before her, she didn't feel infatuated, she simply judged with an appreciative eye, thinking absolute top quality. It seemed that trying with such a man wasn't out of the question. She also understood the matters related to gene matching, realizing that with a 100 compatibility, they were physiologically a perfect match. However, that alone was not enough to convince her to immediately trust his promises. Not to mention developing any feelings for him. Although this body had just turned 18, her soul was already 26, far past the age of being overly excited and blushing at the sight of a handsome man. I can give it a try. I can't promise you anything right now, but I can guarantee that I will treat you sincerely. If after spending time together we prove to be very compatible, I will also give you equal feedback and commitments. Of course, I must say this up front, it's best for us to sign a prenuptial agreement. If we find that we are not suitable for each other, let's part amicably. At that time, I only need 1/3 of your assets as compensation. Due to the issue of natural birth rates in the interstellar realm, although privileges in the interstellar society are not completely granted to women, men still dominate the entire empire. However, in terms of marriage, there are certain advantages for women, one of which states if the husband voluntarily designates all property as joint property after marriage, the wife is entitled to 2/3 of the ownership upon divorce. In comparison, Shi Luo is truly not greedy, which is evident to everyone present. Alright, I agree with you. Sure, you can discuss the rest with my parents. Mainly, she does not understand the rules regarding interstellar marriage. Alright. Due to the overwhelming scent in the air, Shi Luo noticed everyone occasionally glancing towards the direction of the dining room. She looked up at Johnsun and said lightly, "Shall we eat something first?" Okay. His attitude raised her first impression of him a little. Shi Luo subtly gave her a look that said, "Good girl, truly daddy's little cotton." Yun Jiha and Shi Yu each took one of her soft hands and led her toward the dining room. Johnsun, who walked behind them, cast a deep gaze over their hands, holding hers with a swirling, obscure expression in his eyes, and the temperature around him dropped by 2 degrees. In the interstellar world, sentinels establish a deep bond with their highly compatible guides the moment their genetic information matches, and this bond will evolve into a strong possessiveness from him toward her, both physically and psychologically. From their first meeting, the pheromones they emit, though faint, deepen this emotion. It's unrelated to anything else, and is entirely an inherent quality integrated into their very beings. Marshal, please take a seat. Since this is your first visit, we didn't have time to prepare anything special. It's just a home-cooked meal. From now on, we are family, so do come over often. We will prepare a more sumptuous feast next time. These are all made by the good girl. Please try them. The taste is truly delightful. Marshal, I am very glad you can accept the match with my baby. She is truly exceptional, and I believe you two will make the best pair. Marshal, my little sister has been pampered by my dad, mom, and me. I only hope that you will not let her down in the future. Whenever there are people outside who mock, slander, or bully her, no matter when or where, under any circumstances, you must unconditionally believe in her and protect her. Otherwise, we will bring her home immediately, and she will never be allowed to suffer any grievances, even if you are the marshal. Okay, I promise. They knew the weight of each of his words and promises. After a few more exchanges, their gazes toward him quietly changed, and their tone and attitude became familiarly relaxed without them even realizing it. Marshal, you should also try my sister's cooking. Her culinary talent is truly unparalleled. Johnsun had already caught the enticing aroma floating in the air the moment he stepped into the main building. After sitting down in the dining room, the overwhelming sense assaulted his senses even more intensely. Due to the marshal's identity and his own impressive self-restraint, he did not show much, but when Shi Yu spoke, he reached out to take a piece of braised pork and placed it in his mouth, chewing slowly with refined movements. A glimmer of light flashed in his deep abyss-like eyes as he generously praised Shi Luo. Indeed, it is exceptionally delicious, far surpassing the royal. For the first time, Shi Luo was praised by such a remarkably handsome man. When she saw the star-like sparkle in his silver-purple eyes reminiscent of a vast galaxy, her ears involuntarily flushed red. If you like it, eat more. Okay, I will have some more. Shi Luo. This man seems very straightforward, which makes it much easier to get along with him. Moreover, he does not appear as cold as he looks. He is clearly holding back around her with his gaze cold, yet subtly softened, and his voice carrying a hint of warmth. Besides the dishes that delighted their taste buds, the richly flavored large meat buns received unanimous praise from them. Shi Luo looked at the 100 large buns. Aside from the 5 she had eaten, they were all consumed cleanly by the others. After finishing all 4, including Johnsun, wore expressions of lingering satisfaction, and their gazes toward her conveyed a very simple message: we want more. I really don't want to continue being the cook. I have my own things to do. I've checked my spiritual power and my mutated wood abilities, but I haven't checked the space yet. I wonder if the few remaining items, especially the numerous seeds, are still there. I will make them for you next time if I have the chance. I will upload all the recipes to the kitchen robot's core, so you can order whatever you want. Okay, little sister, I will accompany you later. While speaking, she skillfully reached out to hug her again. Shi Luo had no doubt that if Johnsun were not present, she would have held her tightly once more. I can manage by myself, you can attend to your business. Little sister, you're truly the most considerate little cotton-padded jacket for your sister. Ding. Shi Luo instinctively opened her light brain to check. When she saw the 6 zeros behind the amount of purple gold coins transferred to her, her eyes widened involuntarily. Shi Yu found her reaction adorable and operated her light brain again. Ding, 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 ding. Her light brain rang 4 times in succession. Upon checking, she found that Shi Linchuan, Yun Jiha, Shi Yu, and Johnsun had each transferred her a large sum of money, all in high-grade currency, circulating among the royal nobility. The purple crystal coins, which have a conversion ratio of 1100 with interstellar coins. The total they transferred far exceeded a small goal from her past life. Why did you suddenly transfer so much money to me? This was directed at the Shi family, and then she turned to Johnsun and said, I cannot accept your money. We can register at any time. You can rest assured to accept it. After registration, what's mine is yours. I just gave you a little pocket money in advance. Shi Luo suddenly looked at him as if he were a shining golden thigh radiating golden light, and wanted to ask 50 million purple crystal coins, and you call this a little? Curious about how much property he actually had while Zhang Sun was speaking, he politely sought the opinions of the other 3 members of the Shi family and discussed the specific matters regarding their marriage. Everything needs to be registered, so you should register now. As for the wedding, it will be held within 3 days. Do the 2 families need to discuss the related matters? No need, I can make decisions about my own matters. For the wedding, I will arrange for people from the military department to assist, and I will personally participate in key aspects. What style of wedding do you like? Can we register directly without holding a wedding? She felt somewhat uncomfortable wearing a forced smile while being scrutinized by everyone like a circus monkey. Moreover, the body she had traversed into was that of a complete good-for-nothing, and where there were many people there were bound to be many troubles. Some of the jumpy little pests did not consider the occasion. They mocked, made sarcastic remarks, and plotted without missing a beat. It wasn't that she was afraid, but she felt that dealing with these petty clowns was a waste of her time. Looking at the man before her who was perfect in every aspect, she couldn't help but wonder how many young girls' hearts he had stolen. The guests would be all royalty, nobility, and wealthy families, each one a top figure in this empire, and it was inevitable that they would scheme against her. Female rivalry was the behavior she despised the most. Baby, I like it when you call me Luo Luo. Shi Luo quickly interrupted her mother, asking for forgiveness from a true woman who had traversed from the apocalypse. She really wasn't used to such babyish terms, especially with him present. If he thought he liked it and began to imitate it, it was hard to imagine him calling her baby with that ice-cold face, all serious. The thought of such terms made her cringe. It was utterly nauseating. She worried that she might break out in goosebumps. Hearing this, the 3 members of the Shi family looked at her with a hint of sadness and grievance in their eyes. For the past 18 years, a dad has called me that. Does growing up mean I can't be close to dad anymore? That was the first name I called out when I saw you for the first time after giving birth. Mom has gotten used to it. Besides, you will always be Mom's baby. Little sister, you have always been my treasure. I believe there is no title more suitable than this. Shi Luo. Who can save this child? She really couldn't adapt. Do you need me to think of a special name for you in advance? Let's finalize the title after we register later. No, that's unnecessary. You can just call me Shi Luo or Luo Luo. Once I really accept you, the highest level of intimacy can be calling you my wife. The 2 of them were really not familiar with each other. She wasn't someone who would fall head over heels just because of someone's exceptional looks and extraordinary status. What she preferred was a slow and steady relationship, developing feelings over time. What mattered to her was his true character. If they were compatible, they would be together. If not, they would part ways, amicably leaving each other with the dignity they deserved. So are we registering? Sure. 1 minute later, they completed the registration. Shi Luo felt a bit dazed, as if it was all unreal. On one hand, she wasn't fully prepared. Who gets their lifelong commitment sorted out on the first day of traversing? Fortunately, the assigned partner in this empire was a prime specimen. On the other hand, the efficiency of the interstellar world was astonishing. All it took was logging into the light brain, following the steps, submitting, and undergoing a quick review and approval. Their household registration was also updated simultaneously. At that moment, she had already been transferred from the Shi family's household to that of Zhang Sun, sharing the same household. Ding! She opened the light brain to check. Upon seeing the message received, she widened her eyes in shock and confusion, looking at Zhang Sun. We haven't signed the agreement yet, and you've already transferred everything to my name. We are already a legal couple. What is mine is naturally yours. This is just a part of it. The rest will need to be counted and approved by the military before it can be fully completed. Sorry, you might still need to wait 57 business days. No need to apologize. This is a bit too impulsive, though. If you regret it, you can't shift the blame to me. It was my choice. For some reason, Shi Luo detected a hint of barely perceptible indulgence in his words. Not just her, but Zhang Sun's efficient handling also left Shi Linchuan Yunjiha and Shi Yu surprised. When the 3 of them looked at him again, their gazes changed, no longer filled with indifference, but with a gentle acceptance, as if looking at family. Well done. I have high hopes for you. Keep it up. As long as you treat my sister well, our entire family will reciprocate the same kindness to you. She cannot bear grievances since childhood, so you must never let her suffer. Marshal, I hope you will fulfill your promise after marriage. Be more accommodating and take care of her. Don't let her suffer, don't let her cry, and especially don't let her. She accepted your match and completed the registration. There are countless storms and dangers awaiting her outside. I also hope, Marshal, that you can protect. I will. I've registered with Luo Luo. You are my parents and sister, so you can just call me by my name. If there's anything you need me to do, just speak up. Please believe that I will use everything I have to protect her. Shi Luo. How smooth was that change of address? While she was complaining, she also wondered if she should learn from him and change her address naturally and smoothly. What would be a suitable title? As she thought about it, she unconsciously spoke it out loud. Zhang Sun subtly curled his lips. Brother Sun, Brother Zhang, which do you prefer? These were the only 2 titles she could accept in their current relationship. Anything more intimate, she really couldn't bring herself to say, not wanting to put herself in a difficult position. Brother Jean then. Alright, Brother Jean. Next, Shi Luo became a background character listening to the Shi family discuss the wedding plans with Jean Sun for the next 3 days. Only when they asked for her opinion on her preferences and needs did she think seriously and respond one by one. If they were going to hold a wedding, she would treat it seriously, not leaving herself with any regrets. 3 days later, the top sacred site recognized by the upper echelons of the interstellar empire, the Galaxy Sky platform, welcomed their grand wedding, which attracted everyone's attention. The Galaxy Sky platform was entirely crafted from the rare eternal star crystal, radiating luxurious and splendid light. Its body was engraved with ancient interstellar wedding vow runes imbued with a mysterious blessing. Each intricate line seemed to harbor the secrets of the stars and the energies of the galaxy. The sky platform had no supporting points, quietly floating in the vast cosmos, creating a realm of its own surrounded by countless starlights. Countless star seas flowed gently, drifting past colorful nebulae, with billions of stars revolving around it. In the distance, the explosive starlight from alien systems transformed into a dazzling stream of light, mysterious and serene. The ancient wedding march echoed within the venue, and petals from 7-colored roses, which only grew in the cosmic stars, fell gracefully from above, creating an incredibly romantic rain of petals. A red carpet paved with top-grade transparent red crystals extended from the entrance of the sky platform to the central vow stage, with star flowers blooming vibrantly on either side, each one unique, carrying beautiful wishes glowing with light, filling the air with a rich and pleasant floral fragrance, making everyone present feel refreshed. The powerful and noble Marshal Jean Sun donned in a red interstellar haute couture suit, made from an exceptionally rare starry fabric, shimmered under the lights, adorned with dark golden embroidery and unique emblems, along with ancient and mysterious patterns containing blessings from the main deity. His waist was cinched with a silver-black belt made from premium star essence, accentuating his broad shoulders and narrow waist, giving him a tall and upright figure that showcased his military physique. His features were deep-set with a distinct facial outline, sword-like brows, and silver-gray eyes that were as deep as the night sky. At this moment, he was intensely focused on the entrance of the sky platform, just as the black and gold door was opened by a welcoming robot, revealing a delicate and beautiful figure. Jean Sun's features were deeply chiseled, his face sharply defined, with sword-like brows slanting into his temples. His silver-gray eyes were as profound as the abyss, and at this moment they were fixed with unparalleled concentration on the entrance of the star platform. The next second, the black gilded doors were opened by the welcoming robot. A faintly visible, slender, and exquisitely beautiful figure, holding her father's arm, slowly walked in. Her silver gown, adorned with sparkling star diamonds, shimmered with a radiance as brilliant as the Milky Way. The long train of her dress lightly brushed against the ground, scattering a carpet of shimmering starlight with every step, as if she were dragging an entire galaxy behind her. A gentle breeze lifted the veil, revealing her stunning face. Her skin was as white and smooth as jade, unable to conceal the breathtaking beauty of her brows and eyes. Her long lashes fluttered like butterfly wings, and the glance from her eyes was more dazzlingly brilliant than the brightest stars in the cosmic galaxy. A faint smile graced Shi Luo's lips, exuding the unique tenderness and shyness of a bride. Though she walked slowly and quietly, she seemed to be enveloped in a layer of intoxicating soft light, breathtakingly beautiful, making it impossible to look away. The entire space instantly fell into absolute silence. All the nobles, interstellar officers, friends and family, and specially invited guests present were captivated by her appearance the very first second. Their gazes were all drawn to her, and their breaths unconsciously slowed down a beat, as if afraid to disturb the one walking on the red carpet, who seemed to be draped in the entire starry universe, more beautiful than a mortal, as if she were a beloved masterpiece meticulously crafted by the supreme God himself and his favored one. The Marshal, standing before the oath platform in his red custom-made uniform, appeared as still as a mountain on the surface, but the fingers of his hands hanging by his sides curled slightly, subtly revealing his inner tension. His posture was as straight and upright as a pine, exuding an aura of cold aloofness that kept others at a distance. He was cold and reserved, noble and powerful, radiating an imposing presence that dominated all directions. His face was stern, his brows and eyes cold as chilling stars, his jawline taut. Though bathed in the soft, scattered starlight, he carried an aura of killing intent, honed by years of battlefield experience. Yet when his icy, deep as Anubis eyes, which had long looked down upon thousands of warriors, met her charming, delicate face, and their gazes locked, he instinctively retracted the sharpness around him. Even his gaze unconsciously softened, and a faint, barely perceptible smile lifted the corners of his lips. It was as if a millennia-old glacier had quietly melted at one corner, and his silver-gray eyes reflected only her approaching step by step. When Shi Luo placed her soft jade-like little hand into his calloused, slightly rough palm, the Marshal's body instinctively stiffened. An unprecedented tingling sensation spread rapidly from his palm, coursing through his entire body in an instant, even making his fingertips burn. She looked up at him briefly, and in the next moment his gaze became firm and gentle. He held her hand with steady strength, careful not to be too forceful, and gently led her toward the place of oath. He lowered his eyes, gazing at her with deep focus, turned his head slightly, lowered his voice, and with his uniquely deep magnetic tone solemnly and earnestly gave her his exclusive private promise. From this day forward, I guard the Empire, I guard its billions of citizens, and I will guard you even more. And you are my one and only guardian. Shi Luo's ice blue eyes shimmered with a gentle light. She looked up, her eyes filled with scattered starlight, and her fingertips gently grasped his hand. Her voice was soft and earnest. The Empire's galaxy is your faith, and being guarded by you is a happiness. I will grow swiftly, and one day I will stand shoulder to shoulder with you at the peak, returning the same promise and protection to you. Though they were not yet familiar with each other, and the future path was unpredictable at this moment in this atmosphere, they saw only each other, and the promises they made were profoundly sincere. By the supreme God above, I swear by my faith in guarding the Empire with time as my witness. Thousands of stars are not as dazzling as you. From this day forward, no matter the changes of the universe, the shift of galaxies, or the passage of time, my course will always return to you, lighting up every starry sky for you with spirit and soul bound together. The rest of my life will be my special protection for you. I wish to be with you year after year, fulfilling every interstellar covenant, watching the clouds roll and unroll, the sun rise and stars set. I willingly offer all I have, sharing 1,000 years hand in hand, never betraying you in this life. A vow that stunned everyone present. Yet when he said, "Will you marry me?" before she could answer, he had already set aside all his dignity as Marshal and knelt on one knee before her with utmost reverence. Looking up at her, his gaze was tender, as if a galaxy had been shattered within his eyes. The wedding ring in his hand was crafted from sandier ice crystal core, unique and one of in the entire Empire. Inside it seemed to have merged a galaxy with a silver light band flowing and abundant energy, surging, stunning countless women who harbored thoughts about him, their teeth grinding with jealousy. The voices rang out, "Why? How can a waste like her be worthy? So infuriating, so infuriating. How can our mighty and domineering Empire's war god be ruined by this waste? Quick, say no. You are not worthy. You are simply a demon. How can you be so cruel to the Marshal? You cannot agree. He is the guardian of our Empire, the pillar of our nation, and the only 5th-level powerful sentinel. With your level spiritual power, you are utterly incapable of soothing, purifying, or calming his spiritual power. You are not only destroying the Marshal, but also destroying our entire Empire." "I disagree. You absolutely cannot marry the Marshal." A dignified and imposing voice suddenly rang out. "I can use my highest authority to specially approve the dissolution of your match, provide you with appropriate compensation, and have the Genetic Matching Center conduct a new match for you." The speaker was none other than the sovereign of our Empire, His Majesty the Emperor. Shi Luo, with a hint of curiosity, followed the voice to the most honored seat. He was dressed in a bright yellow dragon robe embroidered with star-cloud gold threads that formed a majestic golden dragon, faintly radiating dragon's might, making his posture appear immensely grand, his bearing as steady as mountains and rivers. His facial features were sharp and cold. His brows carried the authority of an emperor, his eyes sharp with the overwhelming pressure of a long-time ruler, his nose high and straight, his lips pressed into a proud and aloof arc. Just by sitting there, he naturally exuded the terrifying pressure of an emperor overlooking all, ruling the world. In his calmness was hidden a chilling and noble quality that inspired fear, making people instinctively tremble and dare not meet his golden eyes, which seemed capable of effortlessly piercing through everything and penetrating the soul. "I do." Under the immense pressure and terrifying coercion, as well as countless gazes filled with various emotions from all the guests present, she looked up at him, a slight smile curling at the corners of her lips, and replied with a firm tone. Zhang Sun gently took her hand and turned to face all the guests. His cold, sharp gaze swept over everyone, lingering for a moment longer on Emperor Di Batian and those whose words and eyes were particularly intense. Then, with a firm and unquestionable dominance, he slightly raised his voice, his cold, low voice resounding throughout the venue. "That she is already my only wife in this life is enough. In the rest of my life, she is my exclusive guardian." He paused, lowered his eyes to glance at her tenderly, then shifted his gaze to everyone again and continued. "Our genes and spiritual power match value is 100. She and I are a destined match. She is the exclusive guide granted to me by the Supreme God. I believe in her, and only she can." As Zhang Sun's words fell, the entire venue was instantly enveloped in an eerie silence, with everyone instinctively holding their breath, as if chilled to the bone. Indeed, the Marshal is the guardian deity of their empire, but he is also notoriously known as a cold, ruthless killing machine. His cruelty towards traitors in the empire and military is even more severe than that towards the insect race. They dared not provoke him, truly dared not provoke him. Did they not see the overwhelming aura of slaughter swirling around him? The powerful mental pressure he emitted left them paralyzed. All the guests present had no doubt that if this were not his wedding they would have already been pressed to the ground in a most disgraceful manner. The only one who might escape would be the equally formidable Emperor Debatien. One should never expect that the Marshal who hails from a noble family would consider such ties. Everything he has now is earned through his own struggles, and his relationship with his family is quite poor. No. One could say that with her a class psychic guide as her female guardian, her son who has already risen to the rank of general as a 3S, and her biased father, he is in a fierce conflict with their family, having suffered multiple betrayals and schemes from them. In his eyes there was no class distinction. Anyone who provoked him would face the same dire consequences. Recalling his actions, many began to reassess their perceptions of the Empire's officially recognized waste, secretly deciding to warn their own younger generation at home to refrain from recklessly mocking him as before. Times have changed. Now she is the publicly recognized and protected wife of the Marshal by all the upper echelons of the Empire. Given his attitude toward her, it is evident that he takes her very seriously, and perhaps in time, she may truly become his Achilles heel. In the guest area, the core nobles and council members of the Empire exchanged glances, and in the depths of each other's eyes they saw the deep-seated schemes hidden within. The Marshal is the guardian of the Empire, apart from some extraterrestrial regions and planets in their hands. Outside of military affairs, 80% of the military power is in his hands, and the Emperor's trust in him is unshakable. They had previously hinted at their concerns, and had even made subtle remarks in front of the Emperor, saying the people of the Empire are now praising the Marshal, and if this continues it will directly affect the Emperor's prestige and authority. Although this slightly changed the Emperor's expression, it did not arouse any suspicion from him. Privately, the council and nobles used their power to create some minor obstacles and slightly delayed the military funds he needed according to the imperial procedures, but the results were minimal. Moreover, it could only exert short-term control. The Marshal's own resources were already powerful enough, so it would not have a significant impact on him. They changed their strategy to target the generals under him, but they could only approach the peripheral figures as the core ones were all hard nuts to crack, loyal to him to 100%. If he represented the military spirit, then he was the essence of it in the hearts of all the generals. If they allied with the shadows and dark forces, it would be akin to walking a tightrope on a cliff, as the risks they would bear were extremely high. In the past, when they were at their wits' end and in anger, they had even collaborated with interstellar pirates. The result was that the war god was beyond their capability to contend with, and they were all completely annihilated, suffering significant losses, ending up requiring a period of recuperation. One could say that the old fogies of the nobles and the council were waiting for a weakness belonging to him. At this moment, it seemed they saw a glimmer of hope. How could this not make them happy? How could they not regenerate their insidious schemes? I felt several cold and malicious gazes. Shi Luo's perception of danger was no less than Zhang Sun's. She was slightly touched by his protective demeanor towards the entire venue, and naturally was willing to be candid. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sun followed the direction of her gaze. When he saw those faces he despised, a cold glint erupted from his silver-gray eyes, and a chilling smile curved at the corners of his lips, as he spoke softly, "Do not be afraid, I am here. They are merely some dying, ambition-driven parasites. Before my might, all schemes will crumble to dust. Do you think I would be afraid?" She lifted her head, raising an eyebrow at him, her tone casual, yet her expression carried a youthful innocence. "My wife is strong, naturally unafraid." Good eye? After a pause, she lazily remarked, "Isn't it time for the toasting segment? However, it seems that many people are not particularly friendly towards me, and I do not like being overly familiar with those who are cold, so can you take on this important duty by yourself, Marshal? I would like to take a small rest." As she spoke, she leaned slightly forward, suddenly closing the distance between them. He lowered his gaze, his eyes reflecting her exquisite face. In the light, her skin was as white as jade with not a single pore visible. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently, each flutter felt like a feather brushing against his heart, bringing waves of unfamiliar excitement. He raised his hand to cover his heart, sensing its rapid rhythm. Looking at her, his gaze softened immeasurably, his tone laced with a tenderness he himself was unaware of. Then their breaths intertwined, each able to smell the faint scent of pheromones emanating from the other. The air was filled with pink bubbles, as they locked eyes the scent of pheromones seemed to intensify. He was a sentinel who understood better than anyone the lethal allure of a guide's pheromones. However worried about losing control, he quickly activated his light brain and summoned his steward Chen Bo, instructing in a low voice, "Take the lady to rest. Madam, please follow me." Shi Luo politely thanked him. "Thank you, Chen Bo." As she left, she playfully winked at Zhang Sun. "You've worked hard, Marshal. When this is over, I'll cook you something delicious at home." "Okay." Seeing her lively and playful demeanor, his emotions were also affected, and his simple okay was spoken with exceptional gentleness, his silver-gray eyes sparkling with subtle amusement. As Shi Luo walked, she secretly observed Chen Bo. At first glance, he gave an impression of calmness, reliability, and unwavering loyalty, standing tall in his neatly pressed gray-blue butler uniform, making him appear exceptionally clean and tidy. Though his temples had a slight dusting of white, his hair was meticulously groomed, and his face bore faint wrinkles, each seemingly etched by time. Yet the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes exuded warmth, and his gaze was imbued with a wisdom and clarity that comes with age. His visage was amiable, with a faint smile at the corners of his lips, giving off a sense of approachability and reliability. His gestures were measured, exhibiting a decorum that was neither servile nor arrogant, instead radiating a reserved aura. She had a good first impression of him. Chen Bo could sense that this new marshal's wife was observing him without malice, rather with friendliness, so he subtly disregarded it while trying to find topics to talk about along the way to build rapport. Not easy. This old butler's heart was nearly worn out from worrying, and the white hairs at his temples were earned from their marshal's concerns. Now things were looking up. Their cold, empty marshal's palace finally welcomed its mistress, and she was a perfect match for the marshal. He believed that soon they would welcome a little one. Oh, it would be lively then. Thinking this, Chen Bo secretly resolved to exercise diligently, ensuring his body remained fit, as he would definitely help with the child. Madam, would you like to rest at the Galaxy Star platform, or wait for the marshal to return to the marshal's palace together? Upon hearing this, Shi Luo lowered her head, pondering for a moment before replying, "Here, I would like to say goodbye to my parents and sister once more." The marshal's residence is located in the core of the empire at an altitude of 10,000 meters. It is an independent star domain exclusive to the marshal, distinct from the floating islands where other nobles, officials, and socialites reside. This palace has a unique star domain number and boasts the most advanced military defense system in the current interstellar age. It is the personal abode of the marshal, and everything within it is directly under his jurisdiction. She is now the marshal's wife and has been granted the same living privileges. The Shi family cannot enter freely. They must undergo strict verification. She did not want to complicate matters. Although her time with them was short, she felt an unprecedented warmth from them. This warmth is precisely what she had once longed for, buried deep within her heart. Now this body belongs to her. She is truly Shi Luo. She will cherish the warmth and love of her family immensely, and will reciprocate and protect it with all her heart. Uncle Chen brought her to the luxurious suite on the top floor, personally arranging everything. Standing before her with a respectful demeanor, he wore a gentle and subtle smile. "Madam, is there anything else you wish to command? If convenient, please add me on your light brain. Feel free to give me instructions whenever you need." "All right, thank you." After Uncle Chen finished adding her on the light brain and confirming she had no other immediate needs, he respectfully took his leave. Today is the marshal's wedding. As his all-round butler, he needs to coordinate arrangements at all times, ensuring that no mishaps occur on this important day. At the wedding banquet, Shi Luo's departure caused many to change their expressions, especially those noble young ladies who intended to confront her later, ridiculing her unworthiness and venting their jealousy. Among them were two princesses of the royal family who had admired Zhang Sun since childhood and originally planned to ask their father for his blessing to marry him upon his return from the outer star domains. He is the empire's pillar, trusted and relied upon by the emperor. A marriage alliance would undoubtedly strengthen this bond. They had also indirectly inquired from their mother and learned that their father had similar intentions. Little did they expect that all their beautiful plans would be disrupted by a sudden malfunction at the gene matching center. If you were matched with a top-grade guide, they might not feel as miserable. The problem is among the upper class of the capital star, who doesn't know that Shi Luo is a waste with a mental power level of F. The issue is that such a waste would be directly abandoned and exiled by any family, yet the Shi family treats her like a precious gem, which makes those guides who are stronger yet do not receive such treatment feel profoundly unbalanced. She is not the only woman with a mental power level of F in the nobility. There are many others who, due to being artificially conceived in a man-made womb, are born with hidden genetic defects and lack mental power altogether. Why has she become the target of everyone's ridicule, oppression, and bullying? The root of this is undoubtedly jealousy. At this moment, this jealousy surged especially when Zhang Sun, tall and imposing like a deity, approached their VIP table to toast. When their gaze met his handsome, unparalleled face, which seemed to be covered with a layer of ancient ice, their hearts raced uncontrollably. Their hearts pounded wildly with jealousy and unwillingness. These emotions spread rapidly like wild grass in their hearts, as if a voice laced with temptation continuously echoed in their ears. A man as perfect as him deserves only someone like himself. How could that waste be worthy? At this moment, they seemed to be under some kind of spell, wanting to tear that waste Shi Luo apart with their own hands, to plot the cruelest and most vicious schemes against her, to trample her into the mud and face the scorn of the entire empire, so that she could only live in a garbage star forever surrounded by trash, never daring to covet their war god Marshal again. Brother Sun, are you really willing to marry such a waste? You have already registered your marriage. If you divorce now, there will be no repercussions. She will only drag you down and harm you. Brother Sun, the second sister, is right. She cannot match you in any aspect. I have already applied to father to request special permission to have the gene matching center system tested. It must have been a bug. She cannot possibly match you 100. Call me Marshal directly. I now have a wife, and maintaining appropriate boundaries with the opposite sex is a sign of respect for each other. His words nearly shattered the gentle smiles and unhidden affection in the eyes of the second princess Di Lingyuan and the fourth princess Di Lingyi. They clenched their fists tightly, their sharp nails almost digging into their flesh. Seemingly oblivious, their resentment and jealousy towards Shi Luo deepened further as they silently thought, why should Shi, a waste who has done nothing, receive the Marshal's attention and kindness just because of the matching from the gene center? After all my efforts, he hasn't even given me a proper glance. I will definitely make her pay. I say, Jean Sun, have you really made up your mind? She is truly unworthy of you. These words of unworthiness and waste sounded extremely grating to his ears. He lifted his head, his cold gaze sweeping over them, and the pressure emanating from him was palpable, his voice resounding throughout the space. Shi Luo is my rightful wife. As husband and wife, we are one. If she is a waste, then so am I with a 100 match. I can no longer bear the responsibility of protecting the empire and its people. I trust that all the gifted individuals present can manage this easily, right? Jean Sun, are you serious? His other friend Fu Mo Yuan looked at him earnestly, his expression inscrutable. She is the most suitable and my only wife in this lifetime. Furthermore, the gene matching center has never made mistakes. She is irreplaceable. The phrase irreplaceable struck like thunder in the space, causing everyone's expressions to change, their gazes toward him filled with complexity. Alas, I didn't expect it. I thought you would take longer to return to Capital Star. I had planned to bring them to have a good talk with her. Life's big matters should be treated seriously. You should consider yourself fortunate that you did not seek her out. If you treated her like others with only mockery and no respect, then our friendship would end here. No, I truly did not expect this. Jean Sun, you have changed so much that I hardly recognize you. All right, we are all brothers. I trust and respect your choice. Indeed, we support your choice. Our earlier concerns stemmed from fearing you might be dragged down. Since the boat has sailed, let us raise this glass to offer our most sincere blessings, and we will also respect your wife in the future, whom, however, one glass seems insufficient. Haha, unexpectedly, Jean Sun, you have surprised me greatly. I thought you were an unmelting glacier, but it turns out that even this iron tree can bloom, and when it does, it is so. Do as you please, I must still offer toasts to other guests. Diju, seeing this rare display of courtesy, could not help but tease, are you certain the remaining guests deserve a toast from you, the illustrious Imperial Marshal? He was not wrong. Jean Sun's standing in the empire exceeded that of the princes, nearly equaling that of his majesty. The princes and princesses all dwelt upon the palace's floating isles, whereas the Marshal possessed an exclusive star sector of comparable grade to the Imperial Isle. Not to mention the privileges he enjoyed within the empire, the power at his fingertips, the adoration of the populace, and the faith of an entire nation. Even at his wedding, those nobles and mighty houses who schemed in secret could not afford to be absent. Their allied followings, the lords of the 7 great star sectors under imperial rule, even the planetary governors, all had to come in person to offer the Marshal a toast and their most sincere felicitations. Marshal, my congratulations. May you and your lady be in perfect harmony and enjoy 100 years of union. Congratulations, Marshal. It is my greatest honor to attend your wedding. I wish you and your bride joy in your new marriage, a bond well sealed and a long life together. May the Marshal and his lady be joined in lasting unity, their hearts forever one, and may offspring bless your halls soon. Before Diju's words had fully faded, wave after wave of guests, smiles painted across their faces, eyes flattering and ingratiating, flooded forward, offering a torrent of blessings as if they were free to give. Each was more glib than the last, each more ready with a joke. None repeated themselves. For all their lofty rank, they resembled market matrons, as if terrified of missing their chance to ingratiate themselves with the Marshal. Thank you. Jean Sun replied to each blessing in a uniformly measured low voice, with 2 simple words. To his military officers, he added a few more. She stands equal to me. You will afford her the same respect. His declaration of regard for his newlywed wife, Shi Luo, was plain. To those watching with intent, however, it carried a darker meaning. Their gazes turned cold, reflecting the venomous calculations of seasoned foxes. Adieu. Topmost luxury lounge. Shi Luo had been embraced in turn by Yun Jihe and Shi Yu until she had cried 2 or 3 rounds. She was now gently dabbing their tears with soft star blossom tissues, while still offering comfort to her sorrowful father, Shi Linchuan. She sneezed suddenly and without warning. The Shi family's faces tightened with alarm, and Shi Yu was the first to retrieve the custom top-tier medical pod from the spatial console. Shi Linchuan and Yun Jihe, anxious and worried, each gripped an arm and urged her toward the medical module. Baby, where do you feel unwell? It was my fault, darling. If I had not gone exploring other planets while carrying you, we would never have encountered the conflict with the advanced clan that injured your fetus, leaving you frail and your spiritual power only grade F. Mother, it is not your fault. I was the one who pestered you to seek Yuehua fruit, Zijin fruit, and Xingxin Yuehua fish. You would never have gone to those worlds, otherwise a little sister's weak constitution would not exist. It is my failure as head of the household for not protecting you. Come now, lie down, and let the med pod give you a thorough check. Shi Luo, touched and helpless at their worry, waved them off with a smile. I am fine. My body is really healthy, there is no need for an exam. I only inhaled a speck of dust. Relax, there is no cause for such alarm. She understood their concern. From the memories she had absorbed, the original Shi Luo had indeed suffered several serious illnesses since childhood and had always seemed a little delicate. One must understand, in an age when interstellar civilization had advanced to this extent, the common colds, fevers, stomachaches of her old world scarcely existed. Even cancers were treated as easily as minor ailments. What truly plagued people now were genetic defects and unruly surges of spiritual force. Are you certain you are all right? A check would put our minds at ease. Could it be the strain of these wedding preparations? None of that. I am really fine. The only trouble is that I am a bit hungry, otherwise nothing is wrong. Besides, did I even prepare this wedding? It seems you and the Marshal have been the ones busying yourselves. At most, she was merely a tool in all this. As for hunger, she had glanced at the banquet dishes and felt the same curious dissonance she had the first time she sat at the Shi family table. Everything looked exquisite and appetite-inducing, yet the taste was another matter. Over the past 3 days, with wedding preparations occupying them, the Imperial Military Academy had excused her. At mealtime, she had been met by 4 pairs of eyes. Yes, 4 pairs. Even the Marshal's face read plain as day, food hungry. What could she do but take her place in the kitchen and watch the culinary robots at work? One could not deny the machine's learning prowess. Their dishes possessed color, aroma, and taste, and everyone ate contentedly. The only thing missing was the solace and enhancement of spiritual energy that came from her own hand-cooked meals. Hungry. Here I had the kitchen robots prepare these specially for you all to your taste: pan-seared Shiyuan fish, roasted lion beast, braised hunghing pork, mushroom gugu chicken soup, candied hongling fruit, and stir-fried crispy jade shoots, and xinglian your own cake. Dong dong. As she ate with relish, a knock sounded at the door. Shi Luo frowned in surprise. This sweet security is supposed to be isolated. If anyone approaches the threshold, an automatic alert triggers, and the isolation provides supreme soundproofing. How could we possibly hear a knock? Yunji has shot him an admonishing look. Fool, this suite belongs to the Marshal. He holds the highest authority here. Only he could make us aware of how my wife is indeed clever. I truly do not know what I would have done without you in my life. Yunji playfully smacked his hand. Always so glib. We are old and familiar now, and the children are here. Have you no shame? Rather than restrain himself, Shi Luo took her hand and beamed with pride. If I knew what shame was, how could I have fought through tens of thousands of suitors to win your hand? My secret was simple. A face thick enough and a persistence that bordered on obsession. Wife, how can you besmirch me so? You ruin my image as the gallant, towering father in the eyes of the children. Hearing their father's coquettish, aggrieved tone, Shi Luo and Shi Yu exchanged a look, their skin prickling as they averted their eyes. It was almost too cringe-inducing. My dears, do not be misled by your mother. I wooed your mother because I am the most outstanding sentinel, and because my heart holds only her. My love for her even moved the prime deity. Shi Luo, never mind the celestial romance. Oh, what on earth were my dears and little dears supposed to be? Shi Yu, one little obedient child in the house is enough. I am unworthy of being the big good. Only aloof, cold beauty suits me. They'll get the door. They'll get the door. These 2 voices chimed almost simultaneously, a testament to the unspoken bond between the sisters. They exchanged a glance and laughed in perfect harmony. Just let me go. Shi Yu hugged her with feigned heartbreak. My little sister now has a husband, so she doesn't love her big sister anymore. Shi Luo had fully caught on to her family's theatrical nature. What could she do? Her family was hers to spoil, so she indulged them with a soothing reply. How could that be? You'll always be my most beloved sister. As she spoke, she felt 2 other gazes upon her. Striving to keep the peace, she smiled at Shi Luo and Yunji. You'll always be my most beloved father and mother. Walking toward the door, she added with earnest sincerity, we are forever a loving family. The warmth and affection from her family were something she cherished, and she was naturally willing to offer them extra patience and tenderness. As Shi Luo opened the door, she looked up to meet the gaze of the tall, stern man standing at the threshold. Then a clear, pleasant voice rang out, I've come to take you. Hearing those words, Shi Luo and the others rushed to the door, their eyes brimming with reluctance and worry. Mom, Dad, big sister, rest assured, I will cherish her. Please trust me, I'll make sure she's happy every day. If you miss her, you're always welcome to visit the Marshal's palace on the floating island. Zhang Sun, recalling their family dynamic, considered for a moment before continuing. If you wish, you can stay permanently at the Marshal's palace. When I'm not on the capital planet, you'll be able to keep her company. Are you truly willing to let us come and go freely from your Marshal's palace, and even live there? This was naturally Shi Yu's question. The floating island was an unattainable realm for them. Even with her tremendous wealth, she lacked the privilege to reside there. Only during annual visits to the main family could she briefly set foot on the island. The environment there belonged to an entirely different dimension compared to the ground-level core zone they inhabited. Compared to the Marshal's residence, it was on a completely different level. Everyone in the Empire knew that its security grade matched that of the Imperial Palace on the floating island. Due to its unique nature, an additional layer of military-level security was added. Even the Emperor himself had to undergo strict security verification to enter. Only the Marshal's core military subordinates and trusted confidants were permitted entry. Princesses, nobles, and aristocrats had no such privilege. Yes, he answered without hesitation. Seeing the joy and approval in their eyes, he added with a natural air, "You are Luo's family, and therefore my family. Good, then we want stand on ceremony with you. He'll have Steward Chen make arrangements. Please add him on your optical brain later, and well decorate according to your preferences." Shi Luo excitedly embraced Shi Luo. If Zhan Sun hadn't been present, she would have surely planted a kiss on her fair, delicate, "Little sis, you're amazing. You've effortlessly fulfilled my dream. I never thought I'd see you one day live on the floating island. Sister, if you want to, you can too. I wouldn't mind having another sister-in-law." Shi Luo couldn't resist teasing. "Your sister is a proud, single noblewoman. Men only slow down my earning speed. Besides, I don't need a man. I've got my little sister to achieve things. A man, not as sweet as my sister. And let's be honest, someone as outstanding as your husband is 1 in a billion. Her words carried no malice, only a sense of pride that her sister had captured the Empire's finest man. "You always have your reasons. It's a pity for those powerful, exceptional sentinels." Every guide with a grade mental power was extremely precious to the Empire. Not to mention Shi Luo, who not only possessed a grade mental power, but had also awakened a purple star beast egg, hatching a 9-colored spirit finch with extraordinary calming and purifying abilities capable of doubling her master's power upon ascension. With one more advancement, her mental power would reach grade. And given that the beast had at least king-level potential, she was destined to become a rare 2-grade guide, the Empire's strongest. Coupled with her exceptional alchemy talent and qualifications as a high-level pharmacist, it was no exaggeration to say that if she wished, noble and powerful sentinels would flock to her doorstep. Living in a floating island estate would be effortless. Alright, enough about me. Don't worry about me either. We've got little sis in the family, and I'm sure you'll soon be holding grandchildren. Don't forget her fertility value." As her words fell, Zhan Sun's cold gaze swept over them. Yunjia sighed softly. "Since you're already married and the ceremony is done, we shouldn't keep this from you. Our daughter's fertility value is 100. Because of that, and because she only had grade mental power, we never took her to the fertility testing center. 100. Luo, you're incredible. I'm so glad the genetic testing center matched you too. I don't want children yet." It wasn't that Shi Luo rejected the idea entirely, but she didn't want to rush into parenthood when their feelings were still undeveloped or unstable. That would be irresponsible to both them and the child. "I understand your desire for procreation, but I hope you can respect my wishes on this." She understood the deep soul-deep longing and joy that interstellar people felt toward live birth, but she preferred to speak clearly up front to avoid future discord. Not speaking her mind was never her style. "Alright, I respect your wishes, Luo. Thank you. If we get along well and develop deep feelings, then a baby will come." Her words brought a faint warmth to his cold, starry eyes. Awkwardly, he reached out his large hand and took her small one. "It's getting late. Come, let me take you home." Both were experiencing such intimate contact with the opposite sex for the first time. Their expressions were slightly unnatural, their movements somewhat restrained. Seeing his awkwardness, she relaxed and became more at ease. "Alright." Having made a decision, given a promise, and reached a consensus, she refused to be coy or overly dramatic. Being straightforward was much better. "Wait a moment." Yunjia suddenly called out to Shi Luo and Zhan Sun, who were already at the door. Upon hearing this, they paused in their steps and turned to look at her. Yunjia, filled with reluctance, stepped forward and gently embraced Shi Luo, handing her a dozen space buttons that had been prepared in advance. "Baby, this is the dowry prepared for you by your father, sister, and me. Some of it has been prepared since your birth, while others were prepared in the past few days. The time is indeed a bit rushed. If you need anything or want anything in the future, remember to tell Dad, Mom, and your sister, just like before, and do come back home often. Our home will always be your home." Shi Luo felt her heart swell, a warm current flowing through her eyes slightly watering as she hugged Yunjia again, then went on to embrace Shilin and Yu. "Don't worry, I will take good care of myself, and we'll be just fine. I will come home to see you every week, and you all must come to see me too. I will make delicious—" "Yes, we will. Don't hesitate to use this dowry. We will transfer pocket money to you every month." It had become a habit to pamper her, ensuring she wouldn't suffer, as if it was already ingrained in the blood of the Shi family. "I have already submitted an application to transfer all assets clearly under Luo's name." Zhan Sun had a possessive nature towards his guide. She was now his wife, and taking care of her, cherishing her, and protecting her became his responsibility for the rest of his life. In his view, everything he had rightfully belonged to her. wealth, status, glory, military honors. All should be shared with her. Does this mean I have suddenly become a super rich lady of the empire? Not just that Marshal is wealthier than a nation, even your sister has started to envy you. Don't worry, as long as I have a piece of meat to eat, you will definitely have a bowl of soup to drink. Sister, you have turned bad. Ew, I want to eat meat. The Galaxy Star Skyway has a dedicated interstellar route leading to the floating island where the Marshal's palace is located, divided into 2 layers. The upper layer can only be navigated by the Marshal's private transport with complete control over the safety route and speed within the Skyway residing with the Marshal. The lower layer is for the passage of guards, generals, public officials, and visitors requiring information to be input into the light brain in advance, and then passing through 3 layers of iris and fingerprint recognition, ensuring multiple identity confirmations before being granted access. No matter which route is taken, there are multiple security checkpoints and patrols by defense mech armors along the way. Every vehicle traveling together undergoes comprehensive scanning to prevent any dangerous individuals or items from entering. Ascending directly from the ground helipad, they entered the Marshal's exclusive aerial route. Sitting in the Marshal's special aircraft, she gazed out the window, able to admire the breathtaking scenery of the floating island at an altitude of 10,000 meters. This floating island, towering above the core area of the Interstellar Empire's capital city, occupies the most central position among all floating islands, sharing the same altitude as the floating island where the Imperial Palace is located, easily overlooking the other nobles, rich families, and celebrities. Where they reside symbolizes the supreme power and status of the empire. It does not rely on any planetary surface, but is suspended at an altitude of 10,000 meters, supported by core energy crystals and anti-gravity engines, surrounded by brilliant stars, flowing silver galaxies, and drifting nebulae. The safety shield enveloping the floating island emits a soft golden glow, the light curtain shimmering with scattered starlight, exuding an indestructible pressure that prevents ordinary warships, aircraft, and energy ion cannons from approaching or causing any damage. From Shi Luo's perspective, the high-speed travel of the aircraft did not present any visual obstruction. Instead, as they drew nearer, she could see the floating island's scenery more clearly, which occupied an expansive area. The overall appearance was irregular and strange, with naturally formed mountains and rivers on it, surrounded by intricately designed energy crystal railings, lightly scattering pieces of starlight, resembling a beautiful waterfall from afar. Do you like it, eh? Yes, it's quite nice, but I wonder what the scenery up there is like. From now on, this will be your home. You are its lady, and you can arrange it however you wish. Upon hearing this, Shi Luo turned her head, a flicker of a smile dancing in her icy blue eyes as she leaned in slightly. Only then did she realize that their hands were still tightly clasped together, her gaze dropping to where their hands were joined. Should we keep holding hands? Does Luo not like it? I saw how close you were with your family and thought you would enjoy it. If he hadn't noticed the fleeting, unnatural look in his silver-gray eyes and the suspicious blush creeping up his ears when he said this, he would truly believe his own words. Suddenly finding this innocent Marshal quite adorable, she intentionally closed the distance between them. The warm and fragrant breath brushed against his stern face, bringing a faint tickling sensation as if electric currents were wildly coursing through her heart. His body instantly tensed, even his palms sweating slightly, and he felt a subtle shift within him. A sentinel could never resist any teasing from a guide, especially with their bodies so close now. Just a slight lean forward would bring their noses together, and their pheromones would flood their nostrils. Just as she was about to pull back, she heard a click. His seatbelt was unfastened. With a stretch of his long arm, she found herself in an embrace that was cool and fragrant, leaving both of them stunned. Realizing she was about to get up, his arm had already tightly encircled her slender waist, his deep masculine voice whispering in her ear, "I saw that Luo really enjoyed being held by her family. Is it not allowed for me, her lawful husband?" Shi Luo looked up and met his chiseled face filled with a cold and rigid aura. The words she wanted to say stuck in her throat, especially when she noticed the serious contemplation in his eyes and that fleeting, almost imperceptible look of grievance. She suddenly remembered that they were indeed now legal partners, and she had decided to cultivate feelings with him. There had to be a beginning to this. Thinking this through quickly, she felt no resistance, extending her delicate arms around his neck and finding a comfortable position in his embrace. Her long eyelashes fluttered softly as she spoke with a teasing tone. "Marshal, isn't it unsafe to unbuckle your seatbelt while we are in motion? Is our progress really so fast?" She wasn't entirely against skipping the steps of getting to know each other, dating, and jumping straight to a flash marriage. In the world she had traversed to even before the apocalypse, and especially after it, the pace of relationships had also soared. To the extent that later it all slowly changed, reverting to primal instincts where feelings became irrelevant as long as one survived, body's boundaries and all ceased to exist. Humanity was lost, moral teachings collapsed. Because of this, she chose to remain single, but unexpectedly in this new world the rhythm had remained the same. We have already arrived at the helipad at home. Did Luo not notice what was on her mind? Do you prefer a slow pace, or? Upon hearing this, Shi Luo felt slightly surprised so soon. At the same time, she was somewhat puzzled. Wasn't it said that to enter the floating island where the Marshal's palace was located, one had to go through layers of verification stricter than entering the Imperial Palace? How could she enter so smoothly? Looking up at his face, she nearly slapped her forehead in frustration. Am I being foolish? Did I lose some of my wits during the crossing? This place is all his private property, and he has absolute control. As the owner, he does not need any verification to enter. Suddenly realizing that she would also be the owner here from now on, she felt a bit of pride. Let's get off the vehicle. Uncle Chun has everything arranged already. Okay. As soon as they stepped off the flying vehicle, Uncle Chun was already there with the core simulation robots of the Marshal's palace waiting for them. Welcome back, Marshal and Madam. Congratulations on your marriage, wishing you a sweet life, everlasting happiness, and may you bear children soon with blessings flowing endlessly. Thank you. We received everyone's blessings. Madam, these are intelligent robots serving you and the Marshal. This one is Dolly, a versatile robot specially prepared for you. You can instruct her with any needs you have, and there's also this one. Uncle Chun, you are so thoughtful. You worked hard today, oh, I'll give you a raise later. Hearing this, Uncle Chun smiled even more warmly, the wrinkles on his face deepening. Serving the Marshal and Madam is my duty. As long as you don't mind my age and incompetence, I am fine. Uncle Chun, don't say that again. You're only 350 years old, still quite young. What? Uncle Chun is 350 years old. May I ask, what is the average lifespan of interstellar people? Although Zhang Sun was somewhat surprised that she would ask such an outrageous question, he suddenly thought of how her family dotes on her, which provided a reasonable explanation. He patiently replied, the average lifespan for ordinary people without spiritual power is 200 years. Those with E and F grade spiritual power live for 300 years, D and C grades for 500 years, B grade for 800 years, A grade for 1,000 years, while sentinels and guides are the same. 4 guides above S grade, each level increases lifespan by 200 years. Uncle Chun is a sentinel with a grade spiritual power. While saying this, he secretly observed her reaction, worried she might overthink it. He tightened his grip on her small hand slightly and spoke in a comforting tone. We are husband and wife and can form a spiritual contract. I am willing to share my lifespan with you. Hearing this, it was impossible for her not to be moved. Her emotions surged and she briefly lost control of her body, planting a feather-like kiss on his cheek as she stood on tiptoe. Realizing what she had done, her ears turned bright red. She hurriedly pulled her hand away and quickly said to Uncle Chun, Uncle Chun, take me to the main building. I want to rest early. Uncle Chun looked at the blushing and stunned Marshal with a motherly smile and kindly said, all right, Madam, please follow me. As for the Marshal, they both automatically ignored him. Once Zhang Sun regained his senses, he immediately raised his hand to touch the cheek she had kissed, where it still felt warm from her touch. In his silver eyes, a vague and inscrutable expression surged as he looked towards the slender figure that had already walked a distance away, and he took long strides to catch up. That barely audible muttering, Luo, actually likes the fast pace, scattered into the gentle night breeze of the Marshal's palace. Luo, do you want to take a tour of our home first? For some reason, ever since registering their marriage, this place that he once viewed as a cold dwelling felt incredibly smooth to treat as their home. This subtle and rapid change even startled him, but he felt no rejection. Instead, a warm flow surged deep within him. Home. Once upon a time, he also longed for a safe haven. Looking back at his past life, his fleeting desire had long been shattered into pieces, and he even once scoffed at the word home with a sense of disgust. At this moment, he naturally changed and accepted it, slowly piecing together the shattered desire. This is all our home now. There will be plenty of time to appreciate it. Right now, I'm more interested in having something to drink and a late-night snack. What do you think? I will listen to the madam. Her cooking really made one crave it. Although they did not go for a tour, Uncle Chun diligently introduced her as they walked. Our Marshal's palace is divided into 5 major areas: the core area, guest reception area, daily living area, training and security area, and leisure viewing area. The core area is the main building where the Marshal and Madam reside, which you can see here. It is equipped with an open dining room, kitchen, emergency living room, and a storage room for ingredients. The guest reception area is located closest to the entrance of the entire floating island, used to welcome various visitors, hold banquets, and other related activities. Its internal structure includes a super large banquet hall, etiquette hall, guest reception hall, and guest rooms. The training and security area is located at the rear of the palace, equipped with top-tier interstellar defense systems, monitoring the safety of the entire floating island and palace in real time, tracking the dynamics of the airways, coordinating all defense turrets, patrol mechas, and security robots. It includes a dedicated training ground for the Marshal, a training room equipped with top-tier interstellar physical training equipment and virtual simulation devices for practical. This is to meet the Marshal's daily needs for physical fitness, spiritual power, and combat drills. Additionally, there is a weapons storage room and a mecha docking bay housing the Marshal's exclusive top-tier interstellar weapons accessible only to the Marshal. The viewing area is peaceful and comfortable, divided into 3 smaller areas: a dedicated relaxation area, with pavilions and flowing water, a pond, where various precious spiritual plants are cultivated with flowers competing to bloom, each petal shimmering with colorful luster. The spiritual beast star beasts exotic beasts breeding area, where all the animals raised are ornamental, edible, docile, and pollution-free, making it especially suitable for lingering after meals or during leisure time. In addition, there are different functional small areas that the madam can understand one by one in person later. Moreover, there is an exclusive area for you and the Marshal to meet all your needs. If you have any adjustments after the tour, just instruct me directly. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Chun. Jean Sun felt that Uncle Chun had stolen his thunder. He had intended to personally guide her around and explain everything, but it was all said in advance by him. He shot him a cold glance and said in a stern voice, "Uncle Chun, it seems you have said quite a bit today. You seem to have forgotten something." Upon hearing this, Chun Bo suddenly realized the coldness in his eyes, and with a hint of apology he smiled at Shi Luo. "I apologize, madam, but I have an urgent matter to attend to. The Marshal will accompany you to the main building. If you need anything else later, please find me." Jean Sun noticed her gaze following Chun Bo's departing figure, and he took her small hand once more. "This is our home, and I know it better than Chun Bo does." The implication being that you can completely come to me for guidance without needing Chun Bo. Shi Luo quickly processed this information in her clever mind, and understood the hidden meaning behind the Marshal's words. She raised an eyebrow playfully. "All right then, I will trouble you, Marshal. We are married, you don't have to call me Marshal." After a pause he coughed lightly, his tone slightly awkward. "You can just use the previous form of address." She suddenly felt a desire to tease him, and tilted her head in feigned confusion. "What form of address? Could you remind me, Marshal?" His silver-gray eyes flickered slightly, a hint of crimson creeping up his ears. He didn't have to say it. Every time she called him Marshal, his heart would uncontrollably quicken, as if her way of saying it carried a different meaning compared to how others addressed him, as if it contained an invisible hook. "Marshal, have you forgotten?" They had already entered the living room of the main building. Her gaze swept around. The overall decor was in silver gray and dark gold tones, with stark shadows and holographic wall designs creating a strong sense of technology. The cold-toned energy crystal floor emitted a chilly glow, and the furnishings in the living room were very simple. Every item exuded a metallic texture. The vast space felt rather empty, and she couldn't find even a hint of warmth typical of a home. There wasn't even a small soft ornament, and it all felt cold and severe. She halted her steps at the entrance, feeling a vague reluctance to enter, as this place hardly resembled a home. Even a model home felt warmer than this. Jean Sun, who was observing her closely, keenly sensed something from the subtle expressions on her exquisite face and the changing colors in her eyes. He suddenly felt annoyed, wondering why he hadn't redesigned the living room and other public areas according to her preferences in the past 3 days. The style of the living room before him was indeed worlds apart from a cozy, friendly home. He hadn't felt it before, but at this moment he found himself disliking. Luo, this is our home. You can completely redesign and decorate it in your style." "Really? Can you truly accept it?" Yes. "Good, then it's settled. Honestly, I prefer a warm and comfortable style. A home should be a personal harbor, a place where one can naturally relax and feel at ease. However, I won't be unilateral. If the Marshal has any preferences or things he can't let go of, feel free to communicate with me at any time. Jean, go what you like is the most important. I can adapt." Shi Luo deliberately called him Marshal, and she couldn't deny that it was to satisfy her little mischievous curiosity, wanting to see when he would finally utter those two. To her surprise, he compromised so quickly. "All right, Jean, go." She stepped forward to walk inside, but felt a tug at her hand after just 2 steps. Looking down, she couldn't help but smile wryly, then turned to him. "Now that we're home, can you let go, Jean? Go." "Oh, all right. If you want to hold hands, just let me know. I will satisfy all your intimate needs." Shi Luo. What kind of impression did I leave on him? She really wanted to ask him how did he come to the conclusion that she had a high demand for intimacy. No, she really didn't. The original owner was cared for too well, a bit like a princess who hadn't been weaned, but she wasn't like that, was she? Well, this is really hard to say. Let's just go with the flow. After all, he's my legally recognized husband. What would you like to drink? He clearly remembered every word she had said to Chun Bo earlier. "Juice, please." After she spoke, she suddenly recalled the indescribable taste of the interstellar food and juice she had tried before, and as he turned to leave, she quickly called out to him, "Sun Gu, the fruits you bring back are delicious, right?" As soon as the words left her mouth, she visibly saw his body tense up slightly. "They are not as good as the ones you make." This was probably the gentlest remark he could make regarding juice, given that he had no particular need for it. "I'll just go myself. Madam, I will take you to the kitchen right now." Shi Luo glanced appreciatively at the all-purpose robot dolly, who remained silent beside her, and was ready to accompany her at a moment's notice. "Thank you. It is my duty, madam, need not be polite." Jean Sun then followed them into the kitchen. Shi Luo opened the refrigerator in the kitchen and found its contents were far more advanced than those at her previous home. Fresh ingredients adorned with droplets of dew made her nod in satisfaction. Sun Gu, you really know how to live. I had Chunbo prepare everything this morning, all sourced directly from the original planets. Take your pick. If you like them, I can arrange for them to be delivered to you daily. In her free time over the past few days, Shi Luo logged into the Star Network and gained a comprehensive understanding of this interstellar world she had crossed into. It is a highly advanced technological civilization divided into two ruling systems, the Empire and the Alliance. They often engage in conflicts over star domains and resources with countless intricate conspiracies, yet they can momentarily set aside their disputes to unite against common enemies, such as the insect race, exotic beasts, star beasts, dark alliances, and shadows. 1,000 years ago, due to certain reasons, they fell apart, and the Alliance actually formed a temporary alliance with the insect race, Dark Alliance, and Shadows, leading to an unprecedented war with the Empire. In the end, both sides suffered severe losses, with the Empire barely gaining the upper hand. This war caused tremendous upheaval, resulting in further changes to the natural environment, and nearly 1/3 of the star domains ruled by each side crumbled and vanished into the universe as tiny dust. The volatile factors in the air sharply increased, putting the agricultural planets at risk. Animals and plants mutated, making natural ingredients incredibly precious. For instance, any rare ingredient stored in his fridge costs between 1,000 to 1 million star coins. Shi Luo was genuinely worried that she might eat him into bankruptcy. Having 3 meals a day was her standard, and it was impossible to make her drink nutrient solutions. Even though she didn't spend star coins, as long as she found a resource-rich planet, she could acquire plenty of natural ingredients. She couldn't help but look up at him and deliberately asked, Sun Gu, aren't you worried I will eat you into bankruptcy? Jean Sun gazed at her playful and lively demeanor, and his brow unconsciously softened, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of his lips. I suggest the lady check her optical brain balance first. There will be monthly deposits that won't disappoint you. Having survived for so long in the apocalyptic world, she had grown accustomed to bartering or exchanging crystal cores and had long since lost the concept of money. For a moment, she forgot the shocking balance he had transferred into her optical brain account, which was longer than her own life. At this moment, she felt a bit embarrassed and ashamed, quickly averting her gaze and shifting her focus. Cough, Brother Sun is the best. What would you like to eat? I can make it for you. After all, he was the biggest benefactor in her life, and she felt he should receive some special treatment. Everything I can make suits my taste perfectly. He spoke the truth. Previously, he seldom stayed on Capital Star, and the floating island was more like a hotel to him. The habits formed on the extraterrestrial battlefield meant he primarily relied on the specially formulated nutrient solution provided by the military. After returning, his daily life was arranged by Uncle Chun, and he had no high demands for the private chef. It was entirely to meet his bodhi's needs. Although everyone in the interstellar realm relied on nutrient solutions to meet their daily nutritional needs, whether low and mid-range or high and all, were artificially synthesized after extraction. Long-term consumption also had its downsides, as it could not directly satisfy all the bodhi's nutritional requirements. Therefore, people in the interstellar realm needed to eat naturally sourced cooked food once a week, otherwise health issues would arise over time. Did Brother Sun also have 3 meals a day when he was home before? She felt somewhat awkward being watched by him while cooking. They had agreed to cultivate feelings, and it wouldn't do to stare at each other. She casually found a topic. Not fixed. My daily life is arranged by Chun Bo. He will schedule meals for me based on how busy I am at work, usually arranging for a private chef to prepare a meal made from natural ingredients every day. Upon hearing this, Shi Luo became a little curious, flipping the snow spirit lamb chops in the pan while asking, the private chef must be very skilled, right? Not as good as Luo. His answer was quite straightforward. Before tasting her cooking, he genuinely thought his private chef skills were decent, as Chun Bo had personally selected him from the Empire's top chefs. His cooking skill was comparable to that of the palace's imperial chef. Now, however, as he savored the fragrant aroma of the food wafting through the air, he began to think about having Uncle Chun train the private chef more thoroughly. As for having her cook for him regularly, he hadn't considered that a lady was meant to be cherished and cared for, not to be a servant. Moreover, he had learned that her fertility value was 100, making her akin to a national treasure within the empire. Once this fact was made public, no one would mock her as a waste. Instead, they would scramble to curry favor with her, enjoying privileges far exceeding those of the wife of an imperial marshal. Luo, do you want to announce that your fertility value is 100? No, I do not want to. She shook her head in rejection, her expression full of resistance. After a pause, she added resolutely, you must not decide on your own. I'll respect my wishes. I do not want to be stared at every day. Shi Luo understood the rules of this interstellar society. Naturally birthed genes were inherently superior to those cultivated in artificial wombs with no defects, while the defect rate for artificially cultivated genes exceeded 60. Additionally, the spiritual awakening level for naturally born individuals was typically higher. According to the latest research from the Empire's Biological Research Institute, naturally born individuals with perfect genes had a spiritual awakening level of S or above. If they took their developed medications, there was a certain probability of awakening elemental abilities. This was undoubtedly a colossal temptation. Once this information was released on the official website, it caused an uproar. Women with high fertility instantly became sought after, and their spiritual levels were disregarded. Sentinels' enthusiasm for passing on their lineage far exceeded their instinctive needs and desires for guides. Alright, I will respect you. That's good. My parents and sister concealed this matter to protect me. I understand. Shi's family loved her dearly and wouldn't want to see her mocked as a waste. However, once this was made public, their family's resources would indeed be insufficient to protect her. She could very likely have been captured by the Dark Alliance and taken to their research facility specifically designed for women with high fertility, living a life of torment subjected to experiments, while repeatedly bearing children, leading a life worse than death and darkness. Thinking of this, a surge of brutality rose within him, and a tinge of fear lingered deep in his heart. He secretly resolved to guard this secret well, ensuring that no one but a select few would know, and he would do everything in his power to protect her. Shi Luo noticed his sudden change and immediately associated it with something, smiling nonchalantly. Brother Sun doesn't need to be too nervous. We are already married now, and with your power and status no one would specially ask me to undergo a fertility test. You can relax. While speaking, she had already picked up a piece of freshly fried crispy meat and held it to his mouth. How does it taste? Suddenly, the close proximity filled his nostrils with the sweet aroma of her exclusive mist peach pheromones, capturing all his senses in an instant with its deadly allure, making his gaze towards her deepen. All of his bodily actions instinctively began to yield to his desires. He opened his lips, accepting the golden crispy piece of meat from her hand. His teeth gently bit down, producing a crunching sound as the thin crispy outer layer shattered between his lips, leaving no greasy residue. The roasted flavor exploded in his mouth, followed by the delightful texture of the tender and juicy meat from the fire-patterned star pig, perfectly seasoned with just the right amount of saltiness. The combination of meat and crispy skin created an exquisite flavor that was utterly irresistible. Shi Luo initially felt a bit uncomfortable due to his instinctively intimate actions and the cold, domineering scent of snow pine emanating from him. However, upon seeing the subtle pleasure in his expression from tasting the food, all awkwardness vanished. Looking up with her long lashes fluttering, her ice blue eyes sparkled with a hint of a smile. How is it? Did I not disappoint you? The food made by Luo is unmatched. How could I be disappointed? His words pleased her, and her smile brightened even more as she slightly lifted her small head. Of course, it took me a bit of practice. I had no choice. After all, I have a picky palate. It's not just you who has a picky palate, there's also me. She looked at him with some surprise, seemingly reassessing this Marshal, who did not seem so cold after all. If that was the case, she really had no objection to developing their relationship further. However, she still needed to conduct a little test. Luo, why are you looking at me like that all of a sudden? Nothing much. Just that the Marshal doesn't seem as cold as the world claims he is. Rules, discipline, authority, those are all for outsiders. But you, Luo, are my wife. The one who will accompany me through life. To me, you are exceptional, and uniquely so. Zhang Sun did not voice that last phrase. He and she had yet to grow truly familiar. Uttering it now would feel premature, perhaps even overstepping. Nor could he bring himself to say it aloud. In his view, actions spoke louder than words, and she would surely see the truth in time. There's still food in the pot. I'll serve it. This dangerously charming Marshal left her, a lifelong singleton who'd never even held a man's hand, flustered beyond measure. Compounded by the innate magnetic pull between sentinels and guides, she genuinely feared committing some unforgivable transgression on her very first day residing in the Marshal's palace. 5 minutes later, braised stellar spotted rabbit, an elite tier ingredient, tender pale pink flesh with minimal fat, pristine and pollution-free. Its preparation offers remarkable versatility. Armed with culinary knowledge and countless recipes from her past life, she had originally intended to prepare it in spicy Sichuan style. Yet after scouring the stellar net, consulting both the Shi family and the Marshal himself, she discovered no one knew what chili peppers were. Thus she opted for her second favorite method, braising, a technique that fortifies a sentinel's mental resilience and soothes a guide's emotional turbulence. Roast gugu chicken, resembling Earth's wild fowl, though genetically amplified, each bird rivaling 10 terrestrial turkeys in size. With negligible contamination levels, it becomes safe for consumption once purified. Its flesh is supple yet firm, ideal for stewing or roasting, and nourishes both body and spirit, enhancing beauty, replenishing vitality, and stabilizing mental energy. Stir-fried stellar crystal shrimp, a crustacean native to deep space, bearing uncanny resemblance to terrestrial shrimp, though vastly enlarged and mutated. Its shell glistens translucent as crystal, its flesh shimmers with a soft azure hue threaded with starlight. Delightfully springy and subtly sweet, it carries a delicate singular fragrance, utterly free of any oceanic brine. Cooked just as she remembered shrimp being prepared, though she personally favored the stir-fried version. Sautéed fluorescent core grass, a rare, edible stellar flora cultivated across the cosmos. Its stems and leaves glow faintly azure suffused with gentle luminescence and a fresh sweet aroma, crisp and refreshing upon the tongue. Best served lightly sautéed or blanched, each bite bursts with sweet clear nectar, awakening every sense on the palate, evoking the purest essence of nature itself. Regular consumption gently alleviates a guide's mental strain and eases the turbulent backlash often suffered by sentinels during psychic surges. In addition to these 4 dishes, she prepared a 7-colored stellar mushroom soup. The adage, the more beautiful the mushroom the deadlier it is, was utterly upended by this delicacy. The pinnacle of interstellar cuisine, reserved exclusively for royalty, marshals, aristocrats, and noble houses. It grows only within specific stellar regions, and can be harvested during a single season each year. Exquisitely flavorful, it nurtures the mental sea and accelerates psychic recovery, proof enough of its extraordinary rarity. As for staple fare, she steamed starlight rice, each grain luminous and flawless like polished pearls, shimmering with a soft celestial radiance. Silky yet resilient, richly aromatic. It carries its own ethereal fragrance, the subtle breath of starborn essence. Merely inhaling its scent made her mouth water uncontrollably. Heaven knew how long she'd craved such exquisite rice. Not only alongside this dazzling array of dishes, but even served plain, she could devour 3 generous bowls without pause. Equally revered as a top-tier natural ingredient, it replenishes stellar energy and steadies fluctuations in mental power. And let's begin. I'm truly eager, she said, suddenly transformed into a little glutton. A faint tender smile curved his lips, barely perceptible, his gaze softened as he looked upon her. Yes, and he might have admitted, had he spoken aloud, that even he had been seduced by the feast. Until now, the Marshal's world revolved solely around duty, safeguarding the Empire, protecting billions of citizens, waging war against insectoid hordes, alien beasts, and stellar predators, shattering the Federation, the Dark Alliance, and the Shadow Syndicate's repeated conspiracies, while simultaneously navigating political machinations from Parliament and the nobility. There had never been room for mere gustatory pleasure. Yet ever since tasting her cooking, subtle shifts had begun within him. He found himself, unexpectedly, savoring the simple, profound joy of fine cuisine. How is it? Delicious. Today was rather rushed. I barely had time to showcase my full skill. The refrigerator alone holds enough ingredients for an imperial banquet. What we have here is more than sufficient for 2. Luo, please don't exhaust yourself. I married you so you might savor every privilege of being Marshal's consort, not labor under unnecessary burdens. He paused, then added gravely, if you wish, simply share your desired recipes with Bo. He'll upload them directly into the kitchen automaton's core system. Yes, but I do enjoy cooking myself from time to time. It's just a small personal delight. Though if I had to cook daily, I'd certainly decline. Very well, follow your own rhythm. Being able to savor your cooking occasionally is already a rare privilege. And he added swiftly, rest assured Bo will never leak those recipes. No matter if they're leaked, I can find them all online anyway. His eyes flickered slightly, not probing further, merely reminding her, every stellar recipe is priceless, especially those you create. They cannot be found anywhere on the stellar net. She furrowed her brow in mild chagrin, laughing it off. Oh, I see. Thank you for the reminder. I'd nearly forgotten. No need to worry. I'll remember what you forget. And, brother Sun, you're truly wonderful. Eat more, and next time tell me what you'd like. She was neither ungrateful nor indifferent. On the contrary, she deeply cherished others' emotional investment. If someone offered her kindness, she repaid it in equal measure. I will. After the meal, she glanced at the chronometer on her light brain. When he asked whether she wished to retire, she instantly misread his intent, her ears flushing crimson. Brother Sun, I think we still need time to adjust. In seeing her flustered, adorable expression, he immediately grasped her misunderstanding, and a low, velvety chuckle escaped his throat. Very well, I'll wait patiently for you to settle in. Would you like me to show you to your quarters now? Excellent. Shi Luo followed John Sun to his bedroom on the top floor of the main building of the Marshal's palace on Fukong Island. The moment she pushed open the door and saw the interior decoration and arrangement, a flash of surprise flickered in her ice-blue eyes. Her bedroom, the living room, dining room, staircase, hallway, was not the same cold, hard technological style. Instead, it exuded warmth and thoughtfulness everywhere. Every detail was meticulously crafted, perfectly tailored to her personal preferences. The floor was covered with soft, comfortable off-white rug made from the fur of an A-Trank starry sky beast, so fluffy that stepping on it felt like treading on clouds. Huge floor-to-ceiling windows were adorned with rare starry sky gauze curtains that swayed gently in the breeze. Looking up, one could admire the boundless, brilliant Star River, Looking down, one could overlook the entire Marshal's palace and the beautiful landscape of the Fukong Island it stood on. In the center of the bedroom stood a large bed crafted from a single piece of rare star marrow phantom crystal. This crystal was condensed from the core of a star containing immensely vast and pure stellar energy. It had the effects of calming the mind, soothing, repairing the spiritual sea, and enhancing spiritual power. A palm-sized piece of star marrow phantom crystal would be fiercely bid upon in any auction house under the auction association, fetching an outrageously high price. Now, using such a massive piece to make her a bed could no longer be described merely as lavish or extravagant. All the bedding was crafted from rare materials, and the pillow even contained a warm jade crystal that could nourish and soothe the spirit. Besides this, every piece of furniture and ornament was unsurpassed in luxury. The room was equipped with a hidden light gold spiritual barrier that blocked external prying and interference. The dark patterns engraved on the floor could soothe spiritual pheromones, emitting a faint warmth to stabilize spiritual waves. By the window, a special warm nest for the starry sky beast had been set up. The bottom was lined with star energy marrow wrapped in soft star down. Inside the security barrier, a constant temperature was maintained, and energy liquid slowly flowed around the nest. This was specially designed for incubating a star beast egg. Seeing this, Shi Luo walked over, scanned it with a look of surprise, then turned her head and raised an eyebrow slightly. Everyone says my dull gray egg is a dead egg, so why did Brother Sun specially build a nest for it? As she spoke, she had already taken it out, held it in both hands, and placed it in front of him. Her eyes seemed to say, look, it's dull gray, without any trace of life. Doesn't it look just like a dead egg? He reached out a slender long index finger and gently poked it, speaking with a grave and earnest expression. It is very special, containing vitality within. I will raise it together with you. I believe that the star beast egg Luo contracted will surely become very powerful when it hatches. Oh, could it be that Brother Sun is just extending his love for me to my egg? It should be so, but I am also stating the truth. All right, with this trust of yours, I will take good care of hatching it. We'll do it together. Together. He didn't just talk, he took actual action. Under her gaze, he carefully took the dull gray star beast egg from her hands and placed it into its exclusive nest. Then he took out a huge pile of resources for its incubation from his space button: star energy liquid, star crystal, star marrow milk, star essence, sun, crystal flame, crystal ice, crystal water, crystal wood, crystal earth, crystal star sand, star soul, cold star marrow, stellar crystal life liquid, star dew liquid, star dew, star sea pearl, wood spirit flower, dew sun, illumination, crystal space, crystal soul liquid, and so on. Shi Luo watched as a small mountain of resources was dumped in an instant, and the corner of her mouth twitched uncontrollably. This wave of operations left her completely dumbfounded. Brother Sun, are you this extravagantly generous? For Luo's star beast egg hatching naturally, the best should be used. Is it certain that all of them can be used? And those few items look like food, right? An egg can't eat them. They are prepared for after it hatches. Shi Luo. She was rendered speechless. Suddenly she thought of a terrifying thing. Though inappropriate and a bit early, she couldn't help thinking it. At that moment, only one thought remained in her heart. With him like this, isn't he destined to become a child slave in the future? For now, that's all. He'll have Uncle Chun prepare the rest. No need. I really think it's enough. She quickly raised a hand to stop him, genuinely worried that he would fill up the entire bedroom with supplies. A 3-month incubation period really doesn't require that many resources. Rare high-rank star beasts need 6 months. If they are at Beast King level or above, containing ancient bloodlines, it takes 1 to 3 years. Brother Sun, maybe you should first look at its color. If the cycle is too long, rare resources are needed to compress the hatching. So do we need to add more resources? Can I say I'm not in that much of a hurry? It needs to help you save face. Shi Luo didn't know what to say for a moment. Should she say she also didn't need to save face? Changing the subject, she smiled and said, now I am the genuine Marshal's wife. I believe Brother Sun will protect me, so there shouldn't be much face to save. It will, and it's more direct. Alright. He had the capital to be extravagantly generous. After all, he was the Marshal. She also didn't forget to say something to the gray egg. After all, it needed to know who its big benefactor was. Taking credit was really not her style. You've been tired all day. Rest early, you still have to go to the academy for classes tomorrow. Shi Luo felt he was quite warm-hearted after hearing the first sentence, but upon hearing the second, she felt thoroughly distressed. She wanted to raise her head and howl to the heavens. Oh heavens, oh earth, don't toy with me like this. I barely managed to graduate from a top university, became an office drone, and then advanced to become a great master of the apocalypse. Then I close and open my eyes, and not only am I brought back to life, but I have to go to school again. Please don't mess with me like this. Well, can I take 2 more days off? As she spoke, she suddenly thought of something and looked at him with sparkling eyes. Brother Sun, do you have marriage leave? Yes, half a month. Wow, that's great. Look, we are newlyweds and need to cultivate our feelings. Shouldn't I coordinate with your marriage leave, and also take half a month off? Under her expectant gaze, he lightly parted his thin lips. Luo has no leave, and the monthly exam is coming up soon. You need to prepare in advance. No, brother Sun, I just want to ask, how can your 36-degree mouth utter such cold words? Although he couldn't fully understand her linguistic structure and the core meaning she expressed, it didn't prevent him from finding her lively and spirited appearance adorable. Especially when her ice blue eyes widened slightly and looked at him with a touch of grievance. She really resembled a certain kind of adorable little The large hands hanging by his sides itched a little. He wanted to raise his hand and rub her head, but considering the current level of familiarity between them, he only curled his fingertips slightly without actually moving. Suddenly, he discovered that a guide could be this adorable, as if having her company for the rest of his life would be a comfortable and pleasant thing. If Luo wants to rest after your academy's monthly tournament ends, my marriage leave should not be over yet. Then we can. Zhang Sun said, after your academy's monthly tournament ends, my marriage leave should still be valid, then I'll arrange leave for you again. Sure, Luo replied. Is there truly no one who can comprehend the agony of attending school? Do you need my assistance? She remained ensnared in the melancholy of having to attend school, unable to extricate herself. Abruptly hearing his words, she was jolted back to the present, and hastily shook her head. No, I'm fine. You should rest early as well. Good night. It was as if she wished to physically push him out of her bedroom. Although, because they possessed a perfect 100% compatibility coupled with the innate attraction between a guide and a sentinel, especially after completing the registration, as time spent together increased and pheromones stimulated their senses, it imperceptibly accelerated the familiarity and intimacy between them. At this moment, everything felt truly too rapid, too premature. She required a modicum of adaptation. In their interactions, the Marshal, whether in visage or the sensation of his presence, left a favorable impression upon her senses, evoking no trace of aversion. Yet it demanded a natural progression, a gradual culmination, as she could not achieve it in a single stride. Good night. He thoughtfully closed her bedroom door, uttering the words with tenderness. A ding emanated from her photon brain. She received a message sent simultaneously by him and the butler Chun Bo, both conveying a similar gist. If she needed anything, she could directly approach them. He appended a final line, if you are afraid, I am available to accompany you at any time. His addition of this sentence was entirely rooted in his prior observation of her interactions with her family, as well as occasional mentions from Yun Jia and Shi Luo that they often slept with her, citing her timidity and fear of the dark, unaccustomed to sleeping alone. He fretted that her sudden change of living environment might leave her frightened at night due to unfamiliarity. All the fears of the original identity were utterly absent in Shi Luo, who had traversed into this world. It could be said that from childhood she had long grown accustomed to solitude, to being alone. Darkness at times served as the perfect cloak for digesting negative emotions, licking her wounds and soothing her pain. I will. After some deliberation, she still replied with a message to him. Following that, she responded to messages from the Shi family and went one by one. She directly ignored Tian Rao's message, which was practically pinned as a lengthy essay, its central theme revolving around inquiries about the Marshal, her intentions glaringly obvious, coveting her man. Was that not a mere fantasy? Having done all this, she went to check on Grey Egg Hui Dandan. He had handled everything for her. There was truly nothing left for her to do. She merely extended a finger and tapped it, while simultaneously drawing 2 drops of spiritual spring from her space, letting them drip along her fingertip onto the egg. With a visible effect, a faint luster shimmered across the grayish egg. The spatial spiritual spring was her paramount life-saving trump card. Without it in the world before her traversal, she could not fathom how many times she would have perished from battles with mutated plants, animals, zombies, and other psychics. From succumbing to grievous wounds in combat. Medicine was even scarcer than food. Most people with severe injuries could only await death. She harbored no doubts about its efficacy, and since it would hatch into her companion, she was not overly parsimonious. All right, you incubate well. I'm going to wash up and sleep. As she stepped toward the bathroom, she used her consciousness to examine her spiritual spring space. It had been inadvertently contracted before the apocalypse, and it was solely by relying on it that she managed to survive the initial outbreak, gradually accumulating supplies, leveling up, and growing. Within it had formed its own miniature world. At the center lay a spring eye with water gushing forth incessantly, spiritual energy shrouding it in mist, and the surrounding 10 meters had become vaporous. Drinking it could rapidly alleviate fatigue, restore physical vigor, swiftly replenish and enhance mental strength and psychic energy, nourish the spiritual sea, accelerate the growth of crops on the black soil around the spiritual spring, and improve their quality. Additionally, within was a Chinese-style garden villa she had collected along with the space's inherent timestasis, infinite realm. The traversal had not inflicted damage upon it, but 90% of the previous storage in her warehouse had vanished. Regarding this, she could fully accept it. The daily resources stored inside had long been largely consumed, but what remained she seldom used. The mutated plants, animals, zombies, psychic crystal cores, and various seeds left behind were the most invaluable to her. Upon reaching the bathroom, she withdrew her consciousness from the spiritual spring space. Sinking into the bathtub enveloped by the comforting water, she felt every pore open. The soothing drops infiltrated her skin, dispersing all fatigue bit by bit. So comfortable. After indulging in a delightful bath, she changed into a set of ice crystal silk robe, its texture smooth and cool, exceptionally pleasurable. Lying on the bed, she could not help but exclaim inwardly, Finally I get to savor this supreme, luxurious life." Reclining on this sumptuous bed forged from star marrow phantom crystal, she felt strands of energy seep into her body, traversing her limbs and bones, even purifying her spiritual sea. The unparalleled comfort was something she had never encountered before. Moreover, the pillow beneath her head not only possessed the capacity to soothe and amplify spiritual power, but also served a primary function, calming the mind and promoting sleep. Shortly after lying down, her eyelids grew heavy. Before her consciousness fully surrendered to darkness, she murmured, "If possible, I would lie in this bed forever. A night of sweet dreams." Shi Luo was roused by a ding from her photon brain. Still not fully awake, she furrowed her brows in mild annoyance, and instinctively reached her hand under the pillow. Finding nothing, she snapped her eyes open, sat up abruptly, and glanced down to see the photon brain on her wrist. She slapped her forehead in chagrin. Subconscious habits are terrifying. I'm still groping for a phone, entirely forgetting I've switched worlds. But the photon brain is indeed convenient. Her mind had cleared somewhat. She subconsciously checked the newly arrived messages, which were from Zhan Sun and Xin Bo. Luo, good morning. You need to get up. You have class at Imperial Military Academy today. Don't be late. Madam, good morning. Dolly is waiting at your bedroom door for instructions. Breakfast is ready. After you finish your meal, I will arrange for your personal robot to escort you to Imperial Military Academy for your lessons. After reading these two messages, Shi Luo appeared somewhat dazed. She blinked, then blinked again, and lifted a hand to ruffle her silky satin-like hair into a disheveled bird's nest. "Ah, are you all demons? Is it that difficult for me to sleep in just once?" She truly wanted to exclaim, "Fellow beings who comprehends the yearning for sleep and the obsession with lazing in bed of a person who fought relentlessly in the apocalypse, merely striving to survive each day, even having to sleep with eyes open." Shi Luo descended from the upper floor and walked straight into the dining room. As she took her seat, her eyes swept across the table, and then she froze on the spot. At that moment, the housekeeper Chun Bo's voice came to her ear. "Madam, today's breakfast for you and the Marshal was prepared by the palace's chief chef. Please taste it and tell us if it suits your palate." Shi Luo turned toward Zhan Sun in a somewhat mechanical fashion and asked, "Prepared by the chief chef?" Seeing her like that, the corner of his mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. His gaze was gentle as he nodded yes. He trained under the same master as the Imperial Palace's chief royal chef. Shi Luo's lips twitched uncontrollably as she let out two brittle laughs, and then gave an exaggerated thumbs up. "How impressive. He is not as impressive as you, Luo. If it does not suit your taste, I have prepared various flavored nutrient liquids for you." Under the scrutiny of him and the housekeeper, Shi Luo prepared to take a symbolic bite of the garishly colored salad, since it seemed to be the only dish whose appearance looked even remotely normal. She never imagined she would one day describe a salad as garishly colored, not because of the ingredients, but because the dressing had been made into a rainbow. At that moment, Ruda, the Marshal's palace chief chef, dressed in pristine white with a chef's hat and a genial expression, approached and stood by her, saying respectfully, "Good morning, madam. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ruda, chief chef of the Marshal's palace. It is my honor to have prepared today's breakfast for you and the Marshal. Please taste it and give your most objective evaluation. If there is anything else you would like, tell me, and I will prepare it at once." Shi Luo was speechless. She thought you really arrived at just the right moment. But she did not change her plan because of his arrival. She still took a small bite of the salad, and the instant it touched her tongue, tears slid from the corner of her eye. "Madam, I never expected you to be so moved by my cooking, to be brought to tears after a single taste. I am truly honored. This is the greatest affirmation of my career." Shi Luo cast a rueful look at Zhan Sun as he rose quickly, concern on his face, gently dabbing her tears with a black and gold handkerchief. "Where did he get that impression?" she asked. Xin Bo brought Ruda down and docked half a year's wages. If his cooking does not improve, he can pack his things and leave. Ruda looked bewildered. "Marshal, what did I do wrong?" "Madam, clearly, she reacted because your food was intolerably bad," came the blunt reply. "No, that cannot be. I refuse to believe it. I have been champion of the Empire cooking competition for 8 consecutive years. Even the Imperial Palace's chief royal chef, my senior, admires my skill." "Madam, what exactly is unpalatable? I used the most advanced techniques and the finest ingredients. I balanced color, aroma, and taste in every aspect. Is it possible that it simply does not suit my personal taste?" After all, she had transmigrated. She could not judge the world's palates by her own alone. I share Madame's impression. Marshal in the past you. He had barely begun when housekeeper Chunbo interrupted. Ruda, you talk too much. You serve only Madame and the Marshal. If they are dissatisfied, that is your failing. Sorry. Seeing the reluctance on his face, Shi Luo shook her head. Wait a moment. With that she hurried into the kitchen. Moments later a bold commanding aroma drifted out. Ruda, who had been preparing to leave with Chunbo in frustration, suddenly had a light flare in his eyes. Excitement painted his face as he turned and dashed toward the kitchen. At the transparent kitchen door, he saw Shi Luo flipping a meat patty and stood frozen. When Chunbo approached, he asked in disbelief. Chunbo is the person cooking in the kitchen, madam. Trust your keen eyesight, Chunbo replied. Ruda stammered. She can cook. She's not a... He choked on the word, startled by a sudden chill of pressure, and immediately shut his mouth, switching to a different expression. I mean, I truly did not expect Madame's culinary skill to have reached a godlike level. Just the aroma alone leaves me utterly humbled. As he spoke, he furtively swallowed, casting a hopeful glance at John Sun. Marshal, I know this is presumptuous, but could I please taste one bite of Madame's cooking? Just one bite. John Sun's face turned cold, and he declined sharply no. His refusal did not extinguish Ruda's hope. He resolved to wait, and asked Shi Luo again later. The result? He did not get the chance. Shi Luo had barely emerged from the kitchen carrying the fragrant patty and freshly pressed juice, when a tall figure blocked her, and escorted her directly toward the dining room. Ruda's mouth poised to speak froze in midair. When he recovered, he shamelessly followed the housekeeper into the dining room and planted himself not far from her, nostrils twitching as he inhaled the rich scent of the patty. Just as she was about to bite into the patty, Ruda hurriedly asked, Madam, what have you made? It smells divine. I've never seen, nor smelled, anything like it before. Forgive my earlier shallowness. A meat patty. The crust is made from the flour of Jin Guang Sui Mai. The filling is minced Ji Ling Lu meat, and by Yu Luo mixed with my special seasoning. The method is actually quite simple. If you wish to learn, I'll teach you when I return from class. She could not cook every day, and here was a willing candidate. From the light in his eyes when he spoke of food, it was clear how passionately he loved his craft. Human cooking always carried a warmth that robot chefs could not replicate. Really, truly, Madam, will you really teach me? Of course. Madam, you are so kind, so beautiful, so generous. My wife need not have so much flattery. The Marshal cut him off coldly before he could continue his gush. Having been carried away by emotion, Ruda collected himself, and realizing his indiscretion, immediately offered a respectful apology. Forgive me, Marshal, Madam, I was out of line. Shi Luo felt puzzled. She could not fathom why an apology was suddenly necessary. In her past life, she had heard plenty of flattery, and had not been bothered by it. She had no inkling that in this interstellar world she had already been officially registered as married, nor that a sentinel like Zhan Sun would possess an overwhelming possessiveness toward his personal guide. Compatibility seemed to magnify possessiveness. For two people with a 100% match like them, were it not for his constant self-restraint, his possessiveness would likely have become disturbingly extreme. Housekeeper, take him away. Zhan Sun did not want anyone disturbing his breakfast with his wife. How does it taste? Still very delicious. As long as you like it. I made plenty. When we go out later, we can take some for lunch. Good. The sensation was novel, and yet the Marshal found himself inexplicably growing a little covetous. After having breakfast, Shi Luo personally saw him off as he boarded his exclusive flying vehicle. Go ahead, if anyone bullies you, send me a message immediately. He'll come to pick you up after school. All right, Marshal. You addressed me incorrectly, he corrected in a deep voice. It's Sun Ge. This made his gaze darken, and just as the door of the flying vehicle was about to close, he suddenly extended his long arm and pulled her down from above. Caught off guard, she was shifted from the luxurious seat of the flying vehicle into his strong arms. Still a bit dazed, she quickly realized, and a charming blush appeared on her small face, her heart racing. Wow, I have experienced the max-level boyfriend power that only short drama female leads enjoy. Not to mention anything else, the experience of being in Marshal's arms is truly overwhelming. Sun Ge, what is this? It's the etiquette for couples parting ways. Upon hearing this, a row of question marks suddenly appeared above Shi Luo's head. Her gaze towards him seemed to say, Sun Ge, even though I haven't held a man's hand and my experience is limited, you don't have to deceive me like this, do you? Please forgive her simplistic understanding of romantic matters or the etiquette between couples. She had never seen such a direct embrace that allowed someone to sit in the arms. If it weren't for his overwhelming aura and the immense sense of security he provided, her courage would have been unimaginable. This kind of operation should at least elicit a polite scream. That's indeed the case. He noticed the meaning in her eyes and affirmed it without blushing or skipping a heartbeat. Wait, I thought it was supposed to be hugs and kisses. She almost instinctively blurted this out, and upon realizing it, she felt utterly frustrated. That works too. Haha, I'm going to be late. Are you trying to adapt a bit more? Yes, exactly. She nodded firmly. Then it's settled for next time. Just as she was about to say something, she met his deep abyss-like gaze. Unexplainably, she sensed a hint of danger and chose to swallow her words, quickly changing the topic. I'm going to be late. Do you need me to give you a ride? No need. She adeptly jumped down from his arms, quickly stepping into the flying vehicle with her slender legs. Before takeoff, she waved politely goodbye Sun Gu, while thinking to herself, to be honest, this parting method is a bit amusing. From the floating island housing the Marshal's residence, there were dedicated flight paths leading to the Imperial Royal Academy. After watching the flying vehicle depart, John Sun turned and headed to his designated parking area, choosing a stylish golden floating car to sit in. She was heading to the academy today, while he planned to go to the military department during the day to handle military affairs, intending to personally pick her up after school. On the other side, Shi Luo had already arrived at the Imperial 1st Central Military Academy via the flying vehicle. It was located on the floating island above the capital star, elevated above the clouds, supported by an energy base with stringent security barriers. It was the highest military academy in the entire empire. When she had crossed over, she hadn't taken the time to understand it in detail, and didn't even know its full name, having only referred to it as Imperial Military Academy before. Now, looking down from the floating car, she saw the conspicuously imposing words Imperial 1st Central Military Academy radiating authority and an aura of slaughter, and she could clearly see the distinct landscapes of the independent districts for the 5 major specialties. Moreover, due to the considerable distance between the different districts, transportation required using the internal floating cars or dedicated magnetic tracks. It must be said that the design of the magnetic tracks was indeed very distinctive. She then shifted her gaze to the public areas within the campus: the central cafeteria, central square, comprehensive library, large simulation center, comprehensive physical training grounds, and medical and mental rehabilitation center. Additionally, there were service districts and dormitory service areas on campus, all of which were core areas shared by all students of the Imperial 1st Central Military Academy. Furthermore, each individual specialties district was equipped with its own small kitchen, and there was a separate dining hall for elite class students. Shi Luo withdrew her gaze and raised her hand to her forehead, quickly searching through the memories she received, rapidly finding the information related to her and the Imperial 1st Central Military Academy: mental power F, physique D, majoring in mecha studies. This was particularly in line with the setting of all the female protagonist stories she had seen before her crossing. She was currently in the first year of the mecha department. It was a regular class C, undoubtedly the lowest foundational class belonging to the completely bottom-dwelling existence. Haha, how true. She had never been at the bottom, even in kindergarten, yet unexpectedly her crossing had given her a brand new experience. It's all good. Shi Luo smoothly passed the verification after going through layers of checks, and the flying vehicle successfully switched to the mecha district, which occupied most of the eastern side of the giant star floating island. The entire style featured metal tones with black, gray, and silver as the main interstellar color schemes. In the center stood a gigantic divine-level mecha model, and throughout the district one could see the giant star mecha display warehouses and energy circuit patterns. She remained seated in the flying vehicle, looking down through the transparent window at the landscape below. The district was composed of the core's central square mecha training hall, simulated combat zones, theoretical teaching buildings, physical training grounds, armories, mecha warehouses, helipads, cafeterias, and student dormitories. The teaching building had 6 floors. The first to third floors housed classrooms for ordinary classes divided into levels A, B, C, and D. The classrooms were spacious, but somewhat outdated in equipment, with dim lighting and a slightly oppressive atmosphere. The 4th to 6th floors were for elite classes, similarly divided into levels A, B, C, and D. The classrooms were spacious and bright, equipped with the latest technology, and the atmosphere was worlds apart from that of ordinary classes. With her thoughts returning, she sighed. Alas, I still need to put in a bit more effort. Although she didn't want to attend school, she also didn't want to be the kind of transmigrator who got expelled for having unsatisfactory grades right after crossing. At this moment, her floating vehicle had already stopped at the helipad of the mecha district. As soon as her door opened, she heard the noisy discussions outside. Ah, what a great day it is today. I didn't expect to see the Marshal's flying vehicle as soon as I arrived at the academy. It's the Marshal? I wonder if the one coming down is really the Marshal. I'm so excited, I can't believe the Marshal is coming to our mecha district today. What to do? I'm so nervous, I'm really afraid I'll faint when I see the Marshal in person. At this moment, Shi Luo was somewhat conflicted about whether to close the already open door of the flying vehicle. She never expected her own Marshal to be so popular. She even wondered if they would spit at her in disbelief if they saw her coming down from the flying vehicle. But the arrow was on the bowstring. No, how could it be? She's actually Shi Luo, this worthless person. How could she come down from the Marshal's flying vehicle? Have you forgotten? She is already married to the Marshal, not only registered, but even had the wedding ceremony, which was live-streamed across the entire Star Network. The extravagance is beyond my ability to describe. Shi Luo, it's such a pity as a party involved, why don't I feel this way? Shi Luo, hurry up and come down. Even if you married the Marshal, you don't deserve to sit in a flying vehicle with the Marshal's exclusive emblem. You worthless person will only tarnish it. She never expected that even before her feet touched the ground of the Mecha Academy, she would be flamboyantly picked on. This is truly Wang Xiaoya, and Ouyang, you have gone too far. How can you say such things about Luo Luo? Don't forget that she is now the Marshal's wife, protected by the Marshal himself. Defaming her could lead to being sent to a military court and exiled to a desolate star. Luo Luo is incredibly lucky to have a 100 compatibility with the Marshal. As classmates, we should be happy for her. I ask you not to speak such unpleasant words. If the Marshal finds out, he will surely protect her. Without even looking, Shi Luo accurately identified the two voices. The gentle support from the front warmed her heart slightly, but when she heard Tian Rao's words, truly the white lotus flower species exists in every world. Shi Luo had no habit of hiding and letting others defend her. Instead, she stepped down from the flying vehicle with her slender legs, her gaze icy as she scanned the crowd of fleas. In a detached tone, she said, "Is there anyone here whose compatibility with the Marshal exceeds mine?" Pausing for a moment, her gaze swept across the faces of the students who were now looking somewhat unpleasant. "Is it you? Or you? Or perhaps you? Tisk, I didn't expect the male students of our academy to have delusions about the Marshal. Do you need me to send a message via the light brain?" "Oh no, I misspoke. Just a single message, and the Marshal will appear before me at any time." As soon as her words fell, the faces of those she had glanced over instantly turned a shade of liver color, filled with anger, shame, and frustration. The expressions were nothing short of spectacular. "You, Shi Luo, how can your thoughts be so filthy? I have no such intentions. I only admire the Marshal and speak out for him. How can our mighty empire's god of war marry a waste like you?" Shi Luo shrugged nonchalantly. "Oh, but what can I do? He just happened to marry me, and our Marshal indeed likes the worthless. He wouldn't even spare a glance for talents like you. What can I do? Who told me to be so charming that the Marshal can't resist? It's not my fault that my parents gave me such strong assets." They felt as if they were about to be driven mad, yet they truly couldn't find the words to retort. Even at the peak of jealousy and anger, they had to admit that what she said was indeed the truth. The problem was, this was the most infuriating part. Hidden not far away, the campus belle Liang Yin watched as Wang Xiaoya and Ouyang were left speechless by Shi Luo's retort. She was so furious that she felt her silver teeth might crack. Her twisted, jealous, and unwilling expressions flashed across her beautiful face as she clenched her hands at her sides and muttered curses under her breath. "Yin, don't worry. Since she dares to snatch the Marshal from you, the days ahead will be long, and we will definitely make her miserable." What are Wang Xiaoya and Ouyang doing? They were so confident before, yet now they are at a disadvantage after just a few words. We can't let them come back. Although I am very unwilling and angry, Liang Yin also knows that today has already missed the best opportunity. What the people around her said was not wrong. The time is still long, and she will definitely make Shi Luo understand the consequences of snatching the Marshal from her. Shi Luo followed that malicious gaze and fixed her eyes on a glimpse of a pure white skirt corner exposed from a large mecha cabin. Her gaze suddenly turned icy and a cold arc lifted at the corners of her lips. Mice in the gutter are truly accustomed to hiding. Shi Luo didn't even need to look to guess who it was. In the original owner's memory, the two people in front of her were the most loyal lackeys and sycophants of the campus belle Liang Yin. It seems she was also one of those infatuated with her own Marshal. "Go back and tell your master that the Marshal is a man she will never possess in this lifetime." "You don't be so arrogant." "I can't help it, my arrogance comes from the Marshal." She suddenly felt that the feeling of relying on someone else's power was quite nice. Mainly, she was tired of the fighting and killing of the original world. "Luo Luo, I will definitely protect you. If they pick on you again, just tell the Marshal. He will surely help you teach them a lesson." Soft, don't give Luo Luo any random ideas. She is not a child. Besides, the Marshal is so busy, how can he be troubled with every little thing? What if he starts to get annoyed with Luo Luo because of these matters? What should we do then? "Oh, is that so? That won't do. Ro, what should we do?" "Luo Luo, let's solve these minor issues ourselves. As the Marshal's wife, you should be considerate and not make the Marshal worry about you all the time. He has already borne a lot of pressure for you." Before Tian Ro could speak, when Ruan tilted her little head in confusion. Ro, how come? I don't understand. Our Luo Luo is so good. She is so beautiful. How could the Marshal have pressure? Shouldn't it be Luo Luo who is under pressure? Otherwise, why would so many people come looking for trouble with her? How many people in the entire empire admire the Marshal? They must be unwilling and jealous. If she doesn't tell him everything, how many troubles will Luo Luo face alone in the future? What if she gets bullied? You are overthinking it. They are merely admiring the Marshal and won't do anything excessive. Luo Luo, don't listen to Soft. She is just trying. Those people are very well-mannered. You won't be harmed. I will protect you. How about this? To reassure Soft, I will go to the Marshal's residence to pick you up and drop you off from school starting today. Perhaps worried that Shi Luo would refuse, Tian Ro quickly added, "Don't feel shy or think it's a bother. We are the best of friends, and I am more than willing to do anything for Shi Luo. Hearing a thank you from me truly feels like the heart of Sima Zhao." Having seen all kinds of people, she could see through the little schemes of the person before her at a glance. It was merely an excuse to create an opportunity for contact with the Marshal. Looking at the jealousy and ambition in Tian Rao's eyes, she could easily guess that at this moment she must be fantasizing about how she is better than Shi Luo in every aspect, thinking she could push her down. If she successfully entered the Marshal's palace every day in broad daylight, and if her biological father and his family found out about it, this previously unvalued illegitimate daughter would soar to the branches and become a phoenix, becoming a hot topic in her family. In the end, Shi Luo would become her stepping stone. No need. I feel quite good commuting to and from school every day. I plan to stay in the dormitory during monthly exams, midterms, finals, and various competitions at the Academy and the Empire, so I don't need to run back and forth. You should handle your own matters first. At this point, she revealed a sudden look of realization as if she had just remembered something and asked with genuine concern, have you and your mother been allowed to enter your father's family? It must be said that Shi Luo truly knows how to strike at the heart with a single sentence. Tian Rao's expression immediately changed upon hearing this, her gaze flashing with resentment. However, when she met Shi Luo's cold stare, she quickly suppressed her anger and replaced it with a tearful expression. Luo, have I done something wrong? Are you angry because I didn't argue with them for you just now? I truly didn't mean to. You are now the Marshal's wife, and you know your situation. Countless people are waiting to catch your mistakes, aren't they? I don't want you to be discussed in the Xinguang, nor do I want the Marshal to misunderstand you and create a rift between you. If you want, I will definitely help you next time. I just ask you not to ask me such questions anymore, okay? You know my dad's wife and her children have always looked down on me and my mom. If it weren't for their relentless pressure and schemes against us, we would never have ended up in the civilian area. If I hadn't managed to get specially recruited into the Imperial Military Academy, we would have been sent to a desolate star by now. Ruo, you misunderstood Luo. She genuinely cares for you, and besides, she has already helped you a lot. Your daily living expenses and the things you like were all paid with her secondary card. When Ruan almost forgot Shi Luo was there until she immediately stretched her delicate white hand toward Tian Rao. Seeing Tian Rao's confused and stunned expression, she spoke directly. Please return my secondary card to me. Previously, it was funded by my parents and they wouldn't mind, but now that I am married, I share the same financial responsibilities as the Marshal. If I continue to support friends, that wouldn't be fair, would it? Luo, are you really going to take it back? You are so wealthy, you shouldn't mind this little amount I've spent, right? You know our family. Yes, I know. Your dad gives you and your mom a monthly allowance that is more than enough for you to live well. What I provide is just icing on the cake. It's completely unnecessary. And you are so independent, and I'm sure you wouldn't want to be supported by me, right? Just give the card back to me, and also return the money spent in the last 3 days. Shi Luo didn't give her a chance to respond as she walked toward the teaching building, continuing, now that we are married, I need to consolidate my assets. Otherwise, I won't be able to give the Marshal any pocket money. It's not that she enjoys bringing up the Marshal, but just look around, so many students have come up to her. The stairs are uncomfortable, and coupled with this covetous presence beside her, she definitely needs to stir their jealousy a bit. It's actually quite fun. Ruo, I think Luo is right. We are friends, and she has no obligation to support you. Inviting each other out and giving small gifts is fine, but if it's too much, that crosses the line. What? Did I hear that right? Tian Rao is actually being supported by a waste. Isn't she even worse than a waste herself? Didn't you hear? She's actually a love child, haha, it's honestly laughable. I used to think she was exceptional and came from a high background. It turns out everything is about comparison. I can only say her inferiority is too obvious, next to Shi Luo highlighting her supposed excellence. Wait, why do I find it interesting? Could it be that she is befriending the waste Shi Luo just to use her as a contrast to show off her superiority? If that's the case, that's really terrifying. Upon hearing this, Shi Luo genuinely wanted to give a thumbs up to the person who said it, ignoring her unfriendly tone, and added, sister, you've seen through it. In the past, Shi Luo was overly pampered by her family, living in a honey jar, and had been too naive. Now she could see through the essence of things at a glance. White Lotus plastic friends constantly come and go every year. She's not like the protagonist in the novel she read before, where the original owner was killed by the White Lotus, only for the transmigrated female lead to play along with her, dragging on for 70 or 80 chapters without cutting ties. She came today specifically to sever ties with Tian Rao completely, not giving her a chance to defend herself. She spoke first, her tone revealing an unmistakable disappointment and sadness. So it turns out you weren't sincere in being my friend. Since that's the case, let's cut ties. As she spoke, Shi Luo swiftly took out the worthless less than 5 trivial items that Tian Rao had given her from her space, and stuffed them back into Tian Rao's hands. I have never liked owing anyone anything. These are all the things you've given me over the 5 years of our friendship, and now in front of everyone I'll return them all to you. Please return all the gifts I've given you as well. And the previous expenses I incurred with my star coins must be reimbursed within 3 days, otherwise we will see each other in a military court. Just a friendly reminder, I'm now the Marshal's wife, and he has opened all permissions for me, granting me equal rights within the Empire. Ruo, you only gave Luo these few broken items, and all of them are worthless. I'm really disappointed in you. I don't want a friend like you. I want to sever ties with you. Impossible, how could this be? Sure, Luo, you're lying. The Marshal would never go to such lengths for a waste like you. Aha, your true colors are finally exposed. You were just pretending to be my friend for your own despicable motives. Don't say anything else, class is about to start. Hurry up and return my things, and the money must be in my account within 3 days. There's nothing more for us to discuss. I feel the same way. Tian-Ro suppressed her urge to confront them, right there, tears glistening on her cheeks, as she looked at them, with a pitiful expression. Her voice choked. Luo, Wan, please don't treat me like this, okay? They just can't stand our good relationship and are deliberately sowing discord. That's right, it's exactly like that. Luo, they are just jealous. Unable to take away the Marshal, they want to sow discord and make you lose me. Please don't fall for it. I really consider you a true friend. You might not value these, but they have special meaning to me. You know my financial situation is limited, and I really can't afford better ones. Once I receive the bonuses from the monthly assessments and competitions, I will definitely buy you all gifts you like, okay? Only she knows how much her heart aches when she says this. That money was originally meant for her to buy some nice cosmetics, jewelry, and clothes to dress herself up nicely. Then she would get closer to the Marshal step by step through her connection with Shi Luo. She doesn't believe he would truly want to be with a waste with only level mental power and not choose her, a genius whose mental power could soon reach a level. She didn't tell anyone that although she hadn't awakened a star beast on the Central Awakening platform at school, she once saved a dying old man by chance, and he gifted her a golden star beast egg, which is quite rare. As long as it successfully hatches, it will start at the king level. After signing a contract, it can directly increase the guide's mental power by 1 level. She is currently level, and it's a certainty that she will reach a level. Thinking of this, Tian-Ro decided to push further, but before she could even speak, she was interrupted by the somewhat impatient Shi Luo, whose one sentence successfully broke her defenses. Are you plotting after the Marshal, hoping to continue being friends with me to gain an advantage, right? As soon as Shi Luo's words fell, countless probing and disdainful gazes in the room turned sharply toward Tian-Ro, whose ever-gentle facade was crumbling, revealing a gaze filled with unabashed resentment directed at Shi Luo. No, I haven't. You can't accuse me like that. It's you, a worthless waste who is unworthy of the Marshal. Shi Luo seized the soft-spoken when Wan raised an eyebrow and responded casually, are you worthy? After speaking, as she withdrew her gaze, she cast a faint glance at the others present, the meaning in her eyes unmistakable, then turned to Wan and said, class is about to start. Ooh, a good student cannot be late. Watching the two walk into the teaching building, Tian-Ro was so furious she could hardly contain herself, and the mocking and disdainful voices around her flowed incessantly into her ears. Previously, she had particularly enjoyed seeing Shi Luo being treated this way by others. Now that it was her turn, she just wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Unable to endure any longer, she glared at those people in anger and shouted, shut up. You all shut up. It was Shi Luo who spoke nonsense, so I did not. How could a waste like her be worthy? Why can't I dream? Compared to her, I am more deserving of the Marshal, right? She definitely wouldn't dare to say that last sentence now. If she did, she would probably be devoured alive by all the students present. Ignoring the reactions of others, she quickly turned and ran into the teaching building. As she passed by the ordinary Class C where Shi Luo was, she glanced through the half-open door and saw her sitting in the last row of the classroom, a glimmer of resentment flashing in her eyes as she gritted her teeth and said, "Humph, a waste is just a waste. You shall forever rot in Class C." As she said this, Tian-Ro suddenly felt a surge of superiority. After all, she was in the elite Class B, a status this waste could never catch up to or reach. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before she hatched a king-tier star beast. As long as the contract was successful, she could smoothly enter elite Class A and become the pride of the Empire's first Central Academy. At that time, without relying on Shi Luo this waste, she would also have a chance to attract the Marshal's attention. The allure of a top guide to a top sentinel is fatal. Only they are a match made in heaven, and only she can soothe the Marshal's restless mental strength, helping him through the torturous sensitive period, marking him with pheromones, and even engaging in deeper mental contracts. Thinking of this, she nearly laughed aloud. In the classroom, Shi Luo immediately sensed the resentful and jealous gaze directed at her. She merely glanced at it with her peripheral vision, paying no mind, and focused all her attention on preparing for class. Although she was somewhat reluctant to attend school, sitting in the classroom triggered many memories of her university days. Arriving in a new world, it was essential to better survive, understand the world's rules, and master the necessary knowledge and skills. She had always been adaptable, and while sitting in the classroom, she would attentively listen to the lessons. Luo, Ro, she's looking at you. Her gaze is really frightening. I just realized what kind of person she is today. I don't want to be friends with her. Taking advantage of the moment before Teacher Li arrived for class, when Ruan turned back with her adorable round face, appearing somewhat displeased as she spoke. It's fine if she won't take a piece of meat from me. Let her be. If you don't want to be friends with her, that's her loss. I think so too. Only Luo is my best friend. Suddenly a shy and timid voice interjected. What? My name is Tang Ranran, can I be friends with you? Wow, so your name is Tang Ranran. We've been classmates for a while, but I only knew you were Luo's deskmate. We haven't spoken yet. If Luo agrees, I have no issue with it at all. Shi Luo turned to meet a pair of brown eyes sparkling with starlight, instantly recognizing her desire to be friends. She nodded, saying, sure. Really? You really want to be friends with me? Of course. We both want to be friends with you. That's wonderful. I have 2 friends now. At this point she seemed to remember something, and quickly pulled out 2 exquisitely wrapped gift boxes from her space button, placing them in front of Shi Luo, and when Ruan, her small hands nervously gripping her clothes, appearing extremely anxious as she said, this is a gift for you both, I hope you like it. And you must always be friends with me, don't go befriending my sister, okay? Shi Luo merely glanced at the gift boxes in front of her, and lightly declined, saying, there's no need for gifts. No, that won't do. Every time my sister introduces someone to be friends with me, they have to give gifts. Later they end up not liking the gifts I gave them, and go off to be friends with my sister instead. When Ruan exclaimed in surprise, what kind of operation is this? Are you sure your sister is really your biological sister? Otherwise how could she be so unfair to you? No, she's not my biological sister, she was brought home by mom. But my sister really likes me. I'm just too foolish, mom loves me a lot, otherwise I wouldn't know how to cope with dad being away all the time. Shi Luo. What a naive and foolish child, deeply manipulated by her stepmother and stepsister. When Ruan. Why do I always feel something is off? You will always be friends with me, right? I will often give you gifts that you like. Tang Ranran was very appearance-focused. Since the first time she saw Shi Luo, and when Ruan, she had wanted to be friends with them. On one hand, she was timid and worried about rejection. On the other hand, she had told her sister and the others about it, and they strongly opposed it, saying Shi Luo was recognized as a waste by the Empire. If she befriended her, she would be mocked, and be seen as a waste too. For the first time she felt that what they said was unreasonable. She still insisted on wanting to be friends with Shi Luo because she was really too timid and had never found an opportunity before. Finally, seizing the opportunity, she did not expect to not be rejected. She no longer wanted to lose a good friend. Yes. Wow, that's really great. You must accept the gifts, or I will worry. Shi Luo and when Ruan exchanged glances. Under the watchful gaze of her bright, sparkling eyes, they accepted the gifts into their space buttons, then took out a gift from their own and placed it in front of her. This is a return gift. You have to accept it too. For me, eh? Tang Ranran asked, incredulously, her excitement palpable. Yes, friends should give and take. If only one side receives, then that's not a true friendship. Is that so? But before it was always me giving, and they never gave me anything, only to my sister. Seeing so many different types of people, Shi Luo had developed a keen ability to judge character. Even without meeting the mother and sister she mentioned, she could discern their nature. After a moment of thought, she said softly, you should be more cautious in the future. This was the most she could advise. Always adhering to the principle of letting go and respecting others' destinies today was truly an exception for her. As for warnings about the mother and sister, she spoke of saying they were not good people, that was too intrusive, and she would never say such things. Tang Ranran's small face was filled with confusion as she tilted her head and looked at her. Shi Luo couldn't help but lightly tap her on the smooth forehead. You're too silly. Am I silly? But no one has said that before. If they all call me a little softy. When Ruan, he doesn't seem much different. Quiet, get ready for class. A stern female voice came from outside the classroom, accompanied by the sound of high heels tapping the floor. Teacher Li is coming. She is very strict. Let's talk about other things after class. When Ruan had just turned back to adjust her seating posture, when Teacher Li, tall and slender, clad in a black teacher's uniform, her long hair pulled back behind her ears with a cold and stern expression, walked in. As soon as she entered the classroom, an invisible pressure filled the space, and the room instantly fell into dead silence. Her cold gaze swept over every student in the room, pausing deliberately on Shi Luo for a few extra seconds, causing a sense of vigilance to quickly rise within her heart. Shi Luo felt that Teacher Li didn't seem particularly friendly toward her, and complained inwardly, damn transmigration trope for female leads. Fine, I'm a loser, but can't everyone be a bit friendlier? All I want is to half-lie flat. I don't want to keep defeating villains and slapping faces, putting on some kind of overpowered female lead satisfaction novel. A plain and simple life is real, doesn't anyone understand? This habit of rich inner monologue was something she had inherited from her previous world. Helpless. Even among companions who shared life and death, everyone was busy surviving. Opening their eyes meant fighting and killing. Quiet moments together were rare, and a proper chat was a luxury. What to do when you have a urge to vent? Just complain inwardly. Shi Luo, stand up and answer this question. Suddenly called upon, Shi Luo was forcibly pulled back from her wandering thoughts, still somewhat dazed. A class that hasn't even finished yet, and you call on her to answer. What is she supposed to answer? Teacher, please repeat the question. No, I didn't catch it. Shi Luo felt she was an honest child, especially in front of the teacher. She wouldn't lie. Teacher Li's face flushed red with anger. Shi Luo, are you sure you were listening just now, or do you think if I repeat it once you'll understand and answer my question? Teacher, how would you know without trying? Teacher Li was completely thrown off by her words and stood there for a long while unable to compose herself. Haha, Teacher Li, why don't I answer? She's a loser. Let alone once, even if you explain 10 times, she still might not understand. Exactly, Wang Zijuan is right. She's the Empire's acknowledged waste. If Class C weren't the lowest grade, she wouldn't even have the right to sit in the same class as us. Teacher Li, let me answer for her. It wouldn't be good if you got too angry. Shi Luo. You can firmly believe I'm a waste. Since she's taken over this body, she has to accept it. But insulting her intelligence is not acceptable. Teacher, please say the question again. Teacher Li had taken deep breaths countless times to calm herself slightly. Upon hearing this, she repeated the question with a dark. After listening, Shi Luo raised an eyebrow, slightly grateful that she had skimmed the textbook on the aircraft today. Coincidentally, she actually knew the answer. She cast a reassuring glance at the worried Wan and Tang Ran. Her red lips parted, and under the gaze of Teacher Li and classmates filled with contempt, mockery, and anticipation of her humiliation, she fluently delivered the answer in one breath. After finishing, Shi Luo ignored Teacher Li's shocked reaction and the classmates' deflated expressions and slowly added, should I also list the other 2 answers? No need, please sit down. Let's continue the lesson. In the following class, Teacher Li really targeted Shi Luo, calling her up to answer questions at least 3 more times. The classmates had gone from initial contempt, mockery, and anticipation of drama to final numbness, only occasionally sighing when she answered flawlessly, wait, the loser has gotten a cheat. Is this the benefit of marrying the Marshal? How come she seems so much smarter today? Could it be that the Marshal has already marked and bonded with her, sharing his intelligence? Otherwise, how could she answer every time? Shi Luo completely chose to ignore it because she had already silently slapped back in her own way. What's the point of indulging in verbal battles? However, when Wan and Tang Ran looked indignant, always glaring immediately at those classmates who couldn't keep their mouths shut. Finally, they endured until the last class. Shi Luo, having answered who knows how many questions, was already a bit numb. Fortunately, the last class was taught by the homeroom teacher, Teacher Wu. He was relatively fair, and also because she was now the Marshal's wife, his attitude carried a trace of politeness. He only called on her to answer one question, and it was a simple. This time she received rare praise, making her deeply suspect that the homeroom teacher had called on her just to create an opportunity to compliment her. Unfortunately, Shi Luo had no proof. Ding-ling-ling. The bell for the end of class rang, and the students cheered as they saw off the homeroom teacher. Wang Zijuan, along with his 2 lackeys and several female classmates who usually envied Shi Luo for her beauty, now, with an additional reason to be mad with jealousy, swarmed and surrounded her at her desk. Yo, a loser is a loser. Even the teacher can't stand you. Didn't expect you to get lucky today and answer everything. I wonder if you'll be as lucky during this afternoon's physical training and simulation class. Shi Luo, did the Marshal hire a high-level tutor at home to cram you? Looks like he knows you're stupid and doesn't want you to embarrass him at the academy. Shi Luo only lifted her head and swept them with a cold glance, her voice icy. Scatter or face the consequences. Her gaze was too cold, too oppressive. It stunned them all on the spot, and a flicker of fear quickly flashed in their eyes as they looked at her. She didn't give them a chance to react. She walked straight out of the classroom with Tang Ran and Wan. Behind her came Wang Zijuan's furious voice, Shi Luo, just wait. This afternoon I'll watch you get beaten like a dog and become a joke for us. Shi Luo, you'll never turn things around. The Marshal will abandon you sooner or later. They are really too much. Clearly, Luo, you haven't done anything yet they cling on like mad dogs. Yet too much. Luo is so good, they are so mean. Alright, what's there to be angry about? They're just a bunch of lackeys helping their master bite me. Just watch me. They'll make them shut up immediately and jump with fury. The next second, Shi Luo's voice, cold and devoid of any warmth, pierced the ears of Wang Zijuan and the others. You're jealous of a useless person like me. Ah, Shi Luo, you. Don't put a crown on your head. Jealous of you? Huh. You're not jealous because you're a bootlicker. Wang Zijuan's face turned iron blue with rage, and then her words broke his composure. A bootlicker. Lick until you have nothing left. Shi Luo looked up and met 2 pairs of sparkling eyes brimming with admiration. She raised an eyebrow and teased in a cheerful tone, don't be obsessed with me, sis. I only exist in legends. Wow, Luo, you're amazing. I never knew your tongue could be so sharp. Luo, you've turned their faces into a rainbow of colors. What a relief. Just a little effort. Annoying flies buzz too much. What are flies? Disgusting little bugs. Hearing this, they nodded in agreement, their little faces twisting with disgust. Yeah, bugs are super disgusting. Their hatred for bugs was etched into their bones. The insectoids were their empire's greatest enemy, even if they lived on the capital planet. Beyond the core zone, the middle-class zones, civilian zones, and slum zones were often plagued by sudden insectoid outbreaks, forcing hunting squads and stationed military detachments to constantly send out distress signals. As students of the Empire's first Central Military Academy, regardless of their district, they would eventually join the fight against the insectoids. At this thought, the expressions of disgust on Wenwan's and Tang Ranran's faces deepened. Let's not talk about it, or I won't be able to eat. They were only ordinary class students, not qualified to enter the separate kitchen reserved for elite class students. They had to go to the public cafeteria, and as soon as they stepped inside, lively chatter filled their ears. Luo, let me tell you, even though this is the public cafeteria, the food from our mecha department is still the best, especially those signature dishes. Today there's even braised star armor beast meat. Let's hurry, or we might miss out. I'm going to line up now. Luo, you guys hurry too, or we won't get the signature dishes. After their enthusiastic recommendation, she, who had originally planned to just eat her own meat pie, suddenly felt a tiny flicker of anticipation. She couldn't be prejudiced based on one experience, could she? After all, this was the Empire's most prestigious academy. Besides academics, it had to have its own unique features. Every student was a future pillar of the Empire, so naturally, she believed the academy would place great emphasis on meals. 10 minutes later, Shi Luo stared at the dishes on her tray. The braised star armor beast meat, they had strongly recommended lotus shoot, crystal mushroom, soup, linlang milk, steamed egg, rainbow energy salad in. The expression on her face became rather interesting. When Ruan and Tang Ranran were happily savoring their successful grabs of favorite dishes, urging, without looking up, Luo, try it. Isn't it delicious? We're so lucky today. We got everything. Luo, take a bite. You won't be disappointed, and you'll want it again tomorrow. You like it? We love it. I'm already drooling like crazy. Me too. Too bad there's no special milk tea or red lotus fruit juice, only frozen blueberry drinks. But they're pretty tasty too. Shi Luo, your tastes are beyond my comprehension. She had taken a small bite. It wasn't inedible, but by her standards the flavor was mediocre. You can have mine. They'll go get something else. Huh. No way, Luo, please keep it for yourself. It's so good, I can't take yours. Alright, I said you can have it. Under her gaze that brooked no refusal, they obediently pushed their own trays toward her, blinking their big watery eyes like kindergarten kids waiting for the teacher to serve. Shi Luo found them adorable, and her eyes unconsciously softened. Eat up. After dividing the food, she left those words, picked up her tray, and walked toward a less popular counter. First she got a serving of grilled baba beast meat, then a cosmic axe beast steak. Both looked and smelled appetizing. They smelled decent, but she still feared hitting a dud, so she also got a plate of crisp emerald stir-fried vegetables and headed straight for the soup counter. After checking 3 windows, she finally chose a bowl of blue-scale fish soup. Milky white, with a faint silvery blue sheen, thick and smooth. After simmering, the fish's surface shimmered with a faint blue glow, exuding pure energy. The soup was dotted with red interstellar goji berries and white bamboo shoots tinged with pale green. Freshly taken off the stove, it was still bubbling with a glub-glub sound, and the fragrance made her swallow. Luo, why did you order these unpopular dishes? Everyone's had too much of them, and nobody orders them anymore. As soon as she set her tray on the table, when Ruan asked in surprise. Tang Ranran also looked up at her. Shi Luo said calmly, they look good, so I wanted to try. Oh, I see. Then eat up. This time her choices didn't disappoint. The flavor was acceptable, and the interstellar edible ingredients contained pure energy. With each bite she felt her body becoming wonderfully comfortable. Enjoying both fine food and nourishing the body. What a pleasant feeling. The Empire's first Central Military Academy not only waived tuition fees for enrolled students, but also covered room and board unless one requested special meals or private luxury dorms, which required extra payment. Moreover, regardless of the majors, district weekly tests, monthly tests, midterms, finals, various competitions and leagues, all came with rich prizes and bonuses. The public cafeteria had only one rule: absolutely no waste. The separate cafeteria for elite class students had designated areas for different class levels, limiting the variety and quantity of dishes each student could order. Only students of the elite class A could enjoy rare, specially supplied natural ingredient dishes. Oh, it's such a shame we can't eat in the elite class cafeteria. Their food is even more delicious, and for class A there are at least 3 dishes made from rare ingredients every day. Absolutely amazing. One, have you ever tried it? No, I heard from a class A student. I really want to try it. Shi Luo only caught the words rare ingredients. When it came to food, she took it seriously. There will be a chance. And there will be an opportunity, and I also want to try what delicious food there is. Shi Luo helplessly glanced at them. You are my companions, naturally you must come along. Her soft little face instantly drooped weakly, saying, I can't do it, I haven't even considered the ordinary class A. They all say I can't, and only the current class C is most suitable. Shi Luo smiled faintly. As long as you put in a little effort in the upcoming exams and competitions, everything is possible. I believe in you all. They exchanged glances, their eyes clearly written with, I don't believe in myself, I really can't do it. Shi Luo didn't continue discussing the topic. After we've eaten and are full, let's go for a stroll. Can you go with me to take the maglev train? Tang Ranen proposed this request feeling a bit anxious and worried they might refuse her. Of course. No problem, I want to go too. After leaving the cafeteria, they headed straight for the maglev commuting cabin, also known as the Military Academy maglev train parking lot, chatting as they walked, occasionally looking up towards the direction of the maglev. The maglev of the Empire's first Central Military Academy traverses the entire giant star island. It is located on, without wheels, supports, or track friction, operating silently, and at high speed on a superconducting magnetic levitation track. The entire track is made of silver-gray alloy rare minerals embedded with high-energy magnetic field propulsion devices floating between the air and the school buildings, with some sections directly built on the nebula cliffs traversing through the sea of clouds. It is a high-speed commuting passage exclusive to the Military Academy, directly connecting different campus areas and their important internal divisions, with a light blue energy glow accompanying the track, naturally forming a unique landscape of the Military Academy, especially when it sparkles in the wild, as the stars shimmer, creating a stunning sight. They withdrew their gaze and began admiring the particularly cool maglev trains in front of them, with smooth silver-gray bodies, gilded edges, and emblazoned with the Royal Military Academy's exclusive emblem. The cabins are semi-transparent, allowing them to see the internal structure and seats, including single, double, small, large, and group maglevs. They chose a small maglev, presented their student information, and after verification, a service robot equipped them with a dedicated intelligent robot driver. As soon as they sat in the maglev, they fastened their seatbelts at the prompt, and in the next moment the maglev entered the magnetic rail corridor. Through the semi-transparent cabin, they could closely view the entire scenery of the Empire's first Central Military Academy as it flew. It must be said that it is truly spectacular. Every campus area and its divisions are constructed in a manner that aligns perfectly with their attributes, showcasing remarkable characteristics that catch the eye. Below the track flows the artificially cultivated starry sea of the Military Academy, along with patches of blooming flowers in shades of purple and red, with colorful clouds swirling, appearing stunning under the sunlight. The Academy's massive lake reflects the scenery of the cloud sea and flower sea, creating a dazzling spectacle. So shocking and beautiful. Thank you all for accompanying me. I have always wanted to ride it. I have been waiting for you, Shi Luo. I'm so happy to finally be on it and realize how beautiful our Military Academy is. Upon reaching the Academy's boundary, there is a light blue energy shield. Looking at the boundless universe connected with the nebula, Shi Luo quietly sighed in her heart. The world is truly wonderful. Can I ride another round? Sure, Shi Luo replied succinctly, her gaze returning to the scenery outside. Of course, this is more comfortable than taking a walk after meals. We need to conserve our energy for the physical training in the afternoon. Oh, just thinking about it makes me a bit afraid. Teacher Shangwan is really too strict. If any data fails to meet the standard, he will arrange for enhanced physical training without considering our actual fitness level. Well, it seems like I haven't qualified in the previous few attempts. If I keep failing, will I be advised to withdraw? I don't want to embarrass my dad, nor do I want to be ridiculed by my sister and her friends. Shi Luo, aren't you worried? Not worried, just go with the flow. With her powerful soul abilities enhancing her current body, her physique has already matched the highest physique level A in this world's guides. This is without any physical training, and her soul's enhancement not reaching 100, so handling the afternoon's physical class poses no problem. Shi Luo Ruren, what is your physique level? I feel useless. Mine is only D. How can you be useless? Mine and Shi Luo's are also D. How could we possibly become friends otherwise? You are also D. That's really great. Suddenly realizing she might have misspoken, she hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand and quickly took out 2 gift boxes from her space button, handing them to them as she apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that. Please don't misunderstand. Don't stop being friends with me. Her tone was filled with worry and anxiety, even carrying a hint of a sob. Shi Luo looked at her sympathetically and gently comforted. You can take the gifts back. There's no need to apologize, and there's no misunderstanding. Ruoren gently patted her back, her tone somewhat pained. You don't have to be so cautious. We won't stop being friends with you. I really want to know what you've been through to become like this. Ruoren suddenly stumbled over her words, unable to find a suitable term, and turned to Shi Luo for help. Shi Luo helplessly pressed her forehead, thinking about what kind of foolish friends she has made day by day, and could only accept her fate and say, trembling with fear, cautious and careful. Shi Luo felt that Tang Ranen had been made to feel like she was walking on thin ice by her stepmother and stepsister. Yes, that's the meaning. You are impressive, Shi Luo. I actually haven't experienced much. Looking at this reaction, she was clearly a bit flustered. After one round, Ruoren and Tang Ranen reluctantly got off the maglev, holding hands and turning back to reach out to Shi Luo. At the moment her hand was held, a strange feeling made her body stiffen for a moment, but the 2 naive and carefree girls didn't notice. Soon her lips slightly curled up, and following their pull she walked towards the fitness training ground in the Mecha District, thinking, having lived again, it's time to change my attitude towards life. I am no longer an orphan who relies on herself to survive through hardship. I have loving parents, a sister, and an ongoing relationship along with innocent and lovely friends. With these thoughts, she felt much more relaxed. Listening to their chatter, she occasionally interacted and responded. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Not far away, an indistinct object was flying towards them at an incredible speed, seemingly about to. As the mechanical ball was about to crash down on Shi Luo herself, several malicious gazes were cast upon her from a distance, along with hidden onlookers who were enjoying the spectacle. The ball was now less than 10 centimeters away from her. She quickly reached out her seemingly delicate and slender hands, which appeared devoid of any strength, precisely grasped the mechanical. Because of the incredible speed of its projectile arc, when she caught it, it was still spinning at high speed. With a slight exertion, she left several fingerprints on it, her gaze suddenly turning cold as she casually tossed it away. In the next moment, the mechanical ball was thrown out by her, embedding itself precisely into the trajectory from which it had come. As the arc of the throw elongated, its speed accelerated beyond the capability of the naked eye to perceive, creating a crackling spark as it collided with the air. Waves of immense energy radiated outward from it, accurately shooting towards the hidden figures in the dark. Immediately, this space was filled with eerie cries of awe, followed by a cacophony of frantic, furious, and incredulous voices. Impossible! How could Shi Luo possess such power? She actually caught it unharmed, and even threw it back with greater force. No, this shouldn't be happening. Are you alright? My head. My face. My handsome hairstyle. Shi Luo merely curled her lips into a cold arc, casting a faint glance before turning to lead the stunned Wen and Tang Ran, who were shocked by her series of actions toward the physical training square. Luo, how did you suddenly become so powerful? That series of moves was so suave, so dazzling, so fierce. It feels so satisfying to let them be arrogant. I really don't know where they get the courage to behave so openly, especially since you're already the Marshal's wife. They still dare to act so brazenly without fear of being sent to a military court. Shi Luo gave a cold laugh, but said nothing. They all unanimously believed that she was a waste, and the Marshal, being the strongest in the Empire, would never truly protect her. The school belle Liang Yin, as a class guide, was the one truly deserving of the spotlight in their eyes, the one they believed was most suited to be the Marshal's wife, sharing in the Empire's glory. Currently, the Marshal's acceptance of her was merely because her spiritual power fluctuations were still within a controllable range, not yet reaching a sensitive or estrous period. Once that time came, Shi Luo with her class spiritual power would be of no help, and the Marshal would surely be disappointed. Certain individuals in the Empire might use this as a reason to petition His Majesty the Emperor to dissolve their marriage, while recommending a top-tier guide to him for a new union. The candidates were self-evident. They simply wanted to infiltrate the Marshal from multiple angles, thereby fracturing the military power he held. In everyone's eyes, she was merely a temporary Marshal's wife, easily replaceable at any moment. The core personnel of the Empire thought this way, and naturally their family members would benefit from it. Consequently, they could never truly regard her with any seriousness. Furthermore, the minor skirmishes at the academy would not fundamentally harm her. Even if they were brought before a military court, utilizing their family's influence would ultimately result in no substantial punishment for the students. Shouldn't we go take a look? No need, the physical training class is about to start in the afternoon. Sorry Luo, I can't help it all. It's just a trivial matter, I can handle it myself. Shi Luo had never been one to let insults go unanswered or to not retaliate. She would always hit back on the spot, as she could not bear even the slightest grievance. Ran, no need. Luo is so powerful, the only ones who will suffer are them. Didn't you hear how awful their cries were? Shi Luo felt a slight regret. This was the interstellar world where everyone's physical capabilities were exceptionally strong. Otherwise, the mechanical ball, she just retaliated with, had enough force to injure them. Alright then. They arrived at the physical training ground. Most of the class students were already there. Upon seeing them approach, most merely glanced over before continuing to gather in small groups for their own affairs, while some exhibited expressions of surprise, disdain, mockery, disgust, and more. How is it possible that she's unharmed? Didn't they say? Don't say anymore, her identity is different now. It's better not to get into trouble. She's really lucky. So what? Just wait until physical training, you shall have a taste of it. The female instructor in charge of our class has a connection to the Marshal. Alright, stop talking. They're coming soon. If they overhear you, you might end up with increased training. Have you forgotten that one of the teaching assistants is also in on this? Although not stated explicitly, everyone who understood knew what was implied. Shi Luo stopped listening and silently thought the Marshal really is a male demon. His ability to attract admirers is truly remarkable. At this moment, she was quite clear-headed, realizing that she was neither a vain person nor had a love-struck mind. Otherwise, with the number of admirers the Marshal had, she really wouldn't be able to stand it, fearing that she would drown in jealousy every day. 10 minutes later, Chief Instructor Shang Yi appeared in a black uniform adorned with silver-blue badges representing Supreme Command Authority. The hem was accented with silver-gray star patterns, and the black-gold alloy embellishments on the shoulder armor, waist belt, and cuffs made him appear even taller and more imposing. The fabric of the uniform was a new generation of high-energy fiber designed for interstellar characteristics, such as impact resistance, energy radiation protection, and resistance to Zerg virus corrosion, as well as spiritual power corrosion. It had a strong draping quality, creating a striking arc in the air as he moved. He wore a belt embedded with high-level energy crystals at his waist, and his sturdy boots, made from the skin of beasts above the 8th tier, shimmered with golden dark patterns. He exuded a solemn and tough aura, carrying a natural sense of oppression that intensified as he drew nearer. Not far behind him, less than 3 steps away, was the female instructor Lin Na. She stood tall and spirited, exuding a feminine grace. Her long hair was tied into a high ponytail, swaying with each step, while not a single stray hair fell across her forehead, giving her a neat and clean appearance. Her eyes held a cold sharpness, and while they lacked much edge when looking at the students, they held a different meaning when directed at Shi Luo. The silver-blue instructor's uniform accentuated her perfect figure exquisitely. Many male students swallowed hard in secret, too shy to dare to look up at her again. The data panel they wore added an air of strictness to her. Walking alongside Lin Na was the combat instructor for the physical training course. He wore a black iron combat instructor uniform. His muscles were extraordinarily developed, and he looked burly and fierce. Even through his uniform, one could sense the surging strength and explosive power within him. At a single glance, he inspired fear. He was like a lone wolf lurking in the dark night. As he approached, the murderous aura emanating from him swept over the trainees, causing many to instantly tense up, not daring to breathe heavily. In no time, the entire training ground fell into a deathly silence. The timid Tang Ranran stealthily extended her fair, tender hand, carefully and cautiously tugging at the hem of Shi Luo's training uniform, hoping to draw some strength and courage from this act. Otherwise, she would truly be scared to death, and her eyes were already turning red. Behind them followed 2 men and 1 woman, the teaching assistants for this practical training course. They were senior students, 1 or 2 years above the trainees, the top performers in their respective grades. They wore a uniform of simple, efficient light gray with dark blue trim devoid of any superfluous decoration. On their shoulders was the Silver Star badge exclusive to teaching assistants. They wore short jackets paired with loose, durable combat trousers and black combat boots with excellent anti-slip and durability, featuring adjustable buckles. The overall design was simple and practical, making them look spirited and energetic. It should be specially noted that the Empire's first Central Military Academy was the most prestigious institution, and the male and female instructors who taught there all possessed exceptionally strong backgrounds, mental strength, physique, and personal abilities. Shi Luo could keenly sense that whether it was the dignified chief instructor, the cool female instructor, the wild and explosive combat instructor, or the 3 teaching assistants, all their gazes lingered on her a few extra seconds, whether intentionally. She didn't care at all. What kind of scene hadn't she seen before? The oppressive aura that terrified others had no effect on her at all. Her calm response was also noticed by the instructors. A hint of admiration appeared in the chief instructor's eyes, and he secretly decided to increase the difficulty of her training. The female instructor was more curious and surprised. The combat instructor's thoughts were simpler. He merely nodded slightly, deciding to test the strength of this new Marshal's lady during training later. As for the 3 teaching assistants, the 2 male assistants were stunned by her stunning beauty, but upon recalling her identity, they quickly averted their gazes, their ears blushing shyly. The female assistant lowered her eyes, hiding the intense jealousy and resentment within them, already plotting her next move. Suddenly, a deep and solemn voice rang out across the entire space. Everyone warm up first. After finishing, follow me into the underground gravity classroom for today's physical training. After saying this, he looked at Lin Na. Instructor Lin, I'll leave it to you to lead the trainees in the warm-up. Okay. Shi Luo was the first to be called out to demonstrate alongside them. When Ruan and Tang Ranran looked at her with concern, and she gave them a reassuring glance. A small scene. She was just a bit surprised that this female instructor was so direct. Shi Luo walked to the front of all the trainees and stood behind the female instructor Lin Na, exchanging only a brief glance with her. Instructor Lin, can we start? Lin Na's eyes flickered with surprise, then she nodded. Yes, Miss Shi, you need to set a good example for everyone. I will. It turned out that she indeed did not disappoint Instructor Lin. Strictly speaking, she gave no opportunity to find fault with her, performing every exercise with textbook precision throughout. For Shi Luo, physical fitness was an extremely easy matter. She had no habit of playing the pig to eat the tiger or deliberately hiding her abilities, as she simply did what needed to be done following the standards. Of course, if you wanted her to excel exceptionally, that would never happen. She only wanted to keep a low profile and not become the focus of attention among the trainees. Alright, since the warm-up is done, let's enter the gravity physical training room. Shi Luo followed the trainees under the guidance of Chief Instructor Shangwan Yi and the others, passing identity verification to enter the underground physical training field within the training ground. The interior space was very spacious, the floor made of skid-resistant and impact-resistant alloy, surrounded by monitoring instruments and obstacle posts, along with various instruments and equipment needed for training. etc. It also had specially adjustable interstellar gravity devices. The air was filled with a mixture of energy agent and the lingering sweat from the previous class trainees, which was not pungent, but perfectly suited the current scene. The chief instructor briefly described the training items for the lesson, and the other instructors also explained their respective training items. The teaching assistants then clarified the rules and information regarding scoring and deductions. After listening to the explanations, it was visibly clear that the trainees' expressions turned grim, and some had already begun secretly plotting how to avoid this training. Suddenly, a female trainee stepped forward. "Instructor, I've got my period and can't participate in today's training." The female physiological period was considered very important in the interstellar era, as it concerned natural reproduction in the next generation. Shangwan Yi nodded. "All right, go rest, and submit your leave note later." Reporting instructor Shangwan, "I've got my period too." Shangwan, yes, cold gaze laden with authority swept toward the male trainee who had slipped up. "Ha, who gave you the courage?" "Huh. No way, Tianyong, if you don't want to train, can't you make up a more believable excuse? A sentinel having a period. Are you sure you're not here to be funny?" "What? What do you mean? I have a spiritual period every month, okay? Who said it was physical?" Under Shangwan, yes, imposing glare, Tianyong braced himself. "Your training will be doubled today. Everyone else prepare yourselves." He paused, and then warned, "If anyone else pulls the same stunt, their training will be doubled too." Unsurprisingly, Shi Luo received special attention from Chief Instructor Shangwan Yi. Yes, special attention. His exact words were, "You are now the Marshal's lady. Ooh, I must tailor the training to your specific situation." To this, Shi Luo could only give a wry laugh. She really wanted to say thank you, but no thanks. She didn't want any special treatment. Not wanting special treatment, she was assigned to complete weighted shuttle runs, climbing nets, and limit sprints watched by several pairs of eyes throughout. She repeated the drills many times, and after finishing, she was dragged by female instructor Lin Na for customized exercises. Panting heavily, before she could catch her breath, a voice full of strength reached her ears. "Their training is done. It's time for the combat course I've designed for you." "Shi Luo, can I still resign from being the Marshal's lady now?" At the end of the afternoon physical training, Shi Luo could clearly sense the subtle change in the gazes of the instructors towards her. However, she did not delve deeper into it. Instead, she stood in front of the chief instructor Yang Guanyi with an indifferent tone, saying, "I hope my score will be recorded fairly." Do not think that she had been merely coping with the instructors throughout the training session under the altered gravity of the training room. In fact, towards the end, she had been thrown to the ground several times by the powerful combat instructor Huang Xiao, and she did not miss the conspiratorial glint in the eyes of the female assistant Fan Lin as she looked at her. After the entire training session, she felt a bit tired, but it was nothing compared to the combat intensity she faced every day before her reincarnation. This could only be considered a warm-up. What was critical was that she had worked hard during the session only to receive malicious deductions in her score, which she could not tolerate. Hearing this, the chief instructor's expression darkened as he coldly scanned the three assistants, saying, "Record each student's score accurately and objectively." The other two male assistants replied candidly, "Understood, chief instructor." They discreetly stole a glance at her. Everyone has a desire to be beautiful. She really couldn't help it. Shi Luo was the most beautiful woman they had ever seen, and her eyes seemed to possess their own thoughts. They noticed her keen sense of perception regarding their actions, but since she didn't detect any malice, she pretended not to notice. "Let's go back. Oh, I'm all sweaty." Coming. Can you wait for me a bit? I can't stand for long." She stepped forward and grabbed one person who was walking outside, disdainfully commenting as they left the gravity training hall, "You all are too fragile. No, this won't do. I'll have to privately strengthen your training another day." "Huh. No way, Luo, you wouldn't be that harsh, would you?" "But our physique is only class, our training intensity and endurance are..." When Ruan and Tang Ranran realized this at that moment and looked at her in amazement, examining her back and forth. Luo, how did you manage to do this? Has your physique improved? Are you no longer at D?" Just a little bit of improvement." "Wow, you are so lucky. I wish I could improve too." "You will. When my dad comes back, he should be able to get me some resources for improvement." In the interstellar beast world, both mental power and physique can be enhanced with rare resources, but acquiring them is not that easy. They could only think of this because of Shi Luo's background as the wife of the current Marshal of the Empire. Luo, are you going directly back to the Marshal's palace?" "What's wrong? Is there something?" "I just wanted to say it's still early. If you're not in a hurry to go back, the three of us can go shopping. I have a lot of things together I can buy you gifts you like." "Shi Luo, this child is really too obsessed with gifts." When Ruan. She really liked giving gifts. She would have to keep some return gifts ready. They first went to the exclusive shower room for female students at the Mecha Academy to take a shower, changed into a clean and refreshing outfit, and then headed to the landing pad together. When they looked up, they saw a silver-black aircraft bearing the unique insignia of the Marshal flying towards them on the dedicated flight path. "Ah, Luo, it's the Marshal coming to pick you up. This new marriage is too sweet. I'm so envious. As your good friend, I'm really happy for you." The Marshal is here to pick up Luo. Luo, that's great. Now the other students won't dare to bully you anymore. Sure, Luo. They indeed couldn't bully her with their petty antics. At the same time, the other students at the Empire's first Central Military Academy also noticed the Marshal's black and gold aircraft. If he hadn't informed the high-ranking officials of the Academy beforehand, they would have already lined up at the landing pad to welcome him. However, in an instant, the news of the Marshal personally coming to the Empire's Military Academy spread throughout all the departments, instantly causing a huge sensation among the students. Many were speculating why he had come, with most believing it was for official business, while only a few tentatively guessed it was to pick up Shi Luo. The Marshal wouldn't come to pick up the useless Shi Luo, right? A female student from Liang Yin's clique suddenly voiced her speculation. As soon as she finished speaking, the entire elite class A's teachers fell into a dead silence. Liang Yin's beautiful face twisted for a moment, and her number one sycophant immediately shouted angrily, "Shut up. What nonsense are you talking about? How could a useless person like her be worthy of the Marshal's personal pickup? Only our school beauty has such honor. Why don't we go take a look?" Okay. This was Liang Yin's response. She just wanted to find an answer, and wanted to see that untouchable deity in her heart, while also hoping that he wasn't here to pick up that useless person. Otherwise, she would feel deeply humiliated. On the way to the landing pad at the Mecha Academy, her entire aura seemed somewhat cold regardless of how lively the atmosphere was around her. She maintained a heavy silence, and her increasingly quickened pace betrayed her inner unease and anxiety. They arrived at the landing pad just in time to see the descending black aircraft. As the door slowly opened, a figure clad in the Marshal's uniform, exuding a sovereign aura, stepped out, his shoulder epaulets shining brightly in the sunlight. The moment he appeared, he dominated the entire scene. With cold eyes like distant stars, he cast a faint glance over the audience, but when his gaze landed on that stunning figure, it was as if spring had returned to the earth, melting the ice and snow and awakening all things his eyes saw. The students who had initially been intimidated by his powerful aura were now displaying expressions of shock, as if witnessing something unbelievable. The next second, a wave of exclamations erupted. "Ah, it's really the Marshal, the living Marshal. Oh my god, I'm so glad for my hard work. I made it into the Empire's first Central Military Academy, and got the chance to see my idol with my own eyes. War god, look at me quickly. You are my idol, my lifelong goal." He ignored the adoration and cheers around him, instead fixing his precise gaze on that remarkably beautiful figure as he strode closer with his long legs. As he drew near, the cold aura surrounding him gradually melted away. Upon reaching her before she could react, he extended his strong arm, firmly enveloping her in his embrace. His deep, pleasant voice echoed in her ear. "You are too thin, as light as a feather. This makes me feel a lack of accomplishment." Shi Luo was bewildered. Everyone on the scene was frozen in place. They all fell into deep existential doubts, unable to believe what magical occurrence had just happened. It was too unbelievable. They wouldn't have dared to dream of this, especially those hidden among the crowd. This was the second time Shi Luo had enjoyed such treatment. No longer feeling the discomfort and awkwardness of the first time, she showed a calm demeanor after a slight surprise. Reaching out to wrap her arms around his neck, she tilted her head and raised an eyebrow slightly. "Our Marshal, do you always do things so ostentatiously? To pick up my own wife from school, isn't that the duty of a lawful husband? Is this also a duty?" Naturally. For a moment, she did not know how to respond to his calm frankness. They had already boarded the spacecraft when all the cadets on the landing pad finally snapped out of the massive shockwave of astonishment. The entire venue instantly erupted. Waves of exclamations and gasps came one after another. There were also sounds of teeth grinding and knuckles cracking from excessive force. The atmosphere instantly reached a boiling point. Quick-witted cadets had already uploaded the 360-degree, unobstructed high-definition video captured by their light brain to their personal accounts on the Star Network. In less than a minute, the top 10 trending topics on the Star Network were taken over by the Marshal's grand pickup of wife sweetness value breaks the Empire explosive. Explosive. The Marshal just blew my mind, the best ship of the year, you must ship it. The trending topics were truly diverse, but there was no doubt. The Marshal's actions had directly ignited the entire Star Network. The enthusiasm of the interstellar netizens was no less than that during the Interstellar Empire's New Year, even far surpassing the excitement of welcoming the new year. Every single one of them seemed as if they had been injected with stimulants. On the spot, Shi Luo felt the various gazes cast at her from all directions. She looked at him with a hint of grievance. "Marshal, are you sure you're not here to make enemies for me?" She was indeed just joking half-heartedly. Who would have thought that the moment her words fell, our Marshal's cold eyes, sharp as stars and radiating immense pressure, swept toward those cadets who had yet to retract their jealous, spiteful, and malicious gazes. Then his cold, deep voice resounded through the entire space. "My wife is under my protection. If anyone dares to bully her, then await a summons from the Imperial Military Court. At the same time, your family must withstand a thorough investigation by the military." In the past, when she read domineering CEO novels, she always thought those lines were cringy and greasy. How come hearing them live, she actually felt a little sweet and Shi Luo wondered in confusion. Could it be that I actually fall for this domineering CEO routine? But putting everything else aside, she hadn't expected that being favored and protected felt so nice. She must not be stingy. She had to add 10 points to the Marshal. Let's go home. In the moment her thoughts wandered, the Marshal, with movements that were slightly clumsy, yet indescribably gentle, had already fastened her seatbelt. His large hand took her small hand again. "I'm with you at all times, you don't need to have any reservations. My past efforts should become your capital to be unscrupulous. Let's go home first." Every word of his struck heavily in her heart. She looked up, meeting his gaze with utmost seriousness, then suddenly reached out to cup his handsome cold face. "Sun-gu, thank you. I suddenly realized that having you is actually pretty good. I'm so glad to be matched with you. One day, I will also become your backbone. I believe you. Luo is already amazing. You have good taste." Mwah. She laughed happily and placed a gentle kiss on his cheek. Under his deep gaze she blinked. "This is your reward." His voice turned a little hoarse. "It seems not enough." Before she could say anything, his expression suddenly became a little unnatural. Deep in his eyes it seemed a pitch-black tidal wave surged, suppressed again by his powerful will. He continued in a hoarse voice, "However, next time he'll make up for it." Well, even if she hadn't eaten pork, she had seen pigs run. From his reaction, she could guess most of it. She quickly averted her eyes as if scalded, secretly glancing at his reddened ears. She thought, unexpected, the Empire's cold-faced killing god is actually so pure. I did nothing, and he already. Ahem, I can't think about it anymore. The spacecraft suddenly fell into silence. After a long while he adjusted his state and reached out his large hand to hold her soft little hand again. "Did I scare you?" "Sorry, it's just that your pheromone appeal is too strong for a sentinel like me." Oh, not at all. I was just afraid of disturbing you." "No, you won't disturb me at any time." "Are you alright now? What do you need me to do?" "No, it's fine. I've already recovered." "Lola, do you have any special feelings?" she said in confusion. "No, why do you ask?" "Your pheromones today are more intense than usual, and they're getting stronger as time passes. Your heat should be The 3 words heat instantly flushed her cheeks. She hadn't expected him to say that word so naturally. This man really was. "Really, you don't feel anything?" he asked with concern. "No, I feel fine right now." "Good. If you feel uncomfortable, you must tell me. He'll stay by your side for the next few. Interstellar sentinels in heat need a guide's comfort and company, and guides in heat likewise require it. However, unlike their strong physique and willpower, guides become extremely fragile and sensitive during their heat. Without a sentinel by their side, they become restless, anxious, depressed, and therefore every month during their heat, sentinels try their best to stay with them. Otherwise, some guides might request to terminate the marking relationship for this reason. Shi Luo quickly retrieved relevant information about heat from her memory. Realizing this was her first time facing it, she worried about uncontrollable events. Following her heart, she nodded and asked uneasily, "Will it affect you?" "Yes, but I'll restrain myself. Unless you voluntarily mark with me, we can do a temporary mark for now and proceed with a permanent mark." Temporary marking in the Interstellar actually generally does not occur between registered married couples. It is basically for lovers couples. These time-limited relationships. Each mark expires in 710 days. Both parties can only slightly sense each other's emotions, and it causes no harm after expiration. Permanent marking is different. It must be treated with caution. This shows how much he respects her. She was touched by his understanding and respect. She secretly added another 10 points to him in her heart. It must be said that a man with 100 compatibility with her really felt satisfying in every way. "I have informed Uncle Chun to prepare in advance to prevent any accidents that might harm you." A soft hue flickered in Shi Luo's ice blue eyes as she nodded, saying, "All right, I'll listen to brother Sun. If you feel uncomfortable, make sure to tell me immediately." Now that they were married, as her husband, he bore the responsibility to take good care of his wife. Furthermore, they were the only pair in the entire empire with a 100 compatibility as a sentinel and a guide destined for their pheromones and spiritual strength to mark a contract. At this moment, all her changes became crucial. 20 minutes later, their aircraft arrived at the floating island constructed by the Marshal's palace. After entering the internal channel of the palace, the aircraft automatically slowed down and began to descend steadily, finally docking at the landing platform. As she was about to unbuckle her seatbelt, a large hand, distinct and seemingly carved from fine art, reached out to her. Immediately, a unique, crisp scent of cedar enveloped her senses. She looked up and was met with his deep, gentle eyes. "I'll do it." Thank you, brother Sun. You never have to say thank you to me." "All right, then I won't be polite with you in the future." "No need, you have prepared so many delicious meals for me, and this morning you even made lunch specifically for me. I didn't hold back either. If we must say thank you to each other, we might end up doing nothing all day but saying thank you." Shi Luo didn't expect him to have such a lively side, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. He too was infected by her laughter, letting out a low, deep chuckle from, "Let's go down." At that moment Shi Luo realized she surprisingly had a hidden voice sensitivity, worried that she would be tempted by his voice and do something irrational. After saying this, she stood up and walked towards the exit of the aircraft. Just as she lifted her foot at the door, she suddenly felt her body lift off the ground. Instinctively looking up, she caught a glimpse of a fleeting smile on his face. This was already the third time he had carried her, and she had adapted so quickly. She blinked at him and wrapped her arms around his neck, playfully saying, "Brother Sun, what do you think? If your admirers from the 7-star domains surrounding the Empire knew that you willingly became my rickshaw, would they be jealous to madness? They have nothing to do with me, nor do they have the right to be jealous of you. Only you in the entire Empire have that qualification. Brother Sun, have I told you that your words seem quite sweet? Would you like to taste it?" Shi Luo was completely stunned with a big question mark hovering over her mind. And no, can someone tell her that this is how the Marshal style is? Do we just say taste? Taste. Or taste? Brother Sun, are you inviting me? Your interpretation is acceptable. We are legally married, and it is very normal for us to be close to each other. Moreover, daily kisses help to enhance our feelings. Oh, who told you that? My adjutant and commander, as well as a few friends of mine. Before this, I had never interacted with the opposite sex beyond normal communication. I was quite unfamiliar with interactions, especially between couples, so I consulted them. Shi Luo felt a sense of unease, as if she suddenly thought of something. She tentatively asked, "Did those people you consulted get married? Are their marital relations loving?" "No, they are all still single. Only 1 or 2 have had 1 or 2 girlfriends, but those relationships didn't seem to last long. Most of their energy, like mine, is focused on work." "Shi Luo, so what kind of advice did you take?" She felt like he had taken advice from someone lonely. "So should we kiss?" Shi Luo was quite surprised that he could bring the topic back around. Looking at him serious as ever with a hint of anticipation flickering in his eyes, her arms instinctively tightened around his neck. Her gaze quickly scanned the garden recreational area, which she had automatically categorized as a garden, completely ignoring the beautifully blooming spiritual plants. Confirming that there was no one else around except the busy work robots, she swiftly pecked a kiss on his thin lips, savoring the taste for a moment. Blinking her starry eyes, she remarked, "Brother Sun, you could actually invite me more often." "All right, I'll listen to Luo Luo." Though he was still wearing that cold expression, his slightly reddened ears and the rapid beating of his heart betrayed his true emotions. "Madam Marshal, you have returned. Everything is ready. What would you like to eat tonight?" "Luo Luo, what do you want to eat?" After asking this, Zhang Sun, considering her current situation, worried that she might try to cook, quickly added, "You can't go to the kitchen tonight. If you don't want to drink the nutritional liquid and the cooking from the Marshal's palace, can you tell me the menu? Please act as my cooking teacher and guide me. He'll make dinner for you." "Brother Sun, you want to cook yourself?" "I might want to make sure it's to your..." Although Shi Luo had always been single, that didn't prevent her from having heard many love tips from successful people. One principle she remembered clearly was, when a man takes the initiative to do something for you, wanting to treat you well and pamper you, never reject it, always give them a chance to perform. Otherwise, if you refuse, not only will you discourage their enthusiasm, but over time they will feel that you don't need it, and when you truly need it, they won't do it anymore. Furthermore, a very insightful woman summed it up with a phrase, "Pity the man who suffers a lifetime." She had also heard a gentler saying, "Your pity precisely reflects your lack of discernment. If someone wants to treat you well, why refuse? Are you sick?" She wasn't sick, so she wouldn't refuse. "All right," she answered quite readily. When they returned to the main hall after he gently placed her on the sofa, he instantly transformed into a diligent student, asking her about the menu for the evening, and their Marshal's attitude was as serious as could be, even opening his light brain to diligently take notes. However, before starting, he took her small hand and earnestly said, "Luo Luo, besides teaching me how to cook, I need you to give our floating island a name that is exclusive to..." Upon hearing his earlier words, she was surprised and wanted to ask him, "Doesn't it already have a name?" But after hearing the latter part, she understood and nodded, saying, "All right, I'll think seriously about it. Do you have any references for me?" "No, it should be something that Luo Luo likes." "All right then." Shi Luo frowned slightly. She wasn't very good at naming things, so to prevent him from coming up with something, she hurriedly. Shi Luo furrowed her brows slightly. She was somewhat inept at naming things. To prevent him from noticing, she quickly changed the subject. "Let's handle dinner first. While you cook, you'll slowly think about it." Just as Chun Bo entered, he overheard this remark. Approaching, he asked in surprise, "Marshal, are you personally preparing dinner tonight?" "Yes." Chun Bo was quite surprised. He had intended to say something, but his professionalism made him choose not to overstep. Instead, he asked respectfully, "Do you need me to make preparations in advance?" "Not for now. Chun Bo, don't worry. Our Marshal is so outstanding, cooking must be a piece of cake for him." 10 minutes later, Shi Luo had swiftly retreated from the kitchen, which was now shrouded in thick smoke and utter chaos. Standing at a considerable distance, she watched the billowing smoke and smelled the acrid scent mixed with various other odors wafting out. An indescribable expression crossed her stunning face. She slowly turned to look at Chun Bo, who was not far away, with a complex and unreadable expression. "Did I speak too soon? Even our formidable Marshal isn't all powerful after all." Chun Bo gave her a polite yet awkward gentle smile once again displaying his professionalism as the chief steward of the Marshal's mansion. "Madam, I will now go inform the chefs to prepare tonight's dinner for you and the Marshal." Shi Luo called out to him as he turned to leave. She swiftly took out a cookbook from her space button, which was actually her own spiritual spring space, feeling immensely grateful that the items lost during her transmigration included cookbooks. In the post-apocalyptic world where resources were scarce, her pursuit of delicious food remained unaffected. She would collect cookbooks whenever she passed bookstores, restaurants, libraries. Whenever she saw a cookbook, she would store it in her space. More than once her teammates and members of other supply-seeking squads had teased her, saying that in the apocalypse even dogs wouldn't want these cookbooks, yet she collected them happily. See, now they come in handy. "Chenbo, please take this to them, and have them cook according to this cookbook. Tonight I want to eat braised gugu chicken, sweet and sour mimi beast ribs, snow spirit beast soup, and scrambled eggs with red spirit fruit. Also freshly squeeze a juice cut of fruit platter. Desserts cannot be missed. I want Rongjing jelly red crystalberry cake, mangling fruit pudding, and..." Chenbo was utterly shocked when he saw her produce that cookbook. For a long while he couldn't compose his expression. Only after she finished speaking did he nod dazedly. "Madam, are you truly willing to share this ancient cookbook with the chefs?" I just want to eat tasty food." Chenbo was extremely surprised by her answer, never expecting the reason to be so simple. Considering other related issues, he didn't reach for the cookbook, but instead reminded her seriously and solemnly, "Madam, just give them a photocopy. The original is too precious. You must keep it well. In the entire empire you are probably the only one who can produce such an ancient and complete cookbook, and you have preserved it so perfectly, clearly showing great care." Shi Luo was about to say no, but when she caught his gaze on the cookbook in her hand, a look as if he were beholding a priceless treasure, she swallowed her words and simply replied softly, "Okay. Then please help me make a copy." Chenbo. "Very well, madam. Shall I register all the related ownership rights for you?" Upon hearing this, she instantly recalled that in her original world intellectual property was heavily protected. Although this cookbook wasn't entirely hers, she had brought it to this world, so to some extent it did belong to her. If the right opportunity arose, she wouldn't mind sharing it to promote culinary development in this world. That way she wouldn't have to worry about not finding palatable food when going out. She couldn't cook at home every day after all. However, for now, after a moment's thought, she decided it was indeed necessary to register it. Otherwise, if someone malicious stole it, she would be furious. "All right, then I'll trouble you." Chenbo. "No trouble at all, it's my job. Besides, madam, you are also benefiting my stomach. Once the chefs learn, I will have the fortune to taste the food they cook." Zhang Sun had already walked out of the kitchen. He immediately noticed the cookbook in Chenbo's hand and instructed in a deep voice, "Chenbo, this belongs to madam. Handle everything perfectly." "Yes, Marshal. He'll go attend to it now." He couldn't delay their dinner because of his own reasons. The Marshal was the guardian deity of the entire empire. His health was the utmost concern of all imperial citizens. "You just gave the cookbook to Chenbo like that?" Shi Luo turned to look at him. Seeing him still tall and cool, not a speck of dust on his hair, her ice blue eyes flickered with a hint of regret, almost imperceptibly. She had wanted to see the Marshal in a disheveled state. "What are you regretting, Luo?" "I regret not seeing you, Marshal, in a sorry state." Upon hearing this, a deep look flashed in his eyes. He took a step forward with his long legs closing the distance between them. His body leaned slightly forward, exuding an invisible pressure, and his voice was low and pleasant. "Do you really want to see Luo?" His aura was too powerful. Now their breaths were almost intertwined, and she was tightly wrapped in his scent. She felt an uncontrollable heat spreading through her limbs and bones, instinctively wanting to pull away. However, just as she was about to move, her body suddenly trembled. The string in her brain that controlled her body snapped without warning. The next second, as if a valve had been opened, her pheromones surged without warning. The sweet scent of misty peaches instantly filled the air, growing denser and tightly wrapping around them, suffocatingly thick, that breathing became difficult. Shi Luo felt her whole body soft and weak. Her legs lost support, and even her knees trembled uncontrollably. It was as if all her strength had been drained in an instant, but she could barely stand. Instinctively, she reached out and grasped his arm, as if he had become her only support. The scorching heat raced through her body and swiftly climbed to her cheeks. Her stunning face turned a dazzling, intoxicating red, like the morning glow, spreading little by little to her ears and neck. Her breathing became increasingly rapid and hot, accompanied by seductive, fragmented gasps. Her ice blue eyes were now veiled with a layer of mist, her gaze hazy and fragile, like a lost fawn in the forest, directionless. When she looked at him, her eyes instinctively carried a touch of helplessness and dependence, along with a softness and vulnerability she herself hadn't noticed. Seeing her enchanting appearance, his breathing unconsciously faltered. The heart in his chest beat uncontrollably faster, as if it would shatter his ribs and leap out. In the depths of his eyes, a suppressed storm and deep concern churned. She could no longer. Shi Luo could no longer support her body, and the last vestige of strength was suddenly drained away. Her body uncontrollably fell into his embrace, and the valiant warrior who had been observing her every move instinctively reached out to gently catch her. He suppressed the intense longing for her pheromones within him with sheer willpower. Due to his extreme restraint, the veins on the back of his hand bulged and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. However, his embrace was incredibly tender, and he could feel her innocence and the crisp scent of the cold cedar pheromones emanating from him lingering between his nostrils. The feverish heat surging within him seemed to have calmed down, and her weak and innocent body subconsciously leaned closer to him, complying with the instinctual desire within. In his eyes, this action was filled with endless reliance and trust. At that moment, his cold heart felt as if it had been gently struck by something soft melting into warmth. He lowered his head and softly kissed her smooth forehead, speaking in a deep voice, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Seeing her in this state, he acutely realized that her monthly estrus period had fully erupted after the small signs earlier on the spacecraft. His gaze upon her was filled with unabashed tenderness. Immediately, the powerful, aggressive, and chilling pheromones he released transformed from the majestic black dragon into a gentle big dog, wrapping her in warmth and soothing her discomfort and restlessness caused by the sudden surge of estrus pheromones. At the same time, he unleashed his spiritual power and intimidating pheromones, establishing a barrier centered around the entire residential building, isolating it from any external prying. At that moment, Chen Bo also sensed this aura, and his expression turned exceptionally serious, as if a storm was brewing. Ding! His light brain received a message from the Marshal. Notify him to elevate the security alert of the floating island where the Marshal's palace is located to the highest level. No one is permitted to approach this star domain, or they will be dealt with under the strictest military law. He absolutely could not allow her to encounter any unforeseen circumstances at this moment. This was her first estrus period since they became a couple, which was crucial not only for her, but also for him. From the deadly allure of the pheromones she had just released, he finally understood why their compatibility was 100. It was because her pheromones matched perfectly with his. Suddenly, she let out a soft whimper, engulfed in a state of extreme discomfort and confusion. Influenced by the pheromones, her usually hidden vulnerable side was magnified infinitely. She seemed like a fledgling bird, sensitive and fragile. A slight movement from him could trigger her sensitive senses, touching her soft and fragile heart. Her fair little hands clutched tightly at his clothing, tilting her head to gaze at him, with her misty big eyes, her small mouth pouting in a somewhat aggrieved manner, her tone a blend of complaint, teasing, confusion, and uncertainty. "Why don't you hold me? I can't stand anymore. I'm so tired, so tired. Do you dislike me, oi?" At this moment, her demeanor was utterly different from the polite and distant air she usually presented. There was an inherent coldness and indifference emanating from her. Even though she tried to conceal it as the Marshal of the Empire, he could see through the essence behind her facade. He discerned the subtle emotions and words she inadvertently. Comparatively, she was exceptionally endearing at this moment. He never imagined he would one day be melted by a young girl. When she tugged at his clothing with a hint of displeasure, his lips involuntarily curved into a smile, and in a doting tone, he said, "No, I can't dislike anyone, especially not you. If Luo wants a hug, I'll give you one right now." Using the word like was too foreign for him, he genuinely struggled to express it. Faced with this adorable girl, his heart was stirred, rippling uncontrollably, instinctively wanting to indulge her and comply with her wishes. Hug. She was as obedient as could be. Her delicate fair hand had already loosened from his clothing, her arms opened wide as she sought a hug. Her long eyelashes fluttered, seemingly brushing against his heart, with each blink sending a tingling sensation rapidly spreading throughout her body. This feeling was somewhat unfamiliar, yet he did not reject it at all. As his gaze fell upon her enticingly soft face, his suppressed body heat and restrained spiritual power nearly spiraled out of control. His outstretched hand trembled slightly, feeling the scorching temperature beneath his palm. His tall body stiffened, and she seemed a bit displeased as she patted his firm arm. "Not here, I want to go back to my room." Even though her awareness was somewhat unclear at the moment, she instinctively disliked the cold and hard decor of the living room, mainly because she had yet to choose her preferred style, leaving the main building's decor unchanged except for her warm and inviting bedroom. "All right, hold on tight, don't fall." As soon as he finished speaking, she politely nodded her head, saying, "Okay, thank you," while her slender arms tightly wrapped around his neck. She then looked up at him with her misty big eyes as if to say, "Look, am I obedient? I'm holding on tight, I definitely won't fall." One couldn't deny that during her estrus period, she was incredibly soft, sweet, and adorable. His heart melted uncontrollably again as he gently kissed the top. A moment of confusion crossed her small face, tilting her head in apparent bewilderment as she said, "We are husband and wife, why do you only kiss my head and forehead? Don't you kiss my cheeks and lips?" At this point, as if she suddenly recalled something, her ice blue eyes widened at him in a way that suggested she felt wronged. "I've kissed your cheeks and lips before I was at a— Alright, I can't let Luo be at a disadvantage." At this moment, he instinctively wanted to pamper her. Under her gaze, he lowered his head and somewhat awkwardly placed a gentle kiss on her soft cheek, followed by another on her sweet lips. Just that one kiss nearly sent him over the edge. His spiritual power began to turn wild, and his grip around her tightened. The veins on his forehead quickly spread down to his neck, and a storm raged within his silver-gray eyes, causing his breathing to become rapid and heavy. In the next moment, Shi Luo felt the intense pheromones emitted by the two intertwining and entangled, tightly wrapping around each other. She sensed his powerful yet gentle mental strength guarding her with a fierce demeanor. In a hidden corner deep within her heart, a certain secret was stirred, awakening a primal vulnerability brought on by the mating season pheromones, causing unease and fear. In this moment, the myriad complex emotions found a soothing balm. As Shi Luo's consciousness gradually returned, she could distinctly feel his fierce restraint against her pheromones and mental strength, as well as the extreme pain he was suppressing. Looking into his deep crimson, silvery-gray eyes swirling with a massive black vortex, it seemed that a towering wave was brewing within, carrying a temperature as hot as volcanic lava. The intertwining of black and fire resembled the hellfire rolling in the abyss, and with just one glance, she felt a shiver from the depths of her heart. One could only imagine the inhuman torment he was enduring at this moment. Even so, he exerted all his strength to gently soothe her frenzy and pain brought on by the mating season, while his own turmoil and suffering were solely borne by his formidable willpower. His forehead was already covered in fine beads of sweat, and his body temperature was rising steadily. The large hand on her slender waist was hot and scorching so much so that it made her delicate skin feel a bit sore. Thinking of what he was enduring, she remained still, instead gazing up at him earnestly. Despite his mental strength becoming increasingly violent and nearing a frenzy, the atmospheric pressure around him had dropped to a terrifying level. Upon meeting her gaze, his eyes remained gentle, filled with a unique tenderness, and his gaze was full of careful regard, as if she were a precious treasure. She raised her hand and gently touched his cold cheek, not feeling the icy chill, but rather the heat that made her fingertips tremble. This tiny fleeting touch seemed to ignite a raging inferno within him, causing every inch of his skin to tighten and every cell to crave her with a frantic desire. As a top-tier sentinel, even with his status as the Empire's Marshal, a war god, and a guardian deity endowed with a terrifyingly strong willpower, he still could not resist the phenomenal scent that matched him 100. Especially since she was currently in her mating season, releasing the most concentrated pheromones, and the sweet scent of misty peaches reached its peak. It is no exaggeration to say that even his hair seemed to scream with overwhelming possessiveness and desires originating from the depths of his soul, a tug-of-war between restraint and possession, ferocity and tenderness. Their pheromones were entangled ever tighter, and the overflowing strands of spiritual energy intertwined, desperately inseparable and indistinguishable, almost merging into one. This sensation brought about by the pheromones and mental strength was partly transmitted to them, continuously teasing their primal instincts and sensory nerves, and their gazes toward each other grew increasingly fervent. The pheromones and mental strength transformed into the softest strands of silk, gradually entangling them, as if at an incredible speed, intertwining into their very bones and blood, merging their bodies and souls into one, never to be separated again, as if they could no longer distinguish between each other, leaving only the presence of the other in their eyes. Her eyes slightly reddened, she trembled as her fingertips hooked onto his clothing, pulling him closer with the little strength she had left feeling too heavy for her at this moment, resulting in her efforts yielding no expected outcome. Every cell in her body craved his closeness, and her feelings of helplessness and fragility were magnified once more. Her eyes grew even redder, a glistening tear hanging from her long eyelashes, and as her lashes trembled gently, it seemed that tear was speaking of her grievances. Seeing her like this, he felt as though his heart was being tightly grasped by a strong hand, making it difficult for him to breathe, a piercing pain spreading in his chest. At this moment, this feeling overwhelmed his suffering caused by the violent surge of his mental strength. With an anxious expression, he awkwardly reached out his large hand, gently wiping away the tear at the corner of her eye, his body instinctively moving closer to her. His large hand wrapped around her slender waist again, their bodies pressed tightly against each other, and through the thin fabric, they could clearly feel the scorching heat radiating from one another. In the next moment, their bodies stiffened slightly. Once they reacted, he softly coaxed her with a heart full of pain. Luo, I'm here. First, have some nutrient solution to replenish your strength, or it will be even more difficult later. No, I won't drink the nutrient solution. It tastes awful, she pouted, feeling very uncomfortable and unable to control her body and senses. He chuckled gently upon hearing this. It's not bad. This is a red crystal fruit mutated strawberry flavor that I specially customized for you. All the ingredients are extracted from natural sources. Just give it a try, okay? For the first time being treated tenderly like a child, this moment left Shi Luo feeling utterly vulnerable and devoid of any sense of security. She longed for his care, and rather than persisting, nodded obediently like a little child, her tone carrying a hint of pride and willfulness. All right, but you have to feed me. Okay. Zhang Sun suppressed the violent surge of his mental strength and the impact of the pheromones. He took out a bottle of red crystal fruit nutrient solution from the spatial button. Seeing the visible veins on his forehead and the cold hard lines almost bursting through his skin, he held the nutrient solution in his distinctly knuckled hand, its joints turning pale from the extreme restraint. With veins bulging on the back of his hand, he tightly grasped the nutrient solution, opening the cap with care, gently bringing it to her lips. His gaze was focused and affectionate, his tightly pursed lips showing almost no color, his jawline taut, and he appeared like a string on the verge of snapping. His eyes were a deep crimson, swirling with an intense blood color that was almost overwhelming. This was the instinctual tumult of a sentinel provoked to the extreme by the pheromones of a guide, with violent waves crashing within his mental sea, his mental strength roaring like blades clashing against his spiritual barriers. Every strand of dissipating mental strength screamed and enticed him, urging him to mark her, to possess her fiercely and dominantly. However, he dared not do so, fearing that he might bring her even the slightest harm, yet his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the gland at the back of her neck, as if it possessed some kind of magic, tempting him to pounce and bite into it. Then Shi Luo felt an increasingly uncontrollable frenzy and heat within her body, making even the simple act of swallowing exceedingly difficult. Her gaze seemed utterly captivated by her slightly parted crimson lips, and her mental energy became increasingly turbulent, the rich pheromones coalescing into a mist, intertwining tightly, with her striking against the last remaining thread of rationality within him. At this moment, they could both clearly feel that because of the deep intertwining of each other's rich pheromones and mental energy, the thread of rationality belonging to each of them was pulled so tightly that it was merely a breath away from completely snapping with a bang. She drank with great difficulty, and he found it equally hard to assist her. After she finished a drop of nutrient solution, it felt as though they had endured a century of time, and his voice had turned hoarse beyond recognition. Do you want more? I will now administer the pheromone suppressant to you. Bear with it a little. In normal circumstances, she would not feel the slight pain of the injection, but now being in heat, her body became exceedingly sensitive, especially with pain being magnified many times over. He was worried she would feel discomfort during the injection. What about you? Shi Luo did not answer him immediately. Instead, she blinked her misty, ice-blue eyes, gazing intently at him. Her voice lost some of its usual coldness and turned exceedingly sweet, her expression radiating an overwhelming tenderness filled with deep affection and concern. I will inject myself with a strong pheromone suppressant. You need not worry, no matter what, I will not harm you. Just endure a little longer, it will soon become easier. Enveloped tightly by his cold pine scent pheromone, strands of his essence seeped into her skin, bringing waves of refreshing comfort that dispelled some of the irritability and discomfort caused by her heat, allowing her rationality to return somewhat. It would basically not affect her normal senses, cognition, or judgment, and her mind quickly searched for information regarding the effects of a guide in heat on a sentinel and the suffering they would endure. Especially for top-tier sentinels, all their senses would be infinitely magnified. The only reason he could maintain a sliver of rationality was entirely due to his powerful self-control as an Imperial Marshal, combined with the deep respect and authenticity he held for her. In fact, he was currently akin to suffering in purgatory. If this continued, his mental realm would completely plunge into a state of frenzy. Without the timely guidance and soothing of his exclusive guide's pheromones and mental energy, his mental force would shatter entirely, leading to uncontrollable chaos and gradually spiraling into the most terrifying madness. In just a moment of thought, upon realizing this, her gaze towards him quietly changed. She extended her slender index finger and gently touched his tightly furrowed brow, her voice soft and imbued with a magical, soothing power. You need me now, don't you? At her words, his body suddenly stiffened, and the turbulent mental energy he released twisted and distorted the air around them. The dark strands of mental power surged violently like a wild beast. His pale knuckles instinctively tightened, and the transparent emerald green pheromone syringe he had been gripping was crushed in his hand, the needle glinting coldly as it pierced into his palm. He seemed to feel no pain. Drops of bright red blood oozed from his skin, falling to the ground with a soft thud, each drop causing her heart to ache, as she quickly retrieved a cup of spiritual spring water from her spatial button and fed it to him before he could react. At this moment, she did not consider hiding her spiritual spring water. It had become an instinct deeply ingrained in her being during the apocalypse. Whether it was herself or the companions who fought alongside her, as long as she was present, she would immediately feed them a cup of spiritual spring water to avoid the smell of blood attracting zombies. The world she lived in had a unique type of zombie whose senses were exceptionally sharp, and the smell of blood acted as a stimulant for them. At this moment, after completing her actions, Shi Luo belatedly realized, lifting her head to meet his deep crimson gaze, she saw no surprise or inquiry within them. Instead, his gaze turned increasingly gentle, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he spoke with utmost seriousness. Luo, try to keep this from more people. Remember, I have the ability to protect you well no matter the time. I will. How do you feel? Is it better? A little better. Now let me help you. She already knew what he was going to say and reached out to hold his big hand, leaning closer to him, her voice soft. Sun-gu, you said we are a legal couple, so I would like to ask you to temporarily mark me. At her words, he momentarily froze, then lowered his head, gazing deeply at her. Have you thought it through? I can. She quickly pressed her finger to his thin lips, shaking her head gently. Sun-gu, I feel so uncomfortable. I really can't hold on any longer. Please help me. He felt that her words caused the taut string of restraint to sway precariously, and his tightly wound body could no longer endure. His mental energy surged into a wild frenzy, completely losing control. His gaze darkened like ink as he struggled to hold onto the last shred of rationality, confirming with her again, Luo, are you sure? Shi Luo had already reached her breaking point. She knew if this continued, she would completely lose her mind. Looking up at him, her eyes revealed utter fragility and dependence. Under his gaze, she reached up to sweep her silky hair to one side. In the next moment, she exposed the glands at the back of her neck completely to him, and at the instant he saw her glands, the thread that he had maintained with his powerful self-control, snapped with a pop. Surrounded by a torrent of turbulent mental energy and pheromones, his eyes turned a deep crimson, leaving only the innate desire of a sentinel for a guide. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he leaned down, his thin lips pressing against the back of her neck, with a tangible reality gently brushing against her reddened, uniquely mysterious gland. So close, her pheromones became overwhelmingly rich, and he could distinctly detect, through his sense of smell, the innate reliance and desire she had for him at this moment. Warm breath fanned across her neck, sending waves of tingling sensations through her. Her body instinctively stiffened, yet she did not shy away from his touch, only feeling his long-repressed fury nearly out of control as he bit down on her gland. His sharp teeth pierced her delicate skin with a sense of cherishing, and drops of bright red blood heated with a fiery temperature instantly welled up, carrying the unique sweet scent of her misty peaches. Zhan Sun's every movement was exceedingly gentle, entirely subduing the instinctual dominance, forcefulness, and possessiveness of a sentinel toward a guide. These elements, which had already fused into his very marrow and soul, held no trace of plunder or brutality, leaving only boundless tenderness and as if handling a fragile, priceless treasure, he slowly infused his pheromones, bearing the chilly scent of cedar, along her gland, his movements gentle and cautious, fearing that a single misstep might harm her, warmly and steadfastly enveloping her restless and suffering body. The next second, Shi Luo experienced the most intuitive sensation. This sudden, unfamiliar feeling made her body tremble slightly, as if a gentle and comforting aura tightly wrapped around her. The fever, weakness, panic, fragility, and discomfort brought by her heat receded by nearly half in an instant. She could clearly feel her own pheromones being completely enveloped by his overbearing, fierce, and aggressive aura, stabilizing them so that they no longer leaked out. Her mental energy, which had been chaotic, reckless, and directionless, suddenly calmed. The violent aura gradually faded, replaced by softness and peace of mind. Shi Luo felt an extraordinary comfort and security from body to soul in that moment, and her mind even began to wander uncontrollably, yet her arms still held Zhan Sun without letting go. The intangible strangeness and distance between them dissolved imperceptibly, causing her attitude and feelings toward him to subtly change. She had to admit that deep in her heart she had developed a trace of reliance. Being in his arms gave her an immense sense of safety. Shi Luo suddenly felt that having someone she could trust and depend on without any burden was not so bad after all. As long as that person was the one before her, she felt no resistance at all. Sensing the burning heat radiating from his body, she quickly collected her thoughts, looked up at him with some worry, and asked in a soft voice, "Brother Zhan, are you all right? Is there anything you need me to do for you now?" He had suppressed himself to this extent for her sake. If she did nothing, that simply wasn't her style. Now that her rationality had returned by over 80, she could think like a normal person. She naturally understood how overwhelming her heat pheromones were for him as a sentinel. He had to endure mental energy turbulence, pheromone disorder, and the torment of his reason being completely severed at every moment. If he didn't receive timely and effective soothing, he would be severely injured, suffer vain bursts to decline in overall sentinel capabilities, and turn into a beast driven purely by instinct under the immense impact. Afterward, unable to bear the weight of his actions during that period, he would fall into extreme pain and self-blame. Often many sentinels could never emerge from that state, becoming half-crippled or even falling into a coma. Thinking of this, she looked at him with deep sympathy, tightened her arms around his neck, stood on tiptoe, and gently rubbed her nose against his burning cheek, their breaths in. The violence around him gradually receded, leaving only a tenderness reserved solely for her. He lowered his head and lightly kissed the tip of her nose with his thin lips, his voice low and husky, yet carrying a unique gentleness. "Lola, are you still feeling unwell now?" Sensing his still tense body, she shook her head. "I'm fine now, brother Sun. What can I do for you?" Upon hearing this, the crimson in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by tenderness for her. His body also relaxed bit by bit. His fingers, which had been pale and trembling from extreme suppression, now gently encircled her lower back, holding her firmly in his arms with a steady and resolute strength. Shi Luo could clearly feel the scorching heat emanating from his large palm, no longer as scalding as before. In her heart, she had quietly added many points for him. At this moment she felt nothing but immense peace, as if strands of sweetness were flowing into her heart through the places where they touched. Seeing her like this, the suppressed urge within him broke through its boundaries, reawakening the instinctive restlessness of his body on the verge. But unlike before, their pheromones now fully merged, forming a gentle, subtly seductive sweet scent that only they could smell. Moreover, their mental energies intertwined like two hands with fingers locked together, their heartbeats, breaths, and emotions connecting through the palms. At that moment, everything was in sync. All the torment, violence, struggle, and pain they had endured earlier transformed into peace and sweetness from the depths. Because she could sense his feelings, she immediately felt that his violent, destructive mental energy, which had nearly torn the space apart, had become docile. The pain surging through his body and spiritual sea gradually faded, replaced by another emotion he held for her. This made a blush quietly creep onto her cheeks, especially when she felt that his fearsome black mental energy, once rampaging without restraint, now no longer charged recklessly, but surrounded her. It gently entwined with her soft white mental energy, merging bit by bit until they became indistinguishable. Through the touch of their mental threads, she could clearly sense the sweet aura lingering between them, growing stronger and stronger. Suddenly she felt his gaze turn scorching. She looked up, and the next second he lowered his head, his thin lips gently kissing her alluring soft red lips. The moment their lips met, both their bodies stiffened. This was their true first kiss, and previously she had only theoretical experience. At this moment her mind went completely blank, and all that theory became futile. He too was terrifyingly inexperienced, nearly a blank slate. He had originally planned to respect her, take things slowly, and let everything happen naturally. That would also give him time to learn. But before he could study her, heat arrived without warning. Influenced by the pheromones floating in the air, and because she was indeed too alluring, her temptation proved too great for him. He completely surrendered to instinct and kissed her luscious, tempting red lips. Only after kissing her did he realize he didn't seem to know how to kiss properly. All he could clearly feel was the sensation from her soft, sweet lips gradually expanding, even his fingertips trembling with heat. His body crazily clamored for more and more. Sensing that his thin lips merely pressed gently against hers, his movements extremely tender with obvious awkwardness, her nervousness melted away completely. She even managed to mentally tease him. So even the Marshal is this inexperienced. We're really 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Now I feel relieved. Oh no, I have much more theoretical experience than him. It seems I have a good chance of being on top. I'm even a little looking forward to it. But our Marshal truly didn't seem to know how to kiss. How else could they just be pressing their lips together like that with no next move for quite a while? She looked up at him. Good heavens. When Shi Luo looked up at our Marshal, good heavens. She actually saw confusion and bewilderment in his eyes, as if he were stumped by some century-old conundrum. Seeing his reaction, a flicker of laughter danced in her icy blue eyes. Unable to resist, she playfully bit his lips, her red lips barely parting. He was momentarily dazed by the smile in her eyes, and as he felt the sensation on his lips, her bite brought no pain to him. Instead, it was a deadly tease and allure. It was as if her small action had released the beast that had been caged inside him. His entire body tensed, and she could feel the muscles in his arms, chest, and abdomen becoming firmer as he held her. Out of the corner of her eye she caught sight of his ears, red as blood, and a hint of crimson painted his silver-gray eyes, filled with stubborn and frenzied possessiveness. In the next moment his hot lips pressed against hers, finally moved. Yet they remained uncoordinated, wholly driven by his bodous instincts. Awkward, tense, but fundamentally domineering, assertive, and wild. These primal instincts could no longer be concealed, but were tempered with a careful and earnest kiss. He held her arms tighter, as if trying to meld her into his. The pheromones between them thickened, intertwining even more tightly, and a strand of his spiritual energy cautiously brushed against her. Due to the temporary marking, she could clearly feel his clumsy and inexperienced kiss, underpinned by his near-mad possessiveness and a desire that stemmed from the depths of his soul. She was tightly enveloped in his cold, pine-like scent, leaving no gaps. The aroma permeated her body, allowing her to vividly experience what it meant for a sentinel to mark a guide. Suddenly his uncoordinated kiss turned fierce and urgent, imbued with dominance and possessiveness. Unable to help herself, she responded awkwardly, and they resembled a young couple exploring their first kiss. Gradually his male instincts led him to discover technique, making the kiss increasingly skilled, enveloping her and intoxicating her, while gradually stealing her breath and the sweetness from her mouth. Originally her body had recovered over 80 of its strength due to the marking, but one kiss from him, though not long or skilled, rendered her soft again, allowing him to carry her back to bed with an indescribable tenderness. This time when she lay back on her bed, it was different from the previous restless discomfort. Though her body felt soft, her mind and spirit were relaxed and comfortable. Seeing her like a lazy and content little beast, a gentle smile appeared in his eyes, the corners of his lips subtly curling as he struggled to pull his gaze away from her lips, which were as vibrant as dew-kissed red rose petals. Suppressing the urge to kiss her again, he noticed she was weary from the heat of the moment. Not wanting to force her into anything, he restrained himself and gently pressed a kiss to her smooth forehead, saying, "Get a good night's sleep. You'll be fully recovered when you wake up. Good night." As he spoke, he reinforced the room's barriers, releasing his spiritual energy to adjust the temperature to the most suitable level, checking the safety measures, and covering her with a thin blanket made of nebulous silk. Just as he finished speaking, all of this was done simultaneously. As he turned to leave, he felt a gentle tug on his pinky finger and looked down to see her delicately grasping it with her slender fair hand. With a hint of reliance, she gazed at him, her expression soft and sweet, her misty eyes fixed on him unwaveringly, revealing a trace of reluctance. "Sungu, can you stay with me?" Due to her heat period and the kisses they had shared, their relationship had unwittingly grown closer. Her previously awakened vulnerability and lack of security had not completely faded. She felt a bit dependent on him. She didn't know why, but she had always been accustomed to solitude and even enjoyed it. Now she found it suddenly uncomfortable. The thought of being in this vast empty room, no matter how warm and cozy the decor, felt cold and devoid of warmth. She didn't want to be alone. That was her truest feeling. So as he turned to leave, she hurriedly grabbed his pinky, fearing that if she hesitated even for a second, he would stride away. When he paused and turned to look at her, a vulnerable and dependent expression emerged on her stunning face, her voice sweet and soft. "I don't want to be alone tonight." Her words melted in his heart like candy, and the sensation of his heart being soaked in sweetness made him crave more. Faced with her current demeanor, he couldn't utter a single word of refusal. He found her utterly irresistible. Gazing at her, his eyes deepened and his sensual atoms apple-bobbed slightly as he nodded in agreement with the secret desire within himself, his voice husky and enticing. "All right, I'll stay with you tonight." Upon receiving his response, she smiled brightly, her brows curving with joy, radiating a delightful aura. Even the pheromones intertwined between them seemed to be infused with happiness, and her entangled spiritual energy felt as if it had been imbued with a kind of magic, instantly purifying the taint from his spiritual energy. This scene completely stunned him. His gaze softened as he looked at her, and the words he wanted to say turned into a simple remark. Luo, you're amazing." Suddenly praised, Shi Luo, who was shifting her body to make space for him, was momentarily taken aback. Her hand, which had reached out to pat the bed, froze in place as she looked up at him, bewildered. What just happened? Why did Sungu praise me? He effortlessly settled into the space she had made, stretching his long arm to pull her into his embrace, gently pressing her small head against his solid chest, where the strong rhythmic beats of his heart echoed. This made her feel incredibly secure. Feeling the firm touch, her small hand couldn't help but sneakily explore his abs a few times internally, marveling as expected of the Marshal. These abs are exceptional. I'm really lucky to enjoy such a rare delicacy. He noticed all her little movements, the corners of his lips subtly curling as he tightened his arm a little more, allowing her to press closer, letting her savor the muscles she adored. At the first moment of his actions, Shi Luo sensed the delicate emotions transmitted through the mark, a glimmer of amusement flashing in her eyes. Yet Shi Luo seemed to have forgotten something, but she did not bother to dwell on it. After all, the Marshal's embrace was simply after all the fuss held in his arms like this, she belatedly felt a wave of exhaustion. She adjusted herself into a cozy position in his embrace, let out a small yawn, and looked up at him with eyes brimming with moisture. "Brother Sun, let's sleep first. I'm feeling drowsy." He did not answer her immediately. Instead, he fixed his deep dark eyes upon her. Though he said nothing, she sensed his true need. She raised an eyebrow slightly, a faint smile curving her lips, and slowly leaned closer. She extended her slender arms, wrapped them around his neck, and gently pulled him toward her. Their breaths intertwined, reddening the tips of each other's ears. The fingers of the hand holding her trembled almost imperceptibly. Catching this subtle movement, she mischievously scratched the back of his neck with her little finger, sending a cascade of electric currents racing through his limbs. His gaze toward her grew deeper and darker. She knew she could not stoke the fire too much, or she might truly worry about what could happen on this seductive night. She leaned in and placed a gentle kiss on the corner of his lips, as soft as a feather brushing past, making his heart burn. The air itself turned sweet and hot. "Can we sleep now?" Seeing the trace of fatigue in her eyes, he suppressed the urge to lower his head and kiss her, nodding instead. "Sure, sleep well. Good night. Don't worry, he'll always be with you." As he spoke, he gently cradled her back into his arms, letting her soft, fair cheek press against his chest. And somehow the top two buttons of the black shirt with gold trim he wore had come undone. Her small face pressed directly against his chest muscles without any barrier. In that instant, her mind went blank for a few seconds. Absolutely stunning, truly stunning. Those were the first words that popped into her head, as if on an infinite loop. Shi Luo quickly shook her head. This sensation made her worry she might accidentally cross a line. Adding to that from her current angle, she could see the faintly visible, irresistibly alluring abdominal muscles beneath the shirt. She silently scolded herself, wondering how she had suddenly started heading in the direction of a wild girl. This left her slightly puzzled. She thought to herself, could it be because of the heat? This is too terrifying. I feel like my thoughts are like a runaway horse galloping uncontrollably toward madness. I must stop this. But it seemed the Boda's reactions were the most honest. Stopping was truly difficult. Through their temporary mark, he could still vaguely sense her true feelings so naturally, he could clearly perceive her overly active emotional fluctuations and that subtle inner struggle. A light laugh escaped his throat, interrupting all her chaotic thoughts. She looked up at him and immediately fell into his eyes. Vast as an abyss, yet carrying a unique tenderness for her. Brother Sun, what are you laughing about? Care to share? He lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss on the crown of her head. I just think Luo is extremely adorable. Alright, you've been through a lot, and you're tired. Sleep now. The truth was he was truly worried that if she kept thinking he would be the first to break. Heaven knew that no matter how strong his self-control, restraint, or endurance, in front of her it all became as fragile as a thin sheet of paper, utterly vulnerable. It was as if she only needed to extend her slender finger and gently poke it, and the door he had kept tightly shut all along would burst open in the next moment. The beast that had been lurking in the darkness within, full of overwhelming desire, hunger, and endurance through endless years, would be unleashed. Okay, good night, Brother Sun. She closed her eyes in perfect obedience, almost instinctively reaching out her slender arms to gently encircle his lean, powerful waist. He tightened his arms around her, giving her a greater sense of security. After she fell asleep, he stared at her beautiful sleeping face for a long time. Then he lowered his head and placed a restrained kiss on her irresistibly alluring red lips, his voice low and tender. Luo, have sweet dreams. With that, the tension that had gripped him all evening finally eased slightly. Immediately, an overwhelming fatigue swept over him. His eyelids grew heavy, as if they no longer obeyed him, until his consciousness sank into darkness. Gentle, fragmented starlight filled the entire bedroom. The seductive night became exceptionally tender. Outside the window, the galaxy flowed slowly. On the bed made of star marrow phantom crystal, Jean Sun and Shi Luo slept sweetly in each other's arms. Her soft body was completely nestled into his embrace, tightly wrapped in him and the aura he radiated. Her face tinged with a faint pink pressed closely against his chest. Her slender arms encircled his waist, intertwining with his arms that held her. At some point, her slim jade-like calf had slipped out from under the covers and rested on his solid muscular thigh. The intermingling of wheat-colored and fair skin carried a hint of ambiguous intimacy. Their pheromones, spiritual power, and the energy of the star marrow phantom crystal intertwined, emitting a radiance even more brilliant than starlight. This added a touch of ultimate sweetness and ambiguity between them. Her unconscious dependence in sleep and his protective posture, even in slumber, made their emotions gradually heat up like the air in this space. Their bodies pressed tightly together, their breaths intertwined, their auras almost merged. The quiet night seemed to hear only the rapid heartbeats beating for each other, exceptionally sweet and reassuring. It carried a mysterious power, subtly causing a chemical reaction between them. Even in their dreams, the corners of their mouths were slightly upturned. He used his large hand to tightly wrap around her small hand, which was encircling his waist, conveying a firm strength to her through this gesture. And because of the unreserved trust between them in her sleep, she unconsciously released the guide's spiritual power. Like silver mist transformed from the Milky Way, countless strands of spiritual energy, like spiritual threads, drilled into his spiritual sea without any obstacle. The moment it entered his spiritual sea, her brows furrowed involuntarily. In her dream, she felt as if she had entered a forbidden zone of an abyssal swamp. All around her raged a storm that stirred restlessness, pain, and extreme oppression. It was ferociously violent, turning into wild winds and thunderbolts that darted everywhere, carrying a destructive force. In this space, interwoven with dark purple and deep black, she could sense no order, no pattern, and it carried a bone-chilling aura capable of devouring everything at any moment. Jansun's sea of spiritual consciousness resembled a swamp, a desolate abyss consumed by dark purple and deep black, where suffocating black matter abounded, creating an atmosphere so oppressive that it was hard to breathe, accompanied by the crackling sounds of dark purple lightning. It was as if a colossal beast lurking in the depths of the abyss was exerting all its strength to break free from its prison, roaring incessantly, its spiritual power rampaging and tearing apart the entire space. It seemed intent on completely shattering the order here, with darkness so profound that no light could penetrate it, infinitely spreading without any boundaries, where only relentless chaos and tumult reigned, threatening to tear apart the entire sea of spiritual consciousness at any moment. In the midst of this chaotic confusion, with no semblance of awareness, feeling as if she were dreaming, she experienced a suffocating sensation that drove her mad, immensely uncomfortable, and at the same time profoundly irritated, desperately wanting to dispel this discomfort. Everything that followed was almost instinctual. Her spiritual power entered his sea of consciousness, transforming into countless gentle fragments of starlight, gradually illuminating the dark space. The soft, warm points of light touched the dark purple lightning, instantly transforming into silvery threads of spiritual energy, with soothing and purifying powers intertwining with it, patiently calming the turbulent spiritual currents, aligning the chaotic and destructive forces one by one. Wherever she went, the sea of consciousness left countless damaged and agitated spiritual threads, entangled, soothing a ferocious beast that had only savagery left, following the fur along its veins to smooth it out. Every action was so gentle, simply wishing for them to be more obedient, making her dream a bit more comfortable. At this moment, John Sun, who was deep in slumber, felt his previously furrowed brows slowly relax, as if the turbulent sea of his spiritual consciousness was being enveloped by a gentle aura. Those once torturous and agitated spiritual threads were gradually being untangled and purified, a sensation of comfort so distant that he was on the verge of forgetting it. Even the SS-grade spiritual calming agents he usually took couldn't compare. Surprisingly, he gradually fell into a deep slumber, accompanied by this exceedingly comfortable feeling, something he had never dared to imagine before. Instinctively, Shi Luo tidied up her space of spiritual power until she was nearly depleted, unable to support herself any longer, utterly exhausted, and she too fell into a truly sweet dream. The next day, just as she woke from her slumber and instinctively stretched, she felt something was amiss, as if she was tightly embraced by someone. In an instant, memories of last night's events flooded back, images flashing through her mind like a slideshow, and upon recalling those intimate moments, a charming blush spread across her cheeks. Thinking again about her vulnerability, lack of security, and dependence on him, her initial feeling deep within was not one of regret or rejection, but rather a hint. Good morning, Luo. Did you sleep well last night? Not bad, Sungo, and you? In reality, she had slept exceptionally well last night, a luxury she had never dared to wish for before her reincarnation, free from the worries of sudden dangers from mutated beasts and plants, no longer tensed, afraid that she might silently lose her life in her sleep. She didn't truly fear death, only wished for a clear and dignified end rather than a messy one. I'm very good, thank you, Luo. Shi Luo looked up in confusion, asking, Sungo, why are you thanking me? Meanwhile, she thought to herself, could it be that I have a calming effect? In the next moment, he directly answered her question. Last night in my dream, you helped me untangle my spiritual power, allowing me to sleep better than ever before. This truly shocked her, her ice blue eyes widening slightly, a hint of realization dawning upon her. So that abyss I encountered in my dream last night was your sea of spiritual consciousness, Sungo. How did I get in? Yes, you weren't scared, because we made a temporary mark and my sea of spiritual consciousness is completely open to you. You can enter at any time. His words surprised her, and looking into his focused, gentle gaze, everything suddenly felt natural. She smiled faintly at him. Thank you for your trust, Sungo. Last night, I was completely unconscious and am glad I could help you. It was my first time, so if there's anything to note, please let me know next time. I will have experience, won't I? Alright, I'll tell you later. For now, let's get up. You only had nutritional liquid for dinner yesterday, and you need to replenish your energy for breakfast. Despite their feelings rapidly heating up after last night, she felt a different sentiment toward him, and even now tightly embraced in his icy pine scent, there was still a slight sense of discomfort. At this moment, they realized that upon waking, neither had thought to change their position, still maintaining the posture they had held without movement throughout the night. She slightly moved her body and felt a little numbness in her hands and feet. He noticed and gently helped massage her while pulling out a bottle of pale pink restorative potion from his spatial button. Drinking this will help you recover quickly. Shi Luo's gaze fell on the pale pink potion in his large hand, which seemed somewhat out of place with him. She could easily guess it was not the usual one he kept for himself. After taking it, she drank it in front of him, and pursing her lips, sincerely said, It tastes good. Did you prepare this specifically for me, Sungo? I'm glad you like it. He'll have Chun Bo bring you other flavors later. Okay. Although he didn't say much, she could infer that he had asked the military's pharmaceutical bureau's holy-level pharmacist to prepare it for her. Why was she so certain? Because at this moment, through the temporary mark between them, she could sense the unique sincerity he was conveying to her. This feeling made her heart swell as if it had been suddenly filled, and she gently hugged him with her delicate arms, her voice soft and sweet from just waking. Sungo, you are so kind. Being kind to you is instinctive, but what matters is that Luo is happy. Shi Luo was someone who would immediately want to return the kindness shown to her. Lost in thought, she completely failed to notice his arm wrapping around her slender waist once more, and by the time she did, it was as if it was already too late. As Shi Luo contemplated, she looked up to find John Sun already bowing his head, his cool, delicate lips gently landing on her brow. The kiss was fleeting, almost imperceptible. Yet from that ephemeral kiss, she sensed his carefulness, fondness, and the suppressed possessiveness and restraint that he bore. A tenderness flickered in the depths of his gaze, one that he himself was unaware of. Her ears flushed a quick crimson, and as she gazed into his eyes they shimmered like water reminiscent of a vibrant flower nurtured by morning dew, alluring yet unaware, tempting one to pluck and indulge in her sweet essence. His gaze darkened slightly, not wanting to startle her. He gently tucked the loose strands of hair by her cheeks behind her ears, his fingertips brushing her earlobe with an almost imperceptible touch. Feeling the softness of his touch, a tumult of intense emotions surged within his eyes, yet he firmly suppressed them, quickly reverting to a uniquely tender demeanor reserved for her. Every small movement and change of expression did not escape her keen observation. However, she said nothing, merely allowing her lips to curve into a subtle joy. These small flirtations, the subtle ambiguity, and the atmosphere filled with a faint sweet scent brought her unexpected pleasure. Their approach of marrying first and loving later was just right, allowing her to fully experience a romance that began with heartfelt fluttering, compensating for past regrets. Moreover, where could she find a man like the Marshal, who was exceptional in every aspect and exuded such a stark contrast between his demeanor with her and the outside world? One could only say that the master god favored her too much. If it weren't for the identity of this wastrel she traversed here with, achieving this would have been impossible. He was the dream of countless girls. With that thought, her gaze towards him subtly changed, and in a soft voice she asked, "Brother Sun, what would you like for breakfast? He'll make it for you." Seeing the change in her expression, she continued earnestly, "I can only order food, nothing else is allowed. Last night, I only had my stomach is craving delicious food. Doesn't Brother Sun want to enjoy a meal with me instead of just having nutrient solution?" Without much thought he replied, "I will accompany Luo." This statement flowed freely from him. Initially devoid of any appetite, he placed eating and nutrient solution on the same level of understanding, merely perceiving both as means to replenish energy for the battles ahead. However, encountering her and tasting the dishes she prepared, his perspective unknowingly changed. Furthermore, her cooking was so delicious that it contained a soothing energy for the spirit. Originally planning to refuse to spare her too much effort, he found himself unable to utter any words of denial when faced with her earnest, icy blue eyes. "All right, let's get up then." His movements were faster than hers. Just as she sat on the edge of the bed reaching for her slippers, she suddenly felt weightless, her entire body lifted and securely placed in his embrace. One must say that our Marshal truly lives up to being the Empire's top sentinel. Not only did he possess terrifying capabilities in every respect, but his strength was also astonishing. She stood about 170 centimeters tall, weighing around 50 kilograms. In the interstellar realm, regardless of gender, even those from mid-level backgrounds possessed striking genetic traits. Due to their natural genes, women with moderate exercise regimens had remarkably tight skin devoid of any excess fat. She too had a perfect figure, and being held as if she were a feather left her in awe, even though it was not her first time. This time she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, her body pressed against him. She leaned slightly, bringing her head close to his, her rosy lips nearly brushing against his ear as she softly murmured, "Brother Sun, can we have a little buffer next time you pick me up?" His height exceeded 190 centimeters, irradiating a powerful aura. Being suddenly lifted was a bit overwhelming even for her little heart. She would never admit that despite her fearless demeanor, deep down, she lacked a sense of security. Such actions required a bit of time for her to adapt, as she did not reject them, finding them quite special. Compared to being princess carried, she found this experience even more exhilarating. "All right, let me take you to wash up." Hand in hand they walked out of the bedroom, only to be met by Chun Bo, who looked anxious, dark circles under his eyes, clearly having not slept all night. Upon seeing them, his gentle eyes scanned their bodies, and once he confirmed they were safe, his heart finally settled. However, when his gaze fell upon their tightly clasped hands, the worry and anxiety in his eyes faded away, completely replaced by a swift smile. He nodded in satisfaction, seeing the Marshal and Madam's relationship progressing so well. "I am truly relieved. My night spent guarding outside was not in vain." One could hardly blame him for being so anxious. Since becoming Zhang Sun's personal steward and following him through those life-threatening battles, finally residing in the Marshal's palace, he had never seen the Marshal so on edge as he was last night. He hadn't even been given the chance to inquire, which made it hard for his old heart to remain calm. "Thank you, Chun Bo, for your hard work." "No, it's no trouble at all. The Marshal and Madam must be hungry. I have had the cooks prepare breakfast for you based on the menu you provided." "Thank you, Chun Bo." "Madam, you don't need to be so polite. This is what I should do." Zhang Sun guided her to a table by the floor-to-ceiling window where a layer of fine golden morning light spilled and casting a warm glow over the otherwise cold decor of the restaurant. Through the window she admired the exquisite morning scenery of the Marshal's palace, momentarily entranced. In the distance, starry clouds surged, the morning light scattered among the clouds, transforming into a sky filled with colorful rays. The beautiful landscape within her view was coated in a dreamy hue, adding a touch of softness and the unique tranquility of morning to the solemn and majestic Marshal's palace, as if awakening everything from slumber. Before Jean Sun could respond, she stood up and leaned closer to him, blinking her icy blue eyes. As she continued, "I would love to take a walk with Brother Sun and explore our home, but I need your help to ask for a leave. He'll take you to the Imperial Military Academy." Shi Luo replied. "Okay, he just performed a magic trick of making his smile vanish. In the evening he'll pick you up, and after the monthly exam he'll accompany you to do whatever you want, alright?" Hee okay. How could she say no? It seemed she couldn't refuse. She took the opportunity to make her small request: "Can Brother Sun accompany me when I go hunting?" Interstellar guides are mostly supportive and have very weak combat capabilities, while she was accustomed to having a powerful body and formidable fighting strength. She still wanted the opportunity to engage in more practical combat. With the Marshal accompanying her, she wouldn't need to worry about safety and could freely stretch her limbs. Although this body had significantly improved in physique and combat strength due to her powerful soul, allowing her to outpace other guides of the same level, she still felt unsatisfied. "Okay," he agreed without hesitation. "Then it's settled. My safety will be entrusted to Brother Sun. I will always protect you." Uncle Chun entered with the household robot and the chefs responsible for breakfast, bringing in a lavish spread. As she watched the exquisite breakfast being laid out on the table, Shi Luo, who hadn't had a proper meal the night before, felt a rumble of hunger in her stomach, and a rich meaty aroma wafted toward her, causing her to swallow instinctively. "Marshal, madam, we hope you too will indulge in this morning's breakfast, and see if it suits your taste. This was specially cooked according to the recipe you shared with us, Marshals, madam. We hope it won't disappoint you." One must say that from the perspective of variety and presentation, it looked quite good. The milky soy milk emitted a faint glow, carrying a delicate bean and milky aroma. The crystal jelly was transparent, the golden crispy youtiao was fragrant, and there were steaming savory meat buns along with a colorful thick porridge. He preemptively picked up a piece of crystal jelly, savoring it with elegant motions, finding it quite tasty, and then proceeded to sample the others before putting everything he deemed delicious onto her plate. Seeing the Marshal's attentive care, besides Uncle Chun, who wore a benevolent look of satisfaction, the other chefs almost dropped their jaws in shock, questioning whether they had woken up in a dream to witness such a miraculous scene. It was known that the figure before them was the Marshal, whose demeanor was as unyielding as a glacier that had not melted for millennia. Not to mention others, even the staff working in the Marshal's palace had never seen any expression or gesture of humanity on his face. If they were all professionals, they really couldn't help but gossip together at this moment. Shi Luo felt her heart warm slightly from his considerate actions, and she took some food with her chopsticks and added it to his plate. "Let's eat together. A food tastes better when shared." Okay. They both felt very satisfied with this meal. Uncle Chun, watching from the side, felt like he was about to burst into pink bubbles of happiness, and the chefs were also very pleased, receiving the Marshal's madam's approval midway. They felt like their professional careers had reached a peak at that moment, and they barely managed to suppress their smiles, secretly deciding they must go back and continue their research to create more delicious dishes for the Marshal's madam. They wanted to hear more praises and to witness the loving daily life of the Marshal and his madam on site. It was too sweet, and they couldn't wait to share it with someone. After breakfast, she, like a satisfied little beast, narrowed her eyes blissfully. "Finally, I've had a proper meal. I'm so full. Madam, your satisfaction is our greatest encouragement." "Not bad. Your cooking skills are quite good. He'll have Uncle Chun bring you the basic recipes later so that you can rotate and avoid repeating dishes for every meal. Madam, do you have recipes to share with us?" Uncle Chin glanced at the excited chef who was speaking and turned serious as he addressed the chief chef. "Enhancing the professionalism of your team is a mandatory course. The recipes provided by Madam are only to help you serve the Marshal and Madam better, and since you are so generous, you must not let them down or disclose them. I apologize for my negligence. I will definitely strengthen the management of the team's quality. Thank you very much for Madam's generosity. We will not let you down, and will cook more dishes to suit the Marshal and Madam's tastes." Shi Luo sat in the aircraft, one small hand held by his large hand, while the other hand quietly rubbed her belly. This small action was caught by Jean Sun, who was always attentive to her, and a faint smile flashed in his deep silver gray eyes. Luo, is your stomach not feeling well?" "Oh, no, I just ate a bit too much. I'm fine now." I must say the speed at which the food prepared from top-tier interstellar ingredients is digested is truly remarkable. It has been less than 15 minutes since she ate, and she felt pure energy coursing through her body, with the initial feeling of fullness in her stomach disappearing completely. Her habit of touching her belly was merely a subconscious action, not that she was overly full. On the contrary, this habit was formed during her childhood in the orphanage, where she often went hungry. To comfort herself during those times, she would rub her belly while assuring herself that she was very full. At that time, I would listen to the gurgling sounds from my stomach, while rubbing it constantly, telling myself, "I'm very full, really full, not hungry at all." Over time, it became an unconscious habit. "If you feel unwell, just tell me, and I'll have someone prepare some digestive medicine." "No, really, there's no need. I don't need it at all. These foods contain pure energy, and they are absorbed shortly after eating." There's no need to waste manpower and resources because of me. I don't want you to be criticized by those with ulterior motives, Marshal. She's not naive, you understanding the entire framework and hierarchy of the empire. She could also judge his situation and did not want to become a liability for him among the nobles. Don't worry, I can handle everything well. Your matters will never bring me any trouble. Instead, they give me endless strength and motivation. Alright, I will ensure that Sun Guest's words hold true and are worth their weight in gold. Jean Sun turned his head to meet her sparkling ice blue eyes, which seemed to contain boundless strength. He smiled slightly and nodded, I believe in you. The words I believe in you have always held a firm strength for her as her small hand held by him squeezed his large palm, conveying their genuine emotions through this gesture. Ding ding. Suddenly her light brain emitted a sound for a video call invitation. Shi Luo lowered her head to check and immediately connected when she saw it was Yunji he calling. In an instant after connecting, a virtual screen appeared before them. On the other side of the video call, it wasn't Yunji he who appeared first, but Shi Luo. Her cold voice carried a distinct pride and joy. Sister Bao, you are truly amazing, a source of pride for your sister. And also a pride for Dad. Even more so for Mom. Shi Luo was confused by their sudden compliments. Dad, Mom, sister, why are you video calling me so early to praise me? Did something happen? Sister Bao, didn't you log into the Star Network to check the trending topics since last night? The moment Shi Luo finished speaking, a look of jealousy and frustration appeared on her cold, beautiful face. If it weren't for Tang Linxuan's quick reflexes grabbing her raised wrist, her fair hand would have slapped her forehead. I am not a qualified sister. I was so proud that I forgot the most important thing. Saying this, her expression swiftly turned to concern. Sister Bao, how are you feeling now? Was last night alright? Yunji, his beautifully maintained face was also filled with worry following Shi Luo's words. Luo, Bao, last night was your heat period. It's all my fault for being too busy and not reminding you in time. Oh, by the time I finished it was already morning. I'm fine. Sun Gu is with me, so you don't need to worry. She looked at Tang Linxuan, who also wore a worried expression, and quickly replied before he could say anything. Hearing his name mentioned, Jean Sun, who had been overlooked, greeted them in a deep voice. Haha, sorry Marshal, we were so concerned about Luo that we didn't notice you were with her. Thank you for your hard work last night. It's alright, I understand. It wasn't hard, it's my duty as a husband. Good, that's good. Marshal, are you alright? I'm fine. That's good, as long as you are all well we can rest easy. Dad, Mom, sister, you don't need to worry about us. Oh, we're really fine. But you still haven't told me why you called so early to praise me. Last night the Marshal personally picked you up from school, and that instantly dominated the entire Star Network trending topics. As a result, our family directly benefited with those nobles and wealthy families, inviting me to help them customize mechas. Your mom even received a royal invitation, and the orders for your sister's company have been pushed to next year. All of this is thanks to you and the Marshal. Shi Luo turned to Jean Sun with a smile in her eyes. Sun Gu, your charm is truly irresistible. I wonder what kind of uproar will occur on the Star Network this morning after you drop me off at school. They are just thanking me for my protection. Taking Luo to school is my obligation. If you don't like it, I can arrange for my officer to issue a military order prohibiting any personal information related to you and me from appearing on the Star Network. No need of providing a bit of gossip for everyone occasionally isn't bad. After all, she herself is a lover of gossip. As long as it doesn't affect her, it's fine. Besides, those who were previously restless have spread various unfavorable rumors about the Marshal. This is a perfect opportunity to clarify things through the waves of trending topics, with her letting everyone know that the Marshal is perfectly normal. Shi Luo naturally felt a fondness for the Marshal, the generals, and the soldiers who defended the empire, and could not bear to see them smeared with malicious stains. Heroes like them deserve to be in the spotlight and admired by all, enjoying all. Alright, I'll listen to Luo. Marshal, are you taking Luo to school? Yes, I'll come to pick her up in the evening. Marshal, won't that be too high profile? Shi Luo was not surprised by the Marshal's attitude towards her sister. After all, her sister was loved by everyone. She just didn't want him to be too high profile, bringing trouble to her. She continued seriously, as my sister said, Marshal, your charm is clearly visible. Sending my sister to school in such a high-profile manner, those who admire you in the empire may end up turning green with jealousy. Those who are irrational may cause trouble for my sister out of jealousy. I just want her to attend school easily, without facing those troublesome people every day. Sun Gu, I think what sister said makes sense. I will go to school by myself from now on, and you can come to pick me up occasionally. It's nice to add a bit of surprise to everyone's boring school life. I don't want them to always receive your generous benefits. It should be exclusive to me. Originally, he felt a bit blocked by her words, as if he were not needed. However, after hearing her later words, a subtle smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Alright. Next, she wholeheartedly chatted with her parents and sister. Having never experienced the warmth of family and the care of relatives, she truly cherished this feeling, unconsciously letting go of all heavy shackles and becoming lighter than ever. I'm doing well, you don't need to worry. Sun Gu takes good care of me, and you can come to the Marshal's palace to see me anytime. I'm not nervous about the monthly exams. I will do well, and won't let you or Sun Gu down. Of course Luo Bao's sister Treasure Luo is the most capable one. Now that she is married to the Marshal in front of him, they have appropriately adjusted how they address her, though it still feels a bit unfamiliar. They were also very busy, and seeing that she was about to reach school, they exchanged a few more words before reluctantly hanging up. Throughout their conversation, Zhang Sun's eyes flickered with a hint of an unclear emotion as he unconsciously tightened his grip on her hand. She was very sensitive to emotions. Although he didn't reveal much, she sensed something from the temporary markings between them and a momentary dip in his aura, turning to him with a smile in her eyes. Then Shi Luo extended her small fair hand, linking her pinky finger with his, and gazed at him with a tenderness that seemed to carry a soothing power, speaking slowly. Sun Gu, what happened before cannot be changed, but from now on I will be by your side. No matter what happens, I will face it with you. Her words were like a warm current pouring into his frozen heart, quietly melting a corner beneath the thick ice. All right. This single word seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds, and she could feel the same commitment from him. As their aircraft landed on the parking apron of the Mecha Academy area, a thunderous roar of cheers reached their ears along with the heated, excited discussions of the cadets. Ah, what incredible luck I have today to see our mysterious Marshal again. I'm so jealous I can't even recognize the word anymore. I'm truly green with envy. Why does she, a useless waste, get matched as the Marshal's wife and receive such affection from him? Why? Don't I have such a background? No, you should ask yourself why you aren't a waste. What's the use of being a waste? It's because she has a super high gene compatibility with the Marshal. At the same time, some cadets uploaded 360-degree videos and related text to the StarNet, which once again topped the trending searches at an incredible speed. Each title was preceded by a huge, explosive symbol, instantly igniting the entire StarNet and attracting a wave of netizen comments. Heavens, am I sure I'm not dreaming? Yesterday, he personally picked her up from school. I could still explain that as the Marshal's sense of duty. But today, how do you explain that? Shocking, I've actually thought of a super unbelievable explanation. The Marshal has developed genuine feelings for her. No, absolutely impossible. The Marshal is the guardian deity of our empire. How could he possibly have genuine feelings for a waste? You must know that before this excellent female, spiritual guides pursuing our Marshal were as numerous as the fish in the river. Even the royal princess, nobles, and wealthy ladies have repeatedly expressed that the Marshal is their ideal husband. While this is the longest comment I've ever seen, I have to say you know quite a bit. It just shows our Marshal has a unique taste. Have you forgotten? The compatibility between the Marshal and Shi Luo is 100. The Empire hasn't seen such a high compatibility for 100 years. This shows they are truly destined for each other. Haha, I don't care. I just want to ship the Marshal and his wife. I have to say the atmosphere between them is just too sweet. 1. Forget everything else, just the way they look standing together and determined to ship them. I wonder how cute their baby will be. Him not trying to pour cold water, but are you sure she can bear the Marshal's child? This comment instantly changed the tone of the discussion. Shi Luo was completely unaware of all this. At the moment, facing the lively scene and the gazes from all directions directed at her and the Marshal, the friendly and envious ones aside, the key issue was, she furrowed her brows slightly and said in a low voice, Sun Gu, you should go back first. If I stay any longer, I'm afraid I won't be able to attend class normally. All right, I'll come in the evening. Before he could finish, she interrupted with a smile. I can go back on my own at night. If I make you pick me up and drop me off every day, it'll really become like a kindergarten kid. Sun Gu, please prepare more ingredients for me, okay? I want to have a nice meal at home tonight. All right. He saw through the little cunning in her eyes at a glance, but did not expose it. Instead, he agreed with a gentle tone and obvious indulgence. When the school leaders arrived upon hearing the news, they only saw the Marshal's aircraft entering its exclusive flight path. They exchanged regretful glances, then turned their attention to Shi Luo. She was never fond of dealing with the authorities. As they approached, she politely greeted them and said, I'm going to be late. Leaders will head back to class. All right, go ahead. You are a student now, and you must focus on your studies. Shi Luo, study hard. I believe that in the near future you will become the pride of our empire's first central military academy. If you have any needs or problems, feel free to come directly to us. Okay. After saying this, Shi Luo turned and walked toward the teaching building with her two close friends. Just as she reached the downstairs, a gentle voice called out from behind. Shi Luo, wait a moment. She turned around and saw Teacher Wu, her homeroom teacher, smiling as he approached them. You two go back to the classroom first. I have something to discuss with Shi Luo. When Ruan and Tang Ranran glanced at her with a hint of concern, and only after she nodded did they look at Teacher Wu and say in unison, all right, Teacher Wu. Teacher Wu, is there something you want to see me about? Come with me to the office. Shi Luo followed Teacher Wu to his office. As soon as she entered, he personally fetched a bottle of spirit fruit juice from the fridge and placed it before her. Sit down, don't be nervous. Shi Luo politely thanked him, then sat down on the chair in front of his desk, looking up silently, waiting for him to speak first. Teacher Wu sat down and smiled slightly. It's like this. I'm here to convey the school leadership's intent. Mainly, I want to ask for your personal opinion. Would you like to join the elite class? Without a second thought, she shook her head and refused. Not for now. I want to get in on my own ability, not because of the Marshal's connections. Her words made Teacher Wu pause for a moment. He hadn't expected her to refuse, and so bluntly. It's not entirely because of the Marshal. This is a privilege you can fully enjoy right now. Shi Luo knew very well that the root cause was still the Marshal. She had never been someone who would completely rely on others. Ever since she could remember, whatever she wanted she achieved through her own true abilities. Moreover, since she was fully capable, why would she take this shortcut? Without even thinking, she knew it would only cause a wave of trouble later, forcing her to deal with those who loved to bark at her. That would be really annoying, wouldn't it? In short, she was a person who hated trouble the most. Alright, Shi Luo. I believe in you. The monthly exam is coming up. If you have any questions, feel free to come to me. Thank you, Teacher Wu. You're welcome. You should know that I've always had high hopes for you. He paused, and his expression suddenly turned very serious. Alright, classmate Shi Luo, the school leadership has decided after a meeting that starting next month your resources will be doubled, and I will grant you access to high-level training facilities, the library, and the simulation training pod. Usage rights as well as meal vouchers for the elite class special dining hall, and an additional. Shi Luo's face did not show any signs of surprise or other emotions. Instead, she remained remarkably calm throughout, listening attentively, before politely expressing her gratitude. Teacher Wu observed her composed demeanor, a hint of appreciation flickering in her eyes, and smiled, as she praised, "Not bad, keep it up. Alright, you can return to class now. Oh, it's best not to miss the simulation lesson." "Okay, teacher." As soon as she stepped into the classroom, numerous gazes turned toward her quickly, followed by the sounds of her classmates discussing. "How did I notice that Shi Luo looks even more beautiful today? It's simply captivating. No wonder the Marshal personally picks her up and drops her off from school." "Shi Luo, quickly tell us what you did to win the Marshal over. I really want to know. Share it with us. You can't keep it a secret from your classmates." "Exactly, Shi Luo, hurry up. I'm dying of curiosity. I never knew the Marshal had such a gentle and thoughtful side. You are simply amazing." Before she could respond, a rather unpleasant voice interrupted. What else could it be? Just some shameless flattery tactics. Who told her to have such a face that brings disaster to the country? She's just a worthless vase. Now she can temporarily attract the Marshal's interest with that face. Once the Marshal's mental strength fluctuates during her sensitive period. When she a mental strength grade trash, can't calm him down, shall surely face disdain. Who knows, the Marshal might even tear her apart in a fit of rage. "Shut up, you are too malicious. Luo hasn't done anything to you, just because you're jealous. You. Wan, no need to mind them. When mad dogs bite, they never need a reason. Let them bark, it's just adding some entertainment for the netizens on Xinhuang." "Wait, Shi Luo, what do you mean by that?" Shi Luo simply shot a cold glance at the clown who spoke. To her, they didn't even deserve a name, merely categorized as a large group. She raised an eyebrow, casually pointed at her light brain, and said, "Oh, just in time, my light brain recorded everything. No need to waste it. Sharing joy is better than solitary joy, and it's a way to utilize waste, giving you an opportunity to create value for the people of the empire. No need for thanks or gratitude, it's just a casual effort." "You, Shi Luo, how dare you? This is an invasion of our personal privacy and portrait rights. I'm going to sue you in the Imperial Court. No one can save you, not even the Marshal. We will not withdraw the lawsuit." "Oh, how unfortunate. I have already had my lawyer compile all the videos, images, defamatory remarks, and slanderous statements you sent about me. I have filed. As for what I sent you, it was merely a normal action taken in self-defense. I believe the law will bring justice to everyone. The laws in this world are very sound, providing comprehensive protection for everyone, and there are specific regulations for maintaining order on campuses, especially against bullying. With this in mind," she added, "and regarding your repeated bullying against me, I have also gathered evidence. You can expect a court summons soon." The few classmates who had always looked down on her turned pale upon hearing her words, their faces becoming uglier than a color palette, glaring at her with murder in their eyes. After a long pause, they finally managed to utter a complete sentence. "No, you can't be so malicious." Shi Luo was directly amused by their anger. "So what? I am indeed this malicious, and the Marshal happens to like this type. Isn't that infuriating?" Their targeting of her was merely incited by the school beauty Liang Yin, who was jealous that such a useless person had beauty surpassing her own. After Shi Luo's arrival, she matched with the Marshal smoothly, becoming the Marshal's wife, adding another obvious reason for jealousy. It was simply because Shi Luo, a useless person, took away the Marshal she had longed for, and she firmly believed that Shi Luo had taken her position as the Marshal's wife. The sycophants and followers around her had been successfully brainwashed by her, becoming her pawns. Shi Luo was well aware of how to strike at their sore points. After saying this, she didn't even bother to cast them a sidelong glance, remaining deaf to their relentless noise, not hearing a single word. Luo, did you really sue them?" "I never joke. Luo, you are amazing. You should have done this long ago. They are simply too much." Luo, I support you. But Luo, they seem genuinely scared now. They have already lowered their stance." "It doesn't matter to me. Alright, let's not pay attention to insignificant people. It's time to prepare for class." As soon as she finished speaking, 3 people in uniforms walked in one after another at the door, led by today's Mecha Simulation Class Chief Instructor Teacher Chun. He wore a custom silver-gray instructor's uniform with 3 silver stars representing a Mecha Major General on his epaulets, making him appear even more imposing. His deep brown short hair was exceptionally neat, and his eyes were sharp as an eagle. With just a casual glance, all the students in the classroom felt enveloped by an overwhelming pressure, instantly falling silent, not daring to breathe, quickly adjusting their postures, sitting upright, and properly fearing they might be called out by him. Behind him followed a male and a female assistant, both outstanding seniors from higher grades. The male assistant wore a light blue uniform with silver trim, was slender, had gentle features, and wore a faint smile, exuding a friendly aura, holding a stack of student materials and equipment maintenance manuals. The female assistant wore the same type of assistant uniform as him, but had a tailored design at the waist, perfectly accentuating her curves. Many male students in the classroom couldn't help but sneak glances at her as she entered, and Shi Luo, with her excellent hearing, caught a few low murmurs from the male students. Wow, the senior sister is so beautiful. The senior sister is really stunning. Everyone has a love for beauty. Shi Luo's gaze lingered on her for 2 seconds, not for any other reason, but because this senior sister seemed particularly cheerful and lively, with a smile that curved her eyes. The key was that there were 2 shallow dimples on her cheeks, which were of a different type from the soft and gentle ones. No way, who made her naturally fond of dimpled girls. She always felt that their smiles looked extraordinarily sweet and carried a certain healing quality. Suddenly Shi Luo's gaze met that of the female teaching assistant. Her eyes were filled with composure, devoid of any embarrassment at being caught, and then a faint smile curled at the corners of her lips, conveying her friendly demeanor. The other party was momentarily taken aback by this reaction, then a glimmer of subtle amusement flickered in her eyes. Their actions went unnoticed by anyone else. Today, Chief Instructor Teacher Chun, who was in charge of their simulation class, had already assigned the 2 teaching assistants to conduct data verification and statistics for the students who would be participating in the upcoming mecha simulation classes. The female teaching assistant approached the desk where Shi Luo was seated, smiled, revealing the dimples on her cheeks, and greeted her with a sweet voice. "Hello, Shi Luo. Please cooperate with me for the registration process." "Okay." At that moment, her attitude was vastly different from those previous buffoons, her tone gentle and calm, a faint smile still lingering on her lips. 10 minutes later, all student data had been verified and compiled. The 2 teaching assistants reported their results to Teacher Chun, who confirmed no students were absent. He then led Shi Luo's class to the Mecha Training Center of the Military Academy's Mecha Training Building. After individual identity, gene, and iris verifications, the heavy alloy hatch slid open and the Mecha Simulation Hall of the Empire's No. 1 Military Academy came into view. Silver-white interstellar lighting strips hung from the dome, casting a cold, hard light across the vast space. The entire training hall spanned tens of thousands of square meters, stretching almost endlessly into the distance, giving an impression of extraordinary emptiness. The silver-black floor, crafted from special crystals, absorbed all sound, each crystal precisely cut to reflect the high-tech mecha simulation pods on either side like a mirror. The entire hall was neatly and orderly divided into different zones based on usage requirements. The most eye-catching feature was the rows of silver-gray mecha simulation pods arranged in a matrix formation, their smooth bodies exuding an advanced matte metallic texture. At their apex, silver-blue energy indicator lights blinked rhythmically with faint glows. Giant holographic displays were embedded in the surrounding walls, currently looping basic mecha operation instructions and safety precautions, as well as essential knowledge that students must master. A mixture of energy coolant and the unique cold scent of mecha metal lingered in the air, while the engine hum of the simulation pod starting up could be clearly heard. Most students were not entering this place for the first time, so curiosity was absent from their eyes. Only Shi Luo was an exception. Her gaze swept the entire space with mild curiosity, occasionally sighing inwardly, "Wow. I must say, technology changes life. Seeing such high-tech equipment for the first time is a bit breathtaking." The scene before her drove away the lingering desire within her to slack off. She had always believed that true ease required strong personal capital and support. No matter how powerful she was in her previous world, or how unparalleled her status in a new world, everything was a fresh start, a new beginning. She would approach it with utmost seriousness, devoid of any pride. Teacher Chin's stern gaze swept over her, and seeing the earnest expression on her face, he nodded in silent satisfaction. He had been somewhat concerned that this person branded as a waste by the Empire would use her new identity to be uncooperative and cause trouble. The kind of person he as the chief instructor despised and found most troublesome. Surprisingly, her performance exceeded his expectations. After the 2 teaching assistants finished verifying the data, and the intelligent working robots responsible for the entire training hall's operation had adjusted the equipment, a mechanical sound, signaling normal operation, echoed in everyone's ears simultaneously. The procedures became orderly and filled with a cold, high-tech aura. The mecha possessed a unique charm. Just hearing the sound of the simulation pod's engine starting made the blood of everyone present gradually heat up, and their eyes shone with passion and desire for mecha operation. As a mental energy user of only level, Shi Luo was about to step toward her designated training area when the chief instructor ordered today's simulation training to commence. The next second, she instantly became the focus, and many students cast contemptuous, appraising, probing, and mocking glances at her. Remembering what she had said in class, they dared not confront her directly as before. Exchanging glances, they all approached Chief Instructor Teacher Chen. Teacher Chen, Shi Luo's mental energy is only level. Allowing her to train like this is a complete waste of the Imperial Military Academy's resources. And if she trains with us, can she keep up with the teacher? I suggest Shi Luo not participate in the simulation training. Even if she sits in the dedicated training pod, her mental energy won't be able to initiate or operate a mecha. She probably can't even perform the simplest actions. The resources of our Imperial Military Academy should be reserved for outstanding students. We don't want her individual presence not only to occupy resources, but also to drag down our overall average score. That's right, Teacher Chen. The monthly exam is coming soon, and she's affecting all of us. Shi Luo was deaf to their words and remained completely unaffected. Her consistent principle was to use strength to shut them up directly, not to waste time babbling through mere talk. She walked slowly into the designated training area. Each mecha simulation pod was independent with an identity recognition panel on the outside. She swiped her Military Academy student card over the sensor area, touched it lightly to complete the mental verification, and in that instant her unique, gentle mental energy made contact with the panel, causing pale pink mental energy patterns to spread across the screen. The next second, a ding sounded. Verification passed smoothly. The pod side hatch slid inward, revealing the compact, yet spacious and high-tech interior operation space. Shi Luo glanced inside, then stepped in. The interior design of the simulation pod was ergonomic, with a central integrated mecha control seat featuring various buttons, a mental energy touchscreen, and control joysticks with flowing light patterns. Above hung an immersive holographic projection helmet. The hatch automatically closed as she stepped in, and the interior immediately activated the climate control system, insulating all external sounds. In this private space, only the steady hum of the energy system, as calm as her breathing, remained. The broadcast announced the chief instructor's command to begin the lesson. Shi Luo, following the basic operations she had seen earlier, first fastened her safety lock with a click, then slowly pulled down the holographic helmet and placed it on her head. The helmet could automatically adjust to fit her head size and facial features, ensuring a perfect fit. Then she lightly tapped the control panel with her fingertips, starting the mecha simulation system, and without hesitation, she first entered the basic training permissions. She naturally placed her hands on the control handles on both sides of the simulation pod, then immediately extended her mental energy to sense the contact points, her fingertips gently touching them. In the next moment, the cold electronic prompt of the system echoed in her ears. Shi Luo focused her mind, holding her breath, and slowly released her gentle, yet assertive mental energy, which spread like silky silk through the contact points, quickly enveloping the entire simulation. The electronic voice announced mecha simulation system successfully started. Mental energy matching in progress. A class guide. Mental energy matching completed. Control permissions activated. Loading simulation scene. Basic mecha control training ground. As the electronic voice fell silent, the holographic screen before her lit up, displaying three-dimensional mecha control interfaces that rapidly unfolded various data and parameters flickering on the screen. Energy bars loading quickly, including the energy bar, mecha control zone, weapon systems, and defense shields. The control modules were clearly presented. At the same time, the sensory system within the simulation pod was fully activated, allowing Shi Luo to clearly feel the heavy metallic texture of the mecha beneath her body, as if she were truly inside the central cockpit of the mecha. At this moment, the serious voice of Teacher Chen came through the built-in communicator of each independent mecha simulation pod to every participating student. Attention all students, the basic mecha simulation assessment officially begins. You have 10 minutes to complete standing, walking, turning, and basic blocking operations. Those who do not qualify will lose points and will have to practice after class. Upon hearing this, Shi Luo raised her eyebrows slightly, quickly calming her mind, and thoroughly bound her controllable mental energy to the mecha. As a guide, she did not possess the superhuman senses of a sentinel, nor the formidable physical abilities and explosive power. Their advantage lay in their extremely gentle and delicate control of mental energy. Her fingertips moved slightly, releasing gentle tendrils of mental energy that accurately wrapped around each controlled node, slowly pressing down on the control stick within the holographic interface. Her silver-black basic mecha immediately emitted a deep mechanical hum, its alloy body gradually unfolding. The mecha, which had been seated, stood up steadily without any delay, its movements incredibly smooth, showing no signs of inexperience. Shi Luo watched this scene on the screen, a glint of surprise flashing in her eyes, her lips curving slightly as her interest in operating the mecha deepened. She then gently pushed the control stick and slightly tilted the directional keys. The pale pink mental energy acted like a precise conductor guiding the mecha to take steady steps forward in the simulation training ground. The mecha's metallic feet thudded against the ground, producing a series of dull vibrations that even caused the ground to tremble slightly. Through the sensory system, the most authentic sensations were transmitted to her. The look of wonder in her eyes intensified and the curve of her lips widened, resembling a child filled with infinite curiosity about this world. She began to attempt more operations with the mecha. Her fingertips rotated slightly, synchronizing her mental energy to control the mecha's waist and joints seamlessly, completing a full set of turning motions, showing no signs of clumsiness, while perfectly avoiding the virtual obstacles set up in the simulation training ground. Then she initiated the basic blocking operation as per Teacher Chen's instructions. Concentrating her mental energy, she activated the defenses in the mecha's arms. The alloy shielding quickly unfolded, and as she exerted force with her wrist, the mecha's arms steadily raised, assuming a standard blocking posture, while virtual attacks simultaneously surged toward her in the holographic display. In the next moment, the blocking panel illuminated with a silver-blue defensive shield, effortlessly warding off this wave of virtual attacks. Throughout the entire process, Shi Luo's unique guiding mental energy flowed smoothly and steadily, showing no signs of disturbance. Her focused and delicate control ensured that every movement of the mecha was executed with utmost precision, maintaining the mental energy stability in the simulation pod at peak levels. Her compatibility with the mecha system remained at maximum levels. The occasional system error sounds from other simulation pods nearby did not affect her operation at all. She remained fully concentrated, unaware that she had drawn extra attention from Teacher Chen. The main control holographic projection screen of the chief instructor was divided into several small screens, displaying the real-time control footage of each mecha simulation student, allowing him to provide guidance and corrections at any moment while assessing each student's true level. Initially, he paid attention to her due to her uniqueness, but to his surprise, she gave him a tremendous shock right from the start. The words "a class mental energy guide" struck him like a thunderbolt, causing an expression of disbelief and confusion to appear on his usually stern face. From then on, he focused more on her, not expecting that throughout the entire operation, she would continue to deliver wave after wave of surprises. Especially as other students encountered various minor errors during their operations, she alone maintained an incredibly smooth and flawless performance, which could only be described as perfect. Apart from Teacher Chen, Shi Luo was also under the watchful eyes of her peers, filled with mockery, disdain, and jealousy, who while conducting their own simulation training listened intently to the sounds coming from her dedicated simulation pod. As students, they could not observe all the other students' situations like Teacher Chen. They could only hear the error sounds of operational mistakes from the. Little did they expect that while they were repeatedly receiving system errors, Shi Luo's side remained eerily quiet, and they genuinely believed she was a complete failure of a student, never considering that she could perform flawlessly, firmly believing her mental energy was only F, and that she couldn't even manage to start the simulation pod. Until the training ended, Teacher Chen stood at his usual podium, flanked by two teaching assistants who had already completed the statistics of their training results. Shi Luo noticed that one of the female teaching assistants glanced at her specifically, but since the gaze was quickly withdrawn, she did not react. Teacher Chen's serious voice resounded. Today's training comprehensive scores are quite good, mainly due to Shi Luo's perfect operation, which raised the collective average score. Special commendation will be given for her outstanding performance, and a special reward will be provided. I hope everyone can learn diligently from her in the future. At that moment, those who had previously mocked, looked down on, and envied her felt their faces burn as if they had been soundly slapped twice by an invisible hand. Shi Luo completed an ultimate perfect slap to the face with her own strength. At that moment, Chu Xiao stepped forward, his cold gaze fixed on Teacher Chen. Teacher, you cannot treat her differently, just because of the Marshal. Shi Luo is widely recognized as a useless vase by the entire empire, and with her great spiritual power, she probably can't even activate several simulation systems. How could she possibly achieve such perfect results? Shi Luo merely shot him a cold glance, offering no rebuttal. In the instant he jumped out, she swiftly recalled everything related to him from her memory. He was a young master from the Chu family's noble side branch, a playboy who was captivated by her, the original owner's stunning beauty, on the first day of school. He deliberately disguised himself with a gentle facade to pursue her. However, being a noble, even from a side branch, he naturally harbored an innate arrogance. What he valued was merely her beauty. In his heart, he actually looked down on her as a useless person. Initially, he wanted to toy with her, but he found that she, having been doted on and protected extremely well by her family since childhood, had no interest in romantic matters at all. At first, she politely rejected his advances, considering they were classmates. Gradually, as she noticed a change in his attitude, she felt a sense of fear. She began to avoid him, not expecting that such behavior would directly anger him. He had already intended to employ his effective means to take her by force. No matter that her family was a side branch of one of the 8 great noble families, she could not compete with him, a fellow noble. He even thought that if he was satisfied he could just take her as a mistress and keep her by his side. Unexpectedly, a turn of events occurred. The gene matching center shockingly matched her, this useless person, with the Marshal, and the compatibility was an astonishing 100. This meant that even standing atop the Empire's power, able to rival the Emperor, the strongest Sentinel Marshal had no authority to refuse. The prey that was practically in his grasp flew away just like that, and he naturally blamed Shi Luo for everything. His initial attraction turned into resentment. As the Marshal of the Sentinel Empire, he was a revered figure in everyone's hearts. How could such a worthless guide who was nothing but a pretty face be worthy of him? Not only him, but also the school bowtie lapdog Prince Jun, who held a slightly higher status than him, and Su Yi, the illegitimate son of the noble Su family, who was also a lapdog, along with the sycophant Yang Jingjing, all stood up to voice their doubts. No, I don't believe it. She's nothing but a useless person. How could she possibly have such perfect emotions? And when did her spiritual power become a... I suspect she injected some temporary enhancement drug before the test. You don't need to doubt it, it is absolutely true. Who doesn't know how much her parents and sister dote on this useless girl? She must not want to lose the Marshal's favor, which is why she resorted to such despicable means. It's impossible for her to obtain such a drug by herself, though it must have been provided by her parents and sister. I demand a test of her spiritual power genes and blood, and I want the full video of her recent simulation session. She must have cheated. Gets so disgusting that she must be severely punished, preferably expelled from the Imperial Military Academy. Teacher Chin's brows furrowed slightly, and he turned to her with a serious expression, saying in a low voice, Shi Luo, do you have anything to refute? Shi Luo calmly shrugged her shoulders, a cold arc forming at the corner of her lips. Her tone was indifferent as she said no. Even elementary school students know the principle: whoever doubts must provide evidence. Before they could respond, she shot them a cold glance and continued, if there is no evidence, then it is defamation against the wife of the Imperial Marshal. I have the right to take you to a military court. Adding 2 more charges to the previous ones is quite easy, no need for you to thank me specially. If I see you are just feeling guilty and don't dare to respond. Let me tell you, today is about exposing your despicable behavior. Not only that, but I will also publish her actions on the Starnet, letting all the netizens in the Empire know that she is not only useless, but also has horrible character. She is simply a piece of trash. Alright, then you want evidence. I'll provide it. It couldn't be simpler. You are recognized as the Empire's useless person. It's impossible for you to achieve such perfect results in the mecha simulation. This result is the best evidence. Its existence requires no further proof from you. Teacher Chin, facts speak louder than words. The evidence is right here, and we demand her expulsion as well as the publication of her cheating behavior on our military academy's official website. Throughout the ordeal, Shi Luo remained remarkably calm, while her 2 good friends Wen Ruan and Tang Ranran were on the verge of tears. Each grabbed one of her hands, glaring at Chu Xiaosu, Prince Jun, and Yang Jingjing with their reddened eyes. You are going too far. Obviously Luo has done nothing. Why are you bullying her like this? I see you are just jealous of her because of your poor results. You are slandering her. I believe Luo would never cheat. She is inherently good and excellent. Yes, that's right. We unconditionally believe in Luo. Teacher Chin, please don't believe them. Shi Luo glanced at them, her tone soft as she said, thank you for your trust, but they are just a few clowns who enjoy jumping around and performing ridiculous acts. Shi Luo, it seems like you are left with only this mouth now. Let's see how you will be kicked out of the military academy in disgrace, becoming trash that everyone in the Empire despises. Haha, by then the Marshal will definitely abandon you. Just wait to be exiled to the trash star and live among trash. Shi Luo, you may not know, but I have already sent news of your behavior to my father. The Elders' Council must have been informed by now. Just imagine if they notify the Marshal what kind of outcome you will face. What? You guys are going too far. This matter isn't even settled yet. How can you let the Elders' Council know? When Ruan was practically livid, feeling these people were simply overstepping. If it were not for her lifelong upbringing, she would have already started arguing. This is too much. How can they be so wicked? Tang Ranran was so angry that she started to shed golden tears. She gently wiped her tears with a handkerchief and said softly, don't worry, they can't do anything. Really? Is that true? Yes, didn't you say I am very capable? Luo is indeed very capable. So, I will be believed. She reassured her 2 good friends, and under their worried and anxious gazes, she stepped in front of Teacher Chen, looking up with her cool, icy blue eyes at him, asking, I would like to know, Teacher Chen, is there a time limit on the drug they mentioned? And how long is it? As Shi Luo's voice fell, the entire mecha simulation training hall fell into silence, with Wang Zijuan and the others gazing at her in disbelief. They had never anticipated that she would suddenly ask such a question at this moment, sending a jolt through their hearts and awakening a feeling of unease. Her icy gaze swept across their faces, her eyes filled with a chill and a hint of cold mockery curved her lips. Having experienced the treachery of many, she had already seen through their schemes. They merely intended to use her the so-called waste in their eyes, and the only blemish on the Empire's Marshal as a stepping stone, believing they had grasped evidence of her drug use and cheating to gain their family's recognition, access top-tier resources, and help their family stand against the opposing senators of the Elder Council. Even if they looked down on her with disdain at this moment, they would automatically cling to the notion of marital unity between her and John's son. They would use this as a pretext to make the matter known throughout the Empire, turning both her and the Marshal into subjects of public discussion, thereby solidifying the stain on the Marshal's reputation. In this way, they would surely take action to ensure that her cheating was confirmed, which was why Chu Xiao and Su Yi's expressions had quickly shifted to one of smugness, each revealing eyes that were eager to see her fall, exuding an air of absolute certainty. To their demeanor, she couldn't even be bothered to spare a glance. She continued earnestly with Teacher Chen, saying, "Teacher Chen, you haven't answered me yet, but it's fine, there's no need to answer now. I voluntarily request a test of my mental strength, genes, and blood." Before she could finish, Wang Zijuan interrupted with a mocking expression. "What? Haha, am I hearing things? You actually volunteered for a test? Wasn't it just a moment ago that you wanted us to present ironclad evidence? Is it that in front of this evidence one has gone mad, or do you think the Marshal would overlook your despicable cheating?" Yang Jingjing followed up with a smug laugh, saying, "Stop dreaming. You aren't worthy of the Marshal's protection. He won't shield you. I believe the Elder Council will definitely intervene. The Marshal would have to negotiate with them because of you, and someone like you who only brings him trouble and shame, he probably just wants to get rid of quickly. Even if it's a dream, you should wake up. After a brief, beautiful dream, your life will be spent in nightmares. Just thinking about it makes me happy. After all, you are just a waste. You are still a waste that cannot recognize itself, unappreciative of the situation. You will definitely regret your earlier rejection of me." Shi Luo merely shot them a cold glance. For some reason, that glance startled them, and they felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from her eyes. Not interrupting others when they speak is the most basic courtesy. How I can see the so-called nobility and upbringing in you all firsthand, it truly broadens my horizons. As they were about to angrily press her, she preemptively said to Teacher Chen, "However, my cooperation with the test comes with conditions. The Marshal Military School leadership, their noble parents, core members of the Elder Council, and the entire Star Network must be notified to broadcast the entire testing process live. Additionally, I need to sign a punishment and compensation agreement with them." "How dare you?" Teacher Chen's sharp gaze swept over Wang Zijuan, who had spoken out of turn. "Please correct your attitude. You should always maintain the decorum of an Imperial Military Academy student. If you continue to behave so rudely, I will directly inform the Dean of your Sentinel Division and report your actions and their consequences." "I'm sorry, Teacher Chen, I won't do it again." If this matter were reported to the Dean of their Sentinel Division, he would be called in for a meeting and face punishment. It was highly likely that the incident would be announced on the Central Square's bulletin board. By then he would lose face throughout the military academy, and if his goddess saw it, he would truly want to die. He really is afraid of the strong and bullies the weak. So bad. Shi Luo heard her two good friends talking and could not help but curve her lips slightly. "Shi Luo, have you really thought this through? Is this how you want to handle it?" For others, this matter would typically be handled directly by the main instructor, but her identity was somewhat special. Moreover, Chu Ran and Su Yi had leaked the matter, alarming the nobles and the Elder Council. The Marshal likely already knew, and the senior leadership of the military academy must have received the news promptly. Thus, this matter was beyond his authority to resolve. However, before that, he still wanted to seriously understand Shi Luo's true. Shi Luo could see the friendliness in his tone and expression. She nodded earnestly, saying, "Yes, Teacher Chen, since someone wants to involve the Marshal in this matter, I cannot become his blemish." "All right, then I will respect Shi Luo's wishes." Teacher Chen finished speaking and opened his holographic terminal, using his special authority as the main instructor to send relevant information to the Marshal and school leaders. As for why he had the Marshal's contact information, it was because he was the principal of the Empire's first Central Military Academy, possessing the authority to send messages to personal terminals connected with the military academy. He did not have a private holographic number, and notifying other relevant Elder Council members and nobles was also the responsibility of the military academy's higher-ups. Today's simulation training class is over. Everyone, please follow the two teaching assistants back to your classrooms. The students had yet to digest everything that had just occurred, feeling as though something surreal had transpired. Some struggled to understand why the previously easily bullied and seemingly weak-waist Shi Luo had suddenly changed, becoming exceptionally firm today. One student subconsciously muttered, "Could it be that the Marshal gave her courage?" What are you talking about?" Nothing. I was just a bit surprised as to why things suddenly developed this way. Shouldn't Teacher Chen be the one to resolve it? Who said she is the Marshal's wife? Her status is naturally different from ours. Is that the reason? I always feel like it's not that simple. Alright, we're just here to watch the show. As long as it doesn't implicate us, we shouldn't probe too deeply. Let's think about the upcoming monthly exam. If the grades are too embarrassing, it would really be shameful. What you said makes sense, but I just wonder what kind of outcome this matter will lead to now that it's gotten so out of hand. The students' conversations fell distinctly into Shi Luo's ears. When Ruan and Tang Ranran grasped her hand with worried expressions, she gently patted their hands, offering a reassuring glance. Don't worry, I can handle this myself. You two go back to class and study hard. He'll need to copy your notes later. Are you sure you're alright? Luo, I'm so worried. I want to stay with you. Luo, let me stay with you. Whether it was the Elder Council or the high-ranking officials of the military academy, they were all monumental figures far beyond the reach of these two girls. Just the thought of them was terrifying. They were deeply concerned that leaving Shi Luo to face them alone would overwhelm her with fear. Shi Luo watched them, clearly trembling with fear themselves, their hands quivering as they held hers, yet unwilling to leave her to face this alone. Her heart stirred, and a faint smile curled at the corners of her lips. I'm not afraid. Don't skip class. I still want to join the elite class with you, so from now on you need to study hard. When Ruan said with deep uncertainty, but Luo, I really can't do it. Tang Ranran followed timidly. I can't either. Do you want to be separated from me? Do you want me to face those people in the elite class alone? No, we don't. No, we must stay together. Then what should we do now? They exchanged glances, then held her hand with concern. Luo, don't be afraid. I absolutely believe in you. Luo, I believe in you. After seeing them off, Shi Luo didn't even glance at Chu Xiaosu, Yi, and the other two. She followed Instructor Chun out of the mech simulation training hall. Instructor Chun maintained a stern expression, exuding the cold, commanding aura befitting a head instructor. Every step she took was steady and resolute. Shi Luo remained calm and composed, following behind her. She paid no heed to the intermittent verbal provocations and taunts from the other, for not even deigning to cast them a sidelong glance. What an act. Once we enter the adjudication hall, even if the Marshal is present, you won't escape public trial and punishment. I only realized today how good she is at pretending. Just putting on a brave face, her heart must be racing with panic. In truth, she felt no tension or panic at all. She followed Instructor Chun unhurriedly. However, as time passed, and they drew closer to the Imperial Military Academy Joint Adjudication Hall, the four, behind her, grew visibly uneasy, their gazes that had been fixed on her becoming restless. She caught every shift in their demeanor out of the corner of her eye, and a cold smirk curved her lips. Soon they arrived at the Mech Division's landing pad, and under Instructor Chen's guidance, they boarded the campus. The shuttle flew along the Academy's designated air route. The metal walls of the passage gleamed with a chilly luster. Every few meters, detection and mental energy scanners hummed, filling the air with increasing solemnity. They crossed different campuses and training plazas of the Imperial Military Academy, before finally landing at the exclusive pad of the Joint Adjudication Hall. Stepping off the shuttle, they looked up and saw the imposing Joint Adjudication Hall. Built from dark gray special crystals and alloys, its lines were cold and hard, exuding a powerful sense of dark golden patterns adorned the outer walls, delineating the military's crest and the Empire's star map. The main entrance consisted of two massive, heavy holographic steel doors dozens of meters high. Engraved at the center were the emblem of the 69th Empire Military and the highest academy insignia, radiating an intimidating pressure. Guards in black military uniforms stood on either side of the entrance. Tall and upright, their faces stern, they wore the most advanced military weapons at their waists. Their eyes were sharp as eagles, and just standing there exuded an overwhelming deterrent force. Shi Luo was not intimidated by their presence. Instead, the killing aura they emitted stirred a long-lost sense of familiarity within her. Inappropriately, she thought of her comrades who had fought alongside her before her transmigration. She wondered how they were faring after her heroic sacrifice. The thought lasted only an instant before she reined it in. She refused to indulge in such useless sentimentality for her current situation. Her peripheral vision caught the intimidated looks and faint retreating gestures of the four behind her, and she let out a low, contemptuous sneer. Instructor Chin stepped forward voluntarily, placing her identity badge on the appropriate terminal for verification, simultaneously releasing her mental energy to complete the authentication process. After a blue-white scanning light swept over her from top to bottom, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice rang out. Identity confirmed. Chun Fong, head instructor of mech simulation training. Access granted. Then Shi Luo, Chu Xiao, and the others underwent verification in sequence: facial recognition, iris scan, blood sample, and mental energy confirmation. One after another, the cold mechanical voices broadcast the verification results. Once all their information was confirmed, the heavy doors of the Imperial Military Academy Joint Adjudication Hall slowly slid open to both sides. As they opened, a solemn and oppressive aura rushed forth. Had Instructor Chen not raised a mental barrier in time, they would have been crushed to the ground. After a long moment, they finally steadied themselves and followed Instructor Chen into the hall. Their eyes instinctively swept the surroundings. The semicircular hall was magnificent and vast, exuding an air of grandeur. The overall palette was silver gray, black, and dark gold. The decor was extremely minimalist, with no superfluous ornamentation, radiating the unique solemnity and coldness of a military academy. High above, a gilded military emblem hung beneath a massive floating lamp crafted from top-tier special crystals. Its light, though seemingly soft, cast a cold glow into every corner. The Academy's high-ranking officials, the Elder Council, and representatives of the old aristocracy were all seated in attendance. Shi Luo's indifferent gaze swept over them one by one. She could keenly sense the undercurrents of tension in the air. Everyone present understood the unspoken implications. This so-called cheating hearing was never really about Shi Luo, the Empire's acknowledged worthless guide. It had long escalated to a far deeper level. Rather, it was a calculated move by the other 8 members of the Elder Council, allied with old aristocratic representatives and the Academy's high-ranking officials aligned with their faction. They sought to tarnish the flawless image of the Imperial Marshal, plant a stain on his record, drive a wedge between him and the Emperor, and erode his standing and trust among the people. In recent days, his personal escort of Shi Luo to and from school had led them to believe they had found a weakness in him. The once impregnable man now seemed vulnerable to attack. They convinced themselves that during this trial and judgment, they could seize the opportunity to prove the Marshal's nepotism, abuse of power, and favoritism, demonstrating that he had been utterly bewitched by this worthless guide, losing his habitual composure, calm, and absolute rationality. They aimed to use this as a breakthrough to jointly initiate impeachment, thereby weakening his military authority, shaking the Emperor's absolute trust in him, and simultaneously leaving a permanent stain on his record. Moreover, after countless failed schemes against the Marshal, who had thwarted them at every turn, crushing someone he cared about would also bring them immense psychological satisfaction. Shi Luo watched the fleeting expressions on the faces around her, a cold smile forming in her heart. They are all old foxes. It seems they have been making things difficult for my dear Marshal quite often. This time they appear to be fully confident, likely having made their preparations. But what does it matter? I have nothing to fear. Instead, I will let them know that the power of a waste can also be quite formidable. At this moment, she felt a gentle and caring gaze resting upon her. Without needing to look, she already knew who it was. A subtle smile crept onto her lips as she lifted her gaze towards the main seat, immediately spotting the Marshal Zhan Sun seated there. Clad in a silver-black military uniform adorned with star-like embellishments, his stature was as upright as a pine tree. Even without intentionally releasing his spiritual pressure, the natural aura emanating from him, as the supreme commander of the Empire, filled the entire hall, giving everyone present an overwhelming sense of oppression. As their gazes met in the air, the moment his cold and deep eyes touched her exquisite face, a trace of soft light flickered within them. The concern and affection he inadvertently revealed for her were unmistakable. If one were to examine closely, they could also see a hint of guilt deep in his eyes. He was very aware that her appearance here at this moment was entirely due to his influence. Moreover, the old geezers from the Elders' Council and representatives of the old aristocracy would surely seize this opportunity to make things difficult for her, exerting their utmost efforts to substantiate her alleged cheating. Originally, none of this should be her burden to bear. However, all of this was because she had now bonded with him with a match rate of a full 100. As long as she destroyed the previous contract and mark, it would be equivalent to destroying him. Even though externally no one knew that they hadn't formed a contract or completed a permanent mark, it did not affect their ability to exploit the situation. She noticed the hint of guilt in his eyes and offered a gentle smile, silently conveying, "Soon good, victory will be ours." Because of her smile and silent words, the corners of his lips similarly curled up slightly, and he gently nodded, his gaze filled with emotions only they could comprehend. "I understand," she said, subtly winking at him and moving her enticing red lips to silently repeat those 3 words. The members of the Elders' Council and the representatives of the old aristocracy completely failed to notice their interaction, instead exchanging furtive glances, clearly seeing the cold calculations flickering in each other's eyes. At this moment, they silently reached an unspoken understanding, bearing expressions of smugness and anticipation. They were all too clear that the purpose of gathering here at this moment was not for a mere waste of a student, Shi Luo, who they considered as low as dust. Their attention was solely on her, because she was the Marshal's wife, possessing a unique waste selling point that they could exploit. From the attendees of the Empire's Military Academy's joint adjudication hall, it was evident what their transparent schemes were, involving the colluding members of the Elders' Council and representatives of the old aristocracy. As for the Academy, it goes without saying that the principal and the involved party, Marshal Zhan Sun, were present, along with the executive principal sitting beside him, who held both the roles of executive principal and vice principal, responsible for today's normal adjudication and maintaining order. Next in line were the senior staff of the Academy, the chief administrator, the heads and vice heads of the Mecha Academy, the Guiding Academy, the Sentinel Academy, the head of the Spiritual Energy Research Institute, the director of the Training Department, the head of the Military Law Department, and other core leaders of the Military Academy. Additionally, there were data engineers, spiritual assessment experts, military judges, and secretaries seated in the front technical seats, each wearing a solemn expression. However, the audience seats were already filled with people, including outstanding representatives from various departments, mid-level instructors, young professors, aristocratic relatives, aides to the council, Marshal Chenwei, military aides, and media reporters, making thorough preparations. It's just a routine mecha simulation score. Even if all the points were deducted, it wouldn't matter. Why has it escalated to the joint adjudication hall? Clearly this matter is not that simple. Have you forgotten that the person accused of cheating is no ordinary person, but the legitimately recognized wife of our empire? She is the Marshal's wife, not someone who can be slandered so easily. Moreover, haven't you noticed that the representatives from the Elders' Council and the old aristocracy are also present? Their intentions couldn't be more obvious. Should keep your voice down, and discussing this is prohibited here. If someone hears us, we could be in trouble. Several listening students, despite lowering their voices to the minimum, could not avoid their words reaching Shi Luo and some others present. She sensed a few gazes examining her with a hint of concern, but she paid no heed. To her, they were merely insignificant people. She felt the faint worry, and one gaze looked up and subtly offered him a reassuring glance. Then several young instructors seated in the middle of the audience began to discuss softly with the young professors beside them. It is clear that this matter is aimed at our Marshal. If Shi Luo's cheating is substantiated, the impact on him will be significant. Given the extent to which our Marshal has shown concern for her, I genuinely worry that he might display a domineering protective streak, which would play right into their hands and greatly affect his reputation. I believe our wise, powerful, and composed Marshal will consider the bigger picture. I only hope Shi Luo can be strong and not as weak as rumored. She discreetly glanced at the instructors and professors who were speaking and thought, I will let you see my strong side, and it will not affect the Marshal's reputation. Deep down, I am powerful. I have never been anyone's weak point or burden. This matter is an opportunity for me to assert my stance so that some people won't mistakenly think they can casually manipulate or use me, assuming I am merely a pawn in their scheme against Zhang Sun. Shi Luo also aimed to use this occasion to tell Zhang Sun that she could stand by his side. Even if she couldn't achieve it now, she would definitely stand with him at the peak in the future, never a weakness or burden nor a blemish that would drag him down. With this thought, a cold glint flashed in her eyes, and once again, she heard low voices of discussion, this time from the aristocratic relatives and aides clearly not aligned with the Marshal or justice, making their words somewhat distasteful. Haha, this truly is a great opportunity bestowed by the Lord God. How surprising. I never expected that this waste Shi Luo would have such a remarkable use. Wonderful. I believe our noble representatives and council elders will certainly use this opportunity to let the Marshal disappoint the public greatly. I can only say this is splendid. It turns out there are such benefits to being hindered by a waste. Now the Marshal's military power is about to diminish, and I really look forward to seeing their expressions soon. These words were transmitted word for word into the ears of the military guards in the audience, their faces filled with indignation, wishing they could rush up and beat them up, grinding their teeth together as they said, truly worthy of the things those people do, how despicable. Haven't they done enough things that are fabricated out of thin air? After so much effort finally catching a usable opportunity, how could they possibly let it slip? It's a pity for our Marshal. Not only is he forced to accept the match, but he also has to clean up afterward. Although I don't yet know our Marshal's wife, while I believe she wouldn't do such a thing, after all she's in the ordinary class, and her family dotes on her so much. Now with the Marshal backing her, she lacks for nothing, and has no need to act this way. That makes sense. Even if she doesn't want to stay in the ordinary class, all she has to do is say a word to the Marshal, and with her current status, she can fully enjoy privileges. Although she cannot enter the elite class, a switching to elite class C is still feasible. At that time, neither the school's higher-ups nor those old demurs will be able to find any reason to make things difficult. This is definitely a blatant accusation. It's clear that it's aimed at our Marshal, otherwise they wouldn't make such a big fuss about it. Along with the invited media personnel today, pairs of eyes gleamed brightly. Such an opportunity for news coverage doesn't come often, especially when it's related to the protector of our entire empire, the Marshal. Did this waste of a Marshal's wife really cheat? What could her motive possibly be for doing this? Whether it's true or not isn't what we should care about. What we should be concerned about is the number of viewers online in the live broadcast, their tactics, and the heat and KPIs this event brings us. That's true. Speaking of which, I'm somewhat looking forward to the following developments. It's sure to be very exciting. As media personnel, their instincts are incredibly sharp. The entanglements between the Imperial Council, old nobility, and the Marshal are not secrets. They can see the intricacies at a glance, and it's precisely because they see it that they are excited beyond measure. The live broadcast of both sides' struggle is truly a huge gimmick. Even before the judgment has started, their respective live broadcast rooms have already surpassed 100 million viewers, and the buzz on the StarNet is rapidly climbing, marking the highlight of their careers. The vice principal cast a serious glance over all present, confirming that all personnel for this judgment were in attendance. He respectfully glanced at the main seat, where the marshal radiated a powerful aura exuding an imposing presence even without intentionally exerting pressure. The meaning in his discerning gaze was unmistakable, and the latter gave a slight nod. The vice principal turned back, tapping his fingers on the table before him, and instantly the entire venue fell silent. His demeanor was just and rigorous, his gaze stern as he swept over Shi Luo at the witness stand, and those who were accusing her of cheating, then shifted to the elders, council members, representatives of old nobility, and higher-ups from the school. He spoke in a fair and steady tone due to the perfect score achieved by student Shi Luo from the ordinary class C. In the mecha simulation being questioned, a joint judgment meeting of the Imperial Military Academy is convened with accusations of cheating jointly filed by students Chu Xiao, Su Ranwang, Ji Jun, and Yang Jingjing. The involved parties, witnesses, technical staff, and the chief instructor are all present. The marshal, the council, noble representatives, and school higher-ups are here to supervise. Now I declare this judgment officially begun. As soon as his voice fell before anyone else could react, the marshal Zhang Sun turned his gentle gaze towards Shi Luo, who stood at the witness stand in a silver and black-trimmed academy uniform. Her long hair was tied up in a high ponytail, giving her a spirited and capable look. Her cold brows and eyes exuded a unique softness characteristic of a guide. Her hands were naturally crossed in front of her back straight, her posture upright, yet radiating an air of elegant composure. Surrounded by an almost imperceptible aura that forbade anyone from infringing upon her, her expression was calm, and her gaze was incredibly composed, revealing no trace of tension, anxiety, or panic. Seeing her like this, admiration naturally shone in his eyes as his lips subtly curled into a faint smile. In a low voice he said, "Shi Luo, come sit beside me." No matter how others looked at or thought about him, or what conspiracies they were brewing, he simply followed the truest thoughts of his heart at that moment. He didn't want her to face their inquiries and judgment alone. He wanted to accompany her, using his actions to tell her that they were one. Moreover, at this moment he was declaring to everyone, she is his marshal's wife, a guide, with a 100 compatibility with him, and no one should think of making things difficult for her, as doing so would mean making things difficult for himself. This action of his brought expressions of surprise and shock to all present, especially among the representatives of the council and the old nobility. They exchanged glances, seeing vibrant smiles and deeper layers of sinister calculations in each other's eyes. An angry council member slammed the table and stood up, disregarding his identity as the marshal, and directly expressed his dissatisfaction as the marshal of the empire and the principal of the empire's first central military academy. Are you really going to publicly violate the rules and show favoritism? Even if student Shi Luo is your wife in the Imperial Military Academy's joint judgment hall, she is the party awaiting judgment. Before the judgment result is out, she should remain at the witness stand, not sit up there with you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sun's silver-gray eyes were filled with frost, and the mental pressure of a top-tier sentinel bore down directly on the elder who spoke, causing him to feel as though an invisible hand was gripping his throat tightly. This made his breathing exceedingly difficult, his face turning a deep shade of crimson, his mouth opening and closing without a word, his forehead covered in fine beads. The council members seated beside him were also somewhat affected by this powerful mental pressure, feeling a layer of cold sweat creeping up their spines. They looked at Zhang Sun at the main seat, their eyes filled with deep fear and apprehension, and even more so, with sinister calculations. The cold voice of the marshal, filled with a powerful pressure, echoed in the ears of everyone present. She is my wife, and I will protect all her actions. It is not for you to criticize even a bit. The elder who had spoken earlier finally regained his voice, directing his attack at the seemingly weak and easily bullied Shi Luo. Instead of Zhang Sun, his eyes filled with sinister calculation and contempt. Do you really intend to ignore everyone present and sit beside the marshal? Do you truly have such qualifications now? Shi Luo did not show any embarrassment or inferiority at his words. Instead, she caught a fleeting glimpse of disappointment in his eyes. Unfazed, she maintained a calm demeanor and coldly stated, "We are a legitimate couple, united as one, and the marshal willingly shares his glory with me. If I am unqualified, then who is? Is it you, the soon-to-be obsolete scheming counselor?" She completely ignored his trembling facial muscles, smirking slightly as she continued in a tranquil tone. "I believe the marshal would not wish to share his hard-earned glory with someone like you, who only understands power plays and schemes. This is too much. It is utterly uncouth. This is simply taking advantage of the marshal's backing to become arrogant." One of the counselors was so enraged that her beard shook. Her words were clearly not directed at just one counselor. It was evident they were aimed at all of them. The archaic and incisive terms she used left them only able to grasp the surface meaning, while the deeper implications eluded their understanding, leaving them at a loss for how to retort. Then another counselor and a noble representative also focused their criticisms on her. "You are not the marshal's wife now, but rather a cheating student awaiting judgment. Shi Luo, please correct your attitude. If you continue to be so arrogant, once the formal judgment is made, we will collectively demand a harsher punishment for you." I advise you to stop trying to argue and simply admit to your cheating. This way the school may consider the Marshal's standing and impose a lighter punishment, reducing the impact you have caused him. Is there any evidence? Her question left most people present stunned, especially the counselors and noble representatives who looked at her with incredulous expressions, their eyes glinting with deep-seated calculations. Prince Jun could no longer contain himself and jumped up first, proclaiming with righteous indignation, "Shi Luo, are you joking? We have already reported you, and today's perfect score is the most compelling evidence. No matter how you argue, it's useless. This is not your first mech simulation class. Previously, you were always at the bottom of the class. You could not even establish a basic connection with the simulation operating system, let alone complete the tasks assigned by Teacher Chun. I can attest that your previous scores were abysmal, unable even to make the mech stand. How could you possibly have such a sudden breakthrough? You must have taken prohibited substances to enhance your spiritual power." Shi Luo stopped struggling. "Although it was the four of us who reported you, everyone in the Empire can confirm that you are a failure. Your previous scores are known to all your classmates. Moreover, your past scores can be retrieved on site. You truly cannot explain yourself. Oh, furthermore, no guide's spiritual power can rise from grade to a grade in such a short time." "What? A grade? Are you saying her displayed spiritual power level is a grade?" Yang Jingjing turned to look in the direction of the voice, and when she realized that it was the favored young lady from the prominent Su family, her face revealed a look of surprise, and she spoke in a flattering tone. "Yes, Miss Su, you can retrieve her score information right now." Upon receiving this confirmation, both the counselor representatives and the noble representatives showed signs of joy, their eyes flickering with even more sinister calculations. The situation seemed to be just what they had been waiting for, to severely calculate Jiang Sun and make the emperor lose faith in him completely, thereby losing the hearts of the people and military power. From my understanding, this is indeed impossible. I believe you could not have done it alone. It must be that someone with immense power helped you acquire the prohibited drugs to enhance your spiritual power, right? The noble speaking paused for a moment, then quickly looked at Jiang Sun. "Marshal, you show great affection for your wife, so surely you would unconditionally meet all her demands. Was this her impulsive act, or were you intentionally condoning it?" Other counselors and nobles seized this opportunity without letting go. "Marshal, this is an open challenge to our empire's laws, directly telling the public that they can openly use prohibited substances, blatantly breaking the military school's rules. If someone follows your example in exams, competitions, and other important events, it will bring a significant shock to our empire. Each of them is the future of our empire. You are destroying the future and foundation of our empire. This matter is not just about Shi Luo's personal cheating behavior. It is your indulgence, your favoritism, your assistance, and permission. More importantly, you not only support her, but also provided her with essential tools for cheating. Such actions are too heinous and must not be tolerated. You are the guardian of our empire, the foundation of our empire. Such actions betray the emperor's trust in you and the people's admiration for you, while personally destroying the foundation of the empire." They articulated each word with the intent to bring Jiang Sun to a decisive end, hoping he would instantly transform from the esteemed marshal to a criminal in the eyes of the entire empire. Not only would he relinquish all power, but he would also suffer the scorn of the public, forever trampled underfoot. Shi Luo's gaze swept mockingly across their faces, which instinctively filled her with disgust. With a calm demeanor, she coldly stated, "So after all this, where is the evidence? Or have you grown accustomed to fabricating, imagining, and concocting, without basis, treating the emperor, the marshal, and the law as if they were not? To achieve your goals, you can abandon all lines and principles, relying solely on a powerful imagination and a heart darker than a black hole, along with your eloquent tongue to slander and smear, only to end up acting with righteous indignation, standing on the side of justice to attack. Sophistry, this is just sophistry. The evidence is right before you. What more evidence do you want? You are utterly uncultured. How dare you treat us with such an attitude? Outrageous, simply outrageous. No matter what you say, cheating is a fact." She completely ignored their anger, instead smiling with her eyes turned toward Jiang Sun, her voice neither loud nor soft, ensuring that those relevant could hear. "They really have it tough, not only fabricating judgments, but also finding time to perform visually how to exemplify what it means to be a competent rage." Shi Luo paused for a moment before continuing, "They are truly interesting, aren't they?" Jiang Sun agreed with a gentle and affectionate expression. "Indeed, they are quite fascinating." She felt a sudden warmth from the affection in his eyes, as if she had been scalded. An unnatural hue flashed across her face, and a faint blush crept up her ears as she leaned slightly closer to him, lowering her voice. "Don't they look like clowns?" "They do," he replied. They completely failed to notice the disbelief on the faces of most of the people present, as if a horde of high-level insectoids had suddenly appeared before them. "I never expected our marshal to have such a side to him. I'm quite curious about what makes Shi Luo so special," someone remarked. "Is he really our esteemed? I find it hard to believe. It's simply too fantastical." Another voice chimed in. "Do you think she really cheated? Is her mental power really at a grade?" Of course, there were also those whose jealousy was palpable, their nails cracking in rage filled with resentment towards the Marshal's admirers, including the young ladies from the old aristocracy present at the judgment. They were seething with jealousy in their hearts, thinking, a useless person like her doesn't deserve the Marshal's affection. How can he treat her so tenderly? She merely has a face that can seduce. Regardless, they could not bring themselves to believe that the Marshal whom they revered as a deity was merely a superficial man swayed by appearances. My wife is not subject to your judgment or commentary. Her refinement and good attitude are only for those who are worthy of her. Zhang Sun's words plunged the venue into silence, clearly directed at those who had been commenting on her. Marshal, even if Shi Luo is your wife, you cannot protect her this way. We are classmates, and the fact that she cheated is a reality. I can testify to that. So can I. Marshal, the witnesses are present. We demand punishment for your wife. Considering her status, the impact of this situation is greater than that of an ordinary student, so a stricter punishment is necessary. Moreover, since she used forbidden drugs to enhance her mental power, we need to trace the source, and we hope the Marshal can cooperate actively during the investigation. We will also report this matter to His Majesty, requesting his permission to conduct a joint investigation. We will adhere to principles of fairness and objectivity, and will absolutely not wrong you, Marshal. Their intentions were now quite clear. Shi Luo's gaze flickered as she whispered to Zhang Sun. They have stopped pretending and are laying their cards on the table. Their true colors are fully revealed. Pausing for a moment, she feigned ignorance and asked Sun Ge, will you blame me? He subtly took her small hand, his expression sincere and his tone serious. I wouldn't blame you if it's not your fault. They want to use you to scheme against me. In the end, it's still my fault for involving you. I don't blame you. I can only say that greed leads to ruin. She casually mentioned an ancient saying, causing him to feel a chill in his heart. He had no intention of probing deeper. She was his wife, and he would trust her completely at all times. This aspect of her made him admire her greatly, feeling that she was truly special. Is this what you call cheating? Then let's see how my wife cheats. As Zhang Sun spoke, he unleashed his overwhelming mental pressure as a top-tier sentinel, instantly silencing the crowd, leaving everyone too frightened to utter a single word. All eyes turned towards the massive holographic display at the center, where he had, using the principal's authority, projected all the relevant information, data, and video footage related to her mecha simulation. The information was presented in stunning high definition, and as each scene unfolded, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. This only indicates that she has indeed achieved perfect results. It does not prove that these results were obtained through cheating. Facing the doubts of the counselors and old aristocrats, Shi Luo did not let him defend her this time. She had never been a parasite clinging to a great tree, nor did she need to hide under anyone's wings to comfortably enjoy their protection. Although his domineering defense gave her a sense of enjoyment sweetening her heart, she also refused to become dependent. Before he could speak, she stood up resolutely and took steady steps towards the exclusive testing isolation room for this judgment. Throughout the entire process, she did not look back at the gazes cast upon her. She stepped in without wasting a moment, looking calmly at the staff responsible for her testing inside. Please help me with a genetic, blood, and mental power test. Thank you. The staff was somewhat surprised by her calm demeanor, as if she were completely unaffected by the judgment and indifferent to external doubts. Their gaze towards her subtly changed, becoming much more courteous. All right, please wait a moment. The genetic examiner approached her with a silver-black portable gene sequencer, extending a sterile sampling needle to gently prick her fingertip and draw a drop of blood. The genetic examiner sent the newly collected blood sample into the portable gene sequencer, and the screen instantly displayed two parallel gene chain diagrams. One was her previously archived gene chain diagram, while the other was the real-time monitored new gene chain diagram. The genetic examiner carefully compared the two gene chain diagrams. Initially, she did not pay it much attention, treating it as a routine comparison, but the more she compared, the more differences she noticed between the two gene chain diagrams. In the next second, a look of shock appeared on the examiner's face, causing her to suddenly step back in surprise and exclaim, No. The newly detected gene chain diagram is completely different from the one retained in the previous archive. Upon hearing this, Shi Luo was slightly surprised, instantly realizing that she was not the original host. With the support of her powerful soul, it was normal for the attributes of this body to change. With this thought, her emotions quickly calmed, her expression returning to indifference. Meanwhile, the genetic examiner continued in excitement. The latest detected gene chain diagram shows that your gene chain is denser, more stable, and brighter. Many previously marked recessive, dormant, and defective gene sequences have now been completely activated. Moreover, it has optimized the insectoid traits and even derived unprecedented high-intensity, self-healing genes, mental power affinity genes, and anti-interference gene sequences. This is truly incredible. If it weren't confirmed to be you, I'd genuinely suspect that a completely new person had replaced you. The results of the gene test for Shi Luo were simultaneously displayed on the colossal holographic screen in the center of the United Judgment Hall. When everyone saw the old and new gene chain diagrams belonging to her along with the detailed textual analysis of the test results, their eyes widened in disbelief. Especially as the excited and trembling conclusion of the gene testing expert echoed in their ears: no external implants, no artificial genetic traces, no drug alterations. The gene itself has autonomously evolved, and its potential has fully awakened. According to the current genetic registration standards, Shi Luo's gene has been ultimately classified as a top-tier rare level of the Empire. The interstellar gene levels are classified as follows: ordinary, civilian level, basic soldier level, elite, excellent level, high level, perfect level, rare level, imperial talent level, legendary level, ancient sacred spirit level, primordial myth level, and ultimate god level. Different gene levels correspond to different populations. The ordinary civilian level corresponds to the Empire's common people, who possess mediocre physiques, no spiritual power, and have numerous dormant and fragmented gene segments. Their genes determine that they can only live at the lowest tier, leading dull lives unable to undertake any dangerous tasks or jobs, with a lifespan not exceeding 100 years. The basic soldier level corresponds to the most ordinary soldier standards, which does not mean they can only be soldiers, but rather that they have adequate physical fitness and slight spiritual sensing abilities. They can become the lowest tier soldiers, wilderness hunters, interstellar wilderness patrol scouts, and take on tasks slightly above the ordinary civilian level. The elite excellent gene level is the starting point for all Sentinels, as they possess the ability to learn mecha piloting, enter military academies, participate in formal interstellar battles, and undertake some relatively important tasks. Further details will be explained later. Back to the present. As soon as the gene identification expert finished speaking, it caused a stir among those present. The representatives of the Elder Council and the old aristocrats were the first to voice their doubts, each adopting a facade of fierce intimidation. No, it's impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Her previous gene profile clearly rated her as a basic soldier level with mediocre qualifications and level spiritual power. If it weren't for her family connections, she wouldn't even be able to enter the gates of the Empire's foremost military academy. How could she suddenly become a top-tier rarity? I have reason to suspect that there has definitely been foul play here, or that her test results have been tampered with. The council member spoke these words with deep meaning, casting a sidelong glance at the war merit sitting in the main seat, the insinuation unmistakably suggesting that the Marshal is covering for his wife. After speaking, he threw an ambiguous glance at the other council members and aristocratic representatives. Immediately, they began to echo each other, voicing their own doubts. Regardless of the differences in their words, the meaning they expressed and the target of their accusations were all directed at the Marshal. Indeed, there has never been a guide whose gene level could directly cross 3 major tiers in the history of the Empire. This simply violates the natural physiological rules of interstellar humanity. It's pure fantasy. The personnel responsible for this gene test are directly under the military department, which is overseen by you, Marshal. This inevitably raises our suspicions about the validity of this gene test result. In an instant, the entire venue was engulfed in a wave of discussions. The voices of all those opposing the Marshal converged into a tide, their intentions very clear. To completely pull the Marshal down from his pedestal through Shi Luo's matter, to strip him of certain military powers from his hands, to make him lose the trust of the Emperor, lose the support and faith of the people, and to tarnish his pristine reputation, leading the military leaders to be disappointed in him. In the exclusive testing room, Shi Luo was completely unaware of everything happening outside, and was very cooperative in completing her blood test. In the next moment, the results of her blood test were also transmitted to the massive central holographic screen outside, instantly drawing everyone's gaze. Shi Luo's blood sample was tested and no traces of any banned substances were found. The oxygen-carrying capacity of red blood cells, the phagocytosis of white blood cells, and the value of spiritual power adaptation factors were comprehensively evaluated, with the final level being S. The eyes of the council members and the representatives of the old aristocrats were fixated on the displayed results on the screen, especially on the glaring S, and the final line announcing the explosive blood activity, as if they wanted to pierce every word with their gaze. Before they could react, the voice of the shock blood testing room echoed through the connection device. Not only was there no trace of any banned substances, but the nutrient energy metabolism absorption in the body also reached the theoretical perfect value. No, it's impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the cold voice of the war merit. If you continue to repeat those baseless accusations against my wife's test results, please close your mouth, or I will sue you for defamation in the Imperial Military Court. As the Marshal of the Empire, his intimidating presence was incredibly powerful. For those council members and aristocrats who were used to a life of luxury and were only adept at scheming and manipulating power, they absolutely lacked the strength and courage to confront him directly. Otherwise, they would not have chosen to target Shi Luo, escalating her minor cheating accusations to the Judgment Hall. Even when facing the Emperor, they would resort to indirect methods to subtly sow discord between them. Unfortunately, despite their numerous attempts, they had not achieved any significant results. The Emperor's reliance and trust in the Marshal remained as strong as ever, making it impossible to shake even a little. Today was the opportunity they had long awaited, and none of them could easily give it up. Braving his immense pressure, they were about to voice their doubts once more. In the next moment, the central display screen showed Shi Luo's latest spiritual power test results. What they did not know was that in order to conclude the testing sooner and not to exhaust her dwindling patience, she was being quite cooperative. Due to the immense surprise and shock brought by the previous 2 test results, the testing expert responsible for assessing her spiritual power was exceptionally efficient. The spiritual power testing expert enveloped Shi Luo's released spiritual power with a gentle light emitted from the portable spiritual testing device. He did not notice that she had restrained her spiritual essence when releasing her spiritual power, deliberately suppressing it, and only releasing a small strand of spiritual power under her control for this test. The lingering pure guide spiritual energy at Shi Luo's fingertips suddenly ignited the turbulent spiritual energy of the Empire's SS-level Sentinel Marshal, who had established a temporary bond with her the previous night as he sat upon the main throne. The contract bond was instantly detonated. The spiritual energies of both sides collided with a roar, deeply merging. The silver-white, gentle guide spiritual energy and the crimson-gold sharp sentinel spiritual energy intertwined and resonated in the air, and the spiritual pressure exclusive to top-level sentinels and guides instantly spread throughout the entire joint adjudication hall of the Imperial Military Academy. The air violently trembled, the metal walls emitted a low hum, and heavy spiritual shackles instantly clamped onto everyone. The counselors and old noble representatives who had been rolling up their sleeves ready to question the authenticity of the tests and insist that she had cheated in the mecha assessment had all their words forcibly stuck in their throats. All their carefully laid schemes were forced to die in the womb, their eyes filled with gloom. Pressed by this sudden, overwhelming pressure, they were drenched in cold sweat, almost unable to breathe, their faces turning deathly pale, limbs uncontrollably weak. They could only focus all their strength on resisting, no longer having any energy to continue scheming. At the same moment, the spiritual resonance pressure swept the entire venue. Massive data rolled rapidly on the giant holographic screen in the center of the hall for full-screen public display. First was the 360-degree unedited mecha simulation assessment of Shi Luo that had been reported. Every frame was exceptionally clear and smooth. Her operations changed the expressions of all present, and many whispered exclamations. There was no other reason. Her maneuvers were simply too silky and perfect, leaving not a single trace of cheating. Her textbook perfect zero-mistake operation was played in a loop. Positioning, prediction, and finishing moves were impeccable. Finally, the chief instructor, Teacher Chun, gave her a full score for this simulation along with his commendatory remarks. Before everyone had fully recovered from the wave of excitement, she brought the results of her latest genetic and blood tests were played next. The results announced by the 2 examiners echoed word by word in the hall, and due to the vast emptiness they resonated back like loud slaps, firmly landing on the faces of Chu Xiaosu, Yuang Ziju, and Yang Jingjing, the 4 who had questioned and reported her cheating, as well as the counselor's old noble representatives and those in their same camp. Their expressions turned extremely ugly, especially the particularly jarring words. Empire's top-level rare genes, grade blood, and blood activity off the charts, reached their ears, causing extreme emotional fluctuations, and they almost failed to withstand the immense spiritual pressure generated by the resonance between Zhan Sun and Shi Luo. Detailed blood traceability and deep gene identification data streams scrolled rapidly across the screen. No gene tampering, no external cheating chip, no drug-induced spiritual enhancement. The evidence was ironclad, completely clearing all slander. Finally, a striking bold red line of spiritual energy ultimate assessment was fixed at the very center of the screen, dazzlingly bright. Shi Luo's spiritual energy test final level A grade. The pressure suppressed their bodies, the ironclad evidence shattered the rumors. The double extreme impact combined to thoroughly crush the schemes of those standing against Shi Luo and Zhan Sun, rendering all their calculations void. In this most direct way, it completely broke their psychological defenses. Thud thud, successive crisp sounds rang out. The proud noble representatives and the scheming counselor representatives, unable to bear the double blow, collapsed to their knees one after another, overturning their chairs. Their clothes were drenched in cold sweat, their faces ashen and pale. The scheming in their eyes was replaced by extreme panic and horror. All their previous smugness and forced calculations, the successive suspicions, taunts, and difficulties during the adjudication shattered instantly under such powerful evidence and the strong spiritual resonance pressure of the Sentinel and Guide. A trace of gloom and defeat flashed in their eyes. The entire venue fell into dead silence. Everyone was deeply shocked by her true strength and the data that were enough to shut anyone's mouth. And now, standing side by side with the Empire's Marshal, their powerful spiritual energies intertwined and merged. Waves of spiritual pressure filled the entire hall, making everyone dare not even breathe, fearing that the next wave would be even stronger. The facts were right before their eyes. Even if they wanted to struggle to question further to drag things out, it seemed redundant. Moreover, the pressure they were enduring also declared to them that her scores were real. The genetic, blood, and spiritual energy tests were all real, leaving them no point to question. Do you have any more doubts about my wife? The Marshal's low, cold voice suddenly rang out, breaking the dead silence of the hall. As he spoke, a wave of even more powerful pressure heavily descended. Everyone knew he was using this method to intimidate and warn them, while also making it clear that his wife was under his protection, not someone they could casually question or bully. She is my wife. I hope everyone present, as well as people on StarNet, can understand this. I trust my wife just as I trust my own faith and my belief in guarding the Empire and its people. He paused, his expression becoming extremely serious, and continued in a deep voice. Moreover, my wife has impeccable moral character. She never deigns to and never needs to do those things you speak of, because I will always stand behind her. Shi Luo quietly slipped her small hand into his large one, looked up with a smile that curved her eyes, and said in a sweet, soft voice, "Your trust is the most precious treasure to me, Sun Ge. I am very happy." As for what she was happy about, it was self-evident. After saying that, she swept her gaze coldly over those who had doubted her, her gentle expression turning icy cold. "I am open and fearless. If you have doubts about me, then be prepared to bear the consequences. I have never liked boring verbal arguments. I will only use my strength to show everyone that I am who I am, not some useless waste, but someone fully qualified to stand by the Marshal's side and walk shoulder to shoulder with him in the future." Finally, she coldly glanced over the four who had doubted and reported her cheating, and said in an icy voice, "Your doubts and accusations are nothing but the antics of clowns in my eyes. They only waste everyone's time and are extremely boring, just like the behavior of some people, which is utterly disgusting." Her last sentence was clearly pointed. Those who felt targeted all changed expressions, while only Zhang Sun on the main seat imperceptibly curled the corner of his mouth, his gaze toward her growing even softer. Throughout this process, their oppressive aura remained unwithdrawn. On one hand, it was to demonstrate to everyone present that Shi Luo was no mere waste, and everything displayed was genuine and beyond doubt. On the other hand, it was to intimidate them while subtly venting their own emotions. Neither Zhang Sun nor Shi Luo were individuals willing to suffer losses. They clearly remembered the ugly faces of the counselors and noble representatives, each one plotting and questioning, casting uncomfortable glances that they could not forget. Now it was their turn to strike back. How could they possibly let them off so easily? Ultimately, this matter was instigated by them. What was initially a trivial issue had been escalated into a larger scheme. If Zhang Sun and Shi Luo were to take it lightly now, it would be akin to openly signaling that they were soft persimmons, allowing them to be endlessly schemed against, which would exhaust them just to deal with their counteractions. They exchanged knowing glances, their eyes flashing with a fleeting smile, quickly reaching a consensus: they would absolutely make them suffer. This was to directly inform them that neither the Empire's Marshal Zhang Sun nor his protected Shi Luo were soft persimmons. They were akin to an iron plate. Once kicked, there would certainly be a price to pay. "Marshal, Madam Marshal, please retract your oppressive aura. I feel I can barely endure it. My mental sea is about to shatter." After one person spoke, others who could no longer withstand it also chimed in. Zhang Sun and Shi Luo exchanged a glance, then their cold, warning gazes swept over the counselors and veteran noble representatives who were currently pressed down on the ground, looking quite disheveled. In the next moment, the overwhelming mental pressure slowly receded, golden and silver threads of spiritual light gently intertwined, quietly swirling around. After all, not everyone present stood on opposite sides. They still had to consider those from their own camp and the neutral parties. Even though the oppressive aura was retracted, everyone in the hall remained prostrate on the ground, trembling in body and spirit, no longer possessing even an ounce of courage to resist. Zhang Sun's cold gaze swept across the entire hall, his powerful and authoritative voice resonating throughout the joint judgment hall. "The final judgment shall be pronounced immediately. Although he is Shi Luo's legal husband and should avoid suspicion, he is nonetheless the Marshal of the Empire, possessing a transcendent status and extraordinary rights. Moreover, this judgment has been personally approved by His Majesty the Emperor." No one present should have any objections, and they were all still haunted by the strong oppressive aura they had just experienced. Even the counselors and veteran nobles lowered their heads, concealing the turbulent malice and resentment in their eyes. The adjudicator rose solemnly, his serious gaze sweeping across everyone present, followed by a just and solemn voice. "Based on the gene blood test report, the perfect holographic video of the mecha combat, and the authoritative assessment of the agreed proper mental guide, the previous accusations against Shi Luo for cheating are completely overturned, restoring all her honors and innocence. Furthermore, the four students, Chu Xiaosu, Yiwang Zijun, and Yang Jingjing, who maliciously framed and slandered Shi Luo, will face punishment. As discussed in this ruling, all academic points will be deducted, noble cultivation resources will be revoked, and they will be disqualified from applying for the elite class this semester, remaining in the ordinary class. See for reflection and observation with 1 mark on their record." Simultaneously at the Central Plaza of the Empire's first military academy, a live broadcast across the Star Network will publicly apologize to Shi Luo and require them to pay for the mental and reputational damages suffered during this false accusation of cheating, with each person required to pay 10 million purple crystal coins. What do you mean 10 million? No, this is unfair. You are clearly biased towards Shi Luo because of the Marshal. I refuse to accept this. Why should I publicly apologize to a waste like her and pay 10 million interstellar coins? Why doesn't she go rob? What a joke. We merely pulled a prank on her. How can we face such severe punishment and have to pay her that many purple crystal coins? If it weren't for her being a waste matched with the Marshal, how could such a big scene have occurred? Ultimately, it was also her fault. Why should we bear all the responsibility? Exactly. If we are wrong, doesn't that mean she is not? Who says she isn't a waste? Everyone in the Empire knows this, right? She suddenly achieved such perfect results, any normal person would question it, right? Why is it that when we question it a little we are not believed? Besides, we didn't ask her for anything, why do we have to pay the price? Our ruling is fair and public, and you have no right to interfere. If you do not publicly apologize and compensate according to the ruling, Shi Luo has the right to demand a second ruling, and the punishment will be doubled this time. No, you can't do this, it's too unfair to us. Xu Xiao and the others were completely panicked, their faces filled with stubbornness and indignation, their gazes towards Shi Luo, sparking with fury. If it weren't for the Marshal's presence, they probably would have charged at her by now. They never expected that. They merely treated her as they usually did, and due to her change in status, they had made a small scheme. It was to gain merit within their family, thereby receiving more attention and resources. Why wouldn't she follow their lead? Suddenly becoming strong and assertive. If it weren't for her still having that stunningly beautiful face, they would doubt she was even the same person. Shi Luo, how can you be so malicious? We were just playing a joke on you. Besides, didn't you not mind it before? Why are you making such a big deal out of it this time? We are classmates. Shouldn't you consider the friendship between classmates? We are still students, and we only receive living expenses distributed by our families each month. How can we possibly come up with 10 million purple crystal coins? If we have to compensate, we can only ask our families for it. This will affect the relationship between our families and the Marshal. You wouldn't want the relationship between the Marshal, the Elder Council, and the nobles to become tense, would you? As the Madam Marshal, shouldn't you consider the Marshal more? Shi Luo. Truly, in a vast forest there are all kinds of birds. Their shameless and brainless remarks instantly reminded her of the melodramatic short dramas she had seen in her previous life during bored moments. If she were not certain that she had not crossed over into a novel or short drama, she would have seriously doubted whether she had entered a melodramatic scene where these villainous NPCs were waiting for her to slap their faces. The Elder Council and the veteran noble representatives, who were already furious for having their schemes thwarted, were somewhat venting their anger on these four individuals, feeling they were indeed more of a liability than an asset, having brought them shame as well. They truly felt no desire to get involved, but upon hearing the latter part of the argument, their interest was piqued once more. Xu Xiao and the others instinctively turned their pleading gazes towards a representative of the old aristocracy across the room. Their eyes met in the air, and they were nearly struck down by the chilling glare from the other party. However, upon thinking of the 10 million purple crystal coins, they clenched their hands at their sides, biting down on their own soft cheeks, mustering the greatest courage of their lives. Elder, you must uphold justice for us. They have clearly shown a severe bias towards Shi Luo due to their connection with the Marshal, which is unfair to. When Xu Xiao said this, he had his own calculations in mind. He intended to reignite the dissatisfaction and schemes of the old aristocratic representatives towards the Marshal. Only by stirring up conflict between them could they avoid the harsh penalties and exorbitant compensation if their side remained intact after a tussle. At this moment he was truly anxious. Although he came from an aristocratic background, he was merely a collateral branch with a father who had countless lovers and innumerable children, and even his mother, though the legal wife, had long been neglected by him. He could only receive a living allowance of 500 interstellar coins each month, supplemented by his mother. However, her family had long fallen from grace, and she had to maintain her luxurious lifestyle and social interactions with the other aristocratic ladies. Therefore, she could give him very little. Moreover, he was not her favorite child. Su Yi, as the illegitimate son of the main family's core members, did not qualify to unconditionally enjoy the vast resources of the family. His monthly living allowance and accessible resources were limited, typically set at 500 purple crystal coins. If his mother managed to please his father sufficiently that month, he might receive a private subsidy and some cultivation resources from his father, but it would never exceed 100 purple crystal coins. 10 million was beyond his reach. As for Wang Zixuan and Yang Jingjing, one was a collateral branch of the 8 major families, the other was from one of many subsidiary families of a major family. The purple crystal coin, a high-tier currency of the empire, circulated only among the imperial family, the Marshal, old aristocrats, and the main branches of the 8 major families. They had only seen it, but never owned it. Not only them, but even their father as the head of the family had never seen it. To start with, it was 10 million interstellar coins which pressed them down completely. At this moment, they were filled with intense hatred towards Shi Luo. Hearing Chu Xiao's words, they seemed to have grasped a lifeline and looked hopefully towards the representatives and old aristocrats. Exactly. We refuse to accept this. It's all because Shi Luo made a mountain out of a molehill. Besides, they are clearly siding with the Marshal. The 10 million purple crystal coins had thoroughly destroyed all rationality in Wang Zixuan and Yang Jingjing. At this moment, their minds were filled with the thought that if their parents knew they had caused such a huge disaster and brought such an astronomical compensation to the family, they would surely be expelled and exiled to a desolate star. No, this is absolutely beyond what they could bear. Thus, they had completely lost their reason, disregarding everything. And while speaking, they pointed at those determining the judgment, continuing to accuse they are all under the direct jurisdiction of the military, and the highest military leader is the Marshal, who controls them. To put it bluntly, this judgment is merely an extension of the Marshal's will. Just because Shi Luo is the Marshal's wife, can the Marshal protect her without any bottom line under the guise of public duty? Wang Zixuan and Yang Jingjing had completely transformed into rabid dogs, becoming frenzied, and following Chu Xiao's lead, hoping to rekindle the conflict between the Marshal, the representatives, and the old aristocracy, so that they could speak up for them. They naively thought that as long as they made a big enough fuss about this matter, causing the Elder Council and the old aristocracy to see the value in scheming against it, they would be able to receive their help, thus reducing the punishment and even gaining some rewards. Although the Elder Council and the old aristocrats did not hold as much power as the Marshal in the Imperial Military Academy, relying on their long-accumulated foundation and the core leaders of the military academy who shared their faction, they could still help a few ordinary students avoid severe penalties on campus. After a bout of crazed venting, Wang Zixuan and Yang Jingjing regained some sanity and suddenly realized what they had just done. They looked up at each other, seeing deep fear and lingering dread in each other's eyes. Panic spread insidiously in their eyes, and a cold sweat broke out all over their bodies as if they had just been pulled from the water, their faces pale as paper, their teeth chattering uncontrollably with a caw-caw sound. Su Yi cast a disdainful glance at them, speaking mockingly, "You've done it now, well, what's the use of being afraid? Just pray that the Elder Council and the old aristocrats won't miss this opportunity, otherwise your actions will have been in vain." Will they really? We can't control it, we can only pray. I hope they will. Enough with the gloom, I believe they won't miss this chance to retaliate. The relationship between the Elder Council, the old aristocracy, and the Marshal had never been a secret. As collateral branches and illegitimate children, they harbored deep apprehension and scheming against the Marshal due to the noble blood flowing in their veins. Only with a stable family and substantial power could they who basked in the shade of the big tree live comfortably, right? Shi Luo's icy gaze swept over the faces of everyone present, not missing the dark expressions and the unabashed scheming in their eyes. She scoffed, "What a bunch of self-righteous clowns." The power of the Marshal Zhan Sun is equivalent to that of the Emperor, and the Emperor holds 100 trust in him. He is not only the guardian of the Empire, but also the most crucial cornerstone of the entire Empire. Those old decrepit members of the Elder Council and the old aristocrats who only know how to indulge in luxury would only use the greater power to hollow out the vast empire, treating the 7-star regions of the Empire as their playground. Clearly the wise and mighty Emperor is well aware of this, otherwise the trust in Zhan Sun would not have been affected in the slightest despite their numerous attempts to sow discord. On the contrary, instead, His Majesty the Emperor tends to favor the Marshal's side when weighing the relationships between the two parties. Just like this time, such a ruling outcome is one he is pleased to see. For a long time, the Elder Council has firmly grasped the actual core power of the Empire. They are all top-tier elders left over from the ancient pure-blood imperial lineage, their bloodlines originating from the primordial beast clans of the cosmic creation era. They are the roots of the Empire's laws, holding core trump cards and controlling the fundamental genetic codes of the Empire. To put it simply, the genetic ratings of all sentinels and guides in the Empire, their talent, awakenings, limits of mental power, and the origins of hybrid beast forms are all archived in the Elder Council's foundational code. Any alterations to genes, awakenings of special talents, or certifications of high-level mental powers must be stamped and validated by the Elder Council. The Marshal's top-tier sentinel genes and the heroine's rare special guide talents cannot bypass their legal recognition. Moreover, they possess unique powers controlling the ancient forbidden lands and ancestral laws. They oversee the 3 great life forbidden zones of the Empire: mental power restoration, primordial beast cultivation, endangered spiritual plant habitats, and hold the ancestral teachings of the imperial family for a millennium, which take precedence over the officially recognized laws of the current empire, allowing them to impeach the royal family on the grounds of violating bloodline orthodoxy. At the same time, they also have private equipment, the imperial family's hidden spiritual army, which has existed since the founding of the empire. They are not controlled by the Empire, but are instead under the command of the elders of the Elder Council, relying not on mechas, but entirely on the spiritual entities inherited from their bloodline fusion with hybrid beasts. Furthermore, among them the guides are also capable of combat with their mental powers, all rated at A, and some even have mental powers reaching S as secret trump cards. As for any exceeding S, these old geezers hide it extremely well, making it difficult to investigate, with very few publicly available pieces of information confirming this. The guides of the hidden spiritual army possess not only their own spiritual entities, but also contractually bound stellar beasts, with at least royal beast qualifications, which are powerful mutated stellar beasts capable of both pacifying and engaging in battle. Top-tier rare resources like mutated stellar beasts are only in the hands of a select few within the Empire. Apart from this cunning fox-like group of the Elder Council who excel in intricate schemes and hold immense power, there are also the politically ambitious Oldtimers who seek to dominate the entire Empire. These hereditary top noble groups, whose legacy has been passed down since the era of cosmic expansion, do not rely on the ancient bloodlines held by those old geezers in the Elder Council, but rather on generations of monopolizing industries, having quietly and deeply rooted themselves in the foundation of the Empire. They firmly control the entire economic core of the Empire, monopolizing interstellar commerce, mineral energy, all interplanetary energy, crystal mines, rare forging metals from Mecha's core, spatial stones, and the supply chains of civilian goods, all tightly held by the noble factions. As for the Empire's military expenditures, military factories, raw materials, and core materials for mechas, these all rely on the supply from the nobles, which in a certain sense creates an invisible restraint on the Marshal, adding fuel to their ambition to wrest military power from him. At the same time, they also control public opinion and the administrative core, guiding the narrative in the star domain and exercising administrative jurisdiction over the 7 colonial satellite regions. Additionally, they monopolize public star network media, allowing them to easily direct public sentiment, discredit political adversaries, and undermine their faith in the populace, thus triggering widespread crises of trust and unrest. Most importantly, they have their own hidden trump cards, namely private mecha arsenals, secretly stockpiling the production of mechas and conventional firearms, and privately cultivating star domain mercenaries and dark guards who publicly pledge allegiance to the royal family, but actually prioritize and maintain their own power and the interests of their factions. Because the Elder Council holds the highest status, all being purebred ancient imperial bloodlines, pride is ingrained in their very bones. They do not engage in commerce, do not manage mundane political affairs, but sit in the clouds holding the genetic codes, bloodline orthodoxy, spiritual abstinence, and ancestral judgments, looking down upon all. All nobles and the 8 great houses are in principle subject to the bloodline registration suppression of the Elder Council, leaving them only to fear the exceptionally strong sentinels and guide talents that could shake their ruling foundation. Coincidentally, Marshal Jean's son is such an existence. Coupled with Shi Luo's genetic bloodline and mental power evaluation results catching them off guard, it instilled a subtle sense of crisis within them, igniting an unnamed fury as they felt their authority was being provoked. They absolutely cannot allow such a situation to occur or develop, so at this moment their eyes are filled with sinister calculations, already contemplating how to nip the variable Shi Luo in the bud. Her immense potential has been proven by the data. If allowed to develop, she would become their most formidable political adversary, the strong ally of Marshal Jean's son. Who knows better than they the vast potential of a guide with strong genes, bloodlines, and mental powers? Allowing her to grow would make them exceedingly difficult to deal with. Clearly, representatives of the old noble families also share such a crisis, having subtly sensed the gazes of the council members, their eyes darkening further. Moreover, they received information from the core members of the top 8 noble families through their light brains. Do not be fooled by their seemingly glorious and generationally inherited status. In reality, they are ranked above them. Besides those in the Elder Council with the highest authority, there are the 8 top super oligarchs who emerge from countless hereditary nobles, serving as the leaders of their noble factions and the true decision-makers. All ordinary nobles and collateral branches must heed the commands of the 8 great houses, which control 80 of the core resources. As ordinary nobles, they are numerous and spread across various star domains, forming the middle ground, monopolizing ordinary energy, crystal mines, civilian interstellar routes, daily necessities, and administrative rights over colonial star domains, thus profiting from this vast and complex foundation deeply rooted in different areas of the Empire's governance. In simple terms, the Emperor fears the Elder Council's control over the Empire's bloodline genetic laws, which can undermine his royal authority. He is wary of the 8 great houses and nobility monopolizing military achievements and industries' economic routes, potentially severing the Empire's foundation. For generations, every emperor has secretly incited internal strife among the 3 factions while maintaining a balance. Historically, they have used the Marshal's military power to suppress the other 2 factions, turning around to bind the Marshal using the authority genetic codes and the military industry and rare resources controlled by the elder council and noble families forming a tight chain. All of this is to solidify the emperor's power, ensuring it is not subject to any faction's control and will not be easily shaken by any party. In this tripartite relationship, it is evident that the military power in the Marshal's hands is under the emperor's control, making his attitude towards Zhang Sun different from the other two factions, just like this time. As for the Marshal's response to the elder council, the 8 great houses and the nobility frequently collaborating to obstruct and frame him, he has never chosen to sit idly by, but rather. As for the Marshal facing the constant joint obstruction and framing by the council of elders, the 8 great families, and the nobles, he never chooses to sit idly by. Instead, he retaliates in a more forceful and direct manner. As Marshal Zhang Sun, the supreme commander of the empire, he governs the entire interstellar regular main battle corps, the border space security, defense lines, warp gate inspections, armed garrisons at strategic crystal energy mines, interstellar felony arrests, and suppression of high-level paranormal crimes. He holds the ultimate authority over interstellar route military security, void zone patrols, and inspections of noble private armies, making him the final arbiter of interstellar security. The Marshal can at any moment consolidate security authority, instantly block all noble routes, freeze armed patrols, cut off resource armed garrisons, sever all their gray lifelines, and use the tightening and loosening of security to control the life and death of the powerful, thereby counteracting the council of elders and court counselors. In this way, the nobles' private smuggling of forbidden resources, black market arms, illegal gene trading, and hoarding of monopolized goods would become rampant. Gray industries would be completely whitewashed, and tax evasion, money accumulation, and the cultivation of private armies would be greatly hindered, causing their power to shrink rapidly. Not only that, but the lurking interstellar pirates, dark forces, and shadows awaiting their chance would swarm like sharks in the sea, catching the scent of blood, rushing to bite and tear at them, gnawing relentlessly, without letting go, thus completely tearing off their previous disguise and revealing their true hideous and terrifying faces. This is why they dare not confront the Marshal openly. They only resort to these underhanded tactics, never targeting him directly, but instead going after those around him. All along, they have been waiting for an opportunity to find the weakness of this iron-blooded, battle-hardened Marshal. Shi Luo's appearance and his special treatment of her made them seem to see hope. But what a pity. She became that variable which made the atmosphere in the Imperial Joint Adjudication Hall extremely tense. Though the counselors and old aristocratic representatives were somewhat moved, they were held back by the unconscious pressure radiating from the Marshal, sinking into deep contemplation and daring not to speak for a long time. At the same time, the Imperial Military Academy Joint Adjudication Hall initiated a real-time, synchronized live broadcast across the entire star network, instantly igniting the interstellar public opinion, with popularity soaring wildly. Related hashtags stormed the top 3 of the star network's trending searches with overwhelming momentum, setting the entire network ablaze. Breaking Empire's top scrap guide cheats, Military Academy's highest joint adjudication tribunal holds public trial, Marshal attends in person, boiling gene, bloodline, and mental strength on-site tests a huge reversal. The Marshal's wife slaps everyone in the face with her strength HOT. The military department confronts the council of elders and old aristocrats, a heating clash of the empire's top factions. The real-time popularity of these 3 trending searches at the moment the final verdict was announced and the gavel fell surged rapidly to 8 billion. At the same time, hundreds of millions of interstellar citizens flooded into the live streams of various media, with the number of online viewers skyrocketing wildly. The Star Network backend nearly crashed several times due to overload. The barrage comments in the live streams were so dense and fast that not a single word could be read. Countless interstellar netizens wildly sent gifts using this method to express their support for the Marshal and his wife. Moreover, besides the 3 previously dominating trending searches, in an instant other newly generated related hashtags, also with an absolutely overwhelming posture, forcefully occupied the top 10 of the Star Network's trending list. Each title was sufficiently eye-catching, and the comments in the comment sections increased crazily. The comments posted by these interstellar netizens quickly formed 4 factions arguing across the entire network. The first faction consists of purely neutral people who only seek a bit of fun in their dull lives, satisfy their gossip curiosity, and just want to watch the drama and enjoy the spectacle. They neither side with the military nor with the council of elders or old aristocrats. They simply watch the live stream with great interest, hoping to see more gossip and find more entertainment. After all, such gossip about the Empire's top big shots is not something you can get anytime, especially in this full Star Network live broadcast format. They cannot miss it, wishing they could glue their eyes to the live screen, using their gossip-trained eyes to find something more interesting. Whether in the live stream or under the trending hashtags, the comments completely follow their emotions. Wow. I've seen it today. I really gained a lot of insight. So this is what the Imperial Joint Adjudication Hall looks like. If not for this live stream, I'm afraid I would never have seen it in my lifetime. Mom, I've really made it. A nobody like me can mingle with humans. I never had the chance to enter the Empire's first Central Military Academy, yet I can still glimpse the most sacred and just place inside. Suddenly I feel a bit proud of myself. Big shots are indeed different. A small cheating incident, if it happened in our school, would at most be investigated by the Dean of Academic Affairs, and the punishment would be a demerit and a public apology in the class. I never expected such a big fuss. Suddenly I feel that being a small person is also quite happy. User above, don't you feel the regret of missing out on hundreds of millions? Each of the 4 paid 10 million interstellar credits as compensation. Wow. Even if I lived several lifetimes, I could never have such a huge fortune. Whoa. I'm so poor that tears of poverty stream down my face. They get 10 million purple crystal coins as compensation, while I just barely survived hunting a second-tier mutated beast. I was still holding that beast core worth 500 interstellar credits, grinning foolishly thinking I could finally buy some better nutrient fluid. But then I was dealt a heavy blow, knocked down so hard I can't get up. Am I the only one who just wants to eat popcorn and watch the show? Such an opportunity is too rare, I don't want to miss a single frame. For these drama-loving spectators, this is the biggest top-tier gossip of the entire empire. Watching the Marshal and Shi Luo join forces to overturn the situation with overwhelming strength, slapping the faces of those counselors and old aristocratic representatives resoundingly, their spiritual resonance pressing down on everyone until they could hardly breathe, their genes stirring and blood boiling. They feel an indescribable satisfaction, their eyes shining with excitement. Brilliant, truly brilliant. They begin to anticipate how the Marshal and his wife will ultimately awe the entire audience. The second faction, also the largest in number, consists of the loyal supporters of Marshal Jean Sun, the soldiers and generals of the military department, and those under his command. Due to the Marshal's attitude, they naturally also support Shi Luo, the newly appointed Marshal's wife. On one hand, they gnash their teeth in anger at the scheming of the counselors and old representatives, and are even more furious at Xu Xiaosu, Iwang Zijuan, and Yang Jingjing for fabricating accusations that the Marshal's wife cheated. Despicable, utterly despicable. Knowing they cannot contend with our mighty Marshal, they target the weak Marshal's wife he protects. Such a face is simply too ugly. The Marshal is the guardian deity of our entire empire, the faith of every citizen under his protection. No matter what, we will not allow such slander and defamation against the person he cares about. This faction has the largest number of people, thus the barrage in the live stream and comments in the comment section are the most numerous. Haha, this is hilarious. Our Marshal's wife is truly formidable, with her genetic and bloodline test results slapping them in the face, yet they still think to question it. Don't they feel embarrassed? It's exhilarating, this powerful slap in the face, especially the overwhelming pressure generated from the resonance of our Marshal and his wife's mental energies, which directly brought them to their knees. It's a pity I couldn't witness it in person. The live broadcast was truly stunning, with the Marshal and his wife standing side by side against the judgment. The conspiracies turned out to be futile, and I was filled with passionate excitement. Isn't it satisfying? The schemes of the Elder Council and the old aristocrats have been thoroughly exposed. The judgment was fair and impartial, and our Marshal's wife has successfully transformed from a waste into a dazzling figure. We should even thank them for their assistive role. It's simply outrageous. The Marshal is our empire's guardian deity. How could someone with a 100 compatibility with him possibly be a true waste? Their character is absolutely trustworthy. They could never do such things. Now they have been slapped in the face, and one can only say that the intelligence of the accusers has hit rock bottom. As more people supporting the Marshal joined, the heat surged into the Star Network and various media live streams, raising the attention of this incident to an entirely new. The third faction, aligned with the Elder Council and the old aristocrats, began to panic as they saw the unfavorable wind blowing against them. They started to utilize their power to mobilize a large number of their faction and hired commenters into various comment sections. In the live stream, these people intentionally stirred the waters, skewing public opinion, deliberately slandering and defaming the Marshal in an attempt to shake his reputation in the military and the trust the people placed in him. They deliberately attacked the integrity of the Empire's Joint Judgment Hall, accusing all those responsible for the hearings and judgments as being connected to the Marshal's inner circle, asserting that the judgment results were preordained, emphasizing the Marshal's misuse of authority and maliciously painting it as a scheme to suppress old aristocrats and eliminate dissent. Furthermore, they repeatedly sought to corroborate the notion that she was a complete waste of a guide before and could not possibly have improved so drastically. Unless some forbidden means of enhancement was employed, this sudden perfect result raises many doubts, pointing directly to the Marshal monopolizing power in the military, acting as a dictator and protecting his own interests, too blatantly inciting interstellar netizens' dissatisfaction towards the Marshal and their anger towards Shi Luo. They attempted to undermine, slander, frame, and utilize every means possible to shake the Marshal's position in the hearts of the Empire's populace, creating a deep rift in his once perfect image as a guardian deity and aiming to tarnish the illustrious glory he had earned through countless merits. Moreover, this faction continuously tried to elevate the issue and heap praise upon the Elder Council and the old aristocrats for their contributions to the empire and its people. I immediately saw that this judgment was problematic. The Marshal truly disregarded his own image just to protect his waste of a wife. Shi Luo is acknowledged as a waste of a guide by the empire. Even if a star domain were to collapse, I would not believe she suddenly became powerful. This judgment must have issues. There must be foul play by the military. Even with the fair and impartial council and the representatives of the old aristocrats present, the normal judgments are still conducted by those from the military. Anyone can see that they are under the Marshal's control. It's just a self-directed play meant for us, ignorant civilians. I strongly demand a re-examination which must be supervised directly by the Elder Council and the aristocrats. Now I can only trust their fairness. Marshal, please avoid any conflict of interest. That's right, the Marshal must avoid any conflict of interest. As it is now, being both a family member of the involved party and the highest judge is unfair to anyone. Isn't it a bit hasty and frivolous to conclude a judgment like this? The present members and aristocrats still have significant doubts, and their doubts happen to be ours as well. Isn't the law of our empire supposed to be open and just? Why didn't I feel that from this judgment? If the Marshal alone can be a dictator and indulge in favoritism, then I must ask what the representatives of the Elder Council, the aristocrats, and so many other personnel are for. Is it just to show everyone how the Marshal dotes on his wife? What was said upstairs is correct. This is the most speechless moment for me. I used to think of the Marshal as a deity, but now I suddenly understand why the Elder Council, the wealthy families, and the aristocrats stand against him. In addition, there is a small group of moderately neutral people who feel that this trial is making a mountain out of a molehill, wasting the empire's public resources. It's merely a matter of verbal slander and doubts about results. An apology and a reprimand should suffice. There's no need to escalate it to the level of the empire's military school and joint judgment hall. In their view, Shi Luo is already recognized as a waste of a guide by the empire. Just because she matched with the empire's unparalleled war god Marshal and successfully married him, elevating her status from waste to the Marshal's wife, does everyone have to worship her? Her past simulated scores are there. Her sudden perfect results have made her a model that everyone needs to learn from, as stated by the chief examiner, Teacher Chen. It is completely normal for her classmates to raise doubts, and internal issues should be resolved internally. Now that it has escalated to this level, it is a complete waste of public resources and everyone's time. The punishment from the judgment is a bit too harsh, but these are merely the thoughts of bystanders. The final group is of course the ones who are crazily shipping the CP. There's nothing we can do. Our Marshal and his wife stand together. Their appearances, aura, and even the resonance of their mental energies match perfectly. Even if they do nothing, those who are obsessed with this CP can feel the air around them bubbling with pink bubbles. They can sense a rich aura of sweetness flowing around them, making everyone involuntarily show a motherly smile. Especially, they were utterly consumed by their shipping fever, whether in the trending comment threads or in the live streams across major outlets. Their posts and on-screen comments erupt. Who can blame me? I have gone completely gaga. Sitting before the screen, I felt as though I might be drowned in the natural sweetness flowing between the Marshal and the Marshal's wife. Me too. So delirious with excitement that I paced circles around my bedroom, shrieking nonstop, so sweet. So sweet. I am so overwhelmed that beyond those two words, I find myself utterly bereft of language. My heavens, so the Marshal truly dotes on his wife. By all the gods, you understand us so well. At last you have given us an unbearably sweet moment. It feels as if this year's entire quota of sweetness has been filled by today's adjudication livestream. I no longer concern myself with whether the verdict stands. I stand resolutely with the Marshal and his wife. Whatever they do is right. I will support them without so sweet, so sweet. They have shown me what true love is. Despite slander, suspicion, scorn, mockery, and plotting, our Marshal has stood steadfastly by. When the two of them stood shoulder to shoulder, time and again silencing their critics with sheer force, their spiritual pressure intimidating the entire hall, I felt every cell in my body surge, utterly exhilarating. Marshal, you remain a god in my heart, and a model in every respect. Who still dares say you would never bloom? See how dazzling the flower you have borne, its sweet fruit ready to soften even the hardest of hearts. Everyone focused on this adjudication with their own agendas. Only our Marshal kept his attention fixed on his wife, countering beside her with seamless tacit understanding. I could weep. This is what love truly looks like. The Marshal gave his iron will to the battlefield, his faith to the empire, his protection to us all, reserving every ounce of tenderness for his wife. I vow to make my devotion to their pairing a lifelong pursuit. +1. Countless others chimed in, and everything unfolding on StarNet was promptly reported to the Marshal, seated at the head of the Imperial Joint Adjudication Hall, to senior school leaders, counselors, noble representatives, and other relevant parties. When the military briefed Zhang Sun, they did not shield Shi Luo from the details. She heard everything clearly. After they left, she hooked her little finger into his slightly cool palm and coquettishly said, "Shuanga, we have our own shipping fans now too." A trace of smile flickered in Zhang Sun's silver-gray deep eyes. He said, So after your hard work, Luo now, and then come join me in sprinkling a little sweetness for them. His words brought a look of astonishment to her exquisite face. Seeing her reaction, the corner of his mouth lifted in a barely perceptible arc of pleasure. Such a Luo, truly adorable. Their tender exchange fell squarely into the gaze of the counselors. The established noble houses and those who had jealousy and malice nearly overflowed from Yang Jingjing's eyes. Her hands hanging at her sides were clenched so tightly that her sharp nails nearly bit into her flesh. Why should a worthless guide like her receive such gentle favor from the Marshal? What right does she have? Wang Zijin's eyes went cold. He ground his teeth and scoffed. She is not a failure anymore. Did you not see her test results just now? Not only is she no longer a failure, she has leapt to become the Empire's hottest guide. Once she leaves the adjudication hall, no one will dare mock her as worthless again. Su Yi's chilly voice sounded. It's simply that the Marshal had the military doctor the results. Do you truly believe a worthless person could become so formidable overnight? Of course we do not believe it, but the facts lie before us. Even knowing her results are fake, with the Marshal shielding her so fiercely, what can we do? Chu Xiao smiled cruelly. We may be unable to act, but that does not mean the counselors and noble representatives present cannot. I believe the Marshal can withstand their scrutiny and submit to a personal examination. As he had said, the counselors and representatives of the old noble houses revealed in their eyes a cold viciousness and the begrudging realization that their machinations were about to fail. This was the hard-won opportunity they had been waiting for. With such a rare chance, they could openly strike at the Marshal. If they missed this, who knew how long they would wait? Worse, their scheme might not only fail, but actually strengthen the pair's bond, winning them a surge of popular esteem across the Empire and augmenting their standing. It would be a catastrophe, losing both the woman and the cause. Such an outcome was utterly intolerable to them. Just as they prepared to seize another chance to strike, to mount a fresh round of scheming, to use the live broadcasts to question the fairness of the verdict, and to demand that Shi Luo be retested under their supervision. They planned to exploit the moment not only to complete their plot, but to stir Starnet's public opinion, turning the populace into pawns at their disposal. It is often those who know you best who oppose you. The saying could not be truer now, as Zhan Sun's frigid gaze casually swept the counselors and noble delegates, exposing their plotted conspiracies. In the next instant, the sharp sentinel pheromones that surrounded him unleashed a sudden oppressive pressure across the hall. His icy, emotionless gaze swept over everyone, and his presence thundered down, quelling all unrest. His force was immense and terrifying. He gave them no chance to react. A murderous aura, as if treading across mountains of corpses, spread outward and instantly crushed every covert scheme. Under such absolute, overwhelming intimidation, the counselors and noble houses' carefully laid plans collapsed in an instant. Their eyes brimmed with malice and reluctance, but they were so suppressed they could not stir. At that moment, everything felt pale and powerless, as Zhan Sun afforded them not the slightest opportunity for resistance. He meant to use this extreme display to mercilessly crush their hypocritical masks, performing for all viewers across the stars a cathartic and shocking spectacle of righteousness confronting evil. He also intended to tell the whole empire, Shi Luo is my wife. I will guard every part of her. How she fares is no matter for anyone else to judge. If you have the courage to direct all your plots at me, then perhaps I will leave you room. But touch my wife, and I will make you learn consequences you cannot. Shi Luo, why do these domineering tycoon lines not embarrass me at all? Instead, I feel as if a little fawn is cavorting wildly in my chest, bounding about uncontrollably. At that moment, Shi Luo felt as if her heart would leap out of her throat any second. This sensation was utterly unfamiliar, yet not unwelcome, instead bringing with it an indescribable sweetness. Suddenly, she felt her soft little hand enveloped by a dry yet warm large hand. She lifted her ice-blue eyes and was drawn directly into his deep, abyss-like ice-blue gaze, which shimmered with a unique tenderness just for her. Let's go, I'll take you home. All right. The warm and sweet atmosphere between them was abruptly overshadowed by the cold, formidable presence of the soldiers, silencing everyone in the adjudication hall like a still cold pond, creating a stark contrast of lifelessness. Neither Zhan Sun nor Shi Luo seemed to notice their hands intertwined as they walked forward step by step, making their way toward the entrance of the grand hall. Their cold, hard leather boots echoed with dull thuds against the uniquely crafted crystal floor, each sound striking heavy blows upon the hearts of all present. The weight on their hearts was nearly overwhelming, and a finer layer of cold sweat broke out on their bodies, beads of perspiration dripping from their foreheads, hitting the ground with a crisp drip-drip sound. The sound of sweat dropping intertwined as if merging into an exhilarating anthem celebrating Shi Luo and Zhan Sun's triumph over the targeted conspiracy, marking a perfect victory. Amidst such a grand farewell, the two of them held tightly to each other's fingers, walking steadily and confidently. As they moved, a subtle and cool spiritual pressure imbued with an immense sense of power and oppression emanated from Shi Luo, resonating with Zhan Sun's spiritual force and pheromones, intertwining seamlessly and merging into one. The combined pressure radiated a profound tremor and fear, unabashedly weighing down upon the council members and representatives of the old aristocracy. Beneath this terrifying aura, their eyes simmered with deep humiliation and resentment, concealing darker currents of conspiracy within. In contrast, the soldiers of the military gazed at them with fervent admiration, their faces glowing with the thrill of having just delivered a resounding slap in the face, enthusiastically giving Zhan Sun and Shi Luo a thumbs up. Marshal, you are our eternal military spirit. The protection of the Marshal's wife was truly exhilarating, setting an example for us in another realm. Marshal, you were fantastic. This was so satisfying. Just seeing the ugly faces of those council members and aristocrats fills me with joy. The thought of their frustration right now makes me want to pull out some nutrient solution and down a couple of vials on the spot. It was incredibly satisfying to finally witness them humbled. The frustration from them deliberately delaying the military supplies has finally... The Marshal's wife has given us a tremendous surprise today. I wonder who would dare to mock her in the future. To me, she matches our Marshal perfectly. Zhan Sun did not react to any of the other discussions, but at this remark his brow slightly furrowed, appearing casually disinterested as he swept his gaze over the soldier who had spoken. The soldier who caught his gaze immediately wore a look of bewilderment, scratching the back of his head. The soldier beside him nudged him with an elbow. What's gotten into you? Why do you suddenly look so silly? I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I think I saw admiration in the Marshal's eyes when he looked at me. Get out of here. You didn't do anything. How could the Marshal possibly admire you? However, one of the generals sitting behind them overheard their conversation, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes, the corner of his lips curling as he glanced at the retreating figures of the Marshal and Shi Luo, his expression carrying a profound meaning. I suddenly feel a sense of happiness. Who understands this feeling of shipping CP live? The chemistry between the Marshal and the Marshal's wife is absolutely mesmerizing. I can now confidently say that the rumors about the Marshal's wife in the past were absolutely false. If she were truly a useless guide, how could she possibly match our powerful Marshal's spiritual force and pheromones so perfectly? The pressure they emit together is terrifying to imagine if it were directed at me. Indeed, I can't even imagine. Thankfully, we don't have to bear such overwhelming pressure, otherwise I worry that my spiritual sea would collapse. I really hope this path to the exit can stretch a bit longer so that I can stay immersed in the sweet atmosphere of the Marshal and his wife. It's sweeter and more intoxicating than my own romance, but such close opportunities are rare. Work. Have you all forgotten your responsibilities? Hundreds of millions of interstellar netizens are watching us live. Don't you care about your performance bonuses and promotions? Not at all. Besides, didn't you see that the interstellar netizens in the live broadcast room are also swept up in our shipping? What's more important, promotions and raises, or helping our cute family ship CP live? Of course not. Shi Luo chuckled lightly at this remark. So it turns out not everyone is detestable. There's actually a group of adorable people here. Indeed. Let me ask, with so many people shipping you, do you have any thoughts? Being with Luo is so sweet. His candid words made her ears turn red in an instant. Due to this emotional fluctuation, the overflowing spiritual force inadvertently intensified, causing the pressure on the council members and old aristocrats to increase further. Her pheromones spilled out, causing a violent tremor in the spiritual seas of the soldiers present. Zhan Sun quickly reacted, unleashing an even stronger cold pheromone unique to powerful soldiers, overpowering the pheromones she emitted effortlessly and effectively intimidating the other soldiers. However, the innate possessiveness of a soldier towards a guide inevitably erupted. He instinctively tightened his grip on her hand and quickened his pace toward the adjudication hall, perfectly showcasing the advantage of his long, powerful legs. The reason he had slowed down before was partly to consider Shi Luo, not wanting her to fall behind, but more importantly, it was a way to make those scheming council members and representatives of the old aristocracy suffer a bit. Enjoying the exhilarating pleasure of slapping the villains, the media cameras flashed, both awed by the supreme glory of the duo and deeply immersed in the ultimate sweetness of their companionship. The atmosphere of shipping CP online reached its peak. The grand entrance of the Empire's first Central Military Academy slowly opened, and the dazzling starlight poured down, dispersing the oppressive gloom. With Shi Luo stood on the steps, letting out a slight sigh of relief. The turmoil in the judgment hall had finally come to a close. Once a useless student who was falsely accused of cheating and became the laughingstock of the entire school, she publicly awakened her top-tier rare guide bloodline and proved her innocence with a great mental power. Throughout the ordeal, she was accompanied by the Imperial Marshal Zhan Sun, who occasionally exerted his SS-grade sentinel pressure to intimidate the crowd. In the end, the two of them worked together to break the black web of deceit, declaring her innocence. In just a few short hours, it felt as if she had experienced a roller coaster through a cosmic storm. Luo, you finally came out. We were so scared. Two anxious figures rushed over her best friends when Ruan and Tang ran. When Ruan's eyes were red, her round face still wet with tears. She grabbed Shi Luo's arm, looking her up and down with a sobbing voice. I knew you were wrong. Those people were really too wicked to band together against you. Fortunately, you fought back effectively, otherwise they would have truly destroyed you. Tang Ranran, though timid by nature, clenched her fists tightly and looked at her with determination. Luo, we will never let anyone bully you again. Looking at her two genuinely caring friends, Shi Luo felt warmth in her heart. After crossing into this interstellar world, the original owner was weak and easily bullied, schemed against to death. It was only after she took over this body that she began to turn the situation around. These two friends were her initial source of warmth in this strange world. She raised her hand and gently patted the backs of their hands, a gentle yet resolute smile appearing at the corners of her lips. Don't be afraid, I'm fine. From now on, no one will be able to bully me at will. At that moment, a deep magnetic voice carrying a chilling pressure sounded from behind, yet it bore an unprecedented warmth. Luo. Shi Luo turned back, her gaze colliding with Zhan Sun's deep starry eyes. The golden medals on his shoulder insignia shone brilliantly under the sunlight, his posture as upright as a pine tree, exuding the powerful aura unique to top-tier sentinels. Merely standing there made the surrounding air seem to freeze. However, the gaze he directed at Shi Luo stripped away all coldness and sharpness, leaving only an unyielding affection and tenderness that belonged solely to her. The military academy students, who had originally gathered around to watch in excitement, suddenly fell silent, lowering their heads, not daring to meet the eyes of the most powerful and influential sentinel Marshal in the Empire. Everyone knew that the Marshal was cold and decisive, never approaching women, yet the blatant favoritism he showed Shi Luo in the Judgment Hall had already spread throughout the entire academy and the vast star network. At this moment, witnessing the way the two looked at each other, the crowd's hearts surged with waves of astonishment. This Marshal, who never showed kindness to anyone, truly placed Shi Luo at the center of his heart. He slowly walked to Shi Luo's side, naturally raising his hand to gently brush away the fine strands of hair from her forehead. His movements were so gentle that it was almost unbelievable, completely disregarding the gazes of those around them. In a low, affectionate voice, he said, let's go home. His fingers carried a faint, chilly scent of the top-tier sentinel's pine information pheromones wrapping around Shi Luo, soothing her previously tense nerves. The two had already completed a temporary marking. His pheromones had a natural affinity for her, while her warm, jasmine-scented guiding pheromones could perfectly calm his sentinel's restlessness. Shi Luo's cheeks slightly flushed as she felt the warmth of his fingers. Her heartbeat unconsciously skipped a beat, and she gently nodded, saying okay. When Ruan and Tang Ranran watched this scene, their eyes filled with stars and expressions as if they had just been hit by a truck, yet they did not dare to interrupt, obediently standing aside. Zhan Sun's gaze swept over them, his tone softening with a hint of approval. You are Luo's friends, and you are my friends too. His words directly offered the two girls the greatest protection. When Ruan and Tang Ranran were taken aback, hastily expressing their gratitude, thank you, Marshal. After giving his instructions, Zhan Sun directly took Shi Luo's hand, his palm warm, tightly enveloping hers, as he led her toward the exclusive floating aircraft parked nearby. His hands were large and strong, emanating a reassuring strength. With him holding her hand, Shi Luo felt the warmth of his palm and the swirling scent of his pine pheromones, and her previously tense mind completely relaxed. As they walked side by side, their figures elongated under the starlight, creating a scene so picturesque that everyone found it hard to look away. Marshal, you were so handsome just now. Once they boarded the aircraft and the cabin door slowly closed, cutting off all external gazes, Shi Luo finally lifted her eyes and softly spoke to him. She knew that as the Imperial Marshal and the head of the military academy, his unabashed presence in the Judgment Hall, supporting his wife, would inevitably invite speculation from all corners of the interstellar world and might even bring him unnecessary trouble. He led her to the soft seat inside the aircraft, sitting beside her, gently pulling her into his embrace, allowing her to lean against his shoulder in a natural and intimate manner. He lowered his head, his nose brushing against her hair, deeply inhaling the sweet scent of jasmine pheromones. The restlessness of his sentinel mental power, which had slightly stirred with worry for her, instantly calmed. So handsome, what reward should you get? Zhan Sun's voice was low, filled with undeniable certainty. Whoever dares to bully you is my enemy. I will not allow anyone to slander or harm you. His words were straightforward and domineering, yet filled with deep affection. Shi Luo leaned against his shoulder, listening to his steady and powerful heartbeat, her cheeks burning, filled with warmth. She and he were originally brought together by accident. She thought it was merely a mutual benefit. However, as they spent time together, this man's tenderness, favoritism, and protection had gradually seeped into her heart. About our temporary marking, Shi Luo murmured softly, her tone carrying a hint of mischief that she herself had not noticed. Upon hearing this, Zhan Sun tightened his arms, slightly holding her closer. His deep eyes were filled with seriousness and determination as he leaned down, his warm breath brushing against her ear, his voice hoarse, yet tender. The temporary marking is just the beginning. Permanent marking, a spiritual contract. This was the most sacred and solemn promise between interstellar sentinels and guides. Once completed, it would be for a lifetime with souls intertwined never. Shi Luo's heartbeat instantly went out of control, pounding wildly, her cheeks flushed as she looked up into his deeply affectionate eyes. The brilliance of the stars paled in comparison to how he saw her. Just as she was about to say something, he gently kissed her forehead, his movements as tender as if handling a rare treasure. His pheromones wrapped around her, gently blending with her jasmine pheromones, sweet and intimate. Jean Sun's voice was gentle. "You were concerned about hatching the beast egg earlier. I can schedule a visit to the largest beast egg shop in the galaxy to select the best hatching resources and move your little gray egg to hatch. Or we can continue in our hatching room at home." Shi Luo felt warmth in her heart. She had merely mentioned her concerns about the gray egg not hatching, yet he deeply remembered it. She leaned against his embrace, nodding, feeling the aircraft glide smoothly through the interstellar cloud sea with the man beside her fully devoted to her, their pheromones intertwining, exuding tenderness. Outside the window was the vast and brilliant interstellar galaxy, while inside the cabin was a sweet and intimate world for two. Their interstellar romance had only just begun. Jean Sun lowered his head, gazing at Shi Luo, whose eyes were gentle. His fingers gently stroked her hair, filled with cherished affection. After so many years, he had finally waited for his exclusive guide. A temporary marking was far from enough. What he desired was a lifelong bond, a permanent contract of soul blending. "Let's continue at home. There's no helping it, after all, she is so homesick. She hopes her egg can spend more time hatching and being cared for at home." Thus the aircraft changed direction, accelerating rapidly toward the floating island of the Marshal's residence. The vast galaxy, after enduring the trials of beast waves, bore witness to the sweet beginning of this sentinel and guide. The aircraft soon arrived at the Marshal's floating island, a private island suspended in the vastness of interstellar space, surrounded by the Empire's highest-grade SS-level energy protective barrier capable of fending off all external intrusions. As the aircraft approached, the protective barrier automatically opened a passage for entry, closing instantly behind the craft, completely isolating them from any prying eyes and dangers from the outside world. On ordinary days, apart from the devoted butler Chun Bo, the elite sentinels on duty, and the various intelligent service robots attending to their tasks, no outsiders would set foot here. The aircraft landed smoothly on the designated helipad. The cabin doors slowly opened, and a refreshing interstellar evening breeze, carrying the fragrant aroma of rare spiritual plants on the island, enveloped them. Jean Sun was the first to rise, instinctively bending down to lift Shi Luo in a horizontal embrace, carefully stepping down from the aircraft. He was unwilling to let her take another step or exert any more effort. Shi Luo was accustomed to this, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, though her cheeks flushed with a faint crimson, her heartbeat quickening uncontrollably as she looked up into his deep, gentle eyes, feeling as if she were drowning in this starry river that belonged solely to her. "Marshal, madam, you have returned," said Butler Chun Bo, who had been waiting with a group of intelligent robots on the helipad, his face adorned with a warm and kind smile as he respectfully welcomed them. Having followed Jean Sun for many years, Chun Bo had witnessed him rise to the position of Marshal of the Empire. Never before had he seen the Marshal show such care and tenderness towards anyone. Since Shi Luo arrived at this floating island, the long quiet and lifeless Marshal's residence finally began to exude the warmth of home. At this moment his heart was filled with both pity and pride for Shi Luo, feeling sorrowful for the unfair schemes and slanders she had endured, yet proud that she had awakened her top-tier guide bloodline finally, shedding the label of being useless and standing tall. "I have prepared the spiritual plant honey-dew for calming your mental energy, refreshing interstellar nutritional meals, and various snacks that madam enjoys on ordinary days." Chun Bo quickly stepped forward to lead the way, his tone filled with concern. Jean Sun, holding Shi Luo, walked steadily towards the interior of the residence, showing no intention of putting her down at any point. The interior of the residence was luxuriously yet subtly decorated, featuring cool-toned interstellar metals and warm star jade, complemented by soft yellow ambient lighting that exuded warmth rather than coldness. Rare spiritual plants were visible everywhere, emanating a faint aura that effectively calmed the mental energy of sentinels and guides, filling the entire space with a reassuring atmosphere. Jean Sun walked directly into the living room, while holding Shi Luo gently, placing her on a soft and comfortable sofa, and thoughtfully draped a nearby fleece blanket over her legs, his movements meticulous and considerate. "First drink some honey-dew to soothe your mental energy, then I will accompany you to settle the little gray egg." Jean Sun sat beside her, picked up the spiritual plant honey-dew from the table with a spoon, and personally fed it to her. Shi Luo opened her mouth to drink. The sweet and warm honey-dew slid down her throat, instantly spreading a warmth throughout her limbs, greatly alleviating her slightly depleted mental energy. She recalled the gray, seemingly inconspicuous beast egg in her personal space, which had accompanied her since her arrival in this interstellar world, taking over everything from the original owner, and had been with her since the awakening platform at the first military academy. It was the egg she had longed to hatch. Now that she had settled a bit, her first task was to continue the hatching of this beast egg. After resting for a short while, Zhang Sun held Shi Luo's hand and walked towards the designated hatching room. The hatching room was located on the east side of the residence, carefully arranged by Chun Bo in accordance with Zhang Sun's instructions. The room maintained a constant temperature and humidity, with the concentration of spiritual energy adjusted to the most suitable state for hatching the beast egg, and rare star crystals embedded in the walls that slowly released pure energy. In the center was a top-tier intelligent hatching cabin sent by the Interstellar Elite Beast Egg Merchant alongside an organized array of supplies necessary for hatching. Interstellar nutritional liquid to enhance the egg's vitality, spiritual plant crystals to stabilize its mental energy, and energy stones to accelerate hatching. There were also various materials specifically designed to nourish the guide's mental energy, all top-notch items that were valuable and hard to come by in the market. As Shi Luo looked at the complete hatching equipment before her, warmth filled her heart, and her eyes glimmered with a hint of moisture. Apart from the appreciation of her family, her little gray egg had been the target of mockery and ridicule from classmates since the awakening platform, while Zhang Sun was the only one who praised it without end upon their first meeting. She had merely mentioned her worry about failing to hatch the little gray egg in passing, yet he had taken it to heart, meticulously arranging everything without a trace of negligence. Zhang Sun seemed to see through her thoughts, drawing her into his embrace, and softly whispered in her ear, "Your matters are the most important." Shi Luo stopped speaking her mind, focusing. She activated her spatial abilities to establish a communication link with the entirely gray-colored beast egg. The beast egg, which had been in the hatching room, suddenly sensed the pure energy and the pheromones shared between Zhang Sun and Shi Luo. The originally dull shell immediately glowed faintly and became warm. The surface revealed extremely fine and dense dark golden patterns, gently trembling, as if it had come to life, actively moving closer to Shi Luo's palm, exuding a strong sense of dependence. A flicker of surprise flashed in Zhang Sun's eyes that had become even more perceptive than when he first encountered it. He had seen countless rare beast eggs, but had never encountered one so vibrant, capable of actively approaching a guide and sensing their pheromones. This beast egg was undoubtedly extraordinary. "It really likes you," Zhang Sun said, gently stroking her hair, his tone soft. Shi Luo carefully cradled the little gray egg, her fingertips gently brushing against the rough shell, feeling the faint yet vibrant life force emanating from within, and a tender smile graced her lips. "I will definitely hatch it well." She slowly placed the little gray egg into the top-tier hatching cabin, gently closed the hatch, and personally set the most precise hatching parameters, adjusting the energy output ratio. A pale golden hatching glow instantly enveloped the little gray egg. The dark golden patterns on the shell became increasingly clear, quietly resting in the hatching cabin's safe and content. Watching the encouraging changes in the little gray egg, Shi Luo finally felt at ease, turning to throw herself into Zhang Sun's embrace, tightly hugging his waist, burying her face in his chest, feeling his warm embrace, and unique pheromones filled with a sense of tranquility and sweetness. Zhang Sun tightened his arms around her, holding her closely, burying his head in her neck, deeply inhaling the sweet scent of jasmine pheromones emanating from her. The occasional restlessness of his sentinel mental energy was completely soothed under her pheromones, returning to tranquility. With a 100 mental energy match and the temporary bond formed, the two of them had long become indispensable to each other. In the hatching room, the starlight flowed, pheromones intertwined, gently entangling all the love and affection hidden within this small realm. Seeing the hatchling egg's incubation state steadily improving, Shi Luo's mood completely calmed and her spirits lifted considerably. Zhang Sun held her hand, strolling slowly back to the living room. Elder Chun had already arranged a variety of dishes, neatly all tailored to her taste, nourishing her body and soothing her spirit, visually enticing and appetizing. Shi Luo sat by the dining table, and Zhang Sun took his seat beside her. Naturally, he picked up his chopsticks, placing her favorite dishes before her, carefully removing fish bones and peeling shrimp shells, his movements deft and effortless. Shi Luo ate in small bites, occasionally lifting her gaze to the man beside her, unable to conceal the smile in her eyes. Having been unexpectedly transported to this interstellar world, she found her original self cowardly and timid, subjected to relentless bullying, dismissed by everyone as a useless goof. Only her parents and elder sister cherished her, holding her in the palm of their hands. Now, with Zhang Sun's unwavering devotion and protection, she finally found warmth and belonging in this unfamiliar world. As they dined in warmth, the intelligent communicator at the mansion's entrance suddenly rang, carrying the respectful voice of the guard on duty, reporting to the Marshal. "Lord Shi, Lady Shi, and Miss Shi of the Shi family request entry. Shall I grant access?" Hearing the words Shi family, Shi Luo's hand holding the chopsticks paused briefly. A surge of warmth rushed through her heart, and her eyes grew slightly moist. Her father, Shi Linchuan, doted on his youngest daughter, unable to bear even a hint of grievance for her. Her mother Yunji had gentle and tender, treasured both daughters like precious gems, especially her younger daughter, Shi Luo, whom she cherished deeply. Her elder sister Shi Luo possessed outstanding talent and a sharp, capable demeanor. From childhood, she had always shielded her younger sister, refusing to tolerate anyone who bullied Shi Luo. That the original Shi Luo could grow up carefree and untroubled despite years of being mocked as a good for nothing was due entirely to her parents' and sister's unconditional love and all-encompassing protection. The arbitration storm had stirred up a massive uproar, causing the entire Star Network to explode during the live broadcast. The military academy was abuzz with the news. The Shi family, deeply worried, rushed to the Marshal's floating island at the first opportunity, fearing she might have suffered injustice and needed her family's care. Grant access. Let them in immediately. Shi Luo put down her chopsticks at once and rose to head toward the entrance, her voice brimming with urgent longing and joy. Seeing this, Zhang Sun quickly stood up, took her hand, and walked beside her. Moments later, three figures hurried into the living room, their steps rushed, faces etched with undisguised worry and urgency. Leading them was Shi Luo, usually impeccably dressed. Though he had changed into formal attire, his hair was slightly disheveled, and his normally composed, stern face was now filled with anxiety as he scrutinized her from head to toe. Close behind, Yunjihe had reddened eyes with tear streaks still glistening. She had been weeping with worry since receiving the news. The moment she saw Shi Luo, she could no longer restrain herself. Stepping forward, she clutched Shi Luo's hand tightly, her voice choked with emotion. Well, my precious child, you're safe now. Let Mama take a good look at you. Mama, I'm fine. I really am fine, Shi Luo said, her heart aching at her mother's reddened eyes. She quickly comforted her, holding her mother's hand, in return feeling the warmth of her palm, a warmth filled with familial love. The last to enter was her elder sister Shi Luo, dressed in a sharp professional suit, her hair tied up. The usual commanding, imposing presence of a CEO had vanished, replaced by nothing but deep concern for her younger sister and fury toward those who had slandered her. She strode quickly to Shi Luo's side, pulling her into an embrace, her voice trembling with lingering fear. Silly girl, you little ingrate. Something this huge happens and you don't even send a single message home. Do you have any idea how worried Mom, Dad, and I were? Shi Luo's tone was icy yet brimming with deep affection. For a moment, the living room grew heavy with emotion. The Shi family gathered around Shi Luo, their eyes filled with tenderness and protectiveness, as if they wished to demand justice for her. For a moment, the living room grew heavy with emotion. The Shi family gathered around Shi Luo, their eyes filled with tenderness and protectiveness, as if they wished to demand justice for her that very instant. Shi Luo looked at her family, whose eyes were solely on her, deeply moved. She smiled reassuringly and said, Dad, Mom, Sis, I'm really fine. Don't worry. Those who framed me were all exposed on the spot, and they've received their due punishment. From now on, no one will ever call me a good for nothing, and no one will dare bully me anymore. As she spoke, Shi Luo gently activated her spiritual power. Instantly, a gentle fragrance of jasmine pheromones enveloped her, and a faint pure-grade spiritual power fluctuation radiated outward, heralding her transformation. Shi Luo, Yunjihe, and Shi Luo sensed this clear top-tier guide spiritual power fluctuation and froze, then burst into expressions of disbelief and joy, their eyes brimming with excitement and pride. They had waited for this day for far too long. Since childhood, Shi Luo's spiritual power had never awakened, and she was diagnosed by the hospital as a waste incapable of cultivation. For so many years they had watched their daughter being mocked and looked down upon, their hearts filled with pain and helplessness, doing all they could to protect her. Now she had awakened the rare top-tier bloodline of a guide and attained a grade spiritual power, completely turning the tables. How could they not be thrilled? Not over. Good. Our Luo has made it. Shi Luo repeated, his hands trembling with excitement, his eyes reddening. All the pent-up frustration and heartache of these years turned into immense pride at this moment. Yunjihe wept tears of joy, hugging Shi Luo tightly, her voice choked. Mama knew it all along. My daughter is no good for nothing. My daughter is the best. Shi Luo too let out a sigh of relief, a long-lost smile spreading across her face. She patted Shi Luo's shoulder and said proudly, That's my sister. So impressive. Let's see who dares look down on you now. Seeing the excitement and joy of her family, Shi Luo's heart overflowed with warmth and her smile grew even brighter. Standing quietly to the side, Zhang Sun watched Shi Luo, surrounded by her family's affection, a tender smile in his eyes. Elder Chen promptly served hot tea and snacks, saying with a smile, Master, Madam, Miss, please take a seat and rest. Don't just stand there talking. The young lady has just come through a storm and needs to recuperate. Everyone then sat down, still clustering around Shi Luo, asking all sorts of questions about the entire arbitration process in detail. In the living room, warmth and love intermingled, filling Shi Luo with a sense of comfort and indulgence that completely dispelled the shadows of the arbitration chamber. The Shi family gathered around Shi Luo, chattering with concern and affection, afraid that she might suffer even the slightest harm. Yunjihe took Shi Luo's hand and pulled out a large pile of top-tier treasures for nourishing spiritual energy and restoring health from her spatial button, stuffing them into Shi Luo's hands with a pained tone. You have just awakened your spiritual energy, and it is still unstable. These are specially prepared by your mother healing spiritual plants nutritional liquids for spiritual energy and a star jade pendant to stabilize your spiritual energy. Wear it daily, nourish your body well, and do not neglect yourself. Shi Luo was equally unyielding, directly placing a black gold card in front of Shi Luo and proudly saying, "Take this, buy whatever you want. If you ever run low on money, just tell your sister. If anyone dares to look down on you or target you, just let me know, and I will take care of them." Moreover, my company has newly developed exclusive potions for enhancing spiritual energy for guides. I will have someone deliver a batch immediately to help you stabilize your spiritual energy quickly and break through to a higher level. Shi Luo, being straightforward, said in a deep voice, "Your father has just developed a top-tier scarce mecha with peak defensive and offensive capabilities, which can also protect its master autonomously. Once I finish the adjustments, I will send it to you. In the military academy, if anyone dares to lay a hand on you, activate the mecha without giving anyone face. If anything happens, I will take responsibility." Seeing her family eager to bring her the best of everything, Shi Luo felt a wave of emotion, her eyes slightly reddening as she nodded repeatedly, accepting all the kindness from her family. She knew that all of this was the heavy love from her family, the most solid support she had in this interstellar world. Zhan Sun sat quietly beside them, observing this scene, without interrupting, occasionally pouring tea or offering snacks to Shi Luo, silently protecting her, his gentle gaze never fading. He understood clearly that Shi Luo's transformation was not only due to her own resilience, but also the unconditional love and support from the Shi family. He would forever be her strongest pillar. Just as the family was enjoying their warm gathering, Shi Luo's light brain suddenly rang. She picked it up and instantly frowned, her expression growing somewhat unpleasant. "What's wrong?" Shi Luo asked immediately upon seeing her reaction. Shi Luo snorted coldly, projecting the screen of her personal terminal onto the living room's virtual screen, and said coldly, "What else could it be? The star network has completely exploded, but there are still some ignorant things secretly stirring trouble, trying to smear you. Even though you have already cleared your name, there are still those unwilling to accept it, attempting to turn black into white." On the virtual screen, the entire Imperial Star Network was already dominated by trending topics such as the Empire's first Central Military Academy's Tribunal Hall, Incident Useless, Shi Luo awakens top-tier guide, Bloodline, Marshal Zhan Sun personally visits the Tribunal Hall, fiercely protecting his wife, all trending in the top 10, with billions of clicks and discussions, completely igniting the entire interstellar community. Clicking into the trending topics, most netizens were shocked and in awe, apologizing for previously mocking Shi Luo and praising her awakening of the top-tier guide Bloodline and her impressive comeback. Countless others were shipping Shi Luo and Zhan Sun's sweet interactions, envious of how the Marshal openly favored her. To those who previously insulted Shi Luo as useless and accused her of cheating, are you feeling ashamed? She has directly awakened the top-tier guide Bloodline, demonstrating her a-level spiritual energy to clear her name, giving a resounding slap to everyone. Who would have thought that the former useless one was actually a hidden top-tier guide? This comeback is too exhilarating. The Marshal is too doting. Sitting throughout the Tribunal Hall with SSS-level pressure dominating the scene, who dares to bully his wife, he crushes them without mercy. This favoritism is truly remarkable. I declare that this couple is the sweetest in the entire interstellar realm. A 100 match is indeed different. However, at the same time, there remained a small group of people still secretly stirring trouble and spreading malicious comments. These individuals were mostly those who had previously participated in framing Shi Luo along with the forces behind them, and some who were jealous of her good fortune in marrying the Marshal and awakening a top-tier bloodline, unwilling to accept their defeat. They attempted to continue smearing her on the Star Network, reversing black and white, slandering her, as relying on Zhan Sun's connections to clear her name, claiming that the spiritual energy test results were fabricated. Who knows if she really awakened? Maybe the Marshal used his power to help her fabricate evidence to clear her name. Exactly, a useless person is still a useless person. How could she suddenly turn into a top-tier guide? It must be undefeatable manipulation. She only cleared her name thanks to the Marshal's backing. What is there to be proud of? Without the Marshal, these malicious comments, although suppressed and refuted by most netizens, still ignited anger in many. Shi Luo's father looked at the malicious comments on the screen, his expression darkening, instantly radiating intense anger, as he said coldly, "How dare these ignorant beings smear my precious daughter?" Shi Luo's mother was also furious, looking at Shi Luo with concern, fearing that these malicious comments would hurt her. Shi Luo looked at the slanderous comments on the screen, but her lips curled into a cold smile, her eyes devoid of any grievance, only calmness and sharpness. She was no longer the weak and easily bullied original self, nor was she someone who could be defeated by a few malicious words. After experiencing the turmoil in the Tribunal Hall, she had become strong enough to calmly face all rumors and slanders. At that moment, a warm, large hand gently held hers. Zhan Sun's voice was deep and powerful, filled with undeniable authority, resonating beside her, Don't be afraid, with me here no one can casually smear you. He turned to Chun Bo beside him, his tone cold and sharp, regaining the decisive demeanor of the Imperial Marshal issue in order to thoroughly investigate all accounts on the Star Network that are maliciously smearing my wife and track down the individuals behind it. Anyone involved in this framing and slandering of my wife, regardless of who they are or what forces they have behind them, will be thoroughly investigated and severely punished. Each word was firm, causing the temperature in the entire living room to drop several degrees. Chun Bo immediately bowed and accepted the order. Yes. In an instant, Zhang Sun's Shi family, parents and sister all sprang into action, standing firmly behind Shi Luo, providing her with support and intimidating all lowly individuals. Shi Luo looked at her family and lover, who were fiercely protecting her, and felt a surge of confidence. Her smile grew even more determined. She picked up her personal terminal and directly posted a status on her personal Star Network account, with not a single superfluous word, only a clear video of her spiritual energy test, the complete video of her publicly awakening the top-tier guide bloodline, and releasing a level spiritual energy in the tribunal hall, unedited and unfabricated, clear and distinct. At the same time, she added a line of text: the pure will clear themselves, the murky will muddy themselves, the useless has already made a comeback. From now on, whoever dares to maliciously smear me should not blame me for being impolite. The moment the status was posted, it was instantly shared and liked millions of times, completely igniting the Star Network. Those accounts still attempting to stir trouble and smear maliciously were all instantly banned, and the individuals behind the scenes were quickly tracked down by the military, with a series of severe punishments unfolding. Soon the malicious comments on the Star Network disappeared completely. Shi Luo put down her personal terminal, looked up at Zhang Sun beside her, and they exchanged smiles, their eyes filled with understanding and love. With such a doting family and a protective Sentinel Marshal, she was no longer afraid of anything as she faced the vast starry river ahead. Zhang Sun reached out gently, pulling her into his embrace, planting a tender kiss on her forehead, enveloping her in the warmth of his snow pine pheromones, which intertwined with her jasmine pheromones. Outside the window, the interstellar galaxy shone brilliantly, starlight pouring into the living room, illuminating the two embracing figures and reflecting the relieved expressions of the Shi family. All the plots and schemes were gradually shattered, all the malicious smears would eventually be cleared, and with the dual affection of family and love, Shi Luo's brilliant interstellar life was only just beginning. The Shi family surrounded Shi Luo, admonishing her for a long time, ensuring that she truly had not suffered any grievances and was in excellent spirits, before gradually relaxing their worries. Yun Jihe looked at her daughter, whose eyes were bright and exuded a calm aura filled with emotions. In the past, Shi Luo was timid and cowardly, easily brought to tears by a few words from others, always hiding behind her family in times of trouble. This was the main reason why the Shi family devoted most of their care and love to her. But now she possessed a resolute gaze and a composed demeanor, able to debate eloquently in the judgment hall without losing ground. Even in the face of various malicious slanders online, she remained calm and collected, radiating a sharpness that came from having experienced significant challenges distinctly different from her former self. What Shi Mu did not know was that the Shi Luo before her had long since emerged as a queen of the apocalypse, having crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. In the apocalypse, she single-handedly established a safe zone, wielding life and death authority, battling zombies and treacherous human hearts. Accustomed to schemes and deceptions, she had long honed the composure to remain unflinching in the face of great danger. The rumors on the Star Network and the machinations of petty individuals were merely trivial matters in her eyes, not enough to disturb her. They were all just small affairs. The reason she showed softness in front of Zhang Sun and the Shi family was simply because they treated her sincerely and protected her. They were the only ones in this unfamiliar starry expanse with whom she was willing to lower her guard and show warmth. From now on, she would still be that clear-headed, independent, decisive female lead who would never allow anyone to manipulate her. Luo, since everything here is well, we can rest assured. There are still matters at home, so we will head back now. Take good care of yourself, and if anything happens, contact us immediately. Dad, Mom, and your sister will always be here for you. Shi Linchuan stood up, his tone filled with reluctance, but he did not wish to disturb her and Zhang Sun's life too much. Shi Yu also tightly embraced her, adding, "We will thoroughly eliminate those who scheme against you. Focus on your studies at the military academy and rest your mental strength. You don't need to worry about these troubling matters." Shi Luo nodded, not overly sentimental in her reluctance. Her character was inherently clear-headed and insightful, and she understood that her family had many affairs to attend to, realizing that some matters ultimately needed to be faced by herself. She stood up and walked them to the door of the residence, her tone calm, yet resolute. "Dad, Mom, sister, you can rest assured. I can take care of myself and will not allow anyone to scheme against me again. Those who dare to act against me, I will not let them off easily." A faint cold glint flashed in her eyes as she spoke. Zhang Sun stood beside her, sensing the fleeting sharpness in her aura, a trace of affection and approval flashing in his gaze. From the very beginning he knew that Shi Luo was not a flower that needed constant sheltering. She had her own brilliance, her own opinions, and was independent and strong. Such a her was what truly captivated him. After seeing off the Shi family, the living room returned to tranquility. The intelligent robots quickly cleaned up the table, and Uncle Chen discreetly withdrew, leaving the two alone. Shi Luo walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the vast starry expanse outside, her fingertips gently tracing the cuff of her sleeve, her expression tranquil, lost in thought. The framing of accusations in the judgment hall seemed to stem from jealousy and competition among students at the military academy. However, upon closer inspection, the entire affair was intricately linked, from the forged cheating evidence to a group of students' joint testimonies, and even to the deliberate favoritism of certain instructors. There must be someone behind the scenes manipulating the situation, and it was certainly not a coincidence. However, the timing to confront them directly was not yet ripe, but eliminating their vanguard was imperative. Although the original body had a cowardly personality, the Shi family was a prestigious clan with deep connections and resources. Although she was ridiculed by her classmates at the military academy, it was merely in jest. This time Shi Luo was subjected to such meticulous scheming and malicious framing, precisely targeting the original Boda's weaknesses and managing to mobilize so many people at the military academy. It was certainly not aimed at Shi Luo herself, but rather at the illustrious wife of the Marshal. The true target of the forces behind this was only the Marshal. The survival rules of the apocalypse taught her that mercy towards enemies equates to cruelty towards oneself. Since someone dared to provoke her, wanting to ruin her, she must eradicate the root cause and completely eliminate any future threats, ensuring that the other party would never have a chance to return. Zhan Sun walked slowly to her side, gently holding her hand, immediately seeing through her thoughts, his deep voice resonating softly. Are you considering the first step? Shi Luo turned to look at him, showing no signs of concealment, her gaze clear and her tone calm. Yes, we can hold off on the mastermind behind it, but we must make an example of someone. Zhan Sun looked at the independent and determined light in her eyes, filled with admiration. He reached out his fingertip, gently brushing over her eyes, his tone gentle, yet filled with unwavering trust. I just want to say that you are my wife, and I will protect you for life. No matter who is behind this, I will deal with them to the end. If you want to investigate, just go ahead and investigate. He was willing to be her strongest support and would not deprive her of the opportunity to shine. Shi Luo felt warmth in her heart, a faint yet genuine smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. This trust and respect moved her more than mere protection. All right. At that moment, Shi Luo no longer hesitated. Her expression was focused and calm, exuding a powerful aura of strategic planning. Zhan Sun sat beside her, not disturbing her, simply accompanying her quietly, occasionally handing her a cup of warm spirit plant honey water, his eyes filled with uncontainable affection. Before long, Shi Luo had sorted through the complex materials and identified the key clue, Liang Yin. The clues became instantly clear. It was not mere jealousy. It was evident that Liang Yin believed she was highly compatible with the Marshal and mistakenly thought that Shi Luo was using underhanded means to marry Zhan Sun. Thus she instructed her lackeys to destroy Shi Luo by any means necessary to please Zhan Sun, while conveniently allowing herself to rise to power. Moreover, she had been unwittingly used by others. Though she had calculated well, unfortunately, she was merely a pawn in someone else's game. Being discarded was only a matter of time. She had also chosen the wrong place and provoked the wrong people. If it were the original body from before, perhaps she would have indeed fallen victim to their schemes and been completely ruined at the military academy. But now occupying this body is the apocalypse Queen Shi Luo. These conspiracies are mere child's play in her presence. Where should we start? Zhan Sun asked softly, seeing the cold light flicker in her eyes. Shi Luo nodded, her tone calm and unyielding, yet carrying an undeniable sharpness. I will properly resolve the internal conflicts of the military academy. As the clues aligned, the pawn of the puppet master finally revealed its tale. Liang Yin, the scapegoat at the Empire's first military academy. Shi Luo did not slam the table or hurl threats. She merely saved the evidence on her optical brain into an encrypted folder, a faint, almost imperceptible smile curling at the corner of her lips. She had long wanted to make an example of someone. Since the chicken had jumped onto the chopping block of its own accord, she would not hesitate. She dialed a number, her tone calm. Help me set the stage. The apocalypse had taught her one thing: never give your enemy a chance to catch their breath. Shi Luo never dawdled. When it was time to act, she struck, like a blunt blade honed into a laser edge, fast, precise, ruthless. Those 3 words were etched into her very bones. Before the other party could even react, she had already laid the trap, extended her hand, and placed the blade at their throat. It was not cruelty. Those who had crawled through mountains of corpses and seas of blood in the apocalypse understood best. Every second you hesitate, you might be the one lying on the ground tomorrow. So this time too, before the thunderbolt struck, she had already rehearsed her closing lines. The campus belle, Liang Yin, basking in glory, still pursued by countless admirers at the academy, had used every means to frame Shi Luo. She believed her scheme was flawless, eagerly awaiting Shi Luo's downfall, then swooping in to take her place. She was still dreaming of becoming the new Marshal's wife, as if no one else was worthy. But she forgot one thing: dream too sweetly, and you might just laugh yourself awake. The students and instructors who had joined Liang Yin in framing Shi Luo were neither expelled nor given any substantial punishment. The disciplinary notices were as light as a feather, barely a scratch. On the surface, it was Liang Yin handing out knives and painting grand visions, but who couldn't see through it? They were nothing but dirty blades in the hands of the old foxes behind the scenes. They hadn't been discarded yet, not because of loyalty, but simply because Shi Luo was still here. As long as she remained at the Empire's first military academy, these lackeys still had their use. They could be used to annoy her, slow her down, trip her up. The day Shi Luo fell or left, these people would become nothing more than used rags tossed aside, without a... What a pity! Pawns never know they are but stepping stones. After her plan was set, Shi Luo raised her eyes to Zhan Sun, her gaze resolute. Brother Sun, I will personally expose Liang Yin's false mask at the academy. I will watch her be lifted to the clouds, then shattered against the earth. Let all who dared scheme against me see their miserable fate and pay for their deeds. This time Shi Luo was not going to be polite. She would tear off Liang Yin's hypocritical mask in front of the entire school. You love hiding in the shadows, handing out knives, and playing innocent, don't you? Then drag her into the spotlight, let her face and her dirty deeds shine together. Die in the light, die completely. This strike was not just aimed at Liang Yin. All those who had joined in the jeering, the mockery, the mudslinging, every single one of them would have their faces slapped, swollen. She wanted everyone to see clearly: touch Shi Luo, and you will pay. After the slap landed, her authority would be established. From now on, anyone who wanted to manipulate her would have to weigh whether their bones were strong enough. Zhan Sun simply cautioned, be careful. Contact me immediately if anything happens. He respected her decision and trusted her abilities, yet he couldn't help but worry, silently preparing to protect her. Early the next morning, Shi Luo packed up without any delay and took her personal aircraft directly to the Empire's first central military academy. Today, Shi Luo seemed like a different soul. She wore a crisp military uniform, collar button tight belt cinching her waist into a sharp line, every creak radiating killing intent. She stood there poised like a drawn military saber, her features cold enough to frost an aura of distance, like a one-way observation alloy plate. You could see her, but you would never see through her. Her eyes were sharp yet calm, without a ripple, the kind of look only those who had crawled out of the apocalypse's piles of dead possessed. She strode forward unhurried, each step measured, no superfluous movements, no glancing around. Her face bore 4 words: steady, precise, ruthless. This was not an affectation, it was a foundation forged by life and death. The queen of the apocalypse had no need to roar. Just standing there, her presence could suffocate. The aircraft landed smoothly on the academy's tarmac. As Shi Luo stepped out, she instantly drew the gazes of every student nearby. After yesterday's rapid spread across the starnet, Shi Luo's name had already swept through the entire academy of the Empire, and even the Interstellar Alliance with the momentum of a reigning king. Once ridiculed as a useless waste, she had awakened overnight as a top-tier rare guide bloodline, possessing a level mental power, clearing her name, and backed by the majestic protection of the Imperial Marshal. Now she had become the most conspicuous presence in the academy. No one dared to view her with the old eyes anymore. Even the campus belle Liang Yin, once adored by thousands, was instantly dimmed, feeling ashamed and avoiding her path. Students passing by stopped in their tracks, their eyes toward Shi Luo, filled with shock, admiration, and deep reverence. Not just the new campus belle of the Empire's first military academy. Even if it were the Empire's national flower, she was more than worthy of the title now. No trace of contempt or mockery remained. Instinctively, they cleared a path for her. Shi Luo ignored all the stares, her expression calm, her steps unhurried, heading straight for the academic building. Her goal was clear: find Liang Yin. Inside the classroom, Liang Yin sat in her seat, outwardly composed, but a hint of smug satisfaction and secret glee lurked in her eyes. In her view, even if Shi Luo had cleared herself yesterday, she would never be traced back to her. After all, she had erased all the evidence. Moreover, the students who had testified had been silenced with star coins, and a powerful figure behind the scenes had her back. Even with the Marshal's support, Shi Luo would find no leads and never implicate her. The whole matter would eventually fizzle out. Liang Yin had even begun to fantasize about her next scheme. Just as her malicious thoughts swelled, the classroom door burst open. Shi Luo stood tall at the entrance, her cold gaze sweeping the room, landing precisely on Liang Yin. Her eyes were sharp as blades, carrying an overwhelming pressure that instantly silenced the entire classroom. Everyone instinctively looked from Shi Luo to Liang Yin. A clash of titans. They sensed that something big was about to happen. Liang Yin's heart skipped a beat under Shi Luo's gaze, a strange unease rising, but she forced herself to stay calm. She stood up, feigning gentleness. Shi Luo, what brings you here? Yesterday was really unfair to you. I'm furious on your behalf. Slap. Liang Yin's exquisite face bore her habitual gentle smile. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, her eyes filled with concern as she prepared to deliver a classic self-pitying performance. Classmate, it wasn't me. I didn't do it. Let's not turn against each other. We need to unite. Her hand even reached out, intending to pat Shi Luo's shoulder, feigning a magnanimous and forgiving demeanor. However, Shi Luo didn't even give her a chance to speak. Liang Yin, put away your hypocritical tricks. It's disgusting to watch. The voice was not loud, yet it cut through the noise of the entire classroom like a blade of ice. Instantly, everyone fell silent, their gazes converging on her. Shi Luo stood there, every word striking like a hammer against eardrums. You indulge in depravity outside, acting as a dog for the dark forces, your backbone, as soft as noodles, colluding with teachers at the academy, bribing classmates, fabricating evidence to concoct a whole set of lies to frame me for cheating in the exam. Do you think that cleaning your tail means you're in the clear? Covering up, escaping unscathed. She paused, a cold arc forming at the corner of her mouth. Liang Yin, wake up. This act of yours is over. As soon as her words fell, the entire classroom erupted like boiling oil splashed with water. What the hell? Someone shot up from their chair, the back of their head colliding with the edge of the desk, not even caring about the pain. Everyone turned to stare at Liang Yin, their eyes wide with disbelief. This gentle, kind, always smiling school beauty was actually a black-heart lotus. The color drained from Liang Yin's face, visibly pale, as white as the walls of a training pod. Her eyelashes trembled like chaff, but she gritted her teeth and held on, raising her voice higher, sharp enough to shatter glass. Shi Luo, you're talking nonsense. You brought this upon yourself, and you want to smear me. I have no grievances with you. Why would I do that? Where's the evidence? Without evidence, I'm going to sue you for defamation. She shouted fiercely, her finger nearly poking Shi Luo's nose. But upon closer inspection, her hand was trembling and cold sweat had soaked a small patch of her sleeve. Evidence. Shi Luo did not raise her voice to match Liang Yin's, nor did she take a single step. She merely let out a cold laugh and lightly swiped her fingertip across her watch. The entire virtual screen buzzed to life, the blue light instantly covering the front wall of the classroom. Rows of chat records, transfer logs, screenshots of forged test papers, waveforms of encrypted audio were neatly lined up like ammunition in an arsenal, all pointing towards the anonymous account secretly controlled by Liang Yin. Shi Luo turned her head, glanced at the screen, then at Liang Yin, her voice low, like a blade slicing through glass. You wanted evidence, right? All right, let me show you plenty of it. First appeared the records of transfers received by those students involved in the framing, with time, amount, and transfer channels, all clearly pointing to Liang Yin's anonymous account. Next were audio and video clips of her privately contacting these students, inciting them to frame Shi Luo. The visuals clear, the voices unmistakable, each word meticulously recorded, showing how she incited them, promised benefits, and arranged for them to testify in the adjudication hall. Finally, documents detailing the conflict of interest between the Liang family and the military orders, as well as the Shi family's mecha industry, clearly proving Liang Yin's complete motive for the crime. All the evidence was interlinked, irrefutable, leaving no room for her to argue. Liang Yin stared at the interlinked evidence on the screen, her face as pale as paper, trembling uncontrollably, her legs giving way beneath her, nearly collapsing to the ground, her eyes filled with despair. She couldn't fathom how, despite her perfect plan, Shi Luo had managed to obtain all the evidence. Now what do you have to say? Shi Luo walked slowly to her front, her gaze cold and sharp, exuding a powerful mental pressure, the level guide's spiritual power unfurled, without reservation, pressing directly towards her. Shi Luo's spiritual power descended like a mountain, and Liang Yin's a level spiritual barrier. It shattered like paper at the slightest. Her face turned pale in an instant, her lips purple, her breath like someone grasping at their throat, gasping for air, yet unable to draw in a single breath. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, her past haughty demeanor shattered. Beneath the beautiful facade, she was nothing more than an ordinary person who trembled. I didn't mean to. It was my family's orders. I was forced. Liang Yin stammered in panic, her tone full of pleading. Shi Luo, I was wrong. Spare me this once. I won't dare again. Spare you? Shi Luo lowered her gaze, looking at Liang Yin crumpled on the ground, her eyes cold, devoid of any pity. Did you ever think of sparing me when you maliciously plotted to frame me, intending to destroy me? The bottom line of the Queen of the Apocalypse is never to be crossed. Since you dared to provoke her, you must bear the consequences. At this moment, the classroom was already filled with students who had rushed over upon hearing the news. Everyone saw the overwhelming evidence and recognized Liang Yin's true nature, their eyes filled with disdain and disgust. I can't believe it was Liang Yin behind this. How wicked. To do such a thing for the sake of family interests, it's simply disgusting. She pretended to be so kind before, turns out she was a hypocritical villain. The murmurs rose and fell, each one striking Liang Yin, making her wish she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Shi Luo did not spare her another glance and directly contacted the Military Academy's Academic Affairs Office, sending all the evidence one by one, her tone calm, yet resolute. Liang Yin maliciously plotted to frame a classmate violating the military academy's regulations. I request the school to strictly deal with this according to the rules. After ending the communication, she called her sister Shi Luo's neural communicator and briefly explained the situation. Sis, the Liang family engaged in malicious competition, secretly plotting against the Shi family. They'll leave the follow-up to you. Just 2 sentences, clean and decisive with no hesitation whatsoever. After finishing all this, Shi Luo no longer looked at the crumpled, despairing Liang Yin on the ground, turning to leave the classroom. Her posture was erect, her steps composed, exuding a powerful aura without an ounce of arrogance, commanding respect from all the students present. As she stepped out of the teaching building, the sunlight bathed her in warmth and brilliance. Johnsun's aircraft had long been waiting at the landing pad. Standing next to the aircraft, he was tall and straight, and upon seeing her emerge, a gentle smile spread across his eyes as he reached out his hand towards her. Shi Luo quickly stepped forward, placing her hand in his warm palm. The cold sharpness she had shown towards Liang Yin evaporated in an instant, leaving only the gentle calm that belonged solely to him. Is the matter resolved, eh? Johnsun tightened his grip on her hand, asking softly. Shi Luo nodded, her tone indifferent. Yes, it's resolved. The rest will be cleared up in due course. Johnsun looked at the composure and determination in her eyes, filled with affection, and gently pulled her into his embrace. Soon the aircraft slowly ascended, heading towards the Marshal's floating island. The aircraft smoothly landed on the helipad of the Marshal's floating island residence. Johnsun held Shi Luo's hand, walking down slowly, his palm radiating a stable warmth, surrounded by the gentle embrace of his refreshing cedar pheromones. After revealing her sharpness at the military academy, Shi Luo's cold aura softened a little upon returning to their small home. The sharpness in her brows and eyes faded, replaced by a relaxed softness that was only shown in front of him. She was never a delicate vine dependent on others. Her nature of independence and decisiveness was ingrained in her bones. Only to those who genuinely protected and loved her would she lower her guard and reveal her warmth. Regarding Liang Yin and the Liang family's matters, the school and military have already intervened simultaneously. You can focus on your classes and studies without worry. Johnsun led her into the living room, where Uncle Chun had already been waiting. He respectfully presented a warm cup of herbal tea, his tone carrying a hint of deference. Madam, the communications from the Academic Affairs Office just came in. The 4 main instigators who maliciously framed you have been dealt with according to the previous adjudication results. Liang Yin has been expelled directly. Shi Luo took the teacup, her fingertips brushing against the warm cup, her expression calm and undisturbed. She sipped lightly, her tone as indifferent as if discussing an inconsequential matter. 10 million purple gold coins were merely external possessions to her. She never cared about such wealth. What mattered was to completely clear her name and ensure that everyone who plotted against and slandered her received the punishment they deserved. In her past life during the apocalypse, she endured countless betrayals and schemes, carving out a path through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, forging a reputation as the queen of the apocalypse, relying solely on absolute strength to crush all unfairness and malice. Now in this interstellar world, she remained the same. Johnsun gazed at her nonchalant demeanor, his deep eyes filled with affection and concern. He gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder, letting her lean against him, his voice low and magnetic, tinged with his unique dominance and tenderness. You've been wronged for so long. He was the Marshal of the Empire, wielding the highest military authority. His wife had been wronged and falsely accused. He would not only ensure the perpetrators publicly apologized and compensated, but also used the military's authority to restore her name, making sure the entire galaxy knew that his wife Shi Luo was innocent and a top-tier guide, awakened by her own strength, allowing no one to tarnish her reputation. Shi Luo raised her gaze, meeting his eyes filled with adoration. Her heart stirred slightly. She was used to bearing everything alone, accustomed to clearing all obstacles by herself, yet Johnsun always silently paved the way for her, protecting her in the most forceful and domineering way, giving her ample confidence. This unconditional favoritism and protection was a warmth she had never experienced in the apocalypse, seeping into her heart bit by bit, making her cherish this bond even more. All right. Shi Luo did not refuse, gently nodding, her tone calm, yet filled with trust. She understood that Johnsun's actions were not just to protect her, but also to completely sever all rumors, allowing her to focus on preparing for the military academy's monthly examination with peace of mind and achieve good results. Johnsun immediately took out his personal terminal and directly dialed the military secretariat. As the call connected, a respectful voice immediately came through. Marshal, draft the military's official announcement immediately detailing the entire truth of the wrongful accusation against Shi Luo at the Empire's first Central Military Academy, attaching the complete investigation evidence from the school, the authoritative report on spiritual power, and disclosing the handling results and apology of the involved students. Within half an hour, publish it on the military's official Star Network account and pin it at the top of the entire network. Zhang Sun's tone was cold and authoritative, each word resonating with the undeniable authority of the Empire's Marshal. Notify the Star Network Management Office to thoroughly cleanse all remaining malicious, slanderous remarks. Permanently ban malicious defamation accounts. Anyone who dares to stir up trouble again shall be dealt with severely as per the laws against disturbing interstellar order and defaming military families. Yes, we will execute the order immediately. The personnel at the Secretariat on the other end did not dare to delay for even a moment, immediately taking orders and swiftly commencing the processing. In just 20 minutes, the official Star Network account of the Empire's military released a bombshell announcement that instantly swept across the entire Star Network with thunderous momentum. The military's announcement was meticulously worded and presented a clear and complete chain of evidence, from the planning and unfolding of the malicious accusation to the details of the forged evidence and the testimonies of the involved students, along with the joint investigation results from the school and military, all clearly and transparently disclosed. Additionally, it included Shi Luo's authoritative Love+Spiritual power and top rare lizard bloodline guide detection report in black and white, irrefutable. Each word underscored the military's absolute authority and made it clear that the Marshal's residents strongly supported Shi Luo. As soon as this military announcement was released, the Star Network, which had been abuzz with discussions about the matter, instantly exploded. Wow, the military personally announced it. And it was ordered directly by the Marshal? This is too impressive. It completely confirmed it. Shi Luo was indeed maliciously framed. Those who insulted her before must be feeling humiliated now. The top-tier rare lizard bloodline guide. A Love+Spiritual power. What an extraordinary talent. I can't believe she was called a waste before it. It's simply ridiculous. I feel for Shi Luo. After being schemed against like this, it's fortunate that the Marshal has always protected her and the military is standing firmly behind her. It's so reassuring. Those students who maliciously accused her are really bad. They must be severely punished. I'm waiting for the public apology this afternoon. Shi Luo deserves an explanation. Anyone who dares to speak ill of Shi Luo again is opposing the military and the Marshal. Now let's see who would dare to gossip. Those who mocked Shi Luo as a waste or accused her of taking shortcuts are all silent now. She has risen to the top on her own extraordinary talent. It's so cool. The trending topics on the Star Network were completely dominated. Military announcement on Shi Luo's case. Truth. Marshal strongly protects his wife. Top-tier lizard bloodline guide. Shi Luo Military Academy public apology. Live and other entries surged into the top 10 of trending topics at lightning speed, each entry surpassing billions in views, with discussions skyrocketing geometrically. Those who had been secretly mocking and trying to create a narrative saw the military's announcement and no longer dared to speak a word. The previous malicious, slanderous remarks were also thoroughly cleansed by the Star Network's official. Everyone understood that with the Empire's Marshal personally giving the order, not just ordinary netizens, but even the major forces in the galaxy dared not speak a word against it. At this moment, in the living room of the Marshal's floating island, Shi Luo watched the tumultuous changes on the Star Network, seeing all the slander completely washed away, witnessing everyone restore her name. Her lips curled in a faint smile, calm and unperturbed. For her, these rumors and external discussions never affected her state of mind. What she cared about were always the people around her and her own improvement in strength. Zhang Sun sat beside her, wrapping her in his arms, gently stroking her hair with his fingertips, his eyes filled with tender. Shi Luo leaned against his embrace, feeling the warmth of his hug and the reassurance of his pheromones, softly responding with a hint of determination. Next, it was the Military Academy's monthly examination, where she would once again dazzle everyone with her absolute strength, stepping into a higher tier class, facing those other opponents. The elites of Class A, Zhang San and Li Si, as well as their entourage of sycophants. She could hardly wait to crush all those who defied her with her strength, step by step, reaching the pinnacle of this military academy. The afternoon sun blazed brilliantly. The central square of the first Imperial Central Military Academy was already packed with a sea of people. Nearly all faculty and students had gathered encircling the square, their gazes fixed intently on the central holographic live broadcast stage. The atmosphere was both tense and seething. The enormous holographic live screen was simultaneously connected to the entire network. The online viewership of the StarNet live room had already surpassed 100 billion. Dense bullet comments filled the entire screen. Everyone was waiting for this highly anticipated public apology live broadcast, waiting to see the fate of the malicious slanderers. Around the square, school security personnel and sentinels dispatched by the military stood in neat ranks, maintaining order. The solemn atmosphere highlighted the seriousness of the apology ceremony and made clear the zero-tolerance stance of both the academy and the military toward this incident. Shi Luo, dressed in a crisp military academy uniform, walked slowly into the central square, accompanied by Zhang Sun. Today she stood tall and straight, with cold, clear brows and eyes exuding a calm and composed, powerful aura. Her A-level guide mental power subtly flowed, gentle, yet carrying a force not to be underestimated. Though she did not deliberately reveal her sharpness, she caused all the teachers and students present to instinctively hold their breath, casting sidelong glances filled with awe and admiration devoid of any former mockery or contempt. In just a few short days, she had completely turned the tables, becoming a force that the entire academy and the entire star system dared not underestimate. Zhang Sun walked beside her, his posture as straight as a pine, the golden medals on his epaulets gleaming. He exuded the chilling pressure of an SS-level top sentinel, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Yet when he looked at Shi Luo, his eyes were tender enough to drip water. Throughout the entire time, he tightly held her hand, protecting her by his side, his blatant favoritism unconcealed. The two walked slowly to the viewing seats in the center of the square. Zhang Sun thoughtfully pulled out a chair for her, his movements gentle and meticulous, entirely devoid of the authority of an Imperial Marshal, leaving only the tender care for his wife. Just as the two took their seats, the holographic live broadcast on the square officially began. The camera focused on the live stage. Chu Xiaosu, Yi Wang, Zijun and Yang. These four students, pale-faced and dispirited, were brought onto the stage by Academy faculty members. They were exactly the masterminds who had previously led the false accusation of Shi Luo cheating and had given perjured testimony in court. In just a few short days, these four had lost all their former arrogance. Living daily in fear and regret, their faces were pale as paper, their eyes evasive, their bodies trembling. Standing on the live stage, facing the gaze of hundreds of billions of online viewers and the scrutiny of the entire school, they wished they could find a hole to crawl into. In their hearts, they knew that this public apology was not just an admission of guilt, it was a stain on their lives. From now on, they would not only have to pay a huge amount of purple gold coins, but also be nailed to the pillar of shame in the military academy, ridiculed by the entire star system. Their future military careers were completely destroyed. But all of this was their own doing. The dean of the academic affairs office walked onto the live stage holding a microphone, his expression serious. Facing the entire audience and the live network, he solemnly read out the final disciplinary decision for this incident. Every word was clearly transmitted across the square, reaching everyone's ears. After the disciplinary decision was read, the entire square fell silent. Everyone understood that this was the fairest and strictest punishment from the academy, reflecting the justice and fairness of the first Imperial Central Military Academy. This was not merely for the sake of the military and the Marshal, nor to give Shi Luo an explanation. It was the moral education principle that a millennia-old prestigious academy should uphold. Then, under the watch of all eyes and the network cameras, the four students, trembling all over, walked to the microphone. With heads bowed, faces full of shame, and voices choked, they struggled to apologize. Shi Luo, we're sorry. We were wrong. We should not have maliciously fabricated evidence to frame you for cheating, nor should we have followed the crowd to slander you, causing you great harm. We deeply recognize our mistakes. Here we sincerely apologize to you and beg for your forgiveness. We are willing to accept all punishments from the academy and to pay full compensation. From now on, we will definitely turn over a new leaf and never commit such despicable acts again. We beg for your forgiveness. The four's apologies, transmitted through the microphone, spread across the square and resounded throughout the network. Bullet comments instantly flooded the screen, all filled with voices of catharsis. Serves you right. This is what you get for maliciously framing others. What a relief. Finally, an apology to Shi Luo. These people deserve exactly. Not a single one of the 10 million purple gold coins can be spared. They must compensate. Destroying someone else's life. Even an apology is too light. Looking at their wretched appearance, it's so. From now on, who would dare bully Shi Luo? On the live stage, the four finished apologizing, still with heads bowed and trembling, waiting for Shi Luo's response. All eyes were focused on Shi Luo, waiting for her reaction. Shi Luo sat in the viewing seats, her expression indifferent, her eyes calm, without any smugness or resentment. She merely raised her eyes lightly to look at the four on stage, her tone cold, her voice clear and forceful, transmitting through the microphone across the venue. I accept your apology. Just transfer the compensation to my account on time. She paused, and her eyes suddenly turned sharp. A fierce aura radiated from her, her tone firm with unquestionable authority. To err is human. Let today's matter be turned over. In the future, if anyone dares to slander me, defame me, or plot against me, it will not be so simple. As her words fell, a powerful, level guide mental power instantly radiated from her, gentle, yet immensely oppressive, sweeping across the square, startling everyone present, and making their gazes toward her even more reverent. This was her warning and her stance. From now on, whoever dared to provoke her would face a thunderous counterattack with no leniency. Zhang Sun sat beside her, feeling the fierce aura around her, his eyes full of affection and approval. The chilling pressure of an SS-level sentinel instantly swept across the entire venue, suffocating everyone and causing the four students on the live stage to collapse to the ground in fear, their faces full of terror. At this point, the long troubling cheating accusation case against Shi Luo finally came to a complete end. All stigma was thoroughly washed away and all perpetrators received their deserved punishment. The entire network cheered in approval. the StarNet once again surged with a wave of heated discussion. Shi Luo's name completely shed the label of good for nothing and became the newly emerging genius guide of the Imperial Military Academy. After the ceremony, Zhang Sun held Shi Luo's hand and slowly walked out of the central square under the reverent gazes of the crowd. Next, we can focus on preparing for the monthly exam. Shi Luo looked up at the man beside her, a faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth, a glint of anticipation and sharpness flashing in her. The monthly assessment day at the Empire's first Central Military Mecha Academy arrived as scheduled. Morning sunlight pierced the clouds and poured over the majestic mecha training arena, which was packed from end to end. Cadets from every department and year filled the stands. Senior school administrators and military proctor instructors took their seats. Holographic broadcast cameras covered the venue and linked to the Academy StarNet, streaming the assessment live. This monthly exam determined class promotions and honors and was the most direct measure of strength. The arena thrummed with a tense, heady smell of conflict as every gaze fixed on the central testing zone. According to the rules, the monthly exam had 2 rounds. The first was solo mecha practical duels, randomly matched, winners advanced, and their results counted toward basic scores. The second was a 5-person team simulation to hunt alien beasts with final team scores judged by beast level and completion speed. The 2 rounds were weighted to produce an overall ranking that decided class promotions and demotions. Shi Luo, Wenruan, Tang Ranran, Lu Chun, and Jiang Yifeng formed a team. Clad in the uniform of the Mecha Academy, they stood in the Class C waiting area, posture erect, and expressions composed a stark contrast to the jittery tension around them. Today, Shi Luo's features were cool and reserved, her demeanor free of excess emotion. Her neat uniform emphasized her upright bearing. A subtle scent of jasmine seemed contained within her, and though she appeared unassuming, she radiated a powerful keep-away aura. Her eyes were calm, yet razor-sharp, reflecting the steadiness and resolve forged in battle. When Ruan and Tang Ranran stood at her sides, their palms had been slick with nerves, but feeling Shi Luo's composure, their inner unrest gradually subsided. Lu Chun and Jiang Yifeng were, as usual, one taciturn and stern, the other sanguine and steady. The 5 lined up neatly, eyes resolute, fully prepared. From the moment they entered the waiting area, the surrounding gazes snapped to them. Curiosity, doubt, jealousy, and many looks waiting to savor her embarrassment. Although the military had officially cleared her, and those who framed her had publicly apologized, many still harbored prejudice. Deep down, they believed the former Class C underachiever, who had awakened spiritual power, would still be hopeless at mecha operation and could not withstand the Academy's exacting assessments. In the elite Class A waiting area, newly crowned school beauty Chu Qingyue stood at the center, flanked by followers. Her bearing bore an innate superiority as she cast a cool glance at Shi Luo, a flash of disdain in her eyes. She wore a custom elite class uniform, her figure graceful and striking. An aggrade spiritual power shimmered faintly about her, lending an air of nobility. On her wrist sat an ornate beast egg incubation bracelet containing a vermilion bird egg of Beast King aptitude, every movement drawing attention. To her, Shi Luo had only been lucky to awaken a bloodline. In terms of mecha fundamentals, combat experience, and the resources behind them, she was far inferior. In this monthly exam, Shi Luo did not deserve to be her opponent. At best, she was a mere clown who would be eliminated in the first round. Beside Chu Qingyue, her confidant by Linghua watched with cruel delight, her eyes fixed on Shi Luo in the waiting area, eager to see her suffer a humiliating defeat and become a school-wide joke. Shi Luo paid no heed to the assorted looks around her. Her expression remained indifferent, as if their opinions mattered not at all. She never cared for others' judgments. The harsh lessons of the apocalyptic era had taught her that strength was the only weapon to break all doubt. No amount of gossip could compare to a decisive victory on the field. Next, may the first-round duelists take the stage. Class C Shi Luo versus Class C Zhao Hao. The proctor's voice thundered through the loudspeakers, reverberating across the arena and instantly driving the atmosphere to a roar. Everyone straightened, eyes snapping to the entrance. No one had expected the first match to draw Shi Luo, the cadet, under the most scrutiny. Zhao Hao was a Class C cadet with mecha ability that leaned above average. He had mocked Shi Luo before and firmly believed her prowess was fabricated. When paired against Shi Luo, he brimmed with triumph, certain of victory and already scheming how he would taunt her afterward. Zhao Hao strode into the center and boarded his basic gray mecha. Though an ordinary model, he piloted it with aggressive swagger, adopting the posture of a man certain of triumph. Shi Luo entered the arena with steady, unhurried steps, composed and unflustered. She did not use the Academy-issued base mecha. Instead, she brought out the unfinished low-specs class prototype her father Shi Linchuan had prepared for her. The mecha gleamed silver-white, its lines clean and decisive. Minimalist in appearance, yet brimming with latent power, the prototype carried core control technologies crafted by a top-tier mecha master. Its responsiveness, defense, and offensive output surpassed ordinary base mechas by several degrees. The moment the silver mecha appeared, a gasp swept the arena. Spectators erupted with astonishment and excitement at the sight of such an scarce prototype in Shi Luo's possession. Reactions varied. Some insisted that a supreme mecha meant nothing without true control. Others wondered whether she truly had the skill, while a few openly cheered the possibility of a dark horse. The spectator stands and the Academy's streaming channels exploded with commotion. Every eye was fixed on that silver machine. Curiosity and skepticism mixed together. Chu Qingyu's disdain deepened when she saw the machine. She dismissed it as the Shi family piling resources on their ward and refused to be impressed. Shi Luo settled into the cockpit, closed her eyes, and swiftly attuned to the control system. Her apocalypse-honed mecha skills and close-quarters combat experience fused seamlessly with interstellar mecha logic. Her spiritual power poured out with precision until she achieved complete synchronization with the mech. In a matter of seconds, she opened her eyes, a keen light flickering within. Her fingers landed on the control console with swift precision. She and the mecha became one, and her aura shifted palpably. Dual start. The proctor's command rang out, and the match commenced. Zhao Hao launched without hesitation. Trusting in his basic control skills, he poured power into a full-speed charge at Shi Luo's silver mecha. His arm coalesced energy into a vicious swing, aiming to end the fight with a single crushing blow. The strike was fierce and menacing. On the stands by, Ling Hua smiled with smug anticipation, already picturing Shi Luo's defeat. Faced with Zhao Hao's ferocious attack, Shi Luo remained composed and sharp-eyed. Her fingertips danced across the controls. Rather than meeting him head-on, she guided the silver mecha into an exquisitely cunning, highly agile sidestep. She moved so fast an afterimage trailed behind her, effortlessly evading Zhao Hao's full-strength blow. His large machine faltered. In his haste to recover, he exposed a grievous opening. Allowing no moment for reaction, Shi Luo's gaze chilled. She closed the distance, precise and uncompromising. Her mecha's elbow channeled spiritual energy and struck the opponent's energy core with surgical accuracy. A tremendous blast erupted as energies collided and detonated. Zhao Hao's gray mecha was grievously damaged. Its core fluctuated wildly, the chassis convulsed, and it was hurled backward, slamming onto the arena floor. Alarms blared as the machine lost combat capability. From the evasion to the closing strike to the final blow, the sequence flowed like water, completed in under 10 seconds. There were no flashy moves. Each strike was precise and lethal, aimed at vital points, a pure display of consummate practical combat foundation and control. For a long beat, the arena fell into stunned silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, utterly incredulous. Those who had come to gloat at Shi Luo's humiliation froze, their smiles frozen in disbelief and shock. Bai Linghua went pale, her smugness vanished without a trace, replaced by utter disbelief at Shi Luo's formidable mecha control. Even Chu Qingyu's air of superiority dimmed. Her brow knitted in surprise that was quickly replaced by stubborn refusal to accept what she had seen. It was only a lucky win in a routine duel, she told herself, nothing extraordinary. After a brief stillness, the arena exploded into thunderous cheers and astonished exclamations. Spectators roared that she had annihilated her opponent in seconds, praising the control as sublime, precise, clean, and deadly. Many said this was not a Class C cadet, but a talent surpassing the elites. Voices that had once accused her of relying on connections were silenced. The crushing display of skill erased prior ridicule and replaced it with awe. People marveled that what had been dismissed as a worthless cadet was in fact a hidden genius revealed at last. The Academy's streaming rooms filled with messages of astonishment and praise. All previous doubts and taunts evaporated, supplanted by recognition and shock. Commentators recanted earlier skepticism, lauding the silky smoothness of her piloting and acknowledging the raw, undeniable power on display. Viewers insisted this was authentic ability, not favors or pedigree. Her performance crushed all dissent. Many hailed her as the dark horse of the monthly exam, predicting that Class C might produce a superstar. Rumors whispered of divine favor and excitement. On the field, Shi Luo stepped from the cockpit with a calm, composed expression, as if she had only performed a trivial task. She displayed no arrogance, yet her presence inspired reverence. She lifted her gaze and swept the arena, finally meeting Chu Qingyu's eyes. Her look was tranquil, but edged with an invisible sharpness. This was only the beginning. In the first mecha practical match, she had utterly overwhelmed her foe, astonishing the crowd and shattering all doubt. By strength, she proved she needed no patron in the Academy. On her own, she could ascend to greatness. The proctor recovered his composure and announced loudly, "This round, Class C Shi Luo victor." The declaration ignited another round of thunderous applause. Wen Ruan and Tang Ranran flushed with excitement and clapped wildly. Lu Chun and Zhang Yifeng exchanged a look of full recognition and admiration. Somehow Zhang Sun had appeared in the VIP box. His deep gaze fixed on Shi Luo at the arena center, full of fondness and pride. The presence of an SS-grade sentinel was restrained yet suffused with admiration. Shi Luo walked off the field and returned to the waiting area, still composed. After that match, no one dared underestimate her, The eyes around her were filled only with respect and praise. A triumphant opening in the first round, a 10-second knockout that stunned the entire venue. And this was merely the opening highlight. In the upcoming team hunt, she would lead her squad to even greater feats, seize a top-ranking advance, decisively confront Chu Qingwei, and carve out a name that belonged to her alone. The first round of the Mecha Unknown battle had just concluded, and Shi Luo stunned everyone with a 10-second absolute kill. In the blink of an eye, her opponent collapsed to the ground, causing the entire arena to erupt with excitement, the stands filled with screams and whistles blending together like boiling porridge. The school's Star Network live stream soared in popularity, with comments flooding the screen. The mocking and sarcastic voices that had been present earlier were now silenced, replaced by a barrage of wow and genuine admiration. With this battle, Shi Luo's reputation was firmly established. The students from Class B who once looked down on her now regarded her with awe, no trace of contempt remaining. Those who had waited to see her defeat were left speechless, their faces pale with disbelief. Bai Linghua stood amidst the crowd, her fingers clenched tightly, her face as pale as paper, filled with unwillingness and jealousy, yet she dared not utter a single word of provocation, only able to watch as Shi Luo became the center of attention. In the waiting area for the elite class, a Chu Qingyu's aura was heavy, her once superior expression now covered in frost as she fixed her gaze on Shi Luo in the center of the arena, her eyes swirling with intense hostility. She never expected Shi Luo's mecha control skills to be so formidable, far beyond her expectations, which made the proud and top-performing Chu Qingwei feel an unprecedented threat. The Zhuke egg-hatching bracelet on her wrist felt slightly warm, as if sensing its owner's emotions. It trembled gently, emitting a faint yet oppressive aura of a beast king, drawing the attention of nearby students and highlighting Chu Qingyu's unique advantage. She gently stroked the hatching bracelet, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. No matter how impressive Shi Luo's mecha combat skills were, what did it matter? The upcoming team simulation Beast Hunt would test team coordination, real combat adaptability, comprehensive mental strength control, and the ability to predict danger. Her team consisted entirely of top-tier elite class students working in perfect harmony, with formidable combat prowess plus her grade mental strength enhancement and the Beast King aura of the Zhuke egg. They would definitely crush Shi Luo's Class B team. In this monthly exam, the ultimate winner could only be her Chu Qingwei. At this moment, the proctor's voice echoed throughout the arena, announcing the start of the second round of the monthly exam, the 5-person team simulation Beast Hunt. The simulation hunting ground was located behind the arena, a fully immersive combat training facility created by the school, replicating various alien beast habitats from low-tier to high-tier that respawned randomly. The team needed to hunt as many beasts as possible within the set time, scoring based on the level of the beast, the number hunted, and the completion speed, with higher scores leading to better rankings. The assessment rules were strict, with dangers lurking in the field. High-tier beasts were highly aggressive, and a moment's carelessness could lead to elimination. Any slight lapse in team coordination could result in total failure, thoroughly testing the team's comprehensive strength. Each participating team entered the arena in sequence, with the elite class team entering first, drawing everyone's attention, especially the Class A team, led by Chu Qingyue, which sparked cheers the moment they stepped in, making them the most popular team in the arena. Shi Luo led the team of Lu Chunjiang, Yifeng Wenruan, and Tang Ranran as they stepped into the simulation hunting ground. Upon entering the venue, a rich primal jungle atmosphere enveloped them. Towering ancient trees surrounded them, mist swirling, and the distant roars of alien beasts echoed ominously, a sense of danger pressing down upon them. Wenruan and Tang Ranran instinctively tensed, feeling nervous. Shi Luo turned her head, her gaze steady, and quickly deployed Lu Chen advance on the left flank, responsible for close combat. Jiang Yifeng take the high ground on the right, providing long-range sniper cover. Wenruan and Tang Ranran stay in the center, ready for mental healing and defensive support. I will coordinate from the center, controlling the overall situation and releasing mental strength to suppress the beasts. With clear divisions of labor and explicit commands exuding a convincing leadership aura, the initially tense duo instantly calmed down. The four nodded in unison and quickly took their positions according to the assignments, entering a state of readiness for battle. Roar! Just as they completed their deployment, a low-tier iron-toothed beast suddenly lunged out from the jungle, its body covered in hard black armor, sharp fangs bared as it charged at the 5 with fierce momentum. He'll handle this, Lu Chen shouted, controlling the mecha to advance, first moving swiftly, executing close combat techniques with precision. The mecha's iron fist gathered energy and struck accurately at the iron-toothed beast's weak point. In mere seconds, he successfully dispatched the low-tier beast with ease. With the first kill secured, the team's morale soared. Shi Luo stood at the center, her grade guiding mental strength gradually radiating outwards, the gentle scent of jasmine pheromones spreading, soothing her teammates' minds, while forming an invisible mental barrier, accurately sensing the movements of nearby beasts and predicting dangers in advance. Her mental strength inherently contained the top-tier lizard lineage, exuding an ancient pressure that had a strong deterring effect on various beasts. The previously restless beasts nearby hesitated and slowed down, their actions significantly hampered. Zhang Yifeng seized the opportunity, landing precise long-range shots without missing. Wen Ruan and Tang Ranran worked in perfect sync, stabilizing their teammates' mental strength while plugging defense gaps. Thanks to the seamless cooperation of the five, their hunting efficiency soared, with low-tier and mid-tier beasts being dispatched one after another, and the team's score skyrocketed. The teachers and students watching from outside were completely stunned as they observed the real-time broadcast of the hunting ground. No one expected that this team composed of Class B students could cooperate so harmoniously and possess such formidable combat power. Especially Shi Luo. Not only was her mental strength control precise, but her battlefield predictions were also impeccably accurate, making each of her commands perfectly timed. She was truly the core soul of the team. This coordination is incredible. It's stronger than many elite class teams. Shi Luo's mental strength is outrageous. She can actually intimidate the beasts. What kind of divine bloodline is this? Lu Chun for close combat, Zhang Yifeng for long range, paired with two support roles, it's simply a perfect configuration. At this rate, their scores might even break into the top 3. The Star Network live stream was flooded with comments again as everyone marveled at this Class B team. It was clear to all that Shi Luo's team had limitless potential, already surpassing the standard of an ordinary Class B team. Meanwhile, deep in the hunting ground, Chu Qinghua led her Class A team in a fierce battle against a high-tier flame leopard. Though they were also steadily hunting, their efficiency fell far behind Shi Luo's team, and they were subtly suppressed by the pressure of Shi Luo's bloodline, causing the surrounding beasts to become increasingly agitated and disrupt their rhythm. Chu Qinghua even sensed that familiar pressure from the lizard bloodline, her expression growing increasingly grim as anger and jealousy surged within. She absolutely would not allow Shi Luo to overshadow her. Shi Luo led the team forward, their scores soaring steadily as they firmly occupied the top ranks. With little effort, they plunged into the depths of the simulated hunting ground. This place was a completely different world from the periphery, the air thick with the scent of blood, and high-level exotic beasts could leap out from behind the towering strange rocks at any moment. As their levels increased, so did the danger, but the 5 of them remained bright-eyed. The fiercer the exotic beasts, the more enticing the points. Along the way, they slaughtered increasingly larger creatures, and their teamwork sparked with brilliance. Lu Chen's melee assaults were like a blade unleashed, growing more frenzied with each strike. Zhang Yifeng's long-range sniping was nearly flawless, each shot aimed at the throat sharp enough to send chills down one's spine. Wen Ruan and Tang Ranran worked together, one providing a shield, while the other offered healing, leaving no gaps and ensuring their backs were thoroughly protected. Meanwhile, Shi Luo sat firmly in the center, her spiritual power spreading like a vast net covering 1,000 meters around her. She could determine which exotic beast was about to launch a sneak attack and which route was the safest without even blinking. She held the entire scene in her palm, preemptively extinguishing any danger before it could approach. Her formidable lizard bloodline pressure grew increasingly intense within the arena, exerting absolute dominance over all exotic beasts. Even the notoriously aggressive high-level beasts became sluggish in her presence, their combat capabilities drastically reduced, paving a smooth path for the team's hunts. At that moment, a piercing beast roar echoed through the jungle, and a domineering aura of a beast king suddenly spread, accompanied by fierce flames of energy sweeping outwards, causing the surrounding exotic beasts to prostrate themselves, afraid to move. The group looked up to see a high-level exotic beast resembling a leopard, entirely red, the flame-patterned beast, appearing ahead with the armored team, led by Chu Qinghua alongside it. He was activating his level spiritual power, the brilliance of the vermilion bird egg hatching bracelet shining brightly, as the egg, which contained Beast King qualities, released its aura with all its might, trying to intimidate the flame-patterned beast and lead the team to surround it. The vermilion bird was the king of all beasts, and its aura naturally held a powerful deterrent effect against all exotic beasts. However, at that moment, Shi Luo's lizard bloodline pressure erupted, unleashing the overwhelming force of her ancient beast lineage, sweeping through the entire depths like a tsunami. The Beast King aura of the vermilion bird egg was instantly crushed under this ancient bloodline. The flame-patterned beast, which had been intimidated by the vermilion bird egg, suddenly broke free from control. Instead, feeling an even stronger bloodline suppression, it became increasingly frantic, abruptly changing direction, abandoning its attack on Chu Qinghua's team and charging straight towards Shi Luo and her companions. At the same time, the vermilion bird egg on Chu Qinghua's wrist trembled violently, its light flickering, as if encountering a natural enemy, its Beast King aura completely dissipating, unable to release even a trace. What's going on? Chu Qinghua's expression changed dramatically as she stared incredulously at her hatching bracelet. Her vermilion bird egg, a rare beast egg containing Beast King qualities, had always exerted absolute deterrence over all exotic beasts, and this situation had never occurred before. It was being completely suppressed by an even stronger bloodline aura, causing an instinctive fear. She suddenly turned to Shi Luo, not far away, her eyes filled with shock and unwillingness, instantly realizing that all of this was the work of Shi Luo's bloodline. It was her top-tier lizard bloodline, which naturally countered the Vermilion Bird's Beast King bloodline, suppressing not only all exotic beasts, but also utterly intimidating her Vermilion Bird egg, rendering it completely ineffective. Shi Luo, you're the one causing trouble. Xu Qingyue scolded sharply, her tone filled with fury. You deliberately suppressed me, with your bloodline despicable and shameless. Shi Luo stepped forward calmly, her posture upright, the aura of her ancient bloodline swirling around her, her gaze calmly fixed on Xu Qingyue, her tone indifferent. The competition of strength includes bloodline talents. Your Vermilion Bird egg is utterly powerless, yet you blame me. With that one sentence, she left Xu Qingyue speechless, her complexion shifting from green to white, trembling with rage. Everyone present understood that this was the absolute suppression of bloodline talent, a natural gap in levels unrelated to methods. It was a matter of Xu Qingyue's own inferior skills. Under the pressure of Shi Luo's bloodline, although the flame-patterned beast was frantic, its movements were restricted. Shi Luo's eyes turned cold, and she immediately commanded, "Make your move." As soon as the words were spoken, Lu Chun took the lead, his mecha consolidating all its power to directly restrain the flame-patterned beast. Zhang Yifeng pinpointed its weakness, delivering precise long-range shots. When Wan and Tang ran in, unleashed their spiritual power to reinforce their defenses. Shi Luo in the center activated all her A-level spiritual power in conjunction with her ancient lizard bloodline, fiercely suppressing the flame-patterned beast's consciousness. The five of them coordinated perfectly their offense like a tidal wave, and in just 10 short minutes, they completely slaughtered the high-level flame-patterned beast. A system notification chimed instantly as Shi Luo's team secured the high-level exotic beast, with super high points directly surpassing Xu Qingyue's armored team, firmly occupying the first place in the entire arena. The outside erupted in excitement, cheers and gasps rising one after another. My goodness. They directly surpassed to first place. The Class C team crushed the Class A elite team. The lizard bloodline is simply too exceptional. It even suppressed the Vermilion Bird Beast King egg directly. Shi Luo is too impressive. Bloodline dominance, strength dominance, double kill on Xu Qingyue. Isn't Xu Qingyue always boasting about the superiority of her Vermilion Bird egg? Now she has met her natural enemy. Xu Qingyue stared at the real-time score rankings, watching her Vermilion Bird egg being crushed, her face pale, with anger, her eyes full of resentment, as she glared at Shi Luo, wishing she could swallow her whole. She had been the center of attention since childhood, never experiencing such humiliation. To be utterly crushed by a Class C Shi Luo in front of the entire school was a complete loss of face. Shi Luo, I will not let you go. Xu Qingyue gritted her teeth, whispering furiously. Shi Luo merely cast her a cold glance, her expression unaffected. To her, Xu Qingyue was merely a stumbling block on her path. This crushing was just a matter of convenience. Her goal had never been to suppress her opponent, but to achieve the highest ranking, forcefully advance to the top class, and enhance her own strength. Without lingering any longer, Shi Luo led her team deeper into the hunting ground, taking advantage of the bloodline suppression to frantically harvest points, leaving other teams far behind. Bai Linghua hid among the crowd, watching Shi Luo shine on the stage, feeling a chill throughout her body as the last shred of her hope was completely shattered. She realized that from now on she would no longer have the qualification to compete with Shi Luo, who had already soared to great heights, shedding the label of a former weakling, becoming a figure that everyone in the school looked up to. In the VIP section, Zhang Sun quietly watched Shi Luo's calm demeanor and her increasing achievements in the arena, his deep eyes filled with fondness and pride, his aura gentle, his heart brimming with pride. He always believed that his wife would never disappoint him, shining with her own brilliance at all times. As soon as the simulated beast hunting assessment ended, the scoreboard exploded. The team led by Shi Luo left the second place, far behind, a true dimensionality reduction strike, making the team championship an indisputable victory. Coupled with a perfect score in the first round of individual combat, her overall ranking soared to first in the entire school. Since the founding of the Imperial Central Military Academy, no one had ever topped both events. As soon as the news broke, the entire campus exploded like a powder keg. Dormitories, training grounds, cafeterias. Everywhere was roaring. This achievement wasn't just remarkable, it was directly shattering the ceiling, a groundbreaking milestone. From this day forward, no one could pretend to ignore the name Shi Luo. The moment the proctor announced the final rankings, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. A stillness so profound that even the sound of breathing could be heard. Then applause and cheers erupted like a boiling cauldron, lifting the roof. Some slammed desks, others whistled, and a few even jumped onto their chairs in excitement. All eyes were fixed on Shi Luo, a mixture of awe, admiration, and disbelief, swirling together, making the air. Who could have imagined? The loser, once ridiculed by Class C, actually crushed the prodigies of the elite classes, the top class, the special class. and even left the school bell's proud achievements far behind. From the abyss to the summit rising against all doubts, such a script would seem too unrealistic if written, yet it was unfolding right before their eyes. The word legend had truly taken shape today. When the news reached class, the entire classroom nearly erupted. Some pounded the tables in approval, some had reddened eyes, and others jumped onto chairs yelling, "Shi Luo is incredible," at the top of their lungs. These Class C students, looked down upon by the entire school, had never imagined they would one day stand in the spotlight. Shi Luo alone shattered the phrase, "no genius in Class C," into dust. When Ran hugged Tang ran crying and laughing at the same time, Lu Chen clenched his fists, veins bulging. Jiang Yifeng adjusted his glasses, unable to suppress the smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The four teammates knew in their hearts following Shi Luo to win first place in the school had not only crushed prejudice, but also paved their entire future path. From today on, no one would dare call them losers. Chu Qingyue stood among the crowd, looking up at the radiant figure on the podium, her expression dark enough to drip water. She gripped the vermilion bird egg incubation bracelet on her wrist so tightly that her knuckles turned white and her joints creaked. The jealousy and hatred surging from her chest nearly burst her apart. But what could hatred do? She lost without even an excuse. Her individual combat was annihilated in 10 seconds, her team coordination crushed to pieces, and even her proudest bloodline talent seemed like child's play before Shi Luo. From now on, the golden foil of Genius School Bell was completely shattered. Superiority. Not a trace left. Bai Linghua shrank into the most inconspicuous corner of the crowd, wishing she could curl herself into a ball and stuff herself into a crack in the wall. She lowered her head, her eyelashes trembling violently, not daring to even breathe audibly, afraid that the rise and fall of her chest would attract the sweeping gaze of that sharp, piercing stare. Shi Luo stood on the podium far away, yet she felt that gaze like a knife ready to cut into her at any moment. The unspeakable past between her and Liang Yin was like a thorn stuck in her throat, impossible to swallow or spit out. If it were ever exposed, she dared not think. Every footstep, every whisper made her flinch. She was in constant anxiety, like a frightened bird trapped in the shadow of fear she had sown herself unable to. The proctor holding the assessment results loudly announced the final class promotion and demotion results with a solemn tone. This monthly exam, the overall ranking first in the entire school, Shi Luo. According to the Academy's assessment rules, Shi Luo from Class C, whose performance far exceeded the elite class standards, was, after joint deliberation by the school and the military department, exceptionally promoted directly to the Academy's top-tier special class, skipping the elite Class B and Class A. The 5 words, top-tier special class, resounded like thunder through the entire venue. Everyone was stunned, staring at Shi Luo with disbelief on their face. The top-tier special class was the most elite class in the Mecha Academy, and the entire school, with no more than 20 students, all the Empire's top geniuses, enjoying the best resources, the best instructors, and the best training conditions. It had always recruited only those with exceptional talent and top-tier strength, and there had never been a precedent of a student from an ordinary class being directly promoted into it. Shi Luo was the first, from Class C, directly ascending to the top-tier special class. Such a leap was unprecedented, completely rewriting the account. The news synchronized across the Star Network, causing a frenzy. Shi Luo's name once again swept the entire network, becoming the focus of interstellar discussion. The military department even officially retweeted the assessment results, subtly supporting her, firmly cementing her reputation as a genius. Shi Luo stood on the platform, her expression still calm and composed, without a trace of arrogance or pride. Her brows were serene, as if this unprecedented honor was merely what she had expected. She had always possessed such strength, the foundation of an apocalypse queen coupled with the top-tier lizard bloodline and a level psychic power. She deserved this honor, deserved the spot in the top-tier special class. The vice principal personally took the stage to award her the monthly exam champion medal and the admission letter to the special class, his tone full of admiration. Shi Luo, your strength fully qualifies you for the special class. The future is promising. Continue to improve and bring glory to the Empire. Thank you, Principal. Shi Luo nodded slightly, her tone steady. She took the medal and the letter, standing tall and composed, exuding the aura of a leading heroine. After the awards ceremony, Zhan Sun slowly walked down from the VIP seats, straight to Shi Luo. Under the gaze of the entire school, he naturally took her hand, his palm warm and his eyes filled with adoration. Are you tired? He asked in a low, magnetic voice audible only to the two of them. Feeling the warmth of his palm and looking at the man whose eyes were full of her, the coldness in Shi Luo's eyes melted away, revealing a trace of tenderness reserved only for him. She nodded gently. The monthly exam concluded. With the top score in the entire school, she was exceptionally promoted to the top-tier special class, completing her ultimate reversal. But this was only the beginning. The top-tier special class offered more elite geniuses, superior resources, a broader stage, and also fiercer competition and greater challenge. Her beast egg Xiao Huehue had not yet hatched, her lizard bloodline was not fully awakened. she still had a long way to go. The cheers around were still fervent. Sunlight spilled onto the hands they held together, reflecting boundless radiance. The interstellar legend of Shi Luo had just begun its most brilliant prologue. The warmth of the monthly exams turnaround had yet to dissipate, and the news of Shi Luo, once considered a waste in Class C being promoted to the elite class of the Mecha Academy, had already spread like wildfire throughout the Empire's first Central Military Academy, even making waves across the interstellar network. What a privilege it is to witness this. The trending topics firmly secured on the hot search list, the entire internet was focused on this top-level guide, who had turned the tables watching to see if she could establish a foothold in the elite class filled with geniuses. The elite class has always been the pinnacle of the military academy, consisting of only 16 students, each a genius nurtured by the Empire's top families possessing S-class mental powers and S-class mecha skills. Each of them came from illustrious backgrounds, gifted beyond compare, having enjoyed the best resources for training since childhood, and carried an innate arrogance that made them look down on Shi Luo, who had climbed up from the bottom of Class C. Even though she relied on her strength in the previous exam competition rather than the title of the Marshal's wife in the eyes of these exceptionally talented prodigies, she was still unworthy of mention. At 7 in the morning, Shi Luo donned the brand new special uniform of the elite class, her posture straight, with a cool demeanor, as she stepped alone into the elite class classroom, located on the highest floor of the military academy, which enjoyed exclusive training resources. The silver liquid metal uniform clung to her form, flowing with deep blue light patterns like a pulsating heartbeat, enhancing her aura, cold and fierce as a polar abyss. At this moment, she showed no hint of cowardice, but rather exuded the sharpness of a queen forged through countless battles. A cold light like streams of data emanated from her brows, and her fingertips seemed capable of igniting electromagnetic pulses in the void. Her footsteps were calm as she walked over the shattered crystalline floor, each step sending ripples of energy like spiderwebs. The overwhelming sense of pressure around her, akin to dark matter, silently enveloped the air, causing it to freeze in place. The classroom, once buzzing with chatter, fell into a sudden silence the moment she pushed the door open, as if someone had grabbed. Dozens of gazes shot towards her like poisoned arrows, some scrutinizing, as sharp as knives, some disdainful, like ice spikes, some envious like raging fire, and others dismissive like cold ash. There was not a shred of goodwill nor a hint of welcome. Instead, there was blatant, unmasked rejection and hostility. The air thickened like an iron curtain near such a trivial scene. Unfazed, she cast a cold glance around, knowing that this first entry into the battlefield required no words. Is this the one who climbed up from Class C due to connections? Does she really think she can join our elite class just because of an inexplicable standout performance in the monthly exam? Just a stroke of luck, awakening a bit of bloodline, and she dares to use the Marshal's wife identity to cut corners. Is she even worthy to be in the same class as us? A poor wretch crawling out of the mud dares to step onto our stage. She should hurry back to Class C and stop being an eyesore here. The harsh mockery echoed unrestrainedly. A youth seated in the center of the classroom suddenly slammed the table and stood up, unleashing an S-class sentinel pressure that erupted violently, radiating the arrogance of a top-tier family heir, fixating his brilliant gaze on Shi Luo. His name was Qiu Zhe, a genius youth heir to the Empire's top family and S-class peak sentinel, and firmly among the top 3 in mecha control within the elite class. He was a devoted follower of Chu Qingyue, and this attack on Shi Luo was entirely at her covert behest, intending to teach her a lesson, making her lose face publicly, and ensuring she couldn't even touch the door to the elite class, forcing her out. As his words fell, the students in the classroom echoed in agreement, their eyes filled with disdain, their energy directed at Shi Luo, forming a fierce encirclement intended to crush her spirit. Meanwhile, a concealed communicator in the corner of the classroom was transmitting everything happening here in real time to Chu Qingyue of the elite class. Chu Qingyue sat in her seat, gently stroking the Zhuke egg on her wrist, a cruel smile flashing in her eyes. She had long anticipated that the elite class would not welcome Shi Luo. They had their backgrounds and talents inherently looking down on others. Thus, she had preemptively instructed Qiu Zhe to take action, intending to make Shi Luo's life in the elite class unbearable, ridiculed, and ostracized by all, ultimately hoping she would voluntarily withdraw. She had also secretly bribed the elite class training instructor, ensuring that in all subsequent assessments and resource allocations, Shi Luo would be deliberately made to suffer, setting up a series of traps that would leave her exposed and ridiculed before the entire school. Facing the hostility and ridicule from the entire classroom, Shi Luo remained unfazed, her steps unbroken, her expression indifferent, with no waves in her eyes, even too lazy to spare a glance at these clowns. In the apocalypse, she had seen far worse schemes and exclusion. Arguing with words was never her style. Crushing her enemies with strength and publicly slapping their faces was the most direct and satisfying way. To shoot the rider, first shoot the horse. To beat the dog, first hit the dog's head. She walked straight to the empty seat in the last row of the classroom, placed her mecha textbook down, and unleashed her Class-Guide mental power enveloped in the overwhelming pressure of her ancient lizard bloodline, sweeping through the entire classroom like a tsunami. The once boisterous Shin Zhe found his class sentinel pressure instantly crushed, as if an invisible hand had seized his throat. His face turned pale, his body trembled violently, and he staggered back 2 steps, unable to utter a word. The pressure in the entire classroom suddenly reversed. How terrifying! All hostility directed at Shi Luo was violently countered by the might of her bloodline. The students who had just ridiculed and threatened her turned pale, their bodies stiffening as a primal fear from their bloodlines surged within them. Looking at Shi Luo, their gazes shifted from disdain to terror. What kind of terrifying bloodline pressure is this? How could it crush an class sentinel? Shi Luo slowly took her seat, raised her gaze, and swept her cold eyes across the room, her voice frigid and piercing. In the elite class, only strength matters, not background. It's all about combat, not verbal sparring. Anyone who is unconvinced can challenge me at any time, be it mecha mental power or actual combat. Choose whatever you like. But anyone who dares to bark again will find it won't be as simple as a warning of pressure. Her tone was calm, her demeanor unperturbed, yet it carried an undeniable force hidden beneath a veneer of killing intent that silenced the entire room. No one dared to utter another mocking word. Xiaozhe clutched his chest, shocked and angry, yet no longer daring to provoke her, his eyes filled with unwillingness and fear. At that moment, the elite class training instructor Lei Ben entered the room, his gaze deliberately skimming over Shi Luo, ignoring her as he coldly announced, "Today's elite class training involves individual mecha challenge trials. The one with the lowest score will be stripped of all training resources for the week. Now step forward in order." Instructor Lei's tone was cutting, his gaze subtly sweeping over Shi Luo, clearly aiming to target her. The challenge difficulty of the elite class was hellish, and since Shi Luo had just joined and had no prior training, she would surely be the last. In the shadows, Chu Qingwei received the news and smirked with a sinister smile, waiting for Shi Luo to embarrass herself. Shi Luo stood up, her expression still calm, but a sharp glint flashed in her eyes. The special elite class mech training arena was already crowded with students from various classes who had rushed over to witness the spectacle. All the faculty and students wanted to see whether this promoted girl from Class C was a true genius or just a beneficiary of connections. How could Chu Qingwei miss such a performance? She led her entourage of sycophants swaggering in to claim the front row viewing seats. With her arms crossed and a cold serpentine smile on her lips, the delight in her eyes was palpable, clearly saying, "Shi Luo, struggle all you want to. I am waiting for the moment you fail miserably and become the laughingstock of the entire school." The challenge platform stood tall in the center of the arena, consisting of 10 levels, each guarded by high-level mech puppets. The difficulty escalated dramatically. Even the top students from the elite class could only reach the 8th level, and no one had ever cleared all the levels. "Xiaozhe, it's your turn," the instructor called coldly. Xiaozhe gathered his thoughts and climbed into his customized mech, stepping confidently onto the challenge platform. He had consistently ranked among the top 3 in the elite class and was very familiar with the challenge process. After a fierce battle, he successfully reached the 7th level, but ultimately lost to the puppet and was eliminated. Result: 7th level pass. The instructor announced loudly, his tone filled with approval. The viewing area erupted into a frenzy of cheers, the sound nearly shaking the roof. Xiaozhe smirked proudly like a peacock displaying its feathers, casting a cold glance at Shi Luo below, his eyes filled with blatant provocation, seemingly saying, "Watch closely, this is true strength." Then the elite class students took turns to compete, one after another, all falling short at the 8th level. The best result: the 8th level. No one cleared it without exception. "Shi Luo, it's your turn." As the instructor's voice fell, the entire arena fell silent. All gazes turned to Shi Luo, some curious, some doubtful, and others openly mocking. No one spoke, but the silent pressure was more suffocating than any heckling. She felt like she was under the spotlight with nowhere to hide, all waiting to see her humiliate. Chu Qingyu's smile grew more pronounced, while Bai Linghua lowered her head, concealing her own pride, just waiting to see Shi Luo's miserable defeat. Ignoring all gazes, Shi Luo leaped onto her silver glass prototype mech. As the cockpit closed, her mental energy instantly synchronized with the mech. The ancient lizard bloodline power quietly surged, and she fused into the mech, exuding an overwhelming presence. Challenge begins. The audience fixed their eyes on the arena, but in the next moment, everyone was wide-eyed in shock. With a command from the instructor, the first-level mech puppet sprang forth like a cheetah, claws tearing through the air, heading straight for Shi Luo's face. The assault was relentless, every move aimed at critical points, brutally fierce. The audience held their breath, fixated on the arena, waiting to see how she would escape in such a dire situation. Shi Luo controlled the mech without hesitation, her movements so swift that they left afterimages. Her combat skills from the apocalypse seamlessly merged with interstellar mech techniques, each strike targeting the puppet's weak points, crisp and decisive with no unnecessary motions. First level 1-second kill. Second level 3 seconds to defeat. Third, fourth, fifth levels, like a hot knife, through butter unstoppable. The mech puppets before her were like paper, utterly powerless to retaliate. Her control was precise and ruthless, with speed, strength, and strategy all reaching perfection, completely overpowering every student in the elite class. The viewing area first fell into dead silence. Even the sound of breathing disappeared. Everyone seemed glued to their seats. Then gasps erupted like a volcanic explosion, shaking the entire arena with a buzzing sound. Some were in disbelief, others stood up in excitement, and some leaned forward instinctively, as if to confirm they weren't mistaken. The shock and fervor swept through the audience, impossible to contain. My God, this control is insane. Instant kills. All instant kills. She's reached the 6th level already. Faster than Xiaozhe. She's not from Class C, she's clearly a mech prodigy. Chu Qingyu's smile instantly froze her face, gradually paling, disbelief filling her eyes as she stared fixedly at the arena, her body tense. How could this be possible? How could Shi Luo possess such formidable strength? Bai Linghua trembled all over, her earlier pride replaced entirely by worry. On the arena, Shi Luo was unstoppable, sweeping through effortlessly to the 9th level, facing the strongest puppet king. Boom. The sound of energy colliding was deafening as Shi Luo controlled the mech, unleashing all her mental energy, the bloodline pressure amplifying, delivering a decisive blow that shattered the puppet king of the 9th level. Without a moment's pause, she charged directly into the 10th level, the ultimate challenge. Everyone in the audience stood up, holding their breath, fixated on the arena, their hearts racing wildly. 10 seconds. Just 10 seconds again. With a massive crash, the ultimate puppet collapsed. The challenge completion alert blared loudly, and red completion lights illuminated the entire training ground. Challenge successful, breaking the highest record in the history of the elite class. Result: complete clearance of all 10 levels. The piercing and shocking alert echoed throughout the military academy. Unprecedented. The first student to clear all levels since the establishment of the elite class. The entire audience fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone was dumbfounded, their minds blank. Shi Luo slowly emerged from the mech, standing tall, her expression cold and composed, showing no signs of fatigue, as if she had merely taken a routine exam. She lifted her gaze directly towards the pale-faced Xiaozhe, her voice cold and resonant, echoing throughout the arena. Just now you said I was unworthy to be in the elite class. Xiaozhe trembled at her words, humiliated under the gaze of the entire audience, unable to utter a single word. Say that again. Each word resonated with absolute strength, overwhelming. Xiaozhe's face turned beet red, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Shi Luo then turned to the instructor Lei Ben, who had deliberately made things difficult for her, her eyes icy, her pressure rising, causing the instructor to stiffen instantly, no longer daring to harbor any intention of targeting her. In the viewing area, Chu Qingyue felt a chill all over, her eyes filled with resentment. The carefully laid traps were shattered into pieces by Shi Luo's overwhelming strength. The entire audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers, deafening. Shi Luo, Shi Luo, Shi Luo. The cheers rose and fell, drowning out everything else. Students from all classes shouted madly, completely conquered by Shi Luo's strength. The elite class students no longer felt any rejection or hostility. Strength conquered them, and admiration replaced all. Their gazes towards Shi Luo were filled with awe and submission. With absolute strength, breaking records and crushing all provocations, this was the confidence of the queen of the apocalypse. In the shadows, Chu Qingyue clenched her fists, her nails digging into her flesh, her eyes filled with boundless hatred. She would not let this go. The small gray egg that Shi Luo was still nurturing was her next target for schemes. After the hard-fought, record-breaking challenge of the elite class, Shi Luo had completely sealed her divinity. Throughout the school, from instructors to students, no one dared to cast a single doubtful glance. Those who once mocked and isolated her now all bowed in reverence and admiration. She confidently took her seat in the elite class, freely choosing top-tier cultivation resources, using as much as she desired. While others would have been elated, Shi Luo didn't even raise her lips. She simply tucked her achievement plaque into her pocket, training when necessary and reviewing her tactics with heavy steps. Sealing her divinity. That was not the end, it wasn't even a comma. She was well aware, in this jungle of the weak, preying on the strong, there were no ceilings to power, only higher mountains. To remain untouchable at the military academy, she needed to strengthen her teammates, pushing everyone to climb with all their might. The Hansen training course of the elite class was merely an appetizer. For the rest of the time, she either locked herself in the mecha training room, repeatedly honing her control skills until her fingers went numb and her nerves nearly burned out, or she secluded herself in the closed-door room, fiercely solidifying her mental strength and refining the thin, ancient lizard bloodline within her. Her schedule was unwavering, her actions decisive and swift. That ferocity and calmness made her appear as the queen who once slaughtered through a tide of corpses in the apocalypse, now returning to her throne. Zhan Sun remained her strongest support, delivering top-tier mental energy, nurturing crystals, and mecha upgrade components daily, yet never interfering with her decisions. He only appeared silently when she needed him, providing the gentlest protection. The feelings between them grew ever stronger through their shared experiences and guardianship. One day after finishing her training, Shi Luo returned to the exclusive incubation room on the Marshal's floating island. Just as she pushed open the door, the small gray egg, which had been quietly lying in the top-tier incubation pod, suddenly trembled violently. The dull gray color of the eggshell was instantaneously torn apart by dazzling dark golden patterns like molten lava surging forth, leaving a breath of life so overwhelming it was suffocating, erupted, the shockwave sweeping through the entire incubation room with a deafening roar. The premium energy crystal outer shell cracked instantly, the instruments screamed in malfunction, and an ancient and fierce pressure descended. Brilliant dark golden patterns lit up, and the overwhelming breath of life exploded. This was no mere incubation, it was clearly the awakening of an ancient behemoth. Buzz. The small gray egg heated up furiously, the shell shook violently, emitting a buzzing sound. A breath of ancient bloodline energy rivaling that of Shi Luo surged forth from the egg, resonating strongly with the lizard bloodline around her. Shi Luo's pupils constricted suddenly as she rushed forward. Her mental energy dared not slacken in the slightest. Cautiously she extended it, instantly connecting with the still buzzing and trembling small gray egg. In the next moment, a bond originating from the depths of their bloodlines instantly connected the two. The life energy within the small gray egg grew increasingly intense, restless, and frantically absorbing the top-tier energy crystals in the incubation pod, devouring the energy at a visibly rapid pace. Not enough. The energy isn't enough. Shi Luo's gaze sharpened, and she instantly understood that the opportunity for the small gray egg to hatch had arrived. But the required energy far exceeded expectations. She just never expected this little guy would actively issue a reminder. Without a moment's hesitation, she directly took out a whole box of S-grade energy crystals and ancient beast essence prepared by Zhan Sun, pouring them all into the incubation pod, while channeling all her A-grade mental energy, infusing her ancient lizard bloodline power into the small gray egg. The gentle mental energy and the overwhelming bloodline power surged into the small gray egg like a tide, the dark golden patterns on the eggshell becoming increasingly brilliant, illuminating the entire incubation room, shooting up into the sky, directly piercing through the floating island and soaring into the starry clouds. Meanwhile, in the entire Empire's premier Central Military Academy, all the exotic beasts and beast eggs emitted roars of submission, crawling on the ground. It was a fear stemming from their bloodlines, causing them to tremble, willingly moved. That primal fear originating from the depths of their bloodlines, like the arrival of a natural enemy, like a throne crushing down. In the elite class, the Zhuke egg on Chu Qingyu's wrist trembled violently once more. The originally dazzling red light had completely dimmed, and at this moment the aura of the Zhuke Beast King was completely suppressed, even causing fine cracks to appear on the eggshell. This was the King Beast egg that had been heavily anticipated by the entire star sector. Countless eyes had once focused on it, the Academy's higher-ups, the Empire's leaders, military giants, and various beast masters. All were holding their breath, awaiting the day it would emerge, waiting for the overwhelming pressure of royal blood capable of crushing everything to descend. But now, it was overshadowed by the energy waves that made all beasts submit. What's happening? My Zhuke egg. Chu Qingyu's face turned as pale as paper, her pupils shrank to pinpricks, staring fixedly at the Zhuke egg that was supposed to be reborn in flames. The eggshell was covered in strange veins, writhing like a living creature, the murky light flickering, exuding a chilling aura of death. She felt a chill run down her spine, her bloodline in turmoil, her scalp prickling as if she had fallen into an ice cave. She could clearly sense that an ancient bloodline far surpassing that of the Zhuke Beast King was forcefully hatching, completely stabilizing her Zhuke egg. And this sudden surge of powerful bloodline energy was all too familiar to her. It was Shi Luo. It was Shi Luo's inconspicuous small gray egg on the Marshal's floating island in the incubation room. The small gray egg trembled more and more violently. Cracks began to appear on the eggshell. Golden light burst through, illuminating the entire room. The overwhelming aura of the ancient divine beast swept across the entire floating island, even spreading to the capital of the empire. Zhan Sun felt this powerful bloodline aura and rushed into the incubation room, seeing the trembling small gray egg in the light, his deep eyes filled with shock and indulgence. He trembled as he gently touched the eggshell, disbelief surging in his eyes, soon overwhelmed by a flood of affection. Little one, you are finally about to come out. He immediately released his SS-grade sentinel pressure, protecting the entire incubation room, and ordered Shen Bo to activate the highest alert, preventing any external interference to safeguard Shi Luo and the small gray egg. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Zhan Sun stood beside Shi Luo, tightly holding her hand, channeling his pure sentinel energy through their clasped fingers, continuously supplying her, lending her his strength. With each ounce of energy delivered, his complexion grew paler, veins bulging at his temples. With Jansun's support, Shi Luo's mental energy stabilized even more, the bloodline resonance reaching its peak. The cracks in the small gray egg grew larger, the countdown to hatching commenced. Across the starry expanse, all exotic beasts and powerful beings with ancient bloodlines felt this astonishing phenomenon, astonished, turning their gazes towards the imperial capital and the Marshal's floating island. A divine beast egg defying the heavens was about to break free. Next, we can foresee another brilliant moment for Shi Luo, destined to shock the entire scene. Inside the incubation chamber, the golden light had thickened like spilled molten gold, and a towering pillar of light illuminated the entire base. The shell of the small gray egg had completely cracked into a spiderweb pattern. Under the double assault of the cold flame rising from Shi Luo's palm and the rolling crimson flame on Jansun's body, it finally reached its limit. Crack! Crack! Each fracturing sound exploded like a detonator by the ear, shaking the floor violently. The surging tide of energy, almost overflowing, made everyone's hair stand on end. The first piece of shell trembled and fell off, and from the gap burst a dazzling golden light, revealing a tuft of golden fluff beneath, as soft as a little blanket woven from nebula, making one want to reach out and give it a squeeze. But before anyone could get a clear look, a surge of aura exploded, far purer, wilder, and more arrogant than the one on Shi Luo, as if the ancient lizard divine beast itself was slapping the table and shouting, "Here I come." The air twisted on the spot. The incubation chamber's alarms went mad with shrill howls, red lights flashing wildly. Even Jansun, a hardened man accustomed to grand spectacles, couldn't help but take half a step back. This little thing, was it going to punch a hole through the sky? The next second, the eggshell exploded with a bang into a shower of golden dust. A palm-sized creature made its dazzling debut, its entire body covered in golden scales that dazzled the eyes, a pair of vertical pupils, like stars, scanning the scene from above with the majesty of an ancient divine beast, like a newly crowned, irritable baby emperor. Yet it landed steadily on Shi Luo's palm, tilted its little head, and let out a fiercely cute yawn. Shi Luo's mouth twitched for a long time. Is that it? Ancient fisher dragon lizard. As far as I can see, it's just a little gecko that glows golden. The little creature immediately turned back and stuck its tongue out at her. While its temper was completely inversely proportional to its appearance, the more miniature, the more arrogant. But the next second, the little fellow sidled up, nuzzled affectionately against Shi Luo's fingertip, and let out a soft, cooing, joo sound like a golden dumpling that knew how to act cute. However, the golden light flowing around it was by no means weak. That ancient divine beast's pressure swept in all directions like a tidal wave, making everyone present's legs go weak. Make no mistake. The ancient fisher dragon lizard, the top-tier divine beast in interstellar legends, whose bloodline surpasses all beast kings. It naturally masters the power of space and thunder, and in adulthood destroying stars and moons is like child's play. The vermilion bird, white tiger, and other so-called beast kings are not even worthy of carrying its shoes. This palm-sized little gecko is the true sovereign of. The moment the fisher dragon lizard was born, its pressure exploded like an interstellar nuclear bomb, instantly sweeping through the entire military academy and the entire imperial capital city. The moment this little creature opened its eyes, that peerless divine beast aura overwhelmed everyone, making it hard to breathe. The alien beasts that were scattered everywhere now prostrated themselves in unison, heads on the ground, bodies trembling like sieves, not daring to breathe, as if the entire planet was kowtowing to this newly crowned baby emperor. Just as the fisher dragon lizard let out a fiercely cute yawn, Chu Qingyue met her misfortune. The vermilion bird egg in her arms, which had been radiating red light and extraordinary aura, now had its light snuffed out, as if someone had extinguished it completely. Cracks on the eggshell rapidly expanded with a series of crack-crack sounds. That proud beast king aura vanished without a trace, and the entire egg lay lifeless like a crushed broken lantern. The divine beast's pressure rampaged recklessly, directly shattering the vitality within the egg, not to mention being unable to hatch in the short term. It might even be completely ruined. Chu Qingyue spat out a mouthful of blood, her face as pale as paper. Her spiritual energy buzzed, and her head throbbed from the pressure, causing her to stagger back several steps, almost losing her balance. She stared fixedly at the palm-sized golden lizard in Shi Luo's hand, her eyes filled with despair and resentment. Why? The vermilion bird egg she had painstakingly nurtured, a noble beast king bloodline, didn't even dare to let out a fart in front of this little gecko. Bloodline suppression. It was that unreasonable. Complete domination, no chance to fight back. Chu Qingyue gritted her teeth so hard they nearly broke the fire in her heart, making her tremble all over. In the incubation chamber of the Marshal's floating island, the golden light had not yet dissipated. Shi Luo looked down at the palm-sized golden lizard in her hand. The little creature was squinting, its vertical pupils nuzzling her fingerprints in a milky, affectionate way. The bloodline bond that had entangled since the egg was like an invisible thread stretching from her fingertip straight to her heart. A trace of tenderness couldn't help but flicker in her eyes. In this vast interstellar world, this was another close kin of hers. Zhan stood beside her, his deep eyes reflecting the golden glow, so amazed that he almost forgot to breathe. The ancient fisher dragon lizard, the legendary sovereign of all beasts, was now obediently lying in his woman's palm. Without a word, he reached out and pulled Shi Luo along with the dragon into his embrace. His chin rested on the top of her head, his voice low and resolute. "Our treasure." This single word referred both to the dragon and to her. The shocking phenomenon of the ancient fisher dragon lizard's birth could no longer be concealed, instantly spreading throughout the entire military academy and the entire interstellar realm. Headlines such as Shi Luo hatches ancient divine beast and fisher dragon lizard crushes vermilion bird beast king exploded across the star net, with readings exceeding 100 billion, shocking the entire network. All the teachers and students looked up toward the floating island, their eyes filled with nothing but shock. Those who had once mocked Shi Luo as a class loser now had their mouths clamped tighter than clamshells, their faces showing only awe. The elite class students were completely convinced, each with bowed heads and obedient eyes, daring to show no disrespect. Are you kidding? She was the one who had hatched an ancient fisher dragon lizard. Who would dare to cause trouble? The news spread like wings throughout the school. From being at the bottom of Class C to a counterattack in the elite class, then to hatching a divine beast and bloodline suppression, Shi Luo's journey was a continuous string of highlights and domination. Everyone was spreading the word this person was a living interstellar legend. Shi Luo held the newborn fisher dragon lizard, named it Hui Shi, and returned to the military academy on the Marshal's exclusive airship, walking out slowly. Wherever she passed, all cadets and instructors bowed in salute, their eyes filled with reverence. No one dared to meet her gaze. They spontaneously cleared a path. The entire audience submitted, worshipping and saluting. After the news spread, by Linghua curled up on her dormitory bed, pulling the blanket over her head, trembling all over like a sieve. Whenever a footstep sounded outside the door, her heart would clench, painfully afraid that Shi Luo would come to settle old scores. As for Chu Qingyue, she was in a miserable state. Her spiritual energy was riddled with holes. The vermilion bird egg was completely ruined, and her former lofty goddess facade had shattered into pieces. The looks from the teachers and students changed from envy to mockery. The group of sycophants who had swarmed around her vanished without a trace. Once a radiant, favored daughter of heaven, she had now fallen into the mud. Shi Luo stood in the center of the military academy, her posture tall and commanding, aura fully unleashed. The little golden one in her palm emitted divine beast pressure, and ancient bloodlines swirled around her. Behind her was the Imperial Marshal, who doted on and protected her, radiating a dazzling, blinding light. This scene became one of the classic, iconic moments in the Academy's history. With absolute strength, Shi Luo ascended to the summit of the military academy, becoming the universally recognized #1 goddess of the entire school. The news arrived even faster than anticipated. A weighty directive from the military academy headquarters sent shockwaves across campus. The Imperial Interstellar off-campus beast hunting mission had officially commenced. Do not underestimate this mission. It is the Academy's most prestigious field exercise, open only to an elite few. Only the top-tier cadets are permitted to form teams and venture into the interstellar beast canyon, where they must engage high-rank beasts in real combat and retrieve their crystalline cores. Every step within the canyon bristles with lethal peril, yet it also offers the swiftest path to redemption. Even more daunting mission performance directly counts toward graduation credits, far more intense than any failing grade. Outstanding performers earn direct commissioning by the Imperial Military Command, access to top-tier mechs and rare bloodline-enhancing serums. Each prize alone sufficient to spare an ordinary person a decade of struggle. The Academy's elite cadets' eyes burned with fierce ambition. They clenched fists and flexed muscles, eager to storm the canyon at once. Opportunity stood before them. Now was the time to stake one's life upon it. The announcement ignited chaos across campus. Cadets surged with manic energy, eyes gleaming with predatory hunger. Who wouldn't seize a chance to prove themselves in the Beast Canyon? Direct military commissioning, elite mechs, rare bloodline serums. Any single reward guaranteed lifelong security. Students from the Special Excellence class swaggered with newfound pride, granted automatic eligibility. They strode with windswept confidence, already casting themselves as the mission's central vanguard, noses tilted skyward in undisguised arrogance. And Shi Luo, as the Academy's top-ranked cadet and master of the celestial rift dragon lizard, she became the most coveted asset on campus. Squad leaders descended upon her like starving wolves. Some thrust gifts into her hands, others pounded their chests in solemn oaths, and a few even dropped to their knees, begging to be carried to victory. A faint twitch flickered at the corner of Shi Luo's mouth. She knew full well in life-or-death combat, synergy mattered more than raw power. Teaming up with strangers invited disaster. and who would shoulder the blame when things went awry. Without hesitation, she parted the crowd and sought out her closest allies, when Ruantang ran Lu Chun and Jiang Yifeng. At their first glance, silent understanding passed between them. This was no ordinary mission. They were about to undertake something extraordinary. The strongest squad reassembled on the spot. After all, in her past life, Shi Luo had ruled the post-apocalyptic world. She understood team warfare better. Her discernment in choosing comrades was razor-sharp when Ruantang ran Lu Chun and Jiang Yifeng possessed unwavering integrity, formidable skill, and profound mutual trust. No weak links, no liabilities. Perfect partners for battle side by side. Their brilliance had already blazed during the previous monthly advancement trials. Seamless coordination had long since been forged. Moves flowed instinctively. No words or glances needed to anticipate each other's intent. These four would undoubtedly become her most reliable companions as they ventured into the stars. Their 5-member squad now stood complete, augmented by Hui Shi, the newly hatched ancient celestial rift dragon lizard, at Shi Luo's side. Though no larger than a palm, Hui Shi could make even a decorated war hero retreat half a step with a single glare. This squad represented the Academy's ultimate configuration, combat power pushed to its absolute peak. Word spread swiftly, and envy bubbled over campus. Admiration was inevitable, yet all knew one truth: this squad was the undisputed favorite to claim victory in the beast hunting mission. Meanwhile, Chu Qingyue, broken, disgraced, and utterly abandoned, languished unnoticed in the shadows like discarded refuse. No one gathered around her anymore, no one whispered flattery behind her back. Goddess, genius. Not even a passing glance came her way. She crouched in her dormitory listening to cadets passionately debate the beast hunting mission and praise Shi Luo's legendary squad in the hallway. Her nails dug deep into her palms until blood welled, yet she felt no pain. She refused to accept defeat. She had to turn the tide. Even if only breath remained, she would reclaim this victory. But reality loomed mercilessly. Her spiritual energy had been shattered by Hui Shi's overwhelming aura. The vermilion phoenix egg had turned irreversibly inert, and her reputation lay in ruins. The greater her former glory, the deeper her present humiliation. The interstellar beast hunting mission was her final lifeline. If she secured top-tier rewards, she could restore her spiritual energy, revive the beast egg, and piece together her shattered dignity. Biting her lip, crimson fury smoldered in her eyes. She knew full well how formidable Shi Luo's squad truly was. Anchored by the ancient celestial rift dragon lizard, fortified by 5 perfectly synchronized elite warriors. Victory seemed all but inevitable. Even if Chu Qingyue sacrificed her very life, she could never assemble a team rivaling theirs. Victory, a delusion. Yet jealousy, once ignited, reduced reason to ash. She refused to contemplate failure. Only Shi Luo's death consumed her. And so Chu Qingyue chose the path of utter desperation. Under cover of night, her trembling fingers dialed an encrypted channel into the interstellar black market. With her last remaining credits, she purchased a high-tier frenzy beast activation talisman. Through intermediaries, she secretly colluded with a notorious interstellar pirate syndicate operating within the Beast Canyon. Setting a lethal trap from within, she intended to ensure Shi Luo and her elite squad never left the canyon alive. Within the Beast Canyon, she would trigger a frenzied beast swarm and coordinate with pirates to encircle and annihilate Shi Luo's squad, ensuring Shi Luo vanished forever among the stars. What she could not possess, Shi Luo would never claim. Every loss she endured would be repaid in Shi Luo's blood. Once preparations were complete, a cold, murderous gleam flashed in Chu Qingyue's eyes, before she resumed an expression of serene indifference, waiting only for Shi Luo's squad to enter the canyon and trigger the fatal ambush. Shi Luo, however, sensed danger long before it manifested. As the queen of the apocalypse, her instincts were exquisitely honed, and Chu Qingyue's seething hatred, her petty machinations were transparent to her gaze. Silent and unflinching, Shi Luo made meticulous preparations, calibrating her mech, stockpiling spirit energy elixirs, and having Hui Shi acclimate to beast signatures, ready, poised, and vigilant. Zhan Sun, deeply concerned for her safety, discreetly deployed an elite Imperial Guard unit to shadow her, ever ready to intervene. Yet he honored her autonomy, standing firmly as her unwavering pillar of support. Tread carefully, I await your safe return. Before departure, Zhan Sun held her tightly, pressing a tender kiss to her forehead. His SS glass sentinel pheromones enveloped her gently, imbuing her with unshakable resolve. Shi Luo nodded, her gaze sharpening with lethal intensity. Chu Qingyue wished to weave a death trap. Perfect. She would use this very opportunity to settle every old score, staging a breathtaking, explosive hunt within the Beast Canyon, forcing Chu Qingyue to reap the bitter fruits of her own malice, plunging her irrevocably into ruin. The Academy's finest cadets assembled aboard Imperial starships, which ascended swiftly toward the perilous interstellar Beast Canyon. Hui Shi, though newly hatched, possessed prodigious strength, widely acknowledged as peerless even in infancy, effortlessly suppressing high-ranked beasts, and serving as Shi Luo's most formidable battlefield ally. No one imagined that the gentle, affectionate infant beast usually nestled quietly in Shi Luo's tunic would transform into a ruthless warrior in combat, its divine aura sweeping adversaries aside, proving itself the ultimate tactical advantage. The interstellar warship settled steadily onto the ground the moment its hatch opened. A violent gust, laced with the stench of blood and scorched earth, rushed and choking everyone into coughs. All competing cadets filed down the ramp to behold an endless expanse of monstrous canyons, dark red cliffs jagged and gnawed, as if by colossal beasts crisscrossed with deep ravines stretching beyond sight. The air hung thick with the oppressive aura of monstrous beasts, a palpable suffocating mist that tightened scalps and coiled tension deep within the bones. From afar rose a cacophony of guttural roars, some low and thunderous, others piercing like infant wails, originating from no discernible direction. Instinctively, every hand clenched weapons, footsteps softened, yet hearts hammered uncontrollably. Small squads dispersed swiftly, like water seeping into fissures, vanishing into the canyon's depths. Shi Luo led her 5-person team, when Ruantang ran Lu Chun and Jiang Yifeng, with unwavering composure. Their formation remained flawlessly tight. A single glance sufficed to shift positions seamlessly. Xiao Huishi nestled quietly within Shi Luo's tunic, revealing only a fluffy golden head. Its vertically slitted pupils darted vigilantly across the terrain, tense as a cat bristling at threat. Though diminutive in stature, its faint yet unmistakable divine beast aura had already begun to permeate the air. Low-tier monsters within dozens of meters cowered into crevices, too terrified even to whimper. Something is deeply wrong here, Lu Chun murmured, his hand already resting on his blade's hilt. Hardly had the words left his lips, when deep within the canyon calamity erupted. Roar! A deafening roar exploded from the canyon's heart, shaking loose pebbles from the cliffs in cascading showers. Then the earth trembled. High-tier monstrous beasts surged forth from all directions, eyes blazing crimson, bodies wreathed in black and crimson berserker energy. They charged without hesitation, a tide of fury surging toward Shi Luo's squad. Dense, relentless, blotting out half the sky. Beasts soared through the air and thundered across the ground alike. Roars, stomps, and fetid stench merging into a visceral maelstrom that prickled the scalp and chilled the marrow. Worst of all, these beasts were utterly uncontrolled, consumed by pure, mindless frenzy, driven solely by one primal instinct to tear every human before them limb from limb until death claimed them all. Someone deliberately triggered this berserk swarm. Lu Chen's face paled, his voice sharp with alarm. Shi Luo's gaze turned glacial. Instantly comprehension dawned. Her eyes flashed with lethal intent. Chu Qingyue's doing. I anticipated her desperation, but never imagined such abject treachery. Even as she spoke, foliage rustled violently. A band of mercenaries armed with cutting-edge interstellar weaponry burst forth, encircling Shi Luo's squad. Their leader grinned savagely. Miss Shi Luo, don't blame us. We were paid to do a job. Today is your end. Flanked on both sides, trapped front and back, berserk monsters and interstellar raiders converged upon them, an inescapable death trap. Any other squad would have shattered under such terror, frozen, surrendering without resistance. Yet not a single member of Shi Luo's team faltered. Shi Luo stood resolute, her gaze razor-sharp, her presence radiating absolute command. She issued orders with icy precision. Lu Chun, close-quarters assault. Jiang Yifeng, long-range sniping. Wen Ruan and Tang Ran, mental support and healing. Huishi, suppress the beasts. Clear, decisive, unyielding. AOWW. In the blink between breaths, Huishi, previously curled calmly within Shi Luo's sleeve, leapt forth in a blaze of golden light. The ancient divine beast aura of the sky-rending dragon lizard erupted with cataclysmic force, sweeping across the battlefield with overwhelming, chilling authority. Under that transcendent divine pressure, the frenzied beast horde froze mid-charge, terror seizing their very souls. Trembling, they collapsed to the ground, prostrate and paralyzed, stripped of all aggression, defeated then turned. The tide reversed in an instant. The mercenaries' faces blanched with shock, their disbelief absolute. None had foreseen that Shi Luo commanded such an unfathomable divine beast ally. Kill them, all of them. Shi Luo's command rang cold and clear. She lunged first, her silver-white combat mecha surging forward with flawless mastery. Her post-apocalyptic martial artistry flowed without flaw, each strike struck true blood, arcing through the air, ruthless and precise. Lu Chen shattered enemy lines with unstoppable momentum. Jiang Yifeng picked off targets with unerring accuracy, when Ruan and Tang Ran wove mental shields and healing currents with seamless perfection. Huishi's divine aura swept all opposition aside, thus ignited the most explosive hunt battle ever witnessed. Clashes of energy, bestial roars, and the thunderous roar of mecha filled the canyon. Shi Luo led from the front, her combat prowess soaring beyond measure, like a sovereign of slaughter, leaving fallen raiders strewn in her wake utterly defenseless. blood soon flooded the battlefield. Meanwhile, Chu Qingyue, watching covertly from the shadows, stood frozen, her limbs numb, eyes hollow with despair. Her meticulously crafted death trap had been dismantled, not by cunning but by sheer, overwhelming supremacy. Rage burned white-hot within her. She refused, absolutely refused, to accept defeat. Like a woman possessed, Chu Qingyue burst from the undergrowth, channeling her damaged mental energy in a desperate, venomous assault. Her gaze was pure malice. Shi Luo, I will see you dead. Shi Luo turned, her eyes frost-hard, no hesitation, no mercy. With a single devastating blow from her mecha, she sent Chu Qingyue flying. Spurt. Blood sprayed from Chu Qingyue's mouth as she crashed hard onto the ground. Her mental energy utterly shattered, her body broken and battered, stripped of every trace of her former elegance. You schemed against me. You ostracized me. You attempted my assassination. Today we settle every debt, old and new. Shi Luo stepped forward slowly, gazing down upon her with glacial indifference. No pity, no regret. Your prized vermilion bird egg, crushed beneath my divine beast's might. Your glory at the military academy, shattered beyond repair. Your so-called death trap, disassembled with contemptuous. Chu Qingyue, you were never worthy to stand as my adversary. As her final words fell silent, academy instructors and Imperial guards arrived simultaneously, encircling Chu Qingyue and the surviving raiders without delay. With irrefutable evidence of collusion with interstellar raiders, attempted murder of fellow cadets, and grave violations of academy regulations, Chu Qingyue was immediately stripped of her cadet status and handed over to military jurisdiction, awaiting the harshest possible sentence, a fate of utter ruin. Bai Linghua as accomplice was likewise apprehended and vanished from public view. Thus every antagonist met their inevitable end. Shi Luo and her squad annihilated the berserk beast horde, eradicated the interstellar raiders, and exacted vengeance upon every foe, securing countless high-tier monster cores and claiming first place in the academy-wide interstellar hunt mission by overwhelming undisputed dominance. Radiant and triumphant, they blazed across the stars. When the squad returned to the academy bearing full quotas of monster cores, faculty and students lined the path in salute. Applause, thundering cheers erupting like tidal waves, all acclaiming them, all acclaiming Shi Luo. Zhan Sun stood at the forefront of the welcoming throng, his eyes tender and proud as he beheld her luminous, indomitable figure. At the center of the jubilant crowd, Shi Luo held Shi gently in her palm. Behind her stood her battle-forged comrades, beside her her devoted lover watched with quiet adoration. Through blood and fire she rose, shattering arrogance, crushing enemies, empowered by divinity, to ascend unchallenged to the pinnacle of the military academy. The great battle at the interstellar beast canyon finally came to an end. Those rampaging beasts were pinned to the ground by the divine beast pressure of Shi, as silent as chickens with their necks wrung. The interstellar bandits, dead or wounded, were all captured without a single escapee. Chu Qingyue and Bai Linghua, their crimes exposed, collapsed to the ground with pale faces. They were immediately escorted away by the military mecha warriors, their hands firmly bound. What awaited them was nothing but expulsion from the military academy and severe punishment under interstellar law. Their lives were utterly ruined. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a gentle breeze finally swept through the forest, gradually scattering the residual energy fluctuations on the battlefield. Sunlight streamed through the cracks, illuminating the scarred and charred earth, as if drawing a quiet conclusion to this absurd farce. Before the battlefield smoke had fully cleared, Shi Luo, along with Wen Ruantang, Ranran, Lu Chun, and Zhang Yifeng, crouched on the ground, counting the high-rank beast cores they had harvested from the hunt. A pile of sparkling treasures, colorful and heavy in the backpack, enough for the entire squad to earn abundant graduation credit. Everyone wore smiles as they prepared to pack up and return to the military academy. Just then Shi nestled in Shi Luo's collar, suddenly. This little one, usually languid, now seemed bewitched by something. Its golden little body kept rubbing against Shi Luo's neck, its scales bristling. Its tiny head strained to peer into the deepest part of the canyon, emitting soft, urgent chirps, the sound both anxious and sticky, brimming with intense longing. What's wrong? Shi Luo was startled, looking down at the palm-sized tyrant in her arms. When Ruan leaned in, eyes brightening. Has she sensed some treasure? Divine beasts have an incredibly sharp nose. Lu Chun frowned, his hand instinctively resting on his blade, the deepest part of the canyon. It's never been explored. As an ancient fisher dragon lizard, she possessed an innate keen perception of pure primordial spiritual energy and bloodline homologous power. It now sensed an extraordinary opportunity hidden in the depths. Lu Chun instantly became alert, gripping his mecha controller, his entire aura tense. What's the matter? Are there still remaining beasts lurking? Zhang Yifeng immediately positioned himself at a high flank, scanning the entire jungle, ready to activate long-range sniper defense at any moment. Wen Ruan and Tang Ranran instinctively closed in beside Shi Luo, spreading their spiritual power, silently preparing for auxiliary defense. Shi Luo raised her hand to gently press on Xiao Jin's head, instantly establishing a bloodline bond with the little creature. A warm, majestic, and extremely pure heavenly and earthly spiritual energy surged toward her through the bond, carrying an ancient aura highly compatible with her lizard bloodline. It's not danger, but an opportunity. Shi Luo's expression was cool, her tone resolute. Deep in the canyon lies a natural energy secret realm dense with spiritual energy that can nourish the spirit and refine the bloodline. It will greatly benefit both Hui Shi and us. Having roamed the apocalypse for many years, her perception of secret realms and spiritual veins had long reached perfection. With a single glance, she could tell that this was a rare and invaluable natural cultivation site. Once missed, it would never be encountered again. A secret realm. Joy flashed in the eyes of the others. Everyone knew the preciousness of a natural secret realm, a scarce resource across the entire interstellar realm. They never expected to find one hidden deep in the Beast Canyon. Let's go in and take a look. Without further hesitation, Shi Luo strode toward the dense forest. With Huizai's ancient divine beast pressure leading the way, any remaining low-rank beasts along the path prostrated themselves in avoidance, daring not approach. The five advanced unimpeded into the heart of the canyon. After about half an incense stick's time, a hidden cave entrance appeared before them, obscured by ancient vines. A faint translucent white mist shimmered at the cave mouth, and dense spiritual energy assailed their senses. A deep breath made every meridian in the body feel incredibly comfortable, banishing most of the fatigue from days of battle. Pushing aside the entwining vines and stepping inside the secret realm, everyone was instantly awestruck by the sight before them. The secret realm space was vast and open. The surrounding stone walls bore faint, dark golden patterns, and the ground was covered with fragments of spiritual crystals. At the center, a spring gurgled and bubbled. Crystal clear water emitted threads of white vapor, and the purest primordial spiritual energy continuously overflowed from the spring, forming a mist that shrouded the entire realm. Hui Shi could no longer restrain itself. It shot out like a golden streak, curling up at the edge of the spring, taking small sips of the spiritual spring's aura. The golden scales on its body blazed with brilliance, and the ancient divine beast pressure gradually thickened and condensed its juvenile aura visibly and steadily rising. Shi Luo walked to the spring, sat cross-legged, slowly closed her eyes, and activated her a-level spiritual power, guiding the vast spiritual energy of the realm to flow into every limb and bone, coursing through her meridians and muscles. The pure spiritual energy resonated intensely with her top-grade lizard bloodline. Her spiritual power, originally stable at the peak of a level, became even more solidly rooted under the nourishment of the spiritual energy. Her meridians were gradually widened and bloodline patterns faintly shimmered beneath her skin, elevating her natural suppression over beasts to an entirely new level. She took out the high-rank beast cores harvested from the hunt and placed them before her, slowly refining them with the secret realm's spiritual energy, stripping away the chaotic malevolence within to retain the purest essence of energy. Part of it she integrated into herself to solidify her cultivation, part she refined and set aside for future upgrades to her silver-white glass mecha. When Ruan and the others also found quiet corners, sat cross-legged and immersed themselves in the dense spiritual energy for tranquil cultivation. Their spiritual power was nourished, their combat strength steadily improved, and the overall strength of the entire squad quietly underwent a transformation within the secret realm's opportunity. As time slowly passed, the spiritual energy of the secret realm was gradually absorbed by the group, and the springs bubbling gradually subsided. Shi Luo slowly opened her eyes, a gleam of inner light restrained within. Her aura was calm and deep, her entire presence becoming even more profound and unfathomable. Hui Shi had also grown slightly, its golden scales even more translucent. It could now preliminarily summon a faint trace of Thunder's weak power, and its divine beast pressure covered a wider area. The opportunity is exhausted. It's time to return. Shi Luo rose, her expression calm, yet a hint of satisfaction hidden in her eye. This canyon hunt had not only fully accomplished the mission, but also unexpectedly yielded the secret realm opportunity. Her cultivation bloodline foundation, Xiao Jin's strength, and mecha reserves had all been elevated. A bountiful harvest. Everyone packed up, turned, and exited the secret realm, ready to embark on the journey back to the military academy. But none of them noticed that in the dark jungle outside the secret realm, a figure draped in a black cloak stood silently hidden among the tree shadows. Its murky gaze was fixed on the departing Shi Luo, with greed and malice churning in its eyes. Ancient lizard bloodline. And a young fisher dragon lizard. A low, hoarse voice murmured in the woods, such extraordinary talent. If I could capture and refine it, I could break through my shackles and ascend to the top of the interstellar realm. The shadow took one last deep look at Shi Luo's retreating figure, then flickered and vanished into the depths of the forest, secretly sending out a message. A conspiracy lurking in the dark had already been subtly set in motion. At that moment, Shi Luo was focused solely on returning to the academy to rest and consolidate her cultivation, completely unaware that she had already been targeted by a mysterious force in the shadows. A new crisis was quietly approaching. The interstellar spacecraft pierced through the sky, slowly descending onto the exclusive landing pad of the Empire's first Central Military Academy. As the cabin door gradually opened, a group of figures appeared, and in that instant the entire landing pad erupted with a roaring wave of cheers. All the faculty and students had already formed a spontaneous queue, stretching from the landing pad all the way to the main building of the military academy, a sea of people, with eyes firmly fixed ahead, filled with awe, admiration, and respect, devoid of any trace of past disdain or doubt. High-ranking officials from the academy, military instructors, and department heads were all present to personally welcome the squad's triumphant return. A holographic giant screen floated in the air, displaying dazzling subtitles. "Congratulations to the Shi Luo squad for successfully completing the interstellar hunting mission, bringing honor to the military academy for 100 years. Shi Luo stepped down from the spacecraft with a graceful posture in her neat uniform, her expression cool and otherworldly. In her palm lay a shimmering golden-scaled gray seal, and the aura she emanated, nourished by mysterious realms, was steady and imposing, infused with a sense of calm and strength born from countless battles. Wen Ruantang, Ranran Luchun, and Zhang Yifeng followed closely behind, their presence noticeably more substantial than before their departure, their expressions carrying a newfound steadiness from experience. Standing side by side, they shone brightly, instantly becoming the sole focus of the crowd. Cheers rose and fell like waves, shaking the heavens, as everyone shouted Shi Luo's name, the clamor building ever higher, nearly overturning the skies above the military academy. From being ridiculed as the underdog of Class C to defeating the school belle in the monthly exam, breaking into the top elite class, and setting records with mecha challenges, hatching ancient beasts, and leading the team to sweep through interstellar hunting missions, Shi Luo had turned the tide and become the irreplaceable legend in the hearts of all the faculty and students. The principal wore a satisfied smile, personally stepping forward to present a top-tier reward package specially approved by the military, containing advanced spiritual energy enhancement potions, high-grade mecha forging components, and exclusive access to the top training rooms. Speaking with great admiration, student Shi Luo, you have brought glory to the military academy, single-handedly demonstrating exceptional composure and strength, truly a model for all students. Thank you for your kindness, principal. Shi Luo nodded slightly, remaining humble and composed, her unflappable demeanor earning the silent respect of everyone present. Just when the crowd was immersed in glory and cheers and the atmosphere reached its peak, a cold and arrogant voice suddenly pierced through the throng, shattering the tranquility. It's merely relying on the pressure of a divine beast to opportunistically win a hunting mission. Do you really think you deserve to be exalted to such heights? Ling Xiao was the first to disagree. The crowd fell silent in an instant, all eyes turning in unison towards the source of the voice. A tall youth stepped out from the elite class, releasing an overwhelming glass peak sentinel pressure, his aura fierce and domineering, with a naturally arrogant and disdainful expression, exuding the arrogance and pride of a top family genius. This person was none other than Ling Xiao, a long-standing top genius of the elite class, hailing from the Empire's premier military family, raised with the best resources from a young age. With his glass peak sentinel talent, his mecha control skills consistently ranked among the top 3 in the academy, surpassing Xiaozhe. Having been in seclusion for intense training, he had just emerged to hear that the entire academy had crowned Shi Luo as the top student, stirring a strong sense of dissatisfaction and jealousy within him. In Ling Xiao's eyes, all of Shi Luo's glory had come too easily, merely relying on good fortune to awaken a rare bloodline and coincidentally hatch an ancient beast. In terms of solid mecha strength, spiritual energy foundation, and battlefield experience, she was utterly unworthy of comparison, let alone deserving to stand above all the elite class geniuses. The surrounding students erupted into hushed whispers. It's Ling Xiao, the most formidable genius of the elite class, has finally stepped forward. He is indeed a true glass peak, having grown up fighting on the military training grounds with formidable strength. This is going to be a show worth watching. Ling Xiao is clearly challenging Shi Luo directly for the title of top student. To be honest, many believe Shi Luo relies on her bloodline and divine beast. If it comes to pure strength, she might not be able to defeat Ling Xiao. As the discussions reached Shi Luo's ears, Ling Xiao's arrogance swelled even more as he strode confidently towards her, looking down with blatant mockery and provocation. Everyone has sung your praises to the heavens, calling you the top genius of the military academy, a legendary comeback. To me, it's merely luck reliant on external factors. Dare to fight me in a fair duel. No use of your ancient beast, no bloodline suppression, just a direct clash of mecha control and spiritual energy. If you win, I, Ling Xiao, will willingly find myself beneath you. If you avoid me, there will be no disrespect. But if you lose, you must publicly renounce all your false titles, acknowledging that you are merely superficial, unworthy of holding the top position in the elite class. Each word of this challenge carried a sense of difficulty and humiliation, clearly intending to publicly slap Shi Luo's face and strip away her legendary aura, leaving her with no face before the entire academy. When Ruan's expression immediately darkened as she stepped forward to protect Shi Luo, Ling Xiao, you are going too far. All of Shi Luo's strength is earned through her own hard work. Why should she be slandered by you? Tang Ranran, equally furious, added, you're just jealous of Shi Luo's fame, deliberately trying to pick a fight. Lu Chun and Jiang Yifeng's auras instantly turned cold, subtly forming a protective circle around Shi Luo. With just a word from her, they would rush forward to. All eyes in the crowd were tightly fixed on Shi Luo, waiting to see how she would respond to this sudden provocation. Some anticipated the duel, others worried silently, while some simply watched the spectacle unfold. Facing Ling Xiao's aggressive stance and the various gazes of the crowd, Shi Luo's expression remained calm and undisturbed, her cool eyes sweeping over him, without a hint of anger, only a trace of indifference. Having grown accustomed to the arrogance and pride of interstellar family geniuses, and having long seen through others' jealousy and difficulties she had braved through the apocalypse in her past life, such a trivial provocation could hardly stir a ripple in her heart. You are not worthy of forcing me to use my bloodline and divine beast. Shi Luo's voice was cool, not loud, yet piercing, resonating throughout the venue. Since you insist on challenging me, I shall entertain you. But let me remind you, should you lose later, do not display any reluctance or distress. The path you chose must be acknowledged, even if you kneel. Her calm retort carried an extreme aura, instantly suppressing Ling Xiao's arrogant demeanor. His face turned ashen with anger at Shi Luo's disdain, and he shouted fiercely, all right. So arrogant. In the mecha competition arena, we shall duel in public. I want to see just how much true ability you have. With that, Ling Xiao turned and strode towards the mecha arena, his oppressive aura radiating, clearly intent on giving it his all to crush Shi Luo. The crowd erupted into excitement, rushing towards the arena, unwilling to miss this peak showdown between the top geniuses of the elite class. A pure clash of strength was already set to go, just waiting for the arena to commence. News swept through the entire military academy like the wind as the announcement of the genius Ling Xiao publicly challenging Shi Luo to a match based solely on pure mecha strength spread to every corner. The teachers and students who had been cheering on their way back rushed towards the central mecha arena, and within moments the vast stands were filled to capacity. Even the aisles and railings outside the arena were packed with students who had come upon hearing the news, a sea of heads creating a tense atmosphere. Everyone held their breath, eagerly anticipating this peak showdown. On one side was Shi Luo, who bore the bloodline of divine beasts and was poised for a comeback, while on the other was the seasoned class prodigy Ling Xiao, coming from a prestigious family. The outcome tugged at the heartstrings of the entire audience. Many students quietly placed their bets, with over 70% favoring Ling Xiao, believing his solid foundation and deep mecha skills would give him the upper hand, while they thought Shi Luo relied more on luck and talent. Her pure hard strength might not withstand its glass sentinel's fierce assault. In the center of the arena, the supervising instructor had already taken their position, solemnly announcing the rules of engagement. This duel will be a fair mecha combat. The use of beast assistance is prohibited, and the deliberate release of bloodline pressure is forbidden. Victory will be determined solely by mecha control and mental power. If one party's mecha loses combat capability, they will be deemed the loser. Hits must be controlled. Deliberate severe damage to the opponent is not allowed. Once the rules were read, Ling Xiao stepped forward to mount his exclusive custom mecha. The entirely black Knight Shura mecha slowly illuminated, its energy patterns, its design fierce and imposing, equipped with the Empire's top-tier offensive and defensive systems, exuding a powerful sense of oppression that drew gasps from the audience. No wonder it's Ling Xiao's exclusive mecha. The configuration is off the charts. The Knight Shura ranks among the top 5 mechas in the entire academy. The advantage is overwhelming. This puts Shi Luo in a tough spot. Her mecha configuration is significantly lacking. Ling Xiao, sitting in the mecha cockpit, wore an arrogant expression as he looked down at the crowd through the loudspeaker. Shi Luo, you still have time to regret. If you concede now, you can save a bit of face and avoid the embarrassment of being overwhelmed publicly when your mecha is destroyed. His tone dripped with arrogance, filled with unwavering confidence. In his eyes, the outcome of this duel was already in his grasp. Shi Luo, however, remained indifferent, too lazy to respond to his provocation as she leaped onto her silver glass mecha. Nurtured by the spiritual energy of the secret realm and refined by high-tier crystal cores, her silver mecha now displayed smoother lines, its energy core stable and condensed, greatly enhancing its offensive and defensive capabilities compared to before. It appeared gentle and restrained, yet hid sharp edges within. As the cockpit closed, Shi Luo lightly placed her fingers on the control panel, instantly achieving a 100% synchronization with the mecha. Her extensive experience in mecha combat from the apocalyptic trials, coupled with extreme reaction predictions and ingenious offensive and defensive tactics, seamlessly blended with her interstellar mecha control. In her eyes, Ling Xiao, who had been carefully nurtured and trained step by step since childhood, possessed mere talent and resources, but lacked the true essence forged through life and death battles, rendering him insignificant in her view. The duel begins. With the instructor's command, the fierce battle erupted instantly. Ling Xiao held nothing back, instantly channeling all his scarce mental power into the mecha. The night Shuras black glow surged, transforming into a shadow. With the overwhelming momentum of thunder, he charged forward, his mecha's iron fist gathering immense energy, aimed directly at the vital point of the silver mecha. The assault fierce and domineering, every strike aimed at severely injuring his opponent. The speed and force were so intense that the audience's hearts raced, causing them to gasp in shock. However, just as the iron fist was about to strike, the silver mecha suddenly swerved, drifting at an unimaginably clever angle, its movements agile, like a ghost, precisely evading this fatal blow, the motion fluid and seamless. The arena fell into sudden silence, all eyes wide with disbelief. What terrifying control and reaction was this? The precision of the predictions was absurd, and the agility of the movements was bizarre, completely exceeding the comprehension of ordinary students. Ling Xiao's strike missed. A jolt of disbelief surged through him. His ambush speed was unmatched among his peers. How could Shi Luo evade it so effortlessly? Before he could steady his mind, Shi Luo had already taken the initiative to counterattack. The silver mecha launched a direct close-range assault. Without any flashy probing, every punch, every block, and every change in tactics targeted the weak points in the mecha's defenses, each strike precise and lethal, all honed from the brutal battlefields of the apocalypse. Shi Luo firmly controlled the rhythm of attack and defense, while Ling Xiao's Night Shura mecha was severely suppressed, forced into passive defense, struggling to keep up the once imposing offensive, completely unable to unfold, leaving more and more openings, and he was left in a state of utter disarray. Ling Xiao, both shocked and angry, desperately channeled his mental power to counterattack, but no matter how he changed his moves or increased his speed, Shi Luo easily predicted and dismantled every attempt. The disparity in their mecha control skills and combat experience was simply on different levels. Impossible. How can your control be so strong? Ling Xiao couldn't help but shout, filled with reluctance and astonishment. Shi Luo, uninterested in banter, abruptly accelerated her control. The silver mecha erupted with explosive power, locking onto the Night Shura's movements, her elbow gathering mental energy, striking accurately at the core energy position of her opponent. Boom! A dull roar echoed as the Night Shura's energy became chaotic. In an instant, its body violently trembled, the glow rapidly dimmed, and its power system collapsed, becoming immobilized in the center of the arena, completely losing combat capability. The outcome had already been decided. After a moment of silence, the arena erupted with deafening cheers, applause, and screams, the sound waves almost threatening to lift the roof off. She won. Shi Luo overwhelmingly surpassed Ling Xiao in pure strength. This is outrageous. She didn't use any divine beasts or bloodlines, purely dominating and scarce genius with mecha control. Previously they said she relied on external boosts, but now it's a complete slap in the face. This is true hard strength. I'm convinced. Completely convinced Shi Luo is indeed the pinnacle of the military academy. Ling Xiao stumbled out of the mecha, his face pale, as a sheet, his body stiff. He took slow steps toward Shi Luo. The pride and arrogance he once had completely vanished, leaving only shame and shock on his face. He finally understood that Shi Luo's strength was never reliant on luck or external factors, but rather on solid foundations and real skill. His own arrogant provocation was nothing but self-humiliation. I lost. I'm convinced. Ling Xiao lowered his head, his voice hoarse. From now on, I willingly acknowledge you as the #1 in the military academy, and I will never dare to provoke you again. Shi Luo cast a calm glance at him, her tone steady. Put away your arrogance. There are mountains beyond mountains. Don't use ignorance to casually judge others. With that, she turned and walked away slowly, her silhouette cold and proud, her aura transcending, completely establishing her unparalleled top position in the academy. After this battle, no one dared to question Shi Luo's strength again. In this battle, Ling Xiao's arrogance was crushed to dust by Shi Luo one by one. The onlookers at the school shifted from mockery to dead silence, then exploded into a frenzy. What does it mean to crush a genius? This was about trampling a genius into the mud, and then kicking them twice more. No one dared to make a sound. Shi Luo's name echoed from the training pods to the principal's office, carved into the walls of the cafeteria and the ceiling of the mecha hangar. At the top of the prestige rankings of the Empire's first Central Military Academy, she stood alone. No faculty or students dared to defy her. All the geniuses in the elite class completely suppressed their inner discontent and jealousy, filled with reverence for her, no longer daring to harbor any disrespect. Yet Shi Luo remained clear-headed, fully aware that the true battlefield was not on campus, but in that invisible mire of power. Ling Xiao was merely a minor episode within the school. The real hidden dangers had yet to be completely eradicated. Even though Chu Qingyue and Bai Linghua had already been detained by the military, the family forces behind them still loomed within the empire, and the ones to be most wary of were those old geezers who would only wait with smiles for the next opportunity to strike. The Bai family, where Bai Linghua belonged, had deep roots and secretly colluded with interstellar pirates, hoarding prohibited weapons and suppressing dissenting voices by relying on their power. They had repeatedly turned a blind eye to Bai Linghua, targeting her with the Bai family's covert advice undoubtedly behind it. The survival rules from her past life had long been etched into her bones. Being soft-hearted towards enemies was being cruel to oneself. One must eradicate the roots of trouble, leaving no chance for any enemy to retaliate. Returning to her private dormitory, Shi Luo opened her personal terminal, bringing up the already meticulously organized files of evidence against the Bai family. Inside, it clearly recorded the transaction flows, communication records, and hiding places of prohibited mecha weapons involving the Bai family's collusion with pirates. There were also testimonies and physical evidence regarding Bai Linghua's framing of classmates and intentional attempts to harm her, with the evidence chain complete and unassailable, leaving no loopholes. Without any hesitation, she pressed a button to synchronize all the data to the highest management level of the Military Academy and the Empire's military law enforcement head. The moment the evidence was submitted, the military's law enforcement building immediately sounded the highest level alarm, and upon seeing the contents of the files, the higher-ups were furious, promptly issuing emergency orders: mobilize the elite mecha troops, comprehensively seal off all the Bai family's enterprises, arrest all core personnel involved in the case, and thoroughly investigate the underground black market, showing no mercy. The black mecha formations surged out of the military headquarters, heading straight for the Bai family's residence and their various industrial strongholds, striking with thunderous fury, leaving no room for buffer. Within just a few hours, the news spread throughout the entire empire. The Bai family, which had dominated the empire for many years and held great power, collapsed overnight. The residence was sealed, all assets frozen, core family members arrested, and the underground collusion with pirates uprooted. All prohibited weapons were seized and destroyed, with all crimes made public, causing an uproar online. Upon hearing the news, the academy students gasped in awe, deeply admiring Shi Luo's decisiveness and ruthlessness. Her actions were so swift, she took down the entire Bai family without leaving a trace of future trouble. I was originally worried that the Bai family would retaliate, but now it's completely clean. We no longer need to fear any remnants of their power. No mercy, no softness. Those who wrong us must be repaid in kind, so we won't be at their mercy. The old grudges have been thoroughly settled. All those who plotted against her and the forces behind them have been wiped out, leaving no worries behind. Shi Luo can finally let go of distractions and focus on honing her skills, refining her mecha control techniques, and patiently awaiting the next opportunity and challenge. Just as the military academy returned to calm and everyone immersed themselves in their training, a monumental announcement that swept across the entire star realm, shaking all military academy students, was suddenly released. The Interstellar Military Academy Alliance, in collaboration with the military departments of various empires, officially launched the Interstellar Top Military Academy competition. This is the highest specification, widest coverage, and most influential youth genius event across the interstellar realm, encompassing 32 major empires and 128 top elite military academies, gathering countless class sentinels, class guides, top mecha masters, and beast tamers to compete on the same stage and vie for supremacy. The competition includes 5 major events: individual mecha duels, 5-person team battles, interstellar beast hunts, mental power arenas, and wilderness survival competitions, each testing the contestants' overall strength and adaptability in critical situations. The rewards of the league are so generous that they drive people mad with envy. The individual champion can receive an S-level customized exclusive mecha, ancient bloodline advancement, liquid and direct hiring qualifications from military generals. Team champions enjoy lifetime training rights in interstellar secret realms, massive interstellar credit points, and priority access to the best resources across the interstellar realm. Any student who can stand out in the league will be eagerly courted by major interstellar powers and top families, taking a meteoric rise into the upper echelons of the interstellar world. The moment the official announcement exploded across the interstellar network, the holographic screens were ablaze. Various empires and top military academies frantically shared it, with the comment sections refreshing thousands of times per second. Everyone was shouting the same phrase: "It's happening. Finally, it's here." Countless genius students felt their blood boiling, their nails digging into their palms, their pupils burning with ambition. This is not just a competition, it's a ladder to the heavens. To achieve fame in one battle, and to defy fate, who wouldn't want to tread upon the corpses of the entire star domain and engrave their name into history? Sharpening their fists. No, it's sharpening their teeth and savoring blood, waiting to tear apart their opponents. The entire student body of the Empire's first Central Military Academy was filled with fervor, all eager to compete for a spot in the competition, to represent the Academy in the interstellar arena and clash with the top geniuses across the star realm. The school promptly announced the internal selection rules a week later, and all-student selection competition would commence with the top 5 in comprehensive combat rankings forming a team to represent the Empire's first Central Military Academy in the Interstellar League. In no time, the entire military academy plunged into an intense atmosphere of preparation. The top geniuses from the elite classes and special classes all practiced frantically, with mecha training grounds, mental power training towers, and beast training arenas operating around the clock, everyone exerting themselves to enhance their strength, all vying for the 5 precious spots to embark. Undercurrents surged, and competition intensified. All eyes were inevitably focused on Shi Luo. Everyone knew that with her current strength, she would undoubtedly be the core mainstay of the team and the greatest hope for the Academy to challenge for the championship in the Interstellar League. Shi Luo stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of her dormitory, gazing at the students below, fervently preparing for battle. The little golden creature in her palm nudged her fingertips, and a sharp battle intent flickered in her eyes. Gathering interstellar geniuses. A peak showdown across star systems. Just right, she needed such a broader stage to hone her own strength, broaden her horizons, and establish her footing among countless prodigies, making her name known throughout the entire star realm. On the other side of the star realm, after learning of Shi Luo's legendary deeds at the Empire's first Central Military Academy, the top geniuses of various empires wore faces of disdain and contempt, all vowing to personally crush her on the competition stage and shatter her glorious aura. With strong enemies lurking and dark currents flowing, the flames of war for the Interstellar League have already been ignited. As the official announcement landed, the Empire's first Central Military Academy erupted like a powder keg. The Interstellar Military Academy League was a battlefield where primal bloodlust ignited. Who wouldn't crave to tear off a piece of glory? Within a single day, the entire campus transformed from a lazy beast's den into a crucible of carnage. The roar of mecha training grounds thundered ceaselessly, shaking the very earth. The spiritual energy tower blazed with chi, so dense it seemed free for the taking, lingering through the night, until even the moonlight grew pale. Cadets' eyes bloodshot buried themselves in relentless cultivation. Their claws sparked against control consoles, tails stiff as rods, begrudging even the time spent on meals. No one wished to be a waste. More so, no one wanted to disgrace the Empire before the entire galaxy. In this brutal campaign, every soul held a breath, determined to fight through to the end. The beast training grounds were the most soul-devouring meat grinder within this arena. Every cadet charged in with all their might, clawing for a spot among the 5 slots that granted entry to the Interstellar League. 5. Only 5. And they represented the thousands of eagle-eyed elites across the academy. The geniuses of the special class, born with spiritual pressure that crushed ordinary minds. The seasoned powerhouses of the elite class, their foundations as deep as an unmined vein. Even cadets from the regular class gritted their teeth, unwilling to yield. In this interstellar jungle where fists reigned supreme, quotas were never surrendered through courtesy. They were earned by the hardness of bones and the heat of blood. Everyone dreamed of trampling others to reach the summit, but the peak could only hold 5. This was not a competition. It was elimination, a brutal culling etched into their very genes. Either crush through the enemy ranks or be sent back to the stands. The glory of the Interstellar League belonged only to the maddest beasts. Within the special class, undercurrents ran deep. Aside from Ling Xiao, who had already submitted in full, the remaining class and a class peak talents all sharpened their mecha control and honed their spiritual energy with relentless determination, silently vying against each other, each craving the expedition slot and the interstellar stage. I will show no mercy in this selection. Whoever stands in my way gets eliminated. The Interstellar League quota is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Miss this, and there will be no second chance. I hear other planets are teeming with monstrous prodigies. Dual spiritual energy, mutated bloodlines everywhere. This selection is the perfect chance to sharpen ourselves. The buzz spread from training pods to the cafeteria, from hallways into dorms. Every conversation revolved around the Interstellar League. The cadets' battle spirit soared to unprecedented heights, threading through each spine, tightening the entire academy into a bowstring stretched to its limit. But fiercer still was the blood that burned from the marrow. A fire that made every one of them wait for that moment to hurl that pent-up fury into the face of their opponent. When Ruantang, Ranran, Lu Chun, and Zhang Yifeng found Shi Luo, at once their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Luo, we want to join the school selection and form a team with you for the Interstellar League. They had fought side by side with Shi Luo, forging an unbreakable trust and perfect synergy. Every one of them yearned to follow her onto a grander stage to conquer the interstellar arena. Shi Luo met their resolute gazes with a calm nod. Prepare well. The selection is decided by strength. Just steady your state. As for whether you break into the top 5, face it with equanimity. With her guidance on tactics and cultivation bottlenecks, coupled with their own foundations and the enhancements from secret realms, they held a fair chance at securing the expedition slots. Over the following days, Shi Luo focused on deepening her cultivation, stabilizing her class peak spiritual energy, and honing her mecha control to the extreme. At the same time, she spared moments to coach the four, explaining offensive and defensive mecha combat patterns, team coordination tactics, helping them quickly fill gaps and elevate their overall combat prowess. Shi also trained daily with Shi Luo, absorbing heavenly chi and growing steadily, its thunderous aura intensifying the divine beast's pressure, thickening day by day, ready to flash its fangs on the battlefield. While the Academy's internal preparations blazed like wildfire, the interstellar network erupted with heated debates. Geniuses from other Imperial military academies openly taunted, declaring they would crush the Empire's first central military academy in the League, especially the neighboring Tianqi Military Academy. Its top prodigy Kailuan possessed scarce dual spiritual energy and ranked among the galaxy's brightest young mecha warriors. He boldly posted on the Star Web, "I heard the Empire's Academy produced a female genius who turned the tide, hyping herself with a bloodline divine beast. In my eyes, she's a hollow shell. On the League battlefield, I will personally tear her down and make her recognize the gap between her and the galaxy's true elite." This statement detonated the Star Web instantly. Countless netizens flocked to watch, with many alien geniuses chiming in, dismissing Shi Luo as a mere local sensation unworthy of the galactic stage. When cadets from the Academy saw the comments, indignation burned in their hearts, yet they secretly held their breath. The prowess of alien geniuses was indeed formidable breeding worry for Shi Luo and her team about to embark. Shi Luo paid no heed to the external scorn and provocation. She never wasted words on rebuttals. The strong need no arguments. On the battlefield, strength is the ultimate proof. A week flew by, and the Academy's internal selection officially commenced. The central arena was transformed into multiple combat rings, adopting a random draw elimination format. Unknown duels, losers eliminated, winners advancing until the final top 5 were determined. On the opening day, the entire Academy gathered in the arena. A sea of people, the atmosphere scorching to its peak. Cadets stepped onto the stage one by one. Mecha roared, spiritual energy clashed, each duel ferocious beyond description. The battles between geniuses left the spectators dazzled. Special class talents dominated their matches, advancing with crushing force. Elite class dark horses emerged ceaselessly, overturning the odds with stunning upsets. When it was Shi Luo's turn to draw, she faced a class peak mecha prodigy from the elite class. Knowing he was outmatched yet unwilling to surrender without a fight, he gave his all on the stage. But before Shi Luo, his moves, patterns, and rhythm were all transparent. In just 3 strikes, she shattered his mecha, securing the advancement spot with crisp, effortless, composed, revealing absolute dominance. Cheers cascaded from the stands. Everyone believed Shi Luo would lock in an expedition slot, perhaps even lead the team to the League Championship. Meanwhile, at the other end of the galaxy, Tianqi Military Academy's prodigy Kailuan watched the live broadcast of the selection through a holographic projection, his eyes brimming with contempt and mockery. This level of skill dares to call herself a king in her own school. When the Interstellar League begins, I will make her lose everything. The formidable enemy was already poised. The internal selection raged on. Shi Luo led her teammates through match after match, steadily advancing. Strong opponents lurked on every side, but nothing could halt her march toward the summit. The storm of the Interstellar League had arrived. A duel of interstellar prodigies with her at the center was about to officially commence. The selection competition within the school was ablaze with excitement as the sounds of mechas colliding and mental energy exploding echoed, incessantly shaking the stands. The participants were all readied with determination, exerting all their strength just to seize one of the 5 coveted spots for the Interstellar League. Who wouldn't want to represent their school in the vast cosmos? After days of fierce battles, the strong eliminated the weak, and ultimately only 10 top students remained on the stage. Shi Luo, Wen Ruantang, Ranran Luchun, and Zhang Yifeng stood side by side, facing off against 5 renowned veterans from the elite class. The 5 opponents were ruthless, their gazes sharp as knives, glaring intently at Shi Luo and his companions, their lips curled in disdain. In their eyes, everyone outside the elite class was just fodder. Yet Shi Luo and his team showed no signs of retreat, instead feeling exhilarated by the underestimation they faced. The rules for the advancement match were announced on the spot: random team battles. Groups of 5 would be formed with one team selected to win. The victorious team would all secure spots for the expedition, while the losers would be sent back without exception. The announcement caused an uproar in the venue. There would be no ties, no respawns, only life and death confrontations. Shi Luo glanced at his teammates, a smirk playing on his lips. Perfect, we'll settle old and new scores together. The veterans from the elite class bared their fangs as well, the tension in the air thick enough to ignite. When the draw results were announced, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The big screen showcased the 2 teams' names glaringly. Shi Luo, Wen Ruantang, Ranran Luchun, and Zhang Yifeng were all grouped. On the opposite side, Ling Xiao led the charge with 4 top talents from the elite class backing him up. The strength of both groups was evenly matched. This was no mere advancement match, it was clearly the finals starting early. The stands erupted in excitement. Some were so thrilled they pounded the railings, a peak showdown. Whether the elite class can save face rests on this match. Others murmured quietly. Shi Luo and their team are dark horses. Ling Xiao was severely beaten last time. Before they could finish, a nearby person retorted, "What do you mean beaten? Ling Xiao is just learning from his mistakes." Indeed, Ling Xiao stood opposite, and the defiance and arrogance had long vanished from his eyes as he looked at Shi Luo. All that remained was a profound respect and seriousness. He still vividly recalled the humiliating defeat that had left him grounded. That battle had shattered all his pride and made him fully aware of the chasm between himself and Shi Luo. But to admit defeat, that was out of the question. "Shi Luo, this time I will not concede easily." Ling Xiao spoke solemnly, his voice deep and thunderous. As soon as he finished speaking, the overwhelming pressure of its level peak sentinel erupted, without reservation, instantly dominating the atmosphere. The four teammates behind him unleashed their own auras in unison, their coordination breathtaking. Clearly they had not been idle over the past month, having honed their strategies countless times in private. 5 powerful auras coalesced into one like drawn blades targeting Shi Luo's team. The arena fell silent for a moment before erupting into even more frenzied cheers. Shi Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Interesting. Beside him, Lu Chun clenched his fists, the joints cracking audibly. The grand battle was about to ignite. In the viewing area, all the teachers and students held their breath, intently focused on the arena. This duel would directly determine the allocation of expedition spots, marking it as the ultimate battle of the school selection competition. Shi Luo maintained a calm demeanor, the small golden creature resting quietly on her shoulder, its shimmering scales reflecting light as her aura remained steady. She turned to her 4 teammates, her gaze resolute. "Let's follow the previous strategy, each performing their roles, advancing steadily." All right. Wen and Tang Ranran would serve as guides responsible for mental energy support, defensive enhancements, and battlefield healing. Lu Qin would focus on close combat, charging in with his mech. Jiang Yifeng would provide long-range sniping, precisely suppressing the opponents, while Shi Luo would be the core of the team, controlling the rhythm, breaking through obstacles, and delivering the final blow. The 5 exchanged glances, needing no words, either mutual understanding had long been established. Having endured the battle in the Beast Canyon, undergone secret training, and refined their tactics over several days, they had become the most harmonious battle team. The ultimate advancement match begins. With the instructor's command, the battle erupted instantly. Ling Xiao's team initiated a fierce attack, first their coordination, seamless offense, and defense well-ordered. The formidable combat power of the Slevel Sentinels was on full display, their mechs advancing like a tidal wave, mental energy attacks raining down upon Shi Luo's team. Defense. Wen and Tang Ranran simultaneously activated their level mental energy, conjuring up a thick mental barrier to firmly protect the team, withstanding the first wave of the opponent's fierce assault. Lu Chun piloted his mech, facing Ling Xiao, Heden engaging in close combat. Without losing ground, Jiang Yifeng quickly seized the high ground, unleashing long-range firepower and accurately suppressing the opponents. Shi Luo remained agile, maneuvering along the edge of the battlefield, her keen eyes sharp and ready to catch any flaws in the enemy's defenses. After dozens of fierce exchanges, the arena was overflowing with energy, the sounds of mechas colliding deafening the battle, fierce and intense, with no clear victor in sight. Ling Xiao's team was powerful and well-coordinated, asserting the advantages of veteran fighters and pressing forward relentlessly, while Shi Luo's team, relying on their exquisite synergy and precise tactics, along with Shi Luo's exceptional battlefield foresight, firmly held their ground, unyielding in the face of adversity. "This won't do, we must break the deadlock." Shi Luo's eyes sharpened as she made a swift decision. She no longer stayed back, and a level peak mental energy erupted violently around her. The ancient lizard bloodline power subtly surged as she maneuvered her silver-white mech, like a streak of silver light, directly launching an assault on the opponent's weak defense. The speed was at its peak, and the prediction was eerily accurate. The opponents had no time to react, and were instantly torn open at a flaw. Lu Chun charge in. Jiang Yifeng provide covering fire. Wen Tang Ranran follow up with support. Shi Luo's orders rang clear, prompting her teammates to respond instantly, launching a full counterattack according to the established strategy. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. Shi Luo was like a battlefield deity, striking at the vital points with each move. Her control of the mech was impeccable, continually breaking through the mechs of 2 opposing team members. Lu Qin pressed Ling Xiao directly, preventing him from supporting his teammates. Jiang Yifeng's long-range firepower harvested accurately, while Wen and Tang Ranran provided continuous mental energy boosts, propelling the team's combat power to new heights. In less than 10 minutes, Ling Xiao's team began to retreat continuously, exposing numerous flaws, unable to resist any longer. "We concede. We admit defeat." Ling Xiao looked at his defeated team, speaking helplessly, his expression devoid of bitterness, only acceptance. Shi Luo gradually withdrew her offensive, and the arena fell silent. The supervising instructor announced loudly, in this school selection competition, Shi Luo's team has emerged victorious, with all members securing spots for the Interstellar League representing our school to battle across the galaxy. As the announcement concluded, the viewing area erupted into deafening cheers, applause, and shouts echoing throughout the entire arena. Ling Xiao walked over with his teammates, addressing Shi Luo's group earnestly. Congratulations. I hope you can bring glory to our school in the Interstellar League and crush all alien opponents. We will, Shi Luo replied calmly, her tone resolute. Thus, the 5-member team from the Empire's first Central Military Academy for the Interstellar League was Shi Luo as the captain led Wenruan, Tang Ranran, Lu Chun, and Jiang Yifeng preparing to step onto the interstellar stage and face the galaxy's top geniuses. Meanwhile, on the Interstellar Network, discussions about various military academy teams intensified. The Apocalypse Military Academy's Karen and others were still spouting off, mocking Shi Luo's team as weak, and a face-slapping showdown of interstellar proportions was about to unfold. The internal selection competition finally came to an end, with the Shi Luo battle team ruthlessly charging through their opponents, firmly seizing their opportunity to compete. The news spread like wildfire throughout the school. The cafeteria staff even generously served them an extra scoop of meat. The hopes of both teachers and students for the Interstellar League were firmly placed upon these young warriors. The school did not hold back, directly allocating a top-tier training base solely for their use. All the finest cultivation resources, mecha training equipment, and high-level energy potions were poured in. Even the military sent elite instructors to oversee their training personally. No one dared to slack off. This battle team was being meticulously forged into a true weapon, preparing for the upcoming Interstellar League. For the next month, the entire team dove into closed training, pushing themselves to the limit. Daytime was for mecha practice and nighttime for honing their mental strength. No one dared to be lazy. After all, the opponents in the Interstellar League would show no mercy. As the captain, Shi Luo pushed his control and perception to this level threshold, exhausting himself to the brink of mental collapse. Simultaneously, he shared the hard-earned lessons from the battlefield of the end times, tailoring strategies for everyone and repeatedly simulating various tactics for the League. Real combat drills continued one after another, ceasing only when the mechas were smoking and the pilots nearly exhausted. This team was being ruthlessly forged into a sharp blade. During this month of intensive training, it was not just Shi Luo who was working hard. The entire team was undergoing a transformation. The pairing of Wenruan and Tang Ranran as support grew increasingly remarkable. One provided mental healing as steady as a scalpel, while the other could withstand high-level beast attacks with defensive enhancements. With their cooperation, the team's sustainability and explosive power reached new heights. Lu Chen's close combat skills became increasingly insane, with a fierce momentum during mecha charges that sent chills down spines. Jiang Yifeng's long-range sniping was exceptionally steady, capable of sending bullets through the seams of mechas from across the battlefield. After a month of synergy, their teamwork was impeccable. They could predict each other's next moves even with their eyes closed. The most surprising element was the ancient dragon lizard Huishi. This ancient creature surged through training, fully awakening its divine beast lineage. When it released its pressure, even high-level beasts would tremble. At critical moments, it could unleash a faint thunderbolt, catching opponents off guard. The entire team regarded it as a hidden trump card, only to be unveiled in dire situations. On the other side, Zhang Sun was not idle. Upon hearing that Shi Luo was entrenched in training, pushing herself to her limits, he felt a pang of heartache. She was exhausting her mental energy every day. How could he? Even if he did not want to disrupt her rhythm, this Imperial Marshal still secretly spared no effort, sending the best resources he could procure straight to the base, nearly emptying the military's top treasures. One day, during a much-needed break in training, a tall figure in military uniform suddenly appeared at the entrance of the exclusive base. Zhang Sun wore his uniform impeccably, with the star insignia on his shoulder dazzling to the eyes, yet his cold face was filled with warmth when he looked at Shi Luo. He walked straight up to her and lowered his voice, saying, "You've worked hard." Just 3 words. No, those words carried a lifetime of affection. Lu Chun and the others who were munching on energy bars were momentarily stunned, then instantly understood. They exchanged glances and tacitly turned to leave. Jiang Yifeng shook his head as he walked, murmuring, "I'm full from this dog food." The 4 of them could not suppress their smiles, quietly shipping their captain and the Marshal's sweet relationship. Zhang Sun did not waste words. He raised his hand to retrieve a spatial storage ring and gently placed it on Shi Luo's fingertip. The metallic ring emitted a faint glow, fitting perfectly. He lowered his voice, his tone filled with concern. "Inside are pre-competition supplies. Don't hesitate to use them, and don't skimp on yourself." Shi Luo's heart warmed. As her divine sense delved into the ring, she was utterly stunned. This was no mere equipment, but a mobile armory. A complete set of S-level mecha parts was neatly arranged, enough to elevate her silver-white mecha to half an SS level, doubling both offense and defense. Next to it, were ancient lizard bloodline nourishing liquids made from the pure blood of divine beasts, which could accelerate bloodline awakening and expand spiritual meridians. High-level mental recovery potions were plentiful, ensuring she would not fear exhaustion. The most extravagant item was the ancient defensive armor, which could immunize against all attacks below SS level. At critical moments, this could be a lifesaver. Shi Luo took a deep breath and looked up at Zhang Sun. This man, while claiming not to interfere, had secretly provided her with everything possible. She did not feign modesty but tightly grasped the rings, silently vowing, "Once I finish the league, I'll come back to thank you." Each of these items was a rare treasure in the interstellar realm. Let alone the top families of the Empire, even turning over several old aristocratic families might not yield a complete set like this. Yet Zhang Sun, without batting an eye, directly handed it all to Shi Luo. His only thought was to ensure her safety on the battlefield, reducing her risks. Nothing else mattered. "This is too precious, I can't accept it." Shi Luo instinctively declined, her voice softened. She was not being coy, as she was genuinely overwhelmed by this heavy-hearted gesture. These resources could outfit a small fleet for several rounds. Zhang Sun, however, gently grasped her hand, his long fingers tightening his palm, warm, and his gaze both determined and tender. He looked into her eyes and said word by word, "To me, you are more precious than anything. You just need to fight your heart out on the battlefield, chase your light, without worrying about anything. I will always be your strongest support. If anyone dares to harm you maliciously on the battlefield, even if that person is an interstellar prodigy, I will level the arena to protect you completely." His words were gentle, yet each was as firm as iron. Shi Luo stared at him, her eyelashes fluttering as a soft spot deep within her heart was struck. She did not refuse again, but grasped his hand, firmly squeezing it. She accepted this heavy reassurance. In her past life during the apocalypse, she had been all alone, without anyone to rely on, never having experienced such unreserved affection and protection. Warmth surged within her heart, and a hint of tenderness flashed in her cool eyes. All right. She no longer declined accepting this heavy sentiment. With Zhang Sun's protection and these top-tier resources, she gained more confidence in the Interstellar League, ready to face all-star opponents with greater chances of victory. In the following training, Shi Luo utilized the resources sent by Zhang Sun, rapidly enhancing her strength. Her mecha upgraded, her bloodline refined, and her mental strength was a step away from breaking through to S level, leading to a qualitative leap in the team's overall combat power. The interstellar warship sliced through the cosmic void, completing a multi-day voyage and arriving smoothly at the host city of the All-Intersystem Military Academy League, the Interstellar Glory City. Glory City, a metropolis purpose-built for top-tier intergalactic tournaments, exuded grandeur and boasted cutting-edge facilities, its entire expanse dotted with battle arenas, training sanctums, and competition venues. At this moment, the city had already gathered elite teams from 32 empires and 128 premier military academies across the galaxy, a sea of humanity and a congregation of peerless prodigies. Each team, clad in their academy's distinctive uniforms, radiated a sharp aura and haughty gazes. An undercurrent of tension and hostility flowed between them. All regarded one another as formidable rivals, yearning to crush their opponents on the battlefield and achieve instant fame. On the streets, inside the venues, and in the rest areas, fervent discussions about the league filled the air. Fans, interstellar media, and spectator factions converged, immersing the entire Glory City in a boiling, adrenaline-fueled tournament atmosphere. Shi Luo and her 4 companions descended slowly from the spaceship ramp. The uniforms of the Empire's first Central Military Academy fit impeccably, accentuating their upright postures and composed demeanor. Stepping onto an interstellar arena for the first time, not one of them showed a trace of timidity. Their ease was akin to surveying their own backyard. Nearby teams turned to glance and murmur about the origins of this dark horse. Huishi perched obediently on Shi Luo's shoulder, its golden scales gleaming under the lights, appearing both delicate and adorable. Yet no one expected that this creature would inadvertently release a trace of ancient divine beast pressure, causing the battle beasts accompanying their masters around to bristle, prostrate themselves, and tremble uncontrollably. The previously arrogant opponents instantly changed color. This team was decidedly uncanny. In an instant, countless gazes from all around converged on Shi Luo's team like searchlights. Some looked with curiosity, others with scrutiny, but most bore the naked hostility of alien teams. After all, the reputation of the Empire's first Central Military Academy was too immense, everyone wanted to trample it to prove themselves. Is this the team that turned the tide through bloodlines and divine beasts? The captain, is that Shi Luo? Somewhere in the Tianqi Military Academy formation, someone crossed their arms and sneered loud enough to ensure they were heard. Looks mediocre at best, nothing but a hollow reputation. Another tall figure curled his lip, his gaze dismissive, as if appraising something worthless. Before our Tianqi Academy, they're utterly vulnerable. Just wait. If we meet them in the first round, we'll crush them outright. The leader's voice was the most grating, and he deliberately patted his contracted beast beside him. Let them witness what true interstellar genius means. The mockery struck like daggers, drawing the attention of many nearby teams who whispered in amusement. Lu Chen frowned, ready to retort, but Shi Luo raised a hand. She didn't even glance their way, merely lowering her head to stroke Huishi, whose scales were flaring up, and said calmly, "Just the barking of a worthless cur." Shi Luo and her companions lifted their eyes to see a group of students in Tianqi Military Academy uniforms approaching. At the forefront was none other than Kailuan, the scarce dual-attribute psychic genius who had previously made bold, taunting remarks about Shi Luo on the stellar net. Kailuan, tall and imposing, regarded Shi Luo with a contemptuous gaze from on high. His scarce dual-attribute psychic pressure burst forth, laden with supreme arrogance and provocation, bearing down directly on Shi Luo. "So you're Shi Luo? The stellar net hyped you up like a demigod. I thought you'd be formidable, but you're nothing special. I advise you to admit defeat and withdraw from the competition now, lest I crush you on the battlefield, humiliate you publicly, and bring shame upon your Imperial." The Tianqi team members behind Kailuan chimed in, their faces laden with mockery as they brazenly provoked. "Our senior Kailuan is in scarce dual-attribute psychic. His mecha combat prowess sweeps through the galaxy's young elites. You're no match. Quit now and spare yourself the disgrace." When Ruan and Tang Ranran were instantly enraged, their pretty faces darkening, their auras turning as frigid as midwinter. Lu Chun clenched his fists, knuckles cracking, audibly itching to charge over and tear apart the Tianqi group's mouths. As they stepped forward to argue, Shi Luo raised her hand to halt them unhurried. She looked up, her cool gaze piercing through the crowd, locking precisely onto the face of Tianqi's Captain Kailuan. There was no anger, no disdain, only an unfathomable indifference, as if observing a hopping grasshopper by the roadside. Her tone was as flat as a comment on the fine weather, yet every word carried a chilling authority. On the battlefield, strength speaks. What use is rhetoric? She paused, the corner of her mouth curling slightly. Since you're so confident, then let's meet on the battlefield. I'm curious to see if your so-called power can withstand even a single strike from me. She delivered the finishing blow. I hope you don't lose too embarrassingly. Neither servile nor arrogant, yet radiating overwhelming presence. The watching teams fell silent instantly. Kailuan's face cycled through shades of white and red, veins bulging on his forehead, fists trembling with rage, but he dared not erupt on the spot. Good. Fine words and a sharp tongue. Kailuan laughed in fury, his eyes venomous. Since you're so ungrateful, I pray we don't meet in the first round. Otherwise I'll make sure you leave in utter defeat. We'll see. Shi Luo replied coolly, her eyes icy and unyielding. Kailuan shot her a fierce glare before departing with his team, murderous intent still lingering in his gaze. He had already resolved deep down that if they met in the first round, he would severely cripple Shi Luo and prevent her from competing further. The other teams watching the scene unfold wore expressions of eager amusement, convinced that Shi Luo was far too arrogant and stood no chance against Kailuan, that she would surely suffer a crushing defeat in this interstellar league. Faced with the mockery and disdain, Shi Luo's team paid it no heed. They understood well no amount of verbal bluster compared to a solid punch on the battlefield. Rather than waste energy on arguments, they would conserve strength and deliver a resounding slap with absolute power, silencing every doubt, grounding every opponent. Facts trump rhetoric. All they needed was victory. The group turned and walked toward the tournament committee, checked in, and collected the event handbook, a crisp and efficient process. They then settled into their designated rest area, shutting out the outside clamor to focus on preparation. When Ruan and Tang Ranran began adjusting their psychic assistance frequency bands, Lu Chen polished his mecha gauntlets. Jiang Yifeng inspected the parameters of his sniper scope. Shi Luo sat in meditation, while Huishi on her shoulder yawned lazily and flicked its tail. Night fell and Glory City blazed with lights like an inverted galaxy. From distant teams' rest zones came faint hums of mecha adjustments. Undercurrents surged, and the air thickened with a pre-storm tension. A galaxy-sweeping clash of geniuses was about to officially commence. Everyone waited to see just how far this dark horse could go. The highly anticipated All-Galaxy Elite Military Academy League finally grandly commenced under the spotlight of the galaxy. Within the magnificent central arena, every seat was filled. Galactic spectators, high-ranking officials from major empires, academy principals, and top power brokers were all present. The holographic broadcast covered the entire galaxy, with tens of billions of viewers watching this premier event simultaneously. During the opening ceremony, 128 military academy teams marched in one by one, forming orderly ranks with an imposing aura. Each team consisted of the elite prodigies of their respective empires, brimming with ambition and eager to shine on the competition stage. When the Empire's first Central Military Academy team's phalanx entered the arena, the stands instantly erupted in a cacophony of boos like a pot boiling. Especially in the Tianqi Academy section, sarcastic taunts and whistles rose and fell without restraint, as if they believed Shi Luo's team was merely there to walk the red carpet. Look, the team that lucked its way in is here. They'll lose in the first round. They don't deserve to be here. Senior Kailuan must crush them utterly. All kinds of harsh words filled the air, and even the host cleared his throat in embarrassment. But the 5 members of Shi Luo's team, not a single ripple crossed their faces. When Ruan was even adjusting her cuffs while Tang Ranran gently stroked the gray fox on her shoulder, Lu Chen wore a faint smile, as if listening to a comedy routine. The 5 of them walked as steadily as nails driven into the ground, ignoring all hostility, and strode directly into the team's seats. That composed and unruffled demeanor stunned many spectators. The booing gradually faded, and some began murmuring, "That mental fortitude." The moment the opening ceremony concluded, the holographic screen exploded with the first-round matchups. The entire arena boiled over cheers, nearly lifting the Dome Empire's 1st Central Military Academy team versus Tianqi Military Academy team. What a matchup, a fateful duel in the very first round. Kailuan stared at the screen, a sinister grin slowly curling at the corner of his mouth. He turned his head toward Shi Luo, his eyes filled with undisguised contempt. Raising his hand, he slowly made a crushing gesture, thumb pointing downward, arrogance etched into his very bones. Behind him, the Tianqi team members laughed along, their faces brimming with pride, as if they had already secured their advancement. They believed that eliminating this luck-driven dark horse in the first round was nothing more than a free pass. But Shi Luo didn't even lift an eyelid. She merely glanced at the matchup list, a faint, almost imperceptible cold smile flickering at the corner of her lips. Who will crush whom? That remains to be seen. Before the cheers in the arena had even died down, the Interstellar network exploded first. The livestream barrage in the holographic room lagged from the sheer volume, and this matchup instantly topped the popularity charts, leaving all other battles far behind in the dust. In the audience, someone shouted at the top of their lungs, "Here it comes! The fateful clash!" Immediately someone else chimed in, "Kailuan will massacre Shi Luo, no doubt." The Tianqi Academy cheering squad even chanted in unison, "Tianqi will win. The Empire Academy will fall." Boos and shouts intermingled, turning the air in the central arena scorching hot. The first round officially began, with other sub-arenas starting simultaneously, but all eyes were fixed on the central main arena. Empire's 1st Central Military Academy team versus Tianqi Military Academy team. The 2 teams stood at opposite ends of the stage, facing each other across the arena. Kailuan crossed his arms, a confident smile on his lips. Shi Luo slightly lowered her eyes, her fingers gently scratching the gray fox's chin on her shoulder. The director knew what to do. He zoomed in on both their faces. The entire arena held its breath. This duel, saturated with gunpowder, was finally about to begin. Soon Shi Luo led her team as they slowly stepped onto the combat stage. The 5 stood resolute, their auras steady, exchanging glances with perfect task. Kailuan, accompanied by the 4 members of Tianqi Academy, swaggered onto the stage. The moment they arrived, he directly activated his level dual attribute spiritual power, launching the first assault. The spiritual attack surged like a tidal wave, bearing down on Shi Luo's team, aiming to subdue them in one blow and catch them off guard. "Attack! Finish this quickly! Crush them!" Kailuan barked, and the Tianqi team launched a fierce offensive. Defense. When Ruan and Tang Ranran immediately activated their spiritual power, coalescing a defensive barrier that firmly withstood the enemy's spiritual assault. Shi Luo's eyes turned cold as she gave the order, "Lu Chun close quarters combat, Jiang Yifeng long-range suppression. Counterattack." With those words, the entire team launched a counteroffensive. Lu Chen piloted his mecha and charged heat in, facing Kailuan directly. Jiang Yifeng unleashed full long-range firepower, precisely sniping the Tianqi team members. Shi Luo, controlling her upgraded semi-S level, silver-white mecha, transformed into a streak of silver light and plunged straight into the enemy formation. The moment Shi Luo struck, her speed seemed to tear through space itself. Every move was precisely lethal, targeting vital points. Her combat experience, honed in the apocalypse, was nothing like the polished, showy techniques trained in a greenhouse. A second earlier, Kailuan had been full of smugness, arms crossed, expecting an easy crush. The next second, a blade-like attack grazed the face of his mecha. His pupils contracted sharply, his face turning pale as he stumbled back 3 steps just to steady himself. The smile on his lips hadn't even faded before it was replaced by terror. This woman was not relying on luck. Shi Luo's mecha control was nothing short of extraordinary. Her predictions were precise, her moves fierce. His proud level dual attribute spiritual power was completely suppressed before her, unable to unfold at all. "Impossible! How can you be this strong?" Kailuan roared in utter shock. He simply couldn't believe that he who had scorned this woman was now being utterly dominated by her. Shi Luo showed no mercy. Her eyes icy, she unleashed the power of her bloodline, channeling all her strength into the mecha and delivering a devastating blow straight at Kailuan's mecha. Boom! A thunderous crash. Kailuan's mecha was instantly sent flying, crashing heavily onto the stage. Its energy core went haywire, completely losing combat capability. In just 3 minutes, Tianqi Academy's Captain Kailuan was annihilated by Shi Luo in a single blow. The remaining Tianchi team members, utterly panicked, were helpless against the onslaught of Shi Luo's team, one after another defeated and forced to retreat in disgrace. From start to finish, the entire match lasted no more than 10 minutes. The Imperial Military Academy team had achieved a complete victory over Tianchi Military Academy, crushing them in the first round and securing a triumphant opening. The entire arena fell into dead silence. All spectators, judges, and interstellar netizens stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief, utterly stunned. The team they had belittled, mocked, and dismissed, Shi Luo's team, was so formidable that they had directly crushed the arrogant Tianchi Military Academy and annihilated this level dual attribute product. After the silence, the arena erupted in deafening cheers, thunderous applause resounding throughout the entire main venue. Kai Luan crawled out of his mecha in disgrace, his face ashen, filled with shame and resentment. Under the gaze of the entire audience, he stood utterly humiliated, his previous arrogance completely evaporated. Shi Luo stood on the stage, her posture tall and commanding, her aura blazing. She became the most dazzling presence in the entire arena. With an absolutely crushing victory, she silenced all doubt and mockery, demonstrating to the entire galaxy the formidable strength of the Empire's first Central Military Academy. In the first round of battle, Shi Luo led her team, crushing the Tianchi Military Academy and swiftly defeating Chiron, shocking the entire audience. All the contempt, ridicule, and skepticism transformed into nothingness in the face of absolute strength, replaced by awe and admiration from the crowd. Shi Luo's name instantly swept across the interstellar network, topping the hot search list. The headlines exploded. Shi Luo of the Imperial Military Academy annihilates the scarce dual system genius, the biggest dark horse of the Interstellar League's first round. Shi Luo's overwhelming power slaps the face of everyone present. Various trending topics ignited fervent discussions among billions of interstellar netizens, and those who had previously doubted her changed their tune, praising her endlessly. The Imperial Central Military Academy instantly became the favorite team of this league. On the competition stage, the gazes from various military academy teams towards Shi Luo's team changed completely, from initial disdain and contempt to caution and reverence. No one dared to underestimate this team any longer. They were now regarded as one of the strongest opponents in the league. The defeated Chiron and the Tianchi Military Academy became the laughingstock of the entire interstellar community, mercilessly mocked by netizens. Their previous arrogance turned into a grand joke, leaving them utterly humiliated. The overwhelming victory in the first round did not make Shi Luo's team complacent. They understood that in the Interstellar League there were countless experts, and teams stronger than Tianchi Military Academy were everywhere. Only by being steady and diligent could they go further. In the upcoming group stages and advancement matches, the battles intensified one after another. The top teams from various empires showcased their prowess with mutated bloodlines, dual system psychic powers, top-tier mechas, and rare exotic beasts. Various heaven-defying talents emerged, and the confrontations became increasingly brutal. Yet no matter how formidable the opponents were, Shi Luo's team remained steady, progressing vigorously. Against the Iron Blood team, proficient in close combat, Shi Luo utilized her exceptionally agile mecha control to decisively break through and secure victory. Against the Beast Tamer team, skilled in psychic attacks, the ancient divine beast pressure released by Huishir directly intimidated all of the opponent's beasts, achieving victory without a fight. Against the well-coordinated team, Shi Luo's team relied on their perfect synergy and precise tactics to systematically defeat their opponents. 3 consecutive victories, 5 consecutive victories, 8 consecutive victories. Led by Shi Luo, the team swept through all opponents without a single defeat, forcefully advancing to the semi-finals of the league. In each confrontation, Shi Luo displayed her extraordinary mecha control, formidable bloodline strength, and precise battlefield predictions, leading her team to crush their opponents. Each match was a highlight reel, winning countless fans and making her team the most popular in this league. Her cool demeanor, strength, composure, and undefeated leadership deeply imprinted in the hearts of interstellar audiences. Countless people became her loyal fans, cheering for her and calling her the strongest female genius of the interstellar age. Zhang Sun remained seated in the VIP section of the arena, his deep gaze fixed intently on the young girl on the stage, filled with affection and pride. With every victory she achieved, the smile in his eyes grew brighter, silently guarding and cheering for her. As her consecutive victories continued, Shi Luo's fame in the interstellar arena skyrocketed, making her the biggest dark horse of this league and the strongest contender for the championship. In the upcoming semifinals, they would face another top-tier team of this league, the Holy Domain Military Academy team from the Holy Domain Empire. The Holy Domain Military Academy team, the champions of the last league, boasted 4 members with scarce talents, and their captain was an scarce sentinel genius possessing immense strength and deep-rooted experience, making them the frontrunners for this league's championship, and so far the most challenging opponents. Before the match, the captain of the Holy Domain Military Academy team, the scarce genius Luo Tian, publicly declared Shi Luo's winning streak ends here. In the semifinals, I will personally put an end to her myth and seize victory. With a formidable enemy ahead, all eyes in the arena focused once again on Shi Luo's team. Everyone wanted to know if this dark horse team could continue their winning streak and advance to the finals. Faced with such a powerful opponent, Shi Luo maintained her calm demeanor, showing no signs of fear. Instead, a fierce battle intent ignited in her eyes. Only the strongest opponents deserved to fight with full effort. She led her team in preparing wholeheartedly for the semifinals, refining tactics and enhancing their condition, ready to face this peak showdown and continue the streak of victories. Only half a day remained before the semifinal clash with the Xingyu team. In the Rongyao City preparation zone, every member of Shi Luo's team remained unwavering. After a grueling run of consecutive victories, the five showed no sign of fatigue. If anything, their fighting spirit burned brighter, and their coordination had been honed to perfection. Shi Luo sat upright at the mech maintenance bay, her fingertips deftly calibrating the upgraded semi-S-class silver-white mech. The full set of S-class components Zhang Sun had provided had pushed its performance to the pinnacle. Every joint and every filament of energy was tuned by her to its optimal state. Perched lazily on her shoulder, little Jean's golden scales shimmered softly. Though he seemed drowsy, he remained ever vigilant. The ancient sky-rending dragon lizard's spiritual sense unfurled silently, able to detect the slightest hint of hostility at once. When Ruan and Tang Ranran sat side by side, rehearsing battlefield tactics for spiritual power support and healing, tuning their resonance frequencies again and again to ensure they could immediately bolster defenses and restore allies' combat strength. Lu Chun gripped his mech's control handle, repeatedly practicing close-quarters strike maneuvers with a gaze as sharp as a blade. Zhang Yifeng adjusted the long-range sniper cannon, calibrating every firing angle to ensure no shot would miss. Over the past fortnight of the league, they had fought from the group stage all the way into the semifinals, sweeping aside top interstellar teams without a single defeat. Yet facing last season's champions, Xingyu Juanxiao, no one dared be complacent. Every member of the Xingyu team possessed class talent, and their captain Luo Tian was an SS-level sentinel. His teammates moved with uncanny synchronicity, seasoned veterans of the interstellar youth arenas. Their battlefield experience made them the acknowledged strongest opponent in this league. Get into position. The Xingyu team favors swift, decisive battles and will unleash full-on assault from the outset. We will hold a steady defense first, then look for openings to counterattack. Shi Luo raised her eyes to her four teammates, her tone calm and powerful, instilling confidence. Their dominance is only a facade. As long as we disrupt their team fight rhythm, victory will be ours. Don't worry, Captain. We will win. The winning streak must continue. Well advanced to the finals. The four answered in unison, their gazes resolute. After countless hard-fought battles, they trusted Shi Luo implicitly. With her leading, there was no fight they believed they could not win. Meanwhile, in the Xingyu team's preparation zone, Luo Tian's SS-level sentinel pressure radiated unchecked. Cold-eyed, he stared at the holographic dossier of Shi Luo's team, a sneer curling at his mouth. Riding luck and bloodline advantages to trample weaker teams. Do they really think they're top geniuses? Luo Tian said coldly. With contempt, in the semifinals, I will show them what true top-tier power is. Within half an hour, I will utterly crush them. His teammates echoed him without reservation. They did not regard Shi Luo's team as a threat. To them, this Digua Junxiao squad was merely a lucky dark horse unworthy of contesting with them. In the blink of an eye, the time for the semifinal arrived. The central arena was packed, every gaze in the galaxy fixed upon it. The livestream's heat soared to new heights. Billions of viewers watched online, eager for this pinnacle showdown. On one side stood the undefeated Imperial Dark Horse team on a meteoric rise, on the other the defending champions, the formidable Xingyu force. The outcome was uncertain, and the atmosphere in the arena taut to the breaking point. Who do you think will win? Can Shi Luo's team maintain their streak? Definitely the Xingyu team. Luo Tian is an SS-level sentinel. His power crushes all. Not necessarily. Shi Luo pulls off miracles every time. They'll bet on her. Debates rose and fell across the arena as both teams under every eye ascended the combat platform together. Luo Tian wore Xingyu Junxiao's official battle suit, standing tall as his haughty gaze swept over Shi Luo. Coldly, he said, "I'll give you a chance. Forfeit now, and spare yourselves some wounds. Avoid being thrown out in disgrace." Spare the words. You will see the truth on the field, Shi Luo said indifferently. Unmoved by his pressure, her aura was steady, and her gaze so oblivious. Luo Tian's face darkened. He fell silent, and with the referee's command, the semi-final officially began. Luo Tian held nothing back. He immediately unleashed SS-level spiritual power. Energy surged around him as the four members of the Xingyu team snapped into a coordinated teamfight formation, like a precisely tuned machine launching a thunderous assault at Shi Luo's team. The pressure of a top-tier sentinel swept the arena, making the air tremble. The mech offensive struck like lightning, spiritual power assaults rolling in like a tsunami. The force was far beyond any adversary they had previously faced. Defend. Shi Luo barked the order. When Ruan and Tang Ranran instantly unleashed all their spiritual power, forming a dense double-layered spiritual shield. Lu Chun moved forward to brace the frontal onslaught, while Zhang Yifeng spread long-range fire to try to halt the enemy advance. But the Xingyu team's might was overwhelming. Luo Tian slammed his mech into the shield with a punch. With a resounding boom, the heavy barrier cracked in an instant and nearly shattered. Both Wen Ruan and Tang Ranran went pale as their spiritual power suffered slight backlash, forcing them to stagger backward. Barely a minute into the match, Shi Luo's team fell behind, thoroughly suppressed by the Xingyu team. The crowd's anxiety spiked, and across the Star Network voices predict it's over. The Xingyu team is too strong. The gap is too wide. Shi Luo's team is going to lose. Luo Tian's SS level power is unbeatable. Their winning streak will end. In the VIP box, Zhan Sun's gaze tightened, and his aura chilled, yet he did not intervene. He believed in Shi Luo's strength and respected her battlefield. He remained in the shadows, fully prepared to act at the first sign of a malicious strike to protect her. On the arena, Shi Luo's gaze stayed calm as she rapidly studied the Xingyu team's attack rhythm, pinpointing subtle flaws in their formation. She knew well that brute force would not suffice. Only cunning could break the deadlock and turn the tide. The Holy Domain team launched a relentless assault, forcing Shi Luo and her 4 teammates into steady retreat, so fierce that the jeers from the stands nearly shattered the dome ceiling. Yet not a single member of their squad faltered. Shi Luo's gaze remained calm and unshaken, a woman forged in the apocalyptic wastelands of rotting corpses and rivers of blood, having weathered every conceivable extremity. Wen Ruan, Lu Chun, and the others were likewise battle-hardened veterans of the League, each confrontation sharpening their instincts. The more dire the pressure, the sharper their exhilaration grew. Their breathing was unnervingly steady. Glances exchanged between them conveyed absolute synchrony. Panic. Unthinkable. This level of pressure wasn't even worthy of polishing their boots. When Ruan and Tang Ranran clenched their teeth, anchoring their focus to sustain the shield with unwavering streams of spiritual energy, Lu Chun bore the brunt of the frontal assault, unleashing his mecha's close combat techniques at full intensity to barely contain Luo Tian's onslaught. Zhang Yifeng recalibrated his sniper angle, firing with surgical precision into the Holy Domain team's vulnerabilities, seeking to disrupt their rhythm. Yet Luo Tian's SS-tier combat prowess was terrifying. His iron fist descended like meteor strikes, colliding with earth, sending jolts of primal dread shuddering through every skull. They fought with everything they had, but still they were overwhelmed. Their mecha hulls bore deep, jagged gashes in places. Sparks sputtered violently. Spiritual energy drained like water from an open tap, torrential, irreversible. Within the team channel, only ragged, labored breaths echoed. All knew at this rate surviving 10 minutes was fantasy. 5 would be nothing short of divine grace. You dare step into the semifinals with this feeble strength? Turn back while you still can. Luo Tian grew increasingly frenzied. His mecha's iron fist wreathed in blinding arcs of energy, each strike more savage than the last, poised to shatter the final layer of their shield into dust. Shi Luo's pupils contracted sharply. The pent-up frustration within her exploded. No more retreat. Gritting her teeth, her eyes flared with sudden, incisive ferocity, and she made a decision no one anticipated. Gray Shi, strike now? Before the words fully left her lips, the fluffy little creature perched on her shoulder erupted into motion. Gray Shi shot skyward, its diminutive frame elongating midair into a searing golden streak, like a miniature sun igniting, then detonated. Instantly, the overwhelming aura of the primordial sky-rending dragon lizard surged forth, unfiltered and absolute. It was an ancestral memory etched deep in bloodline. Vast, furious, laced with sovereign dominance that compelled all living things to kneel. It crashed across the entire arena, surging upward toward the dome itself. Every spectator paled simultaneously. This pressure defied logic. It ignored armor, disregarded spiritual energy, and bore down directly upon the soul of every living being present. Even SS-tier sentinels confronted by such primordial suppression felt their knees buckle and breath catch, as though pinned beneath the unblinking gaze of an ancient leviathan. What in the void is that? A cry of shock tore from the opposing side. Luo Tian mid-assault froze rigid. His spiritual energy instantly unraveled. His mecha's movements stuttered to a halt. Dizziness flooded his mind. An instinctive, inescapable terror bloomed within him, as if confronting a top-tier primordial beast, compelling surrender at the deepest biological level. The rest of the Holy Domain team crumbled utterly, staggering under the divine beast's aura, their mecha's energy systems failing catastrophically. Their once impenetrable formation splintered wide open. The entire audience stood dumbstruck, eyes wide, jaws slack, riveted on that tiny golden figure blazing at the arena's heart, disbelief painted across every face. What kind of anomalous beast is that? Its aura is monstrous. Even SS-tier Luo Tian was paralyzed. That must be a primordial divine beast. By the stars, Shi Luo concealed this ace up her sleeve. In that singular fleeting moment of suppression, Shi Luo seized opportunity. Her silver-white mecha blurred forward with transcendent speed. She did not meet force with force. Instead, drawing upon battlefield instincts honed in the apocalypse, she darted behind the Holy Domain team, precisely targeting the weakest point in their mecha's energy cores. Her fingers danced across the control interface, spiritual energy fused seamlessly with machine. Every ounce of power coalesced into a single devastating blow. Boom. One opponent's mecha shattered outright, disabled inert, and tumbled off the arena floor. With their formation breached, the Holy Domain team collapsed into disarray. Luo Tan barely wrested himself free from the divine aura. Pale, enraged, trembling, you cheated. Using a beast's aura as a tactical shortcut. On the battlefield, strength reigns supreme. Any weapon at one's command is legitimate skill. Pity you cannot bear defeat. Shi Luo's voice was ice-cold, her gaze implacable, granting no chance for counterattack, full team counteroffensive. With Greishi's aura persisting, the Holy Domain team's capabilities plummeted. Shi Luo's squad reversed the tide instantly, from total subjugation to sweeping coordinated assault. Lu Chun charged headlong aggression razor-sharp. Jiang Yifeng picked off targets with lethal long-range precision. When Wan and Tang Ranran amplified the team's spiritual output, elevating combat efficacy to its zenith, Shi Luo commanded from the center. Every maneuver struck true, every synergy flawless. The arena's balance tipped in an instant. Moments earlier, the Holy Domain team had dominated with crushing superiority. Now they recoiled in disarray, humiliated and desperate. Luo Tian raged, straining against the bloodline aura, driving his mecha straight toward Shi Luo. Determined to eliminate the linchpin, first I'll kill you. His steer's spiritual energy erupted in full, a final desperate gambit, a killing strike. Shi Luo met it without flinching, awakening her own ancient lizard clan bloodline, harmonizing with Greishi's resonance. Her Pikatyre spiritual energy detonated outward as she steered her silver-white mecha forward to meet the blow heated. She advanced, not retreated, evading his attack with preternatural precision, then countered with a single brutal strike aimed squarely at Luo Tian's mecha. The light in Luo Tian's mecha guttered and died. Its power systems failed completely. With a thunderous crash, it slammed onto the arena floor, motionless, defeated. Victory secured. The referee raised his voice, declaring loudly, Holy Domain team captain's mecha disabled. Imperial 1st Central Military Academy team wins. Advancing to the league finals. Silence held for one breath, then erupted into deafening cheers, thunderous applause, and roaring chants that threatened to tear the arena roof from its foundations. Another win, another stunning victory. Led by Shi Luo, the team had executed a perfect counterassault, toppling the reigning champions, the Holy Domain team, the toughest adversary in the tournament. They had broken new ground. Never before had the Imperial Military Academy advanced this far in the Interstellar League. This match sent shockwaves across the entire league. Luo Tian crawled out of his wrecked mecha, combat suit torn in multiple places, hair plastered to his forehead with sweat. He stared at the triumphant young woman standing atop the arena, his face ashen, fists clenched until knuckles cracked, eyes burning with raw, unyielding resentment. Yet what recourse remained? Skill fell short. Defeat was absolute. Denial would only deepen his disgrace. Shi Luo approached calmly, returning Greishi to her spiritual space, her expression serene, betraying not a trace of elation from having just dethroned the champion. Unbeknownst to her, the broadcast footage of this semi-final had already gone viral across the entire star system. Social media overflowed with her name, Shi Luo, solidly claiming the top position on the Interstellar Youth Prodigy list. All eyes now turned toward the final in 3 days. What unimaginable feat would this meteoric prodigy unleash? A powerful upset against the reigning champion, the Sacred Domain team, kicked open the door to the finals. The name of the Shi Luo team echoed throughout the galaxy like a thunderclap. From the corridors of the Imperial Military Academy to the taverns at the border starport, everyone was discussing this dark horse is truly on a rampage. The trending topics on the Star Network were dominated by related hashtags. Shi Luo leads to finals, Imperial Military Academy makes history, ancient divine beast shakes the arena. The topic's popularity skyrocketed like a rocket, with thousands of comments refreshing every second, making it impossible to keep up. Billions of netizens frantically analyzed every match video of Shi Luo. Even her small movements during training were turned into memes. Her fan count skyrocketed by tens of millions overnight, shooting her to the top of the starry search rankings, making her the most sought-after young genius in the galaxy, without exception. Those who once mocked her with cold sarcasm were now completely silenced. In their place were waves of praise and anticipation. Everyone was stretching their necks to see, could this dark horse team that rose from the mud break through another layer in the finals and bring home that dazzling champion trophy. Within the Imperial Military Academy, the atmosphere was jubilant, with faculty and students spontaneously holding celebrations regarding Shi Luo as the pride of the academy. The higher-ups announced that if they secured the championship in the finals, the team would receive the highest level of rewards, with all members promoted to core positions in the Imperial Military. The cheers from the semi-finals had yet to dissipate when the Shi Luo team had already retreated into the preparation area without looking back. No one opened champagne, no one posted updates, and even among themselves they had no energy for idle chatter. Exhausted to the point where their eyelids were fighting to stay open, who had the heart to celebrate? After several high-intensity battles, everyone bore injuries. Some had aching spiritual seas while others had bleeding wounds on their arms. Several mechas were battered with armor plates cracked and wires severed, causing the repair technicians to frown. Only 2 days remained until the finals. Their opponents were still sharpening their blades in the shadows with tight schedules and heavy responsibilities. With no chance to catch their breath, they had to squeeze every minute, analyzing their opponent's tactics, recovering to peak condition, and adjusting their mechas to the most comfortable settings. The final battle must be won. The opponent in the finals was the Imperial Military Academy team from the Qinghai Empire, a formidable force that had crushed its way through without ever tasting defeat. They were even more troublesome than the Sacred Domain team, their coordination as precise as a finely tuned meat grinder. Especially their captain Bai Li, an SS-level peak guide, with unfathomable mental strength, who excelled at silently infiltrating your thoughts and disrupting your rhythm. Their team tactics were exceptional, capable of manipulating their opponents with just a few glances, employing insidious and cunning methods. When facing such a person, you wouldn't even know how you lost. Shi Luo narrowed her eyes, fully aware this battle was far more critical than the semifinals. Unlike the straightforward dominance of the Sacred Domain team, the Qinghai team operated discreetly, with profound thoughts, employing bizarre mental tactics in the semifinals to quietly crush their opponents, making them an extremely tricky enemy. In the preparation area, Shi Luo studied the battle materials of the Qinghai team, her expression grave, her fingertips gently tracing her temple. The Qinghai team is skilled in mental illusions and ambushes. Over the next 2 days, we will focus on training mental defenses to counter their tactics. Understood. Everyone responded in unison, immediately diving into targeted training when Ruan and Tang Ranran focused on cultivating mental defense barriers to withstand illusion attacks. Lu Chun and Zhang Yifeng honed anti-ambush tactics, remaining vigilant to their surroundings. Shi Luo solidified her own mental strength while coordinating with Hui Zai's bloodline to prepare for various unexpected situations in the finals. Before the finals even began, Glory City was already rife with undercurrents. The eyes of various powers were like sharks, smelling blood, quietly closing in. The Interstellar royal family, top families, high-ranking officials from various departments, and financial magnates. Each of them had set their sights on Shi Luo, with her SS-level talent and explosive combat power, along with the ancient bloodline of Hui Shi. Whoever secured her would be able to dominate the next. Thus, at the entrance of the hotel where Shi Luo was staying, luxury hovercars were parked from dawn to dusk, each more impressive than the last. Miss Shi Luo, my family head said that as long as you nod, you can choose any level resource planet with an annual training budget of 10 billion star coins, plus a hereditary viscount title. A well-dressed butler smiled, his face full of wrinkles. The Defense Ministry personnel were even more direct. Little girl, come to the military, and we will directly grant you the rank of major, leading an elite team. No one in the entire galaxy dares to touch you. The conditions were increasingly outrageous. If it were someone else, they would have already been dazzled. But Shi Luo. She listened with a smile and politely shook her head. Thank you for the offer, but I'm not interested. After sending away countless suitors, she leaned against the window, gazing at the lights of the finals venue in the distance, her expression calm, unlike that of a 19-year-old, relying on powers, living under others' roofs. She had never considered such things. What she wanted was never a patronage offered by others, but to carve out her own space with her fists and protect her team members who had fought alongside her. And these so-called offers in her eyes were worth less than a finger of her finals opponents. Besides the allure of powers, there also lurked hostility and malice. The Sacred Domain family, where Luo Tian belonged, as well as the various powerful teams eliminated earlier, harbored jealousy and resentment towards Shi Luo, unwilling to see her claim the championship, secretly colluding and plotting to attack her during the finals, wanting to sabotage her and prevent her from participating. These dark schemes were all seen by Zhang Sun from the VIP seats. Zhang Sun exuded a chilling aura, immediately issuing secret orders to dispatch his elite shadow guards to comprehensively seal off Glory City. Anyone who dared to touch Shi Luo would be dealt with ruthlessly. He would never allow anyone to harm his little girl during the finals. Anyone with ill intentions would pay a painful price. Having done all this, Zhang Sun stood up and walked towards Shi Luo's preparation area. At this moment, Shi Luo was debugging her mecha, and upon seeing Zhang Sun enter, a hint of warmth flickered in her usually cold eyes. Zhang Sun walked slowly to her side, gently brushing away the thin sweat from her forehead, his tone gentle. Don't tire yourself too much. With me around, no one can touch you during the finals. Just go all out in battle. No matter the outcome, you will always be the champion in my heart. Looking into the man's eyes filled with affection and concern, Shi Luo felt warmth in her heart and nodded. I know, I will do my best to secure. She not only fought for herself, her team, and the academy, but also to honor this unwavering protection, aiming to reach the peak in this interstellar. The 2 days quickly passed with various powers secretly making small moves, but no one dared to cause a major disturbance. Hundreds of millions of eyes throughout the galaxy were glued to the live broadcast screen, holding their breath for that moment. Finally, the much-anticipated Interstellar League Finals thunderously commenced. The finals of the top Interstellar Military Academy League have officially commenced under the watchful eyes of countless spectators. The central competition arena is magnificently decorated, illuminated by the brilliance of the starry sky. High-ranking officials from various empires, leaders of top interstellar forces, and the heads of military academies have all gathered, with holographic broadcasts covering every corner of the galaxy, attracting over 10 billion viewers online, making it the grandest event of the interstellar year. The spotlight of the finals roared to life, the shouts of tens of thousands of spectators filling the venue like a tidal wave. Shi Luo walks at the forefront, flanked by 4 teammates, their black uniforms of the Imperial Military Academy glistening coldly under the lights. The 5 of them walk steadily, each step echoing like a heartbeat of their opponents, their eyes devoid of tension, filled instead with the unwavering certainty forged through countless trials. From the rocky path of the group stages to toppling the reigning champions in the semifinals, they have shed blood, teared up, and gritted their teeth to endure one dire situation after another. Now standing on the final stage, they no longer require excessive encouragement. A mere glance is enough to understand each other's tactics. Shi obediently lies on Shi Luo's shoulder, its golden scales subtly shifting with each breath, resembling a delicate ornament. Yet upon closer inspection, the cold light swirling in its vertical pupils and the tautness of its tail reveal an ancient bloodline's murderous intent that cannot be concealed. With a command from Shi Luo, this little creature could unleash a fierce attack in mere moments. The finals are right before them. The lights on the opposing side have also illuminated. The Star Military Academy team steps onto the stage, simultaneously, their movements as synchronized, as if rehearsed 1,000 times, each member wearing an indifferent expression, their gazes deep and inscrutable. The most eerie aspect is that a layer of barely perceptible psychic fluctuations surrounds them like dark currents swirling beneath the surface, causing the nearby spectators to shiver involuntarily. Captain Bailey stands at the forefront in a purple battle suit, the aura of an SS-level peak guide, quietly emanating, unassuming, yet filled with overwhelming pressure. His cold gaze locks onto Shi Luo, a slight curve forming at the corners of his mouth, the smile ambiguous, oscillating between appreciation and mockery, yet underscored by a certain certainty. Finally, the finals have arrived. Shi Luo, you indeed possess some skill to have made it this far. Bailey speaks arrogantly. However, this is where it ends. You won't even be able to break my psychic illusion. The championship trophy is reserved for our Star team. Such confident declarations would have left an ordinary person speechless. But Shi Luo didn't even blink, her expression as calm as a still pond, responding. In the arena, the outcome is uncertain. Do not speak too confidently. Bailey raised an eyebrow slightly, remaining silent, yet the chill in his gaze intensified. The referee floated in midair, confirming that both sides' mechs and mental states were ready. Taking a deep breath, he announced loudly. The finals of the top Interstellar Military Academy League. Official. The moment his words fell, the entire venue erupted. Without hesitation, the Star team immediately activated their SS-level peak psychic power, unleashing a bizarre wave of psychic energy that enveloped the entire stage. There was no forceful attack, yet it silently engulfed the entire Shi Luo team. Not good. It's a psychic illusion. When Ruan exclaimed, attempting to activate her psychic defense, but it was already too late. In the next moment, a strange scene unfolded as Shi Luo's 5 members were instantly trapped in an illusion, the surrounding arena and opponents vanishing, replaced by scenes embodying their deepest fears and concerns. When Ruan and Tang Ranran fell into a vision where they were self-sabotaged by their psychic powers, and their teammates faced disastrous defeats, their minds thrown into chaos, their psychic energies completely disrupted, Lu Chen witnessed himself being besieged by enemies unable to resist, lost in obsession. Zhang Yifeng, on the other hand, was trapped in an illusion of sniping failures and team defeats, unable to extricate himself. The 4 members of Shi Luo's team instantly froze in place, their eyes hollow, entirely devoid of combat capability, completely under the control of the illusion. The audience erupted in astonishment, no one expecting that the Star team would immediately employ such a formidable psychic illusion, directly capturing 4 members and tilting the situation dramatically. It's over. The rest of Shi Luo's team has fallen victim. This psychic illusion is too bizarre, it's simply inescapable. Only Shi Luo remains. How can she contend against the entire Star team? The interstellar network buzzed with excitement, everyone sweating for Shi Luo, As the anticipated peak showdown appeared on the verge of turning into a one-sided, Bailey stood in the center of the arena, his expression haughty, coldly watching Shi Luo. Now it's just you. What do you have to fight against me? Just surrender obediently, and I can spare them some pain. Shi Luo surveyed her surroundings, gazing at her teammates trapped in the illusion, her eyes cold, yet still undisturbed. What scenes had she not witnessed during those dark apocalyptic years? Rolling through zombie hordes, escaping the jaws of mutated beasts, experiencing the darkest betrayals of humanity firsthand. Those trials of life and death had tempered her resolve to be harder than steel. Bailey's mere psychic illusion, though seemingly extravagant, how could it possibly deceive her mind? It was still far from enough. Shi Luo took a deep breath, her ancient lizard bloodline activated instantaneously, the pure bloodline power surging through her body, like scalding lava sizzling, as it resisted the invasion of the illusion. The distorted illusions before her began to waver, and the whispers in her ears became indistinct. She quickly awakened her divine sense, her consciousness becoming clear as she calmly surveyed the surrounding illusions. Every refraction of light, every fluctuation of energy was a point of vulnerability. Shi Luo understood that the core of this illusion was Bailey. As long as she could defeat him, the entire illusion would collapse like a house of cards. She tightened her fists, her gaze suddenly sharp, the target locked. She disrupt his psychic energy. Shi Luo commanded in a low voice. It immediately understood, soaring into the air, the pressure of the ancient divine beast erupting with full force, while it mobilized its own psychic energy, crazily disrupting Mu Li's illusion control. Golden light, enveloping the entire stage, continuously assaulting the bizarre illusion energy. Bailey's expression changed as he felt his psychic energy being strongly disturbed, the illusion fluctuating. He gritted his teeth, stabilizing his mind, and increasing his psychic output, attempting to firmly secure the illusion. Break for me. Don't think you can disrupt my illusion. Seizing the moment, Shi Luo manipulated her silver-white mech, transforming into a silver streak, disregarding the other members of the Star Sea team, trying to block her charging directly towards Mu Li. Her objective was clear: strike at the core. As long as she could defeat Mu Li, the illusion would naturally unravel and her teammates would awaken. The Star Sea teammates immediately moved to obstruct her, their mech assault fierce, but Shi Luo was already giving it her all, her speed reaching its peak, her movements exquisitely agile, forcefully breaking through the blockade, getting closer to Mu Li. The life-and-death confrontation of the peak finals had thus entered a fever pitch. The cold smile at the corner of Bailey's mouth had not yet faded when Shi Luo had already moved, not to evade, but to charge. The silver-white mecha surged forward like a lightning bolt, tearing through a mirage, heading straight for Bailey. The remaining 4 members of the Star Sea battle team erupted into chaos, rushing frantically to intercept. Energy cannons, psychic piercing electromagnetic nets. The relentless barrage poured down like a torrential rain, overwhelming the silver-white mecha. Under normal circumstances, anyone else would have fled in fear by now. But what about Shi Luo? Her gaze was sharp like a blade, showing no hesitation in evading. The mecha in her hand seemed to come alive, sidestepping, gliding, rolling. Each movement was perfectly timed, as agile as a specter. Energy beams grazed past her shoulder guards, psychic waves narrowly swept over her head, and several glaring scratches marred the mecha's exterior, sparks flying in all directions. Yet her steps never faltered, charging even more fiercely like a lone wolf with blood in its eyes, focused solely on Bailey. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. Each dodge was a heart-stopping moment, each scratch a reminder: faster, closer. The mecha's heat exhaust vent expelled scalding waves while alarms blared incessantly within the cockpit. Shi Luo gritted her teeth, her hand gripping the control stick as steady as if it were welded, with only a short distance left to Bailey. Stop her. Quickly stop her. Bailey's voice cracked for the first time, losing the composure of her earlier strategic control. He never expected that Shi Luo could actually break through the blockade of 4 that was a death line, meticulously woven by an SS-level guide. He frantically increased the output of his psychic power, desperately stabilizing the crumbling illusion, while controlling the purple mecha to retreat in a panic, trying to create distance to reorganize the offensive. But Shi Luo gave him no chance to breathe or regroup. The ancient lizard bloodline within her surged forth like a bursting dam, achieving an unprecedented perfect synergy between her psychic power and the mecha's neural link. The silver-white mecha seemed to become a part of her body. Speed increased to a new level, the roar of the engine shook the heavens, and the entire mecha transformed into a silver lightning bolt, instantly closing in on Bailey. Your illusion doesn't work on me. Shi Luo's voice rang out, sharply amplified through the mecha, echoing with a metallic resonance that clearly spread to every corner of the arena. The tens of thousands of spectators on the stands held their breath, even the commentators forgot to speak. In that moment, Shi Luo unleashed all her power, creating a tumultuous wave in her psychic sea, her bloodline boiling to the extreme. The right arm of the silver-white mecha unlocked layer by layer, the energy circuits glowing intensely. She struck hard at Bailey's purple mecha. This strike condensed all her battle power. There was no probing, no holding back, no room for calculation. Only a relentless determination and the ferocity of a do-or-die effort. Wherever her firepower passed, the air was torn apart with a deafening shriek. She aimed to shatter the entire illusionary world with this single punch. Bai Li's face turned pale in an instant. Her hurried attempt to gather psychic defenses proved futile against Shi Luo's full-force strike. With a deafening boom, the defensive barrier shattered instantaneously, and the mecha took a heavy hit, staggering back as her psychic power became. The core of the illusion was shattered, and the bizarre psychic fluctuations enveloping the arena instantly dissipated. The four trapped in the illusion when Ruantang, Ranran, Lu Chun, and Zhang Yifeng snapped back to reality, their vacant eyes regaining clarity. Luo, Luo. Luo, Luo. Captain. The instant Shi Luo struck out, the entire illusionary world shattered like glass. The four teammates trapped in the illusion saw the twisted nightmare images before them vanish abruptly, their consciousness returning in an instant. They gasped for breath, beads of cold sweat on their foreheads, but within a fraction of a second they grasped the situation in the arena. Shi Luo was fiercely entangled with Bai Li, and the defense line of the Star Sea battle team had already been breached. What are you waiting for? Fire at them! Someone shouted, and the four ignited like a lit fuse, their expressions shifting from dazed to fierce, their mental state. The mecha engines roared simultaneously, and the four charged from four directions, without hesitation, unleashing a torrent of firepower toward the Star Sea battle team. The dire situation that had them under siege was now forcibly turned around by Shi Luo's counterattack. 5 silhouettes regrouped, the silver-white mecha coordinating in the center, while the 4 guardian mechas each held their ground, working in perfect harmony, as if they had never been separated. The tide of battle had reshaped itself. This time, it was the Star Sea battle team that panicked. Impossible! How could my illusion be broken? Bai Li was incredulous, shouting in rage. The psychic illusion he had always been proud of had been effortlessly shattered by Shi Luo. Evil cannot suppress righteousness. Your tricks must come to an end. Shi Luo's tone was icy, her gaze sharp. Everyone encircle and annihilate. In an instant, the 5 positioned themselves in a battle formation, cooperating seamlessly. Ruan and Tang Ranran established psychic defenses and enhancements to safeguard the team. Lu Chun charged heat-in, restraining the main forces of the Star Sea battle team. Zhang Yifeng provided covering fire from a distance, sealing off the opponent's escape route. Shi Luo coordinated from the center, seeking an opportunity for a decisive strike. Xiao Jin circled above, exerting the pressure of the divine beast Gray Seal, further diminishing the strength of the Star Sea battle team. The situation had completely reversed. The Star Sea battle team, which had just held the advantage, was now firmly besieged and fell into a passive state. Bai Li, unwilling to accept defeat, expended the last of his strength, urging the remaining psychic power to attempt to unleash the illusion once more for a final count. But Shi Luo gave him no chance. Her eyes turned cold as she controlled the silver-white mecha, precisely locking onto the energy core of Bai Li's mecha, gathering all her strength with the aid of the divine beast's pressure, and launched the final strike. Bang! A tremendous sound reverberated, and Bai Li's mecha was directly shattered, the energy core completely destroyed, crashing heavily onto the arena, unable to move again. With their captain defeated, the remaining members of the Star Sea battle team instantly lost morale, unable to resist further, and under Shi Luo's fierce onslaught, they fell one after another, being thrown out of the arena. On the arena, the outcome of the battle was settled. The referee hurriedly stepped forward, looking at the silent arena, and announced loudly, his voice echoing throughout. All members of the Star Sea battle team have been defeated. The Imperial 1st Central Military Academy team has won the championship in this Interstellar Top Military Academy League. As soon as the announcement was made, an unprecedented roar erupted from the crowd. Applause, cheers, and screams deafeningly resonated throughout the Glory City. 100 billion interstellar viewers were ecstatic, and the Star Network was flooded with messages, all cheering for Shi Luo and the Imperial Military Academy. On a path of reversal from obscurity to sweeping the stars from the campus arena to the pinnacle of the stars, Shi Luo led the team, cutting through thorns undefeated, ultimately claiming the league championship, creating a legend for the Imperial Military Academy and her own myth. When Ruantang, Ranran, Lu Chun, and Zhang Yifeng excitedly embraced each other, their eyes glistening with tears, all the hardships and struggles rewarded at this moment. The Gray Seal transformed into a golden stream of light, flying into Shi Luo's arms, affectionately rubbing against her cheek, sharing in the joy of victory. Shi Luo stood in the center of the arena, surrounded by her teammates, bathed in glory and light, her expression still calm, but a hint of relief flashed in her eyes. She had done it, leading the team to the pinnacle of the stars, claiming the championship honor that belonged to them. The lights in the venue suddenly dimmed, a beam of golden light crashing down on the center of the arena. The championship coronation ceremony of the Interstellar League grandly commenced under the breathless gaze of billions. High-ranking officials from various empires and the chairperson of the Interstellar Alliance were present. Even a few military bigwigs who were usually elusive made an appearance. As the trophy was solemnly handed over, it felt heavy in her hands. The metallic base weighed down by the engraved words Interstellar League Champion shimmering painfully under the lights. The audience erupted into cheers like a pot boiling over. 5 individuals stood shoulder to shoulder, the emblems of the Imperial Military School on their black uniforms gleaming brightly. At this moment, glory belonged to them, and even more so to the Imperial Military School that was never a favorite to win. When the Golden League Championship trophy was placed in her hands, its weight caused her wrist to dip slightly. This was no mere trophy, but a testament to the blood, sweat, and tears accumulated through relentless struggles. As the lights shone brightly, blinding rays dazzled the audience below. Before the 5 could collect themselves, a list of rewards came crashing down, as if they were free in S-level customized Mech 1 for each person, with parameters adjusted to individual combat habits. Ancient bloodline advancement serum sufficient for Grey Seal to shed another layer. Direct hiring qualification from the Ministry of Defense stepping into the core of interstellar power. And lifetime training access to the interstellar secret realm, a place that even the wealthy and powerful cannot enter. Each reward was enough to make the geniuses of the entire universe green with envy, and now all were theirs. Holding the trophy, she glanced back at her teammates, the light in their 4 pairs of eyes brighter than the trophy itself. The applause resonated like thunder. Cameras from all angles focused on the slender figure at the center of the arena. High-definition holographic cameras, floating follow-up balls, and long-range lenses in the hands of reporters were all frantically recording this moment that would be forever etched in interstellar history. Holding the championship trophy, she stood tall, like a sword drawn from its sheath. Her expression still bore that cool demeanor, without a smile, without tears, without excitement, yet the radiance emanating from her was more dazzling than the gold leaf. Who could have imagined that just a few months ago she was the ignored waste in the corner of Class C at the Imperial Military School? With the lowest mental power, and among the worst in practical combat, even her classmates couldn't be bothered to mock her, because she simply wasn't worth it. But it was this very person who climbed up step by step from the mud, shattering all doubts with her fists, steamrolling over every opponent, and forcefully advancing through the group stages, semifinals, and finals, finally cradling the championship trophy firmly in her arms. From waste to champion, from laughingstock to legend. At this moment, she was no longer the taciturn girl from Class C, but the universally recognized top genius of the youth in the entire universe. Shi Luo. A voice called out first, followed by an explosion of cheers throughout the venue. Shi Luo. Shi Luo. Shi Luo. Tens of thousands of voices shouted the same name, the sound waves swelling higher and higher, reaching the clouds, shaking the lights of the venue's ceiling. This thunderous cheer was not for any noble family or royal lineage, but purely belonged to this girl who had fought her way up, turning miracles into reality. As the coronation ceremony gradually neared its end, the fervor of the audience showed no signs of waning. Just as the officiant was about to announce the conclusion of the ceremony, a figure slowly rose from the VIP seats. Zhan Sun, the Imperial Marshal, one of the most powerful men in the entire universe. Dressed in a crisp marshal's uniform, the golden tassels swayed softly under the lights, his stature upright, like a pine tree, each step exuding the calm and pressure that only those who have held high positions for long can possess. Wherever he passed, the previously raucous audience instantly fell silent, all eyes widened, even forgetting to breathe. Holy cow! The Imperial Marshal is personally taking the stage. This spectacle is too grand. What was even more unexpected was that Zhan Sun's eyes, which were usually as sharp as a blade, were now filled with soft light. He walked directly towards Shi Luo, his deep gaze containing nothing but unshakable affection and tenderness. Under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands and billions of viewers behind the live broadcast cameras, Zhan Sun showed no signs of hesitation. He raised his hand, gently caressing Shi Luo's hair, the gesture tender, as if touching the most precious treasure in the world, his fingertips slowly gliding over her crown, filled with endless affection and pride. At this moment, the entire universe erupted. The comments flooded in like madness. What's happening? The Marshal and Shi Luo. My goodness, their love is real. This sweetness is too hardcore. Under the spotlight, the Marshal and the girl, iron blood and tenderness, froze into a scene that would be unforgettable for everyone. Congratulations, my champion. His deep and gentle voice echoed through the arena, reaching every corner, clearly into everyone's ear. The crowd instantly fell into silence, then erupted into a frenzy. The Imperial Marshal. This supreme military force of the Empire actually showed such tenderness towards Shi Luo. This blatant favoritism and protection shattered everyone's perceptions. My God. The Marshal and Shi Luo publicly showing affection, it's too sweet, right? This is too doting. Too delightful. No wonder no one dared to bully Shi Luo. It turns out the Marshal has always been her backing. The Star Network exploded with discussions, the topic of Zhan Sun and Shi Luo instantly topping all trending searches, far exceeding the championship itself. Facing the astonishment and heated discussions of the crowd, Zhang Sun remained unfazed, directly placing a space ring engraved with ancient dragon patterns on Shi Luo's fingertip, his tone serious and clear. This is the highest authority command from my military. With this command you can pass through all corners of the universe, and all members of the Imperial Military will obey your orders. No one dares to bully you or offend you. From now on you can move forward freely. Zhang Sun will always be your most solid support, protecting you throughout your life. His straightforward protection and extreme affection proclaimed his guardianship over her in front of the entire universe. Shi Luo looked at the man before her, warmth surfacing deep in her cool gaze, her heart filled with emotion. In a past life she was all alone, but in this life she had such steadfast protection, and she accepted this heartfelt intention wholeheartedly. Amidst the cheers and envy of the crowd, the coronation ceremony came to a successful conclusion. Shi Luo, the girl who rose from Class C relying on her own strength and extreme effort, reached the pinnacle of the Interstellar League, earning fame and becoming a legend, while also receiving the unconditional affection and protection of the Imperial Marshal. After the competition, the overtures from various factions and the congratulations from everyone were endless, but Shi Luo politely declined them all. She returned calmly with her team to the preparation area, packing up to head back to the Central First Military School of the Empire. Standing on the interstellar battleship in Glory City, Shi Luo looked back at the city that held her glory and dreams, a faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth. The conclusion of the Interstellar League was not an end, but the beginning of her new journey. In the future, she would carry this glory, protect her teammates and loved ones, and with her own strength carve out her own path to the peak in this vast cosmos, side by side with those around her, racing towards even broader stars and seas. Yet in the shadows, those former enemies and hidden crises still lurked quietly. A greater storm in the cosmos was slowly brewing. The legend belonging to Shi Luo was just beginning. The championship heat of the Interstellar League is still sweeping through the entire star system, with 7 or 8 related topics trending on social media, and their popularity shows no sign of waning. Meanwhile, the 5 members of the Shi Luo team at the center of the storm have quietly boarded the interstellar warship, returning to the Imperial Military Academy. This exclusive flagship, specially allocated by the military, is painted in a sleek silver gray, with the Imperial Military emblem shining brightly on its hull. Walking inside is breathtaking. The most extravagant part is that it is equipped with top-notch training rooms and energy supply stations, even more lavish than the military academy's training facilities. The supply station is filled with high-tier energy potions and nutrient fluids, with just one bottle enough to support an ordinary student for an entire month. This is too generous. A teammate touched the armrest of the seat, his eyes wide in astonishment. Shi Luo leaned against the porthole, gazing at the vast starry sea outside, with a slight smile curling at the corners of her lips. The warship slowly departed from Glory City, traversing the unbelievably brilliant interstellar nebula, steadily heading towards the Imperial Star Domain. Outside, the porthole, purple and golden nebulae shimmered like a flowing painting. However, the 5 individuals on the deck were too absorbed in their thoughts to admire the Wen Ruantang, Ranran, Lu Chun, and Jiang Yifeng sat together in the leisure area, their faces still beaming with the joy of victory, unable to contain their excitement. They exchanged words, reliving the thrilling and glorious moments from the competition, speaking animatedly with enthusiasm, and no one found it. I can't believe it. We really won the championship of the Interstellar League. Tang Ranran's eyes sparkled like they held 2 stars, and she seemed ready to leap from the sofa. Back when I was in the military academy, I couldn't even dream of the internal selection matches, and now look at us, standing on that stage, crushing all the geniuses in the star system. Who would believe it if I said it? When Ruan smiled and shook her head, her gaze unconsciously drifting towards Shi Luo, who was leaning against the porthole, a layer of grateful softness glimmering in her eyes. It's all thanks to Luo. If it weren't for her, let alone the championship, we might not even have made it past the group stage. Do you all remember? Every time we were in dire straits, she single-handedly charged forward, pulling each of us out of the pit. Lu Chun and Jiang Yifeng exchanged glances, and though no words were spoken, the understanding and acknowledgement in their eyes were more genuine than any beauty. From ordinary students at the Imperial Military Academy to standing at the pinnacle of the stars, they were all too aware of the hardships, the stumbles, and the bloodshed they had endured along the way. And every time they fell, every time they were overwhelmed, it was Shi Luo who reached out to pull them up, forcibly leading them out of the encirclement. This trust was wagered with their lives. This bond was etched deep into their bones, more precious than any metal. Shi Luo stood alone by the railing of the deck, her gaze faintly fixed on the flowing interstellar light outside the porthole. The nebula churned in the darkness, resembling the dark currents of fate. Her fingertips gently stroked the dragon-patterned space ring on her left hand's ring finger, the one that Zhang Sun had personally placed on her before heading into battle. The ring was ancient and exquisite, with dragon patterns vividly alive, warm to the touch, yet it emanated a subtle pressure that demanded respect. The cheers of victory still echoed in her ears. The glow of the trophy had yet to fade, yet her gaze was clearer than anyone else's. She understood very well how many unwilling eyes were concealed behind this brilliance. Saint Domain Luotian Apocalypse Kalen, Star C. Bailey. Those geniuses she had stepped on, which of the old noble families behind them had not existed for hundreds or thousands of years in the star system. They feigned congratulations on the surface, but behind the scenes they were probably sharpening their knives. At the moment the finals concluded, she clearly sensed more than one cold gaze lurking in the shadows, locking onto her, and the gray seal on her shoulder like a venomous snake. The look was filled not with admiration, but with caution, greed, and unwillingness. The gray seal nuzzled her neck, its golden scales glimmering slightly, its warm little body pressing against her, as if to comfort or remind her. This little creature was always perceptive, and no malice could escape its intuition. Shi Luo raised her hand and gently tapped its head, her eyes devoid of fear, instead revealing a hint of cold laughter. Let them come, who's afraid of whom? At that moment a communication alert sounded from the warship's cockpit, and the captain's respectful voice rang out. Captain Shi Luo, there is a fleet of dark guards under the Marshal's command escorting us in the upcoming star domain, ensuring our safety throughout the journey. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback, then understood. Even if the Imperial Marshal Zhang Sun was not accompanying them, he was still secretly clearing away all potential risks for her, ensuring her safe passage. A hint of warmth flickered in Shi Luo's eyes, her heart swelling with warmth. Meanwhile, in the hidden VIP cabin of the warship, Zhang Sun had not left. Dressed in black formal attire, his tall figure stood in front of the holographic star map, his deep gaze locked tightly on the warship's trajectory, his fingertips tapping as he issued command after command. Lock down the surrounding star domains, and any unidentified flying objects approaching must be expelled immediately, without consultation. Thoroughly investigate the forces affiliated with Saint Domain Apocalypse and Star C families, prohibiting any unrest within the Imperial Star Domain. All dark guards are to remain hidden, protecting Shi Luo and the team members at all times. Kill, without mercy, for anyone harboring ill intentions. The adjutant beside him received the orders respectfully, secretly astonished that the typically decisive and unapproachable Imperial Marshal would go to such lengths for his wife, meticulously ensuring her safety. This favoritism was enough to shake the entire star system. Having arranged everything, Zhang Sun stepped out of the VIP cabin just in time to lock eyes with Shi Luo, who had turned to look at him. He walked slowly to her side, his voice low and gentle, shedding all sharpness. There are still 3 days left on our journey. There's no need to be tense. With me here, no one can harm you. I know. Shi Luo raised her gaze, looking at his face, so close to her, softly responding with 2 simple words, yet they were filled with complete. The League rewards have already been sent to the Military Academy in advance, and after our return, we can collect them all. Zhang Sun raised his hand, gently brushing away the specks of stardust caught in her hair. It will eliminate all the forces lurking in the shadows. You just need to focus on your training, without concern for anything else. The two stood side by side, gazing at the vastness of the stars, the atmosphere around them serene and warm. Unbeknownst to them, far at the edge of the Imperial Star Domain, within the strongholds of the 3 old noble families of Saint Domain Apocalypse and Star C2, cold gazes were fixated on the warship's trajectory through the interstellar holographic projection, simmering with jealousy and hatred. Just a grassroots uprising. How dare you take all the glory? Just wait, when we return to the Imperial Military Academy, I will ensure your downfall and make you pay the price. A conspiracy against Shi Luo's team has quietly brewed in the shadows, just waiting for their return to school to fully erupt. The 3-day journey passed in an instant, and the interstellar warship slowly entered the Imperial territory, heading towards the first Central Military Academy. From a distance, the Military Academy's landing pad was filled with a sea of people. All the faculty and students had been waiting there, ready to welcome their champion team's glorious return, and a grand ceremony was about to commence. The interstellar battleship passed through the final layer of atmosphere and landed steadily on the exclusive landing pad of the Empire's first Central Military Academy. Before the roar of the engines had completely dissipated, the hatch slowly opened with a hydraulic sound. Welcome back, champion battle team. Captain Shi Luo. Captain Shi Luo. Captain Shi Luo. We are the champions of the Interstellar League. The entire landing pad erupted into cheers. A sea of people extended from the battleship's gangway to the main building of the academy, a dense crowd filled with heads. Even the rooftop terrace and the floating lampposts by the road were packed with students. The entire upper management of the academy stood in a row at the front, while several typically stern-faced professors were now smiling broadly, clapping louder than any. The military representatives stood at attention, saluting, their medals glinting dazzlingly under the sunlight. Even more exaggerated, many noble families from the Empire had rushed over from various districts of the main star, all dressed in suits and gowns, chanting slogans in the crowd, completely shedding their usual airs. This is so impressive. Tang Ranran stood at the hatch, her legs feeling somewhat weak. Colorful fireworks exploded in the sky and countless handwritten banners danced wildly above the crowd. Honor and glory going crazy. The eternal pride of the Imperial Military Academy. Shi Luo, I want to have your babies. The last banner held up by some audacious student was snatched away by an instructor nearby and thrown to the ground, causing uproarious laughter. Everyone's gaze, burning with intensity, focused on the tall figure at the hatch. The cheers surged wave after wave, reaching the clouds, making the entire academy tremble. Shi Luo was the first to step down from the battleship. Dressed in a simple black uniform that wrapped around her slender, yet upright figure devoid of any extravagant decorations, her mere presence exuded a chilling and transcendent aura, as sharp as a blade, instantly drawing all eyes towards her. The champion trophy in her hand reflected dazzling light, while the gray seal perched on her shoulder raised its small head, its golden scales shimmering brilliantly, with flecks of gold cascading over her profile, making her resemble a goddess of war from mythology. When Ruan Tang, Ran Lu Chun, and Jiang Yifeng followed closely behind, standing in a line on the gangway. Having endured the blood and fire of the interstellar arena, their demeanor had transformed, exuding a calm, yet sharp presence dazzling enough to make one hesitant to look directly at them. Tang Ranran's eyes were red when Ruan wore a gentle smile, and although Lu Chun and Jiang Yifeng maintained blank expressions, their spirited energy was impossible to conceal. Shi Luo, champion. The cheers erupted like a tsunami, one wave higher than the last, shaking the ground of the landing pad. Several old instructors stood at the back of the crowd, secretly wiping their eyes. For centuries, the Empire's first Central Military Academy had never been this close to winning the Interstellar League Championship, let alone returning with the trophy. Today, this group of young people accomplished it. The entire academy was in a frenzy. The principal hurriedly approached, his eyes filled with appreciation and praise as he spoke excitedly. Shi Luo, well done. You have brought glory to the academy and the Empire. The entire school is proud of you. Thank you for your kind words, Principal. Shi Luo nodded slightly, her tone calm, neither arrogant nor impatient. Her composed demeanor in the face of praise and humiliation earned the silent respect of all present. Those who had mocked and belittled her when she was a failure in Class C were now crowding at the front, their faces plastered with flattery, eager to ingratiate themselves. Among the crowd, the Class C instructor who had once led the charge against Shi Luo now wore a fawning smile, pushing through the crowd to approach her, speaking in a tone of utmost flattery. Classmate Shi Luo, I recognized your extraordinary talent back then. You were never an ordinary person. You truly soared to great heights. Congratulations. This insincere flattery drew frowns from those around, yet no one dared to speak out against it. The current Shi Luo was no longer the bullied nobody of yesteryears, but a genius at the pinnacle of interstellar competition, someone highly valued by the Marshal. Who would dare to offend her easily? Even those Class C students who had once mocked Shi Luo now approached, wearing smiles and apologies, completely shedding their previous arrogance. Classmate Shi Luo, we were blind to your greatness before. You are magnanimous. Please do not hold our past against us. We always knew your future would be limitless. It was all just a joke. Please don't take it to heart. Some even bowed publicly, and some attempted to kneel, begging for Shi Luo's forgiveness for their past mistakes. Seeing the once arrogant people now groveling when Ruan and the others wore expressions of disdain, feeling it was utterly ironic. Shi Luo glanced over the crowd, her eyes cold and unperturbed. She had no intention of holding grudges against these sycophants. I do not wish to dwell on the past. If you keep to yourselves in the future, we will coexist peacefully. Her light words ended the flattery, yet no one dared to show any displeasure. Instead, they expressed gratitude and continuously thanked her. At that moment, a path opened in the crowd, and Ling Xiao, accompanied by a group of exceptional class students, walked over. Ling Xiao, who had once been arrogant and publicly provoked Shi Luo, now wore a serious expression as he approached her, bowing deeply, his tone sincere. Shi Luo, congratulations on your victory. I was arrogant and blind. From now on, I, Ling Xiao, will gladly follow your lead within the academy. The exceptional class students behind him also bowed in reverence, filled with awe, no longer bearing any of their past discontent and jealousy. Through this battle, Shi Luo had decisively conquered everyone at the academy, firmly establishing herself as the absolute pinnacle, with no one daring to defy or disrespect her. The welcome ceremony exploded into a celebration. Brilliant energy fireworks continuously burst in the sky above the academy, painting the entire sky in a flowing canvas of flames. The holographic giant screen played highlights of Shi Luo's team winning the championship, shattering illusions with a punch, turning the tide with silver-white mechas and the moment of lifting the trophy. Each frame elicited ear-splitting screams from the crowd. Students waved the academy flag, instructors shouted until their voices were hoarse, and even the usually stoic principal was secretly wiping away tears. Honor and joy flooded the entire academy. Yet in a hidden corner in the shadows at the edge of the crowd, several figures dressed in black stood silently. They exuded a chilling aura, resembling phantoms crawling out of an ice cellar, completely out of place in the surrounding festive atmosphere. Several pairs of eyes were fixated on Shi Luo, their depths revealing a fleeting glimpse of malice, like the tongue of a venomous snake licking the warm neck of its prey. Go. The leader whispered a single word, and the figures quietly slipped into the darkness, silently retreating from the jubilant crowd. Meanwhile, messages in encrypted channels had already spread like an undercurrent. Old aristocrats, conservative elders, and dark forces of the interstellar world. Those colossal entities that had remained silent after the finals were finally beginning to take action. A meticulously woven joint revenge was tightening like a noose in the dark, silently approaching the genius girl, standing under the spotlight oblivious to the danger. The jubilant atmosphere had yet to dissipate when the entire faculty and student body swiftly relocated to the central grand playground. Under the scorching sun, tens of thousands of cadets stood in immaculate formation, the synchronized clatter of military boots echoing, as one, their breathing suppressed to an absolute hush. On the rostrum, the principal sat at the center, flanked by senior school officials and military representatives, each wearing a solemn expression. Before them, on red velvet trays, lay medals symbolizing the highest honor. All eyes were fixed on the entrance of the playground. The 5 members of the Timefall team were approaching with steady strides, their champion sashes gleaming under the sunlight, dazzling to the point of stinging one's eyes. Shi perched on Shi Luo's shoulder, tiny claws gripping her collar tightly, round eyes wide as it surveyed the grand spectacle. The entire venue fell into a pin-drop silence. The principal, holding a red-covered seal book, rose and announced through the amplification system, his voice resounding across the grounds, by the joint resolution of the Imperial Military and the Academy. The Timefall team is hereby awarded. This time, our Academy's Timefall team has won the top intergalactic elite military academy league championship, creating a century-long glory for the Academy. For their outstanding achievements by the joint resolution of the Imperial Military and the Academy, special rewards are hereby granted. As his words fell, the entire audience held their breath, their gazes locked on the 5 members of Timefall before the rostrum. Team Captain Shi Luo is granted supreme privileges of the 3 major academies, valid for life. First, exclusive access to the Academy's top-tier cultivation chamber equipped with the finest spiritual veins and unlimited energy supply available at any time without prior notification. Second, full access to the Academy's mecha arsenal, from grade to S-grade prototype mechas to be chosen and used at will, with the option to permanently customize exclusive mechas. Third, the highest Academy pass, allowing free access to any area within the Academy, including the military's top-secret training bases and the Academy's secret realms, without any restrictions. The announcement of the 3 privileges sent a wave of shock through the crowd. Everyone's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. This was no ordinary reward. It was as if the Academy had poured all its premium resources onto Shi Luo. Such privileges had never been granted to anyone, not even senior officials or military instructors. Truly unprecedented. Oh my god. The Supreme Cultivation Chamber, full mecha arsenal access, and the highest pass. This is insane. It's like the entire Academy's top-tier resources are being laid at Shi Luo's feet. But she is the Interstellar League champion, a once-in-a-century genius. This privilege is well-deserved. The cadets below were filled with envy, yet no one dared to object. Shi Luo's strength and glory were more than worthy of such supreme recognition. The principal then continued reading the rewards. When Ruan Tang, Ranran, Lu Chun, and Zhang Yifeng are to be promoted to core Academy cadets, entitled to top-tier resource allocation, unlimited supply of spiritual energy potions and mecha components, and may participate in military training with senior officials at any time. The rewards for the 4 team members were equally staggering, drawing exclamations from the entire audience. In addition, the military representative announced on the spot that Shi Luo would receive the Imperial Youth Honor Medal, and the entire team would be exempted from examinations to join the Imperial Military Reserve with direct commission to the rank of colonel upon graduation. A future of boundless promise. Within less than an hour, the name of the Timefall team spread like wildfire to every corner of the Empire. Invitation cards from major interstellar families and top conglomerates poured in like an avalanche. The messenger robots at the school gate lined up as far as the eye could see, and the communicator alerts chattered like machine guns, a cacophony that grated on the nerves. As the commendation ceremony dispersed, Shi Luo glanced at her personal terminal. Good heavens, the unread messages had skyrocketed to a 5-digit number, a dense cluster of red dots that would trigger anyone's trypophobia. All sorts of extravagant conditions, astronomical resources, and alliance invitations. Each one more outlandish than the last, a dazzling array. Shi Luo swept her gaze over them, her expression impassive, then swiped them away. Another glance, another swipe. Finally annoyed, she simply switched off the device. Luo, so many invitation letters, and you're not replying to a single one. Tang Ranran leaned in, looking at her with wide eyes. A waste of time. Shi Luo stuffed the terminal into her pocket, her tone as bland as plain water. What I want to get on my own. Cling to others. Unnecessary. She had never wanted to rely on any family's influence, nor did she wish to be bound by so-called political marriages. She saw through the schemes of those families perfectly well, claiming to admire her talent to forge a strong alliance. In truth, they coveted her Hui Shi and her combat prowess, hoping to turn her into a pawn on their Unfortunately, Shi Luo was never one to be manipulated. Those years in the apocalypse had taught her one thing: in this world, the only dependable thing was the power clenched in one's own fist. Those so-called shortcuts and windfall patrons were all debts to be repaid in the end. Everything she wanted she would earn with her own hands step by step. Hui Shi, perched on her shoulder, bared its tiny teeth at the direction of the invitation cards, its golden scales slightly flaring, as if expressing disdain on behalf of its owner. My master is not for anyone to reach above their station. Shi Luo raised her hand to pat the little creature's head, a faint, indifferent smile curling at the corner of her mouth. She turned and strode away, leaving the mountain of invitation cards behind without so much as a glance. Ling Xiao approached of his own accord, handing over to Shi Luo a compilation of recent anomalies within the academy, as well as the movements of the Holy Domain, Celestial Enigma, and Star Sea families within the Empire. These past few days, people from the Holy Domain, Celestial Enigma, and Star Sea have been covertly active within the Empire, frequently contacting some old lineage cadets on campus. I'm worried they might be up to something behind the scenes. You must be extra cautious. Ling Xiao's tone was grave, his face full of concern. Shi Luo took the documents, quickly flipping through them, her gaze gradually turning icy. Sure enough, those shadowy, malignant forces could no longer contain themselves, and were about to make their move. I understand. Thank you. Shi Luo's voice was flat, but there was a note of acknowledgement in her response to Ling Xiao's warning. Ling Xiao shook his head. It's the least I can do. If you need anything, feel free to call on me. Everyone in the Special Excellence class is at your disposal. With that, Ling Xiao turned and left. Gazing at the documents in her hand, Shi Luo's eyes turned cold, an oppressive aura emanating from her. She had intended to focus on cultivation to consolidate the gains from the League and steadily improve her strength. But these people insisted on provoking her. Then she wouldn't hesitate to show them no mercy. Hui Shi, on her shoulder, seemed to sense her mood, letting out a soft growling whine, while gently rubbing against her neck, its golden scales emitting a faint glow ready to fade. Shi Luo raised her hand to soothe it, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. Whatever schemes they had, she would take them all on. And this was the perfect opportunity to thoroughly root out these hidden dangers once and for all. At this moment, in a secluded hideout within the academy, several men in black gathered, their faces twisted with malice. The plan is ready. As the council instructed, we'll start with her teammates. Teach her a lesson. She dared to seize our family's glory. We'll make her pay a heavy price. The strike will be tonight. Ensure there are no mistakes. The sinister whispers echoed in the shadows, heralding the commencement of a malicious plot against the Timefall team. The night descended heavily, casting a rare tranquility over the Imperial Military Academy, yet this serenity felt unsettling, like the eerie calm before a storm. As Shi Luo stepped into her exclusive supreme training room, still unable to absorb the gains from the League, the pure spiritual energy had yet to circulate through her meridians, when suddenly her personal terminal on her wrist erupted with an urgent and piercing alert. Looking down, she saw a desperate distress message from Ruan leap into view, her pupils suddenly constricting and her fingertips instantly turning cold. Luo, something's wrong. When Ruan's voice was low, laced with obvious tremors, Ran Lu Chun and Jiang Yifeng are cornered in the street outside. The opponent was numerous and formidable, clearly here to provoke. As she spoke, Shi Luo's gaze instantly turned icy like a blade tempered. The chilling aura around her suddenly sharpened, making the temperature in the training room feel as if it had dropped several degrees. Without a moment's hesitation, she rose, her energy exploding as she dashed like lightning, bursting through the training room's door and racing towards the street outside. On her shoulder, Hui Shi lay tense, the golden scales tightening, its vertical pupils narrowing into fine lines, the pressure of the ancient divine beast brewing silently within her. Once it detected the enemy, it would strike like thunder. Wait for me. Shi Luo's voice was cold, like it had been squeezed out between clenched teeth. Moments later, she arrived at the street outside the academy. From a distance, she saw a crowd so dense it was impenetrable, the noisy debates audible even from half a street away. In the center of the crowd, when Ruantang, Ran Lu Chun, and Jiang Yifeng were trapped with no way out, their faces grim, surrounded by a group of extravagantly dressed youths, each exuding an air of arrogance, circling around them like prey. This group was not to be trifled with. They were all side descendants of the two ancient noble families, Holy Domain and Dawn. Shi Luo recognized the two leaders at a glance. Kailan's cousin Kaisi and Luotian's cousin Luochuan. Standing side by side, they wore identical, disdainful smirks. Acting on their family's orders, they were specifically waiting here. It was no coincidence, it was revenge. On the day of the League Championship, Shi Luo had crushed the reputations of Luotian and Kailan, and now, while the two families did not directly attack her, they targeted her. Publicly humiliating and creating difficulties was meant to force her into action, to see her make a fool of herself. I advise you to be sensible. Kaisi crossed his arms, his tone dripping with arrogance. Behave and apologize to us, and maybe we'll let you off this time if we're in a good mood, and you give up part of the rewards from the championship. Luo Chuan sneered beside him, adding mockingly, a bunch of low-born peasants think they deserve top honors and resources. What a joke. In this star domain, when did people like you get to rise? With his words, laughter erupted from the surrounding aristocratic youths, their eyes filled with undisguised disdain and malice. The onlookers whispered among themselves, some frowned while others reveled in the misfortune, yet no one dared to step forward. Luo Chuan's expression was venomous, each word spat out, as if it were poison. Shi Luo, having seized the championship that should have belonged to our family, you and your fellow teammates must pay the price for her actions. Today's matter will not be easily resolved. When Ruan Tang, Ranran Lu Chun, and Jiang Yifeng stood closely together, their faces filled with anger, their auras taut, like drawn bowstrings ready to strike at any moment. Tang Ranran's face was red with fury, tears even welling up in her eyes, but she grit her teeth and did not take a step back. You mustn't speak nonsense. The championship was earned through real skill. If you have the capability, face us in a fair match on the field. What does scheming behind our backs make you heroes? Heroes? Luo Chuan laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke, curling his lips into a mocking smile. Within this empire, we noble descendants are the rules. What fairness, what justice? Those are just pretty words for you commoners. Do you really think that just because you won the championship you can stand on equal footing with? Dream on. He lazily waved his hand, and the group of wealthy youths behind him immediately swarmed forward like hyenas catching the scent of blood, flexing their wrists, their eyes brimming with unhidden excitement and malice. Get them. Luo Chuan casually uttered 3 words as if commenting on the pleasant weather. Teach this group of ignorant fools a good lesson, let them know who truly holds the power in this empire. As soon as he finished speaking, several figures lunged forward simultaneously. The crowd instinctively took a few steps back, some checking their terminals, some murmuring quietly, but no one dared to stand up. Above the street, the waves of energy erupted explosively, the atmosphere instantly reaching its peak. As the words fell, over a dozen noble descendants immediately activated their spiritual powers, launching a coordinated attack on the 4, each one a carefully cultivated genius with considerable strength, and together their offensives were exceedingly fierce. The 4 immediately fought back, but the opponents were too numerous and well prepared. Before long, they began to fall behind, sustaining multiple light injuries as they retreated step by step. The onlookers could only seethe in anger without saying a word, fully aware of the vast and entrenched power of the Holy Domain and Dawn families, knowing no one dared to provoke them easily, secretly worrying for Wenruan and the others. In this critical moment, a chilling voice filled with extreme coldness suddenly rang out. I want to see who dares to touch my people. Everyone turned to the source of the voice and saw Shi Luo walking over slowly, her posture tall and elegant, her gaze frigid and piercing, exuding an intimidating pressure that caused the crowd to instinctively part and avoid her, not daring to look directly. It's Shi Luo. The champion of the Interstellar League has arrived. Now we have a show to watch. Let's see if these noble descendants still dare to act so arrogantly. Kaisi and Luo Chuan turned to look, and upon seeing Shi Luo, a flicker of apprehension passed through their eyes. Yet thinking of the backing of their families and the Elder Council, they straightened their backs, their faces filled with disdain. I thought it was someone important, turns out it's just our Interstellar champion. Kaisi's tone was dripping with sarcasm. What's wrong? Your teammates can't handle it and need you to back them up. You deliberately set up a scheme to trouble my teammates. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Shi Luo's gaze turned icy as she stepped closer to the group, the coldness around her intensifying. We did it on purpose, so what can you do about it? Luo Chuan said arrogantly. Shi Luo, don't think that just because you have a league championship you can act high and mighty in front of us old noble families. You are still insignificant. Today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of my family, so you know the consequences of offending us noble families. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Chuan activated his spiritual power and led the group of noble descendants in an attack against Shi Luo, intending to crush her publicly with their numbers. Seeing this group of oblivious noble youths, Shi Luo's lips curled into a cold arc, her murderous intent fully revealed. Since they had come knocking on her door, she would teach them a good lesson, making these arrogant old noble families recognize reality. Facing the siege of a group of old aristocratic heirs, Shi Luo's expression was icy cold, her eyes devoid of any ripple, her entire aura as steady as a mountain pressing down. Those richly clad youths snarled as they lunged forward, their energy fluctuations chaotic and disorderly. Clearly mere showpieces propped up by family resources, all brute force and no technique. When Ruan and the other 3 grew anxious, instinctively rushing to help, but Shi Luo raised a hand to stop them. Stay back. These insignificant pests, I'll handle them myself. Her voice was low but carried an unyielding authority. As the words fell, Shi Luo shifted slightly. Without activating her mech, without summoning Hui Shi, relying solely on her physical strength and spiritual power, she charged straight into the encircling crowd. Her physical body had been tempered repeatedly by the ancient lizard clan bloodline, her bones and sinews forged like steel in a furnace. Ordinary energy attacks struck her without even breaking the skin. Her spiritual power had reached the peak of S level, only a step away from S, a marked improvement since the league matches. These aristocratic scions, accustomed to bullying others with their family names, could handle ordinary students, but were no match for someone like Shi Luo, a warrior forged in seas of blood and mountains of corpses. Shi Luo's eyes sharpened, her form like a phantom weaving into the crowd. Each punch and kick was clean and precise with no trace of ostentation. Thud after thud rang out, and those richly clad youths flew backward like paper dolls, cries of agony filling the air. Before Luo Chuan and Kai Si could react, Shi Luo stood before them, her gaze as cold as if she were looking at two walking corpses. Kai Si and Luo Chuan exchanged glances, a flash of ruthlessness in their eyes. They both unleashed their S-level spiritual power and launched a joint assault on Shi Luo. Fierce, targeting vital points, holding nothing back. Courting death. Shi Luo snorted coldly, her voice slicing through the night like a blade. The moment the words left her lips, she moved. Fast, impossibly. Only a faint afterimage remained. The combined strike of Luo Chuan and Kai Si hit nothing but air. Their pupils constricted, and before they could comprehend what happened, Shi Luo had already plunged deeper into the crowd. She raised a hand and condensed her spiritual power, compressing the vast psionic force into a sharp energy lash in her palm. With a backhand flick like cracking a whip, she lashed it viciously at the nearest aristocratic scion. Oh! The man couldn't even finish his scream. He flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily onto the ground 10 meters away, sliding far. His meridians were utterly disrupted, the pain curling him into a shrimp. He couldn't even crawl, let alone breathe easily. One move, and the enemy was subdued. Clean, swift, without a trace of hesitation. The remaining aristocratic scions' faces changed in unison, their arrogance replaced by unconcealed fear. They had thought that with numbers alone, they could make Shi Luo suffer. Who could have guessed this girl was so ruthless, a veritable demon star? But now, with Luo Chuan and Kai Si watching from behind, they had no choice but to steel themselves and charge. A few of their legs were trembling, their mouths shouted together, but their feet lagged half a beat. Shi Luo swept a glance over these blustering cowards, a faint trace of contempt curling at the corner of her mouth. Truly not a single one could put up a fight. Shi Luo's eyes were icy, her movements as agile as a specter as she wove through the crowd. Every strike precisely hit the enemy's vital points without any superfluous motion. Screams rang out in succession. One after another, the aristocratic scions were sent flying, knocked down, and rendered combat incapacitated. In just a few minutes, the dozen or so who had been so arrogant lay on the ground, groaning, their former swagger utterly gone. Kai Si and Luo Chuan stood frozen, staring at Shi Luo in disbelief. Their bodies rigid and endless fear creeping into their hearts. They had never imagined that Shi Luo's strength would be so overwhelming. Without her mecha, by sheer power alone, she effortlessly crushed them. Don't come any closer. Luo Chuan retreated step by step, his voice trembling, all his earlier ferocity gone. We're from the old aristocracies of the Holy Domain and the Celestial Dawn. If you dare touch us, our families won't let you off. Aristocracy. Shi Luo advanced step by step, her gaze piercingly cold. Before me, so-called nobles are nothing. Today you deliberately harassed my teammates and provoked me. This account must be settled properly. As she spoke, Shi Luo raised her hand, gathering her spiritual power, preparing to deliver the final blow and teach them a lasting lesson. Just then, several figures rushed over. Military Academy instructors and security personnel. Having received a report, they hurried to the scene and turned pale at the chaos before them. Stop! Shi Luo, show mercy. The lead instructor quickly intervened. Kai Si and Luo Chuan, clutching at this lifeline, scurried behind the instructor and lodged a false accusation. Instructor, you're finally here. Shi Luo deliberately assaulted us. You must seek justice for us. The instructor looked troubled. He could clearly see that these aristocratic scions had picked the fight, but their families were old money powers. He dared not offend easily. Meanwhile, Shi Luo was the pride of the academy and the marshal's wife. He dared not offend her either. Shi Luo cast a cold glance at the two, withdrew her hand, and said in a detached tone, "They provoked first, harassing my teammates. I acted in self-defense. Everyone present can bear witness." The onlookers nodded in agreement, corroborating Shi Luo's account. The facts were clear and undeniable. The instructor understood and said to Shi Luo with a respectful gesture, "Shi Luo, this is their fault. I will handle it impartially. Take them back for strict discipline. Rest assured." With that, he ordered Kai Si, Luo Chuan, and the others to be taken away. Even with family backing, deliberate troublemaking would not escape the academy's punishment. Thus the disturbance subsided. When Ruan and the other three rushed to Shi Luo's side, faces full of concern, Luo, are you all right? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine." Shi Luo shook her head, her eyes cooling as she noticed their minor injuries. "If something like this happens again, contact me immediately. Don't try to bear it alone. We understand." After dealing with the troublemakers, Shi Luo took the four back to the academy, tended to their wounds, and then returned alone to the supreme training chamber. She was well aware that this incident was only the beginning. The old aristocracies behind the Holy Domain and Celestial Dawn, along with deeper forces, would not let matters rest. More insidious schemes were sure to follow. To completely seize control and no longer fear any conspiracy, she had to advance her own strength a step further. Shi Luo sat cross-legged in the center of the training chamber, taking out the ancient bloodline ascension essence and the level spiritual power breakthrough potion rewards from the League, arraying them before her. She took a deep breath, activated her ancient lizard clan bloodline, and began her secluded cultivation, striving to break through to S-level spiritual power. She lay obediently by her shoulder, releasing the pure bloodline power of an ancient divine beast wrapping around her to assist in cultivation and accelerate blood resonance. Pure spiritual energy, the power of the potions, and the bloodline power instantly surrounded Shi Luo, slowly seeping into her limbs and meridians, assaulting the spiritual power barrier. Within the supreme training room, the spiritual energy was thick and inescapable, resembling compressed star mist. A faint pearly light seeped through the walls, enveloping the entire chamber in a dreamlike glow. Shi Luo sat cross-legged on the ground, her eyes gently closed and her breathing steady, yet the meridians within her body were pulsating vigorously, akin to a slumbering river suddenly awakening. The bloodline of the ancient lizard clan surged slowly, emanating an aura of age and weight that seemed to crush everything, causing the air to quiver slightly. Before her lay the specially approved breakthrough liquid for spiritual power from the Interstellar League, the essence of bloodline refinement and high-grade spirit stones sent in advance by the war merit. These treasures, if placed outside, would cause geniuses to fight desperately over even one. Now they were all piled before her for this one-time, all-out effort. The gray seal curled beside her, its golden scales trembling slightly, resonating harmoniously with the bloodline aura of the ancient sky-splitting dragon lizard, forming streams of golden energy that wrapped around her limbs and bones, stabilizing her mind and breaking through the shackles of her spiritual power. From S-level peak to S, it appeared to be merely a thin barrier, but in the circle of interstellar geniuses, this hurdle was higher than the heavens. How many top students from military academies remained stuck at the A-level peak for a lifetime, piling resources for cultivation, exhausting their spiritual power, and struggling with their bloodline heritage, unable to take that step? It all boiled down to three essentials: foundation, heritage, and treasures. Lacking any one of these meant no passage. Fortunately, Shi Luo had all three in her grasp. She was someone who had crawled out from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood in the apocalypse. Her spiritual power was unbreakable and her mind unshakable. The ancient lizard clan's bloodline heritage she possessed was as weighty as a star core. Coupled with the League's reward of spiritual power liquid, the essence of body refinement hidden by the Marshal, and the spirit stones sent in advance by war merit. This configuration meant that breaking through was not about risking life, but about reaping rewards. Pure spiritual energy flowed into her body with each breath, cleansing every meridian like floodwaters overtaking a parched riverbed. The waves emitted by the spirit stones were both gentle and steady, safeguarding her sea of consciousness without a leak. The bloodline liquid transformed into a warm current, refining from within her bones time and again, as if her foundation were being remade. As time passed, the light in the training room flickered, and Shi Luo's aura rose steadily through the ranks of S-level. Initial stage, mid-stage, peak, without a hint of instability. Suddenly her sea of consciousness trembled violently, as if an invisible barrier had shattered. A wave of more powerful, more refined, and more commanding spiritual power surged throughout her body, instantly spreading to encompass the entire training room. She had officially broken through to S-level. At the same time, her lizard bloodline awakened anew, the patterns of her bloodline faintly appearing beneath her skin, significantly enhancing her physical strength, mecha compatibility, and spiritual power perception. At that moment, Shi Luo had truly stepped into the ranks of the top interstellar youth geniuses. Ordinary S-level geniuses could only manipulate mechas and unleash spiritual power attacks, while she could not only remotely scout movements within several miles, but also easily see through spiritual illusions and sense hidden hostility and spying. Slowly opening her eyes, a fleeting glimmer of pale golden light crossed her gaze, disappearing in an instant. Shi Luo raised her hand gently, clearly feeling the transformation of power within her mind steady, and her divine sense penetrating with any subtle movements around her, escaping her perception. Finally, I have broken through to S-level, she murmured softly to herself, a look of determination passing through her eyes. With S-level spiritual power as a foundation, along with the pressure from the Gray Seal, and her ancient bloodline and future encounters with the likes of the Star Sea battle team, including their spiritual illusions and covert schemes, she would be able to foresee and calmly resolve situations. At that moment, swish. Her divine sense expanded slightly, instantly covering most of the military academy area, immediately detecting several hidden and unfriendly auras lurking in secret corners, spying and quietly communicating. Not just one, but 4 or 5 of them with dark and restrained auras, clearly not ordinary students, nor the usual children of noble families. Not from the Holy Domain or the Awakening. Even the younger generation of Star C wouldn't have the gall to orchestrate such schemes. Shi Luo's eyes turned cold, her chilling aura not directed at anyone or anything, but sinking coldly into her gaze. She wasn't unaware. No matter how merrily those noble heirs pranced about, at most they were merely the clowns on the front stage. The hands behind the scenes were more experienced and more powerful, quietly orchestrating a scheme, planting eyes to monitor her movements, creating incidents at critical junctures, each step treading on the edge of rules, infuriating, yet leaving no trace. Did they really think she was blind? She focused, slightly tracing the residual scent in the air like a hunter discerning the scent of blood in the wind. Soon she locked onto a faint energy fluctuation. She recognized that mark too well, belonging to the Elder Academy, clean and domineering, carrying an undeniable official flavor. As expected, behind it there were not just the dirty schemes of the old noble families, but also the conservative factions of the Imperial Elder Academy supporting them. These people maintained a facade of neutrality while secretly orchestrating schemes, wanting to keep her at this level threshold. Unfortunately, they had picked the wrong target. While using the heirs of noble families to publicly find fault, they were also planting spies within the academy, waiting for the opportunity to create incidents like mecha malfunctions, energy disruptions in the training room, or training accidents, intending to grievously injure her and ruin her reputation without a trace. Meticulous thoughts and sinister methods, completely reminiscent of the tactics of old court politicians. Want to use a knife to kill someone, framing me in the dark. Shi Luo's lips curled into a cold arc, the smile not reaching her eyes, but instead radiating a chilling aura. Unfortunately, these people had calculated everything, but failed to grasp one crucial detail. After her breakthrough to level her divine sense perception was as if she had opened a heavenly eye, clearly imaging any energy fluctuations and aura flows within 100 meters in her mind. Let alone her wariness and mental acuity honed in the apocalypse. Did they think they could deceive her? They would need to train for another 800 years. Just as she was pondering, a faint noise suddenly came from outside the training room. Someone was deliberately suppressing their footsteps, crouching low, stealthily approaching the energy hub of the supreme training room. Their technique was very professional, first tentatively touching the outer array, then quietly adjusting the energy supply parameters, moving as lightly as a thief, yet with an extremely clear objective. Shi Luo was clear in her mind. They intended to wait for her to exit and enter the mecha training ground, planning to create an equipment malfunction incident at a critical moment. At that time, with the mecha out of control and the system crashing, she would suffer grave injuries at best, or worse, ruin her cultivation foundation. All evidence would be attributed to equipment aging and accidental malfunction, clean and tidy with no clues left. Such a harsh and sinister calculation. But in front of the current Shi Luo, nothing could escape her perception. Since you want to play dirty, you'll play alone. Shi Luo's gaze sharpened as she no longer intended to endure and retreat. She subtly restrained her aura, feigning to still be in seclusion, while her divine sense firmly locked onto the traitor outside, who was secretly meddling, preparing to expose their trap as soon as it was set, and counterattack, pulling on the thread to uncover the ones behind the scenes. The gray seal seemed to sense her thoughts, lifting its head slightly, its golden scales shimmering, releasing a hint of pressure, ready for action. While the training room appeared calm and undisturbed, outside a web of intrigue had already been laid, waiting for her to step into the trap. Little did they know the prey had already transformed into the hunter. Outside the supreme training room, the night was deep and dark. 2 figures dressed in military logistics uniforms deliberately kept low profiles, sticking to the shadows of the corridor as they quietly approached the energy control hub of the training room. The faces of the 2 appeared calm, yet their eyes concealed tension and malice. In their hands they held specially made covert disruptors, their movements skilled, clearly not their first time engaging in such underhanded tactics. "Hurry up, don't take too long, or we'll be caught by the patrol instructor," one of them whispered urgently. Rest assured, the Elder Council has already been informed, and tonight the patrol route has been deliberately altered. No one will come this way. The popularity of Shi Luo is too overwhelming, stealing resources from the aristocratic families and suppressing us old powers. Tonight, let's make her stumble hard. When she leaves the training room for the mecha training ground, the equipment will suddenly go out of control, either injuring her severely or making her a laughing stock. At that point, the Elder Council will step in, taking advantage of the situation to strip her of her privileges and reclaim resources, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The 2 sang in harmony, their faces filled with malice as they continuously connected the disruptor to the energy hub circuitry, secretly altering parameters and laying hidden dangers. After finishing everything, they erased their traces, pretending to conduct a routine inspection, leaving calmly as they awaited the ensuing spectacle. They believed they had executed their plan flawlessly without anyone noticing. Unbeknownst to them, inside the training room, Shi Luo, who had broken through to S-level mental power, had already heard and seen every word and action of theirs clearly. Under the coverage of S-level divine, since every movement within several miles escaped her perception. Such small tricks were akin to performing a play right under her nose, laughable and clumsy. A chill gradually deepened in Shi Luo's eyes. Indeed, this was the work of the conservative faction of the Elder Council, even infiltrating the logistics and control hubs of the school with insiders. Their layout was far deeper than imagined. Had she not just broken through to S-level, gaining a significant boost in divine sense, she might have truly fallen into their trap. Did they really think they could harm her through a training accident, ruin her reputation, and take back all her privileges? Too naive. Shi Luo slowly rose, concealing her aura, her expression calm as usual, and stepped out of the training room. She deliberately followed the route they anticipated, heading towards the large mecha training ground, acting as if she was completely unaware. The hidden watchers saw her movement and immediately sent a covert message. Target has set off, activate the trap according to the original plan. Inside the training ground, it was empty, with mechas neatly arranged and energy patterns subtly flowing. Shi Luo walked into the arena, her gaze casually sweeping over several main training mechas. Her divine sense had already quietly probed, instantly locking onto the 3 mechas that had been tampered with, their circuits in disarray and energy cores forcibly altered. Once activated, they would go berserk. Just as she approached one of the S-level training mecha's buzz, the entire mecha suddenly trembled violently, red light surging in its eyes, energy going haywire, and erupting, unleashing a violent energy shockwave toward Shi Luo. The momentum was fierce and intimidating. If an ordinary student were caught off guard, they would be severely injured in an instant. The hidden insiders and watchers all smirked with malice, waiting to see Shi Luo's panicked, wounded spectacle. But the next second, the scene completely exceeded their expectations. Facing the violently uncontrolled mecha, Shi Luo's expression remained unchanged. She did not flinch or evade. Instead, she merely raised her hand lightly, and her S-level mental power instantly expanded, forming a solid barrier that steadily blocked the raging energy shockwave. Simultaneously, her divine sense infiltrated the mecha's core, instantly stabilizing the chaotic patterns and forcibly suppressing the rampaging energy. In just a few moments, the originally violent and uncontrollable mecha was directly calmed by her, returning to tranquility as if it had never gone awry. All the observers in the shadows were completely stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. How could this be possible? A mecha that had been deliberately tampered with and gone out of control. Even senior instructors at the military academy would have to avoid it, yet Shi Luo managed to subdue it with her bare hands and mental power. Before they could react, Shi Luo turned her head, her cold gaze sweeping over the hidden corners of the training ground, her voice clear and cold. You've been hiding and watching for so long. Have you had enough? Do you want to continue hiding? As her words fell, her mental power suddenly surged, transforming into an invisible hand that forcefully pulled several lurking figures from the shadows, crashing heavily onto the ground. It was precisely the 2 logistics personnel who had just tampered with the equipment, along with 3 others responsible for lookout and messaging. The 5 were publicly pulled out, their faces turning pale, eyes panicking as they forced themselves to maintain composure and feign innocence. What are you doing arresting us for no reason? We were just passing through for inspection. Passing through. Shi Luo's gaze was icy as she flicked her fingers, and a mental projection appeared, clearly displaying the scene of the 2 secretly connecting the disruptor and plotting against her, projected in midair. With witnesses, physical evidence, and video footage all present, there was no way to deny it. The arena fell into silence. The faces of the 5 turned white as paper, unable to maintain their facade, their bodies trembling slightly. Just then, the higher-ups of the school, along with patrol instructors, rushed in. Upon receiving the news, and upon seeing the projected images and the exposed insiders, they were instantly filled with rage. To dare to secretly cause trouble within the military academy, tampering with equipment and deliberately harming students. What audacity! The instructor reprimanded sharply, his cold gaze fixed on the 5. The 5 attempted to invoke their backing power, forcing themselves to speak. We were just following orders. Behind this is. But halfway through their words, they suddenly realized they had misspoken and quickly fell silent, their expressions growing increasingly dire. At this revelation, the higher-ups present felt a weight in their hearts. Involving the conservative faction of the Elder Council meant this was no simple matter of internal mischief. Shi Luo looked coldly at the 5, her tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable authority, being instructed by someone secretly laying plans, deliberately creating accidents, intending to harm and ruin reputations. According to military academy regulations and imperial law, they should be judged accordingly. She did not actively implicate the higher-ups, but laid out the facts clearly for the school to handle, yet it made everyone understand that behind this conspiracy, a significant figure was orchestrating it. The instructor did not dare to be negligent and immediately ordered for the 5 to be strictly detained, launching a thorough investigation into the connections behind this incident. For a time, tension gripped the academy, and everyone felt uneasy. No one had anticipated that the conservative faction of the Elder Council had actually reached into the military academy, inserting insiders to harm the champion of the Interstellar League. And just as the school began to investigate thoroughly, far away in the military's central command, Zhang Sun had already received a full report, a chill surging in his gaze. To dare to scheme against those under his protection, right under his nose, even using the Elder Council's power to lay plans in the shadows. This debt he would remember. When the news spread, the entire Imperial First Central Military Academy was thrown into chaos. The internal traitor was caught, and the conspiracy to harm Shi Luo was publicly exposed. The news seemed to have grown wings, spreading from the interrogation room to every building, dormitory, and training ground within just an hour. The entire faculty and students were bewildered. Goodness, there really was an internal traitor planted by the Elder Council within the school. This is too frightening. Someone shrank back in fear. It's obvious this was aimed at Shi Luo, deliberately causing a mech malfunction to harm her and ruin her reputation. It's a truly sinister combination of tactics. The old aristocrats were already jealous of her winning the league championship, and now, with the backing of the conservative faction of the Elder Council, they are brazenly suppressing the genius, ultimately framing the Marshal. Truly a double-edged strategy, a brilliant scheme. The discussions rose and fell. Some were angry, some were fearful, some were in the know, while others secretly glanced toward the military academy's higher-ups. This murky water was likely to get even murkier. From the moment she won the championship, Shi Luo had become a thorn in the side of the old forces. Returning to school in glory and enjoying supreme privileges, each step she took made the entrenched old ways feel even more threatened. The conservative faction of the Elder Council was best at hoarding resources and clutching at power. The plan was supposed to go smoothly, to elevate their family's genius to the top of the interstellar arena, but then Shi Luo unexpectedly emerged, snatching the champ. They had lost face and suffered internal damage, so naturally they sought an opportunity to suppress and secretly settle scores. Let's not forget the previous attempt to frame her for cheating in the exams to undermine the Marshal's achievements had already failed in their hands. With new grievances piled on top of old ones, it was clear they wouldn't let it go easily. But no one expected them to be so impatient. The higher-ups of the academy looked grave, severely interrogating and detaining the 5 traitors, while also wary of the powerful force behind the Elder Council, caught in a dilemma. On one side stood a once-in-a-century genius, the interstellar champion, and the unbreachable divide of the Empire's Marshal. On the other side was the conservative faction of the Empire's elders, powerful and deeply entrenched, with no one daring to confront them directly, while some had already been eliminated and had vanished. Just as the academy found itself in a quandary, a figure of imposing authority strode into the main building of the military academy. Dressed in crisp marshal's attire, standing tall like a mountain, exuding an intimidating aura of power wherever he passed, all instructors and higher-ups instinctively bowed in respect, not daring to breathe a word. The Empire's Marshal, Zhang Sun, had personally arrived. He showed no extra emotion, his gaze cold and piercing, walking directly towards the interrogation hall, each step seeming to carry immense weight. Everyone in the hall felt a jolt upon seeing his presence. Everyone knew that although the Marshal was the principal of the Imperial First Central Military Academy, he never easily intervened in internal affairs. His personal visit signaled a clear intention to support Shi Luo and to demand justice for her. As Zhang Sun stepped into the hall, his eyes briefly swept over the 5 detained traitors, a chilling glare in his gaze. Who instructed you? Speak honestly. His voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable pressure that made all 5 tremble, feeling a chill run through them. The 5 gritted their teeth, unwilling to betray the Elder Council, only daring to evade responsibility. No one instructed us. It was our own greed and jealousy that led us to deliberately create incidents to destroy. Still trying to conceal the truth. Zhang Sun's gaze darkened, his aura suddenly unleashed the pressure of an SSSS-level top powerhouse, enveloping the entire hall. In an instant, the 5 were brought to their knees, their minds in turmoil, unable to withstand the mounting pressure as their psychological defenses crumbled step by step. The pressure kept increasing as they suffered. Finally, tools speak. We will tell the truth. The conservative faction of the Elder Council secretly instructed us to infiltrate the military academy, implant spies, and target Shi Luo, creating incidents to ruin her future and reputation. The Holy Domain, the Awakening, and the Star See, the old aristocracy, also participated, responsible for coordinating external efforts to slander her. Each word was crystal clear, laying bare the collusion and schemes of the conservative faction and the old aristocracy. The entire assembly of academy higher-ups was shaken to the core, their faces alternating between green and white, unable to feign ignorance any longer. The truth was laid bare. Zhang Sun's expression was cold and stern, his gaze sweeping across all the higher-ups present, his voice steady and powerful, echoing throughout the hall. The Empire has established rules appointing the worthy with clear rewards and punishments. For personal grievances, suppressing geniuses, framing newcomers, and abusing power, such conduct is unworthy of holding a high position. From now on, no external forces will be allowed to infiltrate or interfere within the military academy. Those involved among the traitors will be dealt with according to the law, and the family branches and individuals involved will be thoroughly investigated by the military. There will be no leniency. His words were as firm as alloy steel tempered by fire, clear enough for even the blind to see. Zhang Sun was publicly confronting the conservative faction of the Elder Council, making his stance abundantly clear: as long as I am here, no one dares to lay a finger. The emphasis on the word "who" was particularly heavy, and everyone present knew who it was directed at. No one dared to refute it, nor did anyone have the standing to. What identity did Zhang Sun hold? He was the most trusted confidant of the Emperor, wielding the supreme military power of the Empire, his authority surpassing that of the Elder. Now that he had spoken, no one could secretly suppress this matter. When the news reached the ears of the Elder Council's remaining elders, it was said that someone was so furious they smashed a cup their face, turning ashen, as if poisoned. But what could they do? No guts to confront the Marshal Hedon. They could only grit their teeth, suppress their fury, and make large concessions. The visible power struggle was already laid out on the table. However, it wasn't yet time for a life-and-death confrontation. Both sides were weighing their options, so it was best to take a step back. Let this storm settle. The traitors made scapegoats, dragged out for severe punishment. All related personnel within the academy would be thoroughly investigated and removed without exception. The atmosphere within the military academy was thoroughly cleansed by this thunderous action, leaving no one daring to extend their hand in the shadows. Through severe punishments, no one would dare to openly affiliate with the old forces or plot against Shi Luo. She quietly observed all of this, understanding in her heart. Zhang Sun never flaunted his favoritism, yet he always appeared at the first moment she was conspired against, and caught in a dilemma, shielding her with strength. This protection was powerful, solid, and stable. With the storm temporarily concluded, the academy returned to peace for the time being, and the lurking forces retracted their claws, not daring to act rashly. Seizing the moment of calm, Shi Luo decided to close the doors with when Ruantang Ranran Lu Chun and Jiang Yifeng training together, using her breakthrough to strength as insight to help the entire team advance, collectively raising their overall combat strength to a new level. Building up their own forces, they would initiate a counterattack, using them as the vanguard and the military academy as the starting point. A new round of collective advancement and assault was about to begin. The turmoil within the academy had temporarily come to a halt. Though the conservative faction of the Elder Council and the old aristocracy still harbored resentment, they had at least outwardly restrained themselves, no longer daring to openly plant moles or stir up trouble within the military academy. The Marshal's words were absolute, and his stern warning still echoed fresh in everyone's minds. No one wanted to be the first to be shot down. Seizing this rare window of tranquility, Shi Luo decided not to waste a moment. She planned to take her 4 teammates and solidify their cause. The generous rewards from the League, the top-tier resources of the Academy, and the insights she had accumulated since breaking through to Shrank, all were just enough to help the entire team push through to the next level. The Supreme Training Chamber was spacious, with a concentration of spiritual energy several times higher than ordinary training grounds. Coupled with Shi Luo's privilege of unlimited access, it was the perfect place for the 5 of them to go into seclusion and hone their combat prowess. At dawn, as the first light of day barely broke, when Ruantang Ranran Lu Chun and Jiang Yifeng arrived punctually at the entrance of the training, each of them wore a look of earnest determination, but their eyes could not hide the anticipation. After all, when had Shi Luo ever let them down? From the brutal battles of the Interstellar League to the relentless ambushes within the Academy, they had finally come to a stark realization: without sufficient strength, they would forever be pawns in someone else's game. Manipulated today, controlled tomorrow, and the day after. Luo, we're all ready. We'll follow your lead in training. When Ruan spoke softly, her voice low, but her gaze unwavering. The others said nothing, merely nodding in unison, their eyes burning with focus on Shi Luo. Shi Luo gave a slight nod, her gaze sweeping over each of their faces, as she spoke slowly: since the end of the league, each of you has accumulated a considerable amount. When Ruan's control over the battlefield, Tang Ranran's explosive rhythm, Lu Chen's defensive resilience, Jiang Yifeng's agile flanking. To put it plainly, you're all just one layer of realm barrier away. With the spiritual energy and resources here, it's the perfect opportunity to break through that barrier. She paused, her tone growing more serious. When I broke through to strength, the insights I gained, from the tremor of spiritual power to the resonance of bloodlines, from the expansion of the sea of consciousness to the stabilization of the foundation, I will break down every step and teach it to you in detail. Nothing else matters but to help you avoid detours and solidify your foundation. For the next 3 days, we go into full seclusion. Clear your minds of all distractions and focus entirely on pushing your realms. The 4 nodded solemnly. Without a word, they sat down cross-legged, closed their eyes, following the breathing technique Shi Luo had instructed, and slowly entered a meditative state. This time, they were truly going all out. Shi Luo stood at the center of the training chamber, her divine sense silently spreading out like an invisible web encompassing the entire space. She precisely regulated the flow of spiritual energy, drawing the thick, dense qi evenly to the four of them, each receiving an equal share, neither more nor less. Then she took out the spiritual power potions and body-tempering essence rewarded from the league, distributing one portion to each person with the doses already measured out. Take the resources as needed and coordinate them with your cultivation techniques. Steady your minds, let the spiritual energy wash through your meridians. Don't be greedy for speed, don't be impatient. Her voice was not loud, but it reached each of them clearly like an anchor in the storm. The four followed her instructions, each gripping their potions and sinking into cultivation. The training chamber fell silent, leaving only the faint hum of spiritual energy flowing and the gradually synchronizing heartbeats of the five. Shi Luo sat nearby, her divine sense constantly monitoring their states. Whenever someone's qi became unstable or their mind grew restless, she would quietly infuse a strand of gentle spiritual power to stabilize their sea of consciousness and calm their thoughts. With the mental fortitude tempered through life and death struggles in the apocalypse, and the foundation of strength, spiritual power guiding students of the same level was more than enough for her. Time flowed slowly, and the training chamber was filled with dense spiritual energy. The auras of the Force steadily climbed layer by layer. Ruan and Tang Ranran were naturally gifted Guy-type talents with solid foundations. With the abundant spiritual energy high-grade potions and Shi Luo's guidance, they quickly broke through their bottlenecks. Their spiritual power advanced steadily, and their abilities in auxiliary support, battlefield healing, and defensive barriers underwent a qualitative transformation. Previously, they could only sustain small-scale team battles with spiritual power protection. After the breakthrough, they could now support the entire team with wide-area defenses, and their resistance to illusions had greatly improved. Against the Star Sea team's spiritual power tricks, they could now stand firm. Lu Chen's physique was already formidable, excelling in close-quarters mecha combat. With the body-tempering essence, he tempered his bones, muscles, and meridians repeatedly, raising his physical strength to another level. His explosive power and resilience in mecha combat surged, making him an unshakable anchor against opponents of the same rank. After his spiritual power breakthrough, Jiang Yifeng's divine sense detection range expanded, and his ability to predict sniper shots and lock onto weaknesses became more precise. His long-range suppression and pinpoint elimination skills directly entered the top tier among interstellar youths. While sitting guard and occasionally fine-tuning the rhythm of the Four's cultivation, Shi Luo subtly imparted her experience in mecha tactics, spiritual power offense and defense, and battlefield situational judgment to them. The 3 days of seclusion passed in the blink of an eye. When the Four slowly opened their eyes, their auras were completely renewed, their foundations had soared, their gazes became steadier and sharper, and their entire demeanor had undergone a transformation. All team members successfully broke through minor realms, and their combat prowess, coordination, and tactical understanding simultaneously surged to a new level. The 5-person team was no longer just a strong academy team or a dark horse in the league. They had truly stepped into the ranks of the top interstellar youth teams. With seamless coordination, balanced offense and defense capability in both team battles and solo fights, a combination of support damage and tankiness plus Shi Luo as the Shrank core and the little golden divine beast secretly backing them up, ordinary interstellar elite teams would be no match for them. The feeling of breaking through is amazing. I feel so much clearer. Tang Ranran exclaimed joyfully, clearly sensing the qualitative leap in her strength. From now on, when we face those from Sanctum Apocalypse or Star Sea, we won't have to be passive victims anymore. Lu Chen's gaze was sharp, brimming with confidence. When Ruan nodded with emotion, it's all thanks to Luo's guidance. Otherwise, we would have needed at least half a year of hard training just to touch the threshold of this realm. The 5 exchanged smiles, and the bond and understanding between them deepened once more. Just then, an official announcement from the Military Academy was pushed across the entire network, a piece of news that shook the interstellar community, instantly exploded on all platforms. The new Interstellar Secret Realm trial was officially open for universal registration. All major empires, top military academies, and geniuses from aristocratic families across the interstellar realm could participate. The secret realm contained ancient bloodline, divine materials, mecha treasures, and spiritual power inheritance opportunities. At the same time, dangers lurked everywhere. Savage beasts roamed, illusions abounded, and it was an excellent stage for geniuses to compete for treasures. Train. As soon as the announcement was made, the entire academy erupted. Countless students discussed excitedly, all eager to secure a spot and enter the secret realm to seek their fortunes. When Shi Luo saw the announcement, her gaze sharpened. She could faintly sense that this interstellar secret realm was not merely a training ground. The lurking Dark Alliance, the dormant conservative faction of the Elder Council, and the defeated interstellar teams would all converge again, taking advantage of the secret realm to bide their time and strike. opportunity and crisis coexisted. And with the opening of the Secret Realm trial, their next journey officially began. The news of the trial opening of the interstellar Secret Realm swept through the entire empire, like a nuclear blast wave crashing the star network's trending topics and overwhelming all communication channels until servers went down. Not only the empire, but also the surrounding interstellar federations and free star regions erupted into chaos. The top military academies, ancient clans, and hidden geniuses could no longer sit still. Who wouldn't want to take a gamble in the Secret Realm? Everyone knew well that this Secret Realm opened only once every 3 years, and any single treasure hidden within could be mouth-watering ancient spiritual veins that could grant half a year's cultivation in a single breath. Lost mecha divine materials that were the hard currency for forging scarce mecha's treasures that could temper one's mental strength and awaken bloodlines, and even complete ancient martial arts inheritances. To put it bluntly, if one had good fortune and struck it lucky, leaping 3 or 4 realms in a single trip was not a dream. It would be a complete transformation from an ordinary genius to the pinnacle of interstellar existence. But one must not only see the gains without acknowledging the risks. Within the Secret Realm, dangers were equally deadly. Rampant alien beasts that could swallow and shrink combatant, as if it were nothing, spatial distortions that could toss one into a time-space rift in an instant, dense illusions that would drive the weak-willed mad. More deadly still, all geniuses vied for treasures, employing open blades and hidden arrows, forming alliances to ambush, stabbing each other in the back. No dirty trick was beneath them. Last session, no fewer than double-digit geniuses perished within. But what of it? Faced with opportunity, what is life worth? Countless geniuses still charged in with red eyes. Gamble and ascend, flinch, and be trampled forever. Inside the Imperial Central Military Academy, chaos reigned. Countless students scrambled to inquire about registration conditions and quota allocations, each eager to obtain the qualification to enter the Secret Realm and seize the chance for a meteoric rise. I heard this Secret Realm is larger than previous ones, with many ancient ruins and incredible opportunities. But unfortunately, the quota is limited. Only the top core students are eligible to compete. We can only watch from the sidelines. Captain Shi Luo and her team will definitely get the quota. With their strength, they'll surely reap great rewards inside. The students buzzed with envy. Everyone understood that a Secret Realm of this level was destined only for the top geniuses. Ordinary students, even if they obtained the quota, would merely become cannon. Soon the Academy officially announced for this interstellar Secret Realm trial the Academy would skip the layered selection process and directly appoint Captain Shi Luo's 5-person team to represent the Imperial Central Military Academy, granting them exclusive qualification, Secret Realm resource allocation, and priority route coordination. The announcement met no dissent. In terms of strength, glory, and interstellar arena records, no one in the entire Academy could rival Shi Luo's team. This quota was well-deserved. Even many talented students who had hoped to compete had to accept it without a single objection. Shortly after the announcement, the principal personally sought out Shi Luo, his expression grave, and admonished, "Shi Luo, this Secret Realm is extraordinary. Not only will the top talents from various military academies gather, but also the great interstellar families and secret factions will send agents. It's a mix of dragons and fish with undercurrents running deep. The conservative faction of the Elder Council, the Holy Domain, Apocalypse, the Star Sea. Those old powers will surely take advantage of the Secret Realm to set up schemes and seek trouble for you. You must act cautiously, protect yourself, and train safely." The principal's tone was filled with worry. He knew all too well the intricate webs of the various forces and feared that Shi Luo and her team might fall into ambushes within the Secret Realm. "Rest assured, Principal, I know what I'm doing." Shi Luo nodded calmly, her expression composed. She had already anticipated. Openly, the Elder Council, deterred by the Marshals, might no longer dare to make blatant moves within the Academy. But in the boundless, rule-loose, interstellar Secret Realm, no one could restrain their methods. Tapping into the Secret Realm's dangers, the clashes between geniuses, and the rampages of alien beasts, they could strike from the shadows, intercept treasures, frame opponents. All of which were routine operations. Not only the old forces, but also the mysterious Interstellar Dark Alliance would surely send agents into the Secret Realm, secretly coveting ancient treasures, the ancient bloodline, and Xiao Jin's divine beast origin. The road ahead was destined to be turbulent. But Shi Luo felt no fear. With her own breakthrough to shrink mental strength, the entire team's advancement, and greatly increased combat power, with Xiao Jin, the divine beast, by her side, to deter high-level alien beasts, and see through most illusions, and with the life-saving treasures, Secret Realm navigation tokens, and high-level defensive artifacts secretly given by Zhang Sun, they were well-equipped to handle the vast majority of dangers. The more turmoil, the better for training and eliminating hidden threats. After seeing off the principal, Shi Luo immediately summoned Wen Wan and the other 3 to begin preparations for the Secret Realm journey. The Secret Realm opened soon. Over the next 2 days, well-organized equipment overhaul the mecha stock up on energy potions, healing pills, and survival supplies for the secret realm. Once inside, we won't be greedy or easily provoke others, but we must not be overly timid. If anyone deliberately provokes or schemes against us, we won't show mercy. The team will always stick together, never split up, and look out for each other. Shi Luo laid out the plans clearly, and the four listened attentively, committing them to memory. Over the next 2 days, the entire team busied themselves with preparations. The mecha underwent a comprehensive overhaul, and upgrade supplies filled the space rings, and a full array of healing, mind-calming, illusion-breaking, and antidote potions were prepared. Tactics were refined, and they repeatedly simulated and rehearsed encounters with secret realm beasts, illusions, and field battles. Meanwhile, all major interstellar forces were also making frantic preparations. Luo Tian of the Holy Domain team, Kailuan of the Apocalypse team, and Bai Li of the Star Sea team, each led their squads, gathering, flexing their muscles with sinister glints in their eyes. They all harbored grudges, having lost to Shi Luo in the League arena. Now in the interstellar secret realm, with no restraints, they could take revenge, snatch opportunities, and strike underhandedly. Especially Bai Li of the Star Sea team, backed by the Dark Alliance, who had received covert orders to focus on Shi Luo inside the secret realm, probe her lizard bloodline, and covet Xiao Jin's ancient divine beast origin. Geniuses and forces from all sides, each with their own agendas, converged toward the secret realm. Undercurrents raged in the shadows, while on the surface talents gathered, vying for treasures. Meanwhile, Marshal Zhang Sun of the Empire had secretly deployed a fleet of shadow guards, placing them in the star region, surrounding the secret realm, quietly, leaving a contingency plan. Should anyone dare to use force to block or ambush them outside the secret realm, he would strike immediately, protecting Shi Luo and her team's retreat. Everything was ready. 2 days passed in a flash, and the day of the interstellar secret realm's official opening arrived. Various teams and top geniuses boarded their ships, one after another, setting off toward the secret realm's star region. Shi Luo and her 4 companions, fully equipped, stood tall and spirited, brimming with confidence and resolve. They boarded their exclusive interstellar warship and headed for the secret realm. The road ahead was vast and uncertain, with crises and opportunities intertwined, opponents eyeing them hungrily, and conspiracies lurking in the shadows. But the 5 of them had firm eyes and knew no fear. Their journey of contest in the interstellar secret realm had officially begun. The interstellar battleship glided gracefully through the radiant nebula, moving slowly toward the secret realm star domain. Outside, the porthole light danced, and the nebula swirled like a painting, while inside the cabin warmth enveloped them, creating a stark contrast to the cold universe beyond. Wen Ruan and Tang Ranran sat around a small table, their heads huddled together as they flipped through a pre-prepared guide to the secret realm. The 2 of them exclaimed, "This strange beast is so ugly." One moment, and the next, their eyes sparkling with excitement. "Wow, has the location of the spiritual vein been marked?" Their eyes shone with anticipation. Lu Chun and Zhang Yifeng were far more grounded, crouching nearby to repair their mechs. Their fingertips danced quickly across the control panel, adjusting parameters, checking the energy core, and calibrating the weapon systems, executing the process smoothly. Without speaking, their hands remained busy in the secret realm. Tangible strength mattered. The mechs were a second life. Shi Luo leaned silently against the porthole, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing a warm sound transmission stone. The warmth felt as though it still carried someone else's body heat, gradually seeping into her heart. Before departing, Zhang Sun had personally placed this item into her hand, without saying a word, merely squeezing her fingers tightly. Yet that grip, that warmth, spoke louder than any advice. Shi Luo lowered her eyes, her lips unconsciously curving into a smile. At that time, Zhang Sun wore a crisp marshal's uniform, standing tall, like a pine tree, his deep-set eyes filled with a tenderness unique to her, his deep voice imbued with unmistakable affection. "The secret realm is fraught with danger. Do not act recklessly. If you encounter an insurmountable problem, crush the sound transmission stone. No matter where I am, I will rush to your side at once." He had also secretly given her a personal space pouch filled with carefully prepared items and glass mental shield mirror capable of withstanding 3 fatal attacks, ancient beast rations favored by the Grey Seal, countless high-level healing potions, focus pills, and even a silver pendant that could block all mental illusions, recognizing only her bloodline. All of it was unique and heartfelt, all an unspoken preference. The entire galaxy knew that the Imperial Marshal was decisive in battle and coldly unapproachable, yet no one knew that he reserved all his tenderness and meticulous care solely for her. "Luo, come quickly. There are so many rare spiritual herbs in the secret realm, and there's even a star marrow stone that can enhance the mech's compatibility." Tang Ranran excitedly waved her hand, interrupting Shi Luo's thoughts. Shi Luo regained her focus and walked over slowly, her gaze landing on the guide, her expression calm. While there are many opportunities in the secret realm, dangers lurk everywhere. Moreover, there are the predatory enemies from the Holy Domain Tianxi and the Bai Li family, as well as the experts sent by the conservative faction of the Elder Council. This expedition into the secret realm is bound to be tumultuous. Once we enter the secret realm, we stick together at all times, no acting alone. When encountering opportunities, do not fight for the spotlight. If provoked, do not hold back. Our priority is self-preservation. Shi Luo spoke softly, her tone firm, instilling a sense of safety in her teammates. Understood. We will all listen to Luo. The four responded in unison, their eyes filled with trust. Having fought side by side countless times, they had long since come to sincerely admire Shi Luo, and regardless of the time, they were willing to trust and follow her unconditionally. Just then a respectful voice from the battleship's cockpit announced, "Captain Shi Luo, we have arrived at the secret realm, Star Domain. All major Imperial battle teams have assembled, and the portal to the secret realm will open in half an hour." Shi Luo nodded slightly, rising to tidy her attire. The gray seal nudged her neck, its golden scales glimmering faintly, and a hint of alertness shone in its lively eyes. It could sense clearly that this star domain was filled with numerous concealed hostile gazes, all locking onto their battle team. Through the porthole, Shi Luo looked out to see dozens of interstellar battleships lined up neatly beneath the vast starry sky, all belonging to the top military academies and prestigious families across the galaxy. Among the crowd, several chilling gazes shot straight at her, belonging to Luo Tian, Kai Luan, and Bai Li. Luo Tian's eyes burned with resentment, staring fiercely at Shi Luo. The humiliation of losing in the league haunted him still, and he wished to trample Shi Luo in the secret realm and reclaim his lost glory. Kai Lin was filled with jealousy, wondering why a mere commoner like Shi Luo could bask in such supreme glory, while also receiving the Imperial Marshal's exclusive favor. Bai Li, on the other hand, wore a sinister smile, secretly gathering mental energy at her fingertips, plotting how to destroy Shi Luo in the secret realm and seize the secret of her ancient bloodline. Other students from surrounding battle teams also cast their gazes filled with awe, envy, and jealousy, with many eager to see the drama unfold, curious if this champion of the Interstellar League could maintain her splendor in the perilous secret realm. Shi Luo paid no mind to these gazes, her expression calm, her aura cold and powerful, exuding an air that made others hesitate to provoke her. At this moment, in the secret flagship outside the secret realm Star Domain, Zhan Sun stood tall in a black uniform before a holographic star map, his deep gaze firmly fixed on the battleship, where Shi Luo was emanating a chilling aura. Marshal, all undercover agents have infiltrated the vicinity of the secret realm, monitoring Captain Shi Luo's movements, and the forces from the Holy Domain Tianxi and the Elder Council are all under our control. The adjutant reported respectfully, secretly amazed that the Marshal, who was always busy with military affairs, would set aside all urgent matters to personally oversee this place solely to protect his wife. Keep a close watch on all those with ulterior motives. If anyone dares to harm her, there is no need for consultation, just eliminate them. Zhan Sun's voice was low, his tone carrying an inarguable decisiveness. He could allow Shi Luo to train and grow, letting her establish her footing with her own strength, but he would never permit anyone to harm her, even the slightest, in his absence. He was her strongest backing, always willing to support her forever, ensuring her safety. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. In the distance, a dazzling golden halo slowly spread open in the starry sky, an ancient and heavy aura washing over them, as the enormous portal to the secret realm slowly opened. The wild and primitive atmosphere emanated from within the gate, and faintly the roars of strange beasts could be heard, exuding endless mystery and danger. All major battle teams stirred restlessly, unable to wait any longer, as they rose and flew toward the portal, eager to be the first to step into the secret realm and seize the first wave of opportunities. "Let's go." Shi Luo raised her hand and spoke softly, leading the four of them steadily toward the portal to the secret realm. Sunlight bathed her, both cold and dazzling. Her steps were firm, and her eyes brimmed with determination. Though the path ahead was fraught with peril and surrounded by formidable enemies, she felt no fear, for she knew there was someone always behind her, and thus began her journey in the secret realm, a competition for supremacy. As she stepped into the entrance of the secret realm, a rich wave of spiritual energy enveloped her face, mingling with the fresh scent of vegetation and a subtle hint of exotic beast odor, all wafting towards her. The ground beneath her feet was soft, made of decayed soil, sinking slightly, as if she were stepping on thick sponge. Towering ancient trees surrounded her, their dense foliage blocking out the sunlight, while thick vines coiled around the trunks like pythons. Everywhere, brightly colored spirit herbs sprouted. This place had clearly been untouched, a truly primitive and wild jungle. Sunlight struggled to filter through the layers of branches and leaves, casting a patchwork of light and shadow on the ground. The calls of birds and the roars of beasts echoed in a vibrant symphony, seemingly full of life. Yet upon closer inspection, danger lurked everywhere. This place was not to be trifled with. As she stepped in, Tang Ranran inhaled sharply. "Is this the interstellar secret realm? The spiritual energy is as thick as a hot bath, far superior to the supreme training room of the military academy." Unable to resist, she took a deep breath, feeling every pore in her body open up, her meridians buzzing with excitement. When Ruan's eyes sparkled with wonder as her head spun around like a rattling drum, she gently poked at a shimmering silver spirit herb beside her foot and whispered with a suppressed laugh, "Look at its quality. It could fetch a small warship at an auction outside. Treasures were just lying around. This place was too enticing." Shi Luo stood still, her S-level mental power silently spreading out like an invisible radar net, instantly encompassing a radius of 100. Every quiver of the leaves, every flow of spiritual energy, every faint breath was accurately captured by her. In this secret realm, there were no rules to survival of the fittest. This 8-character phrase encapsulated the rules of existence here. One had to be wary of not only the hidden beasts, but also the underhanded schemes of other teams. In this wild jungle, humans were often more dangerous than the beasts. Everyone stay alert, Shi Luo warned sternly, her gaze sweeping around like a blade. It looks calm, but who knows what lurks in the shadows. Don't touch unfamiliar plants, and don't stray too far from the group. Just as her words fell, the gray seal leaped from her shoulder, its golden scales flaring out like a frenzied cat, emitting a sharp, piercing roar. Its bright, lively eyes fixed on the depths of the dense forest ahead, radiating a faint pressure of an ancient divine beast, a trump card that would only reveal itself in the face of true threats. Danger. Shi Luo's expression hardened in an instant, every muscle in her body tensing. Just as her words echoed, a cacophony of footsteps erupted from the depths of the forest, accompanied by deep rumbling roars that shook the decayed soil beneath them. In the next moment, a dozen shadows shot out from the underbrush like arrows. These were the Gale beasts. Their figures were akin to small trucks, their bodies covered in dark green scales that shimmered coldly in the dappled light. With their fangs bared and drool dripping, their blood-red eyes fixated on the 5 of them, exuding an overwhelming ferocity. They moved with astonishing speed, fanning out in a formation that trapped Shi Luo and the others. Zhang Yifeng's expression shifted slightly, but his hands moved faster than his mind as he raised the long-range mecha sniper cannon, the muzzle glowing red as it locked onto the leading beast. Gale beast, fierce as thunder, each one comparable to a class very troublesome. Without a word, Lu Chun stepped forward, his physical strength erupting like a thunderclap, muscles taut like steel cables, positioning himself in front of the others. "Step back, I'll take the brunt." When Ruan and Tang Ranran exchanged a tacit glance, raising their hands simultaneously as 2 thick mental power shields buzzed into existence, enveloping the 5 of them tightly, ready for defense and healing at any moment. Shi Luo stood at the center, her gaze as cold as frost, her mental power spreading like a spider's web, instantly capturing the movement trajectories and breathing rhythms of the beasts. She analyzed quickly. These creatures were fast and had tough scales. Engaging them hidden would be unwise. But the light-colored stripe on their abdomen, thin as paper, was their fatal weakness. As long as she could hit it accurately, one strike would be fatal. "Keep the shield steady, don't panic." Her voice was low, but it firmly overpowered the roars. "Aim for the abdomen, a shoot where I point." The gray seal crouched on her shoulder, its golden scales slightly quivering, a deep, warning rumble emanating from its throat, the pressure of an ancient beast silently spreading, causing a few of the closer beasts to instinctively retreat a half step. When Ruan ran, "Keep the shield steady, O Lu Chun, engage them hidden." Zhang Yifeng, "Snipe at their abdominal weaknesses from a distance while I deal with the leader." Shi Luo issued her commands swiftly, her tone clear and steady, bolstering her teammates' confidence. "Understood." The group responded in unison without a hint of hesitation, immediately acting according to Shi Luo's deployment. In the next moment, the dozen Gale beasts lunged forward with ferocious roars, their claws slashing through the air, with fierce gales crashing heavily against the mental power shields, producing ear-splitting sounds. The shield trembled slightly, as when Ruan and Tang Ranran gritted their teeth, channeling all their mental power to firmly maintain the shield. Lu Chun leaped into the fray, charging towards the beasts, his fists packed with formidable power, delivering a heavy blow to one, sending it staggering back several steps. Zhang Yifeng, perched above, fired the sniper cannon accurately, the energy projectile whistling through the air, striking the abdomen of one beast with pinpoint precision, instantly piercing through it. The beast let out a horrific scream, collapsing heavily to the ground, lifeless. The battle was about to erupt, the scene intense. Shi Luo's gaze was sharp as she moved with blinding speed, avoiding the beast's attacks like a ghost, heading straight for the leader of the beasts. Seeing this, the beast leader roared in fury, swinging its sharp claws towards Shi Luo with lethal intent. Shi Luo, agile in her movements, dodged while channeling her mental power, condensing it into a sharp energy blade, mercilessly aiming for the beast leader. With a sharp sound, the energy blade accurately pierced its weakness, the beast leader's pupils constricting as it let out a chilling scream, its massive body crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless. Without a leader, the remaining beasts instantly fell into chaos. "Now's our chance, attack with all your might," Shi Luo commanded coldly. Hearing this, the team's morale surged, and they unleashed their full offensive. In just a brief moment, all the Gale beasts were slain, their bodies sprawled out on the ground. The group breathed heavily, but wore expressions of exhilaration. After the trials of the Interstellar League, their teamwork had become increasingly harmonious and their strength had seen a qualitative leap. Dealing with these beasts had become second nature. That was amazing. We actually managed to take down this group of beasts so effortlessly. Tang Ranran clapped her hands excitedly, her eyes shining with delight. As the words fell, a group of people burst out from behind the bushes, led by a young man with a harsh face, slanted eyebrows, and triangular eyes, his entire demeanor exuding an air of trouble. He stood with his hands on his hips, his gaze scanning the 5 individuals like a searchlight, a smirk twisting his lips as he spoke with a tone full of arrogance. Hey, we were the first to set our sights on these ferocious beasts. Who do you think you are to steal our prey? If you know what's good for you, hand over the inner cores of the beasts and leave all the spiritual herbs on you, or else. Don't think you can leave today. The statement was made with a tone of self-righteousness, as if robbery was a matter of course. It was clear they intended to intercept. The claim of being first to set sights was merely a pretext to justify their brazen act of seizing the spoils. This group was a mix of second-rate families surrounding the secret realm, their strength mediocre merely at the lower grade level, yet they thrived on bullying the weak, specifically targeting small teams to pick up easy profits. Having grown accustomed to preying on scattered cultivators and weaker teams, they likely mistook the unfamiliarity of Shi Luo's group for weakness, thinking they were just ripe for the picking. Unfortunately, they had chosen the wrong targets this time. Shi Luo glanced at them, her expression calm, as if watching a troop of clowns. Even when Ruan couldn't help but twitch her mouth. These people must have not consulted their fortunes before stepping out. You're talking nonsense. Tang Ranran exploded, stepping forward with wide eyes, her voice booming loud enough to shake the leaves. We fought hard to kill these ferocious beasts. Which of your eyes saw that they belonged to you? Clearly you wanted to intercept and steal. How shameless can you be? Exactly. When Ruan added coldly, her voice low, yet piercing. If you lack the ability to fight, how dare you steal from others? It's truly shameful. Lu Chun and Jiang Yifeng remained silent, but their aura was taut like 2 silent leopards fiercely guarding in front of Shi Luo. As long as the opponents dared to make a move, they could make these people regret being born within 3 seconds. Shi Luo slowly stood up. There were no grand gestures, nor did she deliberately release any oppressive aura, but the sense of pressure emanating from her was like an invisible mountain bearing down. The arrogance of the group across from her visibly diminished. Her gaze was as cold as a star in the deep void sweeping over the crowd. Without anger, her tone as casual, as if remarking on the weather. Want the beast cores? Fight for them yourself. You think you can come here and play the robber? What a joke. After a pause, she added, her voice low, but none dared to respond. I don't have the patience to waste time with you. She had always been this way. If one did not offend her, she would not offend others. But if anyone dared to climb on her head and act wild, they should not blame her for being rude. The sharp-faced youth opened his mouth, but he didn't dare to speak. His companions began to quietly retreat, clearly sensing something was off. These few individuals were formidable, their pressure was extraordinary. It seemed they had kicked a hard wall. Shi Luo couldn't be bothered to look at them again, turning to walk back, leaving behind a light remark. If you don't leave, I won't mind letting you lie down while leaving. What the hell? The leader of the opposing group, shaken by Shi Luo's aura, felt a tremor in his heart, but seeing that they had the numerical advantage, he straightened his back and grew even more arrogant. Stop pretending. You don't think that killing a few ferocious beasts makes you great. In this secret realm, strength is the only truth. I see you all are a bunch of lucky fools. Hand over your things quickly, or we'll take them by force. Yes. Hurry up and hand them over. Otherwise don't blame us for being rude. The family members behind him echoed, their eyes greedy and arrogant, advancing step by step towards Shi Luo's group, exuding an air of certainty. In their eyes, Shi Luo's team was merely 5 individuals. No matter how strong they were, they could not possibly compete against their dozen-plus members, so there was no need to. Shi Luo looked at these oblivious individuals, a cold smile, curving her lips, her eyes filled with mockery. Truly, they were treading the path to heaven without walking it, and forcing their way into hell without a door. Since they had voluntarily delivered themselves to her for punishment, she would oblige. I'll say it one last time, get lost. Shi Luo's voice was icy, her S-level mental energy quietly brewing, the pressure steadily rising. You're asking for it. Brothers, let's do it. Take their things and teach these ignorant fools a lesson. Enraged, the leader waved his hand, leading his companions to pounce towards Shi Luo's group. You ignorant fools. Shi Luo snorted coldly, her gaze suddenly turning frigid. Before her teammates could react, she moved slightly and charged directly toward them, unleashing her S-level mental energy, in an instant transforming it into an invisible pressure that ruthlessly crushed towards the group. Bang! A powerful force surged forward, and the young man at the front was instantly thrown back by the pressure, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting blood, his body in excruciating pain, unable to rise again. The expressions of the other family members changed drastically, their faces filled with terror, feeling as if a 1,000-pound boulder pressed down on them, unable to move their legs, weak, collapsing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Only then did they realize that the person before them was not someone they could provoke. The overwhelming mental pressure rendered them devoid of the courage to resist. Besides kneeling and begging for mercy, they had no other option. "Spare us. We were wrong. We'll never dare again. Please spare us. We were blind to not recognize the great mountain. You have great mercy, let us go." The crowd was so scared that their souls nearly left their bodies, all kneeling and begging for mercy, their faces pale, no longer exhibiting the arrogance from moments ago, only endless fear and pleas for forgiveness. Tang Ranran looked at their pitiful state and couldn't help but roll her eyes, her face filled with disdain. "Now you know to beg for mercy. Why didn't you think about the consequences when you were stealing?" Shi Luo walked slowly in front of the young man, her gaze icy as she looked down at him. "Inside the secret realm, the law of the jungle prevails. It's not a reason for you to bully others. If you dare to provoke again or attempt to intercept and steal treasures, it won't be so simple next time." Saying this, she waved her hand to confiscate all the spiritual herbs and resources from the group as punishment for their provocation. "Get lost." One word, cold and piercing. Upon hearing this, the group fled like they were being chased by ghosts, scrambling deep into the forest, not daring to look back, fearing that if they hesitated for even a second, they would truly be lying down while leaving. The members of the team felt relieved as they finished collecting the spoils and prepared to delve deeper. However, they hadn't gone far when a dark crowd appeared at the intersection ahead, blocking the path. At the forefront were Luo Tian and Chiron. Both had sinister expressions, looking like they had swallowed dead flies, glaring at Shi Luo with hostility so thick it could be squeezed out. The entire battle team behind them was on high alert, clearly lying in wait for her, evidently coming to block her in revenge for being humiliated last time. When Ruan quietly moved half a step closer to Shi Luo, whispering, "Enemies on a narrow road. The newcomers are not friendly." Lu Chun cracked his knuckles, the joints popping. A storm was brewing, the atmosphere was chilling and swift. "Shi Luo, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon." Luo Tian crossed his arms, his eyes dark and menacing, his tone laced with mockery and resentment. "So after bullying the weak in the secret realm, where do you think you're going next?" Karen also wore a disdainful expression, sizing up Shi Luo with a sharp and cutting tone. "You think just because you lucked into winning a match you're some top-tier genius in the galaxy? I see you're only bold because you have the Marshal backing you. Without that protection in this secret realm, you are nothing." Behind Luo Tian and Karen, the members of the Holy Domain and Apocalypse teams surrounded them, each gaze more ferocious than the last, clearly intending to overwhelm them with numbers. Over 100 people completely surrounded Shi Luo and her 5 companions, their numbers nearly 20 times greater. The light in the forest dimmed significantly. These people were all familiar faces. In the finals of the league, the 2 top-tier family teams, once exalted, were crushed to the ground by Shi Luo alone, suffering a humiliating defeat broadcasted live across the galaxy. Those images would haunt them for the rest of their lives. The once proud Holy Domain and Apocalypse had lost face in the outer galaxies, returning home to be scolded by their elders, with everyone pointing fingers at them wherever they went. This humiliation gnawed at their pride day and night. Now in this secret realm, they would settle old and new scores. There was no way they would let her go easily. Someone in the team quietly activated their mech exoskeleton, the hum of energy blades piercing the quiet of the forest. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder, and a great battle was about to erupt. Tang Ranran, her face flushed with anger, stepped forward and shouted, "Stop spouting nonsense here. The defeat in the league was due to your own lack of ability and self-inflicted humiliation. How dare you come looking for trouble? How shameless. Exactly. If you have the guts, face us in a fair duel. What kind of ability is it to just throw threats around?" When Ruan also seethed with anger, coldly retorting. Lu Chun and Zhang Yifeng sensed the tension and immediately stood in front of Shi Luo, ready for battle, their icy gazes fixed on the opposing crowd, prepared to retaliate at the first sign of aggression. Shi Luo raised her hand, gently pressing down on her teammates' shoulders, signaling them to remain calm, as she slowly stepped forward, her cold gaze sweeping over Luo Tian and Karen, her tone indifferent. "What is it?" Just 2 simple words, exuding complete aloofness and disdain, as if she didn't regard the 2 of them at all. This contempt thoroughly enraged Luo Tian. Luo Tian's eyes darkened further, gritting his teeth. "Shi Luo, stop pretending. Today in this secret realm, I will teach you, this ignorant grassroots waste, a lesson on behalf of all the geniuses across the galaxy. If you're smart, kneel down and apologize. Hand over all your opportunities from the secret realm and the beast cores. If you also give up a layer of your mental power, perhaps we might spare you and let your teammates leave safely." Karen also shouted fiercely, making outrageous demands with an extremely arrogant attitude. They intended to humiliate Shi Luo, to make her lose face in front of her teammates, and to utterly destroy her pride. Shi Luo observed the arrogance of the 2, the chill in her eyes deepening, her aura suddenly turning frigid. She could tolerate others mocking her and provoking her, but she would never allow anyone to bully her teammates or touch her bottom line. You think you can make me apologize and hand over my opportunities just because of you? Shi Luo's lips curled into a cold smirk, her tone sharp. In the league, I could defeat you once, I can defeat you countless times. With your meager strength, what right do you have? You're asking for death. Luo Tian, completely enraged, unleashed his mental power, his gaze fierce. Since you refuse to know your place, don't blame us for being. Today I will trample you underfoot and let you know the consequence of offending the Holy Domain and Apocalypse families. Karen's eyes were also filled with malice as he waved his hand, commanding the crowd behind him, attack. Do not hold back, teach them a proper lesson. As soon as the words fell, the members of the Holy Domain and Apocalypse teams moved. More than 20 figures simultaneously unleashed their mental power, the mech exoskeletons roaring to life, energy beams coalescing in their palms, a fierce onslaught, descending upon Shi Luo and her 5 companions. Every attack aimed for vital points, showing no mercy. These people had been pinned up for so long, and their first strike was full power, intending to crush Shi Luo's team with sheer numbers and vent their frustrations. With such overwhelming numbers, their confidence soared. 20 against 1, they could win with their eyes closed. Right. Today, even if the King of Heaven himself came, he would have to trample Shi Luo into the mud. But they forgot one thing. Some people's strength has always been a force to be reckoned with. Facing the overwhelming assault, Shi Luo's gaze was frigid, her S-level mental power erupting like a tidal wave, the invisible pressure causing the front few attackers to instinctively halt their steps. Her voice was not loud, but it pierced through the roaring sound of the mechs, clearly reaching every teammate's ears. Everyone be careful, counterattack together, do not hold. Yes. The 4 responded in unison, without any hesitation, immediately forming a formation according to their well-rehearsed tactics. When Ruan and Tang Ranran raised their hands simultaneously, 2 mental shields buzzing into existence, the transparent barrier blocking the frontal shockwave. Lu Chun roared, unleashing his full physical strength, charging like a moving steel wall, entangling 3 melee attackers. Jiang Yifeng's figure flickered, leaping atop a high tree crown, his sniper cannon locking onto the rear, firing accurately, each shot taking down an enemy with a muffled grunt. And what about Shi Luo? She moved like a ghost, silently weaving through the densest areas of the battlefield. Her S-level perception allowed her to anticipate the trajectory of each attack. Every dodge seemed rehearsed, effortlessly gliding past the edges of energy beams. And her counterattacks were ruthless and precise. Elbow strikes, knee thrusts, mental shocks from her palms. A single contact would send them tumbling down. Never. The entire forest trembled. The booming sounds of energy clashes shook the ancient trees, sending leaves raining down, and the ground was pocked with charred. Yet the battle was nothing like what the members of the Holy Domain and Apocalypse had anticipated. 20 against 1, they not only failed to crush their opponent, but instead they were torn apart by the strangely coordinated maneuvers of Shi Luo's team, growing increasingly alarmed. Luo Tian stood on the periphery, his face dark enough to drip water. This was not right, completely not right. Luo Tian and Karen exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with malice, both charging towards Shi Luo, aiming to subdue her as quickly as possible and end the battle. Shi Luo died. Shi Luo's gaze was sharp, coldly observing the 2 rushing towards her, her aura steady, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. Since they were so eager for death, she would personally crush their pride once again. Luo Tian and Karen exchanged a glance, then struck simultaneously. 2 figures shot forward like arrows loosed from bows, their movements wreathed in violent surges of spiritual energy, converging upon Shi Luo from left and right. Luo Tian's palm coalesced an obsidian blue energy blade that shrieked as it rent the air. Karen channeled her entire being into a single devastating punch, the shockwave detonating mid-flight, aimed straight at Shi Luo's back. Their coordination was flawless, their strikes merciless, clearly intent on breaking her utterly within seconds. After all, they were elite prodigies of aristocratic bloodlines, far surpassing ordinary academy students. Together their power multiplied manyfold. In their eyes, even if Shi Luo were extraordinary, she could never withstand their combined full-force assault. Alas, they had miscalculated one crucial thing. Shi Luo's gaze remained icy and serene, her body blurred, slipping through the narrow gap between their attacks like a phantom. Luo Tian's energy blade grazed her hairline. Karen's fist slammed into an ancient tree, its trunk thick enough for 3 men to encircle, explode. Her stance remained unwavering, her breath steady. Not a single furrow marred her brow. Since ascending to strength, her spiritual energy had undergone profound transformation. Her primordial bloodline had refined her entire being. Her reflexes, perception range, and physical resilience now far eclipsed her level during the Interstellar League. To her, Luo Tian and Karen's onslaught unfolded in agonizing slow motion, clarity absolute. Facing 2 opponents wasn't a question of possibility. It was a matter of how effortlessly she could dismantle them. A faint chilling smile curved her lips, so cold it sent shivers down their spines. Gray, she perched upon her shoulder, its small eyes gleaming with mischief, emitting low mocking growls. as if whispering, "Is this all your speed?" This sluggish pace. Luo Tian clenched his jaw, veins pulsing violently at his temples. Something was deeply wrong. Her strength had surged far beyond her league performance. "So you only know how to dodge and hide. Prove your mettle. Face us, heathen." Frustrated by his missed strike, Luo Tian roared, intensifying his assault. "Cowardly vermin skulking behind shadows. You dare not even meet our blows." Karen sneered, seeking to provoke Shi Luo. Shi Luo's lips curled into a frost-laced arc, her eyes brimming with disdain. "To subdue mere rabble like you, I need not even draw upon my full power." The moment those words fell, her gaze hardened, no longer evading. An splustier torrent of spiritual energy erupted from her core, surging like a typhoon. Two radiant, humming energy fists coalesced in her palms, their edges shrieking as they tore through the air. She thrust off the ground, cracks spiderwebbed outward, and launched herself forward like a guided missile. No primordial bloodline, no Gracie's aid, pure unadulterated might. This sheer confidence chilled the soul more than any lethal technique. Luo Tian's pupils contracted violently. Only one thought echoed in his mind: she's insane. Boom, boom, boom. Energy collided with thunderous force, the shockwave rippling outward, uprooting surrounding trees and choking the air with dust. Luo Tian and Karen's faces paled instantly. An overwhelming force slammed into them, numbing their arms, churning their chi and blood, forcing them staggering backward, disbelief etched deep in their eyes. Impossible. Could Shi Luo's strength truly have reached such a terrifying zenith? Even united, they were unmatched across the stars, yet now they stood utterly outmatched. Unthinkable. Unbelievable. Even as reality stared them in the face. Before they could react, Shi Luo vanished, reappearing instantly behind Luo Tian, and drove a palm hard into his back. Ugh! Blood sprayed from Luo Tian's mouth as he flew backward like a severed puppet, crashing onto the earth with bone-jarring force. His mecha ruptured, rendered inert, his combat capacity extinguished. Luo Tian. Karen's face contorted in alarm, fear flickering in his heart. He turned to Shi Luo, and saw before him not a girl but an indomitable war deity, radiating terrifying aura, commanding awe and dread alike. "Next is you." Her voice was glacial, her gaze locked on Karen, calm yet suffused with crushing, inescapable pressure. Karen trembled violently, whirling to flee, only to be precisely targeted by Jiang Yifeng's energy cannon, which screamed toward him and struck his leg. He screamed, a guttural cry, as he collapsed, sprawled and humiliated. Within moments, both team captains lay defeated. Leaderless, the remaining members of Saint Realm and Celestial Dawn plunged into panic. Their formation shattered, their earlier arrogance dissolved into raw terror. They'd assumed overwhelming numbers would guarantee easy domination over Shi Luo's squad, never imagining her team's strength would prove so transcendent, turning the tide, decisively crushing them with ruthless superiority. "Hold the line. We're 5 against many. We can win," someone shouted desperately, trying to rally faltering morale. But it was futile. Shi Luo's eyes sharpened. Her spiritual energy flared anew, as she commanded her teammates, voice firm and commanding, "Finish it swiftly. Shatter them completely." Yes, their spirits soared, coordination tightened, assaults intensified. When Ruan's spiritual shield stood unbreakable, Tang Ranran's supportive healing arrived with perfect timing. Lu Chen's close combat charges pierced enemy lines like unstoppable tempests. Jiang Yifeng's long-range sniping never missed. And Shi Luo, she descended like a war god incarnate, sweeping all before her. Within 10 minutes, Saint Realm and Celestial Dawn lay utterly routed. Members collapsed across the ground, battered and broken, writhing in pain, incapable of further resistance. Luo Tian and Karen lay prone, staring up at the girl who had obliterated them. Humiliation, fury, and profound dread burning. They had lost again, utterly disgracefully, without reprieve. Shi Luo strode calmly before them, gazing down with glacial indifference. "I warned you. You are no match for me. Next time you dare provoke me, defeat will be the least of your concerns." She turned away without another glance, addressing her team. "Let's go." The 5 stood tall and resolute, striding forth with radiant confidence beneath the stunned, defeated gazes of their foes. Their backs silhouetted in brilliance, their presence indelible. Tang Ranran glanced back at the groaning heap of vanquished enemies and clapped delightedly. "What catharsis. Crush them once more. Let's see if they dare trouble us again." When Ruan beamed, eyes alight with reverence, "Luo is simply extraordinary. No matter the odds, she always leads us to victory." Shi Luo offered a quiet smile, just as Xiao Jin atop her shoulder let out an excited shriek, dashing headlong into the dense forest, glancing back, insistently beckoning her to follow. The team exchanged swift, knowing glances and followed without hesitation. Pushing through the thick undergrowth, they beheld an ancient stone gate, entwined with gnarled vines, its surface carved with arcane primordial glyphs. From beyond its threshold emanated a potent, intoxicating aura of supreme treasure, stirring hearts and souls alike. Clearly this was a hidden primordial ruin. The gray seal joyfully circled the ancient stone gate, its golden scales shimmering in the faint light of the dense forest. Its little paws kept tugging at the millennia-old vines entwined around the door, occasionally turning back to let out a soft cry toward Shi Luo, its eyes filled with excitement. Shi Luo quickly stepped forward, following its guidance, her gaze fixating on the ruins of the stone gate before her, her heart suddenly jolting. The stone gate stood several zhang high, entirely constructed from unknown ancient blue stones, its surface covered in deep green vines. Beneath the vines, intricate and ancient patterns were carved. Those patterns twisted and intertwined, resonating faintly with the ancient lizard bloodline sleeping within her. Her fingertips warmed slightly as a familiar and comforting aura continuously seeped out from the stone gate. Is this an ancient relic? When Ruan approached, slowly marveling at the mysterious patterns on the door, her eyes wide with astonishment. The spiritual energy is so dense, at least 10 times stronger than outside. There must be incredible opportunities hidden within. Indeed. Tang Ranran nodded vigorously, her nose twitching as she caught a faint medicinal fragrance wafting from within the door. It must be something valuable. I can already feel the abundant energy. Unfortunately, this stone gate looks extremely sturdy, and with the protective formation, we can't open it at all. No good. This stone gate is sealed by an ancient formation. External force cannot open it. Attacking forcibly may trigger a backlash from the formation, bringing even greater trouble. Zhang Yifeng shook his head, his expression grave. Everyone turned to look at Shi Luo, instinctively placing their hopes on her in the face of this dilemma. Shi Luo remained silent, slowly extending her right hand to gently touch the patterns on the stone gate. At the moment her fingertips made contact, the ancient lizard bloodline within her suddenly surged, a warm current flowing from her fingertips into the stone gate. The previously dim ancient patterns instantly illuminated with a pale golden light, densely packed designs seeming to come alive as they slowly flowed. At the same time, ancient characters gradually emerged on the surface of the stone gate, the language of the ancient lizard clan, which could only be understood by those of the lizard bloodline. This is the place of inheritance for the lizard bloodline. Those not of the lizard lineage may not enter. Trespassers will face annihilation. The short line of text exuded an undeniable authority, an invisible pressure radiating from the stone gate, instilling awe in all. When Ruan and the others looked on in shock, witnessing the resonance between Shi Luo's fingertips and the stone gate, their hearts filled with disbelief at the glowing golden patterns. Luo, this relic actually recognizes bloodlines. Only you can open it. Tang Ranran's eyes widened, her tone filled with incredulity. No wonder the gray seal led us here. This is a chance that belongs solely to you. When Ruan realized, her eyes shining with joy, genuinely happy for Shi Luo. Shi Luo understood clearly that this relic was clearly a place of inheritance left by the ancient lizard ancestors, containing opportunities tied to her bloodline. Only her bloodline could unlock the formation and open the stone gate. She could distinctly feel a powerful force calling out to her from within the stone gate. That was the inheritance of her bloodline, capable of enabling her strength to undergo a qualitative leap once again. The gray seal rubbed against her palm, joyfully urging her to hurry and open the stone gate. Shi Luo took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and fully activated the ancient lizard bloodline within her. A pale golden light from her bloodline slowly emanated from her body, flooding into the stone gate. The golden patterns on the door became even more radiant, the hum of the formation resonating, and the vines entwined around the door withered and fell off automatically. Boom! Accompanied by a deep rumbling sound, the tightly shut ancient relic stone gate began to slowly open inward. An even denser, purer spiritual energy instantly surged forth from within the door, mixed with the heavy aura of ancient inheritance, refreshing everyone and causing their meridians to stretch. The moment the stone gate burst open, the spiritual energy in the entire forest seemed to be stirred by some immense force, wildly rushing toward the direction of the relic. That pure energy wave, almost solidified, was like a beacon in the darkness, perceptible even from miles away. Almost simultaneously, dense footsteps echoed from afar. It wasn't just 3 or 5 people, it was hundreds, trampling through the humus and dead branches, quickly approaching from all directions in the forest. Auras approached from the distance, some steady and heavy, others sharp as blades. Those attracted by this wave of spiritual energy were not to be trifled with. Lu Chen's expression darkened, his mechanical exoskeleton activating instantly, the energy gauntlet popping out with a blade. They came really fast. We just opened the door, and we've already been targeted. Shi Luo slowly opened her eyes, a faint golden light flickering in her gaze, a natural instinctive reaction of the ancient lizard bloodline in a state of high. She turned her head to look in the direction of the approaching figures, her expression as cold as a deep winter pond, without a hint of ripples. Moments later, dozens of figures emerged from the thickets. Leading the pack were Luo Tian and Chiron, the pair that had been driven away earlier. Both looked disheveled. Luo Tian clutched his chest, injured from Shi Luo's strike, with dried blood still at the corner of his mouth. Chiron fared worse, his arm clearly unable to lift, his face pale as paper, yet his eyes burned with a kind of frenzied greed. Alongside them was Bai Li from the Shanghai team. Still dressed in pure white, he stood out in this savage jungle, a sly smile on his lips, his gaze fixed like a snake's on Shi Luo, silently observing. What captured Shi Luo's attention was a group of unfamiliar experts dressed in black, their auras chilling. These individuals were positioned haphazardly, yet exuded a sense of tacit understanding, each aura as deep as an abyss. Their attire bore no family insignias, but Shi Luo recognized the distinct scent. They were the hidden hands planted by the Elder Council in the secret realm, well-trained killing machines. A swarm of people surrounded the stone gate, blocking it completely. Dozens of eyes fixated on the rich spiritual energy seeping from the gate, their greed and fervor almost spilling over, resembling a pack of wolves that had been starved for 3 days, catching the scent of blood. Luo Tian straightened his back despite his injuries, voice raspy, yet filled with resentment. I didn't expect this to be an ancient relic. Shi Luo, your luck is truly remarkable. However, he shifted his tone, grinning sinisterly. This opportunity is not something you can swallow alone. Be careful not to choke. Exactly. Chiron stepped forward, teeth clenched, his eyes reddened. Opportunities belong to the virtuous. You, a mere grassroots with no background or foundation, what right do you have to monopolize such a level of inheritance? Wise up and step aside, or this will be your grave. As he spoke, the black-clad figures behind him subtly spread out, forming an encircling stance. Bai Li did not rush to speak, simply standing quietly in the center of the crowd, his fingers lightly rubbing an old censer. His gaze roamed back and forth over Shi Luo, from her cold face to the gray seal perched on her shoulder, then to the vaguely discernible ancient totem behind the stone gate, his smile deepening. The lizard bloodline, the ancient relic, and that divine beast cub. Everything aligned perfectly with his suspicions. Shi Luo indeed harbored an immense. Initially he had merely come to the secret realm to try his luck, but unexpectedly fate had delivered this grand gift right to his doorstep. He wanted the relic, he wanted the opportunity, and he wanted the secret about the ancient bloodline that Shi Luo possessed. He wanted it all. Bai Li licked his lips, the greed in his eyes flickering briefly. In an instant, various factions gathered at the entrance of the relic. The resentment of Luo Tian and Chiron, the coldness of the black-clad individuals, and the cunning of Bai Li interwove into a web of hostility, enveloping Shi Luo and her companions tightly. The atmosphere was tense, stretched like a bowstring pulled to its limit, ready to snap at any moment. When Ruan quietly clenched her fists, gathering her mental power in her palm, whispering, Luo, Luo, these people. She didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. Those who came were not friendly, each more troublesome than the last. Shi Luo did not turn back, her gaze calmly sweeping over the faces before her, some greedy, some resentful, some sinister, a barely visible arc forming at the corners of her mouth. Want to take it? Fine. Let's see if you have the fate to do so. As the stone door swung open, the entrance to the ruins instantly became the epicenter of a storm. Luo Tian and Kalen stood at the forefront with the remnants of their 2 battle teams. Moments ago they had been beaten to a pulp by Shi Luo, but now they seemed to have forgotten the pain, their eyes fixed darkly on the spiritual energy surging from the stone door. The allure of the ancient ruins was too great. A chance to turn the tables, an unparalleled opportunity, the capital to wash away humiliation, all lay behind that door. Even if they were crippled, they had to steel themselves for another gamble. Relying on their numbers, they hoped to sneak in and scavenge some leftovers. The black-clad experts of the Elder Council were even more direct. Dozens of them stood there expressionless, their aura cold, as if they had crawled out of coffins, their gaze locked onto Shi Luo, ignoring the stone door. The ruins must be seized and the target must be eliminated. This was the mission set before they arrived, and neither task could be omitted. Just then Bai Li stepped out slowly. They wore a gentle, graceful smile, their steps light, as if the fierce conflict moments ago had nothing to do with them. Standing before Shi Luo, they tilted their heads slightly, their voice soft, as if coaxing a child. Shi Luo, it's been a while. I didn't expect to see you again so soon, and in a place like this. Their eyes were clear, their smile harmless, the very image of an innocent, kind-hearted young master. But speaking of which, they paused, their tones still gentle, yet their words shifted. Rare opportunities in the ancient ruins are a shared chance for all the geniuses of the interstellar community. Is it not a bit selfish of you to monopolize them? They glanced around, sweeping over every greedy face in the venue, raising their voice. Why not let everyone enter together and compete for the opportunities based on our own abilities? Fair, and just wouldn't that be better? Words so high-sounding and flawless, seemingly thinking of everyone's benefit, yet in reality a textbook demonstration of moral blackmail. By imposing the hat of shared opportunity, they put Shi Luo in a dilemma. If you refuse, you are selfish and hoarding. If you agree, they would swarm in, with dozens of people turning the hard-won ruins into a public resource. The calculations were loud and clear. Shi Luo looked at them, her eyes calm, as if watching a poor performance. Bai Li was not worth anger, but worth caution. One who can smile while handing you the knife and make you believe they are doing you good is a truly formidable opponent. No sooner had she spoken than Luo Tian and Kaylin immediately nodded in agreement. Bai Li is right. Opportunities should be claimed by the virtuous. You have no right to monopolize them. Step aside now, or we will join forces and break in. Then don't come crying. A crowd of voices chimed in accusing Shi Luo of selfishness, trying to force her into compromise from a moral high ground. Tang Ranran's face paled with fury as she stepped forward and retorted angrily, "Have you no shame? This ruin was found by Luo through her bloodline. It's her exclusive opportunity. Why should she share it with you? Where were you when we were fighting the beasts and opening the ruins? Now that the opportunity appears you want to snatch it. How shameless." "Exactly, Bai Li, stop pretending. We know what you're really planning. If you want to steal the opportunity, just say it. No need to put on a gentle kind act. It's disgusting." When Ruan also spoke with indignation, coldly exposing Bai Li's disguise. Bai Li's smile froze for a moment, a flash of darkness in her eyes quickly concealed. Her eyes reddened slightly, her expression feigning grievance with a hint of gloom. "How can you say that? I only thought sharing the opportunity would be best. I didn't mean to take it for myself." Saying this, she let out a helpless sigh, a faint dark light flickering in her eyes as she subtly gathered a thread of mental energy, silently enveloping Shi Luo. This was her unique spiritual illusion technique, capable of subtly clouding one's mind, driving them into uncontrollable frenzy and making them act against their own will. She intended to use this chance to enchant Shi Luo, causing her to lose control and go mad in public, completely ruining her image, and then seize the opportunity of the ruins. Two birds with one stone. The surrounding crowd, unaware of the truth, saw Bai Li's aggrieved look and believed that Shi Luo's team was being overbearing. They began murmuring and pointing at Shi Luo. "Shi Luo is too domineering. Bai Li has already said that, and she still won't budge. Exactly, the ancient ruins aren't hers alone. Why should she keep them for herself?" Listening to the whispers, Bai Li felt a surge of secret delight. Her spiritual illusion had already been released, a Shi Luo must have fallen for it. All that remained was to watch her make a fool of herself. But she never expected that Shi Luo's spirit was now at the S level, her divine sense formidable and extremely sensitive to fluctuations in mental energy. The instant Bai Li released the illusion, Shi Luo had already detected it. Looking at Bai Li's hypocritical act and sensing the mental energy trying to cloud her mind, Shi Luo curled her lips into a cold mock, playing with illusions. Before her now, it was like trying to teach a fish to swim. Before the illusion could reach her, Shi Luo's eyes turned cold. Her S-level mental energy erupted abruptly, forming a powerful barrier that shattered the incoming illusionary force. At the same time, she countered by releasing a thread of mental energy directly toward Bai Li. In an instant, Bai Li's face changed. She felt a dizziness in her head, her mental energy in disarray, and her body involuntarily staggered back a few steps. Her eyes grew vacant as she spoke her true thoughts aloud. "I want to monopolize her opportunity. I want to expose her bloodline secret. I want to ruin her reputation." The fragmented words clearly reached the ears of everyone present. The entire scene fell into dead silence. Everyone was stunned. The air seemed to freeze in that moment, dozens of eyes snapping toward Bai Li full of disbelief. The Bai Li who had spoken softly, defending justice for everyone, who smiled harmlessly and chanted shared opportunity. Was she actually so deeply scheming? She intended to devour everything alone, first using moral blackmail to stabilize the situation, then using illusion to sabotage Shi Luo. Once Shi Luo fell, the ruins would be hers for the taking. The expressions on Luo Tian's and Kaylin's faces were the most dramatic. They exchanged glances, both seeing the same realization: they had been used. They had foolishly acted as Bai Li's pawns, charging into battle as cannon fodder, only to discover that she had never intended to share even a scrap with them. No, that's not it. Bai Li finally regained her senses, realizing what she had blurted out under the backlash of the illusion. Her face turned deathly pale, her body trembling uncontrollably, her voice quivering. "It's Shi Luo. It's Shi Luo who used mental energy to set me up." Don't believe her. No one believed her anymore. The people who had just been cheering her on now silently stepped back, their gazes shifting from shock to disgust. "Set you up? You confessed it yourself in front of dozens of people. How can you blame others?" Shi Luo stood still, looking down at her with indifferent eyes, as if watching a dying grasshopper, still struggling. She didn't rage, nor did she waste any emotion in her tone. "You brought this upon yourself. Next time you dare play such tricks in front of me." She paused, a cold curve forming on her lips. "I won't just make you lose your composure." The words were light, but their weight fell like a mountain. Bai Li trembled with rage, her nails digging deep into her palms, her lips quivering, but unable to utter a single word in rebuttal. She clenched her teeth, her eyes brimming with venom, yet beneath that venom lay an undeniable, overwhelming fear. She finally realized how terrifyingly powerful this young woman was. She was absolutely not someone they could touch. At the entrance of the ruins, silence reigned except for the wind. Everyone's gaze toward Shi Luo had imperceptibly shifted. At the moment when Bai Li's scheme was exposed to the public, he felt as if all strength had been drained from his body, his face pale as paper, standing frozen in place, neither advancing nor retreating. The gentle and kind mask he had worn shattered completely, revealing a face filled with disarray and resentment. His lips trembled as he tried to argue, but the gazes around him sliced through him like knives, choking all his words back into his throat. The expressions of the crowd around him had completely transformed. No one expected that this seemingly gentle and innocent good captain, who spoke softly, harbored such a malicious heart. Not only did he want to monopolize the relic's opportunities, but he also intended to use illusions to ensnare everyone, making them unwittingly serve as his pawn. Truly, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. I just thought he was kind of pitiful, but it turns out he is so venomous. Isn't that right? Thankfully, Captain Luo Tian is strong and didn't fall into his trap, otherwise we wouldn't even know how he died. Isn't our Captain Chiron just trying to negotiate with a tiger for its skin, almost used as a pawn and still counting the money for others? His complexion shifted from pale to ashen, then to a deep crimson, his hands clenched into fists, nails digging into his palms, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. When had Bai Li ever suffered such humiliation? Luo Tian and Chiron exchanged a glance, the caution in their eyes dissipating completely. Since Bai Li's disguise had been torn away, there was no need for them to pretend to be virtuous anymore. In the face of opportunity, whoever seized it would claim it. Reason couldn't fill one's stomach. A fierce glint flashed in Luo Tian's eyes as he suddenly turned around and shouted sternly at his subordinates still standing behind him, "Don't just stand there. Charge with me. Seizing the relic, the opportunity is ours." No sooner had he spoken than he surged forward, his battle armor roaring to life, energy erupting as he charged towards the relic's stone door. Chiron followed closely behind, his eyes filled with madness. Although he didn't shout, his reckless determination surpassed even Luo Tian's. They had suffered heavy losses in the recent melee. Those injured were injured, those crippled were crippled, but so what? As long as he could seize the inheritance within the relic, all losses would be worth it. The black-clad experts from the Elder Hall showed no hesitation. They had come with secret orders. As Luo Tian charged, their eyes simultaneously turned cold, and their figures moved in unison, shadows darting like phantoms behind Luo Tian, exuding an icy aura. Other scattered combat team members had been hesitating about whether to join in, but upon seeing Luo Tian, Chiron, and the black-clad experts moving, the urge to follow the crowd combined with greed for the ancient opportunity instantly clouded their judgment. Charge. Whoever seizes it gets it. Don't push. Let me go first. You get lost. Get out of the way. In an instant, all factions were thrown into chaos. Over 100 people surged towards the relic's stone door like madmen. Some cleared paths with their spiritual energy, others charged through with their battle armor, and some simply swung their fists. Opportunity lay before them. Who cared about rules or morals? Dare to invade the ancestors' relics. Seeking death. Lu Chun shouted furiously, pushing off the ground to rush forward and stop them. But as he took a step, a delicate, yet strong hand pressed on his shoulder. No need to. Sure, Luo's expression was calm, her tone indifferent. She glanced at Lu Chun, shook her head slightly, then took her companions when Ruan Tang Ran and Zhang Yifeng to step back leisurely, finding a slightly elevated spot with a broad view to stand, arms crossed, observing coldly. Lu Chun paused for a moment, then understood her intentions, retracting his foot and obediently standing behind her. Luo, if they really charge, and will it ruin the inheritance inside? Tang Ran looked at the crowd pushing and shoving towards the stone door, anxious and stamping her feet, her face filled with worry. Those treasures left by the ancients are precious. What if this group of ill-intentioned people breaks, steals, or destroys them? How painful would that be? Sure, Luo smiled faintly, a glimmer of certainty flashing in her eyes. Don't worry. Tang Ran opened her mouth to ask why, but seeing Shi Luo's confident demeanor, she swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. As it turned out, things unfolded exactly as Shi Luo had predicted. The moment the group rushed to the stone door, they began to turn on each other. Luo Tian, annoyed by the people blocking his path, raised his hand and unleashed an energy blade, directly cleaving two unfortunate souls standing in his way, who didn't even have time to scream before they collapsed to the ground, bleeding profusely, their lives unknown. Chiron was even more ruthless. He targeted the narrowest spot at the stone door, elbowing a black-clad expert in the face, and taking advantage of the moment the opponent staggered back, he squeezed past. The black-clad experts wouldn't allow such a loss to go unpunished. The one who had been hit hadn't even steadied himself when his companion retaliated. An icy wave of spiritual energy struck Chiron's back, silently causing him to stagger, nearly falling to the ground. Elder Hall's dogs, do you dare to touch me? Chiron turned around and cursed angrily, his eyes bloodshot. Those who block the way will die. The reply from the black-clad expert was only 4 words, as cold as wind blowing from an icy cellar. The scene had completely spiraled out of control. Luo Tian and Chiron aimed to seize the advantage, showing no mercy to those from other factions beside them, each strike deadly, The black-clad experts from the Elder Hall were even more cold-blooded, killing anyone they saw. They didn't rush to enter, but first cleared away those blocking their path. Kill one less one, and with no obstacles they would be free to advance. Other scattered combat team members either tried to squeeze in during the chaos, got dragged into the fight, and had to retaliate, or simply went all out attacking anyone they encountered, thinking if they couldn't get in then no one else could either. Bai Li, with the remnants of the Star C battle team, hid behind a large tree at a distance from the battlefield. He did not rush in, nor did he hurry into the relic, but observed the changes in the battle coldly. His condition was dire. After being backlashed by Shi Luo's illusion, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and rushing in now would be tantamount to seeking. But he was unwilling to simply give up. The relic was right before him, the opportunity within reach. Oh, would he just pack up and leave? Dream on. He was waiting for this group of madmen to injure each other, waiting for them to be battered, exhausted, and unable to move before he would lead his subordinates out to clean up the aftermath. Like a mantis stalking a cicada with a yellow oriole behind, even if Bai Li couldn't be the oriole, surely he could be the eagle that picks up the scraps. The entrance to the entire relic was thrown into utter chaos. The roar of battle armor, the explosions of spiritual energy, collisions, screams, curses, and pleas for mercy. All kinds of sounds mingled together, pounding painfully against one's eardrums. The energy shockwaves spread out, smashing surrounding ancient trees and half-dust rising into the air, blood splattering on the stone door, on tree trunks, on every person's face and body, the thick smell of blood mingling with the odor of burnt battle armor remnants, pungent enough to make one want to vomit. This was the rule of the secret realm. The weak are prey to the strong, survival of the fittest. What brotherhood, what camaraderie in the face of ancient opportunities are worth nothing. When Ruan stood beside Shi Luo, watching the bloody and brutal scene before her, her hands unconsciously gripping her clothing tightly. She had seen blood before. She had experienced life-and-death situations in the Interstellar League. But a chaotic battle like this, devoid of any bottom line or rules, still sent chills down her spine. Among those people were some she knew, some she had fought alongside, and some she had merely brushed past in military school. Yet at this moment they had all turned into madmen who only knew slaughter and plunder, having lost even the most basic sense of reason. She instinctively turned to take a look at her teammates. Although Tang Ranran was usually carefree, she had also quieted down at this moment, her brows furrowed, as she observed the battlefield with a complicated expression. Lu Chun and Zhang Yifeng stood side by side, both hands resting on their weapons, ready to respond to any sudden changes, but none of them showed any intention to get involved. The five of them stood together in perfect formation, not a single one falling behind, betraying, or being blinded by greed. When Ruan suddenly felt particularly fortunate that they had a good captain, that they could remain clear-headed and stand firmly here. Thankfully we listened to Luo and didn't rashly get involved, when Ruan said softly, her voice tinged with a hint of fear and overwhelming relief. She looked at Shi Luo, admiration filling her eyes. Shi Luo's gaze remained calmly focused on the battlefield without a hint of disturbance. But her spiritual energy was constantly spread out like an invisible net, enveloping a radius of 10 miles, paying attention to every movement on the battlefield. She was guarding against everyone. She was also protecting her teammates. As for the mad dogs fighting amongst themselves, let them continue to bite. Once they were all too exhausted to fight, she would lead her people inside to take what belonged to them without shedding a drop of blood. Shi lay obediently on Shi Luo's shoulder, her little head lazily resting against her neck, eyes half closed, too lazy to even look at the bloody melee before. Her small paws occasionally pawed at Shi Luo's collar, shifting into a more comfortable position before continuing to nap. With her master around, she had nothing to worry. The chaotic battle lasted a full half an hour. After half an hour, the originally 100-strong factions had suffered heavy casualties. Luo Tian and Chiron stood together, covered in blood, unable to distinguish whether it was their own or someone else's. The battle armor of both was severely damaged. A Luo Tian's left arm armor had completely shattered, revealing a bloody and mangled wound beneath. Chiron fared worse, a large hole blown into his energy core, rendering his armor utterly useless, and he was relying solely on his own body to hold on. They were panting heavily, gasping for air, filled with the mingled scent of blood, looking at the brutal scene before them, filled with both anger and hatred, yet utterly helpless. Bai Li was in no better condition. Although he had been hiding behind the scenes as the chaos reached its peak and the situation spiraled out of control, he had been buffeted by several waves of impact, his hair disheveled, like a bird's nest, his white clothes stained with dust, and the blood of others looking utterly disheveled. His gaze was sinister as it fixed on the distant stone door, his chest heaving violently, his legs trembling, utterly exhausted with hardly any strength left to live. The Star C battle team behind him was even worse. Originally dozens strong, now less than 5 could still stand, each one injured and looking ashen. It was time. A glimmer of light flashed in Shi Luo's eyes as she slowly stood up, her movements unhurried, yet carrying an undeniable presence. An aura of coldness spread out like a tide, her gaze sweeping over the ragged and exhausted individuals. Before her, those unrelated. Have you made enough noise? Now it's our turn to enter. As her words fell, the entire battlefield fell into a profound silence. Those lying on the ground, those who stood exhausted, those hiding in corners, gasping for breath, all raised their heads to look at that figure, their eyes filled with unwillingness, resentment, anger, and helplessness, yet no one stepped forward to block her. They were utterly drained. Shi Luo's voice was cool and calm, devoid of sarcasm or pride. Indeed, one could detect no fluctuation in emotion. Yet it was precisely this emotionless flatness that carried a pressure far more oppressive than any boastful declaration. The remnants of the three major teams, Xingyu, Tianqi, and Xinghai, lay sprawled on the ground in disarray. Moments ago, they had been locked in a life-and-death struggle over who could snatch one more spirit stone or take half a step into the ruins first. Now, well, the spirit stones were gone. They hadn't entered the ruins. Half of them were crippled, and even standing up was a struggle. And Shi Luo. She stood directly in front of the stone gate of the ruins with 4 teammates behind her who were equally unscathed, their clothes barely wrinkled. The 5 of them stood tall as pines, their faces calm as still water, not a single trace of battle to be found on their bodies. Exhausted, everyone turned their heads to look over. In those gazes were shock, unwillingness, malice, and most of all an indescribable sense of grievance. They looked at Shi Luo's composed demeanor as if she could step into the ruins at any moment, then looked down at their own blood-soaked, crawling, impossible state. The bitterness in their hearts was like swallowing a lump of lead. Unable to swallow it down, unable to spit it out. They had given their all, fought each other savagely, suffered heavy casualties, and battled until the sky turned dark and the sun lost its light. Yet in the end it all became a wedding dress for Shi Luo. All the advantages were hers, the ruins were all hers. And themselves, other than a body full of wounds and a belly full of anger, they had gained nothing. Could anyone swallow that bitterness? Luo Tan trembled with rage. The wound on his chest, torn by Shi Luo's fist blade, burst open again due to his extreme agitation, and crimson blood streamed down his clothes. Yet he was completely unaware, merely staring fixedly at Shi Luo, his teeth grinding audibly as he forced out words one by one from his throat. Shi Luo, what a scheme you've cooked up. He panted roughly, his voice hoarse and nearly broken, but the hatred in it was as thick as undissolved ink. Deliberately watching us slaughter each other, then reaping the benefits. You really are a master of tricks. Kai Luan slumped under a broken tree, too exhausted to even lift a hand. Leaning half against the trunk, he glared at Shi Luo with bloodshot eyes, his lips trembling for a long time, before finally squeezing out a feeble, venomous curse. Don't get too cocky. You'll get your comeuppance sooner or later. Comeuppance. Shi Luo didn't even lift an eyelid, too lazy to even glance at them. Comeuppance. Those words coming from Kai Lun's mouth were more laughable than a joke. Who was it that tried to steal the opportunity? Who wanted to bully her with numbers? Who blocked her at the ruins entrance, threatened her, and humiliated her? Now that they've lost, they start talking about comeuppance. In this world, some people always think their own grievances are the greatest, but the evil they've done is quickly forgotten. Bailey stood at the outermost edge of the crowd, not hurling curses like Luo Tian, nor venting impotent rage like Kai Lun. He simply stood quietly, even wearing a faint, barely perceptible smile that revealed no emotion, his gaze resting on Shi Luo with a tenderness, as if looking at an old friend. But beneath those gentle eyes something was churning violently. Hatred, unwillingness, jealousy, and a sense of defeat that pierced to the bone, almost swallowing him whole. He had been a genius since childhood. From a young age he got whatever he wanted and schemed against whomever he pleased, never once failing. But this time, from the interception at the secret realm entrance to the moral blackmail at the ruins gate, and then to the covert instigation in the chaotic battle, every step was meticulously calculated. Every step he thought was flawless, yet every step was effortlessly neutralized by Shi Luo, and every step made him lose more miserably and more disgracefully. The illusion he had so carefully arranged was countered by Shi Luo's spiritual power, causing him to lose his composure in public, confess his own plot, and become a laughingstock. He secretly instigated Luo Tian and Kai Lun to go all out against Shi Luo, hoping to kill with a borrowed knife, but those two fools didn't even touch a hair on Shi Luo's head, and instead got beaten miserably. He wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, waiting for everyone to be battered and exhausted before stepping in to clean up, only to find that Shi Luo had never even entered the fray. From the beginning she had been standing by, coldly watching them tear each other apart. Every step he thought he was ahead of Shi Luo, every step. When he looked back, Shi Luo was already standing steadily ahead of him, waiting. Bailey took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and then opened them again. In those eyes the tenderness faded, the unwillingness faded, and even the hatred was pressed deep into the depths of his pupils, leaving only a resolve so calm it was almost cold. He looked up and glanced at the black-clad experts of the Elder Council, who were also lying on the ground, equally exhausted. They were also looking at him, their gazes carrying the same unwillingness, the same malice, and the same desperation. By Li's Adam's apple, a thought like a venomous snake silently slithered out from the deepest recesses of his mind, coiling around every nerve, hissing a low whisper. If he couldn't have it, then destroy it. If he couldn't obtain the opportunity, Shi Luo would never get it either. Even if he had to blow up, bury, or destroy this ruin, he would never let Shi Luo take it smoothly. This was his last face, his last dignity, his last revenge. A flash of ruthlessness glinted in by Li's eyes. He quietly mustered the last of his spiritual power. That meager amount of energy was pitifully thin in the previous melee, and the backlash of his illusion, his spiritual power, had been nearly exhausted. What he could squeeze out now was less than a tenth of his peak. But it was enough. A sneak attack didn't need much power, it only needed to be fast, accurate, and ruthless, striking a vital point for a fatal blow. He glanced again at the black-clad experts, sending a signal with his eyes. They paused for a moment, then a similar ruthlessness flashed in their eyes. After all, going back meant certain death. If the mission failed, the Elder Council would not leave any survivors. Better to take a gamble here than to be executed upon return. If they succeeded, it would be a great achievement, and they could atone for their failure. Streams of spiritual power silently gathered in the palms of Bai Li and the black-clad experts without light or sound, like poison needles sharpened in the dark, silently aiming at Shi Luo's defenseless back. Shi Luo had her back to them. Her entire focus was on guarding against Luo Tiankai Luan and the others in front. Though crippled, they might not be completely resigned. She also diverted part of her attention to the stone gate of the ruins, sensing the surging spiritual energy within and the faint ancient aura. She had never expected, or rather she had underestimated Bai Li's shamelessness and madness, that this man would actually in broad daylight in front of dozens of people resort to such a backstabbing trick. Those two spiritual attacks were silent, yet extremely fierce. Bai Li and the black-clad experts poured all their remaining energy into the attacks, compressing it to the extreme, forming two almost invisible dark streams of light, like two venomous snakes lurking in the grass, hugging the ground, bypassing everyone's line of sight, heading straight for the vital points on Shi Luo's back. The speed was extreme, the ruthlessness extreme, the lethality extreme. All of this happened in a flash. When Ruan was the first to sense something wrong. Her perception was exceptionally sharp. Although the sudden surge of malicious energy was deliberately suppressed, she jerked her head up, her pupils constricted, her face instantly turning deathly pale, and she screamed. Behind! Someone is attacking from behind. Luo, dodge. She desperately wanted to rush forward, but the distance was too great, her legs felt as heavy as lead. She could even feel the gust of wind stirred up by the two energy streams as they passed by her, so fast that there was no time to react. Tang Ranran also heard, spun around, her eyes wide with fury. Bai Li, how dare you! Lu Chun and Jiang Yifeng both leaped up, trying to rush over to block the attack, but their positions were on either side in front of Shi Luo, even farther than when Ruan. They couldn't make it in time. Jiang Yifeng had even raised his long-range sniper cannon aiming at Bai Li, but he hesitated to fire. The attacks were too close, already within 3 meters of Shi Luo's back. Even if he killed Bai Li on the spot, those two streams of spiritual power would not vanish, they would still strike Shi Luo precisely. It was too late. Everyone was too late. Shi Luo sensed the danger the moment when Ruan shouted the first word. At this moment, the S-level mental perception of Shi Luo reached its peak, instantly reflecting the scene behind her in her mind. Two streams of dark energy compressed to the extreme were rushing towards her back. The speed was too fast, the distance too close, so close that there was no time to turn around, no space to evade. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind, but ultimately converged into one she could not dodge. Behind her were Ruan, Tang Ranran, Lu Chun, and Jiang Yifeng. If she sidestepped to avoid those two attacks, would unimpededly pass through where she had just stood, striking her teammates behind her with precision. When Ruan had no defense, Tang Ranran had no time to raise her shield, and Lu Chun and Jiang Yifeng were completely unprepared. She could not dodge. Then bear it. Shi Luo suddenly turned, arms outstretched like a mother eagle protecting her chicks, using her body to shield the four behind her. She did not block, did not evade, and did not even have time to adopt a defensive stance. She simply braced herself unprotected and faced those two lethal attacks. Luo. The four's exclamations almost sounded simultaneously, their voices hoarse and laced with despair. When Ruan's eyes instantly turned red, Tang Ranran rushed forward like a madwoman. Lu Chun punched the ground, causing dirt to fly, and Jiang Yifeng's sniper rifle crashed to the ground with a loud noise. They watched helplessly as the two streams of dark energy drew ever closer to Shi Luo's back. 2 meters, 1 meter, half a meter. A terrifyingly ancient power erupted from within Shi Luo. It was neither mental energy, nor mecha energy, nor any known form of energy. This was the ancient power from the bloodline dormant for billions of years, belonging to the ancient lizards. This power sensed its host facing a life-threatening crisis, sensed her unwavering resolve to protect her teammates with her body, and sensed her burning, unyielding heart, one that would rather be shattered than let her friends be harmed. It completely boiled over. Boom. A pale golden light of bloodline erupted from Shi Luo, like a small sun suddenly exploding, enveloping her completely. The light was intense, yet not blinding, warm, yet not searing, carrying an ancient, almost divine pressure that compelled one to kneel from the depths of their soul. At that moment, Shi Luo's eyes transformed into a brilliant golden hue. Not the faint, elusive golden glimmer, but pure, full, and intensely radiant, like molten gold. Her eyes had no pupils, no irises, only a vast, boundless sea of golden light, as if they could penetrate time and space, witnessing the universe's inception. Her long hair flew freely in the golden light, as if propelled by an unseen wind, like a banner. An ancient and mysterious aura surrounded her, one that did not belong to this era nor this star domain. It came from the savage epoch of billions of years ago, from the primordial era when ancient divine beasts roamed, and the world was just beginning. The originally lethal mental attacks capable of instantly killing and level powerhouse collided with this layer of bloodline light. There was no explosion, no shockwave, not even a sound. The two streams of dark energy, like drops of ink falling into a golden ocean, did not even create a ripple before being silently devoured, crushed, and dissolved into nothingness by that ancient power. As if they had never existed. The entire battlefield fell into utter silence at that moment. Everyone, every single person, had their expressions frozen on their. Luo Tian stared wide-eyed, completely forgetting the bleeding wound on his chest. He looked at Shi Luo surrounded by golden light, his mind blank, with only one thought repeatedly cycling in his head. What is this? What kind of power is this? What kind of power? Kailuan sat slumped against a tree, trembling like a sieve, his teeth chattering, his legs weak like noodles. He wanted to stand and run, but his body would not obey, as if pinned in place by those golden eyes. Those who were still softly groaning, the remnants of the holy domain and the apocalypse, all fell silent. They stared wide-eyed, holding their breath, even forgetting to cry out in pain, like a group of frogs caught in the gaze of a snake, staring dumbfounded at the figure enveloped in golden light, with only one repeated thought echoing in their minds. What the hell is this monster? Whiteley was also completely stunned. He maintained the posture of releasing mental energy, arms outstretched, palms slightly open, his expression shifting from fierce to shock, from shock to fear, and from fear to despair, ultimately freezing into a look of bewilderment. His desperate ambush, using all his resources and revealing his last trump card, was actually so easily neutralized. He hadn't even seen Shi Luo make a move. No block, no dodge, no counterattack, not even a semblance of defense. She merely stood there and let his full force attack turn to dust. Whiteley's mouth twitched, and a garbled sound escaped his throat like a beast being choked. He wanted to say something, but his lips trembled for a long time without uttering a single word. Those black-clothed experts behind him were even worse off. Several nearby were directly blown away by the residual wave of bloodline pressure, crashing into the tree trunk, spitting blood, and collapsing. The remaining ones, although not struck directly, were pale, their legs weak. Some had even knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, lacking the courage to even glance. Shi Luo slowly opened her golden eyes, her gaze calmly sweeping across the scene. Wherever her gaze fell, everyone involuntarily lowered their heads, as if doused with a bucket of ice water, feeling a chill from the depths of their bones. Shi Luo did not deliberately release any pressure, nor did she make any aggressive move. She merely stood there, merely looking at them, instilling in them an instinctive, irresistible fear from the depths of their souls, like ants gazing at the heavens, like mortals glimpsing the divine. Whiteley was at the forefront. That invisible bloodline pressure bore down on him like a great mountain. He felt every bone creaking as if they would shatter at any moment. His chest felt like it was gripped by an invisible hand, each breath akin to sucking in needles, both painful and difficult. His mental energy, what little remained painstakingly accumulated, was as fragile as paper before this pressure, collapsing in an instant, vanishing completely. Puff! Whiteley spat out a mouthful of blood, his body falling backward like a marionette, with severed strings crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. His gaze became vacant, pupils unfocused, lips stained with blood, his entire being slumped on the ground like a pile of mud devoid of any fighting spirit. The black-clothed experts were no better off. Those closest to her had their bones cracking, unable to kneel, collapsing onto the ground, faces pressed against the dirt, trembling uncontrollably. Those a little farther away fared no better, some curled up holding their heads, others cried out for mercy, their voices wavering. Spare me. Spare me. We were merely following orders. It was not our decision. It was the Elder Council that made us act. Shi Luo's gaze was cold and piercing, her golden eyes devoid of warmth, like two blades forged in ice, coldly sweeping over the faces filled with fear, despair, or pleading. She felt no pity. It was not that she was cold-blooded, these people simply did not deserve it. Since entering the secret realm until now, how many chances? When they intercepted her, she merely drove them away without lethal force. At the entrance of the ruins, she merely repelled them, without pursuing to kill. When Whiteley schemed against her with illusions, she only made him lose face publicly, without crippling his cultivation. Once, twice, thrice. She had spared them again and again while they had only escalated their actions. Now they actually resorted to underhanded tactics while she turned to protect her teammates. This behavior, let alone in a strictly disciplined military academy, was the most despicable act even in the lowest realms of interstellar black markets. She had had enough. Shi Luo stepped forward, walking towards Whiteley. Each step was slow, but with each step the bloodline pressure intensified like the rising tide of the sea pressing down on Whiteley wave after wave. Whiteley lay on the ground, completely limp, lacking even the strength to move a finger. He watched Shi Luo walk towards him step by step. Her golden eyes held no emotion, no anger, no murderous intent, not even disgust. Only a kind of despairing, condescending indifference. He was afraid. He was truly afraid. Throughout his life, Whiteley had faced countless storms and dangers. But never had he felt such a chill seeping from his bones as now. He even thought that at any moment Shi Luo could crush his skull with a single step as easily as you. Shi Luo spoke. Her voice was not loud, but carried a chilling intent to kill, like a knife drawn from an ice cellar, slowly gliding across Whiteley's neck. Looking for. Suddenly her wrist warmed. A warmth that penetrated to the bones surged from the communication stone, spreading along her wrist, arm, and shoulder, gradually dissipating some of her coldness and killing intent. It was Zhang Sun. Shi Luo looked down at the warm communication stone on her wrist. It was slightly warm, emitting a gentle light, as if someone across the distant stars was gently holding her hand, transmitting his warmth, his strength, his protection, without losing a single bit. He sensed her danger. He was supplying her with power. He was telling her, "Don't be afraid, I am here." The golden light surrounding Shi Luo gradually diminished. The dazzling golden sea in her eyes also gradually faded, revealing her originally cool and calm black pupils. She took a deep breath, slowly suppressing that boiling bloodline power back into her body, the ancient pressure around her receding like the ebbing tide, bit by bit dissipating. With him guarding her from behind, she was fearless. No need for anger, no need for killing intent, no need to turn herself into a bloodthirsty monster. All she needed was to step on them firmly into the mud. Shi Luo raised her head, taking one last look at Whiteley, who lay on the ground, ashen-faced, her lips curling into a barely visible smile. Then she turned, walking towards the stone door of the ruins. The golden light behind her completely receded, and the world returned to its original colors. But everyone knew that the scene just now had been etched deep into their souls, something they would never forget in their lifetime. The faint golden bloodline aura surrounding Shi Luo gradually retracted like the afterglow of the setting sun, being devoured inch by the encroaching night, ultimately vanishing completely within her body. Yet in her eyes that chill had not faded in the slightest. Instead, it was like a blade quenched in icy water, becoming even sharper and more piercing. Her gaze, like two beams of light shooting from the depths of a frigid abyss, slowly swept over by Li, who lay collapsed on the ground, and over the elders in black robes, trembling and pale. There was no anger, no killing intent, not even any superfluous emotion. Only a kind of indifference that sent shivers from the bones. Luo Tian and Chiron froze under her gaze, as if they were frogs caught in the stare of a snake, forgetting even to breathe. They lowered their heads, fixated on the blood-soaked ground beneath their feet, lacking the courage to even look up, let alone meet Shi Luo's eyes. They were terrified. Not the ordinary fear, not the lingering dread after being beaten, but a deep-rooted, profound terror that seeped from the depths of their souls. The overwhelming bloodline pressure that seemed to stem from the primal ancient era had utterly shattered their psychological defenses, leaving not even a trace behind. They finally understood. Shi Luo before them was not someone they could provoke. It was not a matter of good luck having a Marshal to back them up, or winning the league by chance. She had always relied on solid bloodline heritage, the terrifying power of the ancient lizard clan, and her fierce strength forged from the corpse mountain and blood sea of the apocalypse. What were they? Talents of noble families. Captains of elite teams. Before Shi Luo, they weren't even qualified to lift their heads. "If you dare harbor animosity towards me again." Shi Luo spoke, her voice neither loud nor heavy, lacking any hint of threat, yet each word felt like a red-hot iron branding itself into the hearts of everyone present. "Kill without mercy." 3 words spoken lightly from her lips, yet heavy as a neutron star crashing to the ground, causing everyone's eardrums to buzz. Clearly devoid of killing intent, her tone calm, yet that bone-deep chill crawled up their spines, creeping into their skulls, sending shivers down their bodies. No one dared to question, no one dared to refute. Luo Tian and Chiron froze as if they had been struck mute, their legs weak and cold sweat pouring down their back. All they felt was relief. Relief that they had not continued to court death, that they had not provoked Shi Luo when she was at her angriest, otherwise they would not be the only ones collapsed on the ground spitting blood like dead dogs, but would also include themselves. They had finally come to a complete understanding of reality. Whether in strength, bloodline, background, strategy, temperament, or vision, the gap between them and Shi Luo was not just a minor difference, but an entire dimension apart. From now on they would no longer have the qualification nor the courage to stand opposite Shi Luo and become her enemies. They didn't even dare to think about it. Just as the arena fell into silence and no one dared to make a sound, a faint rustling sound suddenly emerged from the depths of the dense forest. The sound was quick and light like the night wind passing through the leaves, but Shi Luo could tell. It was the sound made by experts moving at high speed, their feet precisely landing on branches and blades of grass, a sound only the top-tier Shadow Guard unit honed through countless trials could achieve in silent stealth. Swish, swish, swish. Several figures dressed in dark Shadow Guard attire like phantoms swiftly emerged from the depths of the forest. Their movements were clean and decisive without a hint of excess. Upon landing, not even a speck of dust was kicked up, their postures straight as pines, their powerful presence drawing attention. Each of them wore the exclusive Shadow Guard insignia of the Imperial Marshal's office around their waists, the dark tokens reflecting a cold metallic sheen in the sunlight, inscribed with a robust character meaning battle. 5 Shadow Guards lined up in formation beside Shi Luo, then bowed in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized, as if rehearsed countless times. "We are late to rescue and have startled the lady. Please forgive us." The leading Shadow Guard commander knelt on one knee, his voice steady and powerful, his tone deeply respectful, but the sharp, murderous aura honed on the battlefield could not be suppressed, like a treasured sword hidden in its sheath, ready to unsheath and draw blood at any moment. His gaze swept over the collapsed figures on the ground, his expression as indifferent as if he were looking at a pile of corpses. Everyone's hearts. Black Scissors Shadow Guards. People from the Imperial Marshal's office. Warriors of the war merit. Everyone understood. These Shadow Guards had received orders from the Marshal, rushing into the secret realm at the first opportunity to protect Shi Luo. The moment Shi Luo encountered danger and the news of her bloodline awakening spread, the Marshal received the message outside the secret realm immediately, ordering his elite Shadow Guards to rush to her aid at all costs. What does this mean? The secret realm has strict entry controls and unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. Even the Marshal cannot arbitrarily break the rules. But for Shi Luo, the war merit used his privileges to send his Shadow Guards inside. This blatant favoritism, this unreserved protection, was practically a declaration to the entire galaxy: Shi Luo is mine, whoever touches her shall die. You handle the matters here. Shi Luo spoke lightly, not even turning to look at the Shadow Guards, her gaze remaining fixed on the ancient stone gate ahead. We obey. The 5 Shadow Guards responded in unison, their voices like thunder shaking the surrounding leaves. They immediately sprang into action, 2 by 2, cleanly and efficiently subduing Bai Li, the black-clad elders, Luo, Tian, Chiron, and the others. When Bai Li was yanked from the ground like a small chicken, she lacked even the strength to struggle, merely casting a resentful and desperate glance at Shi Luo with her bloodshot eyes before being dragged away by the Shadow Guards. Luo, Tian, and Chiron obediently allowed themselves to be escorted by the Shadow Guards, not daring to breathe, fearful that any movement might be misinterpreted and result in them being chopped to bits. The speed of the cleanup was astonishing. In less than 2 minutes, all those collapsed, wailing, feigning death, or truly dead at the ruins entrance were completely cleared away by the Shadow Guards, and even the bloodstains on the ground were treated with a special agent, leaving almost no trace of the bloody scent. The trouble was entirely resolved. Only then did Shi Luo turn her head and look at her 4 teammates. The coldness on her face melted away like snow, gradually replaced by a gentle smile, one that was neither too strong nor too faint, yet warming the hearts of those around her. "Let's go," she said, her voice a touch lighter, into the ruins. "Okay." When Ruan Tang, Ruanran, Lu Chun, and Zhang Yifeng responded in unison, their faces brimming with uncontrollable joy. They had waited too long for this moment. From the standoff at the ruins entrance to Bai Li's instigation to the brutal melee to the shock of Shi Luo's bloodline awakening and the imposing presence of the Shadow Guards. After all the twists and turns, it was finally time to reap the rewards. The 4 followed closely behind Shi Luo, their footsteps light as they walked toward the ancient stone gate. Shi was the most excited among them. The little creature leaped off Shi Luo's shoulder, landing on all 4s, its golden scales shimmering in the sunlight, resembling a small golden ball rolling across the ground. It joyfully ran ahead, emitting a crisp and melodious cry. The sound was not loud, but it possessed an inexplicable penetrating power, as if it could directly pierce through time and space, resonating with some dormant force deep within the ancient ruins. A faint ancient beast aura spread around it, echoing with the ancient atmosphere, permeating the ruins like 2 long-lost friends finally reuniting, tentatively confirming each other's presence before warmly embracing. Shi glanced back at Shi Luo, its golden eyes filled with excitement, rushing ahead while calling out as if to say, "Master, hurry up. There are good things ahead. I can smell it." Inside the ruins, spiritual energy swirled, dense enough to almost condense into tangible spiritual mist, slowly flowing through the air, as if draping a thin veil over the entire site. Scattered across the ground were ancient spiritual herbs, rare in the outside world, some emanating a faint blue glow, while others shone golden like amber, their leaves swirling with hues of rainbow, beautiful as a fairyland. A soft golden light seeped from the ancient runes on the walls, swirling around, illuminating the entire ruins with a bright clarity. Here, even standing still and breathing normally, one could feel their mental strength gradually rising, as if an invisible hand was gently massaging their mental domain, so comfortable it made one want to squint. Shi Luo stood before the central stone platform, her gaze fixed on the radiant bloodline crystal, yet her heart still brimmed with warmth that she could. After the dark guard conveyed the Marshal's message, her ears still tinged with a faint pink. Her fingertips unconsciously brushed over the communication stone in her bosom, and just as her fingertip touched the stone, a warm and lingering thread of mental energy gently wrapped around her wrist. The sensation was wonderful, like a warm little snake softly coiling around her wrist, neither too tight nor too loose, just right. It carried the unique aura of Zhang Sun, steady, domineering, yet surprisingly gentle. This thread of mental energy closely guarded her, like an invisible barrier isolating her from all external dangers. This was the exclusive bond between a sentinel and a guide, a testament to their 100 mental compatibility. The entire star system knew that the Imperial Marshal Zhang Sun was an SSSS-level top sentinel, his mental power fierce and uncontrollable, decisive, in killing, capable of single-handedly slaughtering a fleet on the battlefield. He never allowed anyone to touch his mental domain, let alone release mental threads to protect others. Whoever dared to touch his mental domain would suffer mental shock at best or faint on the spot at worst. There had been precedents. But for her alone, Zhang Sun poured out all his tenderness. He devoted all his obsessive affection to her alone. Zhang Sun's deep magnetic voice suddenly echoed in her mental domain, his tone, neither too light nor too heavy, carrying a subtle reminder and concern. This was a private mental transmission exclusive to the two of them, their most intimate channel. Don't touch the crystal for too long. The power of the ancient bloodline is too overwhelming and will drain your mental strength. His voice carried a hint of barely perceptible tension. Shi Luo felt her heart soften. The cold, frosty gaze that had been hers instantly blossomed with a trace of unnoticeable warmth. She gently brushed her fingertips against the obedient thread of mental energy on her wrist, as if to grasp the hand that reached out across the starry sky, then softly responded in her mental domain, her voice so gentle she was unaware of it herself. I know, I will be careful. You don't need to worry. As she spoke the last four words, the pink in her ears deepened a few shades. Beside her, Wen Ruan and Tang Ranran had been watching Shi Luo intently since earlier. The two exchanged a glance, their lips curling upward simultaneously, their eyes sparkling with the amusement of we caught them in the act. They weren't blind. Who could miss Shi Luo's suddenly flushed ears, the unintentional curve of her lips, and the small motion of her gently rubbing the communication stone? Who wouldn't notice? Clearly their captain was secretly exchanging feelings with the Marshal from afar. Tang Ranran lightly nudged Wen Ruan's waist with her elbow, lowering her voice, but unable to contain her excitement. Look, Luo's ears are red again. It must be the Marshal talking to her. Wen Ruan covered her mouth, stifling her laughter, her eyes curved into crescent moons. This subtle mental interaction is so sweet it's hard to look away. Do you think the Marshal is using mental threads to wrap around Luo every day? Wouldn't that mean she's under his watch all day long? That's not called watching, that's called protecting. Tang Ranran corrected seriously. Look at those dark guards just now, and this mental thread. The Marshal is practically trying to tie Luo to himself and take her along. The two exchanged a knowing glance simultaneously, letting out a tacit tsk. Lu Chun and Zhang Yifeng stood a little farther away, although they couldn't hear what the two girls were whispering about, seeing Shi Luo's rare gentle expression, and then glancing at Wen Ruan and Tang Ranran's knowing smiles, they could roughly guess what was happening. The two turned their heads in unison, pretending to study the ancient runes on the wall, yet their ears perked up in unison. Luo Tang Ranran finally couldn't hold back, and spoke, looking at Shi Luo with eager eyes. This crystal is your bloodline inheritance, right? It looks so amazing. Hurry and try it. It will definitely elevate your mental strength to the next level. Shi Luo snapped back to reality, retracting the warmth in her gaze, her expression returning to the calm and collected demeanor she usually wore. She nodded, took a deep breath, and slowly extended her hand towards the radiant bloodline crystal on the stone platform. Her fingertips drew closer inch by inch, and she could distinctly feel the surging bloodline power within the crystal resonating with her own lizard bloodline, like two magnets of the same origin attracting each other, warm, surging, and full of power. Just as her fingertips were less than a fist's distance from the crystal. At the entrance of the ruins, a sudden rush of footsteps echoed, not the sound of one or two individuals, but a group, the chaotic steps thudding against the bluestone floor, accompanied by the buzzing of exoskeletons bearing an aggressive intent. Immediately following, a voice, arrogant and nauseating, sliced through the tranquility of the ruins like a rusty blade. Shi Luo, hand over the bloodline crystal. The voice was high and mighty, imbued with an innate sense of superiority and a brazen arrogance. That is not a treasure you deserve. Wise people should step aside quickly. If this young master is in a good mood, perhaps I might reward you with something else. The crowd turned to look. A group of elegantly dressed young aristocrats appeared surrounding a haughty-faced youth striding in with confidence. The youth was in his early 20s, clad in a custom dark gold exoskeleton adorned with various rare gems and family emblems dazzling to the eyes. This was not a venture into a secret realm, it was clearly a fashion show. His gaze was greedy, fixated on the bloodline crystal on the stone platform, a smile of determination playing at the corners of his mouth. His presence exuded a fierce, sentinel psychic energy, a pressure that blatantly disregarded everyone present. The newcomer was not here with good intentions. When Ruan recognized him, her expression shifting, subtly leaning close to Shi Luo's ear and whispering, Luo, I know this person. The direct heir of the prestigious Sun family from the Imperial capital, Sun Zhao, a high-level sentinel with a psychic assessment of at least a peak, rumored to be on the verge of reaching scarce. This person was used to being tyrannical in the Imperial capital, relying on the backing of the Elder Council, looking down on everyone. It was said he had come to seize ancient opportunities, and now he had set his sights on us so quickly. Shi Luo remained silent, merely narrowing her eyes slightly. Sun Zhao. She had heard this name during her time in the Imperial capital. It was not a name associated with good reputation. He had bullied men and women alike, snatching opportunities from others, and had a notorious reputation within the military academy, with enough wrongdoings to fill a book. Moreover, with the Elder Council supporting the Sun family, every time trouble arose they could downplay major incidents and turn minor ones into nothing. Over time, he began to think of himself as invincible. He had long viewed Shi Luo with disdain. In his eyes, what was Shi Luo? A commoner with no family background or support. Why should she be entitled to the top opportunities? Why did she win the championship in the league? Why did she gain the exclusive favor of the Imperial Marshal? He was not convinced. He was jealous. He even harbored a twisted, unspoken greed. If he could seize Shi Luo's opportunity and her bloodline inheritance, perhaps he too could win the Marshal's favor. Perhaps he could become the prodigy that the entire star system focused on. Thus he came, bringing people carrying greed and a belly full of grievances to snatch away. Shi Luo's gaze instantly turned cold, like the frost of the 12th lunar month, swiftly covering her entire face. She stepped forward, blocking the bloodline crystal, her S-level guide psychic energy, slowly unfurling, projecting a cold and powerful aura, like an invisible wall that firmly protected everything behind her. She raised her eyes, her gaze as sharp as a blade, sweeping over Sun Zhao and the group behind him, her tone indifferent, as if she were speaking to a pile of garbage. Get out. 3 words, not heavy, not shouted, even devoid of much emotion. This is not a place for you. She had never shown any mercy to outsiders, especially to those. Sun Zhao's face instantly turned a deep shade of liver color. When had Sun Zhao ever been insulted to his face like this? Which of the aristocratic youths did not bow and flatter him? Shi Luo, however, not only disregarded him, but even dared to tell him to get lost. You? Sun Zhao trembled with rage, his finger shaking as he pointed at Shi Luo. You're just a little guide. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? Do you know who I am? My Sun family can make the entire star system tremble with just a stomp in the Imperial capital. What are you even worth? The more he spoke, the more fervent he became, the more convinced of his righteousness. His expression darkened as he released his sentinel pressure, fiercely bearing down on Shi Luo. He believed himself to be a formidable sentinel with a peak psychic power. How difficult could it be to deal with a female guide? Even if she broke through to scarce, so what? Guides were inherently disadvantaged in battle. He had 100 ways to make her beg for mercy. He had never regarded Shi Luo with any seriousness. But he forgot one thing. The moment his pressure approached within a meter of Shi Luo, the warm psychic thread wrapped around her wrist erupted. The once docile psychic thread, sensing the hostile pressure, stiffened abruptly, like a venomous snake, awakened instantly, shedding all its scales. A terrifying pressure far exceeding that of a high-level sentinel belonging to an SSSS-class top sentinel erupted from that seemingly delicate psychic thread. The pressure surged forth like a towering wave, like an interstellar tsunami, crashing down on Sun Zhao, without mercy, without hesitation, unleashing a full-power crushing blow from the start. What sort of person was Zhang Sun? The Imperial Marshal, an SSSS-class top sentinel in existence at the pinnacle of psychic ability in the entire star system. His psychic thread, even if it were but a strand, was enough to make ordinary sentinels kneel and beg for mercy. Moreover, this psychic thread sensed its master being provoked, sensing someone attempting to bully his guide. It was even more agitated than Zhang Sun himself, eager to tear those ignorant fools to pieces. Ah! Sun Zhao's face turned pale, in an instant his eyes bulging, as if they might pop out of their sockets, a scream of horror barely escaping his lips, before he collapsed like a mountain pressed upon him, his knees buckling, kneeling straight on the ground with a loud thud. The sound was sharp and resonant, making everyone present feel a sympathetic pain in their knees. His bones crackled, as if they might shatter under that pressure at any moment. Blood surged in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, splattering on the bluestone floor, a shocking sight. His eyes were filled with extreme terror, a fear that did not stem from reason, but from the most primal reaction of the soul. Yet his body had completely betrayed him, leaving him only to kneel there trembling uncontrollably. What is this? The spiritual pressure of the Empire's Marshal. The entire place fell into silence. The group of aristocratic heirs following Sun Zhao trembled in fear, their faces pale, their legs as heavy as lead, unable to summon even the courage to flee. A few who were faint-hearted buckled at the knees, kneeling down in terror, not daring to even breathe, afraid that they would be the next to be crushed. How could they forget? How dared they forget? Shi Luo was the guide held dear by the Empire's Marshal. Anyone who dared to lay a hand on her would anger the Marshal. Did they not receive the news about how Chiron, Luo Tian, and Bai Li were beaten to such a state with dark guards personally dispatched to clean up the scene? How could they still dare to seek death? Someone in their heart had already cursed Sun Zhao's ancestors. 18 generations, don't drag us down with your own death. Shi Luo lowered her head, looking at Sun Zhao, who was kneeling before her, trembling, spitting blood, and in a wretched state, with no sympathy in her eyes. She gently lifted her hand, her fingertips softly brushing over the frayed spiritual thread on her wrist. The spiritual thread trembled in displeasure, as if reporting, he bullied you. He wants to take your things. I've taught him a lesson for you. Then under Shi Luo's gentle touch it gradually calmed down, becoming docile again, yet still hovering around her wrist, warily ready to strike again at any moment. Shi Luo spoke softly in the spiritual domain, her voice gentle enough to drip water. Don't be angry, I'm fine. After a moment of silence, the voice of Zhan Sun echoed in her spiritual domain, carrying an unmasked ferocity and stubbornness, his tone deep, like dark clouds before a storm, every word laden with intense murderous intent. Who dares to bully you will die. He paused as if suppressing something, or perhaps offering her the sharpest of knives. Luo, don't hold back. As long as I am here. 3 words heavier than any promise. The corners of Shi Luo's mouth curled slightly, a glint of cold light flashing in her eye. She walked slowly towards Sun Zhao, her pace neither hurried nor slow, each step echoing crisply on the blue stone, the sound starkly clear in the silent ruins, like a countdown beating on Sun Zhao's heart. Kneeling on the ground, Sun Zhao trembled uncontrollably, and when he raised his head to see Shi Luo's cold gaze, his pupils constricted sharply. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, plead for mercy, threaten, or explain, but his throat felt as if it was being choked by something, unable to utter a single word. Shi Luo stood before him, looking down at him, the guide's spiritual power transforming into an invisible binding, like unseen chains tightly binding his limbs and neck, leaving him no room to struggle. She spoke, her tone indifferent, as if reciting from a textbook. In the secret realm, the weak are preyed upon by the strong. You are unqualified, yet dare to steal my... This was originally what Sun Zhao wanted to say to Shi Luo, yet at this moment, it was returned to him verbatim. Ironic. Of course it was ironic. But this is the rule of the secret realm. If you are weak, you deserve to be trampled. I was wrong. Sun Zhao finally found his voice, trembling uncontrollably, his tone laced with tears, fear, and unprecedented humility. I beg the Marshal for mercy. I beg Miss Shi Luo for mercy. I didn't mean to. I really know I was wrong. Please spare me this once. I won't dare again. He repeatedly bowed, his forehead striking the cold bluestone floor once, twice, 3 times, thudding loudly, soon drawing blood. Where was the arrogance from before? Where was the dignity of an aristocratic heir? Now he was nothing but a dog wagging its tail in submission. The group behind him also knelt, each one bowing like pounding garlic, crying out, spare us. We won't dare again. Their voices rose and felt utterly miserable. Shi Luo could not be bothered to waste words with him. She flicked her fingertip gently, and the guide's spiritual power transformed into an invisible blade, precisely stabbing into Sun Zhao's spiritual sea, not to kill him, but to cripple his cultivation. It was an extremely delicate operation, not taking his life, but from this moment on his sentinel spiritual sea would be completely shattered, unable to condense spiritual power again, unable to use any sentinel abilities. For a sentinel, this was more cruel than killing him. Yet Shi Luo did not hesitate. Some people, if you don't cripple them, they will never learn their lesson. If you spare him once, he will come back, even more vicious next time. Rather than leave a hidden danger, it is better to cripple him all at once, ensuring he never dares to have ill thoughts again. Up! Sun Zhao screamed, his eyes rolling back as he nearly fainted on the spot. His spiritual power poured out like a flood from the shattered spiritual sea, dissipating into the air, never to be retrieved. He went from being a high-ranking sentinel to a worthless being, not even as good as an ordinary person. Shi Luo withdrew her spiritual power, brushed off non-existent dust from her hands, and coldly uttered a single word, get lost. That voice was not loud, yet it struck like thunder in everyone's ears. The group behind Sun Zhao felt as if a great reprieve had come, scrambling and crawling to lift the limp Sun Zhao from the ground, dragging, pulling, and carrying him away, not daring to look back as they fled from the ruins. Someone ran too fast and tripped over the threshold, falling with Sun Zhao in a heap, but quickly scrambled up and continued to run, not even daring to look back. The footsteps grew further away, fainter, until they finally vanished completely into the depths of the dense forest. The ruins returned to silence. Shi Luo let out a breath, turned her head, and her gaze fell back on the colorful bloodline crystal on the stone platform. The spiritual thread on her wrist returned to a docile form, gently wrapping around her. A faint smile appeared on her face, neither too strong nor too weak, yet sweet enough to be intoxicating. She lowered her head, gently flicking the spiritual thread with her fingertips softly, saying in her heart, her voice gentle, "As the first rain of spring, I know you are the strongest." When Ruan and Tang Ranran watched this scene, not far away, exchanging glances, simultaneously taking a deep breath, then exhaling at the same time. "I can't take it anymore." Tang Ranran clutched her chest, looking as if her heart would explode. "This is too sweet. The Marshal's spiritual thread can actually act cute. Is this still the battle god?" When Ruan shook her head with a smile full of emotion. All right. Lu Chen rarely spoke up, a hint of helplessness in his tone. "Can you too let her inherit properly?" "Oh, Lu Chen, you don't understand. This is called atmosphere." Tang Ranran rolled her eyes at him. Shi Luo ignored the gossiping teammates behind her, took a deep breath, collected her thoughts, and focused all her attention on the crystal before her. She slowly extended her right hand, her fingertips trembling slightly. Not from nervousness, but because the bloodline within her was desperately calling out to the crystal, a feeling akin to parched earth finally receiving sweet rain. Every cell was screaming. She no longer hesitated. Her fingertips steadily and firmly touched the bloodline crystal. Boom! A faint golden light burst forth from the crystal, completely enveloping Shi Luo. The light was intense, yet not scorching, warm, yet not blinding, like a small sun rising in her palm. The ancient lizard bloodline power surged into her body from her fingertip, like a flood breaching a dam, madly pouring and merging with her blood, bone marrow, and spiritual sea. It was an indescribable sensation, like being reshaped from the inside out, top to bottom, by gentle yet powerful hands. Her spiritual domain expanded wildly as if walls were being knocked down, doubling, tripling the originally cramped space. Her spiritual power climbed at a visible speed: S grade early stage, S grade mid stage, S grade mid peak. Still rising, still rising. At the same time, the warm sentinel spiritual thread on her wrist tightened suddenly, as if sensing the violent fluctuations of energy within Shi Luo, reacting immediately. Zhan Sun's spiritual power flowed through that spiritual thread, continuously pouring into her body, not to plunder, not to suppress, but to assist, to harmonize. The guide's bloodline power and the sentinel's spiritual power intertwined within her like two rivers merging into the same ocean, complementing each other, achieving each other, and sublimating each other. Shi Luo closed her eyes, fully immersed in a mysterious state. She could feel every inch of her skin, every bone, every meridian being tempered by the ancient bloodline power, nurtured by the sentinel's spiritual power, a sensation both painful and exhilarating. She squatted on her shoulder, golden scales shining brightly, raising its little head and letting out a long and high-pitched howl. That sound pierced through the dome of the ruins, through the canopy of the secret realm, transcending millions of years, resonating with the boiling bloodline power within Shi Luo, as if heralding the oldest hymn for her transformation. When Ruan and the others stood not far away, holding their breath, their eyes wide open, watching this scene. The faint golden light made Shi Luo appear as if a deity had descended, her long hair flying like a banner in the surge of spiritual energy, her aura growing stronger, deeper, older, and more invincible. "Oh my God!" Tang Ranran murmured, her eyes unknowingly turning red. "Our captain is really amazing." When Ruan said nothing, merely nodding vigorously, clenching her fists, her eyes filled with pride and emotion. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, within the Marshal's flagship, Zhan Sun stood before the command room's porthole, his left hand slightly raised, his fingertip entwined with a faint golden thread of light. This was the spiritual bond between him and Shi Luo. He could clearly sense the flow of every bit of energy within her, each leap of spiritual power, and every transformation of her bloodline. A gentle smile curled at the corners of his mouth. The eyes that were usually as sharp as a knife were now filled with starlight. His little girl had never disappointed him, and he would always be here, watching over her, waiting for her transformation to be complete, waiting for her to emerge from her cocoon as a butterfly, waiting for her to grow into an existence capable of standing side by side with him. When that time comes, he would hold her hand and take her to see every star river in this starry sky. Shi Luo's spiritual power, under the dual refinement of bloodline and sentinel power, continued to rise wildly. Her legend had just begun. The power of the bloodline crystal surged continuously into her body, the overwhelming ancient energy rampaging within her, yet remaining under control, because a pair of hands held the reins firmly. Shi Luo sat cross-legged on the stone platform, her eyes gently closed, fully immersed in the bloodline inheritance. A soft golden light radiated from her body, illuminating her, as if she were an ancient deity, descending to the mortal realm, solemn and sacred. Her breathing was calm and prolonged. With each inhale and exhale, pure spiritual energy circulated in her body, carrying away impurities and leaving only essence. The inherited memories of the ancient lizard guides flooded into her mind like a tide. It was a gift spanning billions of years, the crystallization of the lifetime efforts of her ancestors from the lizard lineage. High-level guide, healing techniques, mental attack methods, ancient mech, control secrets, bloodline resonance, arrays, spiritual domain defense structures. Countless long-lost top-tier inheritances unfolded in her mind like ancient tomes sealed by time, each page, turning each word branded, all absorbed, digested, and transformed for her own use. She could feel her spiritual domain expanding and refining at a visibly rapid pace. If her spiritual domain were compared to a starry sky, then previously it had been the size of a fist with stars sparsely scattered. Now that starry sky was expanding wildly, like a cosmic explosion, its boundaries stretching outward as new stars ignited their brilliance, increasingly intense and dense. The barrier of her S-level mental power gradually loosened under the impact of this force, developing fine cracks. She was merely a step away from attaining SS level. The aura surrounding her was simultaneously undergoing a metamorphosis, growing increasingly powerful and gentle, yet imbued with an unassailable majesty, like an unparalleled sword drawn from its sheath, its sharpness restrained yet intimidating. The spiritual thread of military honor entwined around her wrist never left her. From the moment the inheritance began, that warm sentinel mental energy acted like an invisible shield, carefully protecting her, helping her manage the turbulent power of her bloodline. Whenever the ancient power became too ferocious and threatened to harm her meridians, the spiritual thread intervened, immediately, skillfully guiding the violent force away, diverting it into different meridians, allowing it to merge smoothly into her limbs. At the same time, the spiritual thread gently enveloped her spiritual domain like a soft protective membrane, preventing any external disturbances from intruding and ensuring that the power within did not run amok. It was a feeling of being protected to the core. There was nothing to worry about, nothing to fear with me here. The deep and magnetic voice of Zhang Xuan echoed in her spiritual domain. Relax, follow my rhythm, do not overexert yourself. He was far away on the flagship outside the secret realm, separated by tens of thousands of kilometers of interstellar distance, unable to be by her side, unable to see her current state with his own eyes, only able to protect her with all his might through this slender spiritual thread. He was the decisive marshal of the empire, a top-tier sentinel capable of annihilating thousands of troops with a mere wave of his hand, a presence that commanded respect throughout the stars. Yet when facing her, he always became anxious and uncertain, not like his usual self. When she was attacked, he immediately mobilized the shadow guards. When she touched the crystal, he felt a pang of anxiety. When she showed the slightest fatigue, he felt worse than she did. This 100 mental connection allowed him to empathize deeply with her emotions. Every bit of her fatigue, every ounce of her pain, every racing heartbeat was clearly transmitted to his spiritual domain as if it were happening to him. He felt heartache, yet was helpless, having to guard outside the secret realm across the starry sky, using all his strength to protect her. Shi Luo could clearly sense. She gradually relaxed her mind, no longer tensing her body to withstand the impact of the ancient power, but instead allowing Zhang Xin's spiritual thread to guide her bloodline, power flowing steadily within her. At the same time, she voluntarily opened her spiritual domain, the door that opened only for him, silently creating a gap. Zhang Xin's spiritual thread trembled slightly, as if confirming and testing. After receiving her silent consent, it cautiously slipped inside, intertwining with her guiding mental energy. This was the most intimate spiritual fusion between a sentinel and a guide. It was not a simple mental connection, nor an ordinary resonance, but the fitting of souls, a complete merging of two independent existences with no secrets or reservations between them. Shi Luo's spiritual domain was warm and clear, like the surface of a lake under the warm sun of spring, shimmering with light, warm and soft. It was a world devoid of aggression, yet brimming with boundless vitality, each wisp of mental energy akin to a soft feather gently brushing against her to soothe all pain. As for Zhang Xin's spiritual domain, though it was only accessed through a single spiritual thread, Shi Luo could clearly feel the essence of that realm, ferocious, cold, filled with the aura of slaughter, like a desolate wasteland ravaged by blizzards all year round, sharp ice ridges and reefs scattered throughout, where any creature daring to intrude would be torn to shreds. Yet in the face of her presence, all the ferocity turned into tenderness, all the coldness melted into spring water. His mental energy carefully navigated around every sensitive area within her spiritual domain. Two completely different mental energies intertwined, yet felt no repulsion. It was not a forced compatibility, but rather a natural pair, like two pieces of jade cleaved by fate, finally reunited after billions of years, fitting seamlessly together. Under the nourishment of this power, Shi Luo's spiritual domain expanded at an accelerated rate, the cracks in the barrier multiplying and deepening, on the verge of shattering completely. Outside, when Ruan and the other three stood vigil around the stone platform, their eyes fixed on Shi Luo, who was enveloped in golden light, filled with worry and anticipation. Is Luo? Okay. Tang Ranran clenched her fists, her palms sweaty, her voice barely above a whisper, fearful of disturbing Shi Luo. She will be fine, when Ruan softly reassured her, though her fingers unknowingly entwined the Marshal's spiritual threads are protecting her. There will be no issues. Lu Chun and Zhang Yifeng stood on either side of the stone platform, their vigilant gazes and stances ready to spring into action spoke volumes. They were protecting Shi Luo at all costs, alert to any sign of disturbance. The gray seal lay at the edge of the stone platform, its golden scales faintly shimmering, the pressure of the ancient divine beast silently radiating like an invisible net enveloping the entire ruin. Its small golden eyes vigilantly watched the entrance of the ruin, its ears perked up. Even the sound of a leaf falling in the dense forest outside did not escape its perception. It stood guard against all dangers, using its tiny body to protect its transforming master. Time flowed steadily. The glow of the bloodline crystal gradually dimmed, and the liquid golden energy that had been flowing within it had completely merged into Shi Luo's body. The crystal turned from radiant to dull, finally crumbling into a pile of ordinary rubble cascading down from the stone platform. Shi Luo's aura gradually stabilized. Peak S-level mental power. Only a thin barrier separates her from SS level, waiting for the right opportunity. Her ancient bloodline had fully awakened, absorbing the inheritance of the lizard lineage. High-level guiding healing techniques, mental attack methods, ancient mecha control secrets. All of it had been imprinted deep within her soul, waiting for her to digest and assimilate in actual combat. Her guiding healing abilities and mental attack capabilities had all achieved a qualitative leap. It is no exaggeration to say that even without a mecha, her current mental power alone would easily crush most high-level sentinels, including so-called geniuses like Sun Zhao. Even if she faced 10 of them, they would leave with broken teeth. Shi Luo slowly opened her eyes. A faint golden light flashed beneath her gaze like a shooting star streaking across the night sky. Brief, yet resplendent. Her entire aura underwent a subtle transformation, transparent, dazzling, cool, yet warm, powerful, yet gentle, like a piece of jade polished over countless years. Warm and reserved, captivating all who beheld her. Congratulations. The voice of Zhang Sun echoed in the spiritual realm, filled with affection and pride, carrying a hint of relief, as if a long-held concern had finally eased. The spiritual thread wrapped around her wrist gently brushed against her cheek, its movement tender, as if kissing her brows, imbued with a love that was fiercely possessive. Shi Luo's ears instantly flushed a light pink. She instinctively tilted her head, yet her lips betrayed her with a faint smile that she could not suppress. To the outside world, she was a decisive and formidable top-level guide, a presence feared by the likes of Luo Tianqiren and Bai Li. But in front of him, she would unconsciously reveal a shy side of a little girl, her ears turning red, her lips curling up, her heart racing. This sweet and innocent aspect belonged only to him, something she had never shown to outsiders. She took a deep breath, suppressing the sweetness surging within her heart, and softly responded in the spiritual realm, her voice as soft as cotton candy. I did it. I know. Zhang Sun's voice was so gentle it could drip with water. My Luo will always be the best. He paused as if confirming something, then continued, his tone tinged with tenderness. The dark guards have delivered spirit fruits and nutritional fluids for nurturing mental power, waiting at the entrance of the ruins. No sooner had he finished speaking than a respectful voice from the dark guards rang out outside the ruins. Madam, the Marshal has ordered a batch of supplies to be delivered. Please check. Tang Ranran was the first to bounce out, running faster than a rabbit. Before long, she returned with a large pile of items, her hands nearly unable to hold them all, shouting, Lu Chun, Zhang Yifeng, come help. I can't carry them. After all the supplies were brought in and neatly arranged on the ground, everyone was left dumbfounded. A heap of rare spirit fruits lay before them, each one crystal clear and vibrant, exuding a rich spiritual energy, who just one could provide a year's worth of sustenance for an ordinary person. Beside them were over a dozen bottles of top-tier nutritional fluids emblazoned with the Marshal's exclusive emblem, reserved for special supply levels that were impossible to purchase on the market. The most extravagant item was a thermos food box in the corner. Upon opening it, they were astonished to find freshly made hot dishes. Who knew how luxurious a warm meal was in this place, where even a fire could not be kindled? Luo Tang Ranran's eyes widened, glancing between the supplies, and Shi Luo, her mouth forming an exaggerated, "Oh, the Marshal is spoiling you too much. This isn't training, it's practically a vacation. Everything you need to eat, drink, and use is arranged so clearly, even the dark guards have become your exclusive interstellar delivery." When Ruan nodded in agreement, her eyes filled with envy, but no jealousy. The Marshal truly cherishes Luo, treating her like a precious. You won't find another person like that throughout the entire star system. Shi Luo picked up a spirit fruit, her fingertips brushing against the cool skin, feeling warmth surge within her, like holding a small heater. She took a bite of the sweet fruit flesh, the juice bursting between her lips and teeth, the sweetness spreading from her tongue to the depths of her heart, making her involuntarily squint her eyes. She raised her head, looking out at the starry sky through the gap at the top of the ruins. In the sky of the secret realm, the stars were brilliant, the Milky Way flowing like a ribbon. She could almost see somewhere in that starry sky a massive Marshal flagship quietly hovering in orbit. And he, the man dressed in military attire, standing tall, like a pine tree, before the command room window, gazed warmly in her direction from thousands of kilometers away. She smiled slightly, taking another bite of the spirit fruit. Just then, hiss. The gray seal suddenly sprang up from the edge of the stone platform, its golden scales flaring, standing on end. Its small head abruptly turned towards the depths of the ruins, letting out a sharp, piercing roar, its golden eyes filled with hostility and vigilance, the authority of the ancient ancestors revealed in that moment. From the depths of the ruins came a cold and powerful mental force, like a chill seeping up from the depths of the underworld, slowly spreading outward. That aura was bone-chilling, carrying a hostility so intense it almost took on a tangible form, like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, flicking its tongue sinisterly and relentlessly targeting Shi Luo. A frigid spiritual force from the depths of the ruin drew nearer, like cold seeping up from the earth, inching forward. Wherever it passed, the very air grew viscous and oppressive. The bioluminescence of the spirit herbs dimmed under its corrosion, and the sweet verdant scent in the air was supplanted by a stench of rot and decaying flesh that churned the stomach and made the body rebel. Shi Luo's gaze hardened in an instant. She instinctively stepped forward, placing Wen Ruantang, Ran, and Lu Chun and Jiang Yifeng behind her. Her S-level pinnacle guide's spiritual power spread silently, forming a transparent barrier that enveloped her teammates like a shield. The pressure of her ancient bloodline slowly welled forth from her body, a pale golden radiance flowing around her and standing in stark opposition to that cold, dark aura. The spiritual thread of Zhan Sun's battle commendation at her wrist snapped taut in that moment. What had once coiled obediently around her wrist straightened violently. A brutal aura emanated along the thread, the killing intent of the SSSS level top sentinel, impossible to repress, poised to erupt and protect her at any moment. Shi leapt from the edge of the stone platform onto Shi Luo's shoulder, golden scales spiking as a low warning growl escaped his throat. His gilded eyes locked on the darkness within the ruin, the pressure of the ancient beast standing off against the chill. Luo, be careful. Zhan Sun's voice sounded within the spiritual domain, no longer gentle, but edged with a cold, killing intent, every syllable scraped like a blade and chilled to the bone. It is a spy from Heian Lianming. They covet your ancient guide bloodline and have infiltrated the secret realm. The moment those words entered the spiritual domain, Shi Luo's pupils contracted slightly. This faction she had read about in military academy texts and heard of from Zhan Sun, the most sinister, least humane organization across the star systems without peer. They do not meddle in interstellar politics or vie for territory. They pursue one objective alone: to seize geniuses with special bloodlines and spiritual power for inhuman live experiments, extract the origins of those bloodlines, and forge artificial sentinels and guides. Countless talents were tortured to death in their laboratories, and innumerable families were torn apart by their machinations. The Empire had purged them many times, yet like indestructible vermin, they always re-emerged in the shadows. They had even reached into the interstellar secret realms and set their sights on her. Shi Luo's eyes cooled, not with anger or fear, but with a serenity so absolute it was murderous. Against such people there is only one course: exterminate them, utterly, leave no future threat. No sooner had she thought it than several figures emerged slowly from the ruins' depths. There were 3 of them, each clad in black cloaks from head to toe, faces shrouded in hooded shadow, so only pale chins and cracked lips were visible. A chilling, uncanny aura enveloped them. It was not the sharp, domineering force of Imperial sentinels, but a viscous, swamp-like filth that clung and would not release, making the skin crawl. The lead spy lifted his head, revealing murky, bloodshot eyes, his gaze like 2 rusted hooks that latched onto Shi Luo. There was no human warmth in those eyes, only naked avarice. Not the lust of a man for a woman, but the butcher's hunger for livestock, as if Shi Luo were no person, but a heap of experimental flesh on an ancient Shi clan guide, a 100% match to the Marshal's top guide. The reputation does not lie. His voice rasped like sandpaper across metal, each word squeezed from the throat with a grim, uncanny mirth. Once we capture you and extract the origin of your bloodline, our experiments will succeed. Another spy stepped forward, his gaze appraising Shi Luo like a buyer inspecting goods. I hear your spiritual power is supremely pure, perfect for nourishing our test subjects. Come with us obediently and spare yourself bodily torment. We do not go easy. If you are damaged, it would be a grievous waste. The third said nothing, only smiling sardonically as a cold spiritual force unfurled from him like tendrils and slowly stretched toward Shi Luo. Wen Ruan and Tang Renan's faces shifted at once, not from fear, but from the instinctive revulsion that the cold spiritual force in. They did not retreat. Instead, both stepped forward simultaneously to Shi Luo's side, each releasing their spiritual power to form a combined protective shield. Do not harm Luo. Wen Ruan's voice was quiet yet unwavering, and the gentle eyes that faced the enemy now burned with righteous anger. Tang Ranan was more direct, her voice booming, so the entire ruin echoed, "I do not care whether you are Heian Lianming or some other fools dare touch our captain, and I will fight you to the death." Lu Chun and Jiang Yifeng spoke no words, but their movements were more convincing than any speech. Lu Chun had already activated his mech exoskeleton. The energy arm blade glowed a ghostly blue as he moved to shield Shi Luo's left front muscles taut like steel cables, a moving bulwark. Jiang Yifeng stepped back half a pace, the long-range sniper cannon leveled, and its muzzle fixed on the lead spy's brow. At this range, he could hit the mark blindfolded. Their formation was as seamless as if rehearsed 1,000 times, offense and defense in one, each covering the other's blind spots. Shi Luo watched their backs and felt a warmth rise, but her gaze grew even colder. She stepped forward and slipped through them to stand at the forefront once more. This was her fight, as she would not let her comrades take the blade for her. Her S-level pinnacle guide spiritual power unfurled fully, the ancient bloodline's pressure rolling forward, as if tangible. Pale golden light spilled from her, and cast her like a war deity, descended to the world. Her voice was low, but each word struck like hammered metal, carrying an uncompromising edge. "Heian Lianming, you are bold to trespass in a secret realm." She paused, and the corner of her mouth curved into a cold arc. "I only fear you may arrive with life, and depart without it." With her bloodline awakened and strength augmented, her high-level guide healing arts and spiritual attack techniques were integrated. Her S-level pinnacle spirit had no cause to fear these three spies. Yet she knew the Heian Lianming were ruthless and practiced hidden dishonorable arts. She did not fear a frontal clash, but she would remain cautious. How presumptuous, the lead spy snarled, enraged by her demeanor. A mere guide. What did a bloodline awakening amount to? Before the Heian Lianming, she was fish on a chopping block. How dare she be so arrogant? He snorted, and a gaunt hand slashed from his cloak. "Act, seize her alive. Capture her alive." The two behind immediately launched their assault with startling speed. In a single instant, two frigid spiritual forces erupted from their. They coalesced into two ink-black talons in midair, fingers spread and nails sharp as knives, carrying dense deathly chi and malice as they lunged at Shi Luo with murderous intent. The assault struck directly at her spiritual domain with brutal force. Heian Lianming specialized in attacking the spiritual domain. Their spiritual power was tainted with toxins derived from forbidden compounds. Once these entered an opponent's spiritual domain, the mild result was mental disarray, the severe result a collapse and helpless slaughter. "Protect Luo!" Lu Chun roared as he charged his mech arm blade, tearing the air toward one of the talons. But the talon was formless. His blade passed through its phantom without contact. The talon's coldness crawled along the blade back to his mech, frosting the exterior in an instant and causing a momentary stutter in the energy core. Jiang Yifeng's sniper beam arrived simultaneously and struck the core of one talon with surgical precision, yet the talon only shuddered and resumed its pounce untouched in any substantive way. Physical strikes were almost meaningless against these talons condensed from pure spiritual power. Wen Ruan and Tang Renan's spiritual shields rose, two transparent barriers layered before Shi Luo. The moment the talons slammed into the shields, the barriers trembled violently, and hairline cracks spidered across their surfaces like glass struck by a heavy hammer ready to shatter. With a single blow, the quartet's defense was driven to the brink of collapse. PHSH. Lu Chun spat a mouthful of blood as the energy of his arm blade dimmed the chill rebounding back at him. It felt as if an invisible hand had crushed his chest, pain draining the color from his face. Jiang Yifeng's sniper cannon fell silent as well. Its energy core was disrupted by the chill, and black smoke seeped from the muzzle. He had to fling the cannon aside, draw the dagger at his waist, and fix his stare on the enemy. Blood leaked from the corners of Wen Ruan and Tang Renan's mouths. Their spiritual shields staggered under the sustained pressure, their faces ghastly, yet they grit their teeth and held the barriers fast, refusing to yield an inch. "Teammates." A shadow fell over Shi Luo's eyes, her heart clenching as if seized by a brutal hand. The fury within her was not a volcanic eruption, but a bone-chilling cold that seeped into her very marrow. Her teammates, her family had been wounded before her very eyes. Her ancient bloodline blazed into full frenzy within her. A pale golden radiance surged violently as she raised her hand, her spiritual power coalescing in her palm, ready to confront the two sinister claws Hedon, buying her companions a precious moment to breathe. But just as those icy claws were about to touch her, the spiritual threads on her wrist erupted into a wild frenzy. Boom! A devastating, world-shattering SSSS-level sentinel pressure instantly flooded every corner of the entire ruin. That pressure did not descend from a single direction. It erupted simultaneously from all sides, from every particle of air, from every speck of dust. Cold, ferocious, dripping with murderous intent, like a tangible torrent of steel surging overwhelmingly toward the two claws. The two claws had not even a chance to struggle. The moment they met the pressure, they were shattered like mere paper, crumbling into countless black fragments that dissolved into the air, leaving not even a trace behind. The two covert agents linked to the claw's spiritual power both let out a muffled groan, staggering backward, their faces ashen, white black blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Their spiritual power had been backlashed, a complete, overwhelming, crushing backlash. Far beyond the secret realm, aboard the Marshal's flagship in interstellar orbit, the command room, Jean Sun's face was slightly pale, his brow deeply furrowed into the character for river, with fine beads of sweat on his forehead. His spiritual power was pouring out at an astonishing rate, traveling through that slender spiritual thread across tens of thousands of kilometers of interstellar distance, surging endlessly into the depths of the secret realm toward his guide. The adjutant stood by, his face twisted with anxiety, his lips moving as if to speak, but daring not to advise. He knew the Marshal's temperament. When it came to ordinary matters, he was amenable, but anything involving the lady was non-negotiable. Jean Sun paid no heed to the adjutant's expression. Through the spiritual thread, he sensed Shi Luo's accelerating heartbeat, her surging anger, and the pang of pain in her heart the moment her teammates were injured. Every emotion, every ripple pricked at his spiritual domain like needles, stabbing him with a pain he could not bear. He no longer cared. The rules of the secret realm, the prohibition against interfering with the inheritance, the cost of projecting spiritual power across space. All of it could go to hell. His Luo was in danger, and he would protect her. Whoever dared to lay a finger on her, he would erase from existence. Dare to harm her. Jean Sun's voice transmitted through the spiritual thread across tens of thousands of kilometers of interstellar space, pierced the energy barrier of the secret realm, passed through the ancient walls of the ruin, and crashed down, like heavenly thunder echoing throughout the entire ruin. That voice was not a mental transmission, not a private channel audible only to Shi Luo, but a true authoritative sound of pressure that every person present could hear with absolute clarity. Icy and piercing, brimming with boundless murderous intent, each word struck like a blade tempered in frost, precisely stabbing into the hearts of the three covert agents. Divine form annihilation. For words light as a feather yet heavy as a neutron star crashing into the atmosphere. The moment the words divine form annihilation fell, the pressure surged several-fold. The entire ruin trembled slightly, the ancient runes on the walls flickering violently, as if in fear of this terrifying power not meant for this era. The three covert agents froze as motionless as frogs pinned by a snake's gaze. Their fear stemmed not from reason, but from the most primal instinct buried in the deepest recesses of their souls. But their legs had completely failed them, as if nailed to the ground, without even the strength to take a step. Imperial Marshal Jean Sun. He had actually, for the sake of a guide, unleashed his spiritual power across space, sacrificing his own cultivation to protect her safety. The leading covert agent's pupils quaked violently, the color drained entirely from his face, his lips trembling as he could barely form words. He knew the Marshal valued her, but he had never imagined valued her to such an extent. Releasing spiritual power across the secret realm's space inflicted severe damage to a sentinel's spiritual domain. At worst, it could cause a regression of spiritual power, at worst permanent damage to the spiritual domain. In the intelligence of the Dark Alliance, Jean Sun was a cold, almost ruthless strategist who never made a losing deal. But today, for a woman, he had made the most losing deal in the entire galaxy. Retreat. Retreat now. The covert agent finally found his voice shrill and devoid of the earlier sinister calmness. The other two agents, as if waking from a dream, turned and fled deeper into the ruins. Think you can escape? Shi Luo's eyes were frosty, a glint of ruthless light flashing in their depths. They had harmed her teammates and thought they could walk away unscathed. Impossible. She activated the newly awakened ancient guide's spiritual power, and the advanced spiritual attack techniques inherited from the bloodline crystal all came into play. Countless razor-sharp spiritual blades materialized around her, each as thin as a cicada's wing, yet sharp enough to cut steel, shimmering like golden petals dancing in the pale golden light. Breathtakingly beautiful, yet lethally chilling. Go! Shi Luo uttered a single word softly, and the rain of spiritual blades shot toward the three covert agents like a tempest. At the same time, Jean Sun's spiritual thread followed closely, the brutal SSS-level pressure locking onto the three fleeing figures, sealing all their escape routes, leaving them no place to run, no place to hide. The leading covert agent heard the sound of air being split behind him. He spun around abruptly, his pupils reflecting the image of countless golden blades. He wanted to dodge, but his body was crushed by Jean Sun's pressure. He could not even lift a hand. He could only watch helplessly as the blades drew closer and closer. Oh! Shrill screams exploded within the ruins, one after another, enough to make one's scalp tingle. After a moment, the screams ceased abruptly. The three covert agents of the Dark Alliance were pierced through by countless spiritual blades. Their souls scattered, and they fell in unison, devoid of any breath. Their bloodshot eyes were wide open, never to close, filled with terror and resentment. Shi Luo withdrew her spiritual power, not even sparing a glance at the three corpses. She turned and ran quickly back to her teammates, crouching down and placing her fingers on the wrist of Lu Chun, who was nearest. Her spiritual power probed and swiftly assessing his injuries. Damaged meridian's spiritual backlash. Fortunately, the core of his spiritual domain was unharmed, and it could be healed. She closed her eyes, channeling the ancient guide, healing art she had just awakened. Warm golden light emanated from her palm, like the gentle sun of spring, tenderly enveloping Lu Qin Jiang Yifeng, Wan, and Tang Ranran. Where the light passed, bruises dissipated, wounds healed, damaged meridians were repaired bit by bit, and even the discomfort from the spiritual backlash quickly. Shi Luo's spiritual power was already pure guide energy, and after awakening the ancient bloodline, it had gained an even more soothing, healing aura. All done. Shi Luo withdrew her hands, watching the four faces turn from pale to rosy, and the worry in her heart finally eased. She looked at them, her eyes stinging slightly, but the corners of her mouth curved up. She nodded firmly, not saying any words of thanks. Some bonds were too deep for mere gratitude. Seeing that although their wounds had healed, the teammates still bore bloodstains on their clothes and looked somewhat weary, Shi Luo's resolve grew even stronger. She had to become stronger, not only to stand beside Zhang Sun and traverse the starry galaxy together, but also to protect her teammates and keep anyone from harming. At that moment, on the flagship outside the secret realm, Zhang Sun slowly opened his eyes, his face slightly pale, beads of sweat sliding down his temples. Forcibly releasing all his spiritual power across space and performing remote pressure suppression through the energy barrier of the secret realm placed an immense burden on his spiritual domain. After this operation, his spiritual power had been depleted by at least 30%, and his spiritual domain throbbed with faint pain. Yet in his eyes there was only tenderness. As long as she was safe, it was all worth it. The adjutant could no longer hold back. He handed the Marshal a nutrient solution to nourish his spiritual power, his face full of concern. "Marshal, you pushed yourself too hard. Next time, could you at least give us a heads up, so we can be prepared?" Zhang Sun took the nutrient solution, unscrewed the cap, and downed it in one gulp. Then he leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, yet a faint smile tugged at the corner. Next time, if his guide ever faced danger again, he would do the same. 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times, he would do it. No preparation needed, no hesitation, no weighing of pros and cons. Her matters always came first. He slowly raised his hand, his fingertips gently stroking the communication stone, paired with Shi Luo, feeling the familiar warm wave of spiritual power emanating from the depths of the secret realm. The tenderness in his eyes was almost overflowing. "Luo, don't blame yourself." His voice sounded in Shi Luo's spiritual domain, carrying a hint of fatigue, yet still so gentle it could melt. "I am here." Inside the ruins, Shi Luo stood by the stone platform, holding the warm communication stone. Feeling that voice in her spiritual domain, she nodded gently, her eyes filled with certainty. She gripped the communication stone tightly, as if holding the hand that reached across the stars. She would not let him down. After healing her teammates' wounds, Shi Luo did not hasten to leave the ruins. Ancient spirit herbs, rare treasures seldom seen beyond this realm, blanketed the ground, a serendipitous bounty beyond price. "Split up and gather. Stay within shouting distance," Shi Luo commanded. Instantly the four scattered. When Ruan knelt before a cluster of spirit herbs glowing with soft cerulean light, carefully excavating each root, with specialized tools, trembling with reverence lest she bruise even a single filament. Heavens, blue glow grass. The primary ingredient for mental recovery elixirs. One sprig fetches 500,000 star credits outside. Tang Ranran, far more impulsive, rolled up her sleeves and yanked whole plants from the earth, muttering under her breath, "Who cares about the price? Grab first, negotiate later." Lu Chun and Jiang Yifeng, though less exuberant, worked with equal speed and precision, selecting only the finest specimens, flawless in form and vitality, and stuffing them into their storage pouches. Huishi was the most jubilant of all. The little creature darted through the herb-thick undergrowth, its golden scales shimmering under the ethereal glow, like a gleaming, tumbling sunball. Its tiny nose twitched ceaselessly, sniffing out age-old specimens and peerless quality with uncanny accuracy. It would seize a herb in its jaws and dash straight to Shi Luo's side, depositing it at her feet before lifting its head, golden eyes bright as molten amber, tail whirling like a propeller. Shi Luo couldn't help but smile. She crouched down, gently ruffling Huishi's crown, her fingertip brushing the softest patch of golden scale atop its head. "Good boy. Your reward." She picked up a freshly peeled relic fruit, crystalline flesh radiating a delicate honeyed fragrance, and held it to Huishi's muzzle. The little beast snapped it up, eyes half closed in bliss as it crunched contentedly, tail curling upward in pure delight. Human and beast moved in effort. Around her wrist, Zhang Sun's spiritual thread coiled, gentle, unwavering, perfectly calibrated. Yet now and then it would nudge her fingertip, a tender coaxing brush, as if pleading for affection or staking quiet, unyielding claim. "Look, I am bound to you. You are mine." That possessive intensity flowed along the slender filament, thick and palpable, nearly solid with devotion. When your trial ends, I'll escort you back to the Marshal's residence to formalize our spiritual attunement contract. Zhan Sun's voice resonated within her mental domain, deep, magnetic, brimming with anticipation and an undertone of ironclad resolve. He would ensure every star system knew Shi Luo was his sole guide, the woman who held his heart lawfully and irrevocably. No one else dared covet her, no one else dared even dream of her. Shi Luo's pulse quickened, a blush bloomed from her ears to her cheeks. Yet her voice when she replied was soft yet defiant. I haven't agreed yet. You are mine, exclusively mine. His tone carried a faint simmering jealousy, unprovoked yet already souring. Yet beneath it surged profound tenderness, as if soothing a willful child. No one else is worthy of you, not even close. Their silent communion in the mental domain saturated the ruins with sweetness, so thick, so warm the very air seemed steeped in honey. Tang Ranran happened to glance up, just then catching Shi Luo's rosy cheeks and softly upturned lips. She nudged Wenruan with her elbow, whispering, though excitement still leaked through, Look, Luo's being all lovey-dovey with the Marshal again. Her ears are practically bleeding crimson. Wenruan stole a glance, pressed her lips together to suppress a grin, and exchanged a knowing look with Tang Ranran, both exhaling a quiet, delighted tiske. But that warmth shattered abruptly. From the ruins entrance came the chaotic tramp of many feet, too many to ignore. Shi Luo lifted her gaze. Her brows furrowed slightly. At the threshold stood Bai Li of the Star Sea Squad, and behind him dozens of elite warriors from noble houses allied with the Elder Council, crowding the narrow archway like a dark tide. Bai Li had earlier attempted an ambush, failed spectacularly, and been publicly escorted away by shadow guards, his dignity obliterated. Yet the Elder Council had expended considerable influence to extract him. After all, he commanded the Star Sea Squad, and bore the backing of powerful aristocratic clans. Still, hatred seethed within him, fierce and unrelenting. Yet he dared not confront Shi Luo directly. The memory of last time haunted him. That crushing bloodline pressure had nearly flattened him into pulp. But when word reached him that Shi Luo had not only claimed the bloodline inheritance within the ruins, but also harvested acres of ancient spirit herbs, her spoils overflowing, he felt envy coil around his heart, like venomous serpents, relentless and suffocating. Why did every stroke of fortune fall to her? He could not swallow that injustice. Even if he lacked the courage to strike, he would come, just to unsettle her, to poison her triumph. Better yet, stir others to ostracize her, rendering her stranded and powerless within the secret realm. And beside him stood a handsome sentinel from an aristocratic house. Clad in custom-forged silver exoskeletal armor, sword at his hip, his features were undeniably striking. His smile self-assured and practiced, aimed to charm. He was Sun E, a collateral scion of the Imperial capital's Sun clan. His spiritual strength assessed at a peak, a prodigy, courted relentlessly by the Elder Council. This expedition served dual purposes: training and fulfilling Bai Li's whispered provocations, to witness for himself the famed guide who'd ensnared the Marshal's soul. Along the way, Bai Li had fed him intoxicating flattery. Shi Luo is nothing but a commoner. Her rise rests solely on the Marshal's patronage. Your Sun clan stands among the capital's oldest dynasties, equal to the Marshal in prestige. If you win Shi Luo from the Marshal's grasp, you'll dominate headlines across the galaxy. Already arrogant by nature, Sun Yi's pride swelled under such praise. His judgment clouded, his resolve hardened. And so he came. Now his gaze swept over Shi Luo, unrestrained, appraising, lingering on her serene, exquisite features, her lithe, yet powerfully poised frame, and the ancient golden beast perched upon her shoulder. A flicker of genuine awe flashed in his eyes, then hardened into challenge. She truly was extraordinary, graceful, commanding. No wonder the Marshal was besotted. Sun E curved his lips into a practiced smirk and stepped forward, preparing some polished diplomatic opener. Shi Luo lifted her eyes, cold, calm, utterly unmoved. Yet her silence did not mean indifference. Others reacted for her. The spiritual thread coiled around her wrist erupted, sharply taut, its gentle warmth replaced by a surge of raw. His mental domain churned with a violent possessive storm. Not malice but jealousy, the primal unyielding conviction that what is mine shall not be gazed upon. That fury poured across the bond, flooding her consciousness. Shi Luo felt that jealous tempest roiling within her own mind. Luo, keep your distance from that man. Zhan Sun's voice echoed in her mental domain, thick with vinegar. The way he looked at you. She paused, then burst into a light silvery laugh, clear and bright, ringing unmistakably through the hushed ruins. A wave of warmth rose within her, sweet, effervescent. He was jealous. Across tens of thousands of kilometers, he was jealous, even over a glance. This man possessed an obsession bordering on madness, yet she adored it. Bai Li watched Shi Luo's smile. Then his gaze dropped to her wrist, where the spiritual thread glowed, faintly radiating the oppressive aura unique to an SS-class sentinel. Though merely a wisp, its presence pressed upon every soul present. Jealousy burned through Bai Li like acid, scorching his heart, reddening his vision, threatening to incinerate reason itself. Through clenched teeth he spat the words, bitter, venomous, laced with raw, unvarnished resentment. Shi Luo, you owe everything to the Marshal's patronage. What do you have to boast about? Without him you are nothing. The accusation dripped with sourness and spite, yet betrayed his deepest terror. He feared precisely her connection to the Marshal, resented precisely his own life. Sun Yi, however, lacked Bai Li's timidity. Flattered all the way here, and further intoxicated by the Elder Council's rhetoric, he believed his status as a Sun clan collateral heir carried weight. And Shi Luo's soft laugh. To him it was unmistakably directed at him. His confidence swelled accordingly. He stepped forward, executing a practiced, elegant bow. His smile charming, though to others it appeared slick enough to fry eggs. Miss Shi Luo, long have I heard your name. I am Sun Yi of the Imperial capital Sun clan. Though the Marshal holds great authority, his dominance may prove ill-suited to you. He paused, puffing his chest. Consider me instead. I offer protection, no less formidable than his. Silence crashed down like a physical weight. When Ruan froze mid-harvest, Tang Ranran's hand hung, suspended in midair. Lu Chun and Zhang Yifeng both turned, eyes flat, lethal, fixed upon Sun Yi, as if sizing up a corpse. Even Hui Shi halted its chewing, tilting its head, golden eyes wide with bewildered disdain, as if questioning whether this man's intellect had suffered catastrophic damage. Shi Luo remained silent, but her wristbound spiritual thread struck first. Boom. The oppressive aura of an SSSS-class sentinel surged forth, not cataclysmic as during the Dark Alliance campaign, yet saturated with unmistakable warning and blistering, unadulterated jealousy. It struck Sun Yi like a colossal, invisible mallet, blunt, precise, merciless, slamming him to his knees with a sharp, echoing thud. The crack of kneecaps striking stone reverberated through the chamber, so visceral every onlooker instinctively flinched. Sun Yi's face drained from flushed crimson to ghostly white, then to livid gray, his entire body trembling violently, uncontrollably. Dare you covet what belongs to me? Zhan Sun's voice, icy, absolute, resounded not as mental projection, but as sonic force vibrating the very air, clear and deafening throughout. Sun Yi's soul fled his body. Only then did reality crash upon him. He had just attempted to poach the Marshal's partner, in front of the Marshal himself. He had dared to court the most terrifying sentinel in the galaxy, the apex predator whose mere presence bent space-time, thinking himself safe. Was he courting death? Mercy, Marshal, mercy. Sun Yi prostrated himself, forehead pounding against cold stone. Thud, 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 blood blooming rapidly on the floor. I spoke without thought. I meant no offense. Never again, I swear. Spare my life. Bai Li's face blanched. Watching this spectacle, envy threatened to consume him whole. Why did Shi Luo monopolize every blessing? Bloodline, legacy, supreme opportunity, loyal comrades, and now a possession so fierce the Marshal's jealousy manifested as physical assault over a mere glance. Bai Li had known privilege all his life, commanded winds and summoned rain. Yet before Shi Luo he was reduced to a clown, bereft of even the right to perform. He dared not speak, not even draw breath. Though the pressure wasn't directed at him, its aftershocks left him drenched in cold sweat, knees liquefying beneath him. One word he feared, and he'd be the next kneeling figure. Shi Luo withdrew her gaze, cool, detached, and fixed it upon Bai Li, her voice devoid of inflection, as if addressing a stranger. Bai Li, I do not pursue you not out of fear, but out of sheer indifference. She paused, her tone sharpening to glacial frost. Next time you bring followers to provoke me, I will dismantle you entirely. With S-class guide strength, awakened ancient bloodline, and mastery of high-tier psychic combat arts, subduing Bai Li would require less effort than swatting a fool. Bai Li stiffened, meeting her frigid stare, and felt true unfeigned dread bloom in his chest. Not from the Marshal's aura, but from her. Gritting his teeth, he bowed his head, silent, humbled, broken. Leave. His voice rasped, hoarse and hollow. He turned and fled, swift as a specter, and his entourage exhaled as if released from execution. They scrambled to lift the still kneeling, shivering Sun Yi, dragging, hauling, carrying him out, fleeing the ruins without a backward glance. As Sun Yi was hauled away, he mumbled incoherent pleas for mercy, limp, slack-jawed like a fish dangling by. Footsteps receded, growing fainter, softer, until swallowed entirely by the dense, ancient forest. Silence reclaimed the ruin. Shi Luo watched their retreating forms, a faint, cool curve touching her lips, then turned her gaze downward, resting upon the spiritual thread still quivering faintly at her wrist, its jealousy not yet fully spent. She raised her free hand, fingertips tracing the filament with deliberate gentleness, until under her touch it softened, though still clinging tightly, possessively. Within her mental domain her voice fell, soft, honeyed, intimate. My eyes see only you. Instantly the lingering jealousy dissolved, replaced by overwhelming, syrup-thick adoration and tenderness. Her teammates had witnessed the entire spectacle, the Marshal's long-distance possessive intervention. This was no stoic commander. It was a fiercely devoted, obsessively protective lover. And yet, how profoundly sweet it was. Tang ran, and when Ruan exchanged glances, and burst into shared, unrestrained, Shi Luo's ears flushed faintly. Pretending not to hear their teasing, she bent her head once more, resuming her harvest of spirit herbs. She bounded over, clutching a flawless specimen in its jaws, nudging her ankle with eager plaintive cries. She knelt, stroking its head, her peripheral vision catching the spiritual thread, now perfectly still, perfectly serene, perfectly hers, her lips lifting unbidden into a quiet, radiant smile. Having dismissed by Li and her companions, the ruin fell into profound silence. Shi Luo did not rush to depart, but led her team deeper into its. Since this ruin belonged to the ancient Shi clan, it must hold treasures beyond blood crystals, artifacts capable of elevating the squad's strength and preparing them for trials yet to come. The spiritual energy thickened with every step inward. Ancient runes etched upon the walls grew ever more distinct, radiating a soft, golden luminescence, as if guiding wayfarers along their path. At regular intervals, hidden treasure chests appeared, some recessed into walls, others concealed behind stone pillars. Though cunningly concealed, none escaped Shi's keen nose. The little creature bounded about in exhilaration, sniffing left and right, yelping with delight at each discovery, its golden scales blazing like lanterns. Each chest revealed treasures more precious than the last. High-grade psychotropic elixirs stood in orderly rows, their liquid crystalline and luminous. Ancient mecha components exquisitely forged made Lu Chen's eyes gleam as he turned them over, reverently murmuring, this craftsmanship vanished over 3,000 years ago. Rare ores, fist-sized and vividly hued, pulsed with pure concentrated energy, the finest materials for forging scarce mechas. Each item was priceless. Shi Luo gathered them all and distributed them evenly among her 4 teammates, never hoarding a single piece for herself. From the moment they formed their league squad, these comrades had stood steadfast beside her, sharing triumphs, bearing hardships together. That was Shi Luo's unshakable moral compass. Luo, look. A glowing pool ahead. Tang ran suddenly pointed forward, leaping with unrestrained excitement. All raised their eyes, and there, nestled deep within the ruin, lay a pool carved entirely from white jade, serene and still. Its waters shimmered with a pale gold light. Spiritual energy coalesced so densely it verged on liquefaction. Mist curled upward in gentle spirals, carrying an aroma both refreshing and deeply soothing. Merely inhaling it felt like a tender caress across one's psychic domain, evoking unparalleled serenity. An ancient spirit spring, capable of refining the psychic domain, mending psychic wounds, and enhancing the resonance between sentinels and guides. It will greatly benefit your body. Zhan Sun's voice resonated instantly within her psychic domain, low, magnetic, and meticulous in its explanation. Enter the spring. I shall safeguard you with my psychic energy and accelerate absorption. Shi Luo nodded. To her, this spirit spring was indeed a supreme treasure. Her psychic energy currently ranked S-class. Perhaps with its aid, she instructed when Ruan and the others to stand guard outside the spring, while she perched vigilantly at its rim. Then, shedding her outer garments, she stepped slowly into the water. Inhaling sharply, the instant warmth enveloped her. That warmth surpassed ordinary hot water. It was a gentle, all-encompassing current flowing inward through every pore. Pure spiritual energy seeped through her skin, resonating simultaneously with her ancient bloodline and Zhan Sun's psychic energy. 3 forces converged, circulated, and refined within her. Her psychic domain's barriers softened under the torrent of spiritual energy, drawing ever closer to breakthrough. Zhan Sun's psychic filaments wove a resilient barrier around the spring, sealing it against all external intrusion. They cradled her gently, guiding the influx of energy with meticulous care, channeling each filament of spiritual energy with precision, preventing reckless surges that might damage meridians. Luo, relax. Follow my rhythm. His voice, tender yet commanding, flowed steadily through the psychic. His psychic energy and her guide abilities fused within the spring resonance, deepening beyond mere 100 synchronicity, ascending toward a subtler, more profound unity. Shi Luo closed her eyes, surrendering wholly to the transcendence. Free of distraction, immersed only in his presence and protection, her heart steeped in time slipped away. The spring's golden light intensified, from pale gold to radiant amber, illuminating the entire ruin. Her aura surged violently. The S-class barrier trembled under repeated assaults. Cracks multiplied, widened, deepened, until at last, boom, SS-class guide psychic energy erupted. A torrent of pale gold radiance burst forth from her core, piercing skyward, shattering the ruin's vaulted ceiling, breaching the sanctuary's celestial veil. The entire ruin convulsed violently. Ancient runes blazed erratically across the walls. The awe-inspiring pressure of an ancient guide spread outward, pure, formidable, benevolent, yet inspiring reverence from the very depths. SS class. She had broken through once more. In the brief span since entering the sanctuary, she'd ascended from S-class to S-class, and now to SS. Her psychic power, ancestral lineage, and overall strength undergoing a fundamental metamorphosis. She now stood among the galaxy's elite, a singular peerless guide, fully self-reliant. Slowly Shi Luo opened her eyes. Within her gaze starlight blazed, a golden light flickered fleetingly. Her cool, elegant features now bore newfound confidence and authority, her presence luminous and undeniable. Congratulations, my Luo, on surpassing S-class. A radiant smile lifted the corners of Shi Luo's lips. It was a smile unlike any before, authentic, effervescent. Her frosty brows curved into crescent moons, joy spilled from her eyes magnified by the spring's soft glow, breathtakingly beautiful. Softly yet resolutely she replied within her psychic domain, each word resonant and unwavering. When I emerge, I shall stand beside you. Shoulder. She was no longer the girl who merely needed his protection. She had grown strong enough to be his pillar, strong enough to share every burden and peril. He was her sentinel, she was his guide. Two souls moving toward each other, guarding one another in equal measure. Outside the spring, when Ruan and the others watched Shi Luo's transformation, hearts swelling with joy. SS class. Luo broke through S-class. Tang Ranran bounced ecstatically, tears glistening in her eyes. Our captain is incredible. When Ruan clapped with a warm smile, pride shining in her eyes, I knew Luo would do it. Lu Chun and Jiang Yifeng exchanged glances and simultaneously raised thumbs up. Words were scarce, but actions spoke louder. Shi Luo rose from the spring, dried herself, and dressed in fresh attire. Her SS psychic energy remained perfectly contained, appearing calm and unremarkable, indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Yet an aura of innate, unassailable power emanated from her very bones, impossible to ignore. She gathered all their spoils and met her teammates' gazes. Her resolve ironclad. The sanctuary trial isn't over. We press onward. This time, she paused, a confident curve lifting her lips. No one dares harm us again. With SS psychic energy, Zhan Sun standing guard behind her and loyal comrades at her side, she leapt onto her shoulder, golden scales gleaming, nuzzling her cheek with eager yelps. Its small eyes brimming with adoration. Master is extraordinary. Shi Luo chuckled, ruffling its head, just as she prepared to lead her team out of the ruin. Crack. A fissure tore open across the ceiling. Not a mere crack, but a colossal spatial rift spanning the entire vault, jet black and humming with immense gravitational pull. It sucked up nearby spirit herbs and rubble, hurling them skyward. The sanctuary trembled violently, ground-heaving wall runes flashing erratically. From afar rose the shrieks of countless beasts, not dozens but hundreds, even thousands, converging from every direction, assaulting eardrums with raw, deafening force. Their cries carried terror and madness, as if something unspeakably ancient was stirring awake. Shi Luo's gaze sharpened. She steadied herself and looked up at the rift, her SS psychic energy unfurling instantly, probing the chaotic energies pulsing from beyond. It was an aura older than memory, primordial, bordering on formless chaos. A greater crisis, silent and inexorable, had begun its descent upon. The golden light within the ruins had yet to fade, and the gentle aura of the spiritual spring still lingered around. Shi Luo had just reigned in her SS level, guiding spiritual power, preparing to lead her teammates away, when the entire ruin suddenly began to tremble violently. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed through the air. Heavy stones fell continuously and fist-sized boulders crashed to the ground, creating deep pits. The ancient patterns on the walls dimmed in an instant, as if all energy had been siphoned away. The originally gentle and rich spiritual energy turned wildly violent, with chaotic currents of energy colliding against the surrounding stone walls, causing them to shatter and debris to fly. What's going on? Tang Ranran exclaimed, staggering as she held onto Wenwan, her face paling as the ground beneath her shook violently, making it hard to stand. Lu Chun and Jiang Yifeng immediately steadied themselves, alertly scanning their surroundings, their breaths tense. Lu Chun glanced at the ever-expanding cracks on the wall, his expression darkening. The secret realm's space is unstable. It seems like it's about to collapse. Shi Luo's heart tightened, and before she could speak, the spiritual thread of Zhan Sun wrapped around her wrist suddenly trembled violently. The originally warm and enduring spiritual bond was violently impacted by the chaotic spatial currents flickering between clarity and obscurity, like a lamp wavering in a storm. The essence of Zhan Sun transmitted to her also began to become chaotic, intermittent, and fluctuating. Luo. The spatial turbulence is erupting. The secret realm can't hold on any longer. Evacuate immediately. Zhan Sun's anxious voice exploded in her spiritual domain, carrying an unprecedented sense of panic. He was far at the periphery of the secret realm, yet could clearly sense the collapse of the space. The violent energy was tearing apart the spiritual connection between him and her inch by inch, and that feeling of losing control caused the decisive Imperial Marshal to falter for the first time. He desperately tried to stabilize that spiritual thread, to tighten his grip on it, But the power of the spatial turbulence was too overwhelming, brutally pulling that warm spiritual thread into thinner strands, the connection becoming precarious. Everyone stay close to me, don't spread out. Shi Luo's face was grave as she immediately unleashed her S-level spiritual power, erecting a solid spiritual barrier, the pale golden light, firmly protecting her 4 teammates within. She lifted her foot and dashed toward the exit of the ruins, debris exploding beneath her, dust swirling, obscuring her vision, but she dared not stop. Shi was tightly nestled on her shoulder, its golden scales flaring up, letting out a frantic roar. Its small head kept turning, its golden eyes capturing the surrounding dangers, sensing the relatively safe route, gently tapping Shi Luo's shoulder with its paws guiding her. But the speed of the secret realm's collapse far exceeded expectations. The originally spacious passageway was continuously caving in, with stones raining down. Purple spatial rifts appeared out of thin air, some as thin as a hair, others as wide as a door. The pull within the rifts was astonishing. Any stones or vegetation that came close were instantly shredded into fragments, leaving not even a trace. Shi Luo dodged left and right, the spiritual barrier crackling against the edges of the spatial rift's energy rapidly depleting. Just as she rushed to the entrance of the ruins, a massive spatial rift suddenly tore open right before the group. The rift was several meters wide, and a purple-black light seeped from it with a powerful pull rushing towards them, like an invisible giant hand forcefully grabbing hold of everyone. Shi Luo exerted all her strength to stabilize the spiritual barrier, her feet carving deep grooves in the ground, but that terrifying pull was too strong for her to withstand. Hold on to each other, Shi Luo shouted sharply, reaching out to grab Wenruan beside her. But the pull of the spatial rift surged instantly, like a giant hand scattering the team. Wenruan was pulled to the left, Tang Ranan to the right, while Lu Chun and Jiang Yifeng were simultaneously caught by 2 smaller rifts. The 5 of them were torn apart like kites with broken strings in the fierce pull. Luo, Luo. The cries of her teammates grew increasingly distant and weaker, soon drowned out by the roaring of the spatial turbulence. Shi Luo felt an irresistible force pulling her fiercely, darkness engulfing her, her body wrapped in the violent energy, her consciousness beginning to blur. She desperately tried to stabilize herself, to grasp something, but all around her was nothing but the void of chaotic energy, nothing to hold on to. And on her wrist, that thread of Zhan Sun's spiritual connection was completely severed by the spatial rift. In the final moment, she only heard the man's uncontrollable roar in the spiritual domain, filled with endless panic and heartache. Luo, Luo. The voice abruptly ceased. The spiritual connection was instantly severed. That warm spiritual thread which had accompanied her for so long, providing her with endless security, vanished completely. Her wrist felt empty, no trace of any essence could be felt. The voice that always advised her, pampered her, and protected her in the spiritual domain was gone. Shi Luo felt a sudden emptiness in her heart, as if the most important thing had been dug out from her chest. A wave of unprecedented panic surged within her, choking her so much that she could hardly breathe. Sun Gu. She instinctively murmured, her fingertips tightening as she futilely grasped at the void. But there was nothing, only the cold, violent spatial turbulence passing through her fingers. She could no longer feel that familiar warmth. In the next second, the fierce pull completely drew her into the spatial rift, plunging her into boundless darkness, her consciousness snuffed out like a candle, leaving her unaware of anything. At the periphery of the secret realm, inside the Marshal's flagship, Zhan Sun abruptly stood up, his chair knocked over and crashing against the wall, shattering into pieces. His face was as pale as paper, his eyes bloodshot, and his SS-level sentinel spiritual power erupted uncontrollably. The instruments within the flagship instantly exploded, sparks flying. The metal surface cracked inch by inch as if twisted by an invisible hand. The porthole was covered with a dense network of cracks, and the entire flagship trembled violently under the impact of his spiritual power. The spiritual connection was severed. His Luo was lost in the chaotic turbulence of the collapsing secret realm. He could no longer feel her heartbeat, her body temperature, her spiritual power fluctuations, her every frown and smile. All could not be felt. That hollow sensation was more painful than any injury. Marshal, please calm down. The officer, terrified, turned pale and knelt to block him. The spatial turbulence of the secret realm is too violent, forcing your way, and will only get you shredded by the rifts. You can't go. Zhan Sun clenched his fist, his knuckles turning white, the joints cracking. His scarlet eyes were filled with obsessive panic, his voice hoarse to the extreme, each word pushed out, as if from his throat. Prepare the warship. Mobilize all the dark guards. He had never imagined that one day he would lose the spiritual connection with her, leaving his little girl lost in the perilous collapsing secret realm. That heart-wrenching panic was a feeling he had never experienced before. The one he cherished above all else. If anything happened to her, he would destroy the entire star system to accompany her in death. Deep within the secret realm, in a remote valley, Shi Luo was awakened by the fall. To be precise, she was dropped from a height of over 10 meters. Fortunately, the spiritual barrier around her activated automatically at the last moment, shielding her from most of the impact, Otherwise this fall would have kept her bedridden for 3 months. She slowly opened her eyes, propping herself up to sit, a dull pain in her chest and a metallic taste welling up in her throat. Surrounded by unfamiliar dense forest, towering ancient trees blocked out the sun, and the silence was terrifying. So quiet that there were no birds chirping or insects buzzing, only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves. She could sense that this place was far from the center of the collapse, temporarily safe, but it also meant she was farther from the evacuation point. She could no longer feel her team, Wen Ruantang Ranan, Lu Chun Jiang Yifeng. She sensed none of their spiritual power fluctuations, not knowing where they had been swept away by the spatial rifts. Her wrist felt empty. Her heart felt empty. That warm spiritual thread that always wrapped around her wrist was gone. The voice that always spoke to her in the spiritual domain was no more. That sense of being protected, cherished, and held dear at all times was also gone. Shi Luo clenched her fingertips, her nails digging into her palm, the pain waking her up a little. She could not panic. Taking a deep breath, she gradually suppressed the rising chaos and fear in her heart. Zhan Sun was still waiting. Her teammates were also waiting for her to meet up somewhere in the secret realm. She had to survive, she had to find her teammates, and she had to get out safely. She raised her hand to touch her shoulder. Hui, she had somehow also landed beside her, rubbing against her palm, anxiously whimpering, its small eyes filled with worry. Don't be afraid, Hui, Shi Luo softly reassured, rubbing its small head. We will get out. She slowly stood up, her SS-level spiritual power quietly spreading like an invisible net, exploring the surrounding environment. This was a desolate valley in the depths of the secret realm, densely vegetated with a complex terrain far from the center of the collapse, and there were no signs of spatial rifts for the time being. But the secret realm could collapse at any moment, as she had to quickly find a way out and search for her scattered teammates. Only without the protection of Zhan Sun's spiritual thread, without his constant reminders in the spiritual domain, she was facing everything alone for the first time. Shi Luo took a deep breath, the confusion in her eyes completely fading, replaced by determination. She was already an SS-level guide. She stepped into the depths of the dense forest. Hui Shi jumped off her shoulder, running ahead to scout, its golden scales faintly glowing in the dim forest. But what she did not know was that danger was silently approaching. Not far within the dense forest, several cold, greedy gazes were locking onto her solitary figure through layers of leaves. Those gazes held no warmth, only greed and malice. The valley deep within the secret realm was eerily tranquil. Sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground resembling scattered shards of shattered gold. The air was thick with intense, yet violent spiritual energy. Inhaling it into her lungs brought a stinging burn. In the distance, the muffled sounds of the secret realm's collapse occasionally echoed, rumbling like a giant beast growling softly, warning of the lurking dangers. Shi Luo retracted her aura, allowing her SS-level mental power to spread out like a web, cautiously probing the surroundings. While searching for her teammates, she remained alert to possible escape routes. Her footsteps were light, barely making a sound as she stepped on the thick layer of fallen leaves, cautious, yet composed. Having lost her mental connection with Zhan Sun, her heart felt an emptiness. Her fingertips would unconsciously rub her wrist, as if that warm strand of mental connection still lingered. Yet each touch brought only cold skin and deeper disappointment. Shi Luo lowered her head and rubbed the gray seal in her arms, softly saying, "Gray seal, be sure to search for any signs of our companions." The little creature obediently nodded, leaping from her arms, its lively eyes scanning the area, while its small nose gently sniffed the air. It darted back and forth in the valley, its golden scales faintly glowing in the dim forest like a moving lantern. It attempted to locate the gentle presence of its companions, but ran in several directions, shaking its head in disappointment, each time its small eyes filled with anxiety. Shi Luo closely followed, remaining vigilant. The spatial bracelet on her wrist grew slightly warm, containing Mecha's potions and spiritual herbs sufficient to sustain her in a prolonged battle. But soon after, the gray seal suddenly halted, its golden scales erupting outward as it let out a sharp roar towards the dense forest ahead. Its small body arched like a drawn bow, eyes filled with wariness and hostility. Is there danger? Shi Luo's gaze sharpened, immediately halting her steps, her mental power coalescing in her palm, ready for battle. In the next moment, heavy footsteps echoed from within the dense forest. The sound was thunderous, each step akin to someone pounding the ground with a hammer, causing the fallen leaves to tremble. Accompanying the footsteps was a low guttural roar that emerged from deep within the throat, coarse and chilling. A massive beast slowly emerged from the depths of the creature was gigantic, entirely black, its scales as thick as steel plates reflecting a cold light. Most horrifying was that it had 3 heads, the middle one being the largest, topped with a dark red horn. The 2 on the sides were slightly smaller, with protruding fangs dripping saliva. 6 crimson eyes fixed on Shi Luo simultaneously like 6 ghostly flames, sending chills down her spine. The beast radiated a fierce aura, causing the ground to tremble with each step. Saliva dripped from its sharp fangs, corroding the ground and leaving small smoking pits. Clearly it regarded Shi Luo as easy prey. Three-eyed black-marked beast, a hint of gravity flashed in Shi Luo's eyes. She recognized this creature. A high-tier beast of the secret realm, its strength comparable to an S-level sentinel, with tough skin impervious to blades, and an extremely aggressive nature, even preying on its kind. Even top-tier teams would avoid it. Unexpectedly, she stumbled into such a formidable opponent as soon as she entered the valley. Worse yet, she was now alone, without teammates to support her, forced to face it alone. The three-eyed black-marked beast did not grant her much time to think. With a roar that shook the leaves from the trees, all three heads launched an attack. At once the middle head opened its massive mouth, spewing forth a thick cloud of black toxic mist. The left and right heads swung their claws, striking at Shi Luo from either side, a fierce assault that sealed off all her escape routes. The poisonous mist enveloped the area instantly, withering the plants in its path, the leaves turning yellow and curling, even the ground being corroded with blackened scorch marks, an acrid rotten smell saturating the air. Shi Luo's eyes were icy, showing no sign of panic. Her form was like a specter, instantly retreating, while mobilizing her SS-level guiding mental power, coalescing it into a solid mental barrier before her. An ethereal golden light expanded, resembling a transparent shield, blocking the onslaught of the toxic mist. Bang! Bang! The two claws slammed against the mental barrier, producing a deafening roar. The tremendous impact forced Shi Luo to stagger back repeatedly, her feet carving deep grooves in the ground, the debris scattering in all directions. The surface of the mental barrier developed fine cracks, but fortunately it did not shatter. Even as an SS-level guide facing this ferocious beast alone, she still felt immense pressure. The creature's physical attacks were too fierce, each blow making her blood surge. Shi Luo's heart tightened, and she gritted her teeth, a hint of fierce determination flashing in her eyes. Gray Seal, distract its left wing. Shi Luo commanded sharply. The gray seal immediately understood, transforming into a flash of golden light, lunging towards the left wing of the three-eyed black-marked beast. Though the size difference was vast, the pressure of the ancient divine beast was no joke. That force emanating from its bloodline caused the three-eyed black-marked beast's movements to slow momentarily, its left head instinctively recoiling, its focus drawn towards the gray seal. Taking advantage of the moment the beast was distracted by the gray seal, Shi Luo's gaze sharpened like a blade. She concentrated her mental power to its utmost, countless sharp mental blades forming around her, each as thin as a cicada's wing, their edges radiating a pale golden light as they surged towards the eyes of the three-eyed black-marked beast, its only weakness. The mental blades sliced through the air, accompanied by a piercing sound resembling a golden storm crashing down upon the beast's 6 eyes. The beast sensed the imminent danger and roared in fury, attempting to evade. Yet the gray seal held firmly onto its left wing, the pressure from the ancient divine beast momentarily delaying its movements. Just that moment was enough. Thud, thud, thud. Several mental blades struck true, piercing the beast's eyes. Blood gushed forth, instantly splattering like red fountains in the air. The beast howled in agony, a sound so shrill and piercing that it caused the surrounding leaves to tremble. It thrashed wildly, all three heads biting and claws flailing in a frenzy, violently attacking everything around. Ancient trees snapped and half the ground gouged, with deep pits, debris, and dirt flying everywhere, transforming the entire forest into a scene of chaos. Shi Luo did not give it a moment's respite. Her form like a specter darted through the chaotic battlefield, closing in on the beast's main body. The tip of her right hand gathered the purest SS-level guiding mental power, a pale golden light, coalescing into a point at her fingertip, bright enough to be blinding like a concentrated star. With this strike she poured all her strength into it. The beast sensed the life-threatening crisis and attempted to resist, but its 6 eyes were all blinded, leaving it to attack wildly by instinct. Its middle head opened wide, trying to spew out toxic mist once more, but before the mist could escape, Shi Luo had already reached its front. Bang! With a muffled sound, Shi Luo's fingertip pierced deep into the beast's brow, the weakest point of its scales, the core for transmitting mental. The pure, guiding mental power surged in like a flood, crashing into the beast's mind and shredding its consciousness to pieces. Its massive body thudded to the ground, shaking the earth and raising a cloud of dust. All three heads drooped simultaneously, the 6 blinded eyes finally closing. The beast struggled a few times, its hooves carving deep grooves in the ground before it completely breathed its last. After dispatching the three-eyed black-marked beast, Shi Luo panted lightly, fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her aura slightly. This solo battle had drained a considerable amount of her mental power, the mental barrier, the mental blades, and the final full-force strike. Each move had exhausted her mental, but that was all. The SS-level mental power reserve was more than a whole tier stronger than when she was SS-level. Had it been before, she would have collapsed on the ground after such a fight, but now she was merely a bit tired. The gray seal joyfully ran to her side, rubbing against her leg, its small head nuzzling her calf, its golden eyes sparkling, shaking its head as if to claim credit, making ow sounds. Shi Luo crouched down, petting the gray seal's small head, her fingertips gently brushing over the soft golden scales on top. A faint smile tugged at her lips, her eyes filled with pride. She had done it. But just as she prepared to sit down and recuperate her mental power, several mocking and arrogant footsteps approached from not far. The footsteps were leisurely crunching on the dry branches with crisp sounds, clearly not just passing by, but intentionally walking towards her. Tisk, I really didn't expect. A sharp voice rang out, dragging on with a long tone. The illustrious Shi Luo, who would have thought you would end up in such a predicament all alone here? Truly a sorry sight. Shi Luo slowly stood up, turning to look, her expression instantly turning cold. Bailey, accompanied by 5 or 6 noble heirs, stepped out from the depths of the forest. He had changed into a clean silver-white robe, his hair neatly tied back, wearing a smile that made one want to slap him. Arrogant, sinister, filled with a sense of vengeance. The few people behind him were also familiar to her, all of them the noble heirs who had previously followed Sun, their eyes flickering with malice. Clearly they had been watching her battle with the beast from the shadows, waiting for her to finish exhausted before emerging to reap the benefits. Bailey's gaze swept from Shi Luo's pale face to the massive corpse of the three-eyed black-marked beast on the ground, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes, but more, an S-level beast, and she managed to solo it. This strength was something he could only dream of. Shi Luo, why do you put yourself through this? Bailey spoke slowly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Wouldn't it have been better to obediently stay by the Marshal's side rather than running into the secret realm to show off? Now look, without the Marshal around, you've lost your teammates all alone. Tisk, truly pitiful. Bailey stood at a short distance, looking down at the slightly panting Shi Luo with undisguised schadenfreude and greed in it. The secret realm had collapsed, leaving Shi Luo separated from her teammates, stranded alone in danger and fresh off a fierce battle that had drained her spiritual power. This was practically a perfect opportunity for revenge delivered by fate itself. In their previous provocations, Bailey had been beaten to a pulp by Shi Luo, and even suffered the humiliation of being awed into spitting blood by the Empire Marshal's spiritual pressure. This grudge Bailey had harbored day and night, dreaming of repaying it. Now that Shi Luo was isolated and depleted, it was the perfect moment for him to strike and wash away his shame. Shi Luo, look at you now, Bailey said as he walked forward slowly, with the scions of noble families gathering around him to encircle Shi Luo, their faces twisted with malice, like hyenas catching the scent of blood. Bailey's voice trembled with barely contained excitement and glee, as if he could already see the image of Shi Luo begging for mercy. Without the Marshal to protect you, without your teammates to help, you're nothing but a stray dog. Even a single beast takes all your effort to defeat. What right do you have to act arrogant before me now, eh? Exactly, chimed in a sharp-faced scion beside him, his eyes darting greedily over the space bracelet on Shi Luo's wrist. Brother Bailey, stop wasting words with her. Cripple her spiritual power and vent your anger. Another stepped forward, lowering his voice but deliberately letting Shi Luo hear. I heard she awakened an ancient bloodline and is an S-level guide. Let's capture her and offer her to the Elder Council. We'll get a huge bounty. Then we'll have everything we want. Right? The big shots in the Elder Council have long had it in for this woman. If we tie her up and deliver her, that's a great merit. The noble scions clustered around Bailey echoed, their eyes gleaming with greed and malice. They had long envied Shi Luo's fortune and fate. Why should a woman of humble origins be the one to monopolize the ancient ruins, awaken the bloodline, and become an S-level guide? Now that she was in trouble, when else would they kick her while she was down? They were experts at hitting those who had fallen. Shi Luo slowly straightened herself. Her movements were not fast, even somewhat sluggish, as if she were adjusting her breathing. She raised a hand to wipe the sweat from her brow, her fingers brushing across her forehead, leaving a trail of fine moisture. Then she lifted her head, her icy gaze sweeping over Bailey's group. From left to right, then back again, looking at each one, as if surveying a line of punching bags waiting to be beaten. The aura around her gradually receded, not weakening, but like a blade being sheathed. The edge invisible, yet everyone knew that once drawn it would draw blood. Even with her spiritual power severely depleted, dealing with this rabble was more than enough. Bailey, you really never learn, Shi Luo said, her voice cool and indifferent, as if speaking to a stubborn child with a weary condescension. It seems the lesson from last time hasn't stuck with you. Lesson? Bailey laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, throwing his head back with 2 sharp piercing laughs that echoed eerily through. When his laughter died, he lowered his head and fixed his gaze on Shi Luo, his eyes brimming with venom. Shi Luo, times have changed. You're alone now, exhausted. What can you possibly fight us with? With what? He nearly roared, pouring out all the resentment and hatred he had bottled up for so long. Today, I will not only cripple you, but also leave you here to feed the beasts. He'll make you disappear completely in this secret realm. No one will find you, not even the Marshal. He had long been fed up. Why should Shi Luo, a woman of common birth, awaken the ancient bloodline, become an S-level guide, and receive the Empire Marshal's unparalleled favor? He Bailey came from a prestigious interstellar family, possessed extraordinary talent, and had been a prodigy adored by all since childhood. But ever since he met Shi Luo, he had been overshadowed at every turn. Crushed in the league, backlashed in the secret realm, his illusions shattered, and every time he struck, he was beaten beyond recognition. He couldn't accept it. He hated it. Today he would destroy Shi Luo, no matter the cost. With that, Bailey wasted no more words, and barked an order to the scions around him: attack. Don't give her a chance to catch her breath. Crushing counterattack. Bailey humiliates himself yet again. Several noble scions exchanged glances. Though their hearts quailed, they gritted their teeth and charged forward, spurred by the thought that Shi Luo was already half crippled, and by Bailey's promise of a hefty reward. They simultaneously activated their spiritual power. Some were sentinels, some guides, and launched attacks at Shi Luo. Energy beams, psychic claws, spiritual shockwaves. A storm of multicolored attacks rained down upon Shi Luo, fierce and overwhelming, aimed at overwhelming her with numbers for a quick victory. Shi immediately leaped in front of Shi Luo, its golden scales flaring as it let out a sharp hiss, its small body arched like a drawn bow ready to pounce. Shi, back down, Shi Luo said softly. The creature hesitated, glanced back at her, then obediently retreated to the side, its brilliant golden eyes fixed on the group, ready to protect its master at any moment. The next second, Shi Luo's aura shifted dramatically. Her S-level guide's spiritual power exploded forth. Even though she was heavily drained, the crushing pressure of an S-level guide was still beyond what these ordinary noble scions, at most A rank, could withstand. That pressure surged from Shi Luo's body like a tangible tsunami, suffused with the pale golden light of her ancient bloodline, rolling out in all directions to crush everything in its path. The noble scions who had been charging forward instantly turned pale with shock. They felt as if a mountain had crushed down upon them, freezing their movements. Some had their arms raised mid-swing, which suddenly stiffened. Others had taken a step only to have their legs feel as heavy as lead. The spiritual attacks they released dissolved like paper in the face of Shi Luo's pressure, vanishing into nothing. With a succession of muffled thuds, several of them spat blood, their bodies struck by an invisible giant palm, flung backward to crash heavily onto the ground. Their faces twisted in terror as they stared at Shi Luo, disbelief burning in their eyes. How was this possible? She had just fought a beast and drained her spiritual power, yet she could still unleash such overwhelming pressure. Was she even human? Bailey's face also turned pale. Staggered backward by the oppressive force, he stumbled 2 steps before his back slammed against a tree, barely managing to steady. Shock surged through his heart, his pupils constricted as a terrifying thought emerged from the depths of his mind. He had forgotten. Shi Luo was now an SS-level guide. Even in her depleted state, she was far beyond what a group of A-levels could compete with. Between SS and A-level, there wasn't just a gap of 2 letters, but several insurmountable chasms. Shi Luo's gaze turned icy as she slowly walked toward Bailey. Her pace was unhurried, yet with every step her intimidating presence grew heavier, suffocating. Bailey, you have provoked me, schemed against me, and harmed my companions time and again. Her voice was soft, but every word was crystal clear, each one a blade piercing Bailey's heart. Out of consideration for our shared academy ties, I repeatedly spared you. Yet you remain unrepentant, provoking me over and over again. Bailey's entire body trembled. A genuine fear sprouted from the depths of his soul. That fear did not come from the Marshal's pressure, but from Shi Luo herself. Her eyes were too cold. Don't come any closer. Bailey stumbled backward in panic, nearly tripping. His voice trembled as he shouted feebly, I am the eldest young miss. No young master of the Shanghai aristocratic family. If you dare touch me, the family won't let you off. He spoke rapidly, desperately, as if trying to embolden himself or clutch the last straw of hope. Shanghai aristocratic family. A contemptuous curl tugged at Shi Luo's lips, her smile cold enough to freeze. That means nothing to me. With those words, she flicked her fingertips slightly. A thread of pure SS-level spiritual power flew from her fingers, instantly coiling around Bailey's wrist, then jerking and yanking with force. Ah! A shrieking cry of agony escaped Bailey's lips as a searing pain shot through his wrist, as if clamped by iron pincers. Under the interference of that external force, his spiritual power instantly became chaotic, his mental sea churned, and he lost his balance, flung violently to the ground. With a loud bang, Bailey hit the ground hard, his back smashing against the rigid earth, kicking up a cloud of dust. His robes were disheveled, his hair loose, his face smeared with mud and dead leaves. He was utterly disheveled, stripped of all former arrogance. The spiritual power he took such pride in was before Shi Luo nothing but a child's game, utterly defenseless. Shi Luo stood still. She didn't bend down, didn't step closer, she merely looked down at him, her eyes as indifferent as if she were watching a bug whose tail had been. This is just a small punishment. Her voice was low, but every word struck like iron against Bailey's heart. If you dare follow me again, or harbor any ill intentions, I won't hesitate to destroy your spiritual sea and reduce you to a complete waste. Bailey lay on the ground stiff as a fish slapped onto the shore, his mouth open, but no sound coming out. He looked up at Shi Luo, at this woman whose presence was so formidable and unshakable. Fear and resentment swirled in his heart, but fear overwhelmed resentment, crushing him so hard that even breathing became difficult. He was afraid, truly afraid. At last he understood Shi Luo hadn't killed him before, not because she couldn't, but because she simply didn't care. He dared say nothing more. Scrambling to his feet, he staggered and fled. After a few steps he fell, then got up and kept running, not daring to look back. Behind him, the wounded aristocratic scions also scrambled up, supporting one another as they fled in panic faster than rabbits. The sound of footsteps faded, soon swallowed by the deep forest. The woods fell silent again, leaving only the distant rumbles of the collapsing secret realm and the rustling of wind through leaves. Shi Luo stood there watching the group disappear. The chill on her face gradually faded. Then, unable to hold herself up any longer, she went slightly, leaned against a tree trunk, and slowly sat down. The forced outburst of spiritual power had drained her already exhausted body even further. Sharp pain stabbed through her spiritual domain as if needles were piercing her nerves, a classic symptom of spiritual power depletion. She leaned against the trunk, closed her eyes, and her breathing gradually steadied, but the furrow between her brows never relaxed. She lightly leaped onto her knee, rubbing its tiny head against her palm, while letting out a soft whimper, as if asking, "Master, are you all right? Don't scare me." Shi Luo lacked the strength to speak. She merely moved her fingers, tousling Shi's head to reassure it. Her fingertips unconsciously brushed her wrist, her empty wrist. There was no warm spiritual thread, no reassuring sentinel aura. She closed her eyes, and the image of Zhan Sun surfaced in her mind. He stood in the flagship command room, his posture firm as a pine, his brows stern and sharp, yet when he looked at her his gaze was always gentle, doting, and filled with possessive obsession. If he were here, he would certainly use his spiritual thread to soothe her spiritual domain, would gently calm her, would pull her into his arms and say, "I'm here." He wouldn't let her be this exhausted, wouldn't let her face these dangers alone. "Xuanga," she murmured softly, so quietly that even she barely heard it. A faint redness crept into her eyes, not from grievance, but from missing him so much. And at that moment, inside the Marshal's flagship, outside the secret realm, Zhan Sun was like a man possessed, his murderous aura soaring to the heavens. The temperature inside the flagship command room had dropped to freezing. A thin layer of frost coated the portholes, and shallow dents were pressed into the metal floor by his spiritual power. Messages from his shadow guards poured in endlessly. Nothing in the east, nothing in the west, nothing in the south, nothing in the north. Each report was like a bucket of cold water poured over his heart, yet his eyes grew only more frantic. Suddenly a sharp pain seized his chest. Not a physical pain, but something originating from the deepest part of his spiritual domain. Fine and precise, stabbing into his very soul. Even though the spiritual connection had been violently severed by spatial turbulence, the 100 spiritual resonance between him and Shi Luo still allowed him to sense a sliver of her emotions. Exhaustion, grievance, and she missed him. Zhan Sun clenched his fists, knuckles cracking. His fingers turned white, his nails dug into his palms, drawing blood, yet he felt nothing. His eyes were bloodshot, like those of a caged beast on the verge of breaking loose. "Luo Luo." His voice was hoarse, barely audible, as if squeezed from the depths of his throat. Then he whirled around and strode out, his steps swift and urgent, giving no one time to react. "Marshal." The adjutant's face turned pale with terror as he rushed to block the way, his voice trembling. "The spatial turbulence in the secret realm is still ongoing. The passage isn't even stable. You'll be torn apart by the spatial rifts." Zhan Sun didn't even glance at him. He pushed the adjutant aside, as if brushing away a scarecrow in his path. His voice was icy, devoid of any emotion, yet every word carried weight. "Out of my way." "Marshal," I said, "out of my way." The adjutant froze, seeing those bloodshot eyes that brooked no negotiation. Words died in his throat. Slowly, helplessly, he stepped aside. Zhan Sun strode out of the command room. Shadow guards and officers in the corridor all retreated, none daring to look up or speak. An oppressive, suffocating stillness filled the air, like the last second of silence before a storm. No matter how dangerous, no matter how violent the spatial turbulence, he had to go in, find his little girl, hold her tightly in his arms, never let her suffer even a single grievance again. Shi Luo leaned against the tree trunk, closing her eyes to regulate her breath. The ancient bloodline power slowly circulated within her, a faint golden light flowing through her meridians, gradually replenishing the mental energy consumed in the previous battle. The stinging sensation in her mental domain gradually subsided, like a lake returning to calm after a storm. The gray seal obediently lay at her feet, its small head resting against her boot, golden scales faintly shimmering as it kept watch over the surroundings, its ears erect, perceiving even the slightest rustle. After an indeterminate amount of time, soft footsteps approached slowly. The pace was neither too light nor too heavy, steady and deliberately slowed, clearly to avoid startling her. Shi Luo opened her eyes in an instant, a glint of vigilance flashing in her gaze. The spiritual power around her coalesced, her fingertips slightly tensed, ready to strike, at any moment. She turned her head towards the source of the sound. A man in a moon-white long robe was slowly walking out from the dense forest. He stood tall with a gentle and refined appearance, his eyes carrying a warm smile, radiating a soft sentinel's spiritual energy. It was not the kind of oppressive pressure that was sharp and domineering, but a gentle warmth that made one feel as if embraced by a spring breeze devoid of any hostility. In this realm filled with slaughter and schemes, his appearance was like a refreshing stream, making one unconsciously lower their guard. The man held a medical kit in his hand. Upon seeing the enormous corpse of the three-eyed black-patterned beast on the ground, he glanced at the slightly pale Shi Luo, his eyes flashing with understanding. He did not approach, maintaining a polite distance, his tone gentle and courteous. "Are you all right, classmate?" His voice was as gentle as jade, calm and unhurried. "I passed by here earlier and heard some commotion. I saw that you just finished battling a strange beast, and your mental energy is quite depleted. I have some potions here that can help replenish your mental energy." After saying this, he pushed the medical kit forward, his demeanor gentlemanly, his gaze clean. Unlike the arrogance and tyranny of Bai Li and the others, there was no malice whatsoever. Shi Luo frowned slightly, not relaxed. She never easily accepted the goodwill of strangers, especially in this perilous realm. Human hearts are inscrutable, and one must be cautious. She responded coolly, her tone distant. "No need, thank you." 3 words, concise and resolute. The man seemed to sense her wariness and did not press closer. He stopped in his tracks, smiled, gently bent down to place the medical kit on the ground, and gently pushed it towards her. "I am Sun Jian from the Wando Military Academy, with no ill intentions. These potions are harmless. You can use them with confidence." Sun Jian. Shi Luo had heard this name. The gentle genius sentinel of the Wando Military Academy, born into a second-rate family, yet rising to the top echelon of the academy due to his innate talent. He has always treated others kindly, never participating in family disputes, and has an excellent reputation in the military academy. Some say he is the type of sentinel that all guides wish to partner with, gentle, restrained, and never overstepping boundaries. Shi Luo lowered her guard slightly, yet still did not reach for the potions. "Thank you for your kindness, but I do not need them." It was not mere politeness, she genuinely didn't. She had top-tier nutrient solutions and recovery potions prepared by the military in her spatial bracelet, better than anything available on the market. She simply had not had the chance to drink them yet. Sun Jian did not insist, only gently advised the secret realm may collapse at any moment. Alone, you must quickly recover your mental energy, or it will be difficult to leave safely. Your teammates. With the collapse of the secret realm, everyone has been scattered. Being alone is truly dangerous. If you don't mind, I can accompany you to search for your teammates, so we can look out for each other. His eyes were clean and pure, full of kindness, with no hint of ulterior motives or greed. He genuinely wanted to help, extending a hand to a chance encounter with a guide whose mental energy was depleted. Shi Luo looked at him silent for a moment. Then she withdrew her gaze, her voice still cool and indifferent. "No need, I can manage on my own." She was accustomed to facing things alone and did not want to have too much involvement with a strange man, especially since her heart belonged only to Zhang Sun. One Sun Jian, or 10 of him, had nothing to do with her. Sun Jian observed her distant, yet resolute attitude, not angry nor insistent. He merely smiled gently. "All right, I won't disturb you. Be careful, and if you encounter danger, feel free to call for me. I'll be nearby." After saying this, he slowly turned and left, politely taking his leave. His steps were composed, without looking back or lingering, maintaining just the right distance. The moon-white long robe gradually faded into the dense forest, quickly obscured by layers of branches and leaves disappearing from view. Shi Luo watched his figure vanish into the woods, withdrew her gaze, and thought no more. She closed her eyes to continue regulating her breath, eager to find her teammates and leave this place as soon as possible, returning to that man who filled her heart and filled her sight. What she did not know was that far beyond the secret realm within the flagship of the Marshal, the atmosphere was thick with hostility, almost palpable, as the recently re-established monitoring crystal transmitted the images. Zhang Sun stood in the center of the command room, his eyes fixed on the holographic screen floating in the air. On the screen, a man in a moon-white long robe was speaking tenderly to his young girl. The man smiled warmly, his tone gentle, and his eyes clean, behaving like a perfect gentleman. But Zhang Sun looked at that face and only wished to tear it off the screen. "Shun, Ji, Yen." He pronounced the name slowly, his voice eerily calm. Each word felt as if pulled from an ice cellar, cold enough to freeze metal. The SS-level sentinel pressure around him began to rise steadily. A terrifying spiritual force, capable of collapsing the entire fleet, was slowly oozing from his body. The instruments in the command room started to tremble violently, the screen flickering erratically, and the metal walls creaked under the unbearable strain. The lights flickered like the calm before a storm. The aide stood in the corner, his legs trembling, pressing his back against the wall, wishing he could embed himself into it. Having followed the Marshal for many years, he had witnessed his ruthlessness in slaughtering insectoid fleets on the battlefield, his domineering presence, while overpowering opponents in the Imperial Assembly, and his stoic endurance, when locking himself in a dark room to bear pain alone during a mental upheaval. But he had never seen such an expression on the Marshal's face. It was a kind of possessiveness that bordered on madness. "Prepare the mecha." Jean Sun spoke, his voice cold enough to freeze. The aide trembled all over, struggling to swallow. "Marshal, the spatial turbulence in the secret realm has not. Prepare the mecha. I want to enter the secret realm." Jean Sun turned, his crimson eyes fixed on the aide, enunciating each word. "Anyone who dares to stop me will be killed." His little girl is in the secret realm all alone, just having fought a strange beast, her mental energy depleted, resting pale against a tree. And a strange young sentinel, who was not bad-looking, was courting her. His guide, the one he cherished above all. Just a glance from another man made him want to gouge out that man's. The aide looked at Jean Sun's frenzied expression, the words he wanted to say swallowed back. He knelt heavily and turned to run. 3 minutes later, the entirely black S-grade customized mecha was launched from the flagship's lower hold. This time there was no hesitation, no testing the waters. With maximum speed, maximum power, and a reckless attitude, it dove straight into the still collapsing space of the secret realm. Inside the secret realm, Shi Luo opened her eyes and slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. The consumption of her mental energy had recovered significantly. Although she was not yet at her peak, it was enough to handle most dangers. She stood up, brushed off the grass dust from her robe, and bent down to pick up the gray seal at her feet. "Let's go, Gray Seal. We need to find Wenruan and the others." The gray seal yelped a couple of times, nudging her chin with its small head. Just as Shi Luo was about to move, the shallow mark on her wrist suddenly radiated a hint of warmth. She froze. Looking down, she saw that the glowing ring was faintly shining. Not the return of Jean Sun's spiritual thread, but something deeper. The bond brought by 100 spiritual compatibility still existed, faintly connecting them even after the link was severed. Like an invisible thread, it linked the two people across the collapsing secret realm through the turbulent spatial currents and across tens of thousands of kilometers of interstellar distance. Feeling that faint warmth, Shi Luo couldn't help but smile. "He's on his way here," she whispered. Shi Luo placed the gray seal on her shoulder, lightly tapped her toes on the ground, and soared off in a southeast direction. Wenruan was still waiting for her over there, and Lu Chun and Zhang Yifeng were also waiting for her. The wind swept through her hair, and she couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of her mouth. "What does it feel like to be targeted by a possessive sentinel?" Shi Luo's answer is exquisitely sweet. The setting sun cast its golden afterglow across the valley, dispelling some of the chill and bringing a fleeting moment of comfort. Shi Luo slowly opened her eyes. After half an hour of meditation, the expended mental energy had mostly recovered, her fatigue had eased considerably, and the stabbing pain in her spiritual domain had subsided, completely replaced by the characteristic fullness of an SS-level guide. She stood up, dusted off her clothes, bent down to pick up the gray fox at her feet, her gaze resolute. "Let's go. Find our teammates. Find a way out." Huishi nuzzled her neck and gave a soft whine, its tiny paws resting on her shoulder, its golden eyes brimming with trust. Shi Luo oriented herself and headed toward the center of the secret realm. Her teammates had been scattered by the spatial rifts, most would likely converge on the central evacuation point. That was the only safe exit when the secret realm collapsed, and everyone would gather there. She had to reunite with her team as quickly as possible and leave before the realm completely disintegrated. As she advanced, she remained vigilant, her SS-level mental power spreading like a net, covering hundreds of meters around. Her mental perception detected the ripples of a berserk beast ahead. She immediately detoured. To the left, the ground had begun to crack, threatening to collapse at any moment. She decisively veered right. Thanks to her superior mental senses, she avoided several deadly hazards and skirted areas on the verge of collapse. Yet she still could not sense any trace of her team. Wenruan, Tang Ranran, Lu Chun, Zhang Yifeng. The mental fluctuations of all four were undetectable. Nor could she find any sign of the evacuation point. The collapse of the secret realm grew more severe. The distant rumbling drew nearer like the roar of a giant beast. The ground trembled violently, making it hard to stay upright. Spatial fissures multiplied around her like gaping violet maws ready to devour everything. Time was running out. Anxiety swelled in Shi Luo's heart, not for her own safety, but for her teammates' plight. When the four were scattered, none of them had been in good shape. Wenruan's mental power was inherently weak. Tang Ranran's reflexes were nothing against spatial turbulence. Lu Chun and Zhang Yifeng, though physically resilient, could hardly withstand a calamity of this magnitude through physique alone. And outside the secret realm, that man. At the moment their mental link was severed, she had heard his uncontrollable agonized roar. The terror and despair in that voice were etched into her memory forever. He must be frantic, desperate. That Empire Marshal, cold and ruthless to outsiders, yet for her alone possessive and obsessive, filled with love and anxiety. Having been out of contact for so long, he must be going mad. At the thought, her heartbeat quickened. A warmth welled up in her heart, mingled with a tender ache, warmth because there was someone in this world who valued her above all else, ache because behind that heavy emotion was his daily torment from mental turbulence, which he never allowed her to share. She quickened her pace, eager to leave the valley. Just then, the ground jolted violently, not the continuous tremor before, but a single cataclysmic shock. The earth split open with several huge crevices, and rocks and soil cascaded into the unfathomable darkness. Shi Luo halted abruptly, her body swaying with the quake. She steadied herself, but before she could react, a massive spatial rift tore open less than 10 meters ahead. It was several zhang wide, exuding a violet-black radiance that emanated a destructive aura. A powerful suction instantly surged toward her, not the slow pull of before, but like an invisible giant hand gripping her body and yanking her into the rift. Nearby rocks, broken trees, and soil were all sucked into the rift, ground to dust by the violent spatial currents, leaving nothing behind. Her retreat was cut off. The ground behind had collapsed into a bottomless abyss. Ahead lay the deadly spatial rift, its pull growing stronger, dragging her inch by inch toward death. Shi Luo's expression hardened. She immediately activated her SS-level mental power, erecting a solid mental barrier before her. A pale golden glow enveloped her, trying to withstand the terrifying suction. But this rift's pull was far stronger than any she had encountered. The mental barrier trembled violently, its surface covered with a dense web of cracks, like glass hammered repeatedly, on the verge of shattering. She hold on tight. Shi Luo gritted her teeth and shouted, clutching the gray fox protectively in her arms. She exerted all her strength to keep her footing, carving 2 deep furrows in the ground with her boots, but the suction intensified, and she slid inexorably toward the rift. The stones before her feet were swept away as she stepped into empty air, lurched forward, then braced herself again. It was impossible to resist. Even SS-level mental power was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot before this cataclysmic spatial rift. A wave of despair surged in her chest, suffocating her. She hadn't found her teammates, hadn't returned to him. She hadn't fulfilled her promise to stand by his side and face every storm together. She couldn't die here. She couldn't. His image flashed in her mind, his stern brows and eyes, which only softened when looking at her. Those eyes always filled with obsession and possessiveness, reddening with worry when she was hurt. Those arms that always held her so tightly, it was hard to breathe, reaching out the moment she fell into danger. Zhang Sun. In this desperate moment, Shi Luo could no longer hold back. With all her strength, she screamed that name, carved into her soul from the depths of her heart. She missed him so much. She needed him, she wanted to go back to him. That inward cry carried through the 100 spiritual bond that persisted even when severed, pierced through the raging spatial currents, through the collapsing secret realm, through tens of thousands of kilometers of interstellar distance, and landed precisely, completely, with all her despair and dependence, into the spiritual domain of Zhang Sun, who had just burst into the secret realm and was frantically searching for her. Zhang Sun, racing through the chaotic currents, suddenly halted. His spiritual domain trembled violently, not from turbulence, but from her voice. Her voice exploded in his mind, carrying despair, panic, longing, and reliance. Every word was a hammer blow to his chest, making his eyes redden. Luo, Luo. Endless light erupted from Zhang Sun's eyes. Within that light, there was pain, madness, a longing for what was lost, and an urgent desire to teleport to her side. His SSS-level, sentinel spiritual power surged forth, no longer the uncontrollable fury from before, but a targeted, directed, and unstoppable charge. His spiritual power was like an invisible giant sword, forcefully cleaving through the raging spatial turbulence ahead. Wherever he passed, the rampaging spatial fissures were momentarily compelled to close under his overwhelming pressure, and the beasts blocking his path instinctively scattered, not daring to look back. The trees in the dense forest were uprooted by the airflow he created, and each step he took caused the ground to tremble and crack. In his eyes there was only the girl who drove him to madness. Faster, faster. His little girl was waiting for him. She was scared and called out his name. He had to reach her side. He must hold her tightly before she was swallowed by the spatial fissure. Shi Luo was being pulled towards the spatial fissure by the suction force, and the cracks on her mental barrier multiplied and grew larger. She could already feel the tearing force at the edge of the fissure tugging at her. The gray seal in her arms let out a sharp screech. Its golden scales exploded, desperately releasing the pressure of an ancient divine beast. But even that power was insignificant in the face of the devastating spatial fissure. Her foot had already stepped onto the debris at the edge of the fissure. The stones continuously fell under the pull of the suction, and her body began to lean forward, despair washing over her like a cold tide from her feet to the top of her head. At that very moment, a familiar, warm, fierce, and urgent thread of spiritual energy broke through the air from afar, wrapping around her wrist precisely, without hesitation, and firmly. That touch was all too familiar. Warm, neither too tight nor too loose, carrying his unique scent, steady, domineering, yet unexpectedly gentle. Like a tamed dragon, it protected her, entwined with her, proclaiming that she was his. It was not an illusion, not a hallucination before death. It was him. He really came. Shi Luo's eyes instantly turned red, and her nose ached with a sharp pain. The despair and panic in her heart melted away in an instant, leaving no trace. In its place was an endless sense of security. The next moment, a tall black figure burst through the dense forest, stepping on the swirling debris, rushing toward her, without any regard. The man wore a black combat uniform, standing tall, like a pine tree. His hair was disheveled, sweat beads slid down his forehead, his eyes were filled with crimson blood vessels, and his body was marked with scars and dust from the spatial turbulence. Yet even in such a disheveled state, he could not hide the aura of someone who looked down upon the world. The Empire's Marshal, a 5th-level sentinel, the most powerful man in the entire galaxy, stood before her, panting with reddened eyes like a child who had finally found a lost treasure. He rushed to her side, without hesitation, tightly wrapping her in his embrace. The spiritual thread that had entwined her wrist also suddenly tightened at that moment, like a chain firmly locking her by his side. His arms held her so tight that it felt as if he wanted to merge her into his very bones, never to part again. His face buried in her hair, his hot breath brushed against her scalp, his voice hoarse and trembling, filled with the ultimate relief and fear of having regained what was lost, as if speaking to her, yet also to himself. Luo, I'm here. Don't be afraid, I'm here. His voice trembled, his hands trembled. The most powerful man in the galaxy was shaking all over as he held her. Shi Luo could no longer control herself. She reached out and tightly embraced his waist, burying her face in his chest, listening to his strong heartbeat, feeling the warmth of his chest through the fabric. Tears instantly fell, soaking his shirt. All her strength, all her composure, all her "I can do it alone" crumbled completely the moment she saw him. She no longer needed to hold on, no longer needed to tell herself it's okay, I can manage, no longer needed to swallow all her fears and grievances. Because he was here, because her sentinel had come. She cried like a child, her voice muffled in his embrace, mixed with grievance. Sun Gu, I miss you so much. The gray seal was squeezed between the two, peeking out from the gap, with its little head, its golden eyes blinking, looking at this and that. It did not struggle, but quietly lay between them, feeling the intense emotions of the reunion between its master and that man, its little tail wagging, unconscious. Zhan Sun said nothing, simply tightening his arms, resting his chin on her head, closing his eyes. His spiritual domain still ached faintly, and the fatigue of his body had reached its limit. But his little girl was in his arms, warm and alive, safe and sound. He cared for nothing else. No matter if the secret realm would completely collapse, no matter how violent the spatial turbulence outside was, no matter what awaited him after he returned. At this moment, having her in his arms was enough. He did not know how long had passed, but Shi Luo's cries gradually subsided, turning into soft sobs. She did not look up, simply burying her face in his embrace. Muffled, she asked, did your spiritual turmoil calm down? Zhan Sun lowered his head and glanced at her, seeing her red nose and wet eyelashes. His throat moved slightly, and he replied in a low voice, it's calmed down. In truth, it hadn't. His spiritual domain still ached faintly, but it had been temporarily suppressed by her recent embrace, her tears, and her words of I miss you. He did not want her to worry. Shi Luo lifted her head from his embrace, glaring at him with reddened eyes. You're lying. Zhan Sun fell silent. His little girl was becoming increasingly harder to deceive. Shi Luo raised her hand, her fingertips lightly tapping on his brow, and the SS-level guide's spiritual power entered his spiritual domain. It was still in disarray. The storm was not as fierce as before, but it had not calmed down at all. He was merely holding on. Her heart ached, making her nose sour again. You should go out first. Shi Luo's voice carried an unyielding firmness. The secret realm might collapse at any moment. It's too dangerous for you to be here. Once I find my teammates, I'll come out immediately. Zhan Sun looked down at her, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. He reached out, gently wiping away the tears on her face. I'll accompany you to find them. No, that's too dangerous. It's more dangerous for you to stay here. He interrupted her, his tone calm, yet unyielding. That pair of crimson eyes looked at her, each word pronounced clearly. Luo, I can't stop you from finding your teammates, and you can't stop me from staying here with you, that's how it is. The gray seal poked its head out from between them, glancing at Shi Luo, then at Zhan Sun, yipping twice, and patting Zhan Sun's chest with its little paws, as if saying, you know what's good. Shi Luo looked at his expression of I've made up my mind, it doesn't matter what you say, glared at him in frustration for quite a while, and finally conceded. She sighed, burying her face back into his embrace, mumbling, then you must not leave me too far. Zhan Sun's lips finally curled into a smile, tightening his hold. I will never leave this lifetime. However, just as the two were immersed in the warmth of their reunion, Zhan Sun's body suddenly stiffened. The previously warm temperature within him surged unexpectedly, becoming astonishingly hot. His arms tightly holding her trembled uncontrollably, and the intense scent of cedar around him became even more scorching and restless, emanating with an overwhelming ferocity and desire. His breath suddenly became heavy and hurried, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and the crimson hue in his eyes that had just faded surged back like a tide, even more intense than before, while his gaze became dark and fiery, locking onto the girl in his arms. Sentinel susceptibility. Without warning, it erupted completely. Zhan Sun's body tensed, his jaw clenched as he exerted all his strength to suppress the turmoil and ferocity surging within him. His mental realm was like a tempest, a painful intertwining of agony and desire that left him in torment. His susceptibility was inherently more violent and harder to control than that of an ordinary sentinel, for he was a 5th level sentinel. His mental realm was self-tearing every moment. When susceptibility struck, that feeling of tearing was magnified 100-fold, as if countless searing blades were stirring in his mind at the same time. Moreover, having forcibly entered the secret realm earlier, expending massive mental energy, and experiencing extreme emotional highs and lows coupled with the intense emotional shock of having something lost and then regained. These 3 blows combined triggered this unprecedentedly violent susceptibility. In the past, he would have hidden alone, relying on willpower to endure, even if it meant his mental realm collapsing. He would never harm anyone. He was the Marshal of the Empire, the pillar of the entire star system. He could not show weakness in front of anyone, nor could he lose control in front of anyone. But now he held his guide in his arms, embracing his 100 compatible soulmate. Every cell in his body was crazily yearning for her breath, craving her comfort, longing to be irrevocably bonded with her, never to part again. Rationality and instinct were in a fierce battle in his mind, tearing at every nerve within him. Luo, Luo. Zhan Sun's voice was hoarse, laden with extreme restraint and pain. His forehead pressed against hers, breath so hot it felt as if it could scorch her, yet he did not retreat. He merely spoke in a low rasp, every word seeming to be painfully forced from deep within his throat. I'm sorry, my susceptibility has come. He feared losing control, feared hurting her, wanting to push her away. Yet his arms did not obey, instead tightening their grip, unwilling to let go even a little. The most powerful Marshal of the entire star system at this moment felt like a helpless child, overwhelmed by fear of losing control and extreme dependence on her. Shi Luo suddenly became aware. Observing his pained and restrained appearance, feeling the intense and fiery sentinel aura surrounding him, sensing the storm churning violently within his mental realm, she understood everything. She knew how painful the sentinel's susceptibility could be. The stronger a sentinel's mental power, the more intense the reaction during susceptibility. An ordinary sentinel's susceptibility merely led to irritability, insomnia, and emotional instability, which could be endured. But he was a 5th level sentinel. His mental realm was self-tearing every second, and the pain of susceptibility was 100-fold, 1,000-fold that of ordinary sentinels. She also understood that he was desperately trying to control himself. His arms trembled, but his embrace did not tighten to a degree that would hurt her. His breath was scorching, yet his lips did not descend uncontrollably. His gaze was dark and fiery, yet he continued to look at her, confirming her state, ensuring she was not afraid. Even though he was on the verge of being driven mad by susceptibility, his thoughts were still focused on not scaring her, not hurting her. Shi Luo's heart tightened, filled with. She reached out, gently caressing his cheek, her fingertips wiping away the sweat on his brow, her gaze resolute and gentle. Her voice was soft yet profoundly serious, like a calming pill dropped into his churning mental realm. Sun, good, don't be afraid. I'm here, will stay with you. She was his guide, his only antidote. She was the one who could soothe all his ferocity, calm his mental realm, and pull him back from the brink of collapse. This time she would not let him endure alone. She had already jumped down from between them at some point, sitting obediently not far away, its golden scales glimmering as it kept watch over their surroundings. The little creature covered its eyes with its small paws, but its tail tip was still gently swaying. Shi Luo gently pulled Zhan Sun and sat down beneath the ancient tree. She let him lean against her shoulder, wrapping her arms around his waist, pressing her forehead against his temple. The spiritual power of an SS-level guide flowed like a gentle spring, once again delving into his nearly out-of-control mental realm. Follow my rhythm, take deep breaths. Her voice was as light as a lullaby. I'm here, I won't leave. Zhan Sun closed his eyes, burying his face in her neck, obediently slowing his breath. His mental realm was still in turmoil, the waves still surging, but wherever her spiritual power reached, the storm gradually calmed. Not through forceful suppression, but through gentle guidance, untangling and soothing the chaotic spiritual energy, thread by thread. Her spiritual power was like a pair of gentle hands cradling his battered heart. Shi Luo felt the densely packed, still oozing wounds in his mental realm, felt every nerve that was on the verge of snapping from the torment of pain, felt the intense heat of desire and restraint battling within him. Her tears fell again, silently dripping into his hair. He did not know how long he had endured alone. A sentinel without a guide was tormented every second by mental upheaval and susceptibility. And he, the only 5th level sentinel in the star system, could not find a 100 compatible guide, had to bear it alone. For a year, 2 years, 10 years, 20 years. Until he met her. Sun Gu, Shi Luo whispered, her fingers threading through his damp hair, gently untangling it. I am your guide. In this life, the next life, and the life after, I will always be yours. No one can take me away from you, not spatial turbulence, not the collapse of the secret realm, no one. You don't have to bear it alone anymore. With me here, I will bear it for you. Zhan Sun's arms tightened suddenly, holding her so close that she could hardly breathe. He did not speak, but she could feel his eyelashes trembling, could feel the warmth sliding down her skin from the eyes buried in her neck. It was not sweat. Shi Luo did not confront him. She simply tightened her embrace, delving her spiritual power deeper into his mental realm, using her gentle guiding force to gradually mend the torn wounds, dispel the surging ferocity, and soothe the agitated nerves. Shi squatted not far away, its golden scales shining, its small head cautiously turning as it guarded the last remaining haven for the two. Above, the sky was still ravaged by ruptures, the roar of the collapsing secret realm continuing. But at this moment, beneath this ancient tree, in this tightly embraced warmth, everything was quiet. Only their breaths, their heartbeats, and their souls intertwined. And 2 hours later, Zhan Sun's body temperature finally returned to normal. He leaned against the tree trunk, while Shi Luo rested her head on his lap, already fast asleep. Her hand was still tightly grasping the hem of his shirt, as if afraid he might vanish in his dreams. Zhan Sun looked down at her, reaching out to brush aside the loose strands of hair from her forehead, his fingertips gently grazing the faint dark circles beneath her eyes. She was so exhausted. Having drained her mental power, and then helped him sort through his mental realm for 2 hours, his eyes were filled with tenderness, adoration, and a possessiveness that wanted to meld her into his very bones. He leaned down, placing a soft, gentle kiss on her brow. Sleep now, his voice was hoarse yet incredibly tender. When you wake up, we'll go home. Shi jumped onto his shoulder, nuzzling his cheek with its little head, then curled up, nestling into the crook of his shoulder, and also closed its eyes. Zhan Sun leaned against the tree trunk, one hand protecting the person in his arms, the other resting on his knee. Above him lay the collapsing sky of the secret realm, beneath him the ground that could crack open at any moment, yet in his eyes at this moment, there was only peace. His guide was in his arms, and he was beside his guide. That was enough. Zhan Sun leaned against her neck, his scorching breath cascading over her delicate skin, imbued with profound restraint. His entire body trembled slightly, not from the cold, but because the surging power of the sentinel within him was close to overwhelming him. His mental domain throbbed with excruciating pain, each nerve screaming out for her presence, yearning for a complete bond with her. Yet he gritted his teeth, his jawline taut, like a drawn bow, fingers clenched, knuckles turning white, using the last shred of his rationality to restrain himself. Luo, push me away. His voice was hoarse, sounding foreign to him, as if it were a broken growl forced from the depths of his chest. I'm afraid I can't control myself, and might hurt you. He was a 5S level berserk sentinel. During his sensitive period, his power was enough to rend steel and crush rock. He would rather tear himself apart than allow her to suffer even the slightest harm. Watching him in pain and restraint, tears welled up in Shi Luo's eyes, spilling over once again. This man was always thinking of her. Despite enduring unimaginable pain, he would not allow her to feel even a hint of grievance. His arms trembled from restraint, his breath was scorching from endurance. The crimson in his eyes was due to his willpower battling against instinct, all to avoid frightening her. I won't push you away. Shi Luo held him tightly, actively bringing her neck closer to him. Her gaze was resolute, filled with unwavering love, her voice gentle, yet crystal clear. Sun Gu, I am your guide, your only guide. I'm not afraid. I willingly accept this. They were, after all, a 100 spiritually compatible sentinel and guide. From the moment of their temporary bond, she had already chosen him. Having experienced life and death lost, and found she no longer wanted to wait, nor could she afford to wait any longer. She wanted to be his rightful one, and only to complete a lifelong bond with him, to forge a soul contract that would never part. Let's make a lifelong bond. Those seemingly light words resonated like thunder exploding within Zhan Sun's mental. He abruptly raised his head, his crimson, heated gaze locked onto her, filled with shock, emotion, and disbelief. His Adam's apple bobbed violently, his voice rough as if filled with sand. Luo, do you know what you are saying? Once the lifelong bond is complete, we will never be able to part in this life or the next. I know. Shi Luo interrupted him, standing on tiptoe, pressing her forehead against his. Their breaths intertwined, noses touching, her eyes filled with deep love and determination, without a hint of hesitation or retreat. I willingly accept. Sun Gu, I want to be with you forever. In this life and the next, never to part. Her gaze was clear and resolute, as if stating something utterly natural. It was not impulse nor gratitude, nor a momentary whim. It was love. A love that endured through time, life, and death, and all hardships, unwavering. She loved him. Loved his iron-blooded tenderness, loved his obsessive affection, loved his disregard for everything. She was willing to give herself entirely to him, to become his one and only lifelong guide, bound to his soul, unyielding until death. Seeing the unwavering love in the girl's eyes, Zhan Sun could no longer suppress the tumultuous emotions within him. Heartache, ecstasy, love, obsession. All emotions intertwined, sweeping over his rationality like a tsunami, completely shattering his last bit of restraint. He had waited for this day for far too long. Since the 100 compatibility report from the gene matching center, since he first sensed her presence within his mental domain, since the moment she trembled in his embrace during the temporary marking, and from every smile, she gave him every blush, every display of that little girl charm unique to him. He had been waiting. Waiting for her to grow up, waiting for her to become strong, waiting for her to willingly say the words, I do. Luo, don't regret this. Jansun's voice was hoarse and hot, filled with intense love and obsession. He held her tightly, leaning down, his soft lips landing on her neck, precisely finding the gland that belonged to the guide. The moment his warm lips touched her skin, Shi Luo shivered slightly, not from fear, but from the overwhelming warmth flooding into her heart, causing her fingertips to tremble. Yet she did not shy away, instead she embraced him tighter, fully surrendering herself to him. In the next moment, his sharp teeth gently pierced her gut. The scorching, intense spiritual power and marking aura of a 5S level sentinel slowly flowed into her through the tiny wound. His spiritual threads felt like they were cradling a fragile treasure, carefully melding into her flesh and blood, merging into her mental domain. He was marking her as his own, but it felt more like he was entrusting his life to her. At the same time, Shi Luo activated all her S-level guiding spiritual power. The warm floral fragrance was released, flowing into his mental domain through the soul bond. She soothed all his rage and pain, nurturing his spirit sea that had been torn apart by mental turmoil countless times. Wherever her spiritual power reached, the still bleeding wounds began to heal, the surging rage began to calm, and the excruciating pain that had tormented him for countless days and nights began to dissipate. The crisp scent of cedar and the warm fragrance of flowers merged, completely indistinguishable from one another. Two spiritual threads extended from their limbs and bones like two rivers, searching for each other, meeting, intertwining, and spiraling upwards in the void of the mental domain. They were no longer the distant connection of before, but truly merged as one, you within me, I within you. In that moment, all barriers were shattered. He could clearly sense her emotions, and she could precisely capture his heartbeat. There were no secrets, no barriers, only the most sincere and naked merging of two souls. This was the most sacred ritual between a sentinel and a guide. It was a bond older and more unbreakable than marriage. Marriage can be dissolved by law, but this can never be. At this moment, heaven and earth resonated. The raging spiritual energy within the secret realm, capable of tearing everything apart, became incredibly gentle in that moment, as if tamed by a higher power. They swirled around the tightly embraced couple, forming a dazzling golden aura that enveloped them both. Their mental domains merged completely. Each other's emotions, thoughts, and love were clearly conveyed. She could feel the deep-seated loneliness and vulnerability within him, and he could sense the softness hidden beneath her hard shell, which was open only to him. Lifelong marking complete. Soul contract concluded. Jansun slowly released her neck, bowing his head to gently kiss away the blood droplets seeping from the tiny mark on her neck. His movements were tender beyond measure, as if treating the most precious treasure in the world. The crimson in his eyes faded, replaced by an overwhelming softness and affection. His mental domain had never been so stable and peaceful. The restlessness, pain, and rage were all soothed by her presence, leaving only pure satisfaction and tranquility. He finally possessed his little girl completely. She was his, the one and only, for life and beyond. Shi Luo leaned against him, feeling the warm touch on her neck, sensing the bond that connected their souls deeply. That feeling was wondrous, like the empty space in her heart was finally filled completely. Having traversed from the apocalypse to this world, she had always been alone. She thought she needed no one and could bear everything by herself. But after meeting him, she realized it wasn't that she didn't need anyone, it was that she had never encountered the right person before. A smile of happiness spread across her lips, her eyes filled with warmth. From now on, she was his one and only, and he was her one and only. Nothing could ever separate them again. Jansun held her tightly, bowing his head to imprint a devout kiss on her forehead. That kiss was as light as a feather landing on the surface of a lake, yet as heavy as a mountain pressing down on her heart. His voice was deep and affectionate, resonating in her heart, and in the heavens. Luo, I swear by my sentinel soul, this life and beyond, to protect you for life, to love you to the bone, never to betray. Under the soul contract, the vow was eternal, heaven and earth as witnesses. She crouched nearby, its golden scales shimmering under the aura. The little creature tilted its small head, its golden eyes unblinking as it watched the tightly embraced couple, its little tail swaying unconsciously. It did not understand what lifelong marking or soul contract meant, but it could sense a connection between its master and that man, one it had never felt before, warm to the very core. Having experienced life and death, mutual pursuit, and soul binding, this life would be unwavering. This scene became the most dazzling and moving highlight amidst the collapsing secret realm. The warmth of the lifelong mark still lingered around her as Shi Luo leaned against Jansun, her cheeks flushed with a faint pink, feeling an unparalleled sense of peace that came from a soul connection. The previous fatigue and unease dissipated at this moment like a long storm finally, giving way to sunny skies. Jean-Sun carefully protected her his fingertips, gently tracing the mark on her neck, his movements as light as if he were touching a fragile treasure. His eyes were filled with adoration and the corners of his mouth instinctively curved into a gentle smile soft enough to drip with tenderness. He slowed his breathing, trying to calm the restlessness of his sensitive period with her scent soothing him and the bond of their soul contract. This violent sensitivity that was supposed to last for days miraculously stabilized. The torn wounds in his mental realm still lingered, but they no longer bled. The surging rage was wrapped, soothed, and melted away by her floral scent. The only one in the entire star system who could help a 5th-level sentinel pass through the sensitive period calmly was his little girl. Are you still feeling uncomfortable? Shi Luo looked up at him, her voice soft and tender, her eyes full of concern. Her fingers gently brushed against his brow where a shallow line had formed due to long-term mental turmoil. Jean-Sun lowered his head, kissing the corner of her lips, a hint of indulgent joy on his face, his voice deep and gentle. With you here, I feel no discomfort. As long as she was with him, he possessed the entire world. No matter how great the pain, it could turn into gentle softness. Shi lay beside them, watching the two embrace, its golden scales shimmering slightly, not daring to approach or disturb them, quietly standing guard around them. After a moment of tenderness, the tremors of the secret realm intensified again. The howling of the space cracks grew closer, and debris continuously fell from above, crashing near them and kicking up a cloud of dust. The crisis had not yet been averted. This secret realm could collapse at any moment. Luo, I will take you away from here first to find a safe place, and then slowly look for your teammates. Jean-Sun tightened his arms, carefully lifting her in a princess carry, his movements gentle, afraid of even the slightest bump. Held in his arms, Shi Luo's cheeks flushed deeper. She wrapped her arms around his neck, obediently resting against his chest, listening to the steady and powerful beat of his heart, filled with an unprecedented sense of. She had seen his decisive and ruthless side, witnessed how he made everyone kneel and beg for mercy when he unleashed his full pressure, but at this moment, he was just her sentinel, her man, the one she could rely on without reservations. Jean-Sun held her, his 5th-level sentinel pressure radiating outward, forcefully cutting through the chaotic space ahead. His steps were steady, neither hurried nor slow, as he walked towards the valley exit. Wherever he passed, the ferocious beasts sensed that destructive aura and hurriedly retreated, not daring to look back. The raging spatial cracks were temporarily forced to close in the face of his pressure, their edges pinched back, as if by an invisible. He held his entire world in his arms, and no one could harm her. Yet just as they exited the valley, a gentle voice came from nearby. Shi Luo, are you okay? I heard some commotion over here just now, and was worried about you. Shanzuan quickly emerged from the dense forest, holding several potions that nourished mental strength with some grass clippings and dust on his moon-white robe. His face filled with concern as he walked over, his gaze landing on Shi Luo. Then he saw her being held in Jean-Sun's arms, and noticed the mark on her neck that had not completely faded. His footsteps suddenly halted, the worry on his face freezing for a moment, then transforming into a slight daze and understanding. He certainly recognized Jean-Sun, the feared marshal of the entire star system, Shi Luo's sentinel. No, now he should be called her lifelong partner. And the mark on Shi Luo's neck was clearly a lifelong mark, from a sentinel to a guide. This meant the two were completely bound together, their souls intertwined, and no one could interfere. Shenzhuan's fingers tightened slightly around the potions, then relaxed again. He lowered his eyes, and when he raised them again, his face had already regained its gentle and polite smile, although his eyes held a hint of loneliness that even he did not note. Jean-Sun raised his gaze, his cold eyes sweeping over Shenzhuan. The aura that had been docile like a cat in front of Shi Luo instantly dissipated. In its place was a strong sense of jealousy and cold possessiveness, an instinct etched into the sentinel's genes, triggering a near pathological alertness and hostility towards any opposite-sex person approaching their guide. The 5th-level pressure pressed towards Shenzhuan without reservation. Although it was not as destructive as when dealing with the Dark Alliance, the warning of "he is mine, stay away" was thick enough to sour the entire forest. He remembered this man. When he went missing, when he could not be by Shi Luo's side, this man had approached his little girl, showing her concern and even trying to offer her potions. Even knowing that Shenzhuan meant no harm, even knowing that Shi Luo would not cast a glance at any other man as a sentinel, he instinctively harbored a strong hostility towards any opposite-sex person approaching his guide. Moreover, he had just completed the lifelong mark, was overflowing with possessiveness, and was still in a sensitive period. Jean-Sun tightened his arms, holding Shi Luo even closer, as if afraid she might fly away from him. He lowered his head and in front of Shenzhuan pressed a kiss on her lips that carried a sense of claiming. Though not deep, it was enough for everyone to see clearly. His eyes brimmed with jealousy, yet his actions towards the person in his arms were filled with utmost tenderness, as if the entire world had only her deserving of. Shenzhuan was enveloped in that pressure, his face slightly pale, taking half a step back unsteadily. Yet he maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, not flustered, not angry, merely nodding slightly at Zhang Sun politely, yet distantly calling out, "Marshal." He knew he had no chance left. Shi Luo and the Marshal had long been soul-bound partners, unbreakable and undisturbed. Shi Luo did not expect to encounter Shen Ziyuan again, and being kissed publicly by Zhang Sun made her cheeks instantly flush deep red. Kindness won't do either. Zhang Sun spoke in a muffled voice, his tone thick with jealousy, his usually cold eyes now filled with grievance and possessiveness, his voice hoarse as he accused, "My Luo can only be close to me, only I can protect her. No other man can get too close to you." He was domineering and obsessive, the jealousy in his eyes nearly spilling over. But he dared not be fierce with her, merely looking at her with a pitiful gaze, lightly brushing against her mental realm with his spiritual thread. The thread that had just reconnected was carefully swirling in her domain. Shi Luo found it both amusing and helpless, yet her heart felt sweet and sticky. She gently patted the back of his hand around her waist and softly replied in the mental realm, I know, my Marshal, you are the best in the world, is that all right?" The spiritual thread contentedly brushed against her mental realm, settling down. Shen Ziyuan watched the unbreakable love between the two, observing how the Imperial Marshal transformed from a fearsome war god into a little man who could get jealous and act cute, a flicker of relief passing through his eyes along with an indescribable sense of emotion. He smiled gently, taking a step back, slightly bowing to Shi Luo. "Congratulations to you both. Shi Luo, Marshal, I will take my leave now." He paused, looking sincerely at Shi Luo. "Wishing you a safe exit from the secret realm." After saying this, he did not linger, not saying another unnecessary word, and turned to walk in another direction. The moon-white robe faded into the dense forest, his steps calm, his back straight. He had let go, completely let go. Watching Shen Ziyuan leave, the jealousy in Zhang Sun's eyes slightly dissipated. He lowered his head, nuzzling Shi Luo's nose, his tone still carrying a hint of pride. "From now on you must not pay attention to other men." Shi Luo giggled at the ticklish sensation. She cupped his face, standing on her tiptoes to gently peck his lips, her eyes crescent-shaped, her voice sweet as honey. "Got it, my Marshal." Zhang Sun's ears turned slightly red. He was not even aware of it. He cleared his throat once again, lifting Shi Luo in a princess carry, stepping deeper into She sprang up from the ground, leaping onto Zhang Sun's shoulder, settling down steadily, while Jin Lin rubbed against his cheek, as if saying, "You are sensible, I will yield this position to you." Zhang Sun glanced at the little creature on his shoulder, but did not shoo it away. Shi Luo leaned against him, poking his chin and asking, "Where are we going?" "First, to find a safe place for you to rest." Zhang Sun looked down at her, his gaze gentle. "And then I will go find your teammates." "Where are they?" Shi Luo closed her eyes, extending her mental strength to sense those four familiar fluctuations. After a moment, she opened her eyes, pointing southeast. Wenruan and Tang Ranran are in that direction, about 15 kilometers away. Lu Chun and Jiang Yifeng are further east. The two are not far apart, but there is a group of ferocious beasts in between them. Zhang Sun nodded, changing direction while holding her. His steps remained steady, his aura still calm. Shi Luo leaned against him, feeling the warmth and heartbeat from his chest, listening to his steady and powerful footsteps, unable to suppress the smile on her lips. She recalled the shock and confusion she felt when she saw the gene-matching announcement in the square, remembered the cold mockery and disdain from those people, and thought about how she had endured so many difficult moments alone. She had never believed in fate, but if destiny had arranged for him to be by her side, then she accepted it. Zhang Sun carried Shi Luo, following the spiritual sense, to trace the whereabouts of Wenruan and the others. With the bond of the soul contract and the formidable perception of a 5th-level sentinel, the search proceeded with remarkable ease. The spatial turbulence and energy interference that had once confused Shi Luo were rendered ineffective before Zhang Sun's spiritual power. Before long, the sound of clear fighting and scolding came from a distance. "Don't go too far. Why are you taking our spirit herbs? If you have the ability, go snatch them yourself. Picking on us when we're alone, what kind of hero are you?" Familiar voices came. It was Tang Ranran and Wenruan. Shi Luo's expression changed instantly. From those two voices she detected suppressed anger and forced bravado. "It's them, they're in trouble." Zhang Sun's eyes turned cold, and the murderous aura around him instantly spread. Holding Shi Luo, he strode forward quickly toward the direction of the fighting. His steps were fast and steady. Passing through the dense forest and parting the leaves, the scene before them caused the chill in Shi Luo's eyes to freeze into ice. On a clearing not far away, when Ruan Tang Ranran, Lu Chun, and Jiang Yifeng were surrounded by a group of aristocratic science. The opposing side was numerous, at least a dozen, and all wore ferocious expressions. And her teammates, when Ruan's robe was torn at one corner with a bleeding wound on her left arm. Tang Ranran's lip was split and finger marks were clearly visible on her face, obviously slapped. Lu Chun stood at the forefront of the team, the light of his mecha arm blade already dim, his energy core nearly depleted. Jiang Yifeng's sniper cannon was crushed on the ground, pieces scattered everywhere, leaving him only a dagger to protect himself. Yet they still held tightly to the supplies bags in their hands, refusing to yield an inch. Shi Luo clenched Zhan Sun's collar, her knuckles turning white. These people were not just taking spirit herbs and supplies. They were bullying her teammates relentlessly in her absence. Luo Tian and Kailuan were mixed among the crowd, smug and triumphant. After their previous defeat, instead of restraining themselves, the two took advantage of the chaos in the secret realm to recruit a group of idle aristocratic scions. They roamed around oppressing lone trainees, looting supplies, and committing atrocities by sheer numbers. Luo Tian stood with arms crossed outside the encirclement, his tone extremely arrogant. I advise you to hand over the things obediently, or don't blame us for being rude. Your captain is missing. No one is protecting you. Why not just accept your fate? Kailuan chimed in faster, a sinister grin on his face. Exactly. Shi Luo might have already died in the spatial turbulence. You rabble are no match for us. Be wise and hand over the goods, then get out of the secret realm, and we might spare your lives. When Ruan and her three companions were pale, covered in wounds, yet they still clung tightly to the supplies, gritting their teeth and refusing to back down. Tang Ranran spat saliva flying. Bullshit. Our captain will be fine. Just wait. When she comes, she'll knock your teeth out. Lu Chun didn't speak, but he turned slightly to shield the more severely injured Jiang Yifeng behind him. Although his mecha arm blade was dim, his hand never loosened its grip on the handle. If anyone dared to take another step forward, he could still strike. When Ruan looked up at the smug faces of Luo Tian and Kailuan and said word by word, our captain will be fine. Don't be too complacent. Her voice was not loud, but every word seemed squeezed through gritted teeth, so resolute. She believed in her best friend Shi Luo, and she always had. She would never abandon her, or them. Luo Tian's face darkened, losing patience, still being stuck. Attack. Take everything, leave nothing. With those words, he waved his hand fiercely, and the dozen aristocratic scions behind him all activated their spiritual power and charged at the four. When Ruan raised a spiritual shield, Tang Ranran clenched her fists, Lu Chun raised his arm blade, and Jiang Yifeng gripped his dagger. For against more than 10, not one stepped back. At that moment, a bone-chilling voice like an icy wind from the deepest hell suddenly resounded across the clearing. I'd like to see who dares to move. The voice was not loud, but it carried a pressure that chilled people to the bone. All the aristocratic scions' movements froze simultaneously, their spiritual energy circulation stalling instantly, as if invisible hands had gripped their throats. Everyone turned to look. Zhan Sun was carrying Shi Luo, walking slowly out of the dense forest. The man stood as tall and straight as a pine, his murderous aura overwhelming, his eyes cold as blades, like a god of war descending from the battlefield. The girl in his arms had a cold expression, her face like frost. The pressure of an SS-level guide spread slowly, her presence so formidable that none dared look directly at her. Everyone was stunned, their minds blank, as if formatted. Marshal of the Empire Zhan Sun, the strongest sentinel in the entire galaxy. Why was he here? He should be on the flagship at the periphery of the secret realm, shouldn't he? Didn't he never personally take risks? The moment when Ruan and the others saw Shi Luo, their eyes reddened in unison. Captain, Luo. Their voices were filled with uncontrollable excitement and grievance, like children being bullied, finally seeing adults who would back. They knew it. Luo would surely come to save them. She would never abandon them, never. When Luo Tian and Kailuan saw Zhan Sun's face, the color drained from their faces, instantly turning as white as if brushed with lime. Their legs went weak, their teeth chattered, and their knees involuntarily buckled. If not for the people behind them holding them up, the two would have fallen to their knees on the spot. The Marshal of the Empire, a terrifying existence whose mere pressure could make them kneel and spit blood, now stood before them, looking at them with the gaze of one. Shi Luo jumped down from Zhan Sun's arms and quickly walked to her teammates. She crouched down, her gaze sweeping over when Ruan's arm wounded the blood at the corner of Tang Ranran's mouth, Lu Chen's dim mecha arm blade, and Jiang Yifeng's smashed sniper cannon. With each look, the frost in her eyes deepened. She slowly stood up, turned around, and fixed her gaze on Luo Tian and Kailuan like a poison-tipped blade. These people dared to bully her teammates and rob them in her absence. You have quite the nerve. Shi Luo's voice was as cold as ice shards, each word squeezed out between her teeth. She took a step forward, walking toward Luo Tian and Kailuan. The pressure of an SS-level guide rolled over the group of aristocratic scions like a tangible wave. Luo Tian staggered back in fear, tripping over his feet, nearly falling flat on his back. His face ashen, his lips trembling. You don't come closer. We are under orders from the Elder Council. You can't touch us. Shi Luo did not stop. With a flick of her fingers, two streams of SS-level spiritual power formed invisible chains, precisely wrapping around Luo Tian and Kailuan's wrists. With a sudden pull and twist, both let out a piercing scream, shrill as a pig being slaughtered, echoing through the entire valley. Their wrists bent at a grotesque angle, the crack of breaking bones clearly audible. Their spiritual power was shattered by Shi Luo's pressure, like broken glass shards that could never be reassembled. Just now you were the ones bullying my people. Shi Luo looked down at the two who had collapsed to the ground, her tone calm. She did not stop. The pressure of an SS-level guide was unleashed without reservation, radiating outward from her. One by one, the aristocratic scions who had joined in were struck by the pressure, spitting blood and collapsing. The spirit herbs and supplies they had looted spilled out of their storage pouches, piling up on the ground. With a sweep of her spiritual power, Shi Luo retrieved everything. Not one could stand, not one dared to make a sound. She showed no mercy. These people relied on numbers to bully the weak, took advantage of her teammates being alone, and provoked them repeatedly. Today they must be taught a lesson they would never forget. Zhang Sun stood to the side, his eyes full of adoration as he watched his girl unleash her power. He didn't intervene. He even withdrew his own pressure. This was her battlefield, her moment to stand up for her teammates, and he didn't want to steal her thunder. But he didn't completely let go either. His spiritual power remained enveloping the entire area, firmly tracking everyone's movements. If anyone dared to resist, he would annihilate them. If anyone dared to ambush, he would ensure they died faster than anyone. Whatever his girl wanted to do, he would indulge her. If she wanted to crush the scum, he would clear all obstacles for her. In just a moment, Luo Tian, Kailuan, and their group were thoroughly dealt with. Over a dozen aristocratic scions lay sprawled on the ground, some nursing broken wrists and wailing, others clutching their chests and spitting blood, some curled up and shivering. None of their former arrogance remained. Luo Tian knelt on the ground, his face covered in tears and snot. Nowhere near the image of a genius from an aristocratic family. He cried out for mercy in a hoarse voice, almost unrecognizable. Kailuan was worse. His wrist broken, his spiritual energy scattered, unable even to kneel steadily. He lay on the ground like a dead dog, burying his face in the dirt, terrified that Shi Luo might look at him again. No one paid them any attention. No matter how pitifully the perpetrators begged for mercy, it was not even a fraction of the suffering their victims had endured. When Ruan and the other three stood behind Shi Luo, watching those who had once acted arrogantly now sprawled like mud on the ground. The pent-up anger that had been suppressed for so long finally found release. Tang Ranran's eyes were red, her nose twitching, but she held her chest high, refusing to let herself cry. When Ruan gently took her hand, Shi Luo withdrew her spiritual power, took a deep breath, and turned around. The coldness on her face melted like snow and ice, instantly transforming into concern and heartfelt sympathy. She quickly walked to her teammates, crouched down, and activated an SS-level guide healing technique. A warm, pale golden spiritual energy flowed from her palm, like a spring sun gently enveloping the four. The wound on Wen Ruan's arm slowly healed under the golden light, from oozing blood to scabbing to shedding, in just a few breaths. The bruise at the corner of Tang Ranran's mouth vanished, and the finger marks on her face faded bit by bit. Lu Chun and Jiang Yifeng's stamina also recovered quickly, their pale faces regaining color. Shi Luo's movements were gentle, her eyes full of self-blame and concern. These people were her most important teammates, companions who had accompanied her all the way through the League family, who had never abandoned her no matter what difficulties they faced. I'm sorry I'm late. Her voice was a little hoarse, as if something was stuck in her throat. You've been wrong. Tang Ranran hugged her tightly, finally letting the tears fall. But she cried and laughed at the same time, exclaiming in Shi Luo's ear, Luo, you're not late, not. If you had come a little later, I would have slapped Luo Tian's face until it was swollen. Too bad you got there first. When Ruan with red eyes let out a laugh and reached out to pull Tang Ranran off Shi Luo. Alright, don't strangle Luo. She just finished a fight and is tired. Lu Chun and Jiang Yifeng exchanged a glance, and both gave Shi Luo a thumbs up. Lu Chun's mecha arm blade had completely shut down, but he raised that arm high. He was not good with words, but with this gesture he told Shi Luo that he was fine, he could still fight, and with the captain here he feared nothing. Shi Luo looked at the four, each more disheveled than the last, yet each smiling more happily. Her nose stung, and tears nearly fell. She blinked hard, forcing back the sting. Zhang Sun stood behind her watching this scene. The murderous aura in his eyes had long dissipated, leaving only tenderness. He walked over, gently pulled Shi Luo up from the ground, and reached out to wipe away the tear that had escaped at the corner of her eye. Shi Luo looked up at him and nodded firmly. Shi jumped down from Zhang Sun's shoulder, ran to the feet of Wen Ruan, and Tang Ranran rubbed against them, let out little cries, and nudged their hands with its small head. Wen Ruan bent down to pick it up, stroked its bristling golden scales, and kissed its little head with a smile. The team reunited, everyone together, warmth overflowing. After dealing with those oblivious aristocratic youth, Shi Luo and her group could finally focus on finding an escape point. With Zhang Sun leading the way, everything became exceptionally smooth. This 5S level sentinel's mental prowess covered hundreds of kilometers, sensing where the spatial rifts were, where the raging beasts lurked, and which paths were the safest. When Ruan and her three companions followed behind the two, walking as if they were strolling through a garden so relaxed that it felt less like escaping a collapsing secret realm and more like a picnic. Tang Ranran elbowed Wen Ruan and whispered, her eyes sparkling, look, the Marshal is fixing Luo's hair again. How many times has it been on this journey? The 8th time, right? When Ruan stifled a giggle watching Zhang Sun casually tuck the strands of hair blown onto Shi Luo's face behind her ear as natural as breathing. Zhang Yifeng rarely spoke, his expression stoic, as he said the 10th time. Lu Chen shot him a glance. You've been counting. Zhang Yifeng didn't answer, but he indeed had the 10th time. Since leaving the valley, Zhang Sun had fixed Shi Luo's hair 10 times, wiped her sweat 7 times, and had never let go of her hand, his gaze fixed on her for 100% of the time. The Empire's Marshal, the strongest sentinel in the entire galaxy, at that moment resembled a love-struck young man wishing to keep his beloved tucked safely in his pocket, taking her everywhere. Hui Shi ran happily at the front, its little tail held high, occasionally turning back to let out a soft yip at the group, its golden scales shimmering in the dim secret realm like a moving little golden lamp. It ran too fast, doubling back to nuzzle against Shi Luo's ankle, then darting away again, repeating this energetic cycle as if it were fully charged. The collapse of the secret realm was becoming increasingly severe. The sky was filled with cracks resembling a shattered mirror, with dark purple spatial turbulence pouring down from the fissures. The ground continued to cave in, the path behind them collapsing step by step, with debris and dust swirling in the air. Yet Zhang Sun held Shi Luo's hand, his steps calm and unhurried. Bound by their soul contract, the pair's breaths intertwined, even their footsteps resonating in sync like two planets revolving around the same center. When Ruan and her 3 companions closely followed, no one spoke, but each person's heart felt incredibly secure. Having the Marshal with them, they would surely make it. Finally, just before the secret realm completely collapsed, they reached the evacuation portal. A large number of trainees who had participated in the trial were already gathered there, each looking disheveled. Some had torn clothes, some were covered in blood, some leaned on makeshift wooden canes as crutches, and others couldn't even stand without being supported by their companions. The faces of everyone displayed the relief and exhaustion of having survived a disaster. The collapse of the secret realm had come so suddenly, and reaching the portal alive was already an immense stroke of luck. The moment Zhang Sun appeared holding Shi Luo's hand in sight, the previously noisy area in front of the portal fell silent. It wasn't a normal silence, it was a deathly stillness where everyone held their breath, eyes wide. All eyes were focused on the two, on the clasped hands of Zhang Sun and Shi Luo, and on the not yet fully faded lifelong mark on Shi Luo's neck. That was the brand left by a sentinel for their guide. It was the mark of a lifelong bond, an external manifestation of the soul contract. Any sentinel who completed a lifelong mark with a guide would leave such a mark on each other. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Oh my God, is that a lifelong mark? The Marshal and Shi Luo completed a lifelong mark. Are you blind? Can't you see that huge mark? They forged a soul contract. My heavens, a 100 genetic match, plus the lifelong mark and the soul contract. These two are truly bound for life, inseparable through all lifetimes. Did you all not notice the way the Marshal looks at Shi Luo? I've never seen the Marshal show such an expression. He never blinks when killing on the battlefield, but now looking at Shi Luo, his gaze is so gentle it could drip water. The sounds of astonishment, discussion, and gasps rose and fell, merging into a buzzing sound in front of the portal. Luo Tian and Karen were also among the crowd. Their wrists, which Shi Luo had broken, had been reattached by the accompanying military medic, but the dispersion of their mental energy was not something that could be restored in a short time. Their faces were pale, eyes filled with unwillingness and jealousy, especially when they saw the tender look Zhang Sun had for Shi Luo. The bitterness in their hearts threatened to overflow. But they could do nothing, dared to do nothing, not even have the courage to glance at Shi Luo again, only able to turn their faces away, pretending to look elsewhere. Bailey stood at the edge of the crowd, hiding in the shadows. He bit his lip, nearly drawing blood. His nails dug deep into his palm, blood dripping down his fingers, yet he remained oblivious, pouring out all the affection and recognition he desired, which Shi Luo effortlessly possessed. The lifelong mark and soul contract he could only dream of, she not only had, but made sure the entire galaxy knew she had. Why did all the good things fall to her? Yet no matter how unwilling he felt, he could only bury it in his heart. Facing the killing god that was Zhang Sun, he didn't even have the courage to lift his head. He feared that one glance from Zhang Sun would lead to his utter destruction in the next moment. Shi Luo, feeling the gazes of everyone, flushed and unconsciously leaned closer to Zhang Sun. She wasn't afraid of being seen, but the feeling of being simultaneously watched by hundreds of pairs of eyes like a rare animal on display still made her a bit uneasy. Zhang Sun immediately noticed her discomfort. He tightened his grip, pulling her closer, half his body shielding her, blocking those prying gazes. At the same time, he raised his eyes, his cold gaze sweeping across the entire crowd. There was no extraneous emotion in that look, only a stark warning and an undeniable possessiveness. The entire area fell silent. No one dared to speak, no one dared to meet his gaze. Those trainees who had just been discussing fervently seemed to have their throats squeezed, their voices disappearing completely. Zhang Sun retracted his gaze and looked down at Shi Luo beside him. His eyes transformed as if in a Sichuan opera, one moment cold as shards of ice in the depths of winter, the next turning into the warm sunlight of spring. His gaze upon her was gentle and affectionate, filled with unabashed love and obsession, as if the entire world contained only her. His voice was not loud, but each word was like a steel stamp forged in fire, clearly resonating in the ears of everyone present. Shi Luo is my only guide, my partner of the lifelong mark, bound by the soul contract, through all generations, never to be separated. He paused, the tenderness in his eyes instantly replaced by sharpness, and the pressure of a 5S level sentinel surged forth, like a tangible tsunami crushing towards the crowd. From now on, whoever dares to harm her, insult her, or endanger her, shall be my enemy, the enemy of the entire Imperial military. I will ensure their soul is extinguished, never to be reborn. His domineering declaration echoed throughout the heavens. There was no concealment, no hesitation. He wanted the entire galaxy to know that Shi Luo was his someone he would protect with everything he had. The entire area was deathly silent. Everyone was so shocked by this domineering proclamation that they couldn't utter a word. Some had their mouths open in shock, others' eyes widened with astonishment and reverence, while some instinctively took a step back, as if the pressure was still pressing down on their chests, making it hard to breathe. The Empire's Marshal was so openly and wholeheartedly devoted to Shi Luo. From this day forth, no one in the galaxy would dare to provoke her. Shi Luo looked up at the man beside her, her eyes filled with emotion and love. This man, declaring his sovereignty in front of everyone, proclaimed her as the most important person in his life. He wasn't afraid of being called possessive, nor of being criticized for losing the dignity of a marshal for the sake of a woman. He only feared that she would feel wrong, that she would be bullied, and that she wouldn't know how important she was to him. A happy smile lifted the corners of her mouth as she tightly grasped his hand, standing side by side with him. This time she did not hide behind him. She was his guide, his lifelong partner, someone who could stand beside him and accept the witness of the entire galaxy. Zhan Sun lowered his head, meeting her gaze, the sharpness in his eyes turning soft, a hint of tenderness curving his lips. He said nothing, simply leaning down and under everyone's watchful eyes, planting a gentle kiss on her lips. Not too deep, not too shallow, just enough for everyone present to see clearly. He didn't care about being seen by others. He even hoped everyone would see. This was his person, a claim he had sealed, and no one was allowed to touch her. The light of the portal began to glow, a golden beam shooting into the sky, tearing open a gap in the darkened sky. The secret realm was on the verge of complete collapse, the ground beneath them already beginning to fracture, debris falling continuously. Zhan Sun held Shi Luo's hand, and with Wenwan and the others slowly stepped into the portal. As Shi Luo's foot touched the light, she turned to glance back at the collapsing secret realm. She had experienced so much in the secret realm. Bloodline, awakening, relic, inheritance, spatial disarray, solitary battles, the lifelong mark. Those experiences that helped her grow, transform, and become stronger would all be etched in her heart. But she would not look back. Zhan Sun held her hand and stepped into the portal. The golden light enveloped them both, with Wenwan and the others following closely behind. Hui, she perched on Shi Luo's shoulder, its golden scales shimmering in the light. Behind them was the gradually collapsing secret realm, and ahead lay a bright future. Having survived life and death, bound by souls, the team reunited, and the villains faced their end. The secret realm trial came to an end, and their sweet future was just beginning. The end of the text.